I grind the game for 20 hours every day, even if it means going without food or drink. I must hit that 20-hour mark. All because a game called Abyss descended upon the world, where every registered player could randomly receive an account with a 1 to 10-star potential rating. Some registered and got a 3-star potential account, landing them lucrative offers from professional gaming teams with monthly salaries of 100,000. Others, once considered losers, registered and got a 4-star potential account, turning their lives around completely. Luxury cars and properties became too many to count, and girlfriends changed daily. Though I only registered the worst possible 1-star potential account, I unexpectedly received the sole hidden special mission reward. As long as I could level up my character to 200 within 5 years and complete the quest, I would receive the reward of the deification scroll, which could upgrade any account's potential to 10 stars. To obtain this reward, I grinded day and night to level up, even swallowing my pride and begging high-level players to carry me into advanced dungeons and secret realms for faster progression. Finally, on the 1809th day, I successfully reached level 200 and obtained the deification scroll. Yet, at that very moment, I was stabbed through the heart from behind by Yilinger, my beloved girlfriend of 3 years, whom I had lived with. All along, I had treated Yilinger like a precious jewel, holding her in the palm of my hand, devoted to her wholeheartedly and attending to her every need. But now all I get in return is, I know you're good to me, but apart from that, you're just a worthless piece of trash. You don't deserve the scroll of ascension. I laughed bitterly at the sky. I had been tirelessly planning our future every single moment, yet you betrayed me so easily. In my final moments before death, I used the scroll of ascension, harnessing its power to upgrade my account's potential from 1 star to the maximum 10-star rating. Yet, against all odds, I found myself reborn into the body of someone with the same name in the same timeline. The original owner of this body was an orphan who had just turned 18 today, registered the lowest tier 1-star Abyss account, couldn't handle the pressure and took pills to end my life. Could it be that using the apotheosis scroll caused my rebirth? I couldn't wait to open the account interface to check the details. Account 330-200-9999, account rating 10 stars. Talent 1, Soul Reaper level 1. Each time the player kills an enemy, they can refine the corpse to obtain corresponding soul energy, which can be consumed to summon undead warriors. Maximum refinement capacity is the player's level multiplied by 10. Talent 2, level 1 Omni Boost. All player skill effects are increased 10-fold. Talent 3, level 1 Phoenix Rebirth. Upon player death, sacrifice the weakest undead warrior to resurrect the player. My heart raced as I looked at the 10-star account information and its 3 talents, trembling with excitement. It's important to know that in the century since Tian Yuan descended upon the world, the highest-ranked player account globally has only reached a 6-star qualification. Moreover, even if a summoner in the Tian Yuan world reaches level 100, they can summon a maximum of only 10 creatures. Yet, the first innate ability, Soul Slash, allows summoning 10 creatures at level 1 and a staggering 1,000 at level 100. The second innate ability at level 1 can boost skill potency by 10-fold. One can only imagine how terrifying it would become at higher levels. Though Tian Yuan appears to be a game, if a player dies within it, their real-world body will also suffer brain death. Combining Phoenix Rebirth with Spirit Severance allows one to command an army of tens of thousands of undead in the late game. By then, it would be equivalent to possessing an immortal and indestructible body. This made it impossible for me to suppress my excitement, and I burst into maniacal laughter. 5 years? Do you have any idea how I've survived these 5 years? To the point where passing players thought I had lost my mind. Yilinger, I will make you pay for this. After coming to my senses, I realized my login location was the Novice Village number 1947, Fallen Moon Town, in the Abyss world. Sensing something amiss, I immediately opened the status panel. Player name Nether, account rating 10 stars, profession none, level 1, strength 3, agility 1, stamina 1, spirit 1, constitution 1. Physical attack 3, armor 1, magic resistance 1, speed 1, mana 20, HP 60, skill scouting technique F rank. Consumes 1 mana to view data of monsters no more than 3 levels higher than oneself, no cooldown. EXP 0, description: a rookie entering the abyss. Remember the law of this world. The weak are prey to the strong, survival of the fittest. How did I drop to level 1? But it doesn't matter, this is the perfect chance to make up for all the permanent stat boosts I missed in my past life due to lack of strength. In my previous life, with a 1-star account, it took me 5 years to reach level 200. Now, with a 10-star account, I'm confident I can achieve it within a year. Without hesitation, I chose the class of Rune Trickster, a profession specializing in creating formations to either strengthen allies or weaken enemies within a designated area. Combined with the soul-severing talent applied to an undead army, I can't even imagine what kind of spectacle that would create. After choosing the formation trickster profession, Lu Ming tapped on the Heaven's Abyss trading house, because he realized, even with the world's #1 10-star qualification account in hand, it's also going to be very hard without gear and skills up front. After some searching, his eyes finally locked onto an F-rank formation trickster skill scroll. Marked at $19.99, this was already the cheapest skill scroll in the trading house. And Lu Ming's WeChat account still has $2,112.8. This is the original owner's part-time job at a cafe, and her paycheck was just paid last month. It was going to be used to pay the rent that was already 3 months behind. But for now, circumstances dictate. Lu Ming bought that skill scroll and then spent another $100 on a level 1 formation trickster weaponry. After filling out the harvest account and placing the order, it didn't take long for Lu Ming to receive 2 emails. Extract mail for skill scrolls and equipment. War Trample Formation Artist F-rank skill scroll. Description: used to learn War Trample, LV1 releases a 50-yard radius circular war formation, causing all friendly targets within the formation to receive 10% of the formation's attack power plus 3 points of attack power bonus for 15 seconds. Mana consumption: consumes 3 points of mana when turned on, and 1 point of mana per second thereafter. Cooldown time: 50 seconds. Remarks: the effects of the same type of formation cannot be stacked. Lu Ming immediately crushed the scroll and learned the skill. Just to see. Under the tenfold enhancement of the total increased talent, the effective range of War Trample skill expanded from a radius of 50 yards to a radius of 500 yards. The attack bonus gained by friendly troops within range is increased from 10% attack power plus 3 to 100% attack power plus 30 by the formation trickster. The duration has also been extended from 15 seconds to 150 seconds, perfectly covering the 50-second skill cooldown. This meant that, with enough mana, Lu Ming would be able to permanently put War Trample into effect. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming looked towards the weapon that he had bought for $100. Rusty Iron Sword Whiteboard. Physical attack power, plus 3. Occupation required, Formation Artist, Warrior. Level requirement, 1. Durability, 710. Introduction. Although it looks ragged, it can add some killing power. If the durability hadn't worn off a bit, according to the prices in Tian Yuan, $100 wouldn't have been able to buy a piece of weaponry, even if it was just a level 1 white plate weapon. Immediately equipping the iron sword caused the attack power to increase from 3 to 6 points. Looking at the WeChat balance of only 13.8 left, Lu Ming couldn't help but celebrate. Luckily, it's still enough for a bowl of roast duck noodles. As the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf by giving up a child. Although the Heavenly Abyss world was full of crises, it was also full of gold. With this 10-star qualified account in hand, money, no longer the dream it once was, would become something Lu Ming had at his fingertips. Lu Ming, who had been poor for half of his life in his previous life, was really scared of being poor. He no longer wanted to sleep all day in a rented room that cost $300 a month and was the size of a toilet. He no longer wanted to live the days when he had 2 white buns for breakfast every day, bread for lunch, and instant noodles for dinner without even adding ham sausage. He wants to make money. He wants a good life. Of course, Lu Ming, who had relived his life, was even more clear. In the world of Heaven's Abyss, what was more important than money was strength. In his previous life, Lu Ming had been victimized by Yilinger precisely because he had neither money nor strength, and at that moment he had not the slightest power of resistance and could only hiss impotently. This life, power, money, status, I want it all. Lu Ming knew deep down. With his current level and strength, he would definitely not be able to fight against Yilinger, who was already over level 180. Not to mention that behind Yilinger's back, the he who threatened her with betrayal and tried to seize the scroll of God's sealing from Lu Ming. According to Yilinger's meaning, this person must be extremely powerful and possess an extremely high status and position in Disya. So if he wanted to take revenge, Lu Ming had to become stronger first, and just in time to be able to take advantage of the temporary stoicism to track down who was behind the manipulation that got him killed. So after driving around Moonfall Town, Lu Ming picked up a quest on Dick, the bar security guard. Who stole the ring? Ordinary mission. Difficulty index 10. Description: The damn spider stole the ring that Dick had saved half a year's salary to buy and was going to propose to his girlfriend. And Dick was depressed about it. Please go to the Shadow Forest, hunt the jungle spiders 010, and retrieve the ring for Dick 01. Mission time: 0959 hours. Mission reward: experience value plus 50, copper coins plus 5, very small probability of white plate equipment plus 1. Follow the map guide to the level 15 wilderness area, Shadow Forest, located in the northern part of Moonfall Town. When they passed through the north gate of the town, they saw a large number of players, men, women, and children, gathered here. There was no shortage of level 1 newbies who had just registered their accounts to come in, or veterans who had already leveled up to a dozen or so. All kinds of yelling and shouting. 10 years old, the city's 9th battle team, Heavenly Palace, is recruiting newcomers. 1-star qualifier to join the team to enjoy 5,000 base salary plus commission plus 5 insurance and 1 gold plus 4 days off per month. Easy to earn more than $10,000 per month. Is there any need for a substitute trainer? Full set of black iron weapon equipment. Level 10 Turn 2 Warrior Online Substitute Trainer. Newcomer discount only $50 an hour. Guaranteed to rise to level 4 within a day. Acquaintances. Girls can enjoy 10% discount. Oh. Are there any newcomers teaming up together to brush the level 2 Poisonous Scorpion quest? For short of 1 to a front row, immediately send a level 8 10 copy Scarlet Forbidden Zone Group DD. Level 8 Archer Seeks Group with Black Iron Weapon. Because this is a world of real death. So those old players, recognizing those newcomers who do not have a fixed caravan, sees the psychology that they do not dare to venture out alone, and can vigorously fool them. Lu Ming had just arrived at the door, and there were several old players surrounding him as well, one after another self-promoting. It almost made Lu Ming get back a feeling that he had just come out of the station and faced a group of old drivers. Of course, the average newcomer is good to fool. Lu Ming, an old bird who had been rolling around the heavenly abyss world for 5 years. They couldn't fool them. Standing out from the crowded Moonfall town, Lu Ming stepped into the wilderness alone. Chapter 3 Necromancer. I am the Lord of the Dead, outside the town of Moonfall. At a glance, the ruinous city is filled with smoke and devastation, just like hell on earth. A strange-looking mutant creature walked recklessly through the ruins, eyeing the passing players nearby. Black clouds rolled across the sky and lightning flashed. The scent of death filled the air. Making his way through the ruins, Lu Ming went straight to the level 15 wild area, the Shadow Forest. Within the large forest, there were also quite a few level 13 players who had received the quest, who stole the ring, teaming up in groups of 3 or 5 to hunt the forest monsters, jungle spiders. Since they were all newbies, it wasn't as easy as it could have been with the minuscule 3 or 4 points of damage each, even with several people surrounding the jungle spiders together. Lu Ming bypassed them and came to the other end of the Shadow Forest. It was only when not a single player could be seen in the vicinity that they stopped. Roar! Accompanied by a low hiss, a giant spider the size of an adult bull, covered in long black hair, appeared in front of the line of sight. Lu Ming threw a scouting spell over. Jungle Spider Physical Normal. Rank 1. Physical Attack Power 4. Armor 1. Magic Resistance 0. Speed 1. Blood 50. Skill Venom Level F. Introduction. The spider that has been eroded by the dark power and fallen into demonization has an extremely strong aggressiveness. Be careful. Its venom will corrode your skin at any time. Beep. Green, strong acidic thick liquid dripped down the bloody mouth, corroding the ground rapidly and sending up gusts of smoke. Generally speaking, newbie players who had just entered the heavenly abyss and were facing such horrifying monsters for the first time would have to have an adaptation period of at least 3 to 7 days. But Lu Ming, who had already died once, was fearless. Drawing his sword, he stepped forward with an expressionless face. A small walking position skillfully avoided the jungle spider's long-distance spraying venom attack, and the moment he got close to the jungle spider, his hand rose up and his sword fell. Whoa rub. At once, green blood splattered. A blood-red damage jumps up from the jungle spider's head. 5. It's going to be a little tough until you unleash the talent, Spirit Decimator, and summon a necrotic warrior. Lu Ming was also prepared for this. After all, the Formation Trickster, being a support in his own right, wasn't expected to deal much damage. At that moment, the jungle spider shook its head and launched a counterattack. Opening his bloody mouth, he bit at Lu Ming. Retreating to avoid the attack, he backhanded another brush sword down. 5. Brush, brush, 5, 5. Even with the body skills and experience of 5 years of rolling and crawling in his previous life, it took Lu Ming quite a bit of effort to tackle this jungle spider. Roar. With a wail, the jungle spider fell to the ground and struggled twice, no longer moving. Ding kill level 1 jungle spider. Experience value +1. At this moment, only a silver shimmer could be seen on the corpse of the jungle spider. At the same time, a prompt panel appeared before Lu Ming's eyes. Ding, is it refining the jungle spider? Lu Ming was delighted in his heart. Immediately select refinement. In the next moment, the corpse of the jungle spider was only seen evaporating into a burst of starlight that floated into Lu Ming's hands and disappeared. Ding, you have gained 1 point of soul power. At the same time, a summoning panel surfaced in front of Lu Ming. The panel shows that 1 point of soul power can currently be consumed to summon a first-rank necromantic warrior. Thus, Lu Ming clicked summon. Next, wow, a 3-meter-tall shadow vortex tore through space in front of Lu Ming and manifested. Immediately after that, a dark warrior armed with full heavy metal dark armor and holding an iron sword stepped out from that vortex. Beneath the fully enclosed battle helmet, the eyes glowed with a greenish spectral light. All over his body, he exuded an aura of death like a messenger from hell. Under his direct gaze, Lu Ming even developed a feeling of facing death directly. The aura of the necromancer was so powerful that it was suffocating. In the next moment, the necromantic warrior was suddenly facing Lu Ming and kneeling on one knee, displaying absolute obedience to his master. Necromancer first rank. Master. Pantheon. Level 1. Synchronized with the owner's level. Power 3. Agility 1. Spirit 1. Physical 1. Endurance 1. Physical attack power 3. Armor 1. Magic resistance 1. Speed 1. Mana 20. Blood 60. Skills not yet available. Because for the time being the grade is only first order, the level is only first, and it's still mass-produced. So the necromancer's early stats seem, well, kind of mediocre. However, when the quantity and quality were up later on, the necromantic legion under the augmentation of Lu Ming, a 10-star formation trickster, would surely be invincible and unrivaled. Most importantly, as long as there was a necromancer warrior, it also meant that Lu Ming's spring was coming. Try the strength of this 10-star talent. War trampling. Wow. Only to see Lu Ming stationing himself with his long sword. A red aura of light immediately blossomed along his feet and in all directions. Under the tenfold reinforcement of total increase, a huge knot formation with a radius of 500 yards almost instantly enveloped the entire shadow forest, lining the entire ground with a blood-red color. In order to avoid being too flashy, Lu Ming immediately set the skill effect display range to normal. The original 500-yard super halo has shrunk back to 50 yards. The effective range of the skill, however, was still 500 yards. Nonetheless, the momentary coverage of skill effects just now still caught the attention of the players who were also practicing in the shadow forest. What just shook the ground? Who stepped on a forbidden spell? This way, Lu Ming gave an order to the necromancer. Go kill the monsters. The necro warrior gripped his iron sword and quickly dashed towards a nearby level 1 jungle spider. Brush. The hand rose up and slashed the jungle spider with a forehand sword. 38. A tenfold increase in War Trample provides a Formation Trickster 100% attack plus 30-point attack bonus to teammates. Combined with Lu Ming's 6 points of attack power, it would also be able to bring a whopping 36 points of additional attack power bonus to the necromancer. It caused the necromancer's attack power to skyrocket from 3 points to 39 points. The sword struck the jungle spider, which only had 1 point of armor attribute, and instantly shaved off a large portion of its blood bar. Without waiting for that jungle spider to react, the necromancer warrior backhanded and slashed again. 38. Thus, the jungle spider that Lu Ming needed a small half-day to slowly grind to death in front of him was directly killed by the necrotic warrior in just 2 swords. The intensity was already comparable to a fully armed level 5 player. Necrotic warrior generates a kill gain that counts directly against the owner. Ding kill level 1 jungle spider. Experience value +1. Lu Ming refined the corpse of this jungle spider as he had done, and used the 1 point of soul power he had gained to summon a second necrotic warrior. At Lu Ming's command, the 2 necromantic warriors automatically searched for their prey. The outskirts of the Shadow Forest were almost all level 1 jungle spiders. With the enchantment of War Trample, the Necro Warrior only needed 2 swords to easily cut down a jungle spider. Thus, the necromantic warriors went around harvesting and hunting, while Lu Ming carried out refining. Ding kill level 1 jungle spider. Experience value +1. Ding refinement successful. Soul power +1. Ding kill level 1 jungle spider. Experience value +1. Ding refinement successful. Soul power +1. Ding you summoned a first rank necromancer. Ding you summoned a first rank necromancer. In no time at all, Lu Ming had already summoned 10 necrotic warriors, reaching the maximum number of level 1 summons. Meanwhile, the number of jungle spider kills reached 10. Lu Ming had also picked up the quest ring as expected, and the current quest was already in a completed state. However, Lu Ming didn't rush back to submit his mission, because most of the normal quests in Sky Abyss have a boost mode. It is generally divided into 10 grades. For example, this quest that Lu Ming had received, the first slot was to kill 10 jungle spiders. Second gear is 30 kills, third gear is 50 kills. The higher the gear, the more rewarding the quest. Tian Yu on each task, each player can only be executed once in a lifetime. For the players who have the conditions, naturally the higher the grade completed the better. Thus, under Lu Ming's command, the 10 necromantic warriors advanced forward in a fan-like orientation, invincible and unrivaled within the war-trampling domain with their extremely high attack power. Lu Ming didn't need to do anything himself during the whole process. He just sat back and enjoyed it. With the number of necromancer summons already maxed out, it is still possible to continue refining soul power to save ahead for the subsequent unlocking of more summoning bits after leveling up. The only shortcoming at the moment was that the mana was being consumed too quickly. Lu Ming only had 20 points of mana and was completely unable to withstand the constant consumption of 1 point per second from Trample of War. Therefore, whenever his mana was emptied, Lu Ming would have to enter a period of rest, waiting for the 0.1 mana recovery per second granted by 1 point of spirit, and slowly recovering his mana before continuing to kill monsters. There's no way around it, except for those who have money in their family and can spend it on the trading market to buy tons of copper, silver, or even gold coins whenever they want. Otherwise, players with more average finances are stuck with this upfront. After all, a level 1 mana life potion at 3 coins a bottle wasn't something anyone could afford. When enough 30 jungle spiders were killed, a pleasant prompt rang out. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the second rank of the Who Stole the Ring quest. The reward has been upgraded. Experience value +100, copper coins +10, small probability of white plate equipment +1. Ding, continue to kill jungle spiders to reach an accumulated number of 50. You can increase the quest reward to the 3rd level. Under the Necrotic Warrior's hunt, Lu Ming had killed enough 50 and 70 jungle spiders one after another, and had already made it to the 4th slot of the quest. The rewards are increased to 250 experience points, 30 copper coins, and a high probability of receiving a piece of white plate equipment. In the meantime, wow, a beam of golden light spilled down from above Lu Ming's head. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to level 2, 5-dimensional attribute +1, mana value +10, chi blood +20, free attribute points +3. The next promotion requires 250 experience points. Chapter 4 Leveling Frenzy. Preparing for the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. It went up to level 2 in less than half an hour before and after. Know this, more than 90% of new players with low qualifications will take at least half a day or even a day to go from level 1 to level 2 without someone to lead them. In comparison, Lu Ming's upgrade speed was like turning on a gas pedal. In order to solve the problem of lack of mana in the early stages, Lu Ming added all 3 attribute points rewarded by the upgrade to Spirit. With this, along with the 10 points of mana that was automatically added by the upgrade, as well as 1 point of Spirit, Lu Ming's mana value directly rose from 20 points to 70 points. And with a total of 5 spiritual attributes, it was already able to bring Lu Ming a recovery of 0.5 mana per second, which was able to offset half of War Tramples per second consumption. At the same time, as Lu Ming's level increased, the skill War Trample was automatically upgraded to LV2. The attack boost effect on ranged friendly troops has been increased from the previous formation Trickster 10% attack power +3 to 10% attack power +5. On the surface, it only looks like a 2-point attack boost. However, in actuality, for Lu Ming, who possessed a 10-fold increase in skill, it was a 20-point increase in attack power. On top of that, the Necrotic Warrior's level had also come to level 2 along with Lu Ming. Like the player's growth, the boosts gained by a Necromancer after upgrading are +10 mana, +20 chi, plus 1 5 dimensions, as well as gaining 3 free attribute points. War Trample had greatly secured the output ability of the Necrotic Warrior. Therefore, Lu Ming set the Necrotic Warrior's points to 2 minutes and 1 power as a way to increase the Necrotic Warrior's maneuvering power. Finished adding points and opened the panel to look at it. Necromancer first rank. Rank 2. Master. Pantheon. Physical attack power 61. Includes 57 bonus points from Trample of War. Speed 4. Armor 2. Magic resistance 2. Mana 40. Blood 90. Skills not yet available. And as Lu Ming's level rose to level 2, the maximum number of necromancers that can be summoned has also been increased to 20. So, he opened the summoning panel and summoned through the 90 points of soul power he had accumulated earlier. Wow! Dozens of shadow vortexes bloomed around Lu Ming, and 10 necromantic warriors, armed with full black armor, stepped through the darkness and answered the call. Immediately afterward, under Lu Ming's command, all 20 necromantic warriors topped the War Trample aura and spread out in all directions within the Forest of Shadows, launching a massacre. With War Trample's additional attack bonus increased from 36 to 57 points, the Necrotic Warrior only needed a single sword punch, which was enough to directly kill a level 1 jungle spider with only 50 points of blood with a whopping 60 points of damage. Lu Ming began to mentally manipulate the necromantic army to go deeper into the Shadow Forest, hunting the more advanced level 2-3 jungle spiders in the depths of the forest. Even a level 2 jungle spider with 90 points of chi and blood, or a level 3 jungle spider with 150 points of blood, couldn't resist the Necrotic Warrior's 2-3 damage at all. Moreover, because of the 2 points of agility added, resulting in the 4 points of speed possessed by the Necro Warrior, it had already finished off the level 1-3 jungle spiders. So, regardless of damage or speed, it was a crushing game for the Necromancer. Within the War Trample field, it was simply a slaughterhouse for Necrotic Warriors. The 20 Necromantic Warriors pushed all the way across, unstoppable, mowing down a single level 1, level 2, and level 3 jungle spider. In the process of remotely manipulating the Necromantic Warriors through his mind, Lu Ming realized he could actually share the vision of all the Necromantic Warriors. The places that the Necromantic Warrior had passed through gradually drew a map in Lu Ming's mind. And, when they were more than 500 yards away from Lu Ming, the Necromantic Warriors immediately stopped moving as if they had lost power. It appears that the maximum maneuvering distance for a Necromancer is 500 yards, just in time to align with the effective range of the War Trample skill. In addition to this, within the order of absolute obedience to all orders of their masters, Necromancers also possess a small amount of autonomy, knowing to pick up the spoils for their masters at the end of a battle. All loot picked up by the Necrotic Warrior would be directly transferred to Lu Ming's backpack. Everything is fully automated. Never seen a more comfortable way to practice. Unfortunately, the burst rate of the Heavenly Abyss was just too low. Hundreds of jungle spiders have been killed so far. Lu Ming had only harvested 15 copper coins from it, and equipment was even more of a dime a dozen. Although Lu Ming knew that making money in the early stages was not the most important thing, the most important thing was to upgrade and raise his strength. Once you have power, money is something that is at your fingertips. However, right now, Lu Ming was in dire need of money to make up for the rent money he had taken to buy skill scrolls and equipment. Otherwise, he's going to be swept off his feet by his landlord. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, battle queues came in like a tidal wave. Ding kill level 1 jungle spider. Experience value +1. Ding kill level 3 jungle spider. Experience value +4. Ding kill level 2 jungle spider. Experience value +2. Less than an hour. Wow, another golden light spilled down. Ding, congratulations on your ascension to level 3, 5-dimensional attribute +1, mana value +10, chi blood +20, free attribute points +3. The next upgrade requires 500 experience points. Lu Ming did as he had done and added all 3 free attribute points to Spirit, bringing Spirit to 9 points and mana to 120 points. War Trample upgraded to LV3 increases the effect of the attack power bonus to friendly troops in range to 10% attack power +8 for Formation Trickster. Subsequent mana consumption per second remains at 1 point, except for the mana cost of opening the skill, which has been increased from 3 to 4 points. And with the 0.9 mana recovery per second from Lu Ming's 9 points of Spirit, he could finally keep up with the continuous consumption of War Trample and didn't have to stop and recover as often as before. This coupled with the fact that the maximum number of necrotic warriors summoned had been raised from 20 to 30, caused Lu Ming's next monster killing rate to increase even more. Successively, at 9 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., the escalation was again ushered in. The player ID, Spectre LV5, Formation Master. Account qualification, 10 stars. Power, 7. Agility, 5. Spirit, 17. Endurance, 5. Physical fitness, 5. Physical attack power, 10. Armor, 5. Magic resistance, 5. Speed, 5. Mana, 220. Blood, 180. Money, 0 gold, 0 silver, 83 copper. Experience value, 1200. Skills, Scouting F rank, War Trampling F rank. Overnight, he had risen 4 levels in a row, reaching level 5 from level 1, accomplishing what ordinary people could only achieve in 3 or 5 days. Lu Ming had to sigh. The strength of this 10-star account was simply too outrageous. Not in vain, in his previous life, Lu Ming had endured humiliation for 5 whole years while being stepped on like a reptile in order to rise to level 200 to obtain the Scroll of Sealing God. And it turns out, giving up the system-recommended mage and choosing the profession of formation trickster was an extremely wise decision. If not, even if one could summon more necromantic warriors, they would be nothing more than a bunch of indiscriminate cannon fodder. And now, every necromantic warrior that had been strengthened by Lu Ming, the formation trickster, was like a demon god from hell. After reaching level 5, Lu Ming had been able to summon a maximum of 50 necrotic warriors. War Trample LV5 has a bonus effect to attack power of friendly troops in range, also up to 10% attack power plus 15 for Formation Trickster. Combined with Lu Ming's 10 points of physical attack power, after obtaining the 10-fold enhancement of total increase, for the necrotic warrior it was a whopping 160 points of attack power bonus, plus the necromancer's own 11 points of attack. It made the necro warrior's level only 5, yet his attack power had already reached a terrifying 171 points. Lu Ming couldn't help but be staggered. A level 10 turn 2 warrior with full strength bonus and full equipment. I'm afraid it would be difficult to break through the triple-digit attack power, right? Once he thought that a necromantic warrior with such a terrifying attack power was following his own orders, and that he could control 50 such necromantic warriors at the same time, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. In such a violent state, even the highest-ranked level 5 jungle spider within the Shadow Forest couldn't resist the necrotic warrior's 2 general attacks. According to the settings of Heaven's Abyss, players can only gain 1 point of mandatory experience for killing monsters whose level is lower than their own, and the explosion rate will also be extremely reduced. This place no longer has much value to enhance. Living a new life, Lu Ming also possessed a clear goal. As far as he knew, there was a level 810 copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone within the domains of the major novice villages. This copy is far more well-known than the others and has been known around the world for a full century, because it has a special difficulty division into Ordinary, Elite, Epic, Legend, Nightmare, Purgatory 6 levels. Each level of difficulty is an exponential increase, and for each player, there is only one chance in a lifetime to enter the replica. The Scarlet Forbidden Zone, which is divided independently according to the national service. According to historical records, the Heavenly Abyss had descended for 100 years, and so far, the highest clearance record of the entire Desya server had reached Nightmare level difficulty. Despite being way ahead of the game compared to other countries, it's still a step away from a Purgatory level clearance. It is reported that last year, the United States of America was synchronized with the birth of a 6-star qualification and 2 5-star qualification account of the top players. In the country's strong support, they joined forces before they finally succeeded in clearing the United States of America server Scarlet Forbidden Zone of the Purgatory level of difficulty, to obtain the reward, a skill scroll with unlimited growth ability. You should know, all skill qualities in the world of Sky Abyss cannot be upgraded at a later stage. Whatever the initial quality is permanently what the quality is, unless it's a high-quality skill of the same type that covers a low-quality one. In his previous life, Lu Ming, who had been mixing in the Heaven's Abyss world for 5 years, had only had the highest skill level of D. And infinite growth means that this skill can reach the highest SSS rank. That's why the market valuation of that skill scroll is said to have exceeded $1 billion. So Lu Ming's first goal was the Purgatory level difficulty first pass reward for the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy of the Desya server. Therefore, at the moment, Lu Ming's goal was to rise to level 8 as soon as possible to meet the entry requirements for the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy. Checked the status of the moment. It was found that under the slaughter of the necromancer, the quest, who stole the ring, had already completed the highest 10th slot. The cumulative killing of 300 jungle spiders. At this time, the time was already 11:30 late at night, and it just so happened that Lu Ming was feeling a little hungry as well. Let's go back to the novice village first and turn in the quest, go offline for a late-night snack, and then come back up for a high-level map to practice. Thinking so, just as Lu Ming was about to recall all the necromantic warriors with his mind and hit the road, suddenly, through the shared vision of one of the necromantic warriors scattered around the shadow forest, Lu Ming discovered several silhouettes that were rapidly approaching this way. Chapter 5. Level 5 Fighting Level 10? Seconds. Late night. Darkness covered the land and all was silent. On the outskirts of the shadow forest, two silhouettes hurriedly approached the forest. Wei, run. As long as we pass through this forest and reach the safe zone Moonfall Town, we'll be safe. A silver-armored warrior youth in his early 20s, holding a green-robed mage girl tightly in his right hand, looked back behind him every now and then with a panicked expression, just as the siblings were about to escape into the shadow forest. Looking up, he suddenly saw a pair of eyes in the forest in front of him, staring straight at them. A pitch-black armor showed off an endless coldness. Underneath the fully enclosed metal battle helmet, the eyes emitted a greenish-colored ghostly light. His body was overflowing with murderous aura, just like a messenger from hell. The sudden appearance of the necromancers caused the siblings to feel a wave of threat. But it seemed that something even more terrifying was chasing them behind them, and after only a moment's hesitation, the two of them resolutely rushed into the shadow forest. Upon entering the shadow forest, they were shocked, because they realized the forest, which was supposed to be the territory of jungle spiders, was filled with necrotic warriors. It was a good thing that these necromantic warriors were just staring at them and didn't make any offensive moves. However, just as he ran into the forest, the warrior youth was forced to stop, holding his sister. For there, in front of the line of sight, stood a man. That person was none other than Lu Ming. Being too nervous, his first reaction was to treat Lu Ming as an accomplice of the person chasing them. The subconscious movement of the warrior youth lifting his sword drew the attention of the necromancer warrior. Wow, click! Sensing the potential danger to their master, all the necromantic warriors located nearby instantly gripped their iron swords and guarded Lu Ming to the left and right, their gazes staring at the warrior youth as if they were looking at a dead man. Because they had not received an attack command from Lu Ming, the necrotic warriors did not move presumptuously. But their attitude at this moment had already made it clear. But if the warrior youth and his sister dared to make a move, without Lu Ming's instructions, they would immediately swarm up and chop them up before the other party's hands could pose any threat to Lu Ming. It was only at this moment that the warrior youth realized. All of these necromantic warriors were actually the summons of the formation trickster player in front of him. Also instantly realizing that Lu Ming was not an enemy, he immediately put down the long sword in his hand to avoid making enemies for himself. Through the auras of these surrounding necromantic warriors, it was completely possible to tell that their masters were absolutely extraordinary. Just then, with the sound of footsteps approaching behind them, the warrior youth realized that the enemy was after him and that he and his sister had no way of escaping. In the heat of the moment, the only hope was pinned on Lu Ming. The warrior youth looked at Lu Ming, his heart burning with anxiety. "Brother, can you please do me a favor and save my sister? I don't deserve to die, but please save my sister. If Wei falls into their hands, she will be finished." The eyes followed the young warrior to the girl he called Vivi. Only the girl was dressed in an ice magic robe. Her eyebrows were cool, and her melon face was sharp and small, frosty face and starry eyes. It was tied in a low ponytail, and her broken hair was plastered to her face, lining her skin more and more white. The girl's breath caught in her flesh, a face bounding with tension and panic. It's a special one. Unfortunately, Lu Ming, who had just experienced Yi Linger's betrayal, no longer had any hint of interest or even revulsion towards women. It was just that for some reason, seeing this girl, Lu Ming always had a feeling of déjà vu. Just as Lu Ming sized up the girl, his mind recalling exactly where he had seen her before. Whoa, rub. In the darkness, a black shadow suddenly flashed by. The sharp dagger sliced through the neck of the silver-armored warrior youth. Instantly, blood splattered. Did not wait for the warrior youth to react. A stealthy state of the black-clothed assassin raided in front of him, appeared in the original form at the same time, the hands of the dagger toward the youth's abdomen. Puff stabbed a number of knives. 162. 95. 95. The warrior youth, whose level had just reached level 9 and whose chi blood was only 300 plus, had his head's full blood bar drained in an instant. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he stared at the black-clad assassin in front of him. The next moment, he fell to his knees with a plop. The moment before he died, the warrior youth still looked at Lu Ming with a pleading gaze. Please, please. Before the words left his mouth, he fell to the ground. Looking at the warrior youth who fell in a pool of blood, the mage girl who was traveling with her was stunned. It was only after a long time that the party came to its senses, fell to its knees in disbelief, and threw itself on the body of the warrior youth and cried out, "Brother!" Lu Ming, who was on the side, didn't have a single feeling when he saw this scene. Because of this situation, he had seen a lot of it in his last life. It is well known. The only measure of life in the world of the heavenly abyss is strength, not law. It's an extra-legal place. Without the shackles of the law, human nature is infinitely amplified. Except for the black-clothed assassin who killed the warrior youth directly with a single strike. In the rear, a black-armored knight appeared one after another, along with a red-robed mage man. The three were obviously in a group, and they were well-equipped and obviously not weak. Lu Ming swept past them through his 10 times strengthened scouting technique and found that the three of them had levels that were clear up to level 10. At this moment, the black-armored knight looked at the corpse in the pool of blood, as well as the girl crying loudly beside the corpse, and said indifferently, "If I had known it would come to this, I would not have done it in the first place." The red-robed mage, on the other hand, noticed Lu Ming, who was standing in a mortar and pestle, and immediately felt a hint of hostility towards him. "Kid, I'd advise you to mind your own business." Lu Ming certainly didn't want to mind his own business. He got up and left. "Count on your kid's sense," the black-clothed assassin murmured as he looked at Lu Ming's back. At this moment, the voices of those three killers were heard from behind them. "This chick, she's really good-looking. No wonder Yi doesn't look at anyone but her. Tomorrow is Boss Yi Chen's 18th birthday. Bring her back to Boss Yi as a birthday gift. Once the boss is happy, he'll specify that there will be no shortage of benefits for our brothers." Hearing the name Yi Chen, Lu Ming's heart suddenly shook and he stopped in his tracks. Turning around, he asked the three assassins, "The Yi Chen that you guys are talking about, is it true that he also has a sister named Yi Linger?" Among the three, the assassin man who was wiping the blood from his dagger swept his grim gaze from Lu Ming. "Does it have anything to do with you?" Lu Ming's face was expressionless as he reiterated, "You only need to answer yes or no. So what if it is? So what if it isn't?" The black-armored knight man on the other side said impatiently, "Since that waist-licking dog beside Brother Yi, his sister, finally died last night, without this stumbling block, overnight, my brother Ye's status and position skyrocketed, and now he is the #1 celebrity in Linhai City. How can you and other nameless juniors be able to point your finger at him?" The red-robed mage also sneered. "What? Could it be that you kids also want to hug Brother Ye's thighs? It's a pity that we three are all brothers who accompanied Brother Yi in life and death. With you? Unless your account qualification is a 2-star or above. Otherwise Brother Yi can't look at a waist like you. Die this heart." The three of them spoke in a sinister manner, their words revealing their contempt for Lu Ming. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, Lu Ming had already clenched his fists, his eyes covered in blood, and his heart was being rapidly consumed by a strong resentment. At this moment Lu Ming finally understood that the Yi Linger that he had loved for 3 years but had betrayed him in the end, her younger brother Yi Chen, including her parents, had not been threatened by that person at all, as Yi Linger had said. All of this was simply Yi Linger's self-asserted conspiracy, not something she was compelled to do. Including Yi Chen, he also clearly knew that Yi Linger was secretly colluding with others to plot against Lu Ming. Yet he had never told Lu Ming. Instead, she chose to work in tandem with her sister and cheat Lu Ming together. Wasted Lu Ming these years to treat Yi Chen as his own brother. Cell phones, computers, no matter what he wants, Lu Ming try to meet. Recalling all of this, within Lu Ming's heart, a flash of intense killing intent instantly erupted. It was also at this moment that the three assassins suddenly detected a murderous aura from Lu Ming's body. "That kid's got a backbone on him." As the black-clothed assassin's words fell, the red-robed mage was unimpressed. "So what? Forgive him for being a level 5 rookie? Or a sewer profession formation trickster? Can he still jump up and down in front of us?" The black-armored knight, on the other hand, had a cold gaze. Finish him off, so as to avoid a long night's sleep and inviting trouble for Brother Yi. As he spoke, the black armored knight held up a seemingly valuable fire-bathing lance and stepped closer towards Lu Ming. I just told you to leave and you didn't. So don't blame me for not giving you a chance. The words just fell. Wow! A burst of flame ignited at the tip of the lance. In the next second, the black armored knight held up his lance and stabbed abruptly towards Lu Ming. It's a skill that knights use to get close to their enemies quickly. Flame burst. In the face of the enemy who came at him unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not dodge for a second. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Wo rub. Taking the longsword resident, he released a blood-colored knot formation in all directions. War trampling. Wow. When the huge knot formation with a radius of 500 yards covered the entire shadow forest almost instantly, the black-clothed assassins and red-robed mages in the rear formation had a moment of disbelief. What skill does this kid have? The range is so big. Didn't wait for them to slow down. Just at the moment when the black armored knight copied the fire-bathing lance and was about to stab Lu Ming in the chest, Madaka, a necromantic warrior, suddenly crossed in front of Lu Ming, using the iron sword in his hand to block the flame burst skill attack from the black armored knight. But, without specialized warrior block skills, it is an ineffective block. A high blood red damage instantly jumped up above the necrotic warrior's head. 171. The necrotic warrior, who only had a total of 180 points of chi blood, instantly bottomed out and was nearly killed in a second. Seeing this, the black armored knight showed disdain out of the corner of his eye, thinking, worthy of being a trash summon that's only level 5, it's really unbeatable. At this moment, the mage girl on the other side, Wei Wei, looked up and saw the scene, thinking that Lu Ming was trying to save her. Didn't want Lu Ming to lose his life for himself. Crying out in pain, she yelled to the 3 killers, "Don't you hurt him. I'm coming with you." The black armored knight turned his face to look at the girl and grunted coldly. If it were before, I would consider it. But now it's too late. Just as the black armored knight raised his lance, he was ready to finish off this obstructive necromantic warrior in front of him before going on to kill Lu Ming. Brush up. On the left and right sides, for more necromantic warriors suddenly rushed out, jumping up at the same time, swinging their iron swords, and heavily slashing at the black armored knight's body. 128. 128. 128. 128. With the blood bar above his head being emptied in the blink of an eye. Before the black armored knight could react, his entire body fell to the ground with a plop sound. Chapter 6. Black Iron Weapon, Moon Demon Set. Poof! The black armored knight, who fell heavily to his knees, opened his eyes wide, looking full of unbelief at Lu Ming, who stood calmly in front of him. How possible? After all, this was a world of real death, and the black armored knight wouldn't make a move without full certainty. Before making his move against Lu Ming, he had clearly checked his opponent's information through the scouting technique. It was clear that a formation trickster who was only level 5, even if he had summoned so many necromantic warriors through some sort of summoning type talent. But all of these necromancers were also only level 5, and the summons couldn't wear equipment. In front of a knight like him who had reached level 10 and had completed his second turn, plus a full body of black iron weapon equipment, it should have been a bunch of cannon fodder. He never dreamed that these few low-level necrotic warriors who seemed unbeatable would possess such terrifying damage. With endless unwillingness, the black armored knight fell into a pool of blood. The air was suddenly quiet. The black-clothed assassin and red-robed mage in the back were instantly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The red-robed mage was the first to realize the problem. There's something wrong with his knot formation. Withdraw. The duo turned and attempted to flee. But under Lu Ming's intentional manipulation, all 50 necromantic warriors scattered in the shadow forest had already gathered over to this side. Just before they could run 2 steps, the duo was surrounded by a large group of necromantic warriors. The 2 of them were back to back, and at this moment, they felt a fear they had never felt before. After all, this group of necromantic warriors, although they were all only level 5, could even easily decimate the level 10 knights, who could be called the most thick-skinned of the 8 professions in Heaven's Abyss. Not to mention their 2 brittle level 10 mages with assassins. Kill! With Lu Ming's intention, the ghostly light in the eyes of the necrotic warrior flashed and launched an attack. Even though they knew that the odds were against them, the black-clothed assassin and the red-robed mage duo had no choice but to harden their heads and put up resistance. Boom! Boom! The red-robed mage waved his staff and released 2 skills in succession. Fireball. Ice Pick spells. 213. 204. A level 10 turn 2 mage with full black ironware equipment had extremely high damage. 2 of the necromantic warriors who had been attacked perished on the spot. With the enchantment of War Trample, the necrotic warriors' damage had reached the level of a level 10 plus elite player, but their vitality and defense were still only at level 5. After all, the bonus effect of War Trample on friendly troops is only attack power. Players are limited in the number of skills they can master in the early stages when their level is low. As a mage who relied on skills to eat, when the red-robed mage used up his only 2 output skills, it also meant death was coming. Brush up. 3 necromancers swarmed the red-robed mage with their iron swords, and their heads were clipped off by the red-robed mage. The black-clothed assassin next to him also suffered for a full 3 seconds, and finally died as expected with his good friend, the red-robed mage. Seeing that Lu Ming, with almost no effort at all, had commanded the summons to easily kill those 3 level 10 killers, at this moment, even the mage girl on the side, her eyes widened as she looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Obviously, she also didn't expect that this formation artificer, who was only level 5, would have such terrifying strength. Looking at the 3 corpses on the ground, Lu Ming's gaze was calm like that of a veteran who had killed often. But the truth was that in his last life, Lu Ming had never dared to kill anyone, and he had never killed anyone. Do not hit back, do not curse back. When he was bullied, he would only choose to bear it silently, and afterward he still had to smile at the bullies. That's right. Lu Ming was such a cowardly and weak person in his last life. He thinks to himself that if he is kind enough, the world will be kind to him. Until Yi Linger taught him a lesson that woke him up hard. Kindness? I'm kind my ass. Whoever upsets me in this life, I'll get rid of them. Lu Ming opened the summoning panel and consumed 3 points of soul power to summon 3 necrotic warriors, filling the empty spots left by the ones who had just been killed. Then searched the bodies of the 3 killers. Don't tell me. These 3 are worth a lot of money. From their bodies, Lu Ming had clearly scavenged 4 pieces of black iron weapon equipment and over 200 copper coins. Moon Magic Arcane Ring Grade 8 Black Iron Artifact, common to physical professions. Plus 35 physical attack power, plus 8 strength. Moon Magic Arcane Blade Grade 8 Black Iron Artifact, Assassin. Plus 42 physical attack power, plus 10 agility. Moon Magic Cloak Grade 8 Black Iron Artifact, Assassin, Formation Trickster. Plus 120 Chi and Blood, plus 8 stamina. Moon Magic Walking Boots Grade 8 Black Iron Artifact, common to magic professions. Plus 24 speed, plus 8 physique. Lu Ming opened the Heavenly Abyss Trading House and checked the value of this kind of goods. This look is a shock. Nice guy. A normal level 8 black iron weapon with full durability is at least $800 to start with. Is it that valuable? Lu Ming hands these pieces. Durability are more than 90% new, the price difference is not big. Moreover, it was also a black iron weapon belonging to the set system, and its value was even multiplied several times. The level 6-8 copy Moon Demon Sanctuary is said to be one of the most time-consuming, yet highest value copies within the realm of the novice village. Lu Ming surveyed the equipment and muttered, "This copy abounds in black iron grade Moon Demon set system equipment, but the burst rate is very low, and only one piece can be exploded in 3 to 5 days if you're lucky. Many professional gold players will deliberately control the level of 6-8 level. Every day just guard the Moon Demon Sanctuary copy brush. After all, as long as a Moon Demon equipment was popped out, it could be sold for $2,000 or $3,000. A month casually burst 4 or 5 pieces out, you can easily earn more than $10,000 a month. For the average qualified gold player, having that income is quite satisfying." Lu Ming had also been torn between waiting for level 6 and then brushing up on the Moon Demon Sanctuary to get a few pieces of Moon Demon set system equipment out before hitting the later level 8-10 copies of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. This was because the set skill returned to magic, automatically restoring mana value every second that the Moon Demon set possessed was too important for Lu Ming, who was in the Formation Trickster profession. Just as Lu Ming was now level 5, LV5 War Trample's mana consumption per second had reached 2 points. Even if Lu Ming had added all spirit points every time he upgraded, the 17 points of spirit he currently possessed could only bring about a mana recovery of 1.7 per second. The consumption of a single War Trample alone was a bit too much to keep up with, not to mention that Lu Ming would definitely have to learn other skills later on. All of the formations formed by the Formation Wizard are continuously consumed. Several knot formations stacked on top of each other. Thinking about that image, that consumption, it simply killed Lu Ming. Originally, I considered that brushing this copy was just too much of a waste of time, affecting my upgrade plans. Now it was just right, these few people were directly presentable to Lu Ming. Good man nah. Lu Ming was touched. Aside from the Moon Demon Shen Blade and Moon Demon Walking Boots that could not be used, the other two Moon Demon Shen Rings and Moon Demon Cloak were both usable by Lu Ming. And set skills don't need a full set to take effect, equipping 2 or more will do it. Let's just say that the more complete the set, the more effective the skills will be. For Lu Ming, the 2-piece set of Return to Magic, which restored 1 point of mana per second, combined with the 10-fold enhancement of Total Increase, that was 10 points of mana restoration per second, which was completely sufficient in the early stages. Thus, Lu Ming put the Moon Demon Shen Blade and Moon Demon Walking Boots on the trading house at 2,800 and 2,500 respectively. The other 2 went in the backpack. Next, sit back and wait for level 8. Then you can equip it. People who often kill people know that killing is the fastest way to obtain resources in the Tianyuan world. This statement is true. Putting these pieces of equipment aside, Lu Ming had also exploded 245 copper coins from a few of them. One must know that Lu Ming had only managed to brush 83 copper coins after working hard all night. Killing a few people had been worth several nights of brushing up on his skills. After handling the stuff, Lu Ming's sudden gaze turned to the mage girl on the side. It was also at this time that he finally remembered where he had seen this girl before. It was a girl that Yi Linger's younger brother, that is, Lu Ming's brother-in-law, Yi Chun, was pursuing in his previous life. No wonder Lu Ming felt familiar at the first sight of the girl, because he had once seen this girl in the photo Yi Chun had sent. Her name is Lin Yue. If Lu remembered correctly, Yi Chun should have been chasing this girl for more than a year, only to be explicitly rejected by Lin Yue all the time. Yi Linger's family in Linhai City was only an ordinary family. There was nothing Yi Chun could do about Lin Yue's love for her. But Lu remembered that Yi Chun had once said an angry word in front of him after his confession was rejected by Lin Yue. If it weren't for you, the stumbling block, Wei Wei would have been mine long ago. At that time, Lu Ming did not understand what Yi Chun meant by this statement. It was only in retrospect that Lu Ming finally understood. It turned out that Yi Linger and her family had long since hooked up with the person who had framed Lu Ming behind the scenes. The reason why they hadn't pierced this layer of paper was to wait for Lu Ming to rise to level 200 and seize his Scroll of God sealing. So the implication of Yi Chen's original statement was actually that in order to prevent Lu Ming from discovering the breakthrough, their Yi family could only continue to pretend to live an ordinary life. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, he, Yi Chun, would have been able to use the authority of that future brother-in-law of his to directly get everything he wanted, including Lin Yue. Therefore, after Yi Linger made her move to kill Lu Ming last night, their Yi family didn't need to continue their disguise and rose to prominence overnight. Regarding the matter of the Scroll of the Sealed God, Lu Ming had only spoken to Yi Linger alone. In other words, Yi Linger had long since betrayed Lu Ming and had secretly gotten involved with another man long ago. Yet she had been still hanging on to Lu Ming for the Scroll of the Sealed God. Thinking of all of this, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes grew more and more intense. At the same time, a clear and complete plan for revenge gradually emerged in his mind. Yi Linger, Yi Chun, your family, all of you deserve to die. And you, the villain who hides in the shadows, no matter who you are, no matter how powerful you are, I will definitely make you pay 100 times, 1,000 times, after trying to recover your mind. Lu Ming cast the talent Spirit Beheading and refined the corpses of those 3 killers into 3 points of soul power, squeezing out the last bit of their value. Gather the necromongers and prepare to turn and leave. Suddenly, Lin Yue's voice came from behind her. Can you help me get revenge? I'll give you money. I'll give you all the money I have. Chapter 7 Brother-in-Law Yi Chun. Revenge begins. Lin Yue's timid and weak voice was filled with pain and despair. Lu Ming stopped but did not turn around. Lin Yue thought that Lu Ming stopping was a willingness to help himself. She cried and said, My brother has never harmed anyone. He has always been a very good person. Why? Why do they want to kill my brother? Yi Chun. They are all people sent by Yi Chun. It was Yi Chun who killed my brother. I want to avenge my brother. As long as you help me kill Yi Chun, I'll give you all the money I have on me. As she spoke, Lin Yue burst into tears, her white cheeks covered in tears. Through this battle just now, she could also see that Lu Ming's strength was very strong. So she placed all her hopes for revenge on Lu Ming. She opened the WeChat page tied to her gamertag, only to see the balance show 13,584.2. This was all the money Lin Yue had earned from working hard and doing part-time jobs when she was in school before she entered Tianyuan. Since she was young, her parents passed away in the heavenly abyss, leaving her to depend on her brother. Because she didn't want her brother to work too hard on his own, both taking care of his life and earning tuition for himself, she didn't study after high school and chose to enter the heavenly abyss with her brother to make a name for herself. But just as Lin Yue was about to ask Lu Ming for his microsignal, she planned to transfer the money to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, however, did not say a word and left without looking back. Looking at Lu Ming's indifferently departing back, Lin Yue's eyes were instantly filled with helplessness and grief. Lu Ming left the shadow forest, and Lin Yue's grief-stricken cries came clearly from behind him. If it was in his last life, Lu Ming might have even sympathized with this poor girl. But now, he has everything only in his own self-interest and will no longer empathize with any other person. Yichen, Lu Ming was definitely going to find him. But for Lin Yue, but to avenge himself, Lu Ming returned to Moonfall Town. By now, it was 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The town was still bustling with people coming and going. Since the descent of the heavenly abyss 100 years ago, the entire world has been split in two. According to big data analysis, the rest of the world, excluding 31.82% of people under the age of 18, although as much as 35.97% of the population chose to continue to be ordinary people in the real world. And yet, a full 32.21% also chose to enter Sky Abyss as a pro. The heavenly abyss had become the second world that humans relied on for survival, so the popularity of this world would only increase, not decrease. After returning to the town, Lu Ming went straight to the bar, found Dick the security guard, and submitted the quest. Receiving the diamond ring from Lu Ming, Dick was instantly delighted. "Great! I finally got my ring back. Thank you, young brave. This is my little reward. Please smile." As Dick's words fell, the system's pleasant prompt also fell. "Dick, congratulations on completing the quest. Who stole the ring? Completing the 10th slot of the progress, obtaining the reward, experience value plus 1,000, silver coins plus 1. Obtaining the equipment sword of the brave black iron weapon plus 1. Lu Ming's experience bar instantly skyrocketed by 83%. Opening his backpack, he took out a pitch black iron sword lying quietly inside. Sword of Valor Black Iron. Rank 5. Physical attack power plus 28. Additional strength plus 6. Durability 15-15. Occupation formation artist, warrior. Description: only the brave are qualified to wear the sword, the bearer of the sword, symbolizing the people's heroes of the town of Moonset. Lu Ming immediately used the Sword of Valor to replace the level 1 white plate iron sword in his hand, which only had 3 points of attack power attached to it. Opening the status bar and looking at it, he saw that the attack power had increased from 10 points to 41 points in one go. Lu Ming gained a 31-point increase in attack power, which was equivalent to an equal 31-point increase in the effect of Trample of War's attack power bonus on necrotic warriors. Very good. As for the blank iron sword that was replaced, Lu Ming realized that after the wear and tear of his knight's use, its durability had dropped from 7 points to 6 points. "I bought it for 100, and it wears out 1 point of durability, so it's not too much for me to sell it for 80, is it?" With this in mind, Lu Ming put the iron sword on the trading house for $80. In retrospect, the reward for the first rank of this quest was a mere 50 experience plus 5 copper coins, and even the equipment was only a very small probability of white plate quality. The 10-step rewards can smell really good in comparison. Not in vain, people outside the professional coaching, a mission within 10 levels of 10 gears all through the car fleet, on the car fee is casually $1,000 to start. After all, to kill 10 monsters in 1 gear and brush up to killing 300 monsters in 10 gears within 10 hours of quest time, it was simply impossible for unusual players to do so. According to the big data records, the single-person limit is only the 6th gear. Touching his rumbling stomach, Lu Ming opened the logout interface and exited the game. Wow! White lights spilled out, and Lu Ming returned to the Ant Internet Cafe where he had logged into the game earlier. In the early hours of the morning, the pedestrians on the road were sporadic, and most of them stayed up late to fight Tianyuan. Lu Ming went to a roast duck noodle store across the street and ordered a bowl of roast duck noodles with the only $13 left inside WeChat. Just as Lu Ming was eating his noodles while pondering how to deal with Yi Linger and Yi Chan, The sound of several young men and women who were also eating noodles at the next table talking came to his ears. Who is this Emperor Tatsu? I'll be damned. There are 100,000 people online in the live broadcast room. It shows that the anchor is 13 kilometers away from me. Do we have a big netizen of this level in Linhai City? As a four-eyed youth's words fell, the double ponytailed girl sitting across from him proudly said, "You don't know about this, do you? This is an anchor I've been following. I've been following him for a few months now, and although his popularity really wasn't that great in front of him, I've always felt that he had a lot of potential. It turns out my vision was right. He's finally caught fire." Hearing the name Emperor Cinnabar, Lu Ming's heart shook. As if thinking of something, he picked up his cell phone, tapped into Shake, searched for Tatsuji, and entered a live broadcasting room, only to see that the one who was broadcasting live was a young and tender-looking boy. And this teenager was none other than Yi Linger's younger brother, Lu Ming's brother-in-law in his previous life, Yi Chun. Yi Chun has been doing live broadcasts for 2 years, this Lu Ming knows. He went the face anchor route. After all, it had to be said that he and his sister Yi Linger did have a few moments of beauty in their bodies. Otherwise, Lu Ming in his previous life would not have fallen for Yi Linger's demon. However, in Lu Ming's impression, Yi Chen had always been a small 10th line anchor with little traffic and fame. But nowadays, the number of people online in the live broadcast room is surprisingly 10W+. The popularity was so high that almost the entire screen was dominated by premium gifts like supercars, yachts, and rockets. There were even countless messages scrolling frantically on the pop-up screen, hundreds up and down in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming took a general look at it, but he didn't think that it was just the right time to eat a melon on his head. Tatsu's little fangirl. "Tatsu, I heard that your sister's boyfriend died in the heavenly abyss last night. Is this true or not?" Online begging for a rich woman's adoption. His sister already showed up at the live broadcast last night and confirmed it herself, so how can it be fake? Look at his sister's expression reveals sadness. Think is also a person of infatuation. The first time I saw you was when you were on the air, and I was so happy that I was able to see your face. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm sure you're a good person, and I'm sure you're not a good person. He deserves to die. Your sister deserves better. Seeing these pop-ups, Lu Ming had thought that Yi Chun would pretend to be a good guy and say something against his will. But he never thought that Yi Chun would even pretend to stop pretending, and directly sprayed in front of the 10W+ audience. "You guys are right. How many people once pursued my sister, but they were all rejected by my sister on the grounds that she had a boyfriend. Although my sister is willing to accompany him to suffer, she can't follow him to suffer for the rest of her life." Yi Chun sighed, pretending to be disappointed, and said, "To be honest, as far as my sister's ex-boyfriend is concerned, even if he doesn't have any money or power, my sister has never disliked him. But the key is that he doesn't think about making progress, loitering all day long, and thinking about letting my sister support him. If my sister wasn't so dedicated." Yi Chen's complaint instantly aroused the empathy of countless fans in the live broadcast room. For a while, the pop-ups were full of curses. "What a flower in cow dung. I was kind of sympathizing with your sister's boyfriend, but now it looks like he really deserves to die. Exactly. If it were me, I'd have kicked such a drag out of him long ago." Looking at Yi Chun in such a hypocritical manner, Lu Ming was simply infuriated and laughed. "I'm not thinking ahead. I loiter." Although Lu Ming's qualifications were not good in his previous life, he could say with certainty, there was no one who worked harder and wanted to become better than he did. That's all. Lu Ming was too lazy to think about that right now. He had more important things on his mind than that. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly received a text message. The item, Moon Demon Xian Blade, that you consigned to Tian Yuan Trading House has been successfully sold. -5% handling fee. Your account with tail number 649 has an income of 2,660 renminbi and a balance of 2,660 renminbi. Seeing this news, Lu Ming's heart was delighted. What a snowball's chance in hell this deal has come. So, Lu Ming immediately switched to Jitterbug Trumpet, changed the nickname to Yo-Yo My Heart, changed the gender to female, and changed the avatar to a soft girl type that looked like it would be good to hold. Tap into Yi Chen's live stream. After picking an empty slot where there weren't many people swiping gifts, he gritted his teeth and swiped a True Love Eternal gift worth 899. Immediately after that, he sent a pop-up screen in good conscience. "Anchor, I'm your new fan. Can I ask if you're a player of the Heavenly Abyss?" As expected, This gift from Lu Ming made him stand out from the hundreds of thousands of viewers in an instant. It managed to catch Yi Chen's attention and also made him pay attention to his message. He was seen first thanking the young lady named Yo-Yo My Heart for the gift, and then answering the questions gently and patiently. Not before, but soon. In the early hours of this morning, I just registered out a 2-star Heavenly Abyss account, and I'm ready to officially enter the Heavenly Abyss world at 8 o'clock this morning. Words here. Yi Chen took advantage of the situation to face all the audience in the live broadcast room, full of confidence, said, "There are families in the same city in Linhai. This morning at 8 o'clock, let's not see each other in the world of the Heavenly Abyss. The anchor is here to declare, but for any fans who meet by chance online at that time, I'll give out a gift worth randomly between 110 silver coins for all of you on the spot. Deduct a 1 for those family members who want one." The pop-ups were instantly engulfed by countless ones when this statement was made, and since Lu Ming had already achieved what he wanted, he silently exited the live broadcast. A revenge plan, too, was thoroughly formed in his mind. Chapter 8 Moon Demon Sanctuary. Perhaps it was because of destiny that had caused Lu Ming to be reborn in Linhai City. As it happened, Yi Linger's hometown was in Linhai City, and the novice areas in the Heavenly Abyss world were divided according to the cities in the real world. What Linhai City corresponded to was the 1947 novice area, Moonfall Town. All players whose first login location is in Linhai City will be automatically classified to Moonfall Town. That meant Yi Linger's younger brother, Yi Chen, would be logging into Lu Ming's same newbie area, Moonfall Town, at 8 o'clock this morning. So Lu Ming's plan for retaliation was to wait for Yi Chen to come online by standing guard there in Moonfall Town. Yi Chen had just turned 18 today, and had also only just registered his Tian Yuan account. It's the perfect time to get back at him while he's still a novice with no hands. After finishing his late-night snack, Lu Ming returned to the internet cafe. Look at the time. It's 1 in the morning. He didn't know whether the intensity of this 10-star account had made Lu Ming too excited, or whether his desire to take revenge on Yi Chen was too strong, causing Lu Ming to have no sleep. Reopening a machine, Lu Ming was back on the line. Ding, Honorable 10-star Qualified Account Player Spectre. Welcome back to the world of Heavenly Abyss. This system tip felt refreshing every time I heard it. It's a proven fact. If you're strong enough, even the system becomes respectful of you. Lu Ming remembered his own 1-star account from his previous life, and there was no hint of anything when he logged into Tian Yuan. Looking at his own current status, level 5, 83.5%. There doesn't seem to be much point in going through another normal quest, even if you get to the 10th slot, and it's very time-consuming. Because in comparison, the highest reward for the 10th grade of the mission was an ordinary black iron equipment, which was far less interesting to Lu Ming than the Moon Demon set equipment. Directly go to brush the Moon Demon Temple copy forget if the luck is good, and then burst a Moon Demon set equipment out, the combination of 3 pieces, for the back of the level 8 copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. Grasp is also higher, and the probability of a copy coming out with a skill scroll is also much higher than in the wild, so it's not bad to pop a skill scroll when you can't pop equipment. With this in mind, before leaving Moonfall Town, Lu Ming made a trip to the town's pharmacy. While other newbie players still had only a dozen or so coins in their pockets, Lu Ming now had a huge sum of 4 silver coins plus 28 copper coins in his pocket. Thus, for the 3 copper coins, a bottle of level 1 ordinary mana potion restores 30 points of mana instantly after use, and restores 2 points of mana per second for a duration of 15 seconds. With a cooldown of 60 seconds in the apothecary store, Lu Ming bought 10 groups of 100 bottles in one go. It cost 3 silver coins in one go. Although he was a bit reluctant to give up, Lu Ming understood the truth that a higher return could only come from a willingness to invest. These mana potions would allow Lu Ming to recover his mana without having to take a break in the middle of the next battle, saving him a lot of time and speeding up the process of brushing up his copies. After getting ready, Lu Ming left Moonfall Town from the south gate and followed the map's guidelines to the location of the level 6-8 copy of the Moon Demon Sanctuary. The wildlife along the roadside was sparse, so it didn't need to be that exuberant. Lu Ming had only summoned 10 necromantic warriors. Harvest roadside wildlife along the way. 20 minutes later, while arriving at his destination, a beam of golden light spilled down above Lu Ming's head. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to level 6. 5-dimensional attributes plus 1, mana plus 10, blood plus 20, free attribute points plus 3. 1,800 experience points are needed for the next upgrade, just in time to meet the entry-level requirement for the Moon Demon Sanctuary copy. Within the program, Add all 3 free attribute points to Spirit, bringing Spirit to 21 points. At the same time, with War Trample upgraded to LV6, the effect of the attack power bonus to friendly troops is increased to 10% attack power plus 20 for Formation Trickster. Skill duration consumption, too, went up from 2 to 3 points per second. The 2.1 mana recovery per second from 21 points of Spirit doesn't cover the skill drain anymore, thanks to Lu Ming's preparation of 10 sets of mana potions. Of course, the potion was only expedient, and in order to cure the problem, one had to rise to level 8 and equip the Moon Demon set. Look ahead. Only a huge purple light curtain that was 7 or 8 meters tall was seen blooming in the middle of a dilapidated ruin. This, then, was the only entrance to the level 6/8 Sublime Moon Demon Sanctuary. To the left and right of the entrance, 2 heavily armed level 20 NPC soldiers were stationed. At this moment, there were quite a few players hanging around outside the replica. Although their levels were all clearly distributed between level 6/8, it was possible to tell at a glance which ones were newcomers who had just entered the Heaven's Abyss not long ago, and which ones were veterans who had already been in for a year or 2 or even longer, but had always kept their levels purposely suppressed at level 8. The newcomers are clueless, their eyes revealing clear stupidity, like a college student who just graduated out of the society and longs for a master who can take them to play copies. The old birds, on the other hand, had a gleam in their eyes, and they looked at the newcomers like a pack of hungry wolves on the hunt. Get in the car, little old me? Professional fleet at an affordable price. Oh, I a little hot, a little sister. Want brother to take you to play a copy? The newcomers have nowhere to hide in their eyes. However, only one person came to accost Lu Ming. Because Lu Ming's eyes, more refined than them, thus, Lu Ming arrived unimpeded at the 2 guards outside the duplicate entrance. But it was learned that a single person cannot enter the copy. Almost forgot. Most copies of Heaven's Abyss require a group of 5 people to beat it. Just as Lu Ming swept his gaze over the crowd, preparing to look for a suitable teammate, just see a head ID named AAA Moon Devil Lao, or level 8 long-bearded middle-aged warrior man, shoulder carrying a big sword, hanging on to the 3 girls walking in front of them, whistled, "Sisters, uncle to take you under the book, ah." 1249 times Moon Devil Temple copy stable 7th gear pass battle record can be checked. The original price was 300 for a single charge. How about the 3 of you charging 250 for each of you? The 3 girls cringed. After a while, one of the girls with a low ponytail and glasses, who looked relatively quiet, asked the warrior uncle somewhat timidly, 240 okay? The Moon Demon Elder deliberately revealed a slightly thoughtful expression for a moment before answering. All right, then I'll earn less this time, just as a friend. Let's add a friend, and next time you come back to me, I'll give you the biggest discount. A few girls thought they had picked up a bargain and were happy. Thank you, uncle. Just as a few people were about to friend transfer money between each other, suddenly a voice rang out. I'll take you copies, you only need to give me 100 each. A few girls looked in the direction of the source of the sound and saw the person who had spoken, none other than Lu Ming. Chapter 9, Exterminating the Devil's Righteous Path. Slaying the Moon Demon. At this moment, warrior Uncle Moon Demon Elder also noticed Lu Ming. After taking the first glance at Lu Ming and confirming that the other party was alone with no helpers and was only a level 6 support profession Formation Trickster, he did not show the slightest bit of politeness. Rushing at Lu Ming, he angrily rebuked, "Damn, you kid looking for death? Dare to rob my business." Lu Ming directly ignored Moon Demon Elder and directly asked the 3 girls, "Getting on the bus?" The words fell without waiting for a few girls to answer. The Moon Demon Elder immediately spoke alarmistically to them. "Don't listen to him, he's a newbie like you guys, and he's also a support profession that's only level 6, and doesn't even have a single piece of equipment on his entire body, so just buy him, he can take you guys to play a copy?" Lu Ming was calm and collected himself. "Finish the fight first, then pay. If you haven't, you won't be charged." Money or no money, Lu Ming didn't care at all. He was just trying to pull a few random ones to make up the number, enough to get 5 people to get a copy. Hearing Lu Ming say that, those girls weighed their options with each other. In the end, it actually walked towards Lu Ming. So Lu Ming created the team and sent invitations to the 3 girls. Ding player Love Strawberry Bear level 6 Wizard has joined the party. Ding player Milk White Pudding level 6 Priest has joined the party. Ding player Kissing Little Lazy Cat level 6 Archer has joined the party. There's someone missing. Just as Lu Ming was searching for where to snub another one to make up the numbers, suddenly received a message. Ding player Tian Xian Zong Hung level 7 Knight has applied to join the team. Yo, come by yourself? Lu Ming turned his face and was seeing a middle-aged knight man of about 30 or so, striding towards this side. The LV7 Tian Xian Zong Hung ID logo above his head clearly confirmed that he was the one who had applied to join the team. Only the man was seen in fire-bathed armor. Doesn't look like a newcomer by age, by rank yet not a veteran. And he had deep eyes and looked like a steady man. Lu Ming, who was eager to get the number of people together, didn't think twice about passing Tianxian Zongxiang's application. So, the team of 5 came together, and after receiving the copy quest on the copy guard, they stepped directly into the light screen and entered the copy, leaving that moon demon elder behind, furious. Damn, I've seen stupid, not this stupid, so easily fooled by a brat. Stupid you guys. Just forget about it and brush your mom's copy. At this time, a nearby assassin man with the ID name, AAA Moon Demon Lao San, said fiercely, "We can't let this kid break the rules. We have to give him some color." As he spoke, there were several level 8 players with the prefix Moon Demon in their IDs leaning over. They quickly formed a 5-member squad and followed Lu Ming and the others, entering the replica aggressively. Ding, welcome to the Side Moon Demon Sanctuary. This round of copies timed at 5 hours. Please complete the task within the time limit. You can pass the copy and get the rewards. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming's group of 5 people appeared outside of a magnificent, gigantic sanctuary, under the imprint of a blood moon in the sky above his head. The large sanctuary emitted a creepy blood-red glow. The walls were covered with heads that had been air-dried. The overall look is like the netherworld. This situation made several girls involuntarily tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their eyes filled with tension and fear. Lu Ming calmly opened the quest interface. The Righteous Path of Demon Removal Moon Demon Sanctuary Exclusive Copy Quest. Difficulty Index 75. Description: once a prosperous place for human beings, it was attacked by a legion of moon devils one night. Under the leadership of Blood Devil Cruz, they blood-washed the whole city, brutally killed all the human beings here, and completely occupied this place. Players are requested to enter the Moon Devil Sanctuary and kill the Moon Devils 010. Mission time: 5:59 p.m. Mission reward: plus 100 experience value, plus 8 copper coins. Minuscule probability of black iron level moon magic set system equipment plus 1. Like most normal quests, this copy quest falls into a step-up mode. And according to the history, every player, as a captain, the first time to pass the copy of the 10th grade, will certainly obtain a Moon Devil Suit System equipment reward. 10 gears through, a steady take of 1, and then another burst if you're lucky halfway through. That's a double take. Just as Lu Ming was thinking so. Wow! On the ground in front of him, a blood-colored boundary manifested. In the next moment, a humanoid monster with a bloody body, as if it had been rolled in a frying pan and its skin was split open, crawled out from the boundary. LOL. With a creepy laugh, the creature dragged a bloody blade and approached this way. Lu Ming dropped a scouting spell in passing. Moon Demon LV6. Physical Normal Monster. Physical Attack Power 55. Armor 20. Magic Resistance 14. Speed 12. Blood 320. Skill Blood Killing Level F. Introduction. As the most elite warrior under the Blood Demon Cruz, the Moon Demon's mission is to kill all humans who break into the Moon Demon Sanctuary and clear all obstacles for its master, accompanied by a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Just as Lu Ming was about to draw his sword and launch into action, suddenly he only saw the middle-aged knight man in the group, Tianxian Zongheng, carrying a heavy metal shield in his left hand and dragging a fire-bathing lance in his right hand, walk past Lu Ming without saying a word. Beep! A sharp sound erupted as the sharp blade of the gun rubbed against the ground, sputtering out gusts of sparks. Facing the oncoming Moon Demon in front of him, Tianxian Zongheng's face did not change color, and his heart was as calm as water. Just the moment the Moon Demon rushed to come in front of him. Bang! Returning his shield violently, he activated Shield Strike and slapped the Moon Demon to the ground hard with a heavy blow, not waiting for the Moon Devil to get up. Next, with his right hand, he poofed a gravity burst, piercing right through the Moon Demon's head. 159. 166. The Moon Demon fell to the ground and perished on the spot. Ding, your teammate Tianxian Zongheng killed a level 6 Moon Demon. You receive a 30% participation bonus and plus 6 experience value. Ding, quest kill progress plus 1. Seeing this scene, Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Although when he joined the team, Lu Ming had already sensed that this person was a bit unusual. However, he didn't expect that as a tank professional knight, he would be able to have such high damage. A level 7 turn 1 knight's damage was even higher than those level 10 turn 2 slayers that Lu Ming had encountered earlier, with Tian Xian vertical effortlessly and easily killing a monster in seconds. The three girls in the back cast adoring glances at him. Wow! Awesome! That uncle does so much damage. In the meantime, at the back, Moon Demon Elder and the others who had just followed Lu Ming and the others into the duplicates were seeing the image of Tian Xian Zonghang instantly killing a duplicate monster in 2 moves, and they were all shocked. What damage did that knight do? That guy, he looks like he's got something. What should we do? Are we still on? It's just a little something. We 5 level 8s are afraid of a level 7 and a few level 6 novices? Besides, only that level 7 is capable of something. The rest of us are all trash. Go straight ahead and cut down that formation trickster. Front. With Tian Xian Zonghang having just killed a moon demon. Wow! On the ground around him, 3 blood-colored boundaries were manifested at the same time. Immediately after that, 3 moon demons appeared at the same time. Dragging his bloody blade, he besieged towards Tian Xian Zongxiang. Not only is the damage outstanding. As a knight, Tian Xian Zonghang's defense was even weaker. Taking on the attacks of 3 level 6 moon demons at the same time was not the least bit weak. However, under the sustained attack of the moon demon, being outnumbered against the crowd was also a bit overwhelming in the end. After all, the significance of a team copy was not supposed to lie in the individual, unless the individual's strength was exceptionally outstanding. It was obvious that although this Tian Xian Zonghang had 2 tricks up his sleeve, he hadn't reached the point where he could single-handedly paint a copy. Seeing Tian Xian Zonghang resisting the attacks of the 3 monsters in front by himself, which seemed a bit strained, a few of the sisters in the group stepped in. Boom! The mage girl, Love Strawberry Bear, swung a cheap wooden staff and threw an F-rank fireball spell over, hitting one of the moon demons and bringing up a painless 33 points of damage, which didn't work at all. At the same time, the archer girl, Kissing Little Lazy Cat, was also biu shooting several arrows in a row. And let's not talk about how much damage was done. She shot 3 arrows out, and straight away 2 of them were crooked. One of the arrows even shot at Tian Xian Zonghang's brain. The priest girl, Milk White Little Pudding on the side, hastily cast a healing spell. Wow! Green light spilled down, and the plus 44 healing fell on Tian Xian Zonghang's head, as if it was a drop in the bucket. Recovering what little blood there was, it was quickly consumed by the 3 moon demons. The 5 old 6 who were approaching from the rear couldn't help but scoff at the sight. See, such a lousy operation, without us to bring, still want to come to play copies. It's really out of your league. I thought that knight was so powerful, but it turned out to be a swollen face. Isn't the funniest one the array trickster who hasn't even grown any hair? Before entering the replica, he also boasted that he wouldn't charge for the replica if he couldn't beat it. But now he doesn't even dare to move. Pretending to be a bully without looking at his own few pounds. Really laughable. As a few people were talking, they only saw a head. Whoa rub. The black iron weapon Sword of Valor is sheathed. Lu Ming struck out. Chapter 10. A single copy with amazing strength. Our equipment is so poor that the damage we dealt can't even attract hatred from the monsters. What's to be done? Just as the 3 sisters in the back were anxiously stomping their feet, and Tian Xian Zonghang in the front was also under the siege of the 3 moon demons, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous. Wow! In all directions, dozens of 3-meter-high shadow vortexes blossomed out. The sudden scene caused the few old 6s who were approaching over from behind to stop in a panic. Assassin Moon Demon Old 3 was shocked. Holy! What's going on? How did so many monsters come out at the same time? Warrior Moon Demon Elder's color was like a blaze. That's not right. The monsters are refreshed from the ground. This is not a characteristic of brushing monsters. What's that? Just as several people were surprised and puzzled, only to see those shadow vortexes, stepped out a heavy metal dark armor armed, eyes glowing with green ghostly light, exuding a dark aura like the messenger of hell to the death spirit warriors. Lu Ming summoned all 60 necromantic warriors. At the same time with a long sword resident. Wow! A dark red super knot formation with a radius of 500 yards blossomed in all directions along Lu Ming's feet, covering the entire field in an instant and lining the entire ground in dark red. The effect of war trample enveloped all the necrotic warriors. Lu Ming quietly stared at the few moon devils in front of him. Kill! The thought. In the next second, dozens of necromantic warriors swarmed in like a tidal wave, instantly devouring the 3 moon demons. 235. 235. 235. 235. In an instant, the 3 moon devils were hacked to death by the chaotic swords. The field degenerated into silence. The 3 sisters were dumbfounded. Just as they were shocked and looking at the group of deadly and explosive necromantic warriors on the field, they wondered where these necromantic warriors came from. The team alert went off. Ding, your teammate Spectre has killed a level 6 moon demon. You receive a 30% participation bonus and plus 6 experience value. Ding, your teammate Spectre has killed a level 6 moon demon. You receive a 30% participation bonus and plus 6 experience value. Ding, your teammate Spectre has killed a level 6 moon demon. You receive a 30% participation bonus and plus 6 experience value. At this moment, a few people snapped out of it. They all turned their unbelievable gazes towards Lu Ming. At the same time, those old sixes at the back who were preparing a sneak attack were shocked to the point of skepticism by the scene in front of them. Voy! How did he manage to have so many summons at level 6? Why is that summoner of his doing so much damage? It's higher than my Milk's grave grass. What the hell is this? It's horrible. Shocked, several people had cold sweat on their foreheads and their hands were shaking. Inside, 1,000,000 times over, they hadn't done it yet. Otherwise, the consequences, unimaginable. Run! Run! Hurry up! They were afraid that if they stayed for another moment, Lu Ming's necromantic warriors would rush over and cut them down. The few people who had only just entered the replica hurriedly opened the exit channel and fled the replica with a roll. Lu Ming's side. According to Tian Yuan's teaming mechanism, if you kill a monster in a team of 5, in addition to the last hitter getting 100% of the full amount, the rest of the 4 in the team will get 30% of the guaranteed return. As a result, Lu Ming gained the full amount, totaling 60 experience points. At this moment, the remaining few people in the team, their breathing became rapid. The army of necromantic warriors that occupied the entire battlefield in almost no time, the powerful aura emanating from them was awe-inspiring. Those necromantic warriors were all summoned by that formation trickster little brother. But isn't his profession formation trickster? Why can he use summoning techniques? I think it's the effect of the account talent, right? I've brushed up on the internet that there are a lot of these summoning type talents. Holy crap, did you guys just see the damage those necromancers did? So scary. This formation trickster, so powerful. A few sisters whispered, their eyes filled with admiration for Lu Ming. Only Tian Xian Zonghang, who was in the front line, was relatively calm as if he had anticipated Lu Ming's strength. Looking at these powerful necromantic warriors around him, level 6 monsters are slightly more valuable. The necrotic warrior picked up a total of 7 copper coins for Lu Ming through the corpses of the 3 moon demons. Lu Ming refined the moon demon's corpse while ordering the necrotic warriors to continue killing monsters. It didn't take long. The moon demons that had been harvested by the necromancers had accumulated to 10. The 3 girls in the team, all of them had their little mouths open in utter disbelief. Brother Spectre's summons are also too strong bleh. With the public's perception, it is naturally difficult to understand. Players who were familiar with the details of the Heavenly Abyss also knew, at best, that a level 6 formation trickster's output class strengthening not formation could, at best, bring 20 or 30 points of damage bonus to teammates within range. And it was inconceivable. Under the tenfold reinforcement of the total increased talent, Lu Ming's LV6 War Tramples effect of adding to the attack power of friendly troops had been as high as 100% of his own attack power plus 200, or 242 points. What is this concept? Under normal circumstances, a level 10 turn 2 player with a full body of black iron weapon equipment would barely reach 100 plus attack power. And the necromancer's attack power had reached a staggering 255 points. How could a moon demon with only 20 points of armor withstand the necromancer's attack? Thus, after the number of moon devil kills reached 10, the duplicate quest completed the first gear and was directly upgraded to the second gear, which required a total of 30 moon devils to be killed, and the reward for the second tranche was raised from 100 experience, 8 copper coins, and a minuscule probability of black iron grade moon demon suit lineage equipment plus 1 to 200 experience and 15 copper coins. The probability of obtaining the equipment remains slim. At this time, after Tian Xian Zonghang recovered his qi and blood through a life potion, he also rejoined the battle along with the 3 sisters in the rear formation. And that's when they were surprised to find out. The effect of their war trample bonus from Lu Ming was surprisingly high. By Yubiu, only to see the archer girl, kissing little lazy cat, lock onto a moon demon refreshed on her right-hand side and shoot 2 arrows in a row, dealing 2 damage that she couldn't believe. 251. 251. Oh my god! The kissing little lazy cat's eyes widened, and its mouth turned into an O shape. Why is my damage so high? The mage girl on the side who loves to eat strawberry bears also rushed to find a moon devil to try, and really found that. Her fireball spell even hit a whopping 339 points of damage, and directly killed that full-blooded level 6 moon devil with 1 blow. A single healing spell down from the priest girl milk white little pudding was more than capable of feeding people directly with a staggering 400 plus healing. Wow! I have 281 points of panel attack. I also have over 270 points of attack. Oh my! It was only at this moment that they finally recognized that the truly powerful one was actually not Lu Ming's summoned necrotic warrior. Rather, it was Lu Ming, the formation trickster himself. The strengthening effect of the knot formation he released was simply ridiculously strong. At this moment, a few of the girls are also glad that they got into this god's car. With such a powerful little brother leading the way, this copy is a sure thing. Thus, under Lu Ming's intentional manipulation, the 60 necromantic warriors with 255 points of attack power were invincible, and in no time at all, the moon demons that had been refreshed on the outskirts of the moon demon sanctuary were all taken care of. Immediately afterward, they followed the city gates and killed their way inside the sanctuary. Step inside the sanctuary and begin to reach the more advanced level 7-8 moon demons. They were simply not able to resist the necromancer's damage despite their increased strength. There wasn't a single moon demon that the necromancer warrior couldn't solve with 2 swords. So then 3 swords. Chapter 11 Black Iron Class Boss. Blood Demon Crusher. Ding Kill Level 7 Moon Demon. Experience value plus 25. Ding Kill Level 8 Moon Demon. Experience value plus 32. Ding Kill Level 8 Moon Demon. Experience value plus 32. Ding Congratulations to your team for killing. The total number of moon devils has reached 50. And you have completed the 3rd slot of the copy quest to get rid of devils and righteousness. The reward has been upgraded. The necromongers attacked like a tornado, destroying a parking lot. The moon demons in the moon demon sanctuary had no way to resist and were pushed all the way across. When Tianxian Zonghang and the 3 sister players followed Lu Ming and stepped into the holy temple together, what met their eyes was the corpses of moon devils lying all over the place. Lu Ming refined these corpses one by one, and always keep an eye on the summoning panel, and as soon as they realized that a necro warrior had died in battle, they immediately summoned a new one to fill the gap. Because at that moment, Lu Ming had only learned 1 war trample skill. It made it so that his necro warrior didn't have any improvement other than a huge increase in attack power. Unless it's a straight spike. Otherwise, once the moon demons were given the chance to react, the 70 or 80 points of attack power they possessed would also be enough to cause great damage to the necromantic warrior, who only had a few points of armor. Therefore, casualties among the necromancers were inevitable. However, with sufficient soul power, there would be no substantial loss for Lu Ming. Without realizing it, in less than 2 hours, the quest progress had been brushed to the 9th gear. At this time, Lu Ming's level had come to level 7. And at this time, the 3 sisters who had already been hanging out behind Lu Ming all the way were all excited. I just googled it, the kind of 4-to-1 fleet on the internet, that is, for level 8 professional substitutes with a level 6 newcomer, the fastest clearance record would have to be 4 hours and 12 minutes to clear the 10th slot of the Moon Demon Sanctuary. And it's just 1:48. Geez. I can't believe I cleared the 10th slot the first time I played this copy. Don't be too happy. It's rumored that if you want to complete the 10th slot, you still have to kill a copy boss. That boss seems to be a black iron level, very powerful. Quite a few players in history have died at the hands of this boss, and it was too late to even escape, was saying. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As the total number of moon demon kills reached 300, there was a sudden shaking of the ground. In front of the line of sight, deep within the moon demon's sacred temple, there was a huge blood-colored boundary that tore through space and manifested itself. Immediately after that, a 3-meter-tall supermoon demon with a blood crown on its head, a red cape on its back, and a king's heavy sword stepped out from the boundary. A scarlet aura emanated in all directions. The powerful aura, as well as the shocking power that was almost devouring the heavens and destroying the earth, caused the other 3 sisters on this side, other than Lu Ming and Tianxian Zongxiang, to uncontrollably retreat several steps backward. At that moment, a data panel from Tianxian Vertical Share, that great moon demon, appeared in the team channel. Blood Demon Crusher Physical Black Iron Boss. Rank 8. Physical Attack Power 144. Armor 55. Magic Resistance 46. Speed 42. Blood 4,980. Skills: Blood Slash Grade E, Blood Demon Shield Grade E, Blood Demon Roar Grade E. Introduction. The mission of the Blood Demon Cruise, a demon revived from hell, is to follow the darkness and kill all humans who enter the world of the heavenly abyss. What a high attack power with blood. I don't think I can even resist a single attack from a boss. There are 2 elite level guards next to the main boss. How can we fight this? Several girls had their mouths opened wide as they were overwhelmed by the boss's powerful attributes. To the left and right of the Blood Demon Crusher, there is a Blood Demon Guard on each side with a strength that overrides normal monsters under boss. Level 8 elite monsters. Elite Blood Demon Squire with 110 attack points, 45 armor, and 1800 blood. For the average raider squad, 2 elite monsters plus a black iron level boss was a real bad fight. And because of this, it made more than 90% of the copy squads that had managed to beat the 10th gear quest with great difficulty kneel down at this last step. At this moment, Blood Demon Cruz let out a horrifyingly gloomy laugh. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Insignificant human, daring to intrude into my Moon Demon clan's holy land. You will rest in peace, in the midst of this forbidden land. With the boss holding a huge sword in his hand, he killed with 2 guards. In the group, the middle-aged knight man Tianxian Zongheng, who had looked extremely stable from the start, had also become more cautious. He stared at the boss with a blazing gaze and began to analyze the strategy carefully. This boss has high defense, and the passive skill Blood Demon's Shield will allow it to get stronger as it fights. We must fight quickly and end the battle as soon as possible. In addition to this, its AoE skill Blood Demon Roar is very powerful in killing, but there is a 2.7 seconds of release foreshock. When you see the foreshock, you immediately withdraw from the attack range. You can't resist it. Also, just as Tianxian Zongxiang was analyzing it with his heart. Kill. With Lu Ming's thought. Around them, 70 necromantic warriors swarmed up like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the Blood Demon as well as the Blood Demon guards. Brush up. 266. 266. 266. 256. 256. Under the siege of the necromantic warriors, the 2 Blood Demon guards barely even had a chance to react, and were instantly decapitated. Blood Demon Cruz also swung his sword and fought to kill 3 necro warriors before he was hardened by the necro warriors who doused him with damage. Damnable! How could this demon die at the hands of mortals like you? With endless unwillingness and anger, Blood Demon Cruz's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. Ding, your teammate Spectre kills the level 8 elite monster Blood Demon Guard. You receive a 30% participation bonus and plus 150 experience value. Ding, your teammate Spectre kills the level 8 elite monster Blood Demon Guard. You receive a 30% participation bonus and plus 150 experience value. Ding, your teammate Spectre has killed the level 8 Black Iron class boss Blood Demon Crusher. And you have received a 30% participation bonus with plus 600 experience value. In this moment, the air was instantly quiet. The 3 sister players in the back stared wide-eyed. Even Tianxian Zongxiang, who had always acted extremely calm in front of him, couldn't help but freeze in place, a flash of shock in his eyes. Level 8 Black Iron level boss. Killed in seconds. There are also 2 level 8 elite monsters on the outside. Is this something a normal level 7 player could do? Lu Ming was calm, as if this result had been expected. Because of his LV7 War Trample, the bonus effect of the full increase had reached 100% of his own attack power plus 250. After gaining the War Trample bonus, the Necromancer's attack power had reached 311 points. Facing an elite Blood Demon Guard with only 45 points of armor versus a Black Iron level boss Blood Demon with 55 points of armor was naturally like slicing vegetables. Lu Ming quickly had the Necromancer warriors dispose of the loot. Worthy of being a boss with an elite monster, this burst rate came up all of a sudden. A total of 7 silver coins plus 45 copper coins were harvested through the Blood Demon Crusher as well as the 2 Blood Demon Guards. And an F-rank warrior skill scroll Decimate. 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which are normal level 8 white plates. There's also a level 8 black iron weapon, only it's not of the Moon Demon set line. After all, this boss had long been brushed by players, and to burst black iron weapons was already burning incense. According to the rules, all the proceeds of the copy should have been shared by all. However, Lu Ming contributed 99.9% of the effort throughout the entire process of painting copies. The other few assholes, naturally, were too embarrassed to come and share the spoils. For them, being able to follow behind Lu Ming to pass the copy and get the 10th grade quest reward was already a great satisfaction. After handling the loot, Lu Ming opened the copy exit channel and left the copy. Returned to the entrance of the Moon Demon Sanctuary replica, and on the NPC guard, submit the quest. Congratulations on passing this side month's Devil's Sanctuary. The highest completion progress of the copy quest is the 10th grade, and you will be rewarded with experience value plus 3,000, silver coins plus 2. Since you passed the copy for the first time as a captain in the 10th slot, triggering the condition of obtaining 100% of 1 Moon Demon set system equipment. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment Moon Demon Gators plus 1. Wow! Golden light spilled down above Lu Ming's head. The system's pleasant voice, once again, sounded. Congratulations on your promotion to level 8. The next promotion will require 5,000 experience points. Finally, level 8. You can go brush the level 8 10 copy Scarlet Forbidden Zone and get that infinite upgrade skill scroll worth $1 billion. Thinking about $1 billion, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a little excited. But there's no rush for now, because the time is now 3 in the morning. When it was 8 o'clock in the morning, he had another important thing to do, and that was to take revenge on Yi-chan. So Lu Ming didn't intend to toss and turn, ready to go offline and take a nap. Wait for 8 o'clock to come online to settle Yi-chan's matter first, and then go to play the copy. Anyway, no one had cleared the Scarlet Forbidden Zone's purgatory level difficulty in 100 years. What's yours is still yours, and it can't run away. Lu Ming wasn't worried about being shortchanged. Just at that moment, Tianxian Zhongxiang and the other 3 sisters of the team came out from their copies. Instead of going to turn in their quests, the first thing the several sisters did was to run to Lu Ming's side in droves. Little brother, can we add a WeChat? I'll transfer you the money you took me to play copies. Brother Spectre, do you have a girlfriend? Lu Ming saw through their caution at a glance. It was nothing more than seeing that he was powerful, so he thought that he would still be able to take them to fight the heavenly abyss later on. This is the way of the world. In the world of Tian Yuan, strength is honored. The stronger the strength, the more respect and favor one could get from countless people. Even if you look like a toad, as long as you play well enough in Tian Yuan, you will never lack money in your hands, and there will never be a lack of beautiful young women around you. After experiencing his previous life, Lu Ming had completely lived through it. Women, forever, can only be a stumbling block on his way to success. So, Lu Ming opened the WeChat collection code and smiled faintly at the 3 sisters. Money received, buddy not necessary. Lu Ming didn't charge more either. Even if the market, a month of the Demon Sanctuary 10 gear fleet on the fair has reached 1,000, Lu Ming is also according to enter the copy of the former said good, only charge them 100 a person. Seeing this, Tianxian Vertical and Horizontal also went over and swept $100 for Lu Ming. Watching Lu Ming turn to leave, the hearts of the several sisters were filled with unwillingness, thinking, are they not young and pretty enough? Why was Lu Ming not even willing to look at them? Meanwhile, Tianxian Zonghang, who was standing quietly at the side, was silently watching Lu Ming's departing back, a glimmer of exhilaration flashing through his eyes. Opening the WeChat page, he sent a message to a friend whose note was named Tianxian Eternal. Captain, you guessed right. That formation artificer whose ID is called Underworld is indeed not ordinarily strong. He was able to single brush a copy of the Moon Demon Sanctuary with the 10th rank. Estimating the strength of his account, it's at least 5-star. Not long after, Tianxian Eternity returned a message. No matter what method you use, make sure to pull him into our Tianxian battle team. Tianxian Zhongxiang. Understood. Chapter 12 Set of Skills. Return to Magic. In the world of Tian Yuan, players can only go offline if they are in a safe area. On his way back to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming took out the equipment rewarded by his copy just now from his backpack and looked at it. Moon Demon Leg Guard LV8. Quality: black ironware. Armor: 35. Magic resistance: 28. Additional attribute: endurance plus 8. Durability: 15. Occupational requirements: assassin, formation artist. Remarks: This equipment is one of the components of the Moon Magic Set. Introduction. Absorbing the essence of the Blood Moon, cast by the Moon Demon Clan, specifically for their soldiers to enhance the combat power of the strong weapons human beings should be careful to use. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Moon Demon Shen Ring and Moon Demon Cloak that he had previously seized from those three killers. All three pieces of equipment were replaced on the body. Opening the status bar and looking at it, he could only see that the attack power had risen from 44 to 87, nearly doubling. Blood rose from 270 to 390. Armor skyrockets from 8 to 59 points. Magic resistance skyrockets from 8 to 52 points. It was hard to imagine that a level 8 formation trickster could have such attributes. After all, not everyone within level 10 has a black iron weapon. Not to mention it's still a black iron in the suit system. Many civilian players, even up to level 20, are still equipped with a blank slate. As the three pieces of equipment were put on the body, a system prompt followed. Ding, the exclusive skill of the Moon Demon set, back to the Demon 3-piece set, has been activated. Return to Magic 3-8. Passive, the equipper automatically recovers 2 mana every second. Under the tenfold reinforcement of the overall increased talent, coupled with the recovery brought about by the 29 points of spirit, a blue recovery value of plus 22.9 popped up on top of Lu Ming's head every second. Instant blue bar back to full. Currently, LV8 Trample of War already costs 4 mana per second. Lu Ming muttered, with this set skill, at least until level 20, you won't have to worry about running out of mana. It was about the same by the time Lu Ming was level 20, these equipments should be facing obsolescence. Even if it wasn't for the low level, they were doomed to not be used for too long based on their 15 points of durability alone. Once the durability of the equipment goes to 0, it is simply scrapped. Low-level equipment, on the other hand, was not worth using the costly repair stones for durability repair. Lu Ming incidentally shelved the 2 pieces of white plate equipment dropped by the boss, as well as 1 piece of black ironware equipment on the trading house. The white plate gear is worthless, so it's on the shelf at an average price of 200. That level 8 black iron artifact was worth a bit of money, and Lu Ming marked it down to a bite-sized price of 900. As for the Warrior F rank skill scroll decimation, this is good stuff. Lu Ming directly shelved it on the trading house at a price of 2,500. Because the number of new players in Heaven's Abyss was increasing in large numbers every day, this thing called skill scrolls, even at the lowest F rank, was a sought-after item in a small third-tier city like Linhai City. Doing the math, I made almost $4,000 in one night by painting a copy. Lu Ming couldn't help but lament. A 10-star account is a much easier way to make money than a 1-star account. In his previous life, Lu Ming sometimes had bad luck and couldn't explode good equipment, and it took a month to earn as much money as he did tonight. Coupled with the need to spend money to find someone to bring a copy of the task, potion consumption of all aspects of the cost, sometimes the end of the month to calculate the accounts found that not only did not earn money, and even backed up money into it. After returning to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming went offline. At this time, he checked the SMS and found that the Moon Demon Walking Boots and Iron Sword that were on the trading house last night were both sold out. Deduct the 5% fee and come in at $2,451. At this point, Lu Ming's bank account has more than $4,200. If you count the ones that just hit the trading floor, it's almost 8K. The hard times are finally over. The good times, too, are finally coming my way. So, Lu Ming immediately opened WeChat and transferred 2,400 yuan to the landlord to pay the 3 months of rent money owed. Next, he plans to make some more money and buy a computer. After all, it's not a good idea to run to the internet cafe like that every day. Still have to be nestled in the comfort of your own home to fight Tianyuan. When it's the middle of winter and you don't want to go out, just order a takeaway. When you get a craving, go downstairs and have a hot pot. Wonderful. After disembarking, Lu Ming went back home from the internet cafe. 800 a month for a shared room in a neighborhood is not comfortable anywhere but cheap. The other 2 households that shared Lu Ming's apartment, one of which was engaged in musical instruments, and the other lived with a young couple. Combined with the memories of the original owner, he had previously been immersed in either dying to love or every night. When we make more money, we'll change the house too. With this in mind, Lu Ming took a shower, set an alarm for 7:30 and fell into bed. Early morning. Woken up by the alarm clock, Lu Ming dressed and washed up in one fell swoop. went to the neighborhood downstairs bun store, bought 2 meat buns, a cup of soybean milk to solve the breakfast. Came across the street to the Ant Internet Cafe, fired up a machine and got online. Ding, distinguished 10-star qualified player Spectre. Welcome back to the heavenly abyss. The town of Moonfall was crowded in the early morning. Today, in particular, there were a surprising number of players in town. Even the usual kind of swingers, who only come online once in 10 days and half a month when they think about it, are online early today. Lu Ming naturally knew exactly what these people were thinking. After all, he had set himself to go online at this time for this. That Netflix Tatsudi. Did he say he'd be online at 8 o'clock? Right. I heard him say it himself last night on his live stream. He said that the fans he met online, per capita a gift worth between 110 silver coins. The average price of 1 silver coin on the trading market can be 200. So excited. Lu Ming mingled inside the crowd, acting as a little transparent. Within moments, there was a sudden stirring in the crowd. Immediately afterward, a shout rang out, "Emperor Cinnabar is online. Brothers, get your gifts." As soon as the words fell, the players swarmed forward. Lu Ming didn't even have to walk by himself. He was directly pushed. This scene is hot, no less than a supermarket to do activities. Free eggs, limited to 100 copies, first come first served. Lu Ming was just as effortlessly squeezed into the front row by the push and shove of the enthusiastic crowd, only to see under the flank of dozens of bodyguards, a teenage player with an outstanding temperament and imposing appearance, with a smile on his face, kept waving his hand at the surrounding crowd. This battle, for those who don't know, they think a big star is out there. And that teenager, Lu Ming recognized at a glance, was none other than Yi Chun. I remembered that the last time I came face to face with Yi Chun was 3 days ago. At that time, Lu Ming, who was already level 199, was planning to go up to level 200 in one breath because he was going to rush a quest, and was afraid that he wouldn't have time to come over to give him, his brother-in-law, a birthday party by then. So in advance, he came over to Linhai from the capital side with Yi Linger to celebrate Yi Chen's birthday. Because Yi Chun had once said, on the day he turned 18, no matter what star account he registered, he was determined to be a professional Tian Yuan player, and he intended to play the assassin profession. Therefore, the 18th birthday gift that Lu Ming prepared for Yi Chun was a level 1 assassin's black iron weapon. The blade of the watch, which he had carefully cast after spending 3 whole months of his accumulated income, and then looking around for people to buy materials. At this moment, Lu Ming glanced over. Yi Chun had indeed chosen the assassin profession and named his game ID as Emperor Chun, and one of the daggers he had strapped to his waist was the black iron watchblade that he himself had given him at the time. Once upon a time, Lu Ming had truly treated Yi Linger as his future wife, treating her family as his own, and wholeheartedly treating their family well. And now, when he saw Yi Chun again, all that remained in Lu Ming's eyes was blazing anger, an endless killing intent. If it wasn't for the fact that this was a safe zone and it was crowded, Lu Ming would have already made his move. Lu Ming didn't act rashly for the moment. He was prepared to wait for Yi Chun to leave Moonfall Town before making his move. Chapter 13, $100,000 per month. Tian Xian Battle Team's invitation. Obviously, after borrowing Yi Linger's hand to get rid of Lu Ming, that person behind the scenes had given the Yi family too many benefits. Yi Chun, who had originally needed Lu Ming to pick up even his high school tuition fees, now had dozens of bodyguards close by when he entered the heavenly abyss. And overnight, it did so with such a high level of fame. However, Lu Ming took a look and realized that the group of bodyguards around him were all only level 10. With the strength of the necromantic warriors under Lu Ming, once Yi Chun stepped out of Moonfall Town, he would be able to cut them all to pieces without much effort. At this moment, only Yi Chun was seen greeting the fans while having the 2 female assistants around him hand out gifts. Lu Ming was not interested, but because he was in the front row, he was hard-pressed to be stuffed with an exquisite red bag of brocade. When I opened the red packet, I found it contained 3 silver coins. Corresponding to the exchange market, the value of 1 silver coin is $200. This outburst was 600, and it was only Lu Ming alone. But really big money, Lu Ming looked at once, even go out with classmates to eat a hot pot, have to own WeChat transfer sucker Yi Chun. The hatred in his eyes became more and more intense. Yi Chun's purpose was to gather people's hearts, making players from the entire town of Moonfall his fans. Because once he was an anchor for 2 years, he was all but unknown. He craves attention and to be a bright celebrity. In addition to that, It was also for the purpose of being able to call out for help at any time when there was any inconvenience in the realm of the novice village next. After handing out the gifts, Yi-chun was only seen picking up a quest in the town. And then, they left towards the north of Moonfall Town. Seeing this, Lu Ming immediately followed close behind. Seeing that Yi-chun had finally stepped out of the safety zone, Lu Ming was planning to follow him up and wait until he reached a secluded place, then unknowingly kill them all. It was at this moment that dozens of heavily armed high-end players suddenly appeared outside the town. It seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, and when Yi-chun went out, he immediately embraced him. Lu Ming casually checked through the 10 times enhanced F-rank scouting technique, and was shocked to find that the levels of those players were all as high as level 30, and all of them have completed the 4th turn. At this level, it's obviously not a player from the novice area anymore. They should be people coming down from the 2nd heaven, the main city side. Lu Ming frowned slightly. It was unthinkable that this Yi-chun had done such a thorough job of protection. Lu Ming then realized. The dozens of level 10 players who had initially followed him were not bodyguards, but rather, they were taking him to practice leveling, because according to Heaven's Abyss's teaming mechanism, players with a maximum level difference of no more than 10 levels can team up. Those who were even higher leveled crippled the monster, and even if Yi-chun took the last hit, he could not gain any benefit. That was why this group of level 30 turn 4 players were Yi-chun's true bodyguards. That's a bit of a bad idea, because under Lu Ming's junction formation reinforcement after the full increase, his necrotic warrior could have strength that rivaled the highest level 15 or so players even though he was level 8, but also absolutely unable to cut down a level 30 player. Of course, Lu Ming could wait until he had risen to level 20 before killing him. By that time, the necrotic warrior must have the strength to crush level 30 players. But as soon as a player's level reaches 10, they can leave the novice area, pass through the 1st heavenly abyss, and enter the 2nd heavenly abyss. Even if Lu Ming upgraded faster, Yi-chun had so many level 10 substitutes that he couldn't possibly upgrade slower. It was only feared that by the time Lu Ming had risen to level 20, Yi-chun would have long since reached level 10 and entered the 2nd heaven. By that time, there were as many level 40 and 50 high-level players in the 2nd heaven as there were people, and with Yi-chun arranging for more high-level bodyguards, it would be even harder for Lu Ming to kill him. Therefore, Lu Ming had to take care of Yi-chun within the novice area. Level 30 turn 4 players are too strong. My necrotic warriors are all close attackers, so I'm afraid they'll be killed in seconds without even having a chance to get close to Yi-chun. And if we do it rashly, unless we can kill them in one blow, we'll instead startle the snakes. We have to think of a way to lure away that group of level 30s. Once Yi-chun was alone, it would be easy to kill. Just what's the best way to land him? Hesitation. A figure suddenly flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Lin Yue. Lu Ming knew that Yi-chun really liked Lin Yue, and for her sake he was willing to stay in the small 3rd-tier Linhai city all the time, giving up the opportunity to go to the big city capital with his sister Yi-linger. Even the main part of the reason why Yi-chun wanted to become red and hot was actually all for Lin Yue. He remembered that Yi-linger had said to Lu Ming, "Why don't you go to Tatsuo's live broadcast and show him some support? Swipe some gifts for him." Tatsu said that once he becomes a big internet star, he'll be able to catch up with Lin Yue. My brother only likes such a girl. I want to help him. At that time, Lu Ming was saving up to buy a house to marry Yi-ling heir. Yi-linger, however, said, "The matter of the house can be put off for a while. This matter of my brother can't wait. In case Lin Yue is taken by someone else first, my brother will regret it for the rest of his life. Anyway, he's my brother as well as your brother. And my mom said that when we get married in the future, we don't want your dowry." As a result, Lu Ming, who was obsessed at that time, really listened to Yi-linger's words and went to Yi-chen's live broadcasting room and brushed tens of thousands of gifts to him in 7 days, though it still doesn't do much good. After all, the person Lin Yue rejected Yi-chun, simply because she didn't like it, not at all because she looked down on Yi-chun for being nameless. Then, recalling last night, the 3 assassins sent by Yi-chun killed Lin Yue, her brother, and prepared to overpower Lin Yue. From this, it was clear that Yi-chen's tiger and wolf heart was still on Lin Yue. Using Lin Yue to get close to Yi-chun will allow him to let his guard down, and then finding a chance to make Yi-chun fall on his own will also inevitably be much easier. So here's the question again. Once there was a sincere opportunity in front of Lu Ming, he did not cherish it, and only regretted it when he lost it. If God can give him a second chance, I should have known that I should have promised Lin Yue to help her take revenge last night. Where should we find Lin Yue now? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, a voice suddenly came from his ear. Want to kill him? I'll help you. Lu Ming's heart shook. Turning around, he saw 5 players coming up to him from the rear. The leader was a young archer in silver lock armor. Although he looked young, only just 18 years old, the sharpness in his eyes was like an old bird that had been in the battlefield for a long time. The white ID that wasn't hidden at the top of his head was clearly visible. LV9 First Turn Archer Tianxian Eternal. Just as Lu Ming pondered where he had seen a similar ID. Just in time, he saw a familiar face standing beside Tianxian Eternal. It was a knightly man dressed in fire-bathing armor, about 30 years old, and Lu Ming instantly recognized that he was none other than Tianxian Zongheng, who had descended into a copy of the Moon Demon Sanctuary with himself last night. Other than that, the IDs on the heads of the other 3 were all prefixed with the word Tianxian. Ever since Tian Yuan descended and gradually dominated the human world, major player guilds, warbands, and clans took advantage of the situation. This Tianxian right now was obviously a team organization as well. Lu Ming pretended to be ignorant and asked Tianxian Eternity, "Are you talking to me?" Arriving in front of Lu Ming, Tianxian Eternity stopped and spoke. "Join my battle team, and I'll help you kill that Emperor Cinnabar. How about it?" Lu Ming was once again shocked, surprised at how the other party knew what was on his mind. On the surface, he played dumb. "What are you talking about?" Tianxian Eternal smiled faintly. "Don't pretend. The eyes of a person who wants to knife a person can't be hidden. I've been observing you for half a day." Without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, Tianxian Eternal continued. "He has so many level 30 bodyguards around him. It's hard as hell for you to kill him. We, the Tianxian battle team, have a cloud of strong people above level 100. Killing them is as simple as stepping on a bunch of ants. The premise, as long as you are willing to join us at Tianxian. Of course I won't treat you poorly, besides helping you kill that person. In addition, I'll give you a monthly salary of 100,000 to start. How's that? $100,000 a month." To be honest, Lu Ming's first reaction was genuinely moved. But, in his last life, he had been a parasite and harboring like a dog, and he was not willing to be bound by anyone again. And he had to kill Yi Chun handily in order to experience the thrill of revenge. What's more, the origin of this group of people is unknown, and it is not known what kind of purpose they are harboring. Being cautious, Lu Ming politely declined. "Thank you, no need. Besides, I simply look at him with displeasure. Not to the point of wanting to kill someone, so don't get me wrong." After saying this, Lu Ming directly turned around and left, looking at Lu Ming's fading back. At this moment, the level 8 assassin named Tianxian Shadow rolled up his sleeves and said sternly, "This kid doesn't know what's good for him. Captain, I'm going to go show him some color." Tianxian Eternal reached out to stop. "We are civilized people. Don't be so reckless at the drop of a hat. What's more, you're no match for him." Hearing this, Tianxian Shadow was unimpressed and said, "Che, although that kid's level is the same as mine, he's nothing more than a sewer profession formation trickster, a brittle chicken with no damage and no tank. I can make him not even have a chance to react, and directly kill him in a set of seconds." The words just fell. Knight Tianxian Zongheng looked at the imposing Tianxian Shadow and said, "It doesn't carry any falsehoods at all. That kid killing you is no different than pinching a chickadee." Tianxian Shadow was clearly unconvinced. "I don't believe it." As he spoke, Tianxian Shadow rolled up his sleeves. "Unless you let me go over there and give him a piece of my mind." Tianxian Eternal looked at Tianxian Shadow. "It's all been said. We are civilized people. Don't be so reckless at the drop of a hat. This person, Tianxian, will eat him. Go and keep an eye on him. If anyone dares to snatch someone from our Tianxian." Before he finished speaking, Tianxian Shadow, who was on the side, rolled up his sleeves. "Then let's show him some color." Tianxian Eternity looked at Tianxian Shadow with contempt and said, "Why are you so reckless? I repeat, we are civilized people." After a pause, Tianxian Eternity said without changing his face, "Whoever dares to snatch someone from our Tianxian, let's them." Roger that. Chapter 14 Meeting Lin Yue again. The layout begins. Lu Ming exited Moonfall Town, but he didn't know what to do next. The original plan was to go fight the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy after cleaning up Yi Chun. And right now, this plan was disrupted with Yi Chun having too many level 30 bodyguards by his side, causing Lu Ming to not have the heart to play a copy right now. The only way to break this now is to find Lin Yue. Moonfall Town contains more than 50,000 players within level 10, logged in the entire city of Linhai. Fishing for people within this range is like finding a needle in the bottom of the sea. just as Lu Ming was fretting and didn't know where to find Lin Yue. Suddenly, he saw a large group of players surrounded by a piece of rubble in front of him, not knowing what they were doing. As Lu Ming passed by, he could only hear the onlookers talking. This little girl looks weak. How did she get into this mess? Say it owes people money, can't figure it out, but such a watery little girl, falling into the hands of such a few unreasonable debtors. I'm afraid it's going to be bad luck. Little girl, weak, Shui Ling? It couldn't be Lin Yue, could it? Lu Ming muttered. Squeeze into the crowd and take a look. Good lord, it's really Lin Yue, only to see Lin Yue fall to the ground. She was surrounded by several big, fierce and strong men. The Lin Yue at this moment was very different from the image Lu Ming had when he saw her last night. When she first saw Lin Yue last night, she remembered that the first impression she gave Lu Ming was that she was firmly grasping her brother's hand, and even if she was being chased, as long as her brother was next to her, she felt safe. At that time, she was wearing a black ironware frost robe, which was not that noble, but not mediocre either. And at this moment, she was dressed in cheap, low-grade white plate equipment which was plain and clean, but it was heartbreaking to look at. Her body exuded an aura of innocence without any hint of impurity, her broken hair plastered against her fair face, pure and lustful. The loss of her brother's protection filled her eyes with helplessness and fear. It was this aura, along with the face that looked heartbreaking, that made many of the passerby players around her fight for her. What's a few big old men doing bullying a little girl? Yeah, it's not too embarrassing. At this time, one of the muscular, at least 250 pounds of strong man, waving his fist to the crowd shouted, "Debt repayment, heaven and earth. Any of you who are not convinced have the ability to pay back the money her brother owes us for her." The crowd immediately stopped squealing at this statement. Obviously, what they call justice is based on not compromising their own interests. Seeing that the crowd stopped talking, the burly man then colorfully sized up Lin Yue and smiled lewdly. If you really don't have any money, it's okay to take your body to pay off your debt. Yo, how about 1,000 at a time? Lin Yue was so scared that she hugged her legs and curled up, her weak body trembling slightly. Just as that burly man was colorfully preparing to extend his claws to Lin Yue, suddenly a figure appeared in front of Lin Yue. How much does she owe you? Looking at the sudden appearance of Lu Ming, the strong man immediately lost his elegance and said impatiently, "Her brother owes us 20,000, she paid back 15,000, and she's still short 5,000. Lu Ming pondered. The 3 pieces of equipment placed in the trading house, as well as the F-rank skill scrolls had all been sold, and at the moment he still had more than $5,600 on his card. So, directly on the spot the strong man transferred 5,000 over. The 4 burly men present, who looked tall, were actually just a couple of small level 8-9 kalamis. If Lu Ming unleashed the necromantic warriors, he would be able to send them to meet Tai Yong in a matter of moments. But there were too many crowds around. Putting yourself in the crosshairs for a few $1,000s doesn't pay off. After collecting the money, the strong man had nothing to say but to give way and let Lu Ming take Lin Yue away. Seeing that there was no more fun to be had, the onlookers scattered. The few strong men, however, were staring at Lu Ming and Lin Yue's departing backs, their eyes filled with unwillingness, as well as desire. That kid, is he rich? Then why don't we follow him up, kill a few more of him, and find a place where no one else is around to force ourselves on that chick? Hey, I think it's okay. As he spoke, several people with lewd smiles on their faces were preparing to follow Lu Ming. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind him. My Tianxian's people, you dare to touch them? A few burly men turned around following the sound, only to see a cold, black-clad assassin standing at the back. Hearing the Tianxian mentioned by the assassin, and then seeing the assassin's head-eyed Tianxian shadow, several strong men immediately changed color at the sound of their voices. The 8th-ranked Tianxian on the Great Summer Battle Team rankings? In an instant, several people were scared out of their wits and hurriedly knelt down to Tianxian shadow and begged for forgiveness. Big brother, it's our brothers who have no eyes. We didn't know that those 2 were your Tianxian's people. Please spare us this time. We won't dare next time. Big brother, I'll give you back all the money that brother and that woman just transferred to me. As he spoke, the burly man in the lead hurriedly got up and came over, sweeping $20,000 to Tianxian Shadow. Collecting the money, a flash of coldness flashed across Tianxian Shadow's cold eyes. Forget it this time, and pay attention in your next life. A few burly men thanked him profusely. but it was only in the next second that it seemed to slow down. What? What? The next life. The words just fell. Swish, swish, swish. A dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, devouring several strong men. A large swath of up to 500 plus damage instantly killed them. In the next second, among the nearby ruins, several level 20 archer players with Tianxian IDs on their heads silently retreated. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yuwei, who was led by the wrist, kept her head down. When she looked up, she saw that the person who had just helped her was the same person who had saved her last night. In his clear eyes, he couldn't help but flash a hint of surprise. At this moment, Lu Ming let go of his hand and turned to look at Lin Yuwei. He then realized that the reason why Lin Yuwei had become so plain should be that she had taken all the valuable equipment on her body and sold it to pay off her brother's debt. Lin Yuwei knew that she owed Lu Ming too much, but now she was unable to repay him. Nodding her head and lowering her eyebrows, she didn't dare to meet Lu Ming's eyes and said in a soft voice, "Thank you, that money just now. I will definitely return it to you when I've saved up enough." Looking at Lin Yuwei, who had a tiny figure, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind, Lu Ming said, "Want to avenge your brother?" Lin Yuwei's eyes were dull, and she lowered her head and said, "I'm too useless, I can't avenge my death." Lu Ming said, "I can help you take revenge, but it requires you to cooperate with me." Lin Yuwei had seen Lu Ming's strong strength last night when he had easily single-handedly killed 3 level 10 killers at level 6, and knew that he was very powerful. It was only because last night's request for Lu Ming to help her take revenge was rejected by Lu Ming. So Lin Yuwei thought that Lu Ming would not help her again. At this moment, when she heard Lu Ming's words, she jerked her head up, and a trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes once again. A light appeared within the grayness. "Really? How am I going to work with you?" Chapter 15. The prey is hooked and the snare begins. North of the town of Moonfall, level 15 wilderness, shadow forest. Wo rub. As Yi Chen's hand rose, he killed a level 5 jungle spider in front of him that had been beaten by his teammates until it only had 1 point of blood left. A beam of golden light spilled overhead. In just over 10 minutes, his level came to level 2. Wiping away the green blood on the guardian's blade in his hand, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth rose. "It seems that this heavenly abyss isn't as difficult as the world says. It's simple." The dozens of level 10 substitutes around them didn't dare to make a sound as they listened to Yi Chen's bragging, and continued to silently go and maim the monsters and then send them to Yi Chen. After all, the Yi family had given them 10,000 per person for the substitute trainer's fee, and even if Yi Chen farted, it smelled good in their eyes. While killing the monsters, Yi Chen sighed, "If I had known this Lu Ming, you punk, should have died earlier, so that my high-powered brother-in-law would have been on the throne earlier, and I would have been able to enjoy this emperor-like treatment long ago, and wouldn't have to wait until today. Gee, it would be nice to have young Vivian for company. But it doesn't matter, with my current status and position, Lin Yuwei, you'll be my woman sooner or later." Even at this moment, Yi Chen's mind had already begun to fantasize about the wonderful moments that he and Lin Yuwei would have in bed, imagining Lin Yuwei's delicate and fragrant soft body, and he couldn't help but reveal an open-hearted smile. It was at this moment that a level 30 bodyguard stationed at the outskirts of the shadow forest rushed to report, "Young Yi, there's a girl outside the forest that looks very much like the Lin Yuwei you told us to keep an eye on." Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. "So impatient. Do you want to throw yourself at it?" As he spoke, Yi Chen came to the outside of the forest. True to form, he saw that not far away, in the middle of a grassy field, there was a girl pushing and shoving with another young male player whose profession was formation trickster. Yi Chen, who had been bitterly chasing Lin Yuwei for 2 years, could recognize at a glance from a great distance that the girl was none other than Lin Yuwei. Seeing Lin Yuwei being bullied, Yi Chen immediately and aggressively led people over. "Get the hell off her!" Yi Chen rushed at the formation trickster youth with a furious rebuke. Unbeknownst to him, this formation trickster was none other than his ex-brother-in-law, Lu Ming. Only having changed his appearance, Yi Chen naturally couldn't recognize Lu Ming. So, Lu Ming grabbed Lin Yuwei's wrist, pretended not to recognize her, and looked at Yi Chen, asking, "Who are you?" "I'm Lin Yuwei's boyfriend." Yi Chen walked over and pulled Lin Yuwei over, protecting her behind himself. Seeing that the prey had taken the bait, Lu Ming began to lay the trap. "Okay, since you're her boyfriend, it's the same to find you." Lu Ming pretended to be serious, pointed at Lin Yue and said to Yi-chun, "Her brother charged me money and said that he would take me to play a copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. But as a result, when I came to look for him after I was level 8, the person disappeared. Since I can't find her brother, I'll just have to find her." Hearing this, Yi-chun showed disdain. "So it's a beggar. Wei Wei, I'm here, don't be afraid." Yi-chun pacified Lin Yue as he did so. While in front of Lin Yue, he deliberately pretended to be a big spender and said to Lu Ming, "Is 100,000 enough? Show me the collection code. Take the money and get the hell out of here." Just do not want to lose the elegance in front of Lin Yue. Yi-chun's surface so atmospheric, but in the heart has long been ready to calculate. First give the money and wait for the aftermath to find a person to do away with Lu Ming, and then get the money back. In this way, 2 birds with 1 stone. However, unexpectedly, the other party didn't want money at all. "It's not a matter of money, one has to be honest. Since her brother has promised to take me through the Scarlet Forbidden Zone normal difficulty, then it must be done." Yi-chun realized that the other party was most likely coming towards Lin Yue, and a flash of killing intent was evident in his eyes. But he did not act rashly. This was because there were quite a few onlookers around, and many of them were Yi-chun's fans. In order to take care of his face and stabilize his airy image, Yi-chun had no choice but to superficially promise Lu Ming, "Okay, when I'm level 8, I'll personally take you through the copy. How about I give you 2 more gears and take you through the Scarlet Forbidden Zone epic difficulty?" Lu Ming, who was waiting for these words, immediately agreed. "Good, then it's a deal, no cheating. A gentleman's word is his bond." After adding WeChat friends with Lu Ming, looking at Lu Ming's gradually departing back, a murderous intent flared up in Yi-chun's eyes. At this moment, a level 30 bodyguard beside him came to Yi-chun's ear. "Yi Xiao, do you want me to follow up and finish that kid?" "No need," Yi-chun deliberately said loudly in front of the surrounding crowd. "Am I Yi-chun the type of person who goes back on his word? I'll do what I promised." This statement really drew praise from the onlookers. Worthy of being the big internet star I've loved for a whole year. Tatsuji is so handsome. That's right, compared to some over-the-top stars who talk about their family members but only suck blood from them to make money. It's so awesome that Tatsuo Emperor gives his fans silver coins when he's online and is such an honorable person. Yi-chun was humble on the surface, but inwardly, he was bursting with glee. Staring at the distant Lu Ming, he thought to himself, "When we enter the copy, let's see how I'll clean you up." As the audience dispersed, Yi-chun drew himself up and then held Lin Yue's shoulders with both hands, softly soothingly saying, "Wei Wei, don't be afraid. From now on, I will protect you." Lin Yue hastily stepped back to break away from Yi-chun and whispered, "Thank you." Yi-chun also understood that if he wanted to get Lin Yue's heart, he couldn't be too hasty. As long as she was by her side, taking down Lin Yue was just around the corner. So, Yi-chun smiled and said, "There's no need to be polite with me. Go Vivi, I'll take you to practice." Obviously Yi-chun didn't know that the matter of him sending someone to persecute Lin Yue, her brother, had been exposed. At this moment, Lin Yue looked at the enemy who killed her own brother close to her eyes, although she hated it, but she could only bury this pain in her heart. Because with her, she couldn't fight Yi-chun. If she wanted to take revenge, she had to follow Lu Ming's arrangements in everything. And Lu Ming's plan was to use the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy to take out Yi-chun. Even though Lu Ming had already had the opportunity to be able to kill Yi-chun just now, but with that group of level 30 bodyguards around him, even if Lu Ming killed Yi-chun, it would be difficult for him to escape death himself. And the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy restriction, only level 8-10 players can enter. Those level 30s can't get in. So when he entered the Scarlet Forbidden Zone with Yi-chun, that would be the perfect opportunity for Lu Ming to get his revenge. The next step was to sit back and wait for Yi-chun to rise to level 8 and come with a message. Before that, Lu Ming thought that he could rush a wave of level 10. As long as you don't exceed level 10, you can get into a copy. And this is also a watershed in the early stages. As long as you rise to level 10, you can complete the second turn and drastically increase your attributes. In addition, all 3 of my 10-star talent levels are automatically raised by 1 level every 10 levels. If you rise to level 10 before going to the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, you'll have a higher certainty of clearing the Purgatory difficulty as well. With this in mind, Lu Ming planned to make a trip back to Moonfall Town to receive a high-level quest to flush out his level. At this moment, Tianxian Shadow, who had been keeping an eye on Lu Ming from the shadows, immediately reported everything that he had just witnessed in the process to Tianxian Eternity truthfully. On the other side, Tianxian Eternity, who was brushing monsters and practicing in the wild area, saw the content of the message and showed appreciation. It seems that this underworld not only has strength, but also quite a mind. Yes, I seem to be getting more and more interested in you. At this moment, Tianxian Shadow sent another Weibo message. Captain, that one called Cinnabar Emperor. Looking at his eyes, it seems like he's kind of looking down on the underworld. Do you want me to go over there and give him a little bit of color? Don't mess with it. Tianxian Eternity said. Just continue to keep an eye on the underworld for me. Don't alert the snakes, and I'll take care of the rest. Oh, good. Chapter 16 Top Fleet of Cars with 10,000 Fares. Moonfall Township. Lu Ming had gone through the cheats that countless pioneer players had opened up with their lives over the past 100 years, and had picked up a quest that was known as the most difficult quest in the novice zone on Mayor Arlevis. According to the records, more than 99% of the quests within all novice zones generally have a difficulty index of no more than 100. The mission that Lu Ming had received was the only one with a difficulty index in the triple digits, ranking first in the 1947 Novice Zone Moonfall Town's mission list, and more than twice the difficulty of the second place, known as the Devil's Mission, the mission he had received. Slayer's Ordinary Mission. Difficulty Index 200. Description: 8 years ago, the most elite unit of Moonfall Town, Kill, was obliterated by a powerful force when it went on a crusade against the forbidden domain of the Dark Clan, and none of the team's 100 warriors survived. And since then, that forbidden domain has been called the Land of Buried Bones. Players are invited to go to the Land of Buried Bones and kill the Dark Skeletons 050 to inherit the will of the Kill team and to pacify the catastrophe in the Land of Buried Bones. Duration of mission: 10 hours. Mission reward: experience value plus 1,000, copper coin plus 80, white plate equipment plus 1. Very small probability of F-class skill scroll plus 1. Remarks: each player can only obtain the mission reward once in his life, and failure to complete the mission within the time limit will be punished by death. The rewards were far too high than the other quests in the novice area, and the rewards of only the first grade were almost able to reach the 10th grade rewards of many quests. Yet, because of the nature of that note, it caused countless players to shy away from this highly valuable quest. Or most players will only dare to complete 1 or 2 gears at most, and then hurry up and call it a day. For this task, the market has reached 500 for the first slot of the substitute price. Lu Ming thought. He was going to brush up on this quest anyway, so why not take this opportunity to make a fortune? Having just paid off a $5,000 debt for Lin Yue, Lu Ming only had a few $100s on him again at this moment. He's desperate for money. So he first learned about the market. It was found that the professional fleet of caravans that dominated the task of killing killers had a fare of roughly 500 per person for the first slot, 800 for the second, 1,200 for the third, 1,600 for the fourth, 2,500 for the fifth, and so on down the line, with the 10th slot reaching 15,000 per person. Thus, Lu Ming posted a thread on the exclusive forum of the Moonfall Town in the Heaven's Abyss 1947 novice area and ruthlessly used $300 to buy 10 minutes at the top. The content is as follows. Slayer Mission 10th Gear must pass fleet recruiting. Single person fare 10,000. For places on a first-come, first-served basis. This top post made instant waves. It didn't take long for a large number of users to leave comments. I can't get into it. Only 10,000 for the 10th gear? Brother, this car is not stable. Not a liar, right? Man's mouth deceiving ghost. Is it powerful or not? Owner send out the character panel to see. Nicknamed Kuin. There must be a problem. Why else would he charge 15,000 for a fleet of cars that are all 15,000? And people are foretowing one can barely pass 10. He towed for still wanna pass 10. See the popularity coming up. Lu Ming immediately came with a top reply as the owner of the building. First pass the task and then pay. Can't pass the 10 not to collect money. Sure enough, as soon as this statement came out, there were immediately many people who private messaged Lu Ming, wanting to get on the bus. After all, you pay when you get to the station. Just get on the bus first, and if things go wrong, just jump off the bus. You have nothing to lose. In case it does pass the 10th gear, what wouldn't it smell good to do with the $5,000 saved? So, Lu Ming chose 4 of the people who had privately messaged him in first come, first served order and sent the gathering location. Before they arrived, Lu Ming bought a mask at the store. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, many players wore masks in order not to reveal their identities. Although ordinary masks can't provide any attribute bonuses, good-looking and handsome masks can add temperament to players, so it has become a trend. Lu Ming needed to earn money, but he couldn't be too flashy and expose himself. Not to mention the other things. In case if he didn't intend to arouse Yi Chen's suspicion, It would definitely affect Lu Ming's next revenge plan. About 10 minutes later, 4 players showed up for their appointment. 3 of them are men and 1 is a woman. The men are an assassin, an archer, a priest. The female is a mage. The levels of the 4 people, all clear, were only level 8, and judging from their clear eyes, they should all be new players whose families were all still in good condition. Without saying a word, Lu Ming immediately created a team. When he was about to pull the 4 into the team, he was suddenly challenged by the assassin teenager, Wu Liuqi. No dude. You're a level 8 formation trickster who can take us through the 10th slot of the Slayer quest? The archer youth, shooting the vault of heaven, was also looking at Lu Ming with a baffled look on his face. To be honest, before I came here, I had many kinds of speculations about your identity, thinking that you might be a professional fighter for a certain big battle team or a great god lone wolf with a high level, equipment, qualifications, and whatnot, but you're looking at the plain-looking Lu Ming, who wasn't even fully equipped. The fat priest, big wave dad, was also skeptical. You're a liar, aren't you? Not waiting for Lu Ming to open his mouth to speak. The team's only mage girl, Light Yen, suddenly said to Lu Ming in a different stream, I believe in you. As he spoke, Lightface picked up the Slayer quest on the town's mayor, Alephus, and then took the initiative to apply to join the team. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but pay a little attention to this different girl. Only her face could be seen, though she wore a mask of a civet cat, which made it impossible to see her face. But in a white mage robes, and waist-length smooth soft hair under the background, cannot hide the temperament outstanding, as if in the painting came out of the ancient great country princess. One can't help but think that underneath the mask there must be a stunningly beautiful face, and when Lu Ming saw Lightface's eyes, he inexplicably felt a bit familiar. This familiarity is not the familiar kind that one remembers. Rather, it was as if those eyes had appeared in someone who had seen them recently, just as Lu Ming was recalling where he had seen these eyes before. Light Yen smiled at Lu Ming and said, Let's get started. Lu Ming nodded. Good. At this point, although the other 3 were skeptical, they also received their quests and applied to join the team after all. After all, you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe there really is something to this formation trickster. There's an extraordinary 4 or 5-star top qualified account underneath the ordinary exterior, or maybe, thus, the small group of 5 stepped out of Moonfall Town. Mo arrived at the quest location after about 20 minutes. The level 9-10 wilderness area of the buried bones. Look around. Ahead, a giant graveyard that resembled a mass grave came into view. The ground was littered with the grimy white bones of humans, or broken limbs. Not yet inside, a violent stench of rotting corpses greeted him. In all directions, a strong aura of death filled the air. It looked extremely eerie under the dense dark clouds overhead. At this moment, it could be seen, within the land of buried bones, there were quite a few 5-member squads opening up here. It's basically a 4-tractor or 3-tractor fleet. This was because for every squad, there were 3 or 4 high-level players of level 15 or 16, with 1 or 2 low-level players of only level 8 or 9 on the outside. This quest, if there were no senior players to lead it, a new player of level 8 or 9 alone would not be able to get through it on their own. At this moment, Lu Ming prioritized stepping into the land of buried bones. While the 3 teenagers in the back were still hesitating, the mage girl, Lightface, followed without hesitation. Pest! Just as he entered the field, a dry, skeletal arm broke the ground in front of his sight. Immediately after that, a skeleton frame with not a single piece of flesh and blood on its entire body heuristically scurried out from the ground. Targeting. Wo rub. Lu Ming drew his sword. Chapter 17 Buried Land. Slayer. Land of the Bones. A fleet of 4 tow trucks. Click. As a level 17 warrior man in the group's ranks raised his hand and dropped his sword, he crippled a skeleton warrior in front of him before handing it over to the only level 9 archer player in the group to shoot. A few people looked up at Lu Ming and his group, who were not far away. Yo, those level 8 newbies dare to team up to paint the buried bone land? Quite brave. I just saw in the forums a caravan that said 10,000 with 10 gears, and this formation trickster leading the caravan, he can't be the one who made the post, can he? A level 8 formation artificer with a tow of 4 with a 10th gear? Are you kidding me? What a laugh. The most shocking thing to me has to be those 4 in the back. There really are warriors who aren't afraid to die in order to save money. Disrupting the market is supposed to be damned. Watch. I bet that kid can't even pass the first gear. Just as a few people were waiting to see Lu Ming and the others laugh. Lightface, who was in the team, used the scouting technique and shared the information about the skeleton monster on the team channel. Skeleton Warrior Physical Normal Monster. Rank 9. Physical Attack Power 92. Armor 42. Magic Resistance 35. Speed 35. Blood 610. Skill Charge Chop Level F. Introduction. The undead sleeping in the ground. By the call of the Skeleton King Nook revived again. They will swear allegiance to the darkness. At this moment, the three people in the team, Wu Liuqi, Shooting the Vault, and Big Wave Dad, looked at the monster's attributes and then weighed themselves, momentarily like wearing a mask of pain. I Nima. My attack is only 55, this Nima monster armor 42. It even stands still. I have to cut how many times in order to cut a skeleton warrior? Playing chicken hair? High-level monsters can't be defeated by anyone, and brushing low-level monsters fixes 1 point of experience. Heavenly Abyss really doesn't give us newcomers a chance to live. When I've leveled up to 10, I'll go card leveling to bring level 1 munchkins to make money too and forget about it. No, the question now is, even I, a warrior with a full strength bonus, only have 55 attack power, and that guy's secondary profession, formation trickster, can he beat this skeleton warrior? It can't just be adding knots to our formation and letting us fight on our own, can it? How the hell did I get on this black car in the heat of the moment? Just when a few people were remorseful. Front. Click, click, click. Accompanied by a sound of bones scratching, the skeleton warrior had already copied the machete and unleashed the charge chop skill at Lu Ming. Only Lu Ming could be seen standing in place, unperturbed by the danger. Unleash War Trample with the longsword resident. Seeing this scene, the few high-level players watching from a short distance away almost burst out laughing. What's that idiot doing? Several teammates are in the back, and he's standing in front of them, releasing the formation and waiting to die. Laughing to death. Doesn't he know that the formation trickster's formation only has a bonus effect on his teammates, not on himself? Even if it has a bonus to itself, so what? With just a single formation, he can single-handedly kill a level 9 skeleton warrior with a mere level 8 formation artificer. Brush. Just as the skeleton warrior flew up and slashed at Lu Ming, everyone present thought that Lu Ming was going to be chopped into pieces. Brush up. 2 necromantic warriors violently rushed out from the left and right sides, wielding their iron swords at an extremely fast speed, rushing to cut the skeleton warrior to the ground before it could touch Lu Ming. 362. 362. 2 bursts of high blood red damage instantly cleared the skeleton warrior's 610-point blood bar. Ding kill level 9 skeleton warrior. Experience value plus 40. Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the few players in the distance who were waiting to see a good show stiffened. The 3 youths at the back of the group also had their jaws dropped for a moment. Seconds. Seconds now. What are those 2? Where did they come from? The crowd's eyes focused on the necromancer. Only 2 necromantic warriors could be seen, as if they were left and right guardians, stationed to the left and right of Lu Ming. They were dressed in pitch-black cold armor, their eyes emitting a greenish ghostly light, and their aura was overpowering. Seeing Lu Ming reach out and refine the corpse of the skeleton warrior. A few players in the distance were shocked. Those 2 necrotic warriors? Could they be that kid summons? Level 8 summoner. How can it have such high damage? Meanwhile, the 3 youths at the back of the queue changed their faces instantly. I told you Big Brother must have something on him to dare make that post. So Big Brother has a summoning talent. And the summons are so powerful. You can have 2 summons at only level 8. People in professional summoner professions have to be level 10 to unlock the second summoning bit, right? Big Brother is awesome, just as a few people were revitalized. In the next second, a scene that made them even more skeptical appeared. One could only see Lu Ming's thoughts move. Wow! In all directions, countless 3-meter-tall dark vortexes tore through space and blossomed out. Immediately afterward, a single necromantic warrior stepped through space and walked out of the vortex door. 80 necromantic warriors instantly spread across the entire field. Go kill monsters. At Lu Ming's command, all the surrounding necromantic warriors turned on automatic monster killing mode. The pitiful skeleton warriors that had just broken out of the ground were instantly chopped up by the necromantic warriors before they had a chance to breathe in a breath of fresh air. Under the increase of Lu Ming's 10 times strengthened LV8 War Trample, the necrotic warrior gained a whopping 387 attack points, and his total attack power had reached a staggering 404 points. Facing a level 9 skeleton warrior with only 42 points of armor, with 610 points of chi and blood attributes, he could be easily hacked to death with just 2 sword attacks. And so, with 80 necromancer warriors pushing across the room. Within a few minutes, the team boost message went off. Ding, congratulations to your team for killing a total of 50 skeletons. The first level of the quest has been completed. When the number of skeletons killed reaches 100, the quest reward will be upgraded to the second level. At this moment, several people in the team were shocked beyond words. The mage girl, Light Yen, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ming, revealing a smile of unknown meaning. Seeing this, the few nearby high-level convoys retreated to the periphery, not daring to offend Lu Ming's necromantic warriors, and panicked to make room. In this way, the necromancer warrior was invincible within the vast buried bone land. The team alerts, too, rang out one after another. Ding, congratulations to your team for killing a total of 100 skeletons. The second slot of the quest has been completed. Ding, congratulations to your team for killing a total of 200 skeletons. The third slot of the quest has been completed. Ding, congratulations to your team for killing a total of 1,000 skeletons. The preconditions for the 10th file of the mission have been completed. Under your great hunt, the Black Iron level boss Skeleton King Nook is about to come out. Kill the Skeleton King Nook to complete the 10th file of the mission. As the system prompt fell. Rumble. The land of the buried bones was plunged into a ground shaking. Who dares to intrude on the king's beautiful dreams? Want to get killed? It was accompanied by a loud roar. A super skeleton warrior with a height of 6 or 7 meters broke out of the ground from the center of the buried bone land map. Chapter 18, 10 seconds to solo a Black Iron class boss. Rumble. It was accompanied by a shaking of the ground. In this instant, the dozens of player squads spread across the entire buried bone land were all shaken by it. What's this dead motion? Holy! It couldn't be the boss of the land of buried bones. The Skeleton King refreshing, right? Aren't the Raiders' records that the Skeleton King only refreshes when a player performs a Slayer mission to the 10th gear? There's a 10th gear convoy today. Some players who were red I'd immediately hit a crooked idea. Quickly go over to see how the strength of that caravan is. If it's not very powerful, you might be able to grab a few boss drops and make a fortune. As he spoke, several groups of players who were on the outskirts of the buried bone land rushed towards the location of the boss refreshment. However, when they arrived at the center field of the buried bone land, they saw a shocking scene. Only the huge body of Skeleton King Nook was seen kneeling on the ground, motionless. Around it stood a group of imposing necromantic warriors in iron armor, holding iron swords. A powerful aura of death enveloped the entire field. Boss is dead. Didn't the Skeleton King just refresh? Has been seconded? How is this possible? This is a level 10 Black Iron boss. Could it have been pushed off by these necromancers? This necrotic warrior is obviously only level 10. Why does it give me the feeling that they're a strong bunch? Some of the players who had come here with the purpose of grabbing the boss loot were now under the intimidation of the necrotic warrior and didn't dare to take half a step closer to the boss. Meanwhile, inside the necromancer's encirclement, Lu Ming came straight to the corpse of Skeleton King Nook. Boss's loot, you have to pick it up with your own hands to make it feel better. Ding, you've picked up the Black Iron artifact equipment Skeleton King's boots. Ding, you've picked up coins 5 silver and 25 copper. Ding, you have picked up the white plate equipment breaker longsword. Another Black Iron weapon? That's good luck. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. After all, according to the market price, this Black Iron artifact alone is worth about 800. 5 silver coins for 1,000, 200 for a white plate. And in the process of slaughtering 1,000 skeleton warriors, Lu Ming had also harvested 4 pieces of white plate equipment, as well as a total of over 1,600 copper coins, totaling another 4,000 here. Brush a map, kill a boss. $6,000 comes so easily. And at this time, in the back, the several bosses who were taken flying by Lu Ming were confused until now. If the early stages of killing 1,000 skeletons, where they didn't even have the chance to make a move and relied on Lu Ming's necrotic warriors to push them all the way across the board, was already enough to shock them. Then there was nothing that made them more skeptical of life than just now, when Skeleton King Nook was pushed back after less than 10 seconds of refreshing. This is a level 10 Black Iron boss. Even if a group of level 15-20 players pushed together, it would at least take several minutes to push it down. Big Brother actually soloed it alone in a few seconds.
Iblang.
It's horrible. The 3 people, Wu Liuqi, Big Wave Dad and Shooting Explosion Dome, had been shocked beyond words. Lu Ming temporarily put the boss loot into his backpack without bothering to take a closer look, and came to a few people. With a slight smile, he said, "How was the experience?" Several owners. Assassin Youth Wu Liuqi thumbs up with both hands, excited and incoherent. "You are the most big brother I've ever seen powerful." "Bah, the most powerful big brother." Big Wave Dad. "Great God, take a bow from my little brother." Shooting the Vault. "Big brother, give a friend spot. I have a cousin who wants to meet you." Lu Ming smiled and flashed his WeChat collection code. "Good talk." A few people in front of me swept the code without saying a word. Not long after, 3 voices that made Lu Ming's heart happy rang out. WeChat arrived at 10,000 yuan. Is this the sound of money? It's so beautiful. At this time, the mage girl, Lightface, also came over and scanned the code. However, Lu Ming heard a distinctive beep. WeChat arrived at 100,000 yuan. Lu Ming looked at Lightface, who was wearing a civet cat mask and was as playful as she could be, and said, "You typed in an extra 0. Lightface, however, guffawed. "Let's add a friend. I'll look for you again the next time I need you, and the extra money counts as prepayment. Then let's wait until next time." After saying that, Lu Ming returned $90,000. He then dismissed the team and turned away. Looking at Lu Ming's fading back, Light Fan murmured, "It's really quite personalized. Spectre? Aha, I'll remember you." Speaking, Lightface opened WeChat. To a note named ATM Top Friend sent a message. "Guess who I ran into?" Not long after, the ATM wrote back, "Ex-boyfriend." Lightface. "Scram. It's not like you don't know that I've never been in love. So where's my ex-boyfriend?" ATM. "So who did you meet? Say what you have to say. I'm busy." Lightface. "A super powerful little brother who is a formation trickster. Do you know how powerful he is? The kind of person who single-handedly brushes the 10th slot of the Slayer quest and pushes a level 10 Black Iron boss in 10 seconds. The key is that he's only level 10. ATM. "Isn't he ID'd as Spectre?" Looking at the message, the other party replied. Lightface was surprised for a moment. "I'll go. How did you know?" ATM. "Because this guy you're talking about, I'm booked." Lightface pouted. "Then I don't care, anyway, if you didn't tell me, it's even if I introduced you. Hurry up and hurry up. Bring me some money." "Didn't I just give you 50 last week? And you spent them so quickly?" "I don't care, I want it." Saying that, Lightface directly launched a frantic emoji attack. It was only when he heard a voice saying PayPal has arrived with $1 million that he stopped attacking. And press voice, switching clip sounds in a second. "Brother loves you, yo. Mwahahaha." On his way back to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming checked his status. The experience rewards from killing a large number of skeleton warriors, as well as that last Skeleton King boss, had caused his level to rise to level 10, up from level 8 at the beginning. Reached the second turn standard. As long as you complete the transfer quest, you will be able to break through to the second turn. At this time, the 3 10-star account talents, Spirit Beheading, Total Increase, and Bathed in Fire, were also in the stage of pending upgrades. As long as Lu Ming completed his second turn, the 3 major talents would be automatically upgraded to LV2. Currently, all 3 major talents are only LV1, and they've already managed to raise my strength to such a terrifying level. I wonder how strong the LV2 effect will be? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a hint of anticipation within himself. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the black iron weapon that the Skeleton King had exploded and looked at it. Skeleton King's boots, black iron. Speed? Additional attributes? Durability? Occupation? Formation artist? Warrior. Rank? 10. Unidentified. He was going to sell it, but when he realized that it was something that a formation artificer could use, and that Lu Ming's shoe part happened to be empty, he didn't sell it. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, equipment dropped by monsters need to be appraised at a professional appraisal institute before they can be used. Thus, Lu Ming temporarily put the Skeleton King battle boots back into his backpack. Look at the time, it's already 2:30 in the afternoon. I've been brushing up on my tasks since 9:30 a.m., and I've even forgotten to eat my lunch. But before and after only 5 hours to perfectly clear the 10th slot of the Slayer mission, and almost all of them were solo brushes by Lu Ming, which had already broken the historical solo brush record of this mission, especially after making $40,000 along the way while doing the task. In his previous life, Lu Ming could only earn this much money in several months. Treat yourself. That new frog fragrance restaurant downstairs seems to be good. Later on, when you get off the line, go rub a meal. The thought of returning to Moonfall Town later, submitting the Slayer quest, and getting a wave of lucrative rewards. Lu Ming then couldn't help but increase his pace. Chapter 19 Bronze, Slayer's Belt. Returning to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming found Mayor Alofs at the first opportunity and submitted the quest. Learning that Lu Ming had massacred 1,000 dark skeletons and killed Skeleton King Nook, the old mayor was moved to tears. Thank you, young warrior. If the members of the killing squad who sacrificed themselves in the land of buried bones 8 years ago knew about this, they would surely be comforted underground as well. Warrior, accept your rightful reward. With the mayor's words, a pleasant system voice, ringing in his ears. Congratulations on completing the Quest Slayer 10th gear, and receive the reward. Experience value plus 20,000, silver coins plus 10, bronze equipment Slayer belt plus 1, F rank skill scroll life barrier plus 1, bronze. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Opening the backpack on the spot, he saw a pair of exquisite belts with bronze edges and silver stripes engraved on the inside, while exuding a high-class aura. On the market, the reason why the fare for the Quest Slayer was so high was actually precisely because the reward for the 10th slot of this quest, in addition to the guaranteed receipt of a level 10 black ironware equipment with an F-ranked skill scroll, there will be a very small chance of being rewarded with bronze equipment or an E-rank skill scroll. It was important to know that within the same grade field, the value of a bronze artifact was up to 10 times that of a black iron artifact. The price of an E-rank skill scroll on the market was even higher at 23W, and there was no market for it. So most of the players who paid a high price to hire a caravan to help them through the quests, apart from the huge amount of experience value and silver rewards, they were actually betting on their luck as well. Once they gambled on a bronze artifact or an E-ranked skill scroll, then they would have made a huge profit. According to the analysis of a certain expert, the very small probability of the Heavenly Abyss world is around 10%, so it seems that my luck is really good. Lu Ming was somewhat complacent. Lu Ming eagerly glanced at the attributes of this equipment. Slayer's Belt LV10 Bronze. Blood. 420. Additional attributes. Physical fitness plus 20. Endurance plus 20. Additional skill. Killing passive. The Formation Master's formation provides an additional 2% of his maximum blood damage bonus to friendly troops not stackable. Durability. 55-55. Occupational requirement. Formation Artist. Introduction. The belt used by the former leader of the killing squad in Moonfall, the wearer, symbolizing the warrior who defends the peace of Moonfall, compared to the level 8 black iron artifact Moon Demon Cloak on Lu Ming's body, which only added 120 points of blood and 8 points of endurance. This bronze artifact's attribute bonus was simply so high that it exploded. In particular, this additional skill killing, when applied to Lu Ming who possessed the overall increased talent, it was a damage bonus effect of 20% of one's maximum blood. Immediately, he equipped the Slayer belt and opened the status bar, only to see that the Chi and blood attribute instantly soared from 450 to 1070 points. A level 10 first turn could have a 4-digit Chi blood, comparable to a level 15 second turn knight. In this way, it would be equivalent to equipping the skill killing, which could have an incremental damage effect of 214 points. Combine this with the 100% plus 500 to Formation Trickster's attack power from LV10 War Trample, and that's a bonus of 589 attack points. Necromancer's damage, it's just going to explode. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming looked at the skill scrolls rewarded by the quest. Life Fortress Formation Artist Class F. Skill description. Release a 50-yard radius circular formation, causing all friendly troops within the formation to receive a shield of 1% of the Formation Master's maximum blood plus 5 points per second for 15 seconds. Maximum shield value may not exceed 30% of the Formation Master's maximum blood level. Skill consumption. 3 mana to start, 1 mana per second thereafter. Cooldown time. 50 seconds. The output of the Necromantic Warrior is enough. The beauty of the early stage is precisely that the defense is not strong enough along with the vitality, resulting in not a few casualties in the battle. This skill, it solves exactly this problem perfectly. Thinking so, Lu Ming immediately crushed the scroll and learned the skill. The skill level also increased from LV1 along with Lu Ming's level to LV10. The value of the shield bonus per second is increased to 1% of the Array Trickster's maximum blood plus 38. Next, Lu Ming went to the appraisal office and spent 50 copper coins to appraise the level 10 black iron artifact Skeleton King boots that the Skeleton King had dropped. Skeleton King's boots, plus 30 speed, plus 9 agility. Completing his equipment, Lu Ming's speed came to 49 points. After placing all 5 pieces of white plate equipment harvested during the brushing process on the trading house, Lu Ming went offline in the same place. From the internet cafe out to the neighborhood downstairs of the new frog incense restaurant, a person ordered a large pot of spicy frogs, the whole bottle of beer, big mouthfuls of meat, big mouthfuls of wine. Yes, thinking back to his last life, in order to save money to marry Yi Linger, in order to give Yi Linger a better life, Lu Ming never bothered to spend a penny for himself. Having lived too many hard lives has made him think that life is like that. It was only at this moment that he realized that life could be so good. Just in time, Lin Yue suddenly sent a Weibo message. Yi-chun is now level 7. It's only been a few hours and you've gone from level 1 to level 7? This upgrading speed was almost no less than Lu Ming, who had a 10-star account. It seems that the saying Tian Yuan is the playground of the rich is really true. Lu Ming searched. At his speed, it should still take an hour or two to go from level 7 to level 8. Before that, I can just finish the transfer quest first. Thus, Lu Ming replied to Lin Yue, "Tell me when he's almost level 8. Lin Yue, "Yes, wine and dine." Just as Lu Ming was about to get up and leave, going back to the internet cafe to go online and transfer, suddenly I heard a small couple talking on the table behind me. "Wow baby, take a look at the jitterbug I forwarded to you. There's a level 10 formation artist who single-handedly swiped away a black iron level boss in 10 seconds. And this person is also from Lin Hai. True or false? Let's see." Awesome. Where did this ancient god come from? Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. There is no hurry to leave. Took out his cell phone and opened Shake, searching for the keyword, Formation Creep Master Single Brush Boss. And sure enough, even searched out a video of himself just now in the land of the buried bones to brush the Skeleton King. The video was only a dozen seconds long, but it completely recorded the entire process of Lu Ming maneuvering the necrotic warriors to besiege the full-blooded Skeleton King and directly push the boss down in one fell swoop. A passerby from the shooter's point of view. Video posted 35 minutes ago. And at this time, the number of likes, comments, and retweets, had reached 159.8 W, 32.7 W, and 124.5 W respectively. Casually open the comments section and be shocked. I Lu, a 10 seconds single brush black iron boss god. What kind of god is this? How could this be so horrible? This video is synthesized, right? It's so fake. Who's the good guy who soloed a boss in 10 seconds? The human author has said no editing and no P photos, and I'm proving that he was there to record it, because I'm the Skull King who took the beating. It's a pity that I don't know what he looks like with the mask on, but judging by this body, he should be a no-nonsense big handsome guy. Who knows the video this formation trickster little brother jitterbug number? Do me a favor and tweet it. I have a friend who wants to meet him. It's true that there are many things that go wrong when people are popular. Lu Ming couldn't help but be glad that he was wearing a mask. Getting up and leaving the Frog Fragrance Pavilion, Lu Ming went straight to the internet cafe. Unbeknownst to me at this time, Yi-chun also noticed this video. South of the town of Moonfall, the level 7-8 wilderness area of Sky Wasteland City. Yi-chun, who was rapidly killing monsters and upgrading under the lead of the Vickers, organized a wave of material while preparing to send out a jitterbug. Inadvertently noticed the video of nameless formation sleuths soloing a black iron level boss. At first, Yi-chun was also deeply shocked by the scene of the necrotic warriors pushing the boss sideways. But in a turn of events, he noticed the formation guile master who was calling the group of necrotic warriors. Even though the other party wore a mask and hid his ID, this figure still allowed Yi-chun to detect this person. Why does he look as if he looks a bit familiar? When he spoke, Yi-chun seemed to think of something. He suddenly turned his face and looked meaningfully to the side of Lin Yue. Chapter 22nd Turn Quest Direct. Moonfall Township. After Lu Ming came online, he went straight to the profession hall. Picked up the second turn quest on the formation trickster mentor Hugh. Just as he was about to come out of the main hall, a familiar figure suddenly walked head-on. The other party wore a pair of civet cat masks, clad in clean white magical robes, with long hair reaching her waist, and an outstanding temperament, which could be seen at a glance to be a $1,000 young lady of some rich and noble family. This mage girl was the same lightning face that Lu Ming had teamed up with when he had brushed up on the Slayer quest earlier. The ID information, which was not hidden above her head, showed that her level was 10, and it was obvious that she was also here to receive the transfer quest. Lu Ming intended to pretend he didn't recognize him and walk past. But Light Face came to Lu Ming with a jump, wrapped her hands around her chest, cocked her head at Lu Ming, and guffawed, "Hi! What a coincidence! Meeting again. Why don't you take me through the transfer quest? I'll pay for it." The second turn quest was the same for all professions, and that was to kill 100 level 10 monsters within 6 hours. This quest is not easy for the average new player though, and most need to get help to get through it. But for Light Yen, whose entire body was underpinned by black iron weapons, it was simply a breeze. Lu Ming then said, "If you can get by on your own, why are you looking for me?" Light Face didn't say anything else, but just said, "I checked. The market price of the second turn generation is 600 apiece. You take me. $600, you want it or not." Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. "2. You're gonna fight yourself anyway, incidentally. There's money to be made and no money to be made." Of course, like before, Light Face transferred 90,000 more at once for no reason. That kind of money of unknown origin, Lu Ming does not earn. Only spend money that belongs to your deserving. So, Light Face swept $600 over to Lu Ming on the spot. Lu Ming also created the team and pulled Lightning Face in. At this moment, Light Yen looked at Lu Ming curiously and couldn't help but think. Before, he didn't even want to give $90,000 for nothing. But now he treats this $600 as if it were a treasure. But he's really a strange person. As he spoke, Lu Ming had already left in stride. Light Face then stepped lightly and quickly followed, watching the duo leave Moonfall Town. In the dark, Tianxian Shadow, who was staring at Lu Ming, immediately opened WeChat and sent a message to Tianxian Eternity. "Captain, someone is snatching someone from us. I'm gonna go give her some color." Not long after, Tianxian Eternal returned the message. "What's the name? Which battle team?" "I don't know which battle team. Her ID is Light Face. I can't wait. One step later and Spectre will be abducted by her. I'm going to go give her a piece of my mind." As soon as the words fell, just as Tianxian Shadow's eyes were ferociously preparing to draw his sword, Tianxian Eternity suddenly came with a direct voice pop-up. Tianxian Shadow just connected. Inside immediately came a voice with at least 100 decibels. "If you dare to touch my sister, you're dead." Tianxian Shadow was dumbfounded. "That Light Face? Is that Miss Yen Yen?" Sloppy. On the way, Light Yen had been looking for Lu Ming to ask questions without a word. "Little brother, what's your name? How many stars is your account? What district of Linhai is your home in?" Lu Ming stopped and glanced at Light Yen, indifferently saying, "Money back. You can quit the team. I won't take you." "Don't. I won't talk." Light Yen immediately pursed her lips and quieted down, looking at Lu Ming accusingly. Soon, the two arrived at the nearest level 10 wilderness area, the Demon Wolf Woodland, since it was the closest level 10 wilderness area to Moonfall Town. At this moment, there were quite a few players who were carrying out their second turn quests in the middle of the huge woodland, teaming up to brush the demon wolves. Inside those teams, each team basically had 1 or 2 level 15-20 high level players sitting around, taking level 10 players through quests. Even outside the woodland, there are still a lot of level 10 or so veteran players guarding, waiting for the prey. And so, when a formation trickster who was only level 10 and a level 10 magician, two two-person squads that looked like newcomers entered the woodland. Unsurprisingly, it attracted the attention of the hunters. 2 middle-aged assassin men who had reached level 17 leaned over. One of them took a look at Lu Ming and Lightning Face and said with a smile, "Here to do the transfer quest, right? Do you want Uncle to take you through the quest?" Another assassin man followed suit. "Our family's price is affordable. Oh, 600 for a single person. How about we only charge 1100 for the two of you? Guaranteed to take you all through at once." As soon as the words left his mouth, he didn't wait for Lu Ming to take a stand. Light Face spoke up. "No need. I've already found someone to bring it." "Looking for someone? Where?" The two assassin men looked left and right. Light Yen pointed at Lu Ming and said, "Nua, he's taking me." Following Light Yen's finger to Lu Ming, the other two once again sized him up and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Little girl, are you serious? He's a newcomer himself just like you, and he's also a sewer auxiliary profession formation creeper who doesn't have much to offer. And he can't even take care of himself, so how is he going to lead you?" Light Face didn't try to explain too much, just thinking to myself, "Aha, you'll have to punch yourselves in the face later." Thus, the two of them ignored the two assassin men and stepped into the forest floor on their own. The two assassins grunted lightly, waiting to watch the show. "Che, I've seen a lot of high-minded youngsters like you. You'll come back and beg us later." At this moment, Lu Ming came to a relatively empty area. Looking at the level 10 monsters, demonized coyote, that could be seen everywhere in all directions. Immediately, through his mind, he summoned 100 necromantic warriors. Wow! The moment Lu Ming blossomed, hundreds of shadow swirls around his body. The gazes of quite a few players in the surrounding area had already been attracted over. At the same time as the 100 death spirit warriors with superb auras stepped out from the vortex, Lu Ming drew his sword of valor and resided with his long sword. War trampling, fortress of life. Wow, wow. Only one red, one yellow, two huge knot formations blossomed out in all directions along Lu Ming's feet, while gaining 589 points of attack power bonus from War Trample, triggering the effect of the skill killing, attached to the Bronze Equipment Slayer's belt. All necromantic warriors gained an additional 214 points of damage bonus. And with the reinforcement of life barrier, it automatically stacks to have 487 points of shield per second. In an instant, the necromancer warrior, who himself possessed a mere 330 points of chi blood, had the green blood bar at the top of his head directly covered by a white shield bar. The upper limit of the shield value of an F-rank life fortress was originally only 30% of the Array Trickster's maximum chakra. However, under Lu Ming's comprehensive increased talent tenfold reinforcement, it was able to reach 300%, meaning that the necromancer can, at maximum, stack 3,210 points of shields. Therefore, the shields on them continued to stack up. Gaining a double tenfold reinforcement after the knot formation bonus, the surrounding 100 necromantic warriors were like celestial gods possessing them. Under Lu Ming's intentional control, they quickly spread out towards the surroundings, automatically searching for the demonic wolves to attack. Where could a level 10 demonized coyote with only 50 points of armor and 700 plus chi blood resist the attack of a necrotic warrior with 610 points of attack power, plus 214 points of damage increase? The necromantic warrior only needed one sword to go down, and it was enough to directly kill the demonized coyote with its 774 points of damage. So the tornado destroyed the parking lot. Ding kill level 10 demonized coyote. Experience value plus 50. Ding kill level 10 demonized coyote. Experience value plus 50. Ding. Under the attack rolls of 100 necromantic warriors in a moment's time, there were enough to kill 100 demonized wild wolves. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the second turn quest. Prove strength. At this moment, the other players who were brushing the magic wolves around them were dumbstruck. Chapter 21 3 Talents Upgrade. LV2. With the necromantic warriors attacking the demon wolf woodlands in a matter of moments. At that instant, the passerby players who were in the middle of the woodland all boiled over. I'll go. How did that formation trickster get so many summons out? Wait. This necrotic warrior seems like I've seen that formation trickster somewhere before. Isn't it that protagonist from that 10-second push of the Black Iron level boss video on Jitterbug? Wait, allow me to open that Jitterbug and look again. It's really him. The 3 million liked Shakeology god is actually standing right in front of me. I'm so excited I'm spinning in place and ting myself. After completing the mission, Lu Ming disbanded the team. Gather the necromancers and leave the demon wolf woodlands. The two assassin uncles who were mortared outside the woodland hurriedly straightened up to make way for Lu Ming, facing the army of necrotic warriors whistling past in front of them, their eyes wide open, not daring to utter a single breath. Borrowing Lu Ming's aura, Light Yen also strutted past the two uncles with her head held high. After getting out of the public's eye line, only then did Lightning Yen speed up her steps to catch up with Lu Ming. Little brother, let's add a friend. I can provide you with ways to make money. Oh. Lu Ming didn't even return his head and coldly answered, no need. After experiencing Yi Linger's betrayal, Lu Ming would not easily trust anyone again, especially women. Lightface stood still and pouted. Humph, what a nerd. When he had just returned to Moonfall Town, Lu Ming received a message from Lin Yue. Yi Chun will soon be level 8. It was a little faster than Lu Ming had imagined. Thus, Lu Ming quickly rushed to the occupation hall and submitted his quest. Wow. At this moment, a beam of 7-colored light descended from the sky and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Immediately after that, several consecutive pleasant prompts rang in his ears. Ding, congratulations, you have completed your second turn. Your level cap has broken through to level 20. your attribute growth has been boosted, and your skill bar is +1. Congratulations on your account's talent chopping spirit upgraded to LV2. Congratulations on upgrading your account's talent total increase to LV2. Congratulations on upgrading your account talent firebath to LV2. The 8 professions of Tian Yuan all have the same attribute growth at the first turn. For example, 1 strength equals 1 physical attack, 1 agility equals 1 speed, 1 spirit equals 10 mana plus 0.1 mana recovery per second. After the second turn, you will receive different growth promotions according to the different characteristics of your profession. For example, Lu Ming's current profession, Formation Trickster, had a growth boost of after the second turn. 1 strength equals 1.3 physical attack power. 1 agility equals 1.1 speed. 1 spirit equals 15 mana plus 0.15 mana recovery per second. 1 endurance equals 1.2 armor plus 1.1 magic resistance. 1 physique equals 13 prana plus 1.3 prana recovery per second. In addition to this, each upgrade gains an attribute increase from 10 points of mana plus 20 points of chi and blood to 15 points of mana plus 25 points of chi and blood. Unlocks the Formation Trickster career trait. Every 5 points of spirit are converted into an additional 1 point of physical attack power. Completing his second turn, Lu Ming opened the status bar and looked at it. Player ID, Spectre LV10, second turn formation artist. Account qualification, 10 stars. Power, 26. Agility, 19. Spirit, 37. Endurance, 46. Physical fitness, 30. Physical attack power, 104. Armor, 90. Magic resistance, 79. Speed, 50.9. Mana, 655. Blood, 1160. Money, 0 gold, 35 silver, 32 copper. Experience value, 25,245 30,000. Skills, Scouting F rank, War Trample F rank, Life Fortress F rank. For Lu Ming, the biggest boost was the account's 3 major talents. First talent Chopping Spirit LV1 effect is to kill the enemy to refine the soul power. Each time to consume 1 point of soul power can summon a first rank necromantic warrior. The maximum number of summoned is their own level 10. And now at LV2, you can consume 10 points of soul power each time to summon a second rank necro warrior, with the maximum number of summons being your own level 20. The second talent is fully increased. LV1 effect is to increase the effect of all skills of the player to 10 times. Now LV2 the effect of all skills of the player is increased to 20 times. The third talent, Rebirth by Fire LV1 effect is that the player dies, sacrificing one of the weakest necromancer warriors to resurrect the player. Now LV2 players gain 1 second of invulnerability after being resurrected. Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Originally, these 3 talents were perverse enough when they were just LV1. Now this intensity, to still tell others how to play revitalized, Lu Ming opened the summoning panel. It was discovered that through the incessant killing of monsters and refining in front of him, the accumulated soul power at this point was already as much as 2009 points. Thus, Lu Ming tried his luck first, consuming 10 points of soul power to summon a second-order necrotic warlord. Wow! Only a 3-meter-tall silver vortex could be seen manifesting in front of Lu Ming. Ooh! Even the space gate has become advanced. In the next second, a necromancer warrior stepped out of the vortex. The first-order necromantic warrior is a full-body black armor holding an iron sword. Although the momentum is sufficient, but after looking at it for a long time, there is always a feeling of cheapness. And at this moment, the second-rank necromancer war general that came out from it was not only in a bright silver battle armor, even the sword in his hand had turned into a silver-sharp blade. The meaty aura multiplied, rather like a great general. At this moment, Lu Ming's necromancer had truly upgraded from a soldier to a general. Cool. This is simply awesome. Looking at the panel of this second-rank necrotic warrior, it was also much stronger than a first-rank necrotic warrior, and it had also mastered an active skill. Necromancer Second Order LV10. Master. Pantheon. Strength, 21. Growth 1.5. Agility, 28. Growth 1.3. Spirit, 10. Growth 11. Physical fitness, 10. Growth 18. Endurance, 10. Growth 1.4, 1.2. Physical attack power, 32. Armor, 14. Magic resistance, 12. Speed, 36.4. Mana, 210. Blood, 410. Skill, soul-shattering grade F, LV10, selects an enemy within 50 yards, marks the soul mark, and within 3 seconds can launch an instant kill attack at 120% of attack power plus 72 points of damage against the marked enemy, cooldown 9 seconds, consume 17. Since summons couldn't wear equipment, their own attributes were still mediocre even after being promoted to second-rank Necromantic Warlord. However, under Lu Ming's 20-fold increase in Junction Formation reinforcement, they were invincible gods of war. LV2 Chopping Spirit, the maximum has been able to summon level 20, which is 200 necromancers. Thus, Lu Ming consumed another 990 points of soul power and summoned 99 second-order necrotic warriors in one breath. In addition, Lu Ming discovered the original first rank. Necrotic Warrior could also be upgraded to a second-rank Necrotic Warrior by consuming 9 points of soul power. Thus, Lu Ming consumed another 900 points of soul power to finish upgrading all 100 first-rank Necromantic Warriors. On the field, a full 200 Necromantic Warlords had knelt on one knee and submitted to Lu Ming. For the first time, Lu Ming experienced the feeling of being above the rest. He recalled all the Necromantic Warlords to the summoning space. Right at this moment, Yichun sent Lu Ming a WeChat. "I'm level 8. Come to the entrance of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone and take your copy." Finally, this moment. Looking at Yichun's message, the anger and hatred that Lu Ming had buried in his heart instantly surged to the surface, and he couldn't wait to explode. "Yichun, I've come to take your dog's life." Chapter 22 Advance. Scarlet Forbidden Zone. South of the town of Moonfall. Entrance to the level 810 copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. Yichun stood quietly. The rank had just reached level 8, and at this moment, he already had a full set of complete level 8 Black Iron Weapon Moon Demon set equipment in his body. Compared to those nearby ordinary players who were also preparing to play a copy, wearing tattered whiteboard equipment, and many of them not even fully equipped, it was like a crane standing on a rooster's head. At the same time, Lin Yue was also standing beside Yichun, and her expression looked a little nervous. Obviously, he was worried about whether the joint retaliation plan with Lu Ming later on would be able to be carried out successfully. Yichun looked at Lin Yue, whose small face was red, and revealed a faint smile as if he had already seen through everything. Pretending to be ignorant, he pacified Lin Yue. "Don't be nervous, Yue. I'm here. Later that punk, he wouldn't dare to hurt you." Lin Yue nodded, not daring to make a sound. It wasn't long before a young formation artificer who was simply equipped and looked a bit poor arrived. This formation trickster youth was none other than Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw at a glance that the group of level 30 bodyguards were still guarding the surroundings, so he didn't act rashly for the time being. He came straight to Yichun and said, "Long time waiting." The words just fell. "Wo rub." Yichun suddenly drew his sword without saying a word, and the sharp dagger went straight against Lu Ming's neck. Eyes radiating a sharp light, he ordered Lu Ming in a cold voice, "Show me all of your account panels, attribute panels." The sudden scene caused Lin Yue, who was on the side, to be shocked. Thinking to myself, "It's over." Yichun suspects Brother Underworld. Brother Spectre deliberately showed weakness in front of Yichun before. If he let Yichun see that his panel attribute was strong, then he would know that Brother Spectre was cheating him. What's to be done? Just when Lin Yue thought that the plan between her and Lu Ming was about to fall apart. Lu Ming, however, calmly followed Yichun's request and opened the account panel and attribute panel. Yichun took a look and found that the account panel showed a qualification of 1 star and the only talent cooldown reduction, with the effect of reducing the cooldown time of all skills by 10%. Looking at the attribute panel again, the level 10 formation trickster Dawn, apart from the higher level, all the attributes were mediocre. All things considered, a proper warhorse. Yichun was stunned for a moment, and a trace of disappointment flashed conspicuously under his eyes. In his heart, he thought, "This guy is obviously about the same size as that formation trickster I saw on that Shake Shack video, the one who can summon necrotic warriors and wears a mask, and it's surprising that the two of them aren't the same person. Could it be that I'm overthinking it?" After slowing down, Yichun put down his dagger, patted Lu Ming's shoulder and said with a smile, "Misunderstanding, brother. I recognized the wrong person." Lu Ming smiled. "Then can we go down to the copy? You promised to take me through epic difficulty." Yichun put away his dagger. "Of course." Although she didn't know exactly what was going on, Lin Yue couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she saw this scene. Meanwhile, not far away, the two people, Tianxian Shadow and Tianxian Eternity, who were mixed inside the passersby, were looking confused. What the hell? It shouldn't be. Tianxian Shadow clasped his hands on his chest, his face full of suspicion. According to my tracking observation and understanding of today's day, isn't this kid's purpose to intentionally cooperate with that female mage in acting, play weak in front of that Tatsuo Emperor, so that Tatsuo Emperor can take him down to the copy, and then unknowingly finish off Tatsuo Emperor in the copy? How is it that just changing his equipment has dispelled that Cinnabar Emperor's suspicions? Could it be that his account qualifications are really 1-star? Tianxian Eternal said thoughtfully. Impossible for him to have this kind of strength. The account qualification could never be lower than 5-star. So what went wrong? Tianxian Shadow was getting more and more puzzled. Also, what's up with him even changing his ID? Does he have 2 accounts? Tianxian Eternity didn't worry about that much. Forget about that for now. The priority is to think of some way to pull him into our Tianxian, just as Tianxian Eternal was fretting about it. A pair of small, white hands suddenly came from behind, simultaneously resting on the shoulders of both Tianxian Shadow and Tianxian Eternity. I have an idea. Holy Nima. Tianxian Shadow, who was concentrating, jumped 3 meters high like a praying mantis in fear. Fixing his eyes, he realized that it was actually Light Face. I'll go. Miss Yen, people scare people to death. Do you know that? It's scaring me so much that my little heart is pounding. Tianxian Shadow couldn't help but pat his chest with a grim expression. Tianxian Eternity, on the other hand, twisted his head to look at Lightning Face, his brows furrowing slightly. What are you doing here? Light Yen pestled behind Tianxian Eternal, a pair of slender little hands squeezing his shoulders, her eyes gazing at Lu Ming not far ahead, and said with a guffawing smile, Brother, do you want me to help you pull the underworld into our Tianxian? Stop it. Tianxian Eternity was unimpressed and said casually, If you really have that ability, I'll give you an extra 200 for this month's allowance. Okay, you said oh. As he spoke, Light Face seemed to have prepared for this, taking out a set of white plate equipment from his backpack and replacing the black iron weapon he was wearing. Then, he walked straight towards the copy in front of him, and the 2 people behind him couldn't stop him. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already created his team. In addition to him, a level 8 assassin, there was also the mage Lin Yue, whose level had already reached level 9, as well as the level 10 formation artificer Lu Ming. In the group, there was another priest woman Fall with a Night Man Sunset. These 2 are both level 10 second turn strength. A full set of black iron weapon Moon Demon Suit is added to the body. The naked eye can see that the strength is extraordinary. Yi Chen introduced Lu Ming and Lin Yue. These 2, both of them, are top-tier powerhouses with 3-star qualification accounts that my brother-in-law specially found for me from the capital side, counting myself as a 2-star qualified expert. Even if you 2 are nearly qualified, you'll have no problem clearing the epic difficulty. Brother-in-law? That's a very kind thing to call it. Lu Ming had talked to Yilinger for 3 years in his previous life, and had poured his heart out to their family, and had never heard Yi Chen call out to himself as a brother-in-law. He had always called himself by his first name. He's only been dead for a few days, and he's calling someone else's brother-in-law so naturally? As for Yi Chen, whose mind flashed through the image of Lu Ming pestering Lin Yue this morning, a hint of killing intent flashed through his eyes. Just by virtue of you being a waste of space, you dare to touch my Yi Chen's woman? When we enter the copy, I'll let you know the price. Just as the 5 were about to go down the book. Suddenly, a person ran from the back and dragged Lu Ming. Good for you, obviously we paid together. You even sneaked in alone to play the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy without shouting at me. Lu Ming looked at the sudden Lightning Face and frowned slightly. At this moment, Yi Chen asked, Which one are you again? Light Face clasped her hands on her chest and justified herself. I'm good friends with Dawn. When we both put up the money together for Lin Yue, her brother, ready to let her brother take us to play this copy. Hearing this, Lu Ming was instantly stunned. Gotta. Here comes one that's a better actor than himself. I don't care. You guys have to bring me along anyway. Light Face's ability to spill her guts didn't look like an act. Yi Chen shot a glance at Lightning Face. Finding out that she had reached level 10, and that her equipment was complete even though they were all white plates, her strength should still be decent. Young Vivian is also a drag going in. If we replace her with this more powerful one, we might be able to punch the legendary difficulty and increase the copy gain. Wait to pass the copy, then kill both of them. With this in mind, Yi Chen said to Lin Yue, Yue, why don't I find a new team to take you? I'll help you settle your brother's affairs first, and take the 2 of them to brush up their copies. Lin Yue didn't know what to do, so she nodded. Good. Thus, Yichun kicked Lin Yue out of the team and pulled Lightning Yen in. Worried about exposure, Lu Ming didn't say anything. Immediately after that, a group of 5 people officially stepped into the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy. Not far away, Tianxian Shadow, who saw the scene, was shocked. Holy! How did your sister get in? Isn't this a sheep in a tiger's mouth? Tianxian Eternity, who was Lightning Yan's own brother, was conversely less worried. With the underworld around, it should be fine. The other side. Wow. Passing through the curtain of light, Lu Ming, Yichan, Lightning Yen, Drop, and Sunset, a group of 5 people appeared in an old city. Dilapidated, rickety houses. The remains of animal and human bodies are visible everywhere. Blood-stained ground, scarlet sky. The apocalyptic smell of death was evident everywhere. At that moment, the system's prompt fell from the sky. Ding, welcome to the copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. The current copy difficulty is normal level. Please players find the forbidden object within 60 minutes. Overdue forbidden object is considered as a failure of the challenge and will not be awarded any rewards. Ding, the challenge has officially begun. Chapter 23, Large and Small. Switch freely. Scarlet Forbidden Zone Level 810 copy of the Novice Area. Background. Since the ancient city was looted by vampires, hundreds of thousands of people in the city were not spared, and that night, the blood flowed into a river, and the happy city has become hell on earth since then, until the human great mage Woola sacrificed his life to seal the city with a forbidden spell, sealing all the vampires in this forbidden area. But recently, the seal began to weaken, and the vampires began to move again. Current difficulty: normal. Current passing condition: players are requested to find a forbidden object left behind by the human archmage Woola in the Scarlet Forbidden Zone within 60 minutes, and can choose to use the forbidden object to reinforce the seal of the old town to pass the copy, or consume the forbidden object to activate the next difficulty. Current difficulty: pass reward. Closing the copy introduction panel, Yi Chen's grim gaze swept past Lu Ming and Light Yen. A battle scum with trash equipment and poor qualifications. A third-rate mage with slightly better qualifications, but a white plate outfit that is not destined to make much of a splash. Killing the 2 of you is as simple as crushing 2 ants. Let's leave you guys alive for now, and then we'll kill you before we pass the copy. Yichun thought he had everything under control. Unbeknownst to him, since the moment he stepped into the copy, he had fallen prey to Lu Ming. Although he could already make a move to kill Yichun right now, Lu Ming knew deep down that now was not the time. According to the activation conditions for each difficulty of the Scarlet Forbidden Area copy, the transition from normal difficulty to elite only requires 1 forbidden item, elite to epic difficulty requires 2 forbidden items, epic to legendary difficulty 3 items, and so on. If you want to activate the highest purgatory difficulty, you must have 5 treasures. And a single player can only carry a maximum of 1 treasure in their possession, which means that the entire team of 5 must survive to have a chance of being able to activate the highest difficulty. Here, Lu Ming could only temporarily hold back his inner killing intent. It wouldn't be too late to kill them after using Yichan and the others to activate the purgatory difficulty. As the countdown begins, Wo Rub, the level 10 knight, Sunset, rose with his spear, glanced back at Lu Ming behind him, and said disdainfully, "Kid, pay attention, don't drag us down." The priestess woman on the side falling also scorned Lu Ming. "I don't know what to do with pulling such a loser into the team. Even if it's just a random change to some other profession, it'll serve a little purpose."
Formation trickster?
Humph, I heard that not only is the range of formation small, but a formation lasts 15 seconds with a 50-second cooldown. It's equivalent to 60 minutes of the copy's time, and 40 of those minutes are spent posing. What can you do? Yichun also didn't give any face. He was supposed to come in to swing. Leave him alone. This time, I'm counting on you 2 seniors for this copy. Lightface clasped her hands on her chest, looked at the several people, cut, and muttered, "I'd like to see how powerful you really are." At this moment, in front of the line of sight, only the blood on the ground could be seen rapidly converging towards a single point. Wow! In an instant, a green-faced vampire with fangs and claws coalesced. Level 10 monster vampire. 115 attack, 52 armor, 45 magic resistance, 40 speed, 740 air blood, and the only skill blood suck. At that moment, a sudden tremor ran through Night Sunset's body. Next moment, wow, only a blood-red protective shield was manifested on his body. Seeing this, Lightface was slightly shocked. This is the 3-star talent Blood Demon's Shield. A shield that sacrifices 10% of your maximum blood volume and transforms it into 50% of your maximum blood volume, with only a 10-second cooldown. Without saying a word, Sunset charged at the vampire with his Blood Demon shield on top of him and his lance and shield in hand. Shield strike. Flame burst. Bang. Woe rub. The first two skills went down, knocking the vampire back heavily. 197. 214. In the back, Lightning Face couldn't help but feel shocked once again when she saw the damage dealt by Sunset. As a meat shield knight profession, it was surprising that he was able to deal such high damage. It looks like this guy with a full set of level 8 black ironware moon demon suit has some stuff. At the same time, Yi-chan, who was an assassin, held the black iron weapon moon demon blade in his hand, and his body was like the wind as he swept towards the vampire at breakneck speed. Shadow attack. Stabbing in a row. 172. 88. 176 blitz. Yi-chan's damage was slightly inferior. After all, he was only a level 8 first turn. However, compared to those ordinary players who were of the same level but could generally only hit 50 or 60 points, Yi-chan's strength was already very outstanding. For his damage, Yi-chan was very satisfied, and the corners of his mouth rose as he said, "This 2-star talent, Berserk increasing the rate of bludgeoning by 20%, is a perfect match for my assassin profession." With a combined output of 800 plus, the two of them easily took care of that vampire. Picking up the 2 copper coins dropped next to the vampire's corpse, Sunset said in a deep voice, "Forbidden items may exist within the copy map in the form of monsters dropping, hiding, or triggering a special condition. We have to speed up our progress a bit." As he spoke, Sunset suddenly hit the ground hard with his shield. Wow! A silver-gray aura blossomed in all directions along Sunset's feet. Mockery. Nearby, 5 or 6 vampires were affected by the taunt skill and surrounded towards Sunset. Ho ho ho! Facing a siege of 5 or 6 vampires, Sunset's head jumped up with a mere 40-50 points of damage. This shows that Sunset's defenses are not low. At the same time, rear formation Priest Drop swung his staff and a healing spell came down, bringing Sunset a period of 393 points of recovery, easily restoring Sunset's lost blood. The 3-star talent, Healing Enhancement, increases healing by 50%, makes Drop's healing ability frighteningly strong. His own solid candor, coupled with Drop's powerful healing, makes Sunset virtually unthreatening when placed in a crowd of monsters. He looked at the 2 people in the rear formation, Lu Ming and Light Yen, who were unmoved and couldn't help but growl. "You two, you have to be of some use." Lightface let out an "oh." Raising his staff, he said, "Then don't you blink. Oh, watch me operate." When these words came out, Yi-chan, Drop, and Sunset couldn't help but look at Lightning Yen. Looking at Lightface's light movements, her demeanor was full of energy. Yi-chan couldn't help but think in his heart, could it be that this really is a hidden expert? As soon as the words fell, Lightning Face finished casting the spell. Boom boom. Fireball. Ice Pick spells. 95. 92. The 2 damage hits made the trio in the arena fall over in an instant. On the side, Drop looked at Lightning Face with an unbelievable face. "Is there any mistake? You're a level 10 second turn mage, and this is all the damage you're doing?" Lightface was not at all accustomed to falling and directly disliked her face. "If I were good, why would I pay someone to take me? Where is your brain?" Yi-chan shook his head. "What 2 losers? If it wasn't for the thought of seeing if I could punch the nightmare difficulty and needing you 2 to make up the numbers, I would have slaughtered you 2 by now." With that said, Yi-chan copied his dagger to kill the monsters. Lu Ming could see at a glance that Lightning Face had intentionally changed all of her equipment into trashy white plates before entering the copy, hiding her strength. If he showed too much strength, he would definitely cause Yi-chan's suspicion. Although he didn't know what the meaning of this Lightning Yen following into the copy was, but for now, it seemed that she hadn't revealed Lu Ming in front of Yi-chan and the others, so she wasn't a threat to Lu Ming. If Light Face's existence affected his next revenge plan, then he would not hesitate to kill her along with her. Thus, the 4 of them, Yi-chan, Falling, Sunset, and Light Yen, were all going all out to kill the monsters. Lu Ming just hangs back and does nothing. It really looks like a punk. But in truth, what Yi-chan and the others didn't know was this. The entire Scarlet Forbidden Zone would soon be completely reduced to Lu Ming's home turf alone. Lu Ming unhurriedly opened the account panel and tapped the switch button behind the account. Next, ding, Honorable 10-star qualified player Spectre. Welcome back to the world of Heavenly Abyss. Chapter 24 Necromancer Kills Crazy. Ever since Lu Ming realized that he could freely switch between his previous life's account and the original owner's current account both at any time, he started a layout. Before coming to the Scarlet Forbidden Zone to meet up with Yi Chun, Lu Ming had deliberately stayed back and logged into the Sky Abyss with the original owner's ID number. As expected, Yi Chun really did ask to check all of Lu Ming's data information before entering the book. The account and character were different, but since the manipulator was both Lu Ming, the two character levels were shared. Therefore, the level 10 second turn formation artist Dawn that Yi Chun saw at that time, as well as that 1-star qualified account, was actually Lu Ming's trumpet. And now, Lu Ming was still the same Lu Ming, no different from a moment ago, except that his account had switched to the big number. Spectre. As Yi Chun and the others fought to kill the monsters, Lu Ming, under the guise of being a jerk, began to unleash his intent unknowingly in the rear formation. As long as it doesn't exceed this range of 500 yards, I will be able to summon the Necro Warrior at any location. With this in mind, Lu Ming closed his eyes and through his mind, locked himself at the furthest distance and summoned the Necrotic Warlord. Instantly, countless swirls flowing with silver light bloomed in the middle of the copy map, 400,500 yards away from Yi Chun and his group. A rank 2 necromantic war general in silver armor tore through space and stepped out of the vortex. Through vision sharing, real-time images of the various locations and corners of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone appeared in Lu Ming's mind. At the same time, Lu Ming opened the settings panel and checked the skill effect box to no effect. In the next moment, the War Trample and Life Fortress were released in place. Wow! Wow! 2 invisible knot formations blossomed along Lu Ming's feet, encompassing a huge radius of 1,000 yards. Within 300,500 yards of me, kill monsters freely and search for forbidden objects. With Lu Ming's thought, the 200 necromantic warlords scattered throughout the copy immediately sprang into action. Through vision sharing, Lu Ming saw a vampire refresh within 50 yards in front of one of the necrotic warlords. The necrotic war general immediately gripped his silver light longsword and unleashed the skill, soul shattering, on the vampire. Buzz! Only to see the vampire's chest. A blood-colored soul mark in a flickering state immediately surfaced. Seemingly sensing something as well, the vampire looked down at the mark on his chest and was confused. Whoa rub! The Necro Warrior General Hurricane unleashed an instant attack, flashing to the marked vampire in a flash from a distance of more than 40 yards away. The hand rose and the sword fell, running through the vampire's body. 1962. Bursts of high blood red damage instantly cleared the vampire's head of a full blood bar. The poor vampire, who had just been refreshed less than 1 second ago, was reduced to a puddle of blood again before he could react to what was going on. Looking at the damage done by the necrotic warlord, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel somewhat energized. After upgrading the total increased talent to LV2, the effect of my skill has been increased from the original 10 times to 20 times. Equivalent to War Trample's attack power bonus to Necro Warriors, increased from the base 10% attack power plus 50 to 200% attack power plus 1,000 points. In addition to this, the skill killing of the Slayer's Belt, which gave the additional damage bonus effect to the Necromantic Warlord, had also skyrocketed from 2% maximum blood of the Array Trickster to 40% maximum blood of the Array Trickster. A whopping 1,240 points of attack power, combined with 464 points of damage bonus, made the killing power of the Necro Warrior General have reached an astonishing level. After breaking through from a first-rank Necromantic Warrior to a second-rank Necromantic Warrior, the skill Soul Shattering that was comprehended, in addition to its pulling effect, also allowed the Necromantic Warrior to realize the effect of killing the enemy quickly from a distance. It makes them more efficient at killing monsters. In such an extreme state, the 200 Necromantic War Generals were like nobody's business, killing unrivaled in the vampire's territory. The large old city center, except for this small area where Yi Chun and the others were. More than 90% of the outer area had been fully occupied by necromongers. It was within this only field that wasn't occupied by a necromonger warlord. Yi Chun combined with Sunset several people had just finished off a group of vampires. While using the potion to restore his mana, Yi Chun looked back at Lu Ming, who was standing and napping at the back, and his eyes were suddenly filled with disgust. What a piece of trash. Just like my sister's trashy ex-boyfriend Lu Ming. To Yi Chen's surprise, even as Lu Ming dozed off at this moment, his experience bar was skyrocketing. Ding kill a level 10 vampire. Experience value plus 50. Ding kill a level 10 vampire. Experience value plus 50. Ding kill a level 10 vampire. experience value plus 50. Since Lu Ming had used the small number Dawn to team up with Yi Chan and the others, he was now switching to the large number, which belonged to the single brush mode. All of the proceeds from the kills of the necrotic warriors went to Lu Ming alone, and Yi Chan and the others couldn't share half of it. Lu Ming had also changed the automatic upgrade to a manual upgrade in advance, so he wasn't worried about the upgrade exposing him. Players are automatically upgraded when their experience value is full. If you change to manual, you can still continue to stack experience values even when they are full, up to a maximum of no more than 3 times the current level of upgrade experience. This is also a tactic used exclusively by many fleet and proxy veteran players to get stuck in rank. Necromancers kill monsters, pick up loot, and find forbidden objects, all automated. Even refining vampire corpses can be done on their behalf. Lu Ming didn't need to worry about it at all, and so, the necromancer warlords were going crazy in the periphery. Yi Chun and the others were still slowly painting 1 or 2 vampires. Not that they want to brush so slowly. Rather, it's because, well, that's as far as they go. Lu Ming swings for the fences and Lightface semi-swings for the fences. Falling is the priest doing no damage, and Sunset is the knight's main responsibility to resist monsters and damage. It was almost as if Yi Chun was the only one who was outputting. In this environment, the efficiency of killing monsters is naturally low. After killing for more than 10 minutes, the monsters didn't kill a few, and the copy quest was going nowhere. Yi Chun was about to collapse. Can you two be of some use? In the face of Yi Chen's skepticism, Lightface guffawed and said in a conspiratorial manner, "You're useful. Isn't it enough that you're good? It wasn't you who packed your bags and said that you would take us to epic level clearance. You're not going to be able to do that, are you?" Yi Chun blushed. "Who said I can't? If it weren't for you 2 dragons being useless, we'd have found the forbidden object long ago." As he spoke, the sound of Sunset suddenly came from behind him. Strange. Why isn't there a single monster in the area? Looking around, it's true that when the previous section was just a few steps ago, a few vampires were refreshed when they were still walking a few steps. When they arrived, the streets were silent, not a vampire in sight. It was as if someone had cleared the area before they arrived here. Meanwhile, Sunset made an even more startling discovery. All that could be seen was that he walked over to a utility pole and pulled a scroll that was tied to it from the pole. Looking at the scroll, his eyes snapped out. Forbidden item blood spell. Found it. Chapter 25 Purgatory level difficulty activated. Yi Chen's original form was revealed. Blood spell, one of the forbidden objects exclusive to the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy. Description: a spell seal that seals the power of bloodlust. After using it, it is able to take blood from the city and use it to reinforce the seal of the Scarlet Sanctuary. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Sunset laughed and said, "It's really no trouble to get it without looking for it." Priest Drop was also excited. "Yes. I can't believe we were so lucky to find the forbidden object in such a conspicuous place." Yi Chen smiled blandly and said in a pretense of relaxation, "Luck is also a strength." The only one who seemed to have sensed something was Lightning Face. She didn't say anything, just silently looked back at Lu Ming. Right now, there are 2 options. Either use the blood spell to reinforce the Scarlet Forbidden Zone seal while ending the copy and earning the normal level difficulty pass reward. Either consume the blood spell and raise the difficulty of the copy to elite. A copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, where the rewards increase multiplicatively with each difficulty, but there are risks to raising the difficulty. Once we don't pass the next difficulty, then we'll lose even the reward for passing the previous difficulty. Fall analyzed the pros and cons before making a choice. Yi Chun said confidently, "The first few difficulties, they are all still relatively simple. The 3 of us are so strong, plus we had such good luck in the first level. I think the luck behind us won't be bad either. In my opinion, it's fine to rush the legendary level, or even the nightmare difficulty." Thus, with the unanimous approval of the crowd, Sunset chose to consume the blood spell. As the scroll in his hand transformed into ashes drifting away into the air, the system prompt then came down. "Ding, the difficulty of the copy has been raised to elite level. Copy time has been reset. Replica monsters have been reset and strengthened." At this time, the quest panel was seen, and the requirement for elite level difficulty changed to within 1 hour, find 2 forbidden objects. And the quest reward has changed from $2? The exact reward is an unknown, but you can see that the value is doubled. As the copies reset on all sides, the vampires begin to refresh again. Elite level difficulty vampires were still level 10, but the full attributes had been increased by a full 30% or so. Come on. Today, let's earn him a hard time. The leader of the knights, Sunset, hits the ground hard with his shield and releases a taunt to draw in the monsters. Yi-chun copied his dagger and charged up from the side, starting a new round of killing monsters. Meanwhile, Lu Ming did as he was told. Continued to snooze and pose on the surface, while secretly maneuvering the Necromonger Legion into a killing spree on the periphery. Even though the vampire strength had increased by 30% to the Necromancer War General, it was still nothing more than slag that could be hacked apart with a single sword. 200 necromantic warlords, crisscrossing the land. A copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. The probability of dropping forbidden items by killing monsters is extremely small. However, under this inhumane massacre by the Necromantic War General, it was still a short 10 minutes before 2 forbidden items were successfully harvested: the Holy Sword and the Blood Seal. Just like before, Lu Ming had the Necrotic War General place the 2 forbidden objects that he had gotten his hands on in a conspicuous place on the path that Yi-chan and the others would have to pass through next. In this way, under Lu Ming's arrangement, Yi-chan and Sunset, who thought they had a stroke of luck, found the Holy Sword and the Blood Seal in an uncovered sewer by the side of the road, as well as in a dumpster that had fallen on the ground, respectively. Consume these 2 forbidden items to successfully activate the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy on epic difficulty. With the copy reset, the vampire intensity is increased by 60% and 3 forbidden items are required to be found within an hour. At first, Yi-chun was also a little hesitant, thinking to call it quits as early as possible, lest being overly greedy would result in getting no rewards at all in the end. But the difficulty of the latter few, the simplicity of finding the forbidden objects, almost caused Yi-chun to create a point where he was simply the son of heaven. 15 minutes to clear normal level difficulty. 22 minutes to clear elite level difficulty. 28 minutes to clear epic difficulty. 33 minutes to clear legendary difficulty. With the eye, it took just 40 minutes to find all 5 forbidden items and clear the nightmare level difficulty. Yi-chen's entire body floated up, called the strongest copy of Heaven's Abyss for 100 years. And this is it? For 100 years, the highest clearance record nightmare level difficulty copy in the history of Daxia. And this is it? At this time, Sunset said with some trepidation, why don't we just take it for what it's worth? The nightmare level difficulty pass reward would be good enough. Yi-chun, however, was unimpressed. What's a reward for a mere nightmare level difficulty? It's the rewards of purgatory difficulty that are the most valuable. That's an infinite growth skill scroll that's been offered up to $1 billion by the Melikas. $1 billion. Do you know what the concept is? Yi-chen's eyes revealed endless desire. In order to make the 4 of them, Lu, Sunset, Lu Ming, and Light Yen, come to a consensus with himself, Yi-chan said cheerfully, money, it's the best thing in this world. With money, you can have everything. To tell you the truth, a few days ago, I was just a poor man who was looked down upon everywhere. There's no money for medical care when you're sick. There's no money for the food you want to eat, the clothes you want to wear. High school roommates get together for dinner, and they never call me out because they know I can't afford to AA with them. I've liked a girl for 2 years, but I can't even afford to buy her a movie. Yi-chan said with a cold smile. Since I was a child, I had low self-esteem because I had no money, and I suffered from cold stares. Tell me the funniest one. My sister had a boyfriend 3 years ago, and he was especially nice to my sister, and to me, and even took care of my parents. But I didn't like him. I didn't think he was good enough for my sister, but he gave me money, bought me cell phones and computers and clothes and shoes, and it was only because of him that I finally got a little bit of face back. At this moment, Lu Ming almost thought that Yi-chun had finally found his conscience and knew that he regretted it. But in the next second, he realized he was very wrong. But it's because he's broke. That's why I don't like him. Even if he's nice to my sister, to us, he's still just a useless piece of. Hearing this, Lu Ming smiled. It's not that he didn't have money in his previous life. Rather, it's because all the money he earns, he spends on the Yi family. Tian Yuan for 5 years, not to mention 1,700,000 to 800,000 Lu Ming is definitely earned. But he never had more than $50,000 on him. No one ever cares about what I give. All you do is ask for it. And then when you've drained my blood, you turn around and call me useless? This is ridiculous. At this time, Yi-chun continued. What's more, we cleared the level so easily in front of us, and we're so strong. The luck is so good. $1 billion is close at hand. You guys don't want it. Speaking of this, Yi-chun lowered his voice. backed Lu Ming and Light Yen, and whispered to Sunset, "When the purgatory level difficulty is opened, and the two of them are slaughtered, this billion will be divided equally between the three of us. 300 million per person. You guys really don't want it?" As Yi Chun said this, Sunset and Drop exchanged a glance. Apparently, the two moved on as well. They just got lucky and registered a 3-star qualified account, yet they were just two ordinary people. To put it mildly, it's a rich man's dog. Why would they not want to live a life of clothing and food and great wealth? So, Sunset said with a firm look in his eyes, "Okay, let's bet on it then. To activate the purgatory difficulty, you must have 5 people together." Fearing that Lu Ming and Lightface would temporarily change their minds and not dare to continue the challenge, Yi Chen intentionally said to the two of them, "When you pass the purgatory difficulty, take that skill scroll worth $1 billion, sell it afterwards, and split it into $200 million for each of you." Lu Ming begged to differ. Then he pretended to be excited. "Yes, yes, yes." Lightface followed suit. "I don't have a problem with that." Yi Chen inwardly grunted coldly and secretly thought, "What a cutie!" Thus, each of the 5 had a forbidden item in hand to activate the copy purgatory difficulty. Ding, the difficulty of the copy has been raised to purgatory level. The duplicate time has been reset. Replica monsters have been reset and strengthened. It was at this moment when the system prompt rang out. A flash of killing intent passed under Yi Chen's eyes. Suddenly, Wo Rub, waving the sharp dagger in his hand, he swooped towards Lu Ming. However, what Yi Chen didn't expect was this. As if he had expected it, Lu Ming easily dodged his attack with a retreat. Yi Chen, however, didn't take it to heart, and only said with slight surprise, "The reaction is quite fast. Unfortunately, you won't be able to escape." As soon as the words fell, the night Sunset and the priest Drop also had fierce looks on their faces, and drew their swords against Lu Ming and Lightface. Yi Chen gazed at Lu Ming and Light Yen with an icy cold gaze, and said with a cold smile, "You guys don't really think that you can still get out of here alive, do you?" At this moment, not a trace of panic could be seen in Lightface's eyes. Instead, there was a bit of gloating. "And you guys don't see a problem? The first few levels of this copy were too easy to get through? Of course it's because the 3 of us are strong." Yi Chen obviously hadn't understood the meaning of Lightning Yan's words. He was still high-minded. "Can it be that it's still because of you 2 losers? Kill them before the night is long." As he spoke, the night Sunset held up his lance and came barreling towards Lu Ming and Light Yen. At this moment, Lightning Face suddenly attacked first. Boom! Raising his staff, a fireball spell hit Sunset by surprise. 371. The burst of high damage instantly caused Sunset's blood bar, who was a level 10 turn 2 knight, to slam down a notch. The entire person was even blasted back several steps. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen could not help but be stunned for a moment. After being shocked, he then noticed. He didn't know when. The white plate equipment on Lightface had been replaced with a black iron weapon. At this moment, Yi Chen also finally realized a problem. She actually hid her strength. Even Lu Ming, who was on the side, was slightly surprised. Although he knew that Lightning Yen had hidden her strength, he had not expected her true strength to reach this height. Previously, when he had brushed the Buried Bone Land, the Slayer quest, and when he had brought Lightning Yen through the second turn quest, Lu Ming had surprisingly never realized that she had such potential. You can't do this kind of damage with just a black iron weapon equipment. Unsurprisingly, her account qualification should be 3 stars, or even 4. Lu Ming was rather impressed with Lightning Yen for a second. Meanwhile, on the field, Night Sunset, who had been viciously knocked back by the fireball spell, was unimpressed. Humming lightly, his eyes filled with disdain. "So what if you've hidden your strength? With just you alone, I'll treat you like an ant just the same. Was your math taught by a gym teacher?" Light Yen faced a playful smile and guffawed. "I'm not alone, oh." As Light Yan's words fell, Sunset's gaze shifted to Lu Ming, who was on her side. Scornfully, he said, "What are you trying to say, that he's hiding his strength as well? A sewer profession in the district? Or a formation trickster with only a 1-star qualification? What's the point of hiding? Then show me your full strength." As he spoke, Sunset unleashed his 3-star talent, Blood Demon's Shield, held up his lance, and stabbed abruptly towards Lu Ming. Only Lu Ming could be seen standing in place, unmoved, gazing silently at the sunset with the eyes of a dead man. In his eyes, a flash of killing intent inadvertently flashed. Next, buzz. A flickering blood-colored soul mark suddenly appeared on Sunset's chest. Just as Sunset looked down and saw the mark, surprised at where it had come from. Wo Rub, a necromantic war general dressed in silver armor with ghostly eyes suddenly instantly killed Sunset from nowhere. Between the swords, Sunset's head was in a different place. Chapter 26 Hand Blade Yichun. Behind the scenes beheading God. 1798. The burst of high 4-digit damage instantly shattered the blood demon's shield on Sunset and drained his blood bar. Poof! The headless body fell to its knees as Sunset's head was clipped off. Looking at her husband's head, the pastor on the sidelines fell incredulously and exclaimed, "No! Honey!" Falling ran over to Sunset's body and hugged him, losing his voice in tears of grief. On the other hand, Yichun on the other side, the smile that had existed on his face the previous second instantly came to an abrupt end. Seeing the necromantic war general that appeared at Lu Ming's side, an incomparable shock, panic, fear surged through his mind. This was because Yichun instantly recognized that this was the necrotic warrior that had appeared in the Shake Shack Hot 100 video, pushing down a black iron level boss in 10 seconds. So then, you're the formation trickster from the video? Yichun's face was filled with incredulity. How is it possible?
Impossible.
Although at first Yichun had also had this speculation. But I clearly checked his data panel before entering the copy. He only has a 1-star talent, his attribute panel is average, and he doesn't even have any summoning type skills. How could he be that formation trickster? Just as Yichun was incomparably shocked, Lu Ming lightly said, "Tough for you to accompany me this far and help me activate the purgatory level difficulty." Yichun's pupils dilated. "What do you mean?" As he spoke, he was stunned to see uncountable numbers of necromantic warlords in all directions, surrounding him. In this instant, Yichun came to a sudden realization. Stunned, he said, "Could it be that the forbidden objects in the previous levels were all found by you and then deliberately placed in those conspicuous places for us to discover?" As Yichun's words fell, he didn't wait for Lu Ming to speak. Light Yan, who was standing beside Lu Ming, couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. "What else? You don't really think that the few of you are very powerful and exceptionally lucky, do you? Do you think that in the past 100 years, the highest clearance record in the history of our country, the Great Summer, has only reached nightmare difficulty, and only one country in the world, America, has just cleared purgatory difficulty, where the name of the strongest novice copy of the Heavenly Abyss has come from?" It turned out that Light Face understood everything. Before that, she was just seeing through it and cooperating with Lu Ming in his play. And at that moment, the priest woman who had finished crying and mourning fell, violently copied her staff, and rushed towards Lu Ming. "You killed my husband. I'll fight you." Sensing that their master was in danger, the ghostly light in the eyes of the several necromantic war generals guarding Lu Ming's left and right moved. Brush up. Without even having a chance to get close to Lu Ming, Lu was chopped up on the spot by several charging necromantic war generals. Seeing this scene, Yichun's body stumbled and fell back a few steps without standing still. These two could both be from the capital side, possessing strong 3-star qualifications. Even the two of them were defenseless in front of these necromantic warlords. One's own downfall is predictable, and by this time it was too late to exit the copy even if you wanted to. Because once the new difficulty of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy is activated, you can't quit in the middle of the game except to pass or fail by the time. After slowing down, in order to protect himself, Yichun panicked and explained, "Brother, I was wrong. I was also just momentarily eager. After all, if it were you, if your beloved girl was bullied, you wouldn't let go of the person who bullied her, right?" Originally, Lu Ming hadn't been too touched. Yichun's words instantly aroused Lu Ming's hatred, and anger towards Yi lingered deep within his heart. Sensing their master's monstrous fury, dozens of necromantic war generals gripped their sharp blades and approached Yichun. Yichun didn't even know which of his words had been wrong and had irritated Lu Ming, causing him to be this furious. Looking at the approaching necrotic warlords around him, Yichun deeply swallowed his saliva and hurriedly continued to Lu Ming. "When we pass the copy and get the skill scrolls, 90% of the benefits will be given to you. I only need 10%. The words were not yet spoken. Under Lu Ming's intent manipulation, a necromantic war general in the rear raised a foot and kicked Yichun's ass, causing Yichun to run towards Lu Ming, just as he reached out and grabbed him by the neck. Yichun only dared to struggle and did not dare to resist, because he knew that if he resisted, he would surely die. Lu Ming gazed at Yi Chun with an icy gaze and asked, "The one who is with Yi Linger, who is he?" Yi Chun was surprised. You know my sister." Lu Ming increased the strength in his hands, and a murderous aura overflowed in his eyes. "I'll ask you again. Who is the person who instructed Yi Linger to seek the scroll of the sealed god, the scroll of seals?" Hearing those 4 words, Yi Chun instantly realized that the person in front of him was most likely his sister's ex-boyfriend Lu Ming's good brother, and had come on this trip to avenge Lu Ming's death. It was a matter of life and death, and Yi Chun didn't dare to be ambiguous. I don't know who he is. I've only met him a couple times and every time we've met, he's been wearing a mask. But I know that the Zenith Warriors. He's from the Zenith Warriors. Spare me, please. We were also forced by people. My sister, she has always loved my brother-in-law Lu Ming. I can help you and avenge Lu Ming." Lu Ming stared at Yi Chun in death. At this moment, his anger value had reached its peak. "Do you want to know who I am?" Lu Ming said coldly. When Yi Chun looked at Lu Ming in surprise and doubt, Lu Ming displayed his attribute panel in front of Yi Chun's eyes. When he saw the ID on the panel, Yi Chun's eyes widened with incredulity. "Spectre, you are you." Yi Chun hadn't even finished his words. Lu Ming killed Yi Chun, who had very little blood left in his body, with a single blow of his sword. Poof! Yi Chun fell heavily to his knees in front of Lu Ming, staring at him with wide-eyed death. His eyes filled with fear, shock, and repentance. The pleasure of handily slaying that brother-in-law, who used to suck his own blood for a living and still resented his own uselessness, was pleasurable to Lu Ming's mind and body. However, Lu Ming knew that this was only a small step on his path to revenge. Chopper. Reciting this name under his breath, killing intent flowed in Lu Ming's eyes. Just then, Light Face from the rear formation asked, "Why did he look so surprised when he found out your ID? What exactly is your relationship with him?" Lu Ming flanked him, looking at Lightning Yen in the back with his afterimage. "Knowing too much won't do you any good." Light Face spat out her tongue and guffawed. "Okay." Lu Ming simply disposed of the trio's loot. They were all full-body black Ironware Moon Demon sets, so the few pieces of equipment that popped out with them were also expensive Moon Demon set system equipment. It was imperative to clear the Purgatory level difficulty copy and take that infinite growth skill scroll. Therefore, not bothering to take a closer look at these things for the time being, Lu Ming threw them all into his backpack. The Purgatory level difficulty of the copy quests skyrocketed in a straight line. 10 forbidden objects need to be found within an hour's time. After wasting 3 minutes on Yi Chun and the others, the time left for Lu Ming was only 57 minutes. Go kill monsters and look for forbidden objects. With Lu Ming's thought, the 200 necromantic warlords around him quickly dispersed in all directions and sprang into action. I don't know. With Lu Ming, they had just left this area with their front feet. Wow! A spatial rift ripped open with a loud thud. In the next second, a person clad in a black cloak, all mysterious and unpredictable, stepped through the space and walked out from the crack. Standing at the place where the corpses of Yi Chun, Drop, and Sunset were refined, he took out a golden scroll, only to see gusts of starlight. From the place of death of the 3 people drifted up, gathered into the scroll in his hands. Chapter 27, Passing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. Scroll in hand. Difficulty rises to the highest level, Purgatory. The monster vampires in the copy were still level 10, but the full attribute increase effect had reached 200%. It was equivalent to having 3 times the attributes, and it was no exaggeration to say that the overall strength was already comparable to a level 15 monster. Having a group of players who were only level 10, going up against level 15 monsters, and having to find 10 forbidden items in the process. It was no wonder that for 100 years, no other country other than the country of America had been able to clear a copy of the Purgatory level Scarlet Forbidden Zone. The vampire, after the triple attribute increase, already had a whopping 300 plus attack power, 150 plus armor, 120 plus speed, and 2000 plus blood. The necrotic war general couldn't even kill the vampire in seconds anymore with a single soul-shattering skill going down. Of course, even if the seconds don't go away, it's not a big problem. It's just a matter of one more sword pummel. After all, a Necro Warrior's 1240 points of attack power combined with a 464-point damage bonus was no mean feat. Thus, under the cross-push of the Necrotic Warlord, the first forbidden item was harvested in less than 3 minutes. The items picked up by the necrotic warlord were directly transferred to Lu Ming's backpack. Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the forbidden item, forbidden fruit. Choose to use. In the next moment, the forbidden fruit in his hand, which looked like a snake fruit, transformed into a burst of golden light and floated up into the air. Ding, quest progress 110. Under the enhanced effect of the LV2 overall increase of 20 times of the skill. The effective range of both Lu Ming's War Trample and Fortress of Life skills had been extended from the original exaggerated enough radius of 500 yards to a simply unbelievable 1,000 yards. What is the concept of a circle with a radius of 1,000 yards and a diameter of 2,000 yards? It's the size of over 400 school playgrounds combined. The 200% plus 1,000 attack bonus of War Trample grants the Necromancer an indestructible and valiant body. The 20% chi plus 760 points shield bonus of Life Fortress, on the other hand, empowers the Necrotic Warrior with a rock-solid immortality. Facing the Necro Warrior who stacked 992 points of shield value per second, the Vampire's bite that dealt over 300 points of damage was like an ant stinging an elephant. Irrelevant. And both of these skills, LV10 state, consume up to 5 mana points per second though. But adding up to 10 points of mana consumption per second, it simply seemed insignificant in front of the up to 60 points of mana recovery per second brought about by the Moon Demon set skill Return to Magic, which had been strengthened by a factor of 20. Thus, in this copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, even though the difficulty had reached the highest level of Purgatory, Lu Ming's army of necromancers was still invincible. 200 necromongers spread throughout the old city, killing vampires on sight. The large old city had just become a slaughterhouse for the necromongers. By way of killing vampires and dropping them, searching in hidden places, and completing special conditions such as instantaneous killing of a vampire in 1 second, killing 100 vampires in 10 minutes. Before and after only 40 minutes, Lu Ming had found 10 forbidden items one after another. Use up these forbidden objects in turn. At this point, whoa. Endless golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the entire old city. Bathed in this shower of golden light, a pleasing system prompt traveled down to Lightning Face's ears. Ding, congratulations to you and players Dawn, Tatsuji, Drop and Sunset for joining hands to pass the copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone on Purgatory level difficulty. Ding, since your teammates Tatsuji, Drop and Sunset are dead, and your teammate Dawn is offline, you, as the captain, have been awarded the only first pass reward for the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy of Purgatory level difficulty. Infinite Growth Skill Scroll +1. At the moment when it was clear that he had completed the duplicate quest, but had not received any system reward prompt messages, Lu Ming had realized something was not good, and just the moment Lu Ming's eyes looked at Lightning Yen beside him with murderous intent. Suddenly, he saw Light Face arching his hand holding the skill scroll and presenting it in front of him. Nah, here, don't kill me, okay? If he dared to swallow the skill scroll that Lu Ming had spent so much effort to obtain, Lu Ming would definitely not let Lightning Face leave the copy alive. Count on you to know what you're doing. Lu Ming reached out and took the skill scroll. Just then, Light Face tentatively asked, "But just, can I be allowed to trigger a service-wide announcement as the captain?" Lu Ming hadn't wanted to make too much of a splash, and his purpose was only the scroll. Therefore, for this request from Light Face, he begged for it. So he casually said, "Whatever." Light Face exulted, Thank you." Thus, in the next second, 3 consecutive flooding system announcements resounded throughout the entire Daxia server in the Heaven's Abyss world. System announcement, Daxia National Service. Ding, congratulations to player Light Yen of Novice Area Moonfall Town number 1947 for clearing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, a level 810 copy of the Purgatory level difficulty. System announcement, Daxia National Service. Ding, congratulations to player Light Yen of Novice Area Moonfall Town number 1947 for clearing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, a level 810 copy of the Purgatory level difficulty. System announcement, Daxia National Service. Ding, congratulations to player Light Yen of Novice Area Moonfall Town number 1947 for clearing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone, a level 810 copy of the Purgatory level difficulty. There is no doubt that this announcement instantly shocked the nation. All of the players who were in the world of Heavenly Abyss were all shaken up by it. Holy. Is that announcement for real? Someone from Daxia has also cleared the Scarlet Forbidden Zone Purgatory difficulty. That's a replica that not a single person from our great Xia has been able to pass in the last 100 years. Geez, who is this Light Face? 1947 Newbie Zone Moonfall Town? The great god is actually in our tiny Linhai city. The world was abuzz. This battle was in no way inferior to the moment 100 years ago, when the heavenly abyss had just descended upon the world. Seeing Light Yan's complacent face, Lu Ming couldn't help but secretly feel, still too young. Immediately you will know how much trouble too much flourishing fame will bring you when you don't have enough strength. Lu Ming didn't want to care about her that much. With the scroll already in his hands, he was ready to follow the portal that opened in front of him and leave the copy. And just then, Lightning Yen suddenly shouted at Lu Ming, "Wait! Do you want to come to our Tianxian battle team?" Tianxian? Lu Ming turned around at the sound. As he met Lightning Yan's eyes, looking at Lightning Yan's eyes that had always been familiar to Lu Ming, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and so on. "What is your relationship with Tianxian Eternity?" Lu Ming asked. Light Face replied unapologetically, "He's my brother, a real brother. We are dragon and phoenix babies. He was born 8 seconds before me." Gotta. Case solved. No wonder the first time he saw Light Face, Lu Ming felt that her eyes looked like someone he had recently met. This person, it turned out, was Tianxian Eternal. It was also at this moment that Lu Ming understood. It turned out that from the very beginning, Light Face had approached Lu Ming with a purpose. She wanted to pull Lu Ming into joining Tianxian. Her brother Tianxian Eternal also had this idea for Lu Ming. "You guys are really siblings," Lu Ming indifferently said. "It's not necessary. I like to be free." Lu Ming had just turned around when Light Fan's voice once again came from his ears. "That Cinnabar Emperor you just killed. He's a member of the God Beheading Battle Team. If the God Beheading Battle Team were to find out about it, they would definitely do whatever it takes to get back at you." A murderous intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. "Are you threatening me?" "Absolutely not," Light Yan hurriedly said. "I just want to remind you that Zhenshan is the 7th-ranked Tier 1 battle team on our Great Xia country's battle team list. Although your strength is indeed top-notch, you're only level 10. So if they take advantage of your development and send a few hundred levels to assassinate you, how should you react? If you join us at Tianxian, our people can protect you." Taking advantage of Lu Ming's speechlessness, Light Yan continued, "Of course it's not all for you. Our Tianxian has always had an affinity with their Zhenshan. Our two families have been fighting and struggling for decades. My father and my mother both died at the hands of Zhenshan." When the words were said, Light Face's eyes were visibly moist. "We will inevitably fight against the god of decimation to the end. So, would you like to consider coming to us? I assure you that we will absolutely not interfere with your freedom. Join us at Tianxian and you'll remain the same as before. No matter what you want to do or where you go, we won't interfere. I just hope that when someone asks, you'll be able to say that you're one of our Tianxians. Is that okay?" Lu Ming knew that Tianxian was trying to pull him over to support him. Or maybe they were worried that Lu Ming would be snatched up by Zhenshan or other high-end battle teams. After all, in the Heaven's Abyss world, expert players like Lu Ming, who had exceptional natural talent, were hot commodities in front of all the major battle teams. Lu Ming thought for a moment. "She's right, my current level is too low. If I'm targeted by a high-level player, even if I have a 10-star account qualification in hand, I'll be in danger at any time. Rather, we can utilize Tianxian as a shelter first to ensure peaceful development in the early stages, and then leave Tianxian when we level up in the later stages." Thinking so, Lu Ming turned back around. To Light Yan he said, "Okay, I'll join you." Chapter 28 Formation Guile Unique Skill Sword Drawing. Lu Ming's purpose was to use Tianxian, who was the 8th in the Great Summer National Battle Team rankings, to cover his own obscene development in the early stages. Light Face, on the other hand, was using her name to pass the copy to trigger the announcement as a way to advertise for their Tianxian battle team and collect people better. A win-win situation for both sides, no one has anything to say. And so, just as Light Face was using the name of having just passed the first copy to recruit people extensively, Lu Ming left quietly. On the way back to the town of Moonfall, Lu Ming couldn't wait to open his backpack and take out the $1 billion skill scroll from his bag. Unlimited Growth Skill Scrolls. Introduction. Using it will randomly obtain a uniquely growable skill. Is that $1 billion? Which translates to a portion of more than 7 billion yuan? Weighing this scroll in his hand, it was quite heavy. At the moment, at the network level, it's still pretty hot. Ever since the announcement of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone's Purgatory level difficulty clearance was released, it was common knowledge that the world's second unlimited growth skill scroll had come out. The forums have been making waves for a long time. There was already a big boss from the capital side bidding up to $300 million. Although it was still too far from $1 billion, if Lu Ming really wanted to sell, the price aspect was not a problem. If he sold it, it would be enough to be able to ensure Lu Ming's 10 lifetimes of glory, wealth, and clothing. But Lu Ming knew a truth about the heavenly abyss world. Strong enough to be able to trade for everything I want beyond perception, including money, status, and position. Money, on the other hand, can only ever bring about a limited increase in cognition. Just like today, it was because Lu Ming possessed enough strength to break the purgatory-level difficulty Scarlet Forbidden Zone that those who were even more rich and powerful had so far been unable to clear, obtaining the skill scroll worth $1 billion. Therefore, Lu Ming did not intend to sell this only unique skill scroll in the entire Great Summer Kingdom. Second turn players with up to 3 skills. It just so happened that there was a spare skill bar in addition to War Trample and Fortress of Life. Thus, Lu Ming decisively crushed the scroll. Ding! Congratulations on mastering the Formation Artist's only skill, sword drawing. Lu Ming opened the skill list and checked it. Draw sword, unique skill LV10. Grade, F growable. Skill effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow, inflicting 100% attack power, plus 85 points of real damage, ignoring defense to a single enemy within the attack range. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Skill consumption, 34. Proficiency, 0-100. Automatically gain 1 point of proficiency every time you use sword drawing skill. Full proficiency can be upgraded to level E. Looking at the effect of the skill, Lu Ming perked up, strengthened by a full increase, which means that it can deal 20 times the attack power of True Wound. And that's just an F-rated effect. Not bad for a unique skill. With this sword drawing skill, Lu Ming was destined to never again be the sewer array trickster that the world spoke of as having no killing power of his own except to strengthen his teammates, and becoming a waste of space once he was separated from his teammates. He will explain to the world that formation tricksters also do harm and are able to kill without being seen. In addition to the skill, this time around, Lu Ming naturally had other notable gains as well. Only because at that time it was a small number drawn into the copy, so the copy pass reward all issued to the small number. Thus, Lu Ming opened the account panel and switched accounts. Shaking his body, Lu Ming was still Lu Ming, but Underworld became Dawn. Right at the moment of logging into the account of Dawn, the system's pleasant prompts instantly fell on his ears. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy of Purgatory level difficulty and obtaining the rewards: experience value plus 100,000, gold coins plus 10, LV10 bronze equipment chest plus 5, and E-level skill scrolls plus 3. Purgatory level difficulty. Are the rewards this generous? Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little surprised, because 10 gold coins alone were already worth 200,000 renminbi according to the market price. 5 grade 10 bronzes with a total market value of about $50,000. 3 E-rank skill scrolls, worth 70,000-80,000. It was equivalent to this copy, which had brought Lu Ming a total of over $300,000. The money earned from just one copy was already more than what Lu Ming had earned in 2 or 3 years in his previous life. At this moment, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel emotional. Yilinger, I really have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, how would I have had the chance to get back to level 10, enter this copy, and get these things? A mere level 8-10 novice copy could bring Lu Ming such horrifying gains. I can't imagine how much money I can earn when I level up later and go to brush higher level copies. In this life, with this 10-star account in hand, Lu Ming was full of hope and expectation for the future. What a future! Lu Ming began to process them. He emailed everything all the way to the big one, then switched the big specter and pick up the mail. Level 10 bronze, it's certainly not bad, but at my current upgrade speed, I'll face elimination in 2 days at most. And now the main output of the Necromantic Legion comes from my not formation bonus. The demand for equipment is not high. These 5 chests, it is still more cost-effective to sell. On the market, a grade 10 bronze costs 8,000-10,000. However, if it's an unopened bronze equipment box, the price will probably go up by about 20%. Because of the equipment chest, you can get equipment corresponding to the occupation of the person who opens it. A much wider audience as opposed to gear where careers are already set in stone. Thus, according to the unit price of 12,000, Lu Ming put all 5 equipment boxes on the trading house. Incidentally, the several pieces of black ironware Moon Demon set equipment that Yi Chun and the others had exploded were also put on the shelves at a single price of 2,000-3,000. Because it's all unused by the formation trickster. As for the gold coins, Lu Ming only had 5 on the shelf with a total price tag of 10W. There are 5 gold coins left, so you have to keep them. Because the back immediately entered the second heaven of the heavenly abyss, there was a black market there, and entering the black market would be useful. In the end, there were 3 E-rank skill scrolls, and Lu Ming opened them all. This kind of thing that fit perfectly with the total increased talent and could maximize one's strength. Even if it was worth more, Lu Ming would not sell it. Gained formation trickster skills. E-rank drawing, E-rank trampling of war, E-rank recovery of all things. The effect of drawing the ground is to weaken the armor of a group of enemies within range. All things revive, on the other hand, improves the life restoration effect of a group of friendly troops within range. Both skills were good, it was just that for the time being, Lu Ming no longer had a spare skill bar. You can only put these 2 skills in your backpack for now. Covered the original F level with an E level War Trample. Increases the base increase effect of War Trample from 10% attack power plus 50 to 20% attack power plus 50. For Lu Ming, who had the LV2 total increase talent that increased the effectiveness of all skills by 20 times, that was a 400% attack power plus 1000 bonus. Within the range of my War Trampling nodal formation, even if it's just an ant, it can kill an elephant. At the same time, the 2 accounts level experience is shared. At the same time as the small one gained experience, the large one also gained the 100,000 experience value rewarded by the copy. At this moment, Lu Ming's experience had long since stacked up to 3 times the experience required for the current upgrade, reaching the upper limit of experience accumulation. There is no longer a need to suppress levels. So Lu Ming manually tapped upgrade twice. Wow! Wow! 2 beams of golden light showered down in succession. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to level 11. Ding, congratulations on upgrading to level 12. 5-dimensional attribute plus 1. Mana plus 15. Blood plus 25. Free attribute points plus 3. The next upgrade requires 100,000 experience points. As long as a player's level exceeds 10, they will be able to leave the first heaven and enter the second heaven. Lu Ming looked at the time and realized that it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. It's only been a day. Rushed up to level 12 in just 1 day. Remembering his previous life, Lu Ming had been online for 18 hours a day, desperately livering for almost half a month before barely reaching this level. It's a proven fact. Effort is worthless in the face of talent. Upgrading is fast enough. There's no need to be as livered as in the last life. Get off the line and have a late-night snack, jerk off and have a little drink, then take a bath and sleep comfortably before entering the second heaven tomorrow. Thinking so, just as Lu Ming was preparing to go back to the city to enjoy himself offline in a beautiful manner. As soon as he looked up, he was shocked to see that in front of his sight, a figure appeared at some point, blocking his way. Only that figure, clad in a black cloak, was mysterious and unpredictable. And from his body, Lu Ming seemed to be able to detect an exceedingly powerful aura. It was as if what stood in front of him was not a person. Rather, a god. Chapter 29, A God from the Future? The sudden mysterious black cloak made Lu Ming think that it was the group of bodyguards protecting Yi Chun. He was the first to be on guard, reaching behind his back, ready to draw sword. Right at this moment, the black cloak suddenly opened its mouth and said something that puzzled Lu Ming. Spectre, I know your past, as well as your future. You are the hope of the great Summer Kingdom, and even of this world, and I need your help to join forces with me to save this world that will be overthrown in 3 years. Lu Ming frowned slightly. I thought I had stumbled upon a hermit and a high priest. I didn't realize it was a brainiac. Lu Ming then ignored the black cloak and walked straight past him. Just then, his voice suddenly came from behind him. You're the only one who can save the world. And I, the only one who can save you. Otherwise, this world will end. And you, me, everyone will die. Hearing the other party curse himself, Lu Ming couldn't bear it and spat back at the black cloak. Nuts, right? After saying that, Lu Ming left without looking back. People like that are liars at first sight. Not surprisingly, the next thing he must have said was, if you give me 10 silver coins, I shall be able to relieve you of your blood. Don't ask Lu Ming how he knows. Just as Lu Ming walked to the entrance of Moonfall Town, he suddenly sensed something and turned around to see a figure that was following him. Lu Ming thought it was that cloaked crook from earlier again and was about to give him a bad name. Fixing his eyes, he realized that this person was actually Lin Yue, and I don't know when she followed. Just followed so silently and didn't say a word. When she saw Lu Ming stop, she also stopped. Hands fidgeted with the corners of his coat. looking somewhat helpless. Lu Ming said, "Yi-chun is dead. You don't have to follow me, and you don't have to pay back that $5,000. At this time, Lin Yue seemed to have gathered enough courage to catch up. Lowering his head, he didn't dare to meet Lu Ming's eyes, the tension visible to the naked eye. Whispering, "Can you take me with you?" Lu Ming looked at Lin Yue. For a moment, it was as if he saw Yi Linger's shadow from Lin Yue's body. "I remember when I first started to know Yi Linger, her family was poor, and as a weak woman, Yi Linger didn't have that outstanding gaming qualification, and she was bullied everywhere in the heavenly abyss world. Until Lu Ming stepped forward to save her from the fire." Lu Ming saw through it at a glance. Lin Yue was just looking at herself to be powerful, so she approached herself. Then he said indifferently, "I have seen many women like you." Lin Yue was a little aggravated. "My brother died. I have no family, and I was evicted by my landlord. I don't have a penny left on me. I have no place to go." Lu Ming said indifferently, "What does it have to do with me?" A girl's sense of shame made Lin Yue instantly blush. However, she had no choice but to bite her lip and continue to sell herself to Lu Ming in order for him to accept her. "I can do laundry and cooking and cleaning. I can do everything. No need." Lu Ming casually responded and went back to Moonfall Town to get offline. Lin Yue stood straight in place, her small hands almost gouging the corners of her coat. At this moment she was aggrieved, confused and helpless to the extreme. Then recalled that the only brother in the world who had been good to her had already left her. Could not help but crouch down, buried his head and lost his voice and wept. The other side. Lu Ming had just gotten offline when he received the incoming message. It was only then that he realized. The bronze equipment boxes and gold coins that he had just put on the shelves a few minutes ago had all been sold. In such an instant, it seems that level 10 bronzes are really in demand. Excluding the 5% platform draw, the intake was $152,000, plus the $40K I made from bringing the Slayer copies earlier. At this time, Lu Ming's bank account, he had nearly $200,000. In his previous life, Lu Ming had never seen so much money. So allow him the excitement, the thrill of the moment. This sky-splitting wealth is finally my turn. So, Lu Ming left the internet cafe, went to a nearby big mall overnight, and directly spent a large sum of money, bought a 30,000-plus laptop computer in the Apple Store. No haggling. Swipe your card directly into the store and walk through the process in half a minute. Even the sales clerk lady couldn't wait to come and add Lu Ming's WeChat. It's a feeling that can only be described in one word. Yes. It's great to be rich. After returning home, Lu Ming downloaded and installed the Heavenly Abyss game at the first opportunity. In this way, you will no longer need to run to the internet cafe every day, and you can play Sky Abyss at home. Then head downstairs to the night market snack bar. In the past, Lu Ming never came out at night to spend money. Not because he didn't want to, but because he knew it was a waste of money to spend hundreds on a random meal. He still has to save up to buy a house and marry Yi Ling heir. In the past, even if he ate, he only bought it for Yi Linger. Lu Ming never bothered to eat it himself. But now, beef kebabs, lamb kebabs, crawfish on anything, a couple more bottles of ouzo. Cool. So, while eating the barbecue, Lu Ming made plans for the next step. Yi-chun was nothing more than a minor character. Lu Ming's true archenemy was Yi Linger, and the one who was behind Yi Linger, but it was also a way to get a little something useful out of Yi-chun's mouth. According to Yi-chun, this mastermind behind the scenes is someone from the Divine Beheading Battle Team. But this chopper god, it seems to be a big deal. Lu Ming picked up his cell phone and searched Baidu for information about the Divine Beheading Battle Team. Fruity. According to the information on the webpage, Zhenshin, with a history of 50 years, is currently ranked 7th on the Great Xia country's battle team list. There are a total of 5,321,000 members within, and the main army is stationed in the capital of Daxia, the capital city. Its forces, spread across 34 provinces of the Great Summer Country, totaling 275 cities. Among them, it also included Lu Ming's current location in Jiang Province, Linhai City. Look at the information searched on the web page. At this moment, Lu Ming finally understood the meaning of Yi Linger's words. He is so powerful that killing us would be as simple as pinching 2 ants. If this person was a high-ranking member of the Divine Beheading, then he was indeed powerful. But even if you have even more power, I'm bound to make you pay for what you've done. In Lu Ming's eyes, killing intent was rampant. His target would be the entire chopper battle team. In the meantime, the capital of Great Xia, the capital city. Star Hyatt Maritime Restaurant. Inside a private room that showed all the opulence and luxury. A girl in an elegant white dress with a stunning face sat at the dining table as if on pins and needles. She said with a troubled face, "I want to go back to Lin Hai." Meanwhile, a man in a suit with a clear face sitting across the dining table was unhurriedly and elegantly cutting his steak, and said indifferently, "There's no rush, Linger, wait until after dinner." "But, that was my own brother." Linger's hands squeezed the dress tightly, her eyes flashing. "He died so unexplained." The man sitting opposite him had a heart of gold. "I know, after all, that's my brother-in-law too." Tears fell down her pretty eyes as Linger cried, "I don't believe my brother died in an accident. However, the two that I sent over to him are both 3-star qualified experts, and your brother himself isn't weak, with a 2-star qualified account in hand and a full set of black iron weapon sets. And as far as I know, those two people who went in with them, one of them is a 1-star formation trickster who doesn't even have all the equipment, and the other one is also a white plate mage, so even if they have that motivation, they have absolutely nothing to rival that strength of your brother." The man sitting opposite him stopped cutting his steak and reached out to hold Linger's small white hand. "Linger, don't be in a hurry. I just got off the phone with the higher-ups of the ancient Egyptian kingdom, and they said that they explored the aura of a god inside the 6th heavens that they just attacked. If we are able to find the legendary god sleeping in the heavenly abyss world, we may be able to use the power of the god of resurrection of ancient Egypt Osiris to resurrect those who died in the heavenly abyss world." Hearing this, Linger was pleasantly surprised. "Really?" The man kissed Linger's white and slender fingers and said, "Don't worry. Once there is news of the god of resurrection, at all costs, I will let Gu's people resurrect your brother at the first opportunity. In addition, I've already notified the Lin Hai side of our divine beheadings detachment, and regardless of whether it was an accident or not, I'll make those two people pay with their lives for your brother's death." "Thank you, husband." Linger was elated and said with some guilt, "I'm sorry you trusted me so much, but at the end of the day, I still couldn't get the scroll of God sealing on Lu Ming for you either." The man was unimpressed. "It's okay. With my current status and strength, the scroll of sealing God is just icing on the cake. And even without it, it doesn't affect me too much. It's just that it's bitter for you, Linger, that you wasted 3 years of your youth and time on that loser for nothing for the sake of this God-sealing scroll. Don't worry, Linger. I'll definitely double up on you in the future." Linger beamed a happy smile. "Aha!" Chapter 30. Drawing a sword for the first time. Instantly killing an elite demon rabbit. The night is over and the sky is clear.
清晨8点不到，陆明又在隔壁一阵的声音中醒来。
"I'm so convinced this early in the morning. Nothing else to do all day? Are you too welded to the bed?" The words were just finished. The sound of instruments came from the other room. "Love in death. It doesn't hurt if you don't get wet." Lu Ming, who was being attacked from both the left and right, could not bear it any longer. "What's that? Changing houses. As soon as I make enough money, I'll change houses." Although Linhai City is not a big first-tier city, the price of housing is not cheap. The close ones start at $1 million, the good ones have to be $2 or $3 million. Lu Ming realized as soon as he touched his pocket. There's still money to be made. So, after washing up and eating Xiao Long Bao at the breakfast place downstairs, Lu Ming went home and got on the line. "Ding, Honorable 10-star qualified account player Spectre. Welcome back to the world of Heavenly Abyss." With this system prompt that he would never get tired of hearing 10,000 times sprinkled over his ears, Lu Ming appeared in Moonfall Town. Passing the novice village in just 1 day is unprecedented. Lu Ming arrived at the Moonfall Town's teleportation array and spent 1 silver coin to open the teleportation. Wow! White light spilled out, and Lu Ming disappeared into the teleportation spell. "Ding, welcome to the second heavenly recovery. Your current location is the main city, Starlight City." In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming appeared in the middle of a magnificent city. As we all know, the layout of the heavenly abyss is divided into heavy heavens. For example, the Moonfall Town, the novice area where Lu Ming was in front of him, was under the first heaven's calamity. Players who have reached level 10 or higher will be able to enter the second heaven recovery. The city of Starburst, on the other hand, corresponded to the 3 major novice areas of 1946, 1947, and 1948, and players who came out of these 3 novice areas and entered the second heaven would all concentrate in the city of Starburst. The counterparts are also the 3 cities of Voyage, Linhai, and Yunzhou in Jiang Province. Unfortunately, the divine beheading warriors have done too good a job of keeping their information secret. The internet can't even find out any specific information about their forces and layout on this side of Starlight City. Just as Lu Ming was fretting about it, suddenly received a tweet. Clicking on it, he found that it was from Lightface, who he had previously friended in the copy of the Scarlet Forbidden Zone. You should have already gone over to the second heavens, right? By the way, to give you a reminder, the Divine Beheading Battle Team's detachment on this side of Starlight City has a total number of roughly 20,000 people. And the person in charge on their side ID is called Divine Beheading, Moon, and their real-life coordinates are in Voyage City. The level is not high, level 19 assassin, but the account qualification is a 4-star 1 in a million, and it's rumored to be the personal sister of Captain Zhang Shun. Her status is extraordinary. If you run into her, be careful. Hungry for buns? Sleepy for pillows? As he was searching for a place to start, Lightning Yen presented the anatomy of the god of decimation in front of Lu Ming in a flash. It seems that joining Tianxian is still somewhat beneficial. Thinking so, Lu Ming returned, "Thanks for the reminder. Right? I'll pull a group for you." Lightface then said, "It's our Tianxian's team group in Starlight City. If you need help with anything, just shake people directly in the group." In the next second, Lu Ming joined a chat group called Tianxian Jiang Province Group at Light Yan's invitation. Nice guy. One look at the group members 17,000 plus. Lu Ming had just entered the group, and the messages on that screen were like Gatling. Tianxian Rogue, level 15 assassin. Yo, there's another newcomer. Is it Gerg or Beauty? Tianxian Rich Woman level 18 archer. Look at the avatar. It's a little brother. How many levels is he? Explode a photo to see. Sister to take you to upgrade, let me see. Tianxian against the heavens. Level 11 priest. Sister Richie, take me to upgrade. I'm also a newbie little brother who just came in little tangled. The vibe at Tianxian looks good. However, it didn't affect Lu Ming's ability to turn on message distraction. Take another look back at Lightface's message. Chopper, Moon, the real sister of the owner of the Chopper Warriors? According to what Yi Chun described, as well as what Yi Linger said in her previous life about being powerful, this person who dominated Yi Linger's betrayal of me, there's a huge possibility that he's the captain of the Divine Beheading Battle Team. Then this Chopper, Moon, since it's your own sister, then start with her. A strong killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's eyes. First, I'll give you a taste of what it's like to lose your next of kin. Follow the trail. Let me see what this filthy rat who only hides in the shadows is and how capable he really is. Promote yourself and get revenge, both. This situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark could be really favorable for Lu Ming. The first order of business is to rise to level 20 and make a trip to the black market. The black market unique to the second heaven of the heavenly abyss world. Legend has it that with enough gold coins, players can buy rare items in the black market that are unavailable in any other way. The entry condition of the black market is that it requires the player to be level 20 or above. Thus, Lu Ming followed the south gate of Starlight City out of the city, different from the regular way of brushing quests and copies to upgrade. On this side of Starlight City, there was a more suitable place for upgrading called the Spectral Demon Tower, and Lu Ming's destination for this trip was this Spectral Demon Tower. Just after leaving the city, Lu Ming received a Weibo message. Clicking on it, he found that it was a transfer message from Lin Yue, amount 300. Lu Ming asked, "Aren't you broke?" Not long after, Lin Yue replied, "Just now, a guy asked me to help him fight a level 12 elite monster, and gave me $300 if I helped. Don't worry, Brother Spectre. I will definitely return that $5,000 to you as soon as possible." Lu Ming casually closed WeChat and ignored Lin Yue. It was at this moment that a few level 11-12 male players happened to walk by. A burst of obscene words inadvertently reached Lu Ming's ears. Old Chan said he got a tender and pretty girl for $300. Let's hurry over and take a look. Little girls these days are so cheap and so gullible. TSK. Tisk. That's the kind of innocent little girl I like. Ha ha ha. Looking at the distant backs of a few lewd men, Lu Ming thought about it, but opened WeChat and sent a message to Lin Yue. Don't be fooled. With that, Lu Ming returned the $300. Continue to the Spectral Demon Tower. Not long after, midway through passing through a jungle, he suddenly saw a familiar figure in the middle of the forest floor, fighting a level 12 elite demonized rabbit. Boom!
Boom!
Even Lin Youei's weak body, which seemed like it could be blown down by a gust of wind, felt that even swinging her staff seemed to be a struggle. A spell ball bombarded the demonized rabbit's body, bringing up a few minuscule 30-40 points of damage, unable to hurt the demonized rabbit in the slightest. At the same time, not far behind Lin Youei, there were 4 male players watching the show while laughing at Lin Youei. Little sister, really can't forget it. It doesn't matter. Let's just follow the rules and regulations. Not according to the requirements to complete the coaching task 10 times the refund. You refund us $3,000 even. Or if you don't have the money to pay for it, there are other ways to pay for it. Several men's lewd gazes kept wandering over Lin Youei. How could Lin Youei, a level 10 mage alone, single-handedly brush a level 12 elite monster? Within 2 hits, she was crippled by the elite demonized rabbit. Just when the demonized rabbit was pressing Lin Youei step by step, the situation was precarious. To the side, a figure walked in slow steps. Brother Spectre. Lin Youei, who had turned her face and was seeing Lu Ming, was as if she had seen a ray of light in the dark abyss, and her originally desperate face was instantly filled with hope. At the same time, the few players in the back saw Lu Ming and scoffed wantonly. Yo, kiddo, trying to be a hero? It's okay. If you can slaughter that elite rabbit for this little girl. After all, we paid for it. Don't look down on people so much. Maybe they really have it in them? One of the archer men looked Lu Ming up and down and couldn't help but laugh. A level 12 auxiliary profession formation trickster. If he can single-handedly kill a level 12 elite monster, the sows will be able to get on? Whoa rub. Without waiting for the archer man to finish his sentence, Lu Ming entered the attacking range. He reached to his back, and the moment he drew his sword, he could only see a lightning-fast sword light that ran through the body of the demonized rabbit that was 50 yards away in front of him. The next second, a blood-red damage jumped up from the top of the demonized rabbit's head. 4,088. The elite demonized rabbit's 3,400 blood points were instantly emptied. Ding kill level 12 elite monster demonized rabbit. Experience value plus 900. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency plus 1. Chapter 31 Account banning. Wrath of the Gods. With this level 12 elite demonized rabbit being killed in seconds by Lu Ming with a sword draw skill. In this moment, the air was suddenly quiet. Next to them, a few people who were full of sneers 1 second were dumbfounded the next. His jaw was dropped by the 4,000 plus damage dealt by such a support profession formation trickster like Lu Ming. And when they realized that they had messed with the woman of such a top-notch big brother, their first reaction was all incomparable panic, fearing that the big brother would start a fire and slaughter them all. Playing interrupts. Move. Before the big man could get angry, a few people hurriedly ran away in a grayish manner. The sword of valor, which had merely shown its head, was returned to its scabbard. Lu Ming looked at Lin Youei and said, "You're not fit to be in Tianyuan. Go back to the real world and get a job." Having said that, just as Lu Ming turned around and prepared to leave, Lin Youei suddenly whispered something that made Lu Ming's heart jolt. "But if I can't rise to level 200 within 5 years, even if I return to the real world, I'll still be punished by death." Lu Ming's heart was violently shaken. Getting to level 200 in 5 years. Isn't this that scroll of the sealed god quest I obtained in my previous life? Thus, Lu Ming said to Lin Youei, "Open your account panel for me." Lin Youei nodded and then opened a panel. Account number 340,822. Account qualification. Account talent. Explosive rate enhancement. Increase the explosive rate of killing monsters by 10%. Account banning Wrath of the Gods. As a price to pay for angering the gods, you will be suppressed by the wrath of the gods. You must level up your character to 200 before the banning time, or you will face account banning and the punishment of your character's death. Account blocking time, 1,792 days. Seeing this panel information, Lu Ming's heart was once again shaken, because in his previous life, his account had a similar banning effect. Account banning misfortune. As the price you need to pay for meeting the lucky gods, you will lose all of your luck. You must level your character to 200 within the time of the ban, or you will face account banning and the penalty of character death. At first, it was simply to stay alive. But later on, Lu Ming fumbled around and discovered, as long as the account ban was lifted, not only could he save his life, but he could also be rewarded with the scroll of the sealed god. And at that time, Lu Ming learned that he had triggered this opportunity by being the 999,999,999,999,999th player in the world to sign up for a Sky Abyss account. Lu Ming then asked Lin Yue, "What did you do before entering the heavenly abyss?" Lin Yue shook her head, confused. "I don't know. I didn't do anything. Forget it." How this divine wrath was triggered was no longer important. Most importantly, since Lu Ming had lifted his account ban, he ended up receiving the reward of the scroll of the sealed god. Then once Lin Yue, the sealing ban, was lifted, she would inevitably be able to receive the reward of the scroll of the sealed god as well. That was something that could evolve any account qualification to a 10-star level. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart perked up, because in just one day, he had already deeply realized how unbelievable the intensity of a 10-star qualified account was. The scroll of sealing is priceless. So, looking at just lost the only real brother and was evicted by the landlord, homeless, penniless, but also almost cheated Lin Yue, Lu Ming's mind suddenly emerged a young girl to raise a plan. Wait to raise her to level 200 and take the scroll of sealing on her. This is a heavenly fortune. When the time comes, it's straightforward to put a 10-star qualification on the trumpet as well. 2 10-star accounts with different talents swapped. It's exciting to think about. Lin Yue also seemed to have realized that she was a useless liability in Lu Ming's eyes. So this time, she didn't pester him anymore. That money, I'll definitely find a way to get it together as soon as possible and return it to you. After saying that, Lin Yue was ready to leave. Lu Ming called her back. "Forget it, just follow me. I'll take you to the upgrade." Hearing this, Lin Yue froze for a moment. Turning around, he looked at Lu Ming incredulously. She, who didn't realize how much this wrath of the gods of her own was worth, and only thought it was a calamity, suddenly had a lot of thoughts within her heart. Brother Spectre. He promised to take me to upgrade. He must have looked at me and sympathized with me. No matter what, Lin Yue, cheer up. You must perform well for yourself, and never let Brother Yue feel that you're a burden. Thus, Lin Yue said gratefully to Lu Ming, "Thank you, Brother Pantheon." At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly seemed to understand Yi Linger a little. Yi Linger approached Lu Ming for the scroll of sealing. Lu Ming approached Lin Yue for the scroll of the sealed god. The scene is strikingly similar. Only the difference was that Lu Ming had relied on his own efforts to upgrade from start to finish, and Yi Linger had directly sat back and enjoyed the success, ruthlessly pushing Lu Ming into the abyss the moment he was about to step into success, and attempting to take away all of Lu Ming's achievements. As for Lin Yue, if Lu Ming didn't bring her upgrades, it would be impossible for her to reach level 200 within 5 years on her own, and all that awaited her was death. In exchange for her life, Lu Ming had a clear conscience. So next, Lu Ming and Lin Yue traveled to the spectral demon tower together. Along the way, Lin Yue followed behind Lu Ming in silence. Following the map's guidance, just when there was still almost a mile away from the spectral demon tower, a towering dark pagoda had clearly come into view. The spectral demon tower, an iconic map that was at its peak in the second heavenly abyss. Adults and children can use it, and everyone who's been in there says it's great, because this is not only a place to practice, but also a treasure trove for professional gold players. Even as long as they are strong enough, players can go straight from level 10 to level 50 in the Spectral Devil Tower and clear the entire second heaven. What Lu Ming needed was such a place, so he couldn't help but quicken his pace. Just arrived outside the tower, but saw a large group of players gathered here. Do not know what to do? The scene hot and heavy. Lu Ming didn't want to get involved, but the entrances to the Spectral Demon Tower were all blocked. Squeezing into the crowd, he found that the countless players present surrounded a large circle, and in the middle of the circle, it was clearly made up of players from 2 different battle teams, who were having a PK competition on the virtual ring. The people on the stage were on fire and on top of their game. The people under the stage shouted and cheered. The scene was a hot mess, and it was a good time. When Lu Ming came in, it was just as a PK was falling. Ding, this PK game player Jin Shen. Knight 25G Thunjon Jansur won 2 games. Tian Xian Xiao Dao 25G Thunjon Suker won 1 game. The final result is Jin Shen. Knight won by 2:1. Chapter 32 Ghostly Demon Tower. Tian Xian versus Zhen Shen. With the system announcing the PK results, there were some cheering and some sighing. Holy, what's wrong with Dagger? Seeing how easily he won the first game, I thought he had this one secured, but I didn't realize that he lost 2 games in a row in the back. Didn't you see after the end of the first game, that chopper god, Knight deliberately changed his equipment to target Dagger's fast speed? The knife will slow down as soon as it hits him. It has been completely restrained. It must be the equipment effect. I can't go into the tower again today. Lu Ming then realized. The two PK sides were none other than the players from Zhenshen and Tianxian battle team. With this PK winning 2 out of 3 games to win on the field, the level 25 green armor warrior Zhenshen Knight did not rush out of the ring, but stood on the virtual ring and raised his middle finger in mockery at the surrounding Tianxian players who were present. Not a single one who can fight. Is that all you Tianxian have? If you ask me, why don't you quit Tianxian earlier and join us at Zhanshan Calculus? Under the stage, even though Tianxian's players were furious, they could do nothing about Zhenshen and Knight, because both sides have been following the law of the jungle of winner takes all for decades, and it cannot be easily broken at any time. A win is a win, a loss is a loss and must be recognized as such. It's not just for this spectral Devil's Tower. The rivalry between the two great clans was spread throughout the entire Heaven's Abyss world, in all major fields. They have been suppressing each other in this more peaceful way for decades. Thus, after this PK ended, Zhenshen's players began to gloat and strut into the spectral demon tower, while Tianxian's players could only watch from the outside. At this moment, it was seen that some of the casual players who didn't belong to Zhanshen and Tianxian were also able to enter the spectral demon tower at will. Lu Ming, who was somewhat unsure, was about to enter the map when he was stopped by 2 divine beheading players. Is it from Tianxian? Facing the questioning of a level 20+ Nightman, Chopping God, Wu, he didn't wait for Lu Ming to answer. Suddenly another person next to him pointed at Lu Ming and shouted, "He's from Tianxian. I saw him with Tianxian's people with my own eyes earlier." Chopping God, Wu immediately raised a cold eyebrow and said to Lu Ming nonchalantly, "Since you're chopping gods, you have to abide by the rules. Who let you in?" Lu Ming calmly asked, "Then how can I get in?" Zhenshen and Wu scanned Lu Ming through the scouting technique and saw that Lu Ming was a formation artist of only level 12, and immediately realized that he should be a newcomer who had just joined Tianxian and was very easy to fool. So he intentionally provoked Lu Ming. "New here, right? It's okay if you don't know the rules. I'll tell you about them and you'll understand." The Spectral Demon Tower is divided into 8 realms of levels 10-15, 16-20, 21-25, 26-30, 31-35, 36-40, 41-45, and 46-50. As long as we each send one person within this rank range of the corresponding realm, we each send one person to PK one game in a best-of-3 system, and the victorious party will enjoy the right to attack the Spectral Demon Tower of this realm for 24 hours, and the loser party will not be allowed to set foot in the Spectral Demon Tower for 24 hours. If you want to enter the tower, you have to beat a level 10-15 opponent on our side. How about it? Do you dare to answer the battle? Though joining Tianxian was merely to facilitate one's movements. However, Lu Ming thought, perhaps it was just the right time to take this opportunity to show himself and raise his weight in the Tianxian battle team. If there was any need in the future, it would definitely make Tianxian pay more attention. So, offhandedly, he said, "Okay, I'll answer." Good. As soon as Zhenshen and Wu saw that Lu Ming had agreed to fight, they were afraid that if they were a step late, the opposite side would change. So they hurriedly turned back to arrange for people and open the ring. The virtual ring, a PK method unique to the Heaven's Abyss world. Players from both sides can apply for a virtual ring in which they can defeat their enemies and decide only success or failure, not life or death. Wow! As a huge 50 by 50 square ring manifested itself from the open space in the center of the crowd, the Divine Beheading Battle Team quickly dispatched a level 15 assassin to take the lead on the ring. Seeing this, the unknown Tianxian players in the surroundings were astonished for a while. Who opened the ring? Who on our side answered the call? As soon as the words fell, only Lu Ming could be seen slowly stepping onto the ring. Seeing Lu Ming represent Tianxian in battle, the people under the stage were even more shocked. Holy! Who is this person? Is he from our Tianxian? Why did he answer the battle directly without saying a word? And what's a formation trickster like him answering a battle for? I'll go. Isn't this harming us? We've already lost 5 of the 8 realm PKs today. Just 2 were won. And there's only this last level 10-15 realm that we haven't fought yet. So isn't this giving away another one for nothing? Yeah, the captain just said in the group that he's already on his way here, and with the captain's strength, when he comes over, we could have won the first bit of the face solidly. It's all been spoiled by this kid. There's nothing to be done. It's done. Let's leave it to God. Ding player chopping God. Blood level 15 assassin versus player phantom level 12 array trickster. This round of PK is based on 2 out of 3 games, and the match is about to start. As the system prompt rang out, the players of the Zhenshin battle team around the ring couldn't help but sneer when they saw the opponents that were out on the stage. No, is Tianxian running out of people? Why did they send out a formation artificer? It's still a level 12 formation trickster. This sewer auxiliary profession also dares to take it out to fight PKA? Too brave. Admirable. Laugh your ass off. Purely giving us points. Underneath the ring, Jin Shun and Wu, who had just snubbed Lu Ming into the ring, were gloating. I thought to myself, it's true that a newcomer just joining the team is just as good to fool. Thus, the PK had not yet begun. Jin Shun and Wu confidently rushed behind them and greeted the players of the Zhenshin battle team. Brothers of level 10-15, get ready, you can enter the tower right away. Tianxian's players didn't even dare to look at it. Thinking about it, one could imagine how badly this level 12 formation artist Underworld, who was fighting on behalf of their Tianxian, would be abused by the opposing party's level 15 assassin god of decimation. Blood next. All eyes are on us as the countdown hits 0. Ding, this round of PK officially starts. Countdown 60 seconds. The system prompt had just fallen. Against the green-clothed assassin teenager chopper god, Blood but did not rush out, but instead stood in place, leisurely look at Lu Ming, contemptuously said, I'm 3 levels higher than you, so I'll let you 3 strokes well, lest people say I'm using the big to bully the small. Okay. Lu Ming responded and decisively reached out to draw his sword. Whoa rub. At the instant the blade was sheathed, a lightning-fast sword shadow, which had clearly penetrated through the bodies of Jin Shun and Blood, who were placed 50 yards away. Draw your sword. 4088. On and off the stage, not a single person had yet reacted. Only a system alert was heard. Ding, round 1. Player the Underworld wins. Chapter 33, First Plane, Hunting the Undead. On and off the stage, there was silence. In the ring, Chopper and Blood didn't even know what was happening. The sudden system prompt left him in a daze. What's the situation? Why the didn't I? Just as the god of decimation and the blood bandit were wondering, the second round of PK had already begun. For ring PK, player skills are reset immediately at the start of each round. As a result, the original 60-second CD of Draw Sword was instantly restored to cooldown. And so, the second PK which began as it ended. Whoa rub. Draw your sword. 4088. A perfect replica of the last game. Chopper God and Blood didn't even have a chance to draw their swords before being instantly killed by Lu Ming from a distance of 50 yards. Ding, this PK player Underworld level 12, second turn array trickster 1-2 games. Zhenshin, Blood level 15, second turn assassin 1-0 games. The final result, Underworld. 1 by 2 o'clock. As the system prompt fell. Off stage, Lin Yue burst into joy. Hooray! Brother Underworld won. The rest of the room, on the other hand, was dumbfounded for a moment. This match had completely refreshed their knowledge of the Tian Yuan world's recognized sewer profession, formation trickster. What kind of damage is this nifty level 12 array shenanigans hitting over 4,000 damage? Are you kidding? Isn't formation guile an aid? How did he manage to kill someone through space? The players of the god of decimation were shocked and skeptical. The chopper god and Wu, who had snubbed Lu Ming in front of them, were also twitching at the corners of their mouths. I thought it was so easy to fool a newcomer who didn't know anything, and I was sure to get the first face of the spectral devil's tower to take possession of it today. Who would have thought that the one he snubbed was a hidden god? At the same time, the Tianxian players who were not optimistic about Lu Ming a second ago were now casting praises and admiring gazes at Lu Ming. I go. Deeply hidden, this brother. He's so powerful. Where did Tianxian dig up this big guy from? The damage looks like the account qualification must be at least a 4-star, right? Smaller pattern. This is guaranteed to be a 5-star qualification. Haha. Thanks to the blessing of the Spectral Brothers, the level 10-15 brothers can now enter the tower. Just as the crowd was murmuring. After Lu Ming stepped down from the ring, he faced the chopping god and Wu in front of him and asked, Can I go in now? Zhan Shun and Wu's faces were extremely ugly as they silently made way for Lu Ming. Thus, Lu Ming brought Lin Yue and entered the spectral demon tower. Unbeknownst to him, there was a pair of eyes staring at him from the crowd not far away. Under the backdrop of a black tight-fitting battle suit, the young girl's slim little waist, with her delicate figure, was highlighted to the fullest. The clean and capable short ear-length hair, with those deep and cold eyes, printed the young girl's valor and self-confidence. The level 19 assassin, Chopper God, Moon. His deep eyes silently gazed at Lu Ming in the crowd in front of him, the corner of his mouth slightly raised in an arc. Immediately, he ordered the person beside him, "Within 10 minutes, give me all the information on this specter." "Yes, Miss Qin." The other side, Lu Ming and Lin Yue, through the entrance, had stepped into the spectral demon tower. The spectral devil tower is divided into 8 realms according to level. With Lu Ming and Lin Yue's current levels, both of them could only enter the first plane, the Night's Watch camp. Wow! White light poured down, and the two of them simultaneously appeared in the middle of a huge campground that was as far as the eye could see. The sky over the camp was so dark that the day was like night. In the air, there was the smell of death. Countless green ghostly lights floated in the air, like a single eye, staring straight at the players in the camp below. Looking around, in the middle of the huge camp, there were countless squads of players going around hunting the undead-type monsters here. Lu Ming also joined the hunt immediately. Currently, Lu Ming's level was 12, and his maximum number of summoned necrotic warlords had reached 240. Thus, within a huge radius of 500 yards around him, Lu Ming summoned all of his necromantic warlords through his mind. Wow! As a swirl of flowing silver light blossomed in all corners of the camp, a necromancer war general armed in full silver armor and with a superb temperament stepped out from it. Players who were in the vicinity were so scared that they thought it was a refreshed boss. After all, the image and aura of the necromancer warlord did have some degree of similarity to the monster undead warriors in the Night's Watch camp. It was only that the aura of a necromantic warlord was far more powerful than that of an undead warrior, so it was justifiable to be misunderstood as a boss. At the same time, Lu Ming released a double knot formation in place.
War Trempling.
Fortress of Life. 2 invisible boundaries bloomed along Lu Ming's feet, instantly enveloping a huge area with a radius of 1,000 yards. Gaining the bonus of the 20 times strengthened LV-12E level war trample formation trickster 400% attack power plus 1200. The necrotic warlord's attack power instantly skyrocketed from 38 points to 1672 points. At the same time, a shield of 1107 points per second on all necro warriors continues to stack. In just a few seconds, it had stacked up to Lu Ming's triple blood limit value, 3,708 points, equivalent to adding his own 496 points of blood. The necrotic war general's life had already exceeded 4,000 plus, comparable to an elite monster of the same level. Automatically kill the monsters. Lu Ming gave orders to all the necrotic warriors through his mind. In the next moment, in the shared vision, Lu Ming saw the necrotic warriors unleash their kills. Shattered Souls. Wo Rub. 2,483. A level 12 undead warrior that had just been refreshed was instantly decimated by the necrotic warrior before he could even take a breath of fresh air. The same scenario played out in all corners of the Night's Watch camp. Just after summoning the Necromantic Legion, Lu Ming's ears rang with a large battle alert. Ding kill level 12 undead warrior. Experience value plus 60. Ding killed level 12 undead assassin. Experience value plus 60. Ding killed a level 13 undead archer. Experience value plus 68. Meanwhile, Lu Ming's side, directly in front of the position, a green ethereal light spilled to the ground, transforming into an undead clad in black vestments, holding a skeleton staff and emitting an ethereal light. Necromancer Magic Normal Monster. Rank 13. Magic Attack Power 172. Armor 82. Magic Resistance 98. Speed 67. Blood 1130. Skills. Demontation F rank. Breath of the Dead F rank. Description. The souls of the dead that were crushed by the Lord of the Dead Gahar and forced to guard in the demon tower of the Spectre, specializing in hunting the living who intruded into the tower and sacrificing the souls of human beings to the Lord of the Dead. At this moment, the necromancer stared at Lu Ming. He was just about to raise his staff to cast a spell to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming drew his sword first. Wo Rub. In the darkness, a sword shadow flashed. 4,088. In the next second, the necromancer turned into a cloud of ash and floated away into the air. Ding killed a level 13 necromancer. Experience value plus 68. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency plus 1. Pada. Only a green gem was seen falling down where the necromancer's death had disappeared. Seeing that gemstone, Lu Ming instantly lit up. Chapter 34 Triple Explosion Rate, Wildly Brush Soul Stones. Lu Ming walked over and picked up the gemstone that had fallen on the ground, along with the 7 copper coins that the necromancer had dropped. Looked at the gems. Soul Stone Special Props. Purity, 13%. Description. A stone coalesced from fused souls and possessing strong spiritual power. It is said that the forge merchants in Starlight City are buying this kind of thing in large quantities. The Soul Stone was precisely the most valuable thing in the map, the Spectral Demon Tower. This is because players can claim their rewards by submitting soul stones on the forge merchant in Starburst City. Moreover, under the premise of having enough soul stones, you can submit unlimited quests and receive rewards repeatedly. This was the core reason why the map, Spectral Demon Tower, was the most popular among Second Heaven players. Rich, landed players are too lazy to brush themselves, so they just spend money on other players to buy soul stones and then go to the forge merchants to repeat the rewards to achieve fast upgrades. In addition to generous experience, a large number of copper rewards, there is also the probability of being able to obtain the bronze level soul set equipment rewards. The higher the purity of the soul stone submitted to the merchant, the more generous the rewards received, as well as the higher the probability of obtaining the soul set equipment. As a result, soul stones are valued according to their purity. With the higher the purity, the more valuable they are. As for the current market, a soul stone with a purity between 0%–40% like the one in Lu Ming's hand belonged to the 5th grade and was worth roughly $20 a piece. Those between 41% and 70% pure are 4th grade and cost about $50 a piece. Purity 71%–90%. A 3rd grade, unit price $100 a piece. Purity 91%–99%. 2nd grade, unit price $300 a piece. If you can pop a perfect soul stone with 100% purity, you're rich. Because in the market, the unit price of this perfect soul stone was as high as $1,000 a piece. Because of the procurement of these tycoons, resulting in the soul of the stone in the market are in short supply, so there are even a lot of players to make a living, lifelong just in the ghost of the magic tower to brush the soul of the stone to earn money to support their families. Someone did the math. As long as you're rich enough to spend roughly $1 billion down on soul stones, you can go from level 10 to level 50 in just one day without much effort. For someone like Lu Ming who bent over for half a bucket of rice, it's better to keep your feet on the ground. The burst rate of soul stones is extremely low, probably only around 10%. And the lower the realm, the lower the probability of a high-purity soul stone appearing. The first bit of the Spectral Demon Tower that Lu Ming was in at the moment, in which the level 11–15 undead dropped, basically the vast majority of them were the most inferior 5th class goods. However, Lu Ming won by weight class. He had the Necromantic Legion, and the speed of killing monsters far exceeded that of other players of the same level by tens, if not hundreds of times. At this moment, 242nd rank necromantic warriors were in double formation with War Trample and Fortress of Life, and they were killing in the huge camp. It was no exaggeration to say that the whopping 1,672 points of attack power possessed by the necrotic warlord was even higher than the chi and blood of those undead monsters in the camp. So chopping them is as easy as chopping vegetables. In Lu Ming's ears, the battle alerts were ringing non-stop. Ding kill level 14 Undead Knight. Experience value plus 78. Ding kill level 13 Undead Knight. Experience value plus 68. Ding. 80% experience per person for killing monsters in a 2-player team. There was no effect on the last hitter, and Lu Ming still got 100% of the full monster kill benefit. It's like even if you bring Lin Yue, it's still the same as if you were painting alone, and it has no effect on your own interests. At the same time, the soul stones in Lu Ming's backpack were also increasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. In no time at all, there were already dozens of them. Lu Ming looked down. Though most of them were lower purity 5th grade goods, and only 1 4th grade goods could be found in 10. But it directly overshadows quality with quantity. One should know that even those professional brushers who had been brushing the Spectral Demon Tower for more than a decade would only be able to harvest 10–20 soul stones in a day if they were lucky. No! Just as Lu Ming was checking online for information about the soul stones drop, he suddenly realized a problem. The burst rate of soul stones is maintained at a mere 10%, meaning that it's only possible to kill 10 undead to drop 1. Why does it feel like my burst rate is more than this high? According to the kill records, the Necro Warrior had slaughtered a total of nearly 100 undead so far, and the number of soul stones in one's bag had, quite literally, exceeded 30. On further reflection, It seemed that the copper coins dropped by these undead were not quite right. Normally, a monster between level 11-15 should keep the copper drop at 2-3 coins. And for every undead that Lu Ming's necro warriors under his hand killed, the copper coins submitted up were almost 7-8. What's going on? Surprised, Lu Ming suddenly remembered. When Lin Yue had shown him the account panel at that time, her talent seemed to be explosive rate enhancement. Thinking of this, Lu Ming tapped on the skill panel to take a look, and sure enough, he found that there was an additional temporary team sharing skill in there. Explosive rate boost increased the explosive rate of killing monsters by 10%, and to Lu Ming's surprise, this skill that was shared over from Lin Yue's talent could actually receive the reinforcement of his own talent total increase. It was equal to the original 10% increase in monster killing burst rate, which had been strengthened to 200%. It was this 200% increase in the burst rate that allowed Lu Ming to increase the burst rate of killing monsters to 3 times the original rate. As a result, the Soul Stone, which normally only had a 10% chance of dropping, had a 30% burst rate in Lu Ming's hands. And the drop of copper coins is tripled. Case solved. Lu Ming looked back at Lin Yue, who didn't know anything, and couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise in his heart. It seems like a wise choice to bring her along. Where's the tiredness in that? It's practically a fortune cookie. Of course, it had to be with Lu Ming, who possessed a full increase in 10-star talent, in order to work together. Otherwise, she'd still be a chicken even if she shared her talent with someone else. Thus, with the triple explosion rate and the slaughter of the necromantic army, the soul stones in Lu Ming's backpack rapidly accumulated at a rate visible to the naked eye. The amount of copper coins has also skyrocketed. Based on the unit price of $2 for 1 copper coin in the market, it's equivalent to $15 or $16 coming in for every monster killed, which could be eating a bowl of beef noodles. Lu Ming had never imagined that one day he would earn money as easily as he picked it up. In the meantime, the necrotic warlords that were spread throughout the camp and had such a terrifying killing power naturally drew the attention of many players in the vicinity. The players cast gazes of shock and awe towards the necrotic war general. Whose summon is this? So powerful. Chopping level 13 or 14 monsters is like killing chickens. Why does it look a bit familiar? It can't be that formation artist who pushed down a black iron ranked boss in 10 seconds that went viral on Jitterbug yesterday. Can it? Where is that formation artificer? Hurry over and hug your thighs. Over here, Lin Yue, who didn't have to do anything but watch her experience bar skyrocket, was simply stunned by the rate of improvement. And Lu Ming wasn't idle either. Although he didn't have to kill the monsters himself every minute, he would still draw his sword and casually kill a monster in seconds, and in the process he would come to increase the proficiency of the draw sword skill. An hour or so later, after drawing the sword 100 times, the proficiency level was finally pulled up to 100 points. Ding, congratulations on upgrading your drawing the sword skill to E rank. Chapter 35 Grade E Sword Drawing. Draw Sword Unique Skill LV12. Grade E Growable. Skill Effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow, inflicting 150% attack power plus 99 points of real damage ignoring defense to a single enemy within the attack range and increasing its own attack power by 10% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time. 60 seconds. Skill consumption. 51. Proficiency. 0-1000 automatically gain 1 point of proficiency every time you use sword drawing skill. Full proficiency can be upgraded to D level. The skill itself is not much of a boost. However, for Lu Ming, who possessed a comprehensive increase in talent, that was simply a breakneck promotion. After 20 times reinforcement, it is equivalent to skill damage being increased from 20 times attack power to 30 times. On top of that, the new effect of increasing attack power by 10%, which can reach 200% after reinforcement, lasts for 200 seconds, perfectly covering the 60-second cooldown of the skill, which means that as long as I make sure to unleash drawing sword once every 200 seconds, I'll be able to continue to get this attack increase effect. Looking at the drawn sword that had been upgraded from F rank to E rank quality, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The intensity of the 10-star talent combined with the unique skill is simply devastating. Only the difficulty of the skill's next upgrade, compared to the previous one, had been increased to 10 times. Of course, such a high level of difficulty in upgrading is in line with the compelling nature of such a perverted skill. Very reasonable. Thus, as the quality of the draw sword skill increased, Lu Ming's damage skyrocketed. Whoa rub, draw your sword. 6,222. With a huge amount of damage that exceeded half of what he had done before, He killed a level 15 undead knight in front of him with a single blow. Triggers the draw sword skill effect. Ding attack power increased by 200% for 200 seconds, as Lu Ming's attack power skyrocketed from 108 points to 324 points. The killing power of the Necromantic Legion had also become more terrifying. This was because War Trample was mainly based on Lu Ming's attack power to add to the Necrotic Warlord. At this moment, the attack power of all the Necrotic Warlords instantly jumped from the original 1,672 points to 2,501 points. Even when facing the highest level 15 undead system monsters in the Night's Watch camp on the first face of the Spectral Demon Tower, all of them could be easily killed in one hit. Under this extreme damage, not an inch of grass could be found wherever the necromongers went. 240 necro warriors are harvested across the map. It was also at the same time that the sword drawing skill was raised from rank F to rank E. A beam of golden light spilled down from above his head, and Lu Ming rose to rank 13, with the number of necro warriors expanding from 240 to 260. By consuming 200 points of soul power, 22nd rank necromantic warlords were summoned again. Under the manipulation of Lu Ming's intention, the killing continued. At the same time, whenever the sword draw skill completed its cooldown, Lu Ming released it once. Although he didn't need to kill monsters, he needed to brush up his proficiency for drawing sword. It's a pity that the follow-up attack power bonus effect of drawing the sword can't be stacked, or it would be even more perverse. Without realizing it, the time had come to noon. At this moment, Lu Ming's level had reached 91% of level 13, and was only one step away from level 14. While Lin Yue followed behind Lu Ming, even though she could only gain 80% of the experience of killing monsters, she rose from level 10 to level 12 in one morning at an astonishing speed. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, it is not easy for players to upgrade. For the average player, after level 10, with the huge increase in experience required for each upgrade, 2 to 3 days to level up one has been the norm. As the saying goes, man is iron, food is steel, and one meal is not enough to make you hungry. With the hunger pangs coming from his stomach, he looked at the time and saw that it was 12 noon. Lu Ming then planned to return to the city first, go offline for lunch, and come back in the afternoon to continue brushing. Thus, through his mind, he recalled all the 200 or so necromantic warriors scattered all over the camp to the summoning space. Looking at Lin Yue, he said, "Go back to the city." Seeing Lu Ming open the exit teleportation channel of the Spectral Demon Tower, Lin Yue on the side let out an "oh" and hurriedly opened the channel after Lu Ming. Exit the Spectral Devil's Tower. On his way back to Starlight City, Lu Ming took stock of the loot. Although the Spectral Demon Tower was rich in valuable soul stones, it also had one drawback, and that was that the monsters inside did not explode equipment. Players who want to brush up on their equipment will have to go to other maps. Therefore, Lu Ming only had the soul stone in his bag. Break it down. Ooh, that's a lot of them. Just see that the bag totals 625 soul stones. Of these, 578 are 1% 40% pure 5th grade soul stones. 41% 70% purity 4th class soul stones 47. In addition, a total of over 4,300 copper coins were swiped, which converts to 43 silver coins at a 100-to-1 ratio. Lu Ming, who had lived a full 5 years of careful calculations in his previous life, habitually took stock. According to the market price, a 5th grade soul stone is 20, and a 4th grade one is 50. Plus the silver coin unit price of 200, that works out to more than $20,000 in one morning. Lu Ming had to sigh once again. This was easy money. At this rate, buying a house is just around the corner. Soon, back in the city of Starbursts, Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "Let's go offline to eat first and gather before 1 o'clock. After saying that, Lu Ming was about to go offline, but he saw that Lin Yue was standing still and indifferent with no intention of going offline. "Aren't you going to eat?" Lu Ming asked. Lin Yue shook her head and said, "I'm not hungry." As soon as the words left her mouth, Lin Yue's stomach grumbled indisputably. Lin Yue immediately lowered her head in shame. Lu Ming then realized that she probably didn't even have the money for food anymore. So, without saying a word, Lu Ming clicked on WeChat and immediately transferred $2,000 to Lin Yue. Lu Ming didn't have the slightest bit of reluctance, because he knew very well that 2/3 of the 20,000 earned this morning was thanks to Lin Yue. If not for her talent explosive rate enhancement, combined with the 200% explosive rate bonus that came from her own comprehensive increase, Lu Ming's earnings this morning have to be discounted by 3.3%. And with her as the god of wealth by his side, Lu Ming could already see great wealth in his future. Lin Yue, however, was stunned for a moment and hurriedly said, "Brother Yume, I'm already very grateful for you bringing me upgrades. I can't ask for any more money from you." With that, Lin Yue was ready to return the transfer. Lu Ming, however, said, "Borrow it from you and just return it later." Of course, this was just a figure of speech. Lu Ming wouldn't really ask Lin Yue to return it. Lu Ming would not tell Lin Yue that once her account ban was lifted, she would obtain a priceless treasure, the scroll of the sealed god. He also wouldn't tell Lin Yue how useful her trashy-looking one-star talent burst rate increase was to him. Much less would he tell Lin Yue how much more money he had made with her help. This was because the necrotic war general had been in an unseen corner since the beginning, automatically picking up the loot and submitting it to Lu Ming after killing the monster. So according to what Lin Yue saw, she thought that Lu Ming hadn't picked up any gains for the entire morning, and this situation of sticking money into brushing monsters and having to bring herself upgrades had already made Lin Yue feel guilty. It was necessary to make Lin Yue feel indebted from time to time, so that she would follow Lu Ming with all her heart, never cheating and betraying him. This was something Lu Ming had learned from Yilinger at the cost of his life. Hearing the word, borrow, Lin Yue then accepted the transfer, and then transferred another 1950 back. "You're giving too much, $50 is enough. Don't worry, brother Pantheon. This money and the $5,000 you helped me return earlier, I will definitely return it to you." Lu Ming couldn't help but think, there are still such naive and simple and silly girls in the world. Lu Ming didn't say anything more, and immediately got off the line. At the same time, Lin Yue went offline. Chapter 36 Chopper, Moon, too lazy to go downstairs for dinner. Therefore, when he came out of the spectral demon tower, Lu Ming had already ordered takeout in advance. By the time he got back to the city and got off the line, the takeout had already been delivered to the door. "Let's just keep it simple for lunch and go out for something nice tonight." Saying that, Lu Ming opened the takeout box and took out a grilled fish, a carbonara chicken, and a pickled pepper bullfrog, plus a little snack burger, meatloaf, fried chicken, fries, wings, Coke, eat and drink. At 12:55 p.m., Lu Ming was on the line. It was almost time for the agreed rendezvous, but there was no sign of Lin Yue. After 1 o'clock, Lu Ming then sent Lin Yue a WeChat. "Are you still not well?" However, the other party did not reply. After waiting for another 10 minutes, there was still no Lin Yue on the line. Lu Ming then sent her a WeChat. "When you come online, go straight to the spectral demon tower and look for me." After saying that, Lu Ming didn't wait for Lin Yue and went ahead to the spectral demon tower himself. After all, time is money. Now Lu Ming's most urgent thing is to change a big comfortable house in the center of the city and live a better life than now. The last life was so hard. In this life, Lu Ming didn't want to shortchange himself at all anymore. Unbeknownst to him, just as Lu Ming had just left Starlight City with his front foot. Inside the city, several pairs of eyes were immediately on him. "Follow it." Yes. Lu Ming was heading in the direction of the spectral demon tower. At the same time, the 10 necromantic warriors spread out in a position hundreds of yards away in front of them, and through vision sharing, Lu Ming kept an eye on the real-time situation around himself to prevent any sudden dangers. The prerequisite for living a good life is knowing how to protect yourself at all times. But Lu Ming never expected that the crisis would quietly descend from behind him. Just before he walked out of Starlight City for a long distance, a group of players behind him suddenly rushed over and surrounded Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and realized that they were all players from the Divine Beheading Battle Team, and their levels were all as high as between level 30-35. A group of a dozen or so people had been sizing up Lu Ming like hungry wolves. "Is he? I can't see my face with the mask on, and the ID is hidden. Look at the level, the body, the occupation, it should be him." Lu Ming didn't know what they were talking about. At this moment, a level 34 fourth-turn summoner man at the head of the group, Chopping God Dragon, pointed at Lu Ming and questioned, "Are you Dawn? Dawn? Isn't that your trumpet ID?" At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly understand the other players' intentions. Unsurprisingly, they should have come to seek revenge for Yi Chun. It was because Yi Chun was none other than a member of the Divine Beheading Battle Team. At that time, Lu Ming had entered the Scarlet Forbidden Zone replica with Yi Chun under the small number of Dawn. As a result, Yi Chun died in his copy, and Lu Ming, who was a fellow traveler, would surely be subjected to their retaliation. Lu Ming didn't panic at all. Turning to the group of Zhanshan players around him, he said, "It's Dawn you're trying to capture. What does it have to do with me, Spectre?" As he spoke, Lu Ming lit up the ID hidden above his head. When the words LV-13 Second Turn Formation Artificer Spectre appeared in front of everyone's eyes, the group of Zhanshan players around them froze. Damn! I've been staring at him for half a day. But it's not him. What then? Retreat. Pull out my ass. They only gave us 1 day. Where are we going to find Dawn if we let him go? It's rare to find one so similar. He has to be if he's not Dawn. We'll slaughter him later. Record a video. Get someone to edit it to P his ID name is Dawn. Then destroy his body and hand in the video, and this won't be a done deal. Hearing their murmurs, Lu Ming was directly a good fellow. Good. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Then Lu Ming simply stopped pretending. Immediately summon all of the Necro warriors within a hidden area of about 100 yards around them. Although there was no certainty that he could kill this group of Zhanshan players. After all, the level difference between the two sides is just too great. Lu Ming was only at level 13, turn 2, while all of them had reached level 30 or above, turn 4. However, Lu Ming's third talent, Rebirth by Fire, could resurrect Lu Ming by randomly sacrificing one of the weakest necromantic warlords when he died. Lu Ming had 260 necrotic warlords, which meant he could revive 260 times. Even if you can't beat it, it definitely wasn't that easy for them to kill Lu Ming either. As a result, the surrounding divine beheading players copied their guise, their faces showing ferocity. Just as the two sides were drawing their swords and were about to go to war, suddenly, a voice rang out from the periphery. Stop it all! Looking around, he saw a female assassin approaching. Under the backdrop of a black tight-fitting battle suit, the young girl's slim little waist, with her delicate figure, was highlighted to the fullest. The clean and capable short ear-length hair, with those deep and cold eyes, printed the young girl's valor and self-confidence. And when Lu Ming saw the other party's head ID, he was energized. Chopper Moon? Lu Ming was slightly surprised. Wasn't this Light Yen who had told Lu Ming that the personal sister of the captain of the Divine Beheading Battle Team, as the highest manager of the Divine Beheading Detachment on this side of the Starry Glory City, was also Lu Ming's preferred target of retaliation at the moment? I can't imagine that this chopping god, Moon, is quite a bit more elegant. However, it did not affect the killing intent that Lu Ming's eyes were filled with towards her in the slightest. But he didn't do anything rash for the moment. Because Yi Chun was killed in the Scarlet Forbidden Zone as Dawn at that time, coupled with the fact that there was a copy of the cover-up, outsiders didn't know the truth and it could still be justified and it couldn't involve Lu Ming. And right now, although this only level 19 chopper god, Moon was good to kill, once Lu Ming killed her so openly as a large specter, it would inevitably cause the entire chopper god battle team to be killed throughout the entire service. At that time, the heavenly abyss world was afraid that there would no longer be a place for Lu Ming. Just as Lu Ming was thinking so. Upon seeing chopper god, Moon, the crowd of chopper god players on the field showed respect to him. Ms. Qin, we're carrying out the mission given by the boss to kill Dawn. Chopper. Moon clasped his hands to his chest, accentuating a ripple in his chest. With an imposing voice, he said, "Since my brother told you to kill Dawn, what do you mean by targeting this specter?" This. The words of the god of decimation and the moon instantly rendered them speechless. Miss Qin, the boss ordered, his brother in Lo Yichen's death, we must give an explanation to him within today. The boss said that as long as you give him a no-break kill video will be fine. Miss, I hope you don't make it difficult for us. Chopper God. Moon ignored the admonitions of the group of Chopper God players around him and instead spoke to Lu Ming. I know you're from Tianxian, but it doesn't matter. Come to my divine beheading battle team. I'll offer you 10 times the salary Tianxian pays you. How about $1 million a month? As soon as these words came out, the surrounding group of senior players from the Goddess of Decimation were stunned. They clearly didn't understand how a mere formation artificer who was only at level 13 could be so highly valued by the God of Decimation and the Moon. $1 million a month. That sounds, well, tantalizing. Unfortunately, with Lu Ming's current ability to calculate, he himself could earn more than $1 million a month, so why should he be ordered by others? Once he joined Chopper God and took the $1 million salary, Lu Ming would not be able to be as free as he was now. Unlike Lu Ming, who was now nominally joining Tianxian but didn't have to be bound by Tianxian, still doing as he pleased as if he were on his own. What's more, it's a beheading. The battle team run by the person who had taken Yi Linger from Lu Ming's side and had instructed Yi Linger to plot against Lu Ming. Thus, Lu Ming decisively refused. It's not necessary. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. After saying that, Lu Ming turned his head and left. The group of people from the Divine Beheading Battle Team who were waiting to go back to deliver their orders were ready to intercept them. But they were met with a shout from Divine Beheading Moon. Whoever dares to touch him, I'll make whoever it is be permanently blocked in the Heaven's Abyss world. Upon this statement, a dozen or so level 30-plus Zhanshan players were too scared to make a move. Finally, the summoner chopping god, the dragon could not help but ask, Miss Qin, I know that can be seen by you. This kid must be outstanding. But he is so uneducated. Why do you still? Looking at Lu Ming's gradually departing back, a touch of admiration was highlighted in the cold eyes of Jinshan Yu. If he hadn't resisted a little bit just now, and had directly agreed to join us instead, it would have made me feel that I had overestimated him. But now it seems that he is much more than $1 million. This formation trickster, this young lady must have him. Confidence was evident in the eyes of Jinshan and Yu. Meanwhile, in the shadows, seeing that Jinshan's people did not make things difficult for Lu Ming, Tianxian Shadow immediately signaled the dozen or so level 40-plus Tianxian players around him to terminate the operation, and he sent a private message to Tianxian Eternity. Just now, Zhanshan and you attempted to poach Spectre from our Tianxian, offering a monthly salary of $1 million, but Spectre refused. As he spoke, Tianxian Shadow rolled up his sleeves. Captain, do you want me to go and show that Zhanshan and you some color? How dare they rob our Tianxian in broad daylight? Don't move for now, even if it's to break the law of the jungle. It has to be them. This curse of breaking the rules and reneging on their word has to be borne by them, the chopping gods. Tianxian Eternal replied to the message. Continue to secretly protect the underworld, and at the same time send people to keep an eye on Jinshan and you. Her usual style is to not stop until she achieves her goal, and she is bound to take action against the underworld at a later stage. Roger that. The other side. For Lu Ming, though, the opportunity was missed, but at least he had a lock on the target. He could already confirm that the captain of the Divine Beheading Battle Team was the one who had colluded with Yi Linger to get himself killed. I can't kill you for now, so killing your sister first will draw a lot of blood from you, right? In Lu Ming's mind, he began to lay out his next revenge plan. Chapter 37 Make Money to Buy a House. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Spectral Demon Tower. Enter the first plane of the Night's Watch camp. Summon all the Necro Warriors and mind manipulate them to start killing monsters. With the two knot formations, War Trample and Fortress of Life, the Necromantic Legion was invincible and impregnable as always. Lu Ming's experience bar rose rapidly with a trend visible to the naked eye. The beauty of it all was that, lacking Lin Youei's explosive rate bonus, the Necromantic Legion's explosive rate of killing monsters was obviously much lower. Before, on average, you could steadily harvest a soul stone for every 3-4 undead you killed. Now you had to kill about 10 to score a soul stone. The copper coin popping rate is also off the charts, averaging only 2-3 coins gained. The triple explosion rate in the morning was just too good to be true, causing Lu Ming to feel unsatisfied in any way right now. It was in this depressed state that one person had to single-handedly brush for almost an hour before finally waiting for Lin Yue. I'm sorry, Brother Spectre. I'm late. Hearing the familiar sound of talking coming from behind him, Lu Ming turned around just in time to see Lin Yue hurrying over. You could tell that she had run all the way here, and at the moment her face was red and she was panting. What's taking so long? Lu Ming asked as he waited a bit impatiently. Lin Yue's hands pinched the hem of her magic skirt. Her small face was very embarrassed. I just want to look for a former friend, and I want to stay at her place for a while. Hearing this, Lu Ming then suddenly recalled that Lin Yue had said that she had been evicted by her landlord. So, not being able to afford a hotel, she had just been running around for exactly where she was going to stay tonight. Only by the look of her current predicament, 80% of her friends should not have agreed to let her borrow the room. It is conceivable that such a weak little girl, dragging her baggage alone, there is not a single place for her in the huge city. At this time, Lu Ming could also understand how Lin Yue was so brazen at that time that she had to plead with herself to take her as well. Because she is at the end of her rope. There's not a single step back. Where is it now? Lu Ming asked again. Lin Yue's voice seemed more and more faint. At an internet cafe. She was almost too embarrassed to speak. She wasn't trying to win Lu Ming's sympathy. She was just afraid that if she didn't tell the truth, Lu Ming wouldn't be willing to take her upgrading again next, and then she would really only be left to die. Lu Ming didn't say anything, he just created the team first and pulled Lin Yue in. With Lin Yue's explosive rate enhancement talent shared to the team, and receiving Lu Ming's full increase of 20 times reinforcement. The necrotic warlord's monster-killing burst rate, all of a sudden, went up again. As for Lin Yue, when she saw Lu Ming turn around and go kill monsters, her little face couldn't help but turn even redder. Brother Spectre must think I'm useless. That's right. I can't help Brother Spectre with anything. I'm just a drag. Brother Spectre must find me annoying. Lin Yue's fingers were almost on the verge of snapping the corners of her coat. Just when Lin Yue was self-doubting to the point of disappointment. Suddenly, knock, knock, the WeChat message tone sounded. Lin Yue opened WeChat and found that it was a location sent by Lu Ming. At the same time, he heard Lu Ming turn around and say, "When you get offline at night, take a taxi to this location and I'll arrange a place for you to stay." Lin Yue didn't hold back for a moment and her eyes moistened. Pay her back for her. Take her for an upgrade. Get her a place to stay. No one in the world has ever been so good to me except my brother. Lin Yue nodded, trying not to let Lu Ming realize that she was crying. Of course, for Lu Ming, it was simply because the value Lin Yue could create for him was worth it. He had to make sure Lin Yue was safe in order to consistently have her create value for himself. If something went wrong in the real world, causing Lu Ming to lose this god of wealth, then the loss would be too great. As for the location he had sent to Lin Yue, it was the location of a neighborhood he was looking at, not Lu Ming's current residence. In order to stay away from the torment of those two good neighbors, Lu Ming had been looking at houses on his phone as soon as he was free in the past 2 days, and he had also finally gotten a good look at one. Coordinates: Linhai City, Jiangbei District, Jiangshan Miles neighborhood. There is Wanda in front and Wuyue in the back. There is also a university town nearby, and next to the university town is a pedestrian street. It can be described as the most prosperous section of Jiangbei District, and it was also Lu Ming's dream love room in his previous life. It's just not cheap at 3.8 WA flat. Lu Ming is looking at this 4-bedroom, 2-bathroom model with a total price of 630 W plus. The main Lu Ming afraid of trouble. This is not only fine decoration. Turnkey can move in, and the decoration style is precisely installed to the heart of Lu Ming. Originally, Lu Ming had planned to take a look again. There was no hurry for the time being, and in the meantime, he would take advantage of these few days to save more money. But now it seemed that he had to hurry. So, send a message to the agent I communicated with before. What's the minimum down payment for that floor plan in Gangshan Miles that you videoed me at noon? Minimum 20% bro. I've done the math for you, plus the handling fee. Total down payment 140 W can get down. If you are sure, I will give you all the formalities done in the afternoon. Don't need to worry about you a little bit. Pay the money tonight, can move in. Looking at the message that the agent replied, Lu Ming said, "Give me some time and I'll give you an answer by 6 in the afternoon." Okay. Next, Lu Ming devoted himself to killing monsters. This brush was an afternoon. The undead in the Night's Watch camp were almost all mowed down by the necromongers. It led to a constant stream of players complaining in the regional chat channel. Which great god summoned the necromancer? Anyway, can you have mercy on the child and let a little bit of monsters out for the child to brush up on? I haven't been able to grab 10 monsters all afternoon, and the child is starving to death.
Iblang.
There's a rush of a level 100 Big Brother coming to a level 10 wilderness area to ferry fish. Big Brother, go somewhere else to fry fish. Give us rookies some life. Please. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Wow, golden light spills down. Lu Ming's level came to level 15. At this time, the agent sighed to urge, "Brother, that house have any idea?" This side of the afternoon and came to a number of viewing of the house, as if their intentions are not bad because you are the first to see, so you are the priority. Whether or not it's the agent's marketing tactics, in any case, this house Lu Ming is looking at. One moment, temporarily stalling the intermediary, Lu Ming brought Lin Yue and exited the spectral demon tower first. While hurrying in the direction of Starlight City, Lu Ming counted the supplies in his bag. AM plus PM, 1,485 soulstones dropped throughout the day. Of these, 1,344 5th-grade soulstones with a total value of 26,880, and 142 4th-grade soulstones with a total value of 7,100. 99 silver coins, total value 19,800. Selling all of them for more than 50,000, counting the 160,000 in the card, it's only more than 200,000. Even if you sell all the 5 gold coins you kept before, it's still too much of a difference. Faced with a down payment of $1.4 million, Lu Ming could not help but make a mistake. And just as Lu Ming was worried about this, suddenly a voice came from the front. High price for soul stones. Unlimited collection. Chapter 38. Now that's life. Lu Ming raised his head and realized that the people who were shouting high prices to recover the soul stones were actually Jin Shun and Yu. Moreover, at this moment, Jin Shun and Yu's gazes were fixed on Lu Ming alone, as if those words were shouted at Lu Ming. Seeing that group of level 30+ Genshin players guarding the left and right of Jin Shun and Yu, Lu Ming had not wanted to pay attention to the other side. However, as she walked past Chopper and Moon, she heard her say, "Recycling 10 times the market price? Oh, don't you think about it?" Lu Ming paused in his steps. Looking to Chopper Moon, he asked, "How much are you going to charge?" Zhen Shen, Yu clasped her hands to her chest, as if she intended to show a rippling piece of her chest in front of Lu Ming. Confidence was evident in his eyes. "I'll take as much as you have." Lu Ming opened his backpack and said nonchalantly, 1,344 fifth-grade soul stones. Since you said 10 times the price to recycle them, that's a unit price of 200 and a total price of 268,800. 142 soul stones of the 4th class, unit price 500, total price 71,000. Pack it all up and wipe you a zero and count it as 340,000. As Lu Ming's words just fell, the summoner beside Chop God, Moon, Chop God, Dragon, fiddled with his fingers, and after a short while, asked incredulously, "Are you sure you're erasing a zero here?" Lu Ming's expression was ice cold as he glanced at Jin Shen, the dragon, who had tried to kill himself earlier. "You have a problem?" For some reason, it was clear that the other party's level was dozens of levels lower than his own. But from Lu Ming's eyes, Zhan Shun, the dragon actually felt a hint of fear. There was even a moment where there was a bit of hindsight when he almost made a move with this formation trickster in front of him. Chopping God, Moon, however, was exceptionally painful and confidently said to Lu Ming, "Send me your card number." Thus, Lu Ming didn't bring any hesitation at all and reported the bank card number to Chopper God, Moon. A short while later, he actually did receive a 400,000 incoming message. The extra counts as a reward for a hard day's work. The god of decimation and the moon looked light-hearted, and her bravado and atmosphere were evident in her words. But at the same time, it also sidestepped the fact that she had been secretly stalking Lu Ming for a day. Lu Ming threw all the soul stones to Zhan Xin and Yu without a care in the world and left on the spot with Lin Yuwei. And this attitude of Lu Ming also caused more and more displeasure from Jin Shun and the dragon. "Damn this brat, he's a bit too crazy. He doesn't appreciate it at all, as if it's his turn." Zhan Xin, Yu was unimpressed, but instead, her cold eyes revealed an even stronger interest and desire for Lu Ming. Guess, if he has this kind of strength, why doesn't he go to other high-level maps to brush up on his leveling, but has to harbor in this spectral demon tower? "Why?" Chopper and Dragon asked. "Because he's short of money." Chopper God, Dragon scratched his head and looked confused. "But since there is a lack of money, then why is it that Miss, you offered a salary of $1 million before, but he is not even willing to join us?" Chopper God? Chopping God, Moon said lightly. "Then say that tomorrow Xian will give him more than what I gave him. I thought it was a person with a bottom line. In the end, I overestimated you. It turns out that you are only a money-grubbing commoner after all." Looking at Lu Ming's distant back, "Zhen Shan," Yu snorted coldly and said, "I'm afraid he doesn't want money. Since he wants money, then the next thing is much better." And at this time, some nearby passerby players also came over when they saw the god of decimation and Moon recovering the soul stone at a high price. "Sister, I have dozens of soul stones here. Let me sell them to you as well. Really 10 times the price to collect." Chopper, Moon looked at these money-minded passersby in disgust and impatiently said, "No." The other side. It was only when she walked away that Lin Yuwei released her inner little snicker. "Wow, Brother Pantheon, you just made a lot of money at once." Seeing that Lu Ming didn't say a word, he didn't seem the least bit happy about the money he had just earned. Lin Yuwei also closed her mouth in embarrassment and stopped talking. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming not only did not feel a little satisfied, but even felt that it was far from enough. Of course, he knew the intentions of the god of decimation, which was nothing more than trying to use money to pull him in to work for them. If any other battle team did this, Lu Ming wouldn't be greedy. But since they were the people of the god of decimation, Lu Ming didn't need to be polite to them, and he even hated to screw them over a little bit more. After all, compared to the life he had lost in his previous life, such a small compensation was nothing more than a chicken scratch. What you caused me to lose, I will make you pay for it 1,000 times over. Lu Ming recalculated. With $400,000 plus the original in the card, the total assets are now over $500,000, but still more than $800,000 short of the down payment. Lu Ming hesitated, and finally chose to send a message over to Lightface. Can I apply to borrow some money from the battle team? No problem. How much do you want? Lightface returned Lu Ming's message almost in seconds. Lu Ming then said smoothly, $1 million. I'll pay it back within a month. Lu Ming was editing some words that could prove that he had the ability to repay. Only before the message was finished editing, he received a reply from Light Yen. Send me the card number. Lu Ming deleted the still edited message and sent the card number over. Meanwhile, the real world. The young girl who was leaning back on the couch in her bunny pajamas, feet crossed and holding her cell phone, typed 2 million into the transfer page, turning his mind back to the scene when he transferred $100,000 to Lu Ming and was returned $90,000. She changed the 200W to 100W again. Not long after, Lu Ming received a text message on his side. Your account with tail number 649 has received a transfer of $1 million and has a current balance of $156,258.30. Lu Ming let out a long breath, typed 2 words and sent them. Thanks. At this moment, Lu Ming once again experienced the strength that brought him authority. He knew that when Jinshin and you bought the Soul Stone at 10 times the price, and Light Yen transferred 1 million without saying anything, they all did it because they were interested in their own strength. He could remember that when Yulinger's father was sick in his previous life, in order to gather the remaining $20,000 of medical expenses, he had begged for money everywhere, but none of them were willing to lend him, even if it was only $20,000. It was because the Lu Ming at that time was an ordinary person with only 1-star qualifications. In this way, Lu Ming finally managed to gather enough money for a 20% down payment. So he immediately messaged the agent. The money's all there. Set it up. A 600W plus house is a lot of commission. Intermediary voice. Excited mixed with Lu Ming, the gold master of the respect. Goodla brother. I immediately prepare the contract. I will send someone to pick you up to my store. We walk a contract on the line. After getting off the line, Lu Ming immediately took a taxi to the agency, finalized the contract, and paid a 20% down payment of 128W, plus some taxes and fees and so on, spending a total of 142W. It's true that with money, everything is better. In less than an hour before and after, Lu Ming smoothly moved into his new room. Even the luggage was moved over with the help of the agency's people. One step at a time, without Lu Ming having to worry about it at all. Standing in front of the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the living room balcony, Wanda Plaza, which is directly across the street from the neighborhood, comes into view. The road is full of traffic, but you can't hear half the noise. The scenery is infinitely better with the sunset in the background. Sitting in a hanging chair, sipping a Starbucks that the agent just delivered, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. This is life. Just at that moment, Lin Yue sent a Weibo message. Brother Yume, I've arrived at that location you sent me. Where do I go to find you now? Looking at the time, I didn't realize that it was already past 6 and time for dinner. Thus, Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, go inside Wanda and wait. Okay. Lu Ming went downstairs to the Wanda Plaza across the street. When he entered, he saw a familiar figure. The girl was dressed in a white dress with a low ponytail. Broken hair clung to the pale cheeks. In its simplicity, it reveals pure desire. It drew a sideways glance from the passing pedestrians. I have to say, this Lin Yue, she's quite a bit of a looker. Unlike the type of beauty that makes a glance last forever, it is a very durable type. At this moment, Lin Yue was holding a pink suitcase with both hands, unfamiliar place, a pair of eyes nervously looking around. It wasn't until he saw Lu Ming over here that he raised his eyebrows and smiled. Brother Spectre. Lu Ming walked over to help Lin Yue pick up her suitcase. What do you want to eat? It's all fine. I'll eat whatever Brother Yuji eats. Lin Yue didn't dare to make the decision. Fondue then. It just so happened that Lu Ming also had a craving, so he took Lin Yue to the Heideleo on the 4th floor. By Lu Ming's side, Lin Yue had always shown great caution. Let her order all the cheapest veggies. The drink was a $3 bottle of Coke. Don't bother with the napkins you are charged for on the table. Use the paper towels you brought with you. It couldn't help but make Lu Ming think, It seems that this little friend should be very well fed. After the meal, Lin Yue followed Lu Ming to the opposite side of the upscale neighborhood Jiangshan Wanli. The moment she stepped into the large four-room, two-hall house, Lin Yue opened her small mouth wide. "Brother Yume, is this your own home?" "Yes, my home." Lu Ming pointed to the second bedroom inside on the left-hand side of the entrance door and said to Lin Yue, "Other than this one, you choose one of the other three." Lin Yue really didn't expect that the residence Lu Ming had arranged for her was actually his own home. And this home, surprisingly, is so luxurious. For Lin Yue, who had been living in various rented rooms since she was a child, this was a residence she could not even dream of. Lin Yue chose the first one on the right. Lu Ming then said, "You go and organize yourself. I'll go online and wait for you first, and we'll brush the first level of the spectral demon tower at night." Lin Yue nodded. Good. This day is comfortable though. But Lu Ming also understood. Next, he would need to work harder to make money. Because after removing the 1 million borrowed from Qingyan's side, Lu Ming was still burdened with a mortgage of more than $5 million. Monthly payments are as high as 25,000 plus. "Come on, hit the workers." Lu Ming returned to his room, turned on his computer, and logged into Tianyuan. Chapter 39 Junction Formation Reinforcement. Lin Yue's Damage Explosion. Ding Honorable 10-star Qualified Account Player Spectre. Welcome back to the world of Heavenly Abyss. At 8:30 p.m., the city of Starlight was bustling with people. While waiting for Lin Yue to come online, Lu Ming checked his current status. Current rank 15, 1.3%. The experience value needed to level up to level 16 is a whopping 50W. At a normal player's speed at this level, it would already take at least 3-4 days to level up to 1. Lu Ming's goal, however, was to sprint to level 16 with Lin Yue tonight. In that case, tomorrow, he could directly enter the second dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower and hunt higher-level undead-type monsters, boosting the chances of the high-purity soul stones dropping and increasing his earnings. Not long after, Lin Yue got on the line. Thus, the two of them teamed up together and came to the Spectral Demon Tower. At night, there were also significantly more players in the Spectral Demon Tower than during the day. Because many people who are not full-time players still have to work during the day and take some time off in the evening before entering the Sky Abyss to brush up on some extra cash. The first side Night Watchman's camp has been overcrowded for a long time. However, this did not affect Lu Ming's killing. Still summoning 300 Necro Warriors in a 1,000-yard radius around his body, he ordered them to freely slay the level 15 undead. At the same time, Lu Ming unleashed the War Trample and Life Fortress Dual Junction formation to fortify all the necrotic warriors. In fact, the Life Fortresses are redundant. This was because the damage of the necrotic warrior was already enough to inflict a harmless spike on any monster in the first bit. It was just that, for Lu Ming, who had the Moon Demon set skill Return to Magic in his possession, which automatically restored 60 mana points per second, and who had more mana than he could use, there was no need to consider the Life Fortress's constant consumption of 8 mana points per second. A hoard-out skill, so let it go. Thus, under the reaping of the necrotic war general, another large swathe of battle prompts rang out continuously in Lu Ming's ears. Ding Kill Level 15 Undead Assassin. Experience value plus 90. Ding Kill Level 15 Undead Assassin. Experience value plus 90. Ding. As the experience value skyrocketed, and with the triple explosion rate added, the number of soul stones and copper coins in Lu Ming's backpack also increased rapidly. Right at this moment, Lin Yue beside her suddenly said cautiously to Lu Ming, "Brother Yue, can I go kill monsters?" It wasn't that he wanted to follow Lu Ming and swing behind him. He was just worried that he wasn't strong enough and couldn't kill the monster, but instead dragged Lu Ming down with him. Therefore, before this, Lin Yue hadn't even gone to kill monsters, and she didn't know why at this moment she suddenly had a whim and thought of going to kill monsters. Lu Ming didn't stop him and casually said, "Okay. Go ahead and don't run too far." Good." Lin Yue nodded her head, lifted up a whiteboard magic staff, and approached towards a nearby undead warrior that had just been refreshed. Before he could approach the past, 2 level 15 male players suddenly walked nearby. One knight, one archer. Seeing that Lin Yue was unattached, she thought she was alone. The knight man then greeted Lin Yue with a smile. "Little sister, it's dangerous to be alone. Do you want my brother to take you to brush the monsters?" Lin Yue tightly squeezed the staff in her hand, glanced back at Lu Ming over here, and then said to those two, "Thank you, no need. I have teammates." By teammate, You don't mean that formation trickster, do you? The archer man followed Lin You's gaze to Lu Ming, and immediately had a look of disdain on his face. You expect a formation sleaze to take you upgrading? Lu Ming just stood here, quietly watching them perform, and didn't step forward to help or stop them. And when those two saw that Lu Ming over here was unmoved, they thought that he didn't dare to come over, so they became even more reckless. See? That friend of yours doesn't even dare to come over and help you. So what can he do to take you leveling? Sister, watch and learn. Brother is very powerful. The archer man looked back at Lin Yue with a confident smile. He then turned to face the undead warrior in front of him and drew his bow and fired an arrow. Whoosh! Flying up with an arrow of great momentum. Right in the undead warrior's chest. 276. The undead warrior's bloodstain dropped by 1/6. The archer man then looked back at Lin Yue once again, eager to show himself. See? This is brother's actual. Boom! Before the archer man could finish his sentence, he could only see Lin Yue gripping her staff with both hands and making a fireball spell at the undead warrior. The fiery fireball hits the undead warrior. 3,138. As the blood bar above his head was drained by a single blow, the undead warrior perished on the spot. At this moment, the archer and the nightman stared wide-eyed. In the next second, he hurriedly ran away in ashes and didn't dare to continue pestering Lin Yue. Previously, she had been afraid that she didn't have the ability to do so, and looking at the moment when she directly killed an undead warrior in seconds with a single fireball spell, Lin Yue was overjoyed. I'm doing so much damage. Brother Spectre's Not Formation Edition is so powerful. As she spoke, Lin Yue ran over and picked up the 6 copper coins that the undead warrior had dropped. Then looking back at Lu Ming, he asked carefully, Brother Phenomenon, this copper coin, can I keep it? Lu Ming now finally understood that Lin Yue had gone to kill monsters in order to pop money. Of course. Lu Ming then said, You swiped it yourself, you keep it to yourself. Thank you, Brother Underworld. Lin Yue, however, attributed everything to Lu Ming, as she knew that without Lu Ming's Not Formation Edition, she would definitely not be able to kill a level 15 monster by herself. So the next thing you know, Lin Yue was all over the place. Remembering Lu Ming's advice, she didn't run far away and killed monsters around Lu Ming. Every undead you kill and pick up copper coins are happy as can be. When a soul stone popped out by chance, he was even happier and jumped up and down, and then collected the soul stone as if it was a treasure. Lu Ming could sort of see it. It turns out that Lin Yue is also a small fortune hunter. Of course, anyone who gets rich by working hard with their own hands deserves to be honored. Lu Ming dispatched 2 necromantic war generals to surround Lin Yue's vicinity while protecting her. While himself, he also continued to use Draw Sword to harvest the undead and increase his proficiency. Without realizing it, the time had come to 12 o'clock in the evening. By this time, Lu Ming's experience bar was full. It was only that he had intentionally stuck his level, because once he reached level 16, he would be forced to leave the Night's Watch camp, which was only accessible to level 11-15 players. And before attacking the second dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower, he had to make sure that Lin Yue's level had also risen to level 16, and follow up by bringing her along to march into the second dimension. And currently, Lin Yue had just reached level 15. At this rate, it'll take at least another 4 or 5 hours before she reaches level 16. Never mind, it's too late for that. There's no rush, let's talk about it tomorrow. Thus, Lu Ming was about to greet Lin Yue as she returned to the city to go offline. Just then, a tweet was suddenly received. Lightface, are you online? Are you free? Can you come over and give me a hand? Lu Ming guessed that borrowing $1 million from Lightning Yen wasn't that simple. It had all been in a free state before, and this borrowed money came immediately with instructions. Lu Ming had thought to take it with a hard head, who let himself owe people. However, a message sent by Lightface one after another in the next second made Lu Ming instantly energized. We're in a fight with the people from Zhanshan, and we urgently need you to come and solve it. Please. Chopper. Hearing this name, a coldness rose in Lu Ming's eyes, since it's related to the chopper. All the more reason not to go. So, it was replied, which location? Not long after, Lightface sent over a location. The LV-19 Death Cave. Chapter 40 Commission Assignment, 2 major warring factions competing. East of Starlight City, Level 19 Wild Area Death Cave. A group of players were gathering outside a huge and dark hole that looked like a bloody mouth. These players roughly fall into two schools of thought. On the left side of the faction, the head ID was clear with the prefix of God of Decimation. For the faction on the right, the header ID was prefixed with Tianxian. There were more than 10 players on each side, led by the level 19 assassin Zhenshan, Yu, and the level 13 mage Light Yen. Both players were drawing swords at each other, and a strong smell of gunpowder filled the room. And right in the middle of these two waves of people, there was a fat man who was gorgeously dressed and exuded an air of money. A rich man at first glance, with an ID called Nyodahua, a level 16 priest. The scene was deadlocked. Nyodahua was caught in the middle and was impatient. "No, why don't you guys say something? Can you fight? Give me a solution. I paid you guys to come to a cockfight, huh?" As Nyodahua's words fell, the two of them, Zhenshin, Yu and Light Yen, simultaneously glanced at Nyodahua and said in unison, "Shut up." After saying that, the two of them continued to glare at each other. With that look in their eyes, it was as if they wanted to tear each other apart. And Nyodahua didn't dare to squeak anymore, fearing that if he said one more word, he was going to be killed by the flames that shot in all directions from the two women's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Shun and Yu finally couldn't help but break the stalemate. Clasping his hands on his chest, he taunted Lightface. "If you Tianxian can't do it, you should withdraw as early as possible. Don't waste your time here. It's better to let us Zhang Shun come." Lightface crossed her arms and grunted lightly. "It's not even an hour yet. What's your hurry?" "Okay. Chopper." Moon looked at the time and smiled blandly. "Then wait a little longer. I'd like to see what you can pull off." Speaking. In the darkness, a silhouette rushed towards this side. When they saw the visitor, Lu Ming, the first reaction of both Zhang Shen, Yu and Lightning Yen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Lu Ming just looked at Zhang Shen and Yu, and then came over to Tianxian's side and asked Lightning Yen, "What does it say?" Light Yen explained, "We took a quest to help him kill a boss. But this map where the boss is hiding has restrictions. Players over level 19 can't enter. And in a group state, only up to 5 people are allowed to enter the map." Lightface lowered her voice and said with some embarrassment, "We've already tried twice and failed, mainly because my level is too low. I had no choice but to trouble you. The key is that this time, people from the God of Decimation have also come, so we have to accomplish this mission. Otherwise, if the God of Decimation catches us this time, they'll definitely take the opportunity to exaggerate again and put it on the internet to say that we're useless and discredit our Tianquan's reputation." Lu Ming knew that battle teams, in actuality, were equivalent to large-scale studios. The point of their existence is to help other casual players in need by performing difficult quests, killing monsters they can't deal with, taking them to fight duplicates, and earning commissions from them. Thus, Lu Ming immediately said to his employer this time, "Nyodahua, form a team and pull me in." Nyodahua looked Lu Ming up and down, his face full of suspicion. "No, it's not even if you're a level 15 formation trickster. A sewer profession. The key is that you're even lower leveled than me. It's a bronze level boss in there. How are you going to help me kill it with an assist?" As Nyodahua's words fell, without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, Lightning Face immediately stepped forward, and with an attitude of absolute trust in Lu Ming, she packed her bags to Nyodahua. "If he fails to lead you past the boss, we at Tianxian are willing to refund your commission tenfold." This statement elicited sneers from the group of divine beheading players facing each other. "After waiting half a day, I really thought they'd find a great god from somewhere. And this is it? Where did they get the confidence to think that a level 15 formation artificer could kill a level 19 bronze boss?" It seems that Tianxian is also really failing, just as this group of Zhanshan players, who had apparently seen Lu Ming for the first time, sneered at them. Zhanshan and Yu suddenly turned their faces and swept over them with their icy afterimages. "Shut up, all of you." The Chopper players were instantly quiet. Immediately afterward, Chopper God. Moon added to Lu Ming, "Spectre, let's make a deal. As long as you stay out of this matter tonight, I'll give you $1 million regardless of whether or not they, Tianxian, can resolve this matter on their own." The players of Chopper were confused. Why does mistrust that formation trickster so much? Yeah, paying $1 million for him not to make a move? Holy, can that guy really kill a level 19 bronze boss? Chopping God, Moon clasped her hands on her chest, her index finger constantly tapping her shoulder as she quietly gazed at Lu Ming, absolute confidence evident in her cold eyes. It seemed that she had absolute certainty that there was no way Lu Ming could possibly refuse her offer. Meanwhile, Tianxian's players were shocked. Crazy that crazy. $1 million? Holy, the commission for this mission is only 50,000. What the hell is she trying to do with this? Tianxian Eternity, who was following Lightning Yen, stared at Jinshun and Yu with eyes like blazing. He understood that the other side was trying to rob people. Think you're the only ones with money in Jinshen? Tianxian Eternal was about to step in, intending to replicate Jinshen and use tactics and directly offer Lu Ming 2 million. After all, he also knew how strong Lu Ming's potential was. For any random 5-star qualified top player in the outside world, the salaries offered by the major battle teams were basically not less than $1 million a month. And basically, once this potential player is exposed, he will be scooped up by the top 3 domestic top teams at the first time, and the other teams have no chance at all. Therefore, as long as he could keep Lu Ming in Tianxian, a mere $2 million, Tianxian Eternity would not hesitate for a moment. However, at this moment he was stopped by his sister, Lightning Yen, reaching out, just when he didn't understand why his sister was stopping him, only to see that Lu Ming had already applied to join Niu Dehua's team and then followed him into the Cave of Death. Niu Dehua certainly didn't seriously believe that Lu Ming could help him kill the boss. Someone who could afford to spend $50,000 to get someone to help them kill a boss wouldn't be short of money. Only what Niu Dehua was thinking was, when he took 10 times, that is $500,000 in compensation in a while, he could completely draw 100,000 from it, and then go to the top 3 ranked first-tier battle teams in China to find someone to take him to brush the boss. In this way, not only did he whore out a boss for nothing, he also made $400,000 backwards. What's not to like? At the same time, Chopper God and Moon, who had been directly ignored by Lu Ming, had their originally confident expressions turned ugly all of a sudden. She doesn't understand. I spent 10 times the price on his soul stone before, and he clearly looked as if he valued his money. How could he be uninterested in this $1 million that is within his reach? What the hell is this about? Just as Chopper and Moon thought back to what was wrong, Lightface guffawed at her and said, "You think everyone is like you, with no bottom line? Don't be too happy." Chopper, Moon was furious. That's a bronze-level boss. Spectre may not be able to kill it alone. As the words of the god of decimation and the moon fell, rumble, rumble, rumble. With a shaking of the ground, a wail came from within the Death Cave. The next moment, a map announcement rang out. Ding, the Death Cave map boss, Death Ruler Valia, has been killed. Chapter 41, Ruler of Death Valia. Lu Ming stepped into the Cave of Death. Only a dark place was seen. A great general wearing golden armor, a king's cloak tied to his back, and an emperor's crown sat silently on top of a throne. Who dares to disturb this commander's purity? Ruler of Death Valia stepped down from the supreme throne, carrying a heavy sword with a murderous aura as he approached Lu Ming and Niu Dehua. The powerful pressure from the level 19 bronze boss forced Niu Dehua to dodge far back in succession. He didn't care about Lu Ming's death. Once he realized that the situation was not right, he immediately pulled out his legs and ran. Lu Ming was left to face the boss alone. Ruler of Death Valia, physical bronze boss. Rank 19. Physical attack power 620. Armor 315. Magic resistance 260. Speed 222. Blood 65,280. 81,000. Skills: Death Trample Grade E, Deadman's Might Grade E, Death/E. Description: the Ruler of Death Valia will lead you towards death. Are you ready to face death? Even the players of Tianxian, who was ranked 8th on the national battle team list, tried twice before only grinding down a 5th of the boss's blood. Obviously, this bronze-level boss had seriously exceeded the culpable level of ordinary players at this stage. Suffer death, mortal. This commander will lead you into the fold of the Legion of Death. With that, the boss carried his heavy sword and charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stood in place, unperturbed by the danger. Wo rub. Draw your sword. 5,989. Ding, trigger the effect of draw sword skill. Attack power plus 200% for 200 seconds. In the next moment, under Lu Ming's summoning, dozens of necrotic war generals tore through space and appeared around the boss. War trampling. Kill. With Lu Ming's thought, dozens of necrotic warriors simultaneously unleashed Shattered Soul on the boss. Brush up. 3,794. 3,794. 3,794. In an instant, more than 70% of the blood bar above the boss's head directly bottomed out. Ding kill level 19 bronze boss Death Ruler Valia. Experience value plus 50,000. Lu Ming understood the code of the war team. Help the employer to complete the killing task, regardless of whether the explosion is gold or scrap iron. All the loot is owned by the employer, and the war team is only responsible for charging commissions. Not to mention that this boss, which had long been pushed countless times by the players in front of it, had long been worthless, and without Lin You's explosive rate bonus, it couldn't explode any good stuff. Therefore, Lu Ming didn't have a trace of attachment, and after instantly killing the boss, he immediately recalled the necrotic warrior general and turned around to leave in a breezy manner. Looking at the corpse of the boss that had been killed in a second, and then staring at Lu Ming, who had gently walked past in front of his eyes, Niu Dehua's mouth was open to the point where he could stuff down a durian. Meanwhile, outside the death cave, the players from both Zhanshen and Tianxian were silent, quietly gazing at Lu Ming, who walked out of the cave unharmed. Even though they had already guessed this result, Tianxian Eternal and the others were still deeply shocked. At this time, Light Yen was smiling at Lu Ming. This time, the commission given by the employer side is 50,000, according to the rules and regulations of the battle group. The member who is mainly responsible for completing the task can get 50% commission. 25,000 has been credited to your salary account this month. Oh, good. Lu Ming answered and said, "Is there anything else?" "No more." Lightface said, "It's getting late. You should go back to rest early." Thus, Lu Ming left straight away. At this instant, Zhanshen and Yu completely couldn't understand Lu Ming. What the hell is this about? Looking at Lu Ming's departing back, Zhanshen, Yu's eyes were mesmerized. Why would he rather have Tianxian's 20,000 than accept the 1 million I gave him? Does he want the money, or doesn't he? Just as Zhanshen and Yu's self-confidence had been dealt a blow, they were also becoming more and more elusive towards Lu Ming. Across the street, Lightface waved her hand at her and said with a smile, "We're leaving first. See you next time. Bye." Looking at Lightface's gloating look, Zhang Shun and Yu stomped their feet in anger. The other side. On the way back to the city, Tianxian Eternity asked Lightning Face, "How did you conclude that Spectre wouldn't agree to her conditions before?" Light Yen guffawed. "He needs money, but he's not someone who can easily bend over for it. So you can't just give him money like a handout. It's an insult to him. What he needs is money earned on his own merit." A short sentence caused Tianxian Eternity to be enlightened. At the same time, he couldn't help but be impressed with this usually off-key sister. "You can do it, Yen Yen. I can't imagine that you're such an accurate judge of people. Aha, now you know what your sister, I'm capable of blah blah blah. Well, awesome. On the way back to Starlight City, Lu Ming was in a somewhat somber mood. Every time he saw Chopper, Moon, Lu Ming seemed to see the shadow of the one who had killed him in her. He desperately wanted to handily kill every single one of his enemies right away. And yet, time and time again, we miss our chances. Chopper, you is too protected to death. What the hell can we think of that can land her alone? If it was only Jinshin and Yu, Lu Ming did not have such a great desire for revenge. After all, it was her brother who killed Lu Ming, not her. Lu Ming's true purpose was to use Zhanshen and Yu as hostages to lure out her brother, thus killing two birds with one stone. Otherwise, if Lu Ming wanted to take revenge on her brother and Yilinger, the pair of dogs, he would still have to wait until his level had risen to at least level 150 before he could have the strength to do so. But as soon as his mind imagined the image of this pair of dogs drinking and singing night after night, Lu Ming couldn't wait to kill them right away. So Lu Ming couldn't wait that long. As for Jinshin and Yu, it was an excellent entry point for Lu Ming to realize his plan for early revenge. There has to be a way to capitalize on this. Lu Ming returned to Starlight City, and when he got offline, it was already 1 a.m. Through the window, you can see that the night market street outside the neighborhood is still bustling. Lu Ming was ready to go downstairs to have a late-night snack and drink some wine to cleanse his mind of the irritation brought on by Yilinger. After thinking about it, Lu Ming planned to call Lin Yue as well. After all, we just moved to a new home today and have made a lot of money in Sky Abyss overall. So let's celebrate and treat ourselves. Thus, Lu Ming came to Lin Yue's room and knocked on the door, but no one answered for half a day. Lu Ming picked up his cell phone and tapped WeChat, preparing to send a message to Lin Yue. Instead, he found several unread WeChat messages from Lin Yue sent more than 20 minutes ago. There was a transfer message for $287.25. Below, Lin Yue said, "Brother Yume, thank you for not minding me and taking me to upgrade. I will definitely work hard to earn money and pay you back the money I owe you first. And then how much the rent money is, I'll give it to you too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. He had thought that Lin Yue was a little rich, but he didn't realize that she was killing monsters and picking up copper coins and picking up soul stones tonight in order to sell them and pay him back. And this transfer, it can be 287 or 280. And yet it's off by 287.25. This also meant that she had transferred all the money in her wallet to Lu Ming, leaving not a single cent for herself. Lu Ming could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Thanks to you or met me. If someone else, people sell you, you are still counting money to others. Lu Ming accepted Lin Yue's transfer. In the past, Lu Ming had only heard, men become bad when they have money. But then Yi Linger made him realize, women with money can be bad. So you can't let Lin Yue get too rich. It was important to let Lin Yue see hope. But it was also necessary to keep her with the idea that as long as she was separated from Lu Ming, she could not live alone. Lu Ming sent a message to Lin Yue. Late night snack downstairs going? Lin Yue didn't reply, and there wasn't a single movement in the room. Lu Ming knocked on the door and saw that there was still no response. With a casual push, the door opened. I turned on the light, but saw that the room was empty. Strange. Didn't she go back to town before I went to the death cave there? By all rights, it should be offline by now. No more, WeChat and player accounts are interoperable. Lin Yue should be able to receive her own messages even if she is online. But after a long time, the dialog box still showed that the other party had not read it. At that instant, it was as if Lu Ming suddenly realized the problem. He immediately went back to his room and logged into Sky Abyss. Chapter 42. Lin Yue was in danger. Lu Ming stood up. Wow! White light poured down, and Lu Ming appeared in the city of Starlight. Coincidentally, he had just gotten online and happened to run into the last people he wanted to see. The Chopper Moon. Due to the randomized location of the login, at this time, Chopper God and you were turning their backs to Lu Ming's side and did not realize that Lu Ming was behind her. At this time, Chopper Moon's side was empty, without the protection of a single high-level player. Nay, this was a safe zone, so Lu Ming couldn't make a move on her. Thus, Lu Ming just pretended that he didn't see this person, and his top priority was to prepare to leave the city to find Lin Yue. But it was at that moment that Zanagami and you were being heard seemingly talking to someone on a voice call. Her voice inadvertently reached Lu Ming. Confirmed? Is it the female mage with the ID named Rose? Who was with Spectre? Okay, you guys stay put for now. Give me the location and I'll be right there. With Chopper and Moon just hanging up the voice call. Brush. A cold sword blade was suddenly pressed against her white neck. Where is Lin Yue? Chopper. Moon did not turn around, and through the voice that spoke, he already recognized who the owner of the sword was. Yo-Yo said, "Is this your attitude of begging?" "I'm not begging you," Lu Ming sternly questioned. "I'll ask you one last time, Lin Yue, where is she?" Zanagami, you didn't panic at all. Reaching out to slowly push away the sharp blade against his neck. Turning around, she clasped her hands to her chest, gazing quietly at Lu Ming with a hint of playfulness, and smiled wryly. "I haven't even noticed it so close before. Your eyes, they're so pretty. Take off your mask and show it to your sister. And if it pleases your sister's eyes, she'll tell you where she is. How's that?" Lu Ming closed in on Zhan Shun and you a step closer, his eyes revealing endless killing intent. As they looked at each other, as Lu Ming drew closer and closer, Zhan Shun and you, for some reason, suddenly panicked a bit, and their expressions began to dodge, not daring to meet Lu Ming's eyes again. She dropped her hands somewhat unnaturally and turned her face to look away. "Don't you look at me like that. Like I owe you." Lu Ming's gaze was icy cold as he gazed at Chopping God, Moon. "At least it's the 7th ranked celebrity battle team on the Great Summer Battle Team ranking. Are all of your Chopping God's tactics so underhanded? Wanted me to join the God of Decimation, and when I didn't agree, you wanted to threaten me by using hostages? Hee hee, that's right. I've long heard that your brother directly plotted to kill the other in order to steal someone else's girlfriend. For someone who can do such a nasty thing, what kind of a good thing can a sister be?" "You shut up." Zhang Shun and you stared at Lu Ming in death, their eyes even slightly reddening. Only after a long time did he say to Lu Ming, "You come with me." After saying that, Chopper and Moon turned around and left. Lu Ming did not hesitate to follow closely behind. Holding the Sword of Valor tightly in his hand, he always kept a distance of only 2 steps from Zhang Shun and you. In this way, if Zhanshin had an ambush next, Lu Ming would be able to hold Zhanshin and you hostage for the first time. Hostage taking, who wouldn't? After following Zhangshin and you all the way down the east gate of Starlight City and out of the city, they came straight to a deserted city on the outskirts. Only a few silhouettes shifted in the city. 7 or 8 young men and women, who were sufficiently around level 30, surrounded a single powerless girl. The sound of their giggles was particularly harsh in the dead of night. But it's just for you to play with me for a while. That's not too much to ask, is it? You're a girl hanging out in the middle of the night. Aren't you just out to recruit customers? Why are you pretending to be serious? It's not like I'm not paying you. Bitch, don't give a... It's your good fortune that Jie sees you. At this time, the god of decimation, Moon glanced at the several high-level god of decimation players lurking outside of Desolate City and said to Lu Ming, "My people were passing by here and unintentionally bumped into this scene, and they recognized that little sister as being someone on your side, so they told me about it. Upon seeing the girl being bullied by the group of players, it was none other than Lin Yuwei." Killing intent flared in Lu Ming's eyes as he leaned toward them. However, he was blocked by Zhinshan and Yu. Let me remind you first, those guys, they are the 6th ranked in the Great Summer Battle Team ranking, the Dragon Soul Battle Team's people. Lu Ming ignored the dissuasion of Zhanshin and Yu and resolutely stepped into the desolate city. At this moment, several level 30-plus Zhenshin Battle Team players lurking outside of the city quickly leaned over towards Zhinshan and Yu. "Miss, since you attach so much importance to this underworld, should we intervene and negotiate with the Dragon Souls people, so that they can give them face, release the girl, and sell underworld a favor?" Chopping God, Moon clasped his hands on his chest with a look that he had long since seen through the other party. "These lousy people from Dragon Soul, you want to reason with them? They won't give us face. But even if Spectre's strength isn't weak, he's only level 15 after all, and those guys from Dragon Soul are all level 30, so if we fight with them, I'm afraid it won't be good for Spectre." Chopper God, Moon looked at Lu Ming's back and pondered for a moment. "Let's take a look first. We'll make a move if the situation isn't right." In the meantime, as Lu Ming stepped into Desolate City, the group of level 30-plus young male and female players from the Dragon Soul Battle Team in front of him also noticed Lu Ming. They looked Lu Ming up and down, curiosity or contempt in their respective eyes. "This kid looks a bit familiar. I seem to have seen him walking with this Rose before. His strength seems to be pretty good, different from the average formation artificer." With the words of a level 31 female assassin, Dragon Soul Little Demon, the level 32 archer youth, Dragon Soul burst, on the side said in disbelief. "So, Sister Demon, are you reminding us to worry a little bit about this level 15 formation trickster little brother?" The rest of the people in the room couldn't help but laugh at this statement. "I say, a level 15 formation artificer is just a formation artificer. You guys don't need to be so nervous, right? If we tell the world about this, where will our Dragon Soul's face go?" At this time, Dragon Soul Burst said to Lu Ming, "Brat, your girlfriend our brother Jie has taken a fancy to lend our brother Jie to play for a few days. When you're done playing you'll be returned." Facing a group of people full of obscene intentions, and then looking at Lin Yuwei who was surrounded and bullied by them, so weak and helpless that she crouched on the ground and sobbed. In Lu Ming's mind, he unconsciously flashed through a scene about his previous life where he was often trampled underfoot by various powerful people who wantonly bullied and trampled on him because of his weak strength. In his eyes, an even more intense killing intent erupted. "The weak, do they deserve to be bullied by you? Do you guys really think that just because you have a few points of strength, you can do whatever you want?" A group of youths looked at me and I looked at you, all of them were dumbfounded. What kind of mush is this kid talking? Pretending in front of our Dragon Soul? What a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Go, bald donkey. Give him a long memory. Let him see our Dragon Soul. In the end, how much strength? As he spoke, the level 34th turn bald warrior, Dragon Soul Shattering World, copied a giant sword of flowing light, and then aggressively approached Lu Ming. Facing this 4th turn warrior whose level was a full 15 levels higher than his own, Lu Ming did not have the slightest fear. Standing quietly in place, his gaze was as cold as if he was looking at a dead person. Seeing that, in this situation, this level 15 formation artificer surprisingly didn't even have the intention of retreating from the situation. The few players from Dragon Soul over here couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. This kid, he's still a pure love fighter. If you don't have the strength, don't look for this kind of pretty girlfriend. You don't even know this law of the jungle. What kind of girl are you running to Tian Yuan to bring? What a self-absorbed fool. Remember not to be so stupid in your next life. Just as several people were already mourning for Lu Ming. Lu Ming silently reached out and gripped his hand above the hilt of the sword at his back. Wait for the moment when the Dragon Soul Shatterer steps into attack range. Whoa rub. The moment he drew his sword, a sword shadow as fast as lightning suddenly ran through the Dragon Soul Shattered world. In the next second, a shocking burst of high blood red damage jumped up above Dragon Soul Shattered world's head. 5989. Chapter 43 National Service Battle Team Dragon Soul. Based on the fact that the drawing sword skill ignores the enemy's defense and is able to deal real damage directly. No matter how many levels of opponents they were facing, there would be no effect on Lu Ming's damage. However, the huge amount of damage of nearly 6,000 points had failed to kill Dragon Soul Shatterer in seconds, but merely knocked out half of his blood. Obviously, a warrior who was level 30 and had completed the 4th turn, and had a full body of level 30 bronze equipment, was of extraordinary strength. For the Dragon Soul Shattering world, it was a fatal blow. He was so alarmed that he hastily took out a bottle of advanced life potion from his bag. It's not ready to drink. As Lu Ming's killing intent moved. Wow! Several overlapping blood-colored marks appeared on Dragon Soul Shattered World's chest at the same time. Next, brush up. For necromantic war generals burst out from the left and right sides, launching soul shattering, instantly killing in front of the Dragon Soul Shattering world with lightning speed, their hands rising up and their swords falling down. 2635. 2635. 2635. 2635. Facing a level 30 opponent, the Necro Warrior's damage was significantly reduced by a full third. However, the remaining half of Dragon Soul Shattered World's blood level still couldn't withstand such damage either, and the blood bar at the top of his head was instantly emptied. Peft! He fell heavily to his knees, and the potion he hadn't had time to use in his hand fell to the ground. At this moment, the smiles on the faces of the remaining few Dragon Soul players at the back were instantly replaced by a flash of shock. Took a long time for them to catch their breath. A level 15 formation trickster seconds a level 30 warrior? What kind of damage is this asshole doing? How does a formation trickster know summoning skills? Dare to kill our Dragon Souls people. Seek death. Just when several players of Dragon Soul were enraged, they were shocked to see. In the darkness in all directions, countless necromantic war generals wearing silver armor, holding heavy swords, and emitting greenish ghostly light from their eyes, were approaching them. Several people immediately put their backs to each other and hugged each other. The anger in his eyes was instantly replaced by shock and trepidation. Do things or don't do them. If you're going to do it, then do it to death. Lu Ming had already killed one of the Dragon Soul's men, and if he wanted to avoid being retaliated against by the Dragon Soul when they found out, there was only one way. Kill. With Lu Ming's thought, the hundreds of surrounding necrotic war generals topped the dual formation of War Trample and Life Fortress and charged towards the Dragon Soul players. Dragon Souls players were moved to rise up and resist. Swish, swish, swish. The archers turned on acceleration, and the arrows fell like rain, instantly harvesting the two necrotic warlords by virtue of a super high damage of up to 2,000 plus. Two mages, a man and a woman, quickly cast their spells, and between chanting incantations, powerful magical light enveloped the ground, causing the necrotic warriors in a large area around them to be crippled. With the shelter of the knights and warriors, the team's only female assassin, Dragon Soul Little Demon, cooperated to enter the field to harvest, killing the group of bloodied necrotic warriors one by one. Obviously, this group of level 30 plus Dragon Soul players were very strong. The most important issue, of course, remains that the grade difference between the two sides is too great. The first wave of attacks from the Necromancer warlords were easily neutralized by them, killing and wounding dozens. However, before they had time to wait for them to catch their breath, more necromantic warlords from the periphery had already killed them. Shattered souls. Brush up. One of the female mages was killed in seconds on the spot under the shattered soul reaping of the 4 necrotic war generals, and her fragrance died. Yull! The archer, Dragon Soul burst, watched his girlfriend die in front of him with grief and anger. In the next second, he was also split into pieces by dozens of necromantic warlords with messy swords. The knights on the other side also simply couldn't resist the tidal wave of attacks from the necro war generals, and while the life shield was broken, they were cut down on the spot. In the blink of an eye, 5 of the 7 Dragon Soul players had already hung up, leaving only the level 31 female assassin, Dragon Soul Little Demon, and the level 33 warrior, Dragon Soul Jerry. At this moment, the duo was incomparably panicked, and they were also completely shattered by the terrifying strength of such a mere level 15 formation artificer. Capture the thief first. Kill the formation trickster first. This formation can be broken. Dragon Soul Jerry looked at Lu Ming with a fierce gaze through the several necromantic warlords in front of him. In the next second, a charge was launched towards Lu Ming. As the leader of this squad of 7, Jerry the Dragon Soul is a bit of something. Brush up. Several necromantic war generals couldn't block Dragon Soul Jerry and were chopped over by his sword swing. In an instant, Dragon Soul Jerry killed in front of Lu Ming. Go to hell. Wo rub. His hand rose and his sword fell, slashing at Lu Ming's shoulder. A whopping 2,468 points of damage cleared Lu Ming's blood bar, which only had 1,350 points of blood. Seeing how unbeatable Lu Ming was, Dragon Soul Jerry thought that he had successfully broken the formation and was secretly rejoicing. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Lu Ming, who had clearly fallen to the ground and died, unexpectedly stood up again, resurrecting with full blood in place. At the same time, among the Necromantic Legion, a necromantic war general was sacrificed in place of his master and silently disappeared from the field. Lu Ming's ice-cold gaze gazed at the greatly shocked Dragon Soul Jerry in front of him. With you? Trying to kill me too. As he spoke, dozens of necromantic warlords swarmed around him, cutting the Dragon Soul Jerry to pieces. The only remaining female assassin, Dragon Soul Little Demon, was scared out of her wits. Facing Lu Ming, he bitterly begged for mercy. Spare my life. As long as you spare my life, I'll promise you whatever you want me to do. Lu Ming asked in a pretense of excitement. Is it true that no matter what I want you to do, you can agree to it? The Dragon Soul Little Demon really thought that Lu Ming was eating this up, and relying on the fact that she had some good looks, she began to carry out her seduction, looking flirtatious and saying, Yes, brother, would you like to taste what it's like to dance with me in bed? Don't want to. Lu Ming blurted out. Then go to hell. As soon as the words fell, several necromantic warlords swarmed up and hacked the Dragon Soul Little Demon to death. Refine all 7 corpses at the scene. After picking up some of the equipment, potions, silver coins that they had popped out, Lu Ming took Lin Yue and left Desolate City. Looking at Lu Ming's distant back, the few Chopper God players outside of Desolate City had chills running down their backs. Level 15 kills level 30? I couldn't believe it if I didn't see it with my own eyes. Can't spray. This one is a real pervert. No wonder you value him so much, miss. On the other hand, Zhan Xin and you were holding their hands to their chests, and in their cold eyes, a growing interest in Lu Ming surfaced. Being a formation trickster, yet having the ability to summon, and also being able to die and be reborn with the help of a summoned object, seems to be getting more and more interesting. As they spoke, the people from God Beheading also left this place. As the scene degenerated into silence. Wow! A spatial crack opened, and the man in the black cloak suddenly reappeared. Holding the golden scroll in his hand caused the dead souls of the 7 Dragon Soul players, who had just been killed by Lu Ming, to be absorbed within the scroll. Buzz! A powerful aura that wrapped around the scroll, meaningfully staring at Lu Ming's departing direction. The black cloak then retreated back into the spatial rift and disappeared from the field. The other side, Lin Yue followed behind Lu Ming, knowing that she had caused him trouble. Her heart was overwhelmed with guilt and remorse. I'm sorry, Brother Spectre. I didn't mean to. Lu Ming, however, just said, It's fine. That being said, Lu Ming also knew that he had been careless. At that time, when he came out of the spectral demon tower, he shouldn't have let Lin Yue come back alone. And at this time, one of the things that concerned Lu Ming even more was that he hadn't expected that Zhan Xin and you were actually trying to help themselves. And at first Lu Ming had mistakenly thought that she had kidnapped Lin Yue. In retrospect, it looks like Lu Ming is narrow-minded. Of course, even through this incident, it wouldn't make Lu Ming grateful to Zhan Xin and you, much less change his attitude towards Zhan Xin. He understood. The reason why Zhan Xin and you were doing this was simply because they wanted to pull themselves in and sell their lives for them, the Zhan Xin. At this moment, Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue. This silly white girl is quite popular. Looks like it's time to step up your protection a bit. Lu Ming is still counting on Lin Yue to work for him to pay off the mortgage. Without her, his earning power will be greatly reduced. When they returned to Starlight City, the two of them went offline. After a shower, lying in a $6 million king-size room. It sure felt cozy. Early the next morning, Lu Ming went downstairs with Lin Yue to have breakfast, and the two of them went on the line. Today is another day at the new part-time job. Chapter 44 Bronze. Cannibal Ant Hat. Lu Ming intended to first bring Lin Yue up to level 16, reaching the level requirement to enter the second dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower, before going to the second dimension to obtain higher soulstone earnings. Thus, after weighing his current strength, Lu Ming brought Lin Yue and directly arrived at the level 24-25 wilderness area located in the northern part of Starry Glory City. The man-eater ant nest. In the midst of the endless huge dark lair, densely filled with black ants that were as huge as oxen, there were also quite a number of players swarming about. According to the guide, the monster cannibal ants in here are capable of dropping a special prop, ant acid. Collect the ant acid and submit it to Lilith, the biologist in Starry Glory City, to obtain a quest reward. It's of the same nature as the soul stone in the Spectral Devil's Tower. Only the difference is, ant acid cannot be traded and can only be used by itself. There are fewer people here, more monsters, and it's heaven for the necromongers. Thinking so, Lu Ming immediately created a team and pulled Lin Yue in. So he stepped into the dark, damp lair. No surprises. Two players who were only level 15, barging into a map with a level as high as 24-25, immediately drew the attention and suspicion of nearby players. Two level 15s. How dare they come to a level 25 map looking for abuse? Crossing 10 levels to brush monsters? For the sake of bringing a sister, you really don't even care about your life. Ignore their cynicism. Only Lu Ming could be seen selecting a location. Summoned 300 necromantic warlords through his mind. At the same time, with the longsword resident, released the knot formation. War trampling. Fortress of Life. Two super knot formations with a radius of 1,000 yards instantly enveloped the entire man-eating ant nest. Go kill monsters. With Lu Ming's thought, the necrotic warrior will automatically target nearby man-eater ants and launch an attack. Brush up. Only 4 necrotic warlords were seen locking onto the same piranha ant and unleashing soul-shattering. 3,462. 3,462. 3,462. 3,462. A level 25 man-eater ant with 13,000 plus chi blood was split up on the spot. Ding killed level 25 man-eating ants. Experience value plus 330. Listening to the battle prompts in his ears, and recalling the 90 points of experience rewarded by the level 15 undead in the Spectral Demon Tower, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. The experience of this level 25 monster is so fragrant. At this moment, the surrounding players who were laughing at Lu Ming 1 second were dumbstruck the next. Because the level 15 necrotic spirits that Lu Ming had summoned, their damage was even several times higher than their group of level 20+ old birds. That's when they realized people were pretending to be vegetables and they were real vegetables. As a matter of fact, man-eating ants that were ranked as high as 24-25 were not low in intensity. Scouting reveals a level 25 man-eater ant with up to 1,000 plus attack power, 600 plus armor, 400 plus speed, and 13,000 plus blood. Just by looking at the attributes alone, it already exceeded the necrotic warlords by a dozen times. However, after receiving the bonus from the 20x strengthened war trample, the necro warrior's attack power shot straight up from 47 points to 2,979. Killing them, naturally, is like slaughtering a chicken. The 625 points of blood that the necrotic war general himself possessed couldn't even withstand a single push attack from an eater ant, though. But that's okay. Lu Ming had another knot formation. The Fortress of Life. Wow, wow, wow. With the Fortress of Life, all the necromantic warriors stacked 1,310 points of shield per second, which was more than enough to withstand the damage from the cannibal ants. So the necromongers went around harvesting cannibal ants. Lu Ming enjoys extreme gains. Ding killed level 25 man-eating ants. Experience value plus 330. Ding killed level 25 man-eating ants. Experience value plus 330. Ding. At this time, Lin Yue grabbed her staff and also wanted to go kill the monsters, but was stopped by Lu Ming. You go pick up the props and stay away from the monsters. After all, this is a level 24-25 monster. Even the necromancer on the field would be killed in seconds before he could even stack his shields if he was not careful and was surrounded by several Death Eaters at the same time. Not to mention Lin Yue, a small mage. Most importantly, a necro warrior can be resummoned when killed. Lu Ming is killed and can be revived. And Lin Yue has only one life. Luckily, Lin Yue was very obedient to Lu Ming's words, and she hurriedly put away her staff and obediently ran to the safe zone to pick up the ant acid dropped by the cannibal ants. Crossing levels to swipe monsters does speed up the upgrades a lot. According to Lu Ming's original calculations, if he were to continue brushing at the first level of the Spectral Demon Tower, Lin Yue would need at least 4 or 5 more hours before she could rise to level 16. And in the cannibal ant nest, before and after just less than 3 hours, Lin Yue had risen to level 16 under the bath of golden light above her head. This didn't even include the ant acid collected on the way, which could be taken back to the city to submit the quest for the experience reward gained within. At the same time, Lu Ming's level came to 68% of level 16. Upgrading is fast, but gold hunting is too slow. Lu Ming organized his backpack. It was discovered that even with Lin Yue's triple explosion rate bonus, a total of just 28 silver coins were harvested. Converted to RMB, it's just over $5,000. The white plate equipment had exploded quite a bit though, more than 20 pieces. But this one's not worth it. Level 24-25 white plate equipment on the market is cheap as hell, just a few $dozen a piece. All told, the 20 or so white bards are estimated to be $1,000 or so. That equates to only making 6,000 overall. This gain, it was too much different from the 20,000 earned in half a day yesterday over at the Spectral Demon Tower. The only thing that made Lu Ming feel good in his heart was that the triple explosion rate made the ant acid's harvest a lot higher. Any other player who kills a man-eater ant will only get 1 serving of ant acid. Lu Ming killed 1 and directly exploded 3. Therefore, even though it was necessary to collect 2 people's shares at the same time, in just 3 hours, he and Lin Yue had each harvested the maximum amount that could be picked up by a single person. 1,000 shares of ant acid. In reality, it could have been more, just 1,000 copies, which is already at the maximum requirement for the 10th slot of this mission. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the two hit the road together. Finding biologist Lilith within the city of Starburst, Lu Ming submitted 1,000 copies of ant acid. At this moment, a pleasant system prompt fell from the ears. Congratulations on completing the quest, great biological contributions, 10th slot, and obtaining the rewards. Experience value plus 300,000, silver coins plus 8, and bronze equipment cannibal ant hat plus 1. Lu Ming opened his backpack, only to see a hat that looked like an ant's head lying quietly inside the bag. The likeness is a bit ugly though. But Lu Ming realized the thing was a superb piranha hat. LV16 bronze. Armor 110. Magic resistance 95. Additional attributes: endurance plus 20, stamina plus 20. Additional skill: strong acid reflux passive. When the equipped person is attacked, release powerful ant acid, causing 8% of that damage to the attacker as a backlash when releasing the knot formation. Teammates who receive a bonus from the knot formation can share this skill. Durability 55-55. Occupation: formation artist. Introduction: a hat made by extracting the liquid acid of cannibal ants. The strong acid contained in its interior can make your enemies fear you. Chapter 45. This stupid white sweetie is really easy to trick. Just in time, Lu Ming's head was empty. Then he immediately equipped this cannibal ant hat. Gaining the bonus of this level 16 bronze artifact defense, Lu Ming's armor increased from 96 points to 255 points. Magic resistance increased from 84 points to 224 points. Compared to the increase in attributes, in fact, what Lu Ming was most interested in was nothing more than this equipment's additional skill: strong acid reflux. This skill effect can be shared with the Necromantic Legion. 8% anti-injury. Wouldn't it be 160% anti-injury when combined with my total increased talent 20x enhancement? TCH, that's sick. Right at this moment, Lin Yue, who was on the side, suddenly said happily, "Brother Yume, I got 8 silver coins and a bronze equipment reward. The value of 8 silver coins is 262, 274, 28,600. The value of a level 15 bronze equipment is 7,000 plus. Gosh, that's a lot of money." Lin Yue was so happy that she was short of oxygen. After all, she had originally worked in the real world, and her salary was only 2 or 3,000 a month. And now, in just one morning, I got so much money for doing a quest. It would have been abnormal not to have that reaction. After watching Lin Yue calm down, she looked at the bronze staff she had just obtained in her hand and her gaze was a bit dull. Lu Ming instantly guessed that she was both unable to part with this extreme equipment and wanted to sell it for money. Once Lin Yue paid off her debt, she was afraid that she wouldn't be as dependent on him as she was. Thinking of this, Lu Ming then flirted with Lin Yue, immediately marching into the second dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower, where the monsters are of higher intensity. Relying solely on my junction formation bonus is useless. You have to raise your own strength. Otherwise, you won't be able to brush the monsters alone. You won't be able to earn copper coins, and you will also drag me down. Hearing Lu Ming say this, Lin Yue immediately dismissed the idea of selling this staff and said to Lu Ming with a nervous little face, "No, Brother Pantheon, I definitely won't hold you back." Saying that, Lin Yue immediately equipped her staff. Lu Ming was skeptical on the surface, but in his heart he was secretly laughing. This stupid white sweet is really easy to cheat. Look at the time, it's already 11:30. Lu Ming then said to Lin Yue, "Let's go offline for lunch first, and go brush the second dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower in the afternoon." Good. With that said, the two synchronized offline. I forgot to order takeout today, mainly just changed the house, even the specific address of his own home. Lu Ming has not yet remembered clearly. Then he took Lin Yue to eat cassoulet rice downstairs in the neighborhood. Taking advantage of the time to eat at noon, Lu Ming swiped through the messages in the Tianxian Battle Team group, but unexpectedly learned the bad news. Big brothers. Today the second dimension of PK, how to lose again. It's been 3 days in a row. I haven't been able to get into the Spectral Devil Tower for 3 days now, and it feels like I've lost 100 million. We've already sent the best in each level field to fight, but it seems that the other Jinshin's strength in single combat is indeed better than ours. So there's nothing we can do if we can't beat him. The second plane was occupied by the Goddess of Decimations today, so didn't that mean Lu Ming couldn't get in? That's the current state of affairs though. However, after going online, Lu Ming still went straight to the Spectral Demon Tower. Go and see if it can be turned around. When Lu Ming and Lin Yue arrived at the Spectral Demon Tower, they really did see that both Jinshin and Tianxian had sent people to guard the entrance to the map. God of Decimation won the 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8 realms by park today, so they guarded these 5 realms from Tianxian players of the corresponding level. Tianxian's people were guarding the other 3 realms, preventing the players from Jianshan from entering. Both sides don't let each other at all. However, just as Lu Ming approached the Spectral Demon Tower, the Divine Beheading Battle Team player in charge of the garrison was ready to come and inquire about Lu Ming's identity. One of the black armored warriors at the head, Zhanshan Yong, however, after using a scouting technique to view Lu Ming's ID, ordered on the spot, "By order of the lady, at no time shall the specter be hindered from entering the Spectral Demon Tower. Release." With a command from Zhanshan and Yong, Zhanshan players made way for Lu Ming. Miss Chopper Moon? It seemed that this woman, in order to get Lu Ming to join the Divine Beheading Battle Team, had really put a lot of thought into it. Lu Ming didn't say anything and directly led Lin Yue into the tower. This scene, however, confused the Tianxian players outside. What's the situation? Isn't this specter one of our Tianxian? Yeah. And what's his relationship with Chopper's side? Is this the charm of the strong? It's true that gold shines no matter where it is. If only one day I'd be robbed by 2 families. Grab what? Grabbing for a ball. Roll on, roll on. Ding, you have entered the second dimension of the Spectral Devil's Tower, Thrillerland. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming and Lin Yue appeared inside a huge amusement park. A pirate ship that swings automatically, a Ferris wheel that creaks and spins puppets that emit eerie laughter. The large paradise was lifeless, and terror was manifested everywhere. Scattered throughout Thrilland are still undead-based monsters. Only the level has been raised to 1620 from 1015 in the first faceted vigilante camp earlier. Without saying a word, we'll get right to it. Lu Ming immediately summoned all 320 necrotic warlords and unleashed War Trample and Life Fortress, giving the necrotic warlords orders to kill the monsters. For the necromantic warrior general who could casually slash even level 24-25 ogre ants in the ogre ant lair in front of him, it would naturally be a breeze to deal with these level 1620 undead monsters. As the necromantic legion went on a killing spree in the amusement park, Lu Ming's ears kept popping up with kill gain alerts. At the same time, the number of soul stones and copper coins in the backpack rapidly increased. In order to pay off the money owed to Lu Ming as soon as possible, Lin Yue held the bronze weapon that had just been rewarded by the quest and joined the fight as well. Rely on your ability to kill the undead and get coins and soul stones. The afternoon went by in a flash. 6 o'clock in the evening, dinner time. Lu Ming recalled all the necromantic warriors, called out to Lin Yue, who was still killing undead one by one, and exited the spectral demon tower. On the way back to town, the gains were counted. Lu Ming realized the explosion rate of high-purity soul stones had really increased a lot. Yesterday, over at the first Bitside Vigilante camp, more than 90% of the soul stones that were popped out were 5th-grade soul stones with 0% 40% purity, with only less than 10% remaining, which were 4th-grade goods with 41% 70% purity. And for the moment, a total of 625 soul stones were swiped in the second realm of Thrill Land over the course of the afternoon. Of these, 472 were of 5th-order purity, 140 of 4th-order purity, and 13 of 3rd-order purity. At market price, it adds up to another $17,000 plus. And that's not even counting the copper gains. I don't know if I'll ever meet Chopper Moon again. If I sell it to her at 10 times the price again, that's over $100,000. For a moment, Lu Ming was actually looking forward to bumping into Chopper God, Moon, and then blackmailing her hard. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, suddenly a group of players hurried by. I heard that Zhenshen and Dragon Souls people are fighting up front. Really? Aren't these two top 10 ranked teams on the Daxia Battle Team rankings? And it seems like they don't have much of a connection. Why are they fighting? I don't know. Go check it out. Dragon Soul? Lu Ming suddenly recalled the 7 players who had kidnapped Lin Yue last night over at Desolate City and were killed by himself, and they were none other than the Dragon Soul Battle Team. At this moment, the Dragon Soul was looking for Zhenshin. Could it be because of this last night? With this in mind, Lu Ming followed along with the crowd of people who had gathered together, planning to see if Chopper and Moon are in there too. Chapter 46, Abusing the Dragon Soul, Saving the Chopper and the Moon. Following the hilarious passers-by to a wooded area, he saw that a number of onlookers had already gathered here. Through the crowd, it could be seen that, in the middle of the forest floor ahead, there were 2 groups of players in a stalemate. They were none other than the God of Decimation, with the Dragon Soul Battle Team. Dragon Soul side had an absolute numerical advantage with 40 to 50 people present, and all of them leveled up to 30 or above. On the other hand, there were only a dozen or so people on Jinshin's side, and all of them were only level 20 or so. Apparently a battle had broken out between the 2 sides before that. The dozen or so players of Jinshin had already been defeated, and all of them were being suppressed by the high-level players of Dragon Soul, and their lives were at stake. The leading level 19 assassin, Zhang Shen, and you were also forced to kneel on one knee, his left hand holding his bleeding right shoulder. Obviously, the situation on the field was quite unfavorable for Chopper. At this moment, an ice-armored knight, Dragon Soul, Heavenly Reversal, with a level as high as 35 was standing in front of Chopping God, Moon, with the sharp lance in his hand directly in front of her fair face. Someone saw with their own eyes that last night in the Fallen Land, your people from Jinshin killed 7 senior members of my Dragon Soul. Do you still want to argue? Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel's words couldn't help but slightly energize Lu Ming, who was in the crowd of onlookers. I can't imagine that last night's incident still exposed the wind. However, given the current situation, it seemed that the Dragon Soul's people shouldn't know that it was Lu Ming who had killed their people, but only knew that Zhang Shun's people had appeared in the Fallen Land last night. So they assumed that the people had been killed by Zhang Shun. What Lu Ming didn't expect was even more. Facing the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebels' questioning, Zhen Xin and you did not choose to give Lu Ming up even though their lives were in danger, but instead remained righteous. I said that the people were not killed by us, Zhen Shun. Then they were not killed by us, and I don't need to defend myself to you. The God of Decimation, Moon, raised his head, his cold eyes staring dead at the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel, and said to him in a stern voice, "Do you know who I am? If you dare to touch me, you try." The Dragon Soul Heavenly Reversal was obviously not that easy to deal with. Not in the least threatened by Jinshin and you, he snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "What do I care who you are? It was you, Zongshin, who killed my Dragon Soul's people first. It's only natural to pay for a murder. Even if the people above you track it down, we're still justified. It's a pity that such a good-looking face is going to disappear from this world." Just as the Dragon Soul against the sky raised his lance and prepared to stab at the God of Decimation and the Moon with a single shot, a voice suddenly sounded behind her. "I killed the man. It has nothing to do with her." Dragon Soul Reversal's attention was successfully drawn over. However, when he turned his face to see the speaker, Lu Ming, a touch of contempt unconsciously surfaced on his face. Do you realize what you're saying? With you, you can kill my Dragon Soul Battle Team's level 30 elites? It was no wonder that Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel looked down on Lu Ming. After all, Lu Ming's level had only just reached level 17. Even the onlookers threw sneers at Lu Ming. Want to save the beauty of the hero climbing the phoenix can be understood, but before that at least they have the ability to do it. Nowadays, everyone dares to come out to be a hero. A formation artificer who's only level 17 dares to say that he killed 7 level 30 plus elites of the Dragon Soul Battle Team? But anyone with a bit of brains shouldn't say such brainless words. Dead pigs don't fear boiling water. Now we'll have a good show again. In the meantime, being suppressed by the Dragon Soul's people, and even almost dying at the hands of the Dragon Soul's heavenly rebellion, neither Zhan Shen nor Yu touched their heartstrings over it. However, at this moment when he saw Lu Ming stepping forward, his heart was violently shaken. But after only a second of being touched, Chopper, Moon was exasperated and laughed. What a fool! Wasting my sister's hard work. At this moment, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel looked Lu Ming up and down. Couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that I despise you, but to be honest, I'm really trying my best to imagine what special accesses you have. But forgive me for not being able to imagine how a level 17 formation trickster managed to kill 7 level 30 plus players. Would you be able to demonstrate this for me live? Listening to Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel finish his sentence, Lu Ming faintly responded, Good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Silence reached out and placed his hand on top of the scabbard at his back. Draw your sword. Wo rub. The moment the sharp sword blade was sheathed, a sword shadow as fast as lightning, he clearly ran through the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel's body. In the next second, a huge amount of damage as high as 6,113 points took out 1/3 of the blood bar of Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel, who was a level 35 4th turn knight, at once. It was also in that instant that the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel had not yet reacted. Buzz. Several overlapping blood-colored marks surfaced on his chest. Next moment, brush up, the 6 necromantic war generals that appeared out of nowhere instantly killed in front of the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel at once. And against the war-trampling aura released by Lu Ming, their hands rose up and their swords fell. 6 Dao shattered souls simultaneously erupted with 6 channels of 2200 plus damage, instantly and directly clearing the remaining 2/3 of the blood bar on top of Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel's head. At this moment, the whole room was silent. The Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel, who had only 1 point of chi blood remaining, stared wide-eyed and incredulous at Lu Ming in front of him. Meanwhile, as the rest of the players in the rear formation of the Dragon Soul warriors prepared to act. Hearing that in all directions, uncountable numbers of necromantic warlords tore through space and surrounded them. At once, all swords were drawn. Even though it was clearly seen that this group of necrotic warlords were only level 17, the powerful aura emanating from them still caused these Dragon Soul Battle Team players present, whose levels were as high as 30 plus, to look terrified. Not one of them dared to do anything rash. After all, only a second ago, they had just witnessed the image of a few necromantic war generals in the district being able to easily defeat their boss, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel. And right now, with so many necromantic warlords around, if they attacked at the same time, they were afraid that they would have to perish here. Without Lu Ming's orders, the entire necrotic war generals did not launch any actions for the time being, only exerting pressure on the Dragon Soul players through their auras. At this time, Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel and lightly said, Do you believe now that I killed the people? Dragon Soul Sky Rebel swallowed deeply. It was unbelievable that as a level 35 4th turn knight, he was almost killed by a level 17 2nd turn formation trickster. However, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel knew it well. If the other party hadn't intentionally turned on PK mode, attacking any player in PK mode would not cause lethal damage to them, and would retain 1 point of chi blood for the other party, he would have been a corpse at this moment. Even if he was still alive, around him, the 6 necromantic warlords whose eyes emitted the ghostly light of death underneath their metal armor could easily take his life with a snap of their fingers. Under such a terrifying deterrent, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel's back was wet with cold sweat, and he didn't dare to move for half a second. Lu Ming continued, To give you a restoration of the whole thing last night. Last night your Dragon Soul's people kidnapped my people. Zhan Shen's people saw it and told me about it. I went to ask for my people, but your people tried to kill me to silence me. I killed them back out of self-defense. That's it, hear me out. After saying that, Lu Ming retrieved the Sword of Valor and turned to leave with Lin Yue. At the same time, all 340 necromantic warlords left after their masters. It was only until this moment that the group of Dragon Souls players on the field couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So, it was Dragon Souls people who kidnapped someone's girlfriend, and they killed their people back in a fit of rage? Then they really deserve it. I've heard that Dragon Soul has a lot of rotten people, but I didn't expect it to be true. The 6th largest battle team in Dacia is doing such shameless things, facing the mingling and whispering of the surrounding onlookers. The Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel immediately turned red in his old face and ordered those around him, investigate this matter thoroughly, and if it's really as that formation trickster said, the 7 people who died in last night's formation will never be tolerated. Immediately withdraw all of their family's compensation. In front of the crowd, explicitly though. Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel, however, was staring intently at the fading Lu Ming with a gaze filled with killing intent. He privately told the person under his hand, "No matter what means are used, I want Chopper God, Moon and this formation trickster to live for less than 24 hours. Understood. Chapter 47 I'll feed you." Lu Ming had not gone far when Jinshin and Yu chased after him. You kinda impressed me with you. Originally, I thought you were a person with little bottom line, only money in your eyes, and narrow-minded. I didn't realize you were so righteous? Chopper God. Moon ran to Lu Ming's front and walked backwards with her hands clasped to her chest while looking at Lu Ming and smiling wryly. Lu Ming expressionlessly looked at Chopper, Moon and asked, "Why didn't you just give me up? I have Jianshin backing me up. What do you have? You don't think that Tianxian's people would really make an enemy of the Great Xia's 6th battle team, Dragon Soul? Just for you, do you?" Jianshin and Yu suddenly stopped and also simultaneously blocked in front of Lu Ming. Accusing Lu Ming, he said, "You're such an idiot. Do you know what rotten people Dragon Soul is? And you dare to mess with them? Do you think that if you just released these people and specified that what happened last night was their fault, they would be grateful to you? If the people of Dragon Soul had that kind of awareness, that kind of thing last night wouldn't have happened, and they wouldn't have been recognized as the #1 lousy battle team in our Grand Xia. They won't mess with you openly, but they'll definitely get back at you privately." Lu Ming certainly wasn't that innocent. In fact, he had already weighed that if he really fought just now, he wouldn't necessarily have an absolute chance of winning. Although Lu Ming's necrotic warlord already possessed a maximum strength that rivaled that of a level 30+ player after the addition of his own 20-fold strength injunction formation, it wasn't very stable at the moment. Just like last night, in order to kill those 7 Dragon Soul players, Lu Ming's necrotic warriors had hung up more than a dozen of them, and just now there were more than 40 people on the Dragon Soul side, and each of them had level 34th turning strength. Therefore, unless they took the initiative, Lu Ming would not take the initiative to provoke them. Regarding these, Lu Ming didn't explain to Chopper, Moon, and just lightly glanced at her and said, "Last night you helped me find Lin Yue. Today I saved your life. We're even." Chopper. Moon suddenly changed the topic and introduced himself to Lu Ming. "My name is Qin Churin, and you?" "Spectre," Lu Ming said and walked past Qin Churin. "Hey!" Qin Churin turned to look at Lu Ming's back and said with some worry, "The people of Dragon Soul will definitely not let you go. Come to us, Zhongshan. I'll feed you." Qin Churin crossed her arms, her eyes radiating confidence. The sun is setting and the beauty is picturesque. Lu Ming, however, ignored it and drifted away. Qin Churin, who was ignored, stomped her foot in anger. "What a fool! You've underestimated the Dragon Soul's methods." After being angry, Qin Churin still immediately instructed the people around him, "Immediately draw a group of level 50s from our god of decimation. Give me secret protection for the underworld. I won't allow him to have any blunders." After saying that, Qin Churin left in a huff. A few players from Chopper whispered, "What's wrong with Miss? I've followed her for so long, but I've never seen her get angry at any man while caring for him so much. I can't understand that underworld. Our young lady is the sister of the boss of the 7th war team of Dacia, the god of chopping. She has money, power, and influence. Moreover, she is a famous cold beauty in the capital city. And all of the gentlemen who are chasing after her are lined up from the capital city to the magic city. That kid is so ungrateful that he refused Mrs. Invitation twice." On the other hand, as for why Lu Ming made this move tonight to save Qin Churin, it was because he thought of a better way to get back at Qin Churin, her brother. That is, to get close to Qin Charan. In his previous life, Qin Charan, her brother, colluded with Lu Ming's most beloved person, betrayed, and framed Lu Ming. In this life, I will make you taste what it's like to be betrayed by your favorite, most trusted blood sister. In Lu Ming's eyes, hatred erupted. As for Qin Charan, he must be relaxed and not reveal his purpose too obviously. Therefore, after saving Qin Charan just now, Lu Ming intended to take advantage of the fact that she had a crush on him to reject her again. As the saying goes, put in a long line and catch a big fish. After returning to the city, Lu Ming and Lin Yue went offline. Brother Spectre, what do you want to eat? I'll go downstairs and bring it to you. Lu Ming received a WeChat from Lin Yue. It just so happened that Lu Ming also had a matter to take care of, so he replied, I'll eat the noodles, saying that Lu Ming transferred $100 to Lin Yue. But it was returned by Lin Yue. I just sold some more silver coins. I have money. You treated me to hot pot yesterday. This meal is on me. Lin Yue looks like a soft and weak person, but her personality is very independent. Lu Ming didn't say much. Only the sound of the door opening and closing could be heard from outside. Lin Yue went out. He began to take advantage of the moment of rest to plan his affairs. Since he had brushed the level 24-25 high-level monsters there at the man-eater ant lair in the morning, returning to brush these low-level undead in the second dimension of the ghostly demon tower in the afternoon made Lu Ming feel tasteless. Because between the two, there's a whole lot of difference in experience. The key question is, with my current strength, I've even been able to skip the third plane and go directly to the fourth plane to brush level 26-30 monsters, which will not only increase my experience gain, but also increase the burst rate of high-purity soulstones to a greater extent. It's this level limit that's a problem. Thus, Lu Ming checked online, and it really made him discover a special kind of suit equipment soul suit, which allowed players to ignore the level hindrance of the spectral demon tower and enter any realm it will after putting it on. Soul suit. That seems to be an equipment that can only be obtained with a very small probability by submitting a soul stone. Lu Ming first searched the trading house and found that he couldn't see the soul set equipment in there at all. Thus, Lu Ming sent another message in the Tianxian battle group. Does anyone know where I can quickly get a soul set? Those who provide a way to do so have a reply. However, the almighty battle group is also unsolved by no one. Just then, Lightface sent him a private message. This soul set is very rare, and it's usually hard to get a complete set on the market, but I can find a way to get you a set if you need it. By all accounts, this soul set is very rare indeed. And with Lightning Yan's status and position and connections, it was definitely much easier to get this soul set than Lu Ming. So Lu Ming said, okay, then I'll trouble you, I want 2 sets. How much will it cost then? I'll give it to you. Lightface, no problem, wait for my news. Lu Ming thought. As long as he got his hands on the soul set, he would be able to go straight to brushing the 4th dimension of the spectral demon tower, hunting level 26-30 monsters for higher returns. Moreover, as long as he rose to level 20, the 3 major talents were upgraded to LV3, which would also increase Lu Ming's ceiling even more. Brushed monsters all day. Lu Ming lay on his bed and swiped a short Shake Shack video for a while to relax. Meanwhile, on the other side, Heavenly Abyss World, City of Starlight. Qin Charan, who had just returned to the city, suddenly received a message. Miss, according to the information from the undercover agent we planted on Tianxian's side, it says that the underworld has just inquired in Tianxian's group about having information about the soul suit. Soul set. Qin Charan instantly understood Lu Ming's intentions and said thoughtfully, it seems like he wants to cross over and brush the map. Qin Charan seemed to have an idea all of a sudden. Send someone to keep an eye on the trading house 24 hours a day. As long as you see the soul set series equipment, no matter what the price is, buy it for me the first time. Yes, ma'am. There was a hint of cunning in Qin Charan's smiling face. Aha, Spectre. I'll definitely take you down, sister. Chapter 48 Mysterious Black Market. Gold Boss Goblin. After dinner, I got on the line and continued to brush the Spectral Devil's Tower. It wasn't until after 10 o'clock in the evening, when he saw Lin Yue yawning non-stop, Lu Ming called it a night. Lin Yue's weak little body is obviously not material for staying up all night. She was now Lu Ming's fortune cat. If something goes wrong with the god of fortune, it's simply cutting off his own fortune, and Lu Ming can't afford it. Got off the line, showered, and laid in bed. Driven by the increasingly strong desire to obtain the soul set and go to the high plane to pull in higher earnings, Lu Ming picked up his cell phone and swiped the trading line with a sense of luck. Unexpectedly, it really allowed him to swipe a soul suit system equipment that had just been on the shelves for no more than a minute, and it also happened to be of the formation trickster profession. Soul Ring, level 20 bronze artifact, one of the parts of the formation trickster soul set, priced at 49,999. This price made Lu Ming a bit hesitant. A normal level 20 or so bronze artifact on the market is only about 7 or 8,000, a difference of 6 or 7 times the price. Of course, Lu Ming also knew that the soul set was not at all on the same level as ordinary bronze equipment. Because as we all know, the soul stone burst rate of the monsters in the Spectral Demon Tower, unlike normal other monsters, will not affect the burst rate because of the level of the Slayer. Just imagine how easy it would be for a level 50 player to go to the first bit of the surface to kill level 10-15 undead and swipe soul stones while wearing a soul suit. So, for the higher-ranked professional gold players, the soul set is the way to make their fortune. And for Lu Ming, by getting the soul set as early as possible, he would also be able to go to the high-level realm as early as possible. And with Lin You's explosive rate bonus, when the time came, the earnings would multiply by several times, and the money he invested in buying the soul set now would be earned back in a few days. I don't know when Light Fan's side will get the soul set. In case she can't, I still have to buy it myself. Let's buy it first. If Lightface gets it for me, the big deal is to resell it. With this in mind, just as Lu Ming, who still had more than $100,000 in savings on his body, was ready to place an order to buy. But suddenly I saw, Soul Ring has been purchased. I'll go. Who has such fast hands? Lu Ming was shocked. That's a formation trickster profession. The equipment of this sewer profession is being robbed? Obscure. Lu Ming couldn't help but blame himself. He shouldn't have hesitated for those few seconds just now, or else this equipment would definitely be his own. At the thought of this, Lu Ming tossed and turned in bed all night. Early the next morning, Lu Ming woke up from his sleep and picked up his cell phone and found an unread WeChat from Yu Qingyan. Lu Ming immediately felt joy in his heart, thinking that Lightning Yen had gotten himself the soul set. But when I clicked on the message it was, I've asked a lot of places, and it's hard to get a soul suit out there right now for the time being. But I've heard that if you're lucky there at the black market, you can buy a soul set for gold coins, so you can go to the black market and take a look then. An underground black market that exists in the second heavenly abyss and can only be accessed by players above level 20. Lu Ming had originally planned to make a trip here when he reached level 20. In addition to being for the exotic treasures that were frequent there was now an additional purpose: to see if they could get their hands on a soul set. In fact, Lu Ming had a more important purpose: to fulfill a regret from his previous life. I wonder if that gnome is still in the black market. Thinking of this, Lu Ming brushed his teeth with his right hand, swiped his cell phone with his left hand, and searched for the keyword black market goblin in the Tian Yuan forum. Discover that this continues to be a hot topic. The forum users simply love and hate this gnome. I'll give $1 million to whoever can help me get the scroll on that goblin. I'll give it even if that scroll is a piece of scrap paper in the end. This post is proof. How can something that no one has been able to get for 10 years be a scrap of paper? It's probably of the same nature as that infinite growth skill scroll rewarded for passing the Scarlet Forbidden Zone copy on Purgatory level difficulty. Definitely another rare treasure of great value. Does anyone have any ideas? Let's form a team and just blow up the goblin? We'll split the money 50-50 after we get the scrolls and sell them. That's some big smarts upstairs. You think you can think what others can't? Do you know what kind of status that gnome has? A level 50 gold boss, and you're fighting it with your head. This thread was recently active a few minutes ago, which means that the gnome is definitely still around. 10 years ago, a fugitive goblin named Avani, with a rank as high as a level 50 gold class boss, suddenly broke into the black market. No one knew where he had come from, but everyone knew. Buried in that gnome's body was a scroll of gold that was worth a fortune at a glance. Over the past 10 years, countless players had tried to get the golden scroll on the goblin Avani, but all to no avail, because Avani doesn't hit on anyone. But the strange thing was, the only time Lu Ming approached that gnome was when he actually sent him a quest. Lu Ming didn't know why the goblins didn't take care of anyone but only gave him such a task. However, it was just a pity that the Lu Ming of his previous life was so trashy that he failed to complete the task sent to him by the goblins after dozens of attempts. Coupled with the fact that he was in a hurry for upgrades and couldn't afford to waste too much time on this side of the black market, the matter ended up being a non-starter. By the time he had leveled up, he was no longer able to enter the black market and missed the opportunity forever. So this time when he entered the black market, he also wanted to see if he could find this gnome again. If he could still receive that mission from his previous life with his strength in this life, he would definitely be able to complete it. What secrets are buried in that gnome's body? What exactly was that golden scroll on him that was similar to the scroll of the sealed god that Lu Ming had used to obtain this current 10-star account? Lu Ming was very curious. Then let's level up to 20 and go to the black market first. Lu Ming was now level 17 and wasn't far from level 20. So, after going downstairs with Lin Yue to eat Xiao Long Bao and cope with breakfast, the two of them went to their respective rooms and got on the line. The progress of the ghostly demon tower will be halted for a while, and will continue after getting the soul set over at the black market. Right now, Lu Ming planned to take Lin Yue directly to a high-level map around level 30 to focus on upgrading. Just as Lu Ming opened the map, he was preparing to find a place to practice. A voice suddenly came from beside his ear. "Brother? Taking the mission?" Looking around, he saw that there were 3 male players walking towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming saw. Their levels had all reached as high as level 30, but the equipment on their bodies was all white plate quality ground goods. And the profession of the 3 clear as an assassin. Lu Ming asked, "What mission?" The leader of the assassin man, Wind and Clouds, said, "On the captain of the patrol squad of the city of Starburst, Carlo, kill the poisonous scorpion of that task. Take us 10 gears to pass? A ticket of 3,000, take it or not?" Lu Ming said without hesitation, "Take it, but you have to pay first." The 3 men looked at each other and smiled. "Yeah, no problem." Saying that, Wind Lightning did not hesitate to sweep the code for Lu Ming and transferred $9,000. Lu Ming immediately formed a team and pulled the 3 in. Just as Lin Yue, who was on the side, thought that Lu Ming had forgotten about her and took the initiative to apply to join the team, she was rejected by Lu Ming. "Can cook, right? I don't want to go out to eat for lunch today. Why don't you rush to the market early to buy some vegetables first? I want to eat shrimp." Hearing Lu Ming's command, Lin Yue froze. Although she didn't understand why Lu Ming properly ordered her to do this, she didn't think much about it. After all, it was only right to cook a meal for Lu Ming after eating and living in someone else's house. Not to mention that Lin Yue was confident in her own craftsmanship. Thus, Lin Yue nodded her head obediently. Okay. Then I'll go grocery shopping now." After saying that, Lin Yue went offline in place. After deliberately sidestepping Lin Yue, Lu Ming then led those 3 players to the north of the city and collected the quest on patrol squad leader Carlo before leaving the city. Chapter 49 Chinchurin gifted the soul set. This one, picked up on Carlo, was a level 2930 quest. Hunting poisonous scorpions. It just so happened that it also belonged to Lu Ming's perfect target for leveling at the moment. Why not pick up $9,000 on the side? So, after following the north gate of Starlight City out of the city, he followed the map guide straight to the LV-29 LV-30 desolate land. On the way, there was silence. Lu Ming walked in front, as if on purpose, leaving the deadliest back to those 3 players in the group. Just as the group of 4 traveled to a secluded wooded path, the 3 people behind him suddenly looked fierce, glancing at each other as if they had reached some sort of consensus, quietly replacing the tattered white plate equipment on his body with higher-end black iron weapons quickly. Next, brush up. At the same time, he lit up his sharp dagger and surprised Lu Ming, stabbing fiercely and abruptly towards him. However, just when the 3 thought they were about to get it. Whoa rub. Suddenly 2 necromantic warlords rushed out from the left and right sides, fending off Lu Ming and waving their swords to block the attack for their master. The 3 assassins were horrified at the sight. What? When did this guy summon these death warriors? At this moment, Lu Ming silently turned around. Through the 2 necromantic war generals escorting in front of him, he looked at the opposing 3, and there wasn't a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if their actions had long been expected by him. "Who sent you?" Looking at Lu Ming, who was so calm and composed, the leader of the assassins, Wind Lightning, came to a sudden realization. "Did you already know that we came against you?" Lu Ming said lightly. "A few of you level 30s have come to find me, a level 17 formation artificer, to take you through the quest. Secondly, level 30 is still wearing a white plate equipment, but you can afford to pay $3,000 to hire a substitute trainer. Before you hide your strength, don't you use your brain to think about it? Is it reasonable?" It turned out that as early as the moment the 3 approached Lu Ming had already guessed their motives. "That's why we let them buy the tickets first in the first place. This is not, they bought the ticket halfway by." Lu Ming kicked off the car, but also does not delay Lu Ming white-whoring $9,000. After leaving the city, Lu Ming had already summoned the necrotic war general and was lurking in an inconspicuous place nearby, waiting for the three of them to make their move. The three were clearly aware of what kind of strength Lu Ming was at. They had come with the intention of going on a sneak attack because they couldn't defeat Lu Ming head-on. Seeing the defeat of the operation, the three of them didn't dare to fight Lu Ming head-on, and immediately turned around and pulled their legs out. Now that you're here, don't leave. In Lu Ming's eyes, a streak of killing intent flashed by. Kill! With a movement of his mind, a large group of necromantic warlords suddenly rushed out from all around him. Against the war trample aura released by Lu Ming, he simultaneously unleashed Shattered Soul. Brush up. 2,865. 2,865. 2,865. In an instant, two of the assassins were cut down on the spot without the slightest bit of resistance. After all, even a level 30+ Dragon Soul elite player with full bronze equipment had no chance of survival in front of a necrotic war general. Not to mention these black iron weapon assassins. The only one left, in a panic, hurriedly synchronized the opening of Gale Steps and Stealth. While running away, he looked back to see if the enemy was coming after him. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he realized that these necrotic warlords, despite their terrifying killing power, weren't fast at all and couldn't catch up with himself, a level 30 assassin. But it was in the moment when he had just turned his face. Whoa rub! The sharp dagger cut straight across his neck. At once, blood splattered. The assassin man covered his neck with both hands and looked in horror at a cold female assassin who had appeared in front of him at some point. The next second, it collapsed in a pool of blood. How weak! You can't even beat me and you still want to kill the specter? What are you thinking? Qin Charan stepped over the body of the assassin man and walked towards Lu Ming. When he scoped out that there was no longer any other danger in the surroundings through the necrotic warrior general's vision sharing, Lu Ming lifted his guard. Refining the bodies of the three assassins and picking up the few pieces of equipment they dropped along with the silver coins. At this moment, Qin Charan clasped his hands on his chest and said proudly to Lu Ming, "I've said it before, haven't I? Dragon Souls people will definitely not let you go, and they won't retaliate against you in the open, but will only do it in private." In fact, Lu Ming could guess that these were the assassins that the Dragon Soul warriors had paid to hire. After all, apart from the Dragon Soul, Lu Ming hadn't messed with anyone else. After handling the loot, Lu Ming looked at Qin Charan and asked, "Why are you here?" Qin Charan came to Lu Ming, opened her backpack, took out a set of equipment from it, and handed it to Lu Ming. "Nah, this is for you." Lu Ming took a look and realized. It was actually a complete set of level 20 formation artist professions, soul set. Looking at Lu Ming's shocked appearance, Qin Charan was obviously a bit complacent. "How about it? You still have to rely on me when it matters, right?" Lu Ming, however, was skeptical. "How do you know that I need the soul set?" Said Qin Charan with averted eyes. "Don't worry about this. Just say if you want it or not anyway." Lu Ming saw through Qin Charan's mind. "What conditions? Say it." Qin Charan's pair of cold eyes sized up Lu Ming, smiled wryly and said, "Then what if I let you take my body in return?" Lu Ming's hand, which had just been extended, immediately retracted. "Forget it then, I don't want it." Qin Charan's beautiful eyes glared. "Humph, I can't even look at you when you're backing me up. Then count yourself as owing me a favor." Thinking that Lightning Yen had said that she couldn't get the soul set before, Lu Ming asked Qin Charan, "Where did you get it?" Qin Charan pretended to be relaxed and said, "With my status and position, that's naturally within my reach. We, Zhenshin, are much more powerful than Tianxian." Having said that, when Lu Ming realized that Qin Charan's level had actually reached 33 all of a sudden, he understood. Apparently, Qin Charan had collected this set of equipment by acquiring soul stones in large quantities and repeatedly submitting them for quest rewards in Starlight City. Because clearly, when she met Qin Charan yesterday, she was still only level 19. If he rose from level 19 to 33 and relied solely on submitting the soulstone reward, he would have spent at least no less than 200 million on purchasing the soulstone alone. It was unimaginable that Qin Charan would spend such a large price in order to get a soul set for Lu Ming. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that it was because Qin Charan had been beaten up yesterday, so she wanted to upgrade her strength as soon as possible to beat back the person who had beaten her up. It was no wonder that Qin Charan had just killed that level 30 assassin with such ease. Lu Ming accepted the soul set. To Qin Churin, he said, "Thank you. So you can say thank you? I thought you were a nerd who couldn't say those two words." Before Qin Churin could steal a small moment of joy, Lu Ming asked again, "By the way, can you get me another set of soul sets for the mage profession? You want to give it to that Lin Yue, don't you?" Qin Churin's face said to change. 1 second is still stealing joy. The next second is angry. "Spend sister my money to raise other little girls? You think beautiful. Figure it out for yourself." After saying that, Qin Churin huffed and puffed. Still a jealous man. However, since Qin Churin had already done this for herself, Lu Ming also felt it was time for him to make some response. So, he shouted at Qin Churin's back, "Let's add a friend. This set of equipment. When the time comes, I'll calculate the money for you according to the market price." Qin Churin had wanted to add Lu Ming's friend for a long time, but she hadn't had the chance to open her mouth. Now that she heard Lu Ming take the initiative to invite her friend, she stopped and turned around to look at Lu Ming with a haughty look on her face. "Okay, then I'll begrudgingly add you. Sister is leaving first, bye." After adding friends, Qin Churin turned around and left. "Aha, take that." Turning around, thinking that the person who had arranged for assassins to assassinate Lu Ming must be the Dragon Soul, heavenly rebel who had nearly killed himself yesterday. A flash of murderous aura suddenly surfaced in Qin Churin's cold eyes. "Yesterday's matter. My sister is too big a person to bother with you. But you dare to touch sister's people? Then sister will let you know that you're wrong." Saying that, Qin Churin opened a 5-member WeChat group called Ran Ran Little Gongju and sent a message in the group, "Brothers, what if someone bullies me?" In a short while, the 4 people diving in the group all rioted. "Green Dragon. Who dares to bully our family Ran Ran? Outrageous. Xuanwu. Ran Ran say, who bullied you? I'll go sit his ass down and kill him. White Tiger. Where are you now, Ran Ran? Jubilee. Tell me the location. I'll be right there." Looking at the messages from the 4 great protectors in the group, Qin Churin said, "It's someone from Dragon Soul, called Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel, a level 35 knight. I'm in the 2nd heaven, Starlight City. Xuanwu? Ah, I just leveled up to level 51. But it's okay. There's a quest on my side that deducts experience whenever I fail. I'll repeatedly brush up on this quest to drop my level to 50, and then I'll be able to go back to the 2nd heavens. White Tiger. Haha, stupid Xiaowu. Can't you learn from me, knowing that Ran Ran is going to enter the heavenly abyss and still not getting stuck at level? I've been able to level up to 53, but I still intentionally stuck my level at 50. No, it's just so that the 2nd and 3rd heavens can jump at will when the need arises. Green Dragon. It's alright, Xiaowu, you don't need to come back. I'm in the 2nd heaven, just a small 4th turn knight. I'll chop him to death with 1 slash. Xuanwu, can you guys slow down a bit? Please let me have him. Please let me do it this time. I haven't killed anyone in a long time. White Tiger. I'm faster than anyone else, and I've already gotten in the car and headed for Jiang Province. Right? Qin Churin added, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel doesn't dare to do it himself. He's all about finding people. You guys shouldn't make too much of a fuss. You can't let the people of Dragon Soul know that it was me, Zhan Xin, who did it, or else there will be too many things involved. White Tiger. Okay. Make sure that guy dies without even knowing how he died. Xuanwu. 1. Vermilion Bird. 1. Green Dragon. Chapter 50 Dragon Soul's Revenge. Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebellion. Although Lu Ming had already obtained a soul set from Qin Churin, he had to be level 20 to equip it. Secondly, he also had to go to the black market to get a soul suit for Lin Yue as well, and bring Lin Yue along to brush the spectral demon tower in order to maximize his gains. So it's imperative that you still get to level 20 first. Thus, Lu Ming sent Lin Yue a Weibo message. Once you've bought the food, go to Soldier Captain Carlo in the north of the city to claim your quest, and then head this way to the Barren Lands. Worried about a repeat of last night's kidnapping, Lu Ming waited for Lin Yue near the city of Starburst, and did not go over there alone ahead of time first. At this time, Lin Yue returned WeChat. Brother Spectre, I bought shrimp along with 2 pounds of pork, and eggs, tomatoes, celery, bean sprouts. Auntie Ding, the vegetable seller on the 2nd floor of the market, even gave me green onions. I'll make a shrimp, celery stir-fry, fried bean sprouts for lunch, and then boil a tomato and egg soup. Is there any other dish you'd like to eat, Brother Underworld? Originally, it was just an excuse to sidetrack Lin Yue to avoid her being mistakenly injured by those 3 assassins. I didn't realize that she was really serious about buying groceries. In his previous life, Lu Ming bought vegetables and cooked for Yilinger every day, rain or shine, and he often forgot to ask the vegetable vendor for green onions, and when he remembered, he could only go and buy them separately. This Lin Yue, at first glance, is a person who knows how to live. Lu Ming then casually said, "That's fine, that's all." "Okay. Then I'll go back and get online right away." About 10 minutes later, Lin Yue got on the line and met up with Lu Ming halfway, en route to the barren lands. Lin Yue looked to her left and right and asked suspiciously, "Brother Yume, where are the 3 people who asked you to take them on a quest before? I guess they think I can't bring them along and leave," Lu Ming casually said. Lin Yue was convinced of Lu Ming's words, and even felt a bit unfair for him. They don't even know how powerful you are, Brother Underworld. To think that they don't believe in your strength, they will definitely regret it in the future. Well, they should be sorry already. As they spoke, the 2 reached the barren land. The ground is as it is named. It was a deserted, bleak, empty mountainous area. The large wasteland was dotted with brown poisonous scorpions of enormous size. Compared to the level 25 man-eater ant that he had challenged last time, Lu Ming's target this time had once again been raised by a full 5 levels. Being cautious, before the battle began, Lu Ming threw a scouting spell to check the poison scorpion's attributes. Venomous scorpion, physical normal monster. Rank 30. Physical attack power 1580. Armor 920. Magic resistance 810. Speed 665. Blood 21,600. Skills: Deadly Sting F rank, Venomous Penetration F rank. Description: a mutated scorpion with a large amount of toxins in its body. Once bitten by it, the poison will eat away your life little by little. Level 30 monsters are as strong as the eye can see. But for Lu Ming, it was only more challenging. So, locking on to a highly venomous scorpion in front of his sight. Draw your sword. Wo rub. Sword shadows flashed, and blood-red damage jumped up from the top of the venomous scorpion's head. 6,113. After being strengthened by 20 times, the E-grade drawing sword instantly cut down a third of the poisonous scorpion's blood. Ding sword drawing effect triggered. Attack power plus 200% for 200 seconds. As the battle cue dropped, the highly poisonous scorpion that was attacked charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming summoned the necrotic warlord. At the same time, with the longsword resident, he releases the War Trample and Life Fortress Double Knot formation. Kill. With Lu Ming's thought, 10 nearby necrotic warlords simultaneously launched soul-shattering. Brush, brush, brush. 2,831. 2,831. 2,831. Ding killed level 30 poisonous scorpion. Experience value plus 680. Still not much of a challenge though. But at its best, there was nothing better than a necro warrior being able to easily kill monsters solo. If several, or even 10 necromancers were synchronized in order to kill a single monster, it would undoubtedly drastically reduce the overall efficiency of killing monsters. But anyway, the experience of this level 30 monster was generically too much higher than the 100+ experience of a level 20 undead in the second dimension of the Spectral Magic Tower. So, at Lu Ming's command, every 5 necromancer war generals were one team, and the 340 necromancer war generals were divided into a total of 68 teams, spreading out in the barren land to start the hunt. 5 shattered souls were not enough to directly kill the venomous scorpion in seconds, granting the venomous scorpion the opportunity to counterattack. Pest! A shot of deadly sting hit the body of the necrotic war admiral, bringing up a whopping 400+ points of damage, while the venomous scorpion itself instead took a huge amount of counter damage of nearly 4,000 points. Each attack by the venomous scorpion triggers a higher counter damage to itself. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "This strong acid reflux effect, it's really powerful." Bronze, Cannibal Ant Hat's additional skill Strong Acid Reflux. The equipped person bounces back 8% damage when attacked, and the Formation Master can share this skill to his teammates when he releases his knotted formation. Combined with the 20x enhancement from Total Increase, it makes this counter damage up to 160%. This anti-damage effect was simply higher than even the damage of the Necrotic Warlord's own attacks. While Lu Ming was maneuvering the Necromantic Legion to kill monsters in a big way, Lin Yue wasn't idle either. Borrowing Lu Ming's knotted formation bonus, she grabbed her bronze artifact staff and began her line of brushing coins to earn money again. In the meantime, the other side, south of the city of Starburst. Level 36-37, Wild Horde. Pest! As the level 35 Ice Armor Knight Dragon Soul Sky Rebel's hand rose and fell, he pierced through a level 36 Savage with a single shot, ending the battle at hand. Knock, knock. He received a tweet. Boss Sky Rebel, the assassination operation failed. The 3 people we were looking for were countered by the Spectre. Seeing this news, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel was instantly enraged. Rubbish. A few level 30s can't even manage a level 10 or so formation artificer. Just in time, a friend with the name Brother Guan in his note called the voice of WeChat. As Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel connected to the voice, a middle-aged man's powerful and steady questioning voice came from the opposite side. I heard that our Dragon Soul had 7 people killed the night before last, and that you went to find the other side to settle the score, and were taught a lesson instead? What happened? Brother Guan. Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel was obviously in awe of this Brother Guan. Fearing that he would blame him, he hurriedly made a promise. Don't worry, Brother Guan. I will definitely seek justice for the 7 brothers who died, and I won't spare anyone who killed them. At that moment, Guan said, Do you need me to go down and help? No need, Brother Guan. Dragon Soul Sky Rebel swore. Don't worry, I can solve this. The words just fell. Oh! There was a sudden scream from the rear. Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel just turned around at the sound of the voice, and was shocked to see a black shadow as fast as lightning flash past. In the next second, mage teammate, Dragon Soul Taboo, fell to the ground. Chapter 51 Green Dragon, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. See a teammate attacked by an inexplicable force and killed on the spot. The Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel was startled and immediately tightened up the lance in his hand, his eyes gazing around vigilantly. Just then, phew! The mysterious black shadow once again swept past the rear formation at a speed so fast that it was almost invisible to the naked eye. Following the level 33 Mage, Dragon Soul Forbidden, the level 33 Priest, Dragon Soul Wonderful, was also obliterated. The remaining formation Artificer, Dragon Soul Overlord, and Assassin Dragon Soul Shadow panicked. Who is it? The words just fell. Whoa rub. Formation Trickster Dragon Soul Buster was seconded. In just a blink of an eye, 3 people were killed. And without exception, all of them were killed in a second without any suspense. The Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel immediately realized that the level and strength of their opponents must be far beyond them. Definitely not something they could deal with at their current level. Even now, it's impossible to see where the other's shadow is. Under the domination of an unprecedented fear, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel panicked and shouted to the surroundings. Dare I ask which great god? May I ask if there is some kind of misunderstanding? And if I have offended in any way, please point it out to my face. With these words, the other party finally showed his face. But as the price for manifesting, that was the decapitation of Dragon Soul Sky Rebel's last teammate, the assassin Dragon Soul Shadow. Whoa rub. Hands up. Blood splattered on the spot. Only to see a young assassin who was roughly 25 or 26 years old, with dark skin and a rather naive and honest-looking appearance, stomping on the corpse of the Dragon Soul Shadow. While wiping the blood from the dagger, he stared at Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel with teasing eyes and smiled evilly, saying, You are offended. Looking at the unfamiliar face in front of him, Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel couldn't think of a time when he had offended the level 50 turn 6 assassin in front of him. I don't think we know each other, do we? The young assassin said nonchalantly. We don't know each other, but it doesn't matter. Chopper, Moon, you know each other, right? Hearing this name, the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel's heart snapped. The thoughts in his mind were pulled back to the scene yesterday afternoon when he had almost killed Zanagami and Yu. He understood at once. The person in front of him had come to avenge Shinshin and Yu's anger. Knowing that he was only a level 35 4th turn knight, there was absolutely no way that he could be a match for the 6th turn assassin in front of him whose level exceeded his by a full 15 levels. In order to save his life, Dragon Soul Sky Rebel hurriedly explained, Misunderstanding buddy. At that time, I was under the mistaken impression that she was the murderer who killed 7 of my Dragon Soul brethren. So, but I didn't kill her afterward. Wow. In only a split second's effort, The young assassin suddenly flickered from dozens of yards away to in front of the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel at an astonishing speed. With his hand, he chopped the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel to the ground, and then he stomped his foot directly on his face. The powerful oppressive force from the 6th Revolution's powerhouse caused the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel to not have the slightest bit of resistance left. Who gave you the courage to bully my family, Ran? I'm sorry. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel desperately begged for forgiveness. Great God, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Don't you want to know who I am? The assassin youth looked down at the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel at his feet and said in a cold voice, Remember well, your father me. ID is called White Tiger, ranked 98th on the Heaven's Abyss Assassin ranking, Xia National Service. As soon as the words fell, a voice from the back rang out, Xiaohu. Don't easily expose your identity. Looking back, he saw that at some point in the back, 3 people appeared. They all looked about the same age as the assassin White Tiger, but each had their own aura. One of them was wearing green armor and looked relatively calm and steady. A level 50, turn 6 warrior. Qing Long. The person who just spoke was him. Located to the left of the green dragon was a gentle-looking red-robed mage. Also level 50, turn 6. Vermilion bird. Located to the right of the green dragon was a solidly chubby, level 50, 6th turn knight, Xian Wu. How come you're always so fast? Looking at the 4 corpses of Dragon Soul players lying on the ground around him, Tubby Xuanwu couldn't help but skim his lips. Not even one of them is left for us. It's too much. Mage Vermilion Bird clutched her staff and said, Ran said that we can't let them know who we are. Your identity has already been exposed. This person can't be kept. The White Tiger waved his hand with some impatience. I know. I didn't intend to let him live in the first place. Speaking, regardless of the Dragon Soul Heavenly Rebel's pleas for mercy, the White Tiger directly, wipe a knife to wipe his neck. We. Just these few rookies, how dare they bully Ran? Really don't know the heights of heaven. Let's go find Ran. It's been a long time since I've seen Ran, and since we're all here in Jiang Province, we have to slaughter her today. After poking around and seeing nothing unusual, the 4 of them left the place. A silence returned to the bleak horde. The only thing left is the voice call between Dragon Soul Sky Rebel and Brother Guan. That has not been disconnected from the beginning to the end. Beeping. LV-29, LV-30 Barren Lands. Killing monsters across 13 levels, the experience increase is really just fast. After brushing the venomous scorpions for a morning, Lu Ming successfully upgraded to level 18, and the number of kills had reached 1,000, completing the 10th slot of the Hunt Poisonous Scorpions quest. Now the level is 18, level 12%. Later go back to receive a wave of quest rewards, and then brush up on a quest in the afternoon and work an extra shift at night, and within today rise to level 20. It should not be a problem. When he returned to the city of Starburst, Lu Ming submitted his quest on the captain of the soldiers in the north of the city, Carlo. Brave adventurer, wonderful. You've really solved my urgent problem. In that case, in a short period of time, those poisonous scorpions will no longer pose a threat to our Starlight City. With Carlo's words, the system's pleasant prompt fell from the sky. Congratulations on completing the quest, hunting and killing poisonous scorpions, and obtaining the 10th grade reward. Experience value plus 420,000, silver coins plus 8, and obtaining the Formation Master's E-ranked skill scroll Fortress of Life plus 1. Not a bad reward for the 10th slot of a level 30 quest. This 420,000 experience reward had instantly and directly caused Lu Ming's experience bar to jump from 12% at level 18 to 54% at level 18. Of course, in comparison, what makes Lu Ming feel more surprised is, surprisingly, an E-rank scroll came out. According to Lu Ming's knowledge, the market value of 20,000 renminbi a piece of E-rank scrolls, according to the player's actual measurement, at least up to level 50, even when completing the 10th grade quest, the shipment rate was very, very low. And Lu Ming had only completed a level 30 quest, and he had even gotten an E-rank scroll. If it was just Lu Ming alone who had received the E-rank scroll reward, it might not be worth mentioning and could be considered pure luck. But just after Lin Yue, who was on the sidelines, also submitted her mission. Brother Spectre, I got an equipment reward. Is this a silver artifact? Chapter 52 Silverware, Starburst Power. Silverware? Lin Yue's words caused Lu Ming's heart to jolt. In the world of Tianyuan, equipment quality is divided into white plate, black iron weapon, bronze weapon, silver weapon, gold weapon, gilt weapon, dark gold weapon, etc. Generally speaking, level 40-50 silvers are more common on the market. Silverware in the level 30-40 range is a rare class. Level 20-30 silverware is a masterpiece. And Lin Yue's current level was only 17, which meant that what she gained through this quest was a level 17 silver artifact. At that moment, Lin Yue took out an exquisitely crafted, crystal clear silver white necklace from her backpack. Starburst Power LV17 Silver Necklace. Mana plus 1020. Additional attributes: Spirit plus 50, Spirit plus 50, Intelligence plus 50. Additional skills: Star Flare passive. Each time the equipped person kills an enemy, he/she will draw the power of Star Flare from the enemy's body, restoring 3% of his/her maximum mana plus 120 mana points. Durability 92-92. Occupation: Legal Profession General. Description: a necklace forged by gathering the power of starlight, representing the hope of the city of starlight. Seeing the attributes of this necklace, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel shocked. The high 4-digit mana attribute itself, plus the double 50-point Spirit Edition, and the passive skill Strike Back Blue. The perfect solution to all legal professions in the early suffering of the mana is not enough, did not play a few skills on the problem of no blue, and can even replace the use of mana potion. For any player within 50 levels, this was simply the best of the best, a rare treasure with no price in the market. Unfortunately, Lu Ming couldn't use it for his profession, and this silverware on Lin Yue can be considered a waste. Because she was following Lu Ming to kill monsters, her need for mana was not high. However, the market value of a level 17 silver artifact should not be low. With this in mind, Lu Ming once again performed his great method of lulling Lin Yue. Listen to me. This necklace, you can't handle it. Listen to me. Give it to me. Let me do it. Lin Yue didn't hesitate at all. Okay, brother Underworld. With that, she handed over the Starglow Force to Lu Ming. Lin Yue looks silly, but in fact, her little brain is turning fast. If Lu Ming hadn't brought her along, how could she have been able to complete this level 30 quest at level 17? Much less get this silverware necklace. Therefore, with the 8 silver coins rewarded by the quest, Lin Yue was already very content and did not expect herself to possess the necklace. With the power of starlight in his hand, Lu Ming tapped on the trade line to check. Discovery. Within the trading market shared by the 3 cities of Sailing, Linhai, and Yunzhou in Jiang Province, there were surprisingly only 3 level 20-30 silver artifacts. The best of these is the level 27 Warrior, Knight Profession Muddy Legs, which is on the shelf in the form of an auction with a starting price of 10 WRMB. As of now, there are as many as 421 bidders involved, and the bidding has reached 25.7 W. A pair of level 27 leg guards can be worth more than 200,000. So wouldn't this level 17 necklace casually sell for 500,000? Lu Ming was instantly filled with anticipation for the future, because he knew that if he were to replace a level 30 player to complete the 10th slot of this level 30 quest, he would at most be rewarded with a level 30 bronze equipment. Unless the luck was topsy-turvy and one could get a level 30 silver artifact, and the probability of that was no less than buying a lottery ticket and winning the 100,000 jackpot. And Lu Ming realized, as long as I keep doing high-level quests across levels, I'll be able to drastically increase my treasure drop rate and acquire rare equipment and skill scrolls that normal people can't get. In other words, if Lu Ming and Lin Yue went to complete a level 30 quest at their current level, they would be able to obtain an E-rank skill scroll and a silverware equipment reward. If one continued to be at the current level and challenged higher level quests at level 40-50, wouldn't one be rewarded with D-rank, C-rank skill scrolls, and even goldware and giltware equipment? Other players have lower caps the higher their level is, so the more advanced quests and monsters they face, the more sluggish they will become. The 3 major talents of Lu Ming's account, which could be upgraded every 10 levels, greatly increased Lu Ming's ceiling. It also meant that the higher Lu Ming's level, the greater the increase in strength, and he would be able to cross more levels to kill monsters. When you're level 20, with the 3 major talents LV3, you should be able to attempt level 40-50 quests. Lu Ming's attention continued to turn back to the silverware necklace in his hand. Selling it would have made a big profit though. But in contrast, Lu Ming had a better idea. That is, sell it to Qin Charan. In this way, i.e., make the money and sell her a favor. Thus, Lu Ming clicked on Qin Charan's WeChat dialog box, sent over the star glow power equipment illustration, and asked, "Any interest?" As expected, Qin Charan simply couldn't resist the temptation of this silver artifact. Almost in a second, he replied to Lu Ming's WeChat, "Level 17 silver artifact? How did you get it?" Lu Ming didn't answer Qin Charan's question, but then asked, "Want it? I'll sell you if I want it." Want? Qin Charan was really moved. In Lu Ming's opinion, Qin Charan was, after all, a high-ranking member of Zhanshin. Even if she couldn't use it herself, she would certainly be the first to look out for the potential expert players that the battle team had spent a lot of money to dig up. Qin Charan immediately asked, "How much?" "The soul suit you gave me, which has a market value of about $500,000, just offset it directly with the soul suit." Looking at Lu Ming's response, Qin Charan said without hesitation, "Okay, no problem. You send me the equipment email." Without saying a word, Lu Ming sent the power of Starburst to Qin Charan via email. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming looked at the rewards he had received. E-rank skill scroll Fortress of Life. Although the value was far worse compared to this 50W worth of silverware that Lin Yue had gotten. However, it was something that Lu Ming just needed at the moment, because he had already mastered this skill in his skill list, the F-rank effect, for applying Formation Trickster 1% max chi plus 65 points of shield per second to teammates within range, with a maximum shield value of Formation Trickster 30% max chi. Lu Ming directly used an E-class Life Fortress to cover the original F-class. Enables the effect of the skill to be increased to apply Formation Trickster 2% max chi plus 65 points of shield per second to teammates within range, with a maximum shield value of Formation Trickster 50% max chi. Combined with the 20-fold enhancement of LV2's overall increase, it clearly increased the survivability of the Necrotic Legion even more. This morning's haul was a good one. Thus, Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "Let's go. I'll invite you out to a restaurant." Lin Yue, however, said, "But, didn't you say you wanted to eat shrimp for lunch?" "That's fine. Then we'll eat at home for lunch and go out for dinner." Down the line, Lin Yue started chopping vegetables and making lunch in the kitchen. She was skillful and delicate, and looked like a masterful cook. Lu Ming, on the other hand, examined where he would go to brush up on his quests in the afternoon. It didn't take long for the aroma to waft around. Cassoulet shrimp, celery stir-fry, sautéed bean sprouts, tomato and egg soup. 3 dishes and 1 soup, with all the colors and flavors, make you look, well, appetizing. Lu Ming tasted it and found that the flavor of each dish, which couldn't be said to be very perfect, had a taste of home that was completely different from the dishes he had eaten in the restaurant. In his previous life, it was Lu Ming who carefully prepared 3 meals a day for Yilinger. It was the first time he had ever eaten a meal that someone else had cooked for him, even if the other person had used his heart or not. "I can't believe that not only are you beautiful, but your craftsmanship is so good as well." Receiving Lu Ming's compliment, Lin Yue's small face slightly reddened and pursed her lips as she laughed. "If Brother Yume likes to eat, then I'll make it for you every day from now on. Then I'm really blessed." After following behind Yilinger for a few years, Lu Ming did know how to tug at a girl's heartstrings. "Let's eat first. Take a lunch break afterward and we'll go on a quest in the afternoon." Aha! 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After going online, Lu Ming brought Lin Yue to collect a level 30 quest of Collect Tiger Skin from the Tailor Ally in Starlight City. Follow the map's directions and leave the city through the west gate. Just as Lu Ming had just left the city of Starlight with his front foot. In the corner, there were several pairs of eyes on him. Is this the boy Ran likes? Level 18 Formation Artificer Spectre? Isn't that him? Thought it was a what kind of expert it, no less also have to be a door to the family of the son of the rich, right? Just this. A weak and poor look. Our family Ran is how to see him. Let's go and meet this kid. We have to keep a watchful eye for Ran. We can't let my family's cabbages be overrun by pigs. Chapter 53 The 4 Great Protectors Test. Gatekeeping Lu Ming. Late afternoon. Online active players are relatively sparse compared to other times, yet there are quite a few. Following the map's guidance, Lu Ming and Lin Yue were on their way to LV30-LV31, Western Farm. As he was passing through a patch of rubble, there was a sudden cry for help from the neighborhood. "Help! Somebody help us!" Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, he saw that not far from the ruins, there were 3 level 15-16 or so girl players who had been attacked by 2 level up to 20 alienated octopus and were in a crisis. Seeing this, Lin Yue said to Lu Ming with some anxiety, Brother Yume, there are a few sisters over there who seem to be in danger. Should we go help them? Lu Ming did not look askance, and his hurrying pace did not stop. No need to pay attention. Although Lin Yue was worried, she still listened to Lu Ming. At the same time, not far away from a hidden place, the four people, warrior Qinglong, knight Xuanwu, assassin White Tiger, and mage Vermilion Bird, were silently watching this scene. At this time, White Tiger nodded his head, his face showing admiration, and said, "It's okay. This kid isn't promiscuous, isn't a saintly mother, and doesn't see color. There's no problem with character. Okay? I'll pass this level." As the White Tiger's words fell, only to hear those three sisters in distress, one of them shouted, "Is there anyone to save us? Whoever comes to save me, I'll give him $10,000. As soon as these words came out, Lu Ming, who hadn't yet walked far, immediately stopped in his tracks as if he had stepped on a landmine, turning his face to look at the three girls. Just then, an octopus jumped up in the air and swooped towards the three girls. Placed within 50 yards of the attack, it was too late. Whoa rub. Just at the moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a sword shadow ran through the octopus. 6,113. The super high damage instantly cleared the octopus's blood bar with only 5,000 plus chi blood on top of its head. Seconds. Seeing that Lu Ming had made a move, Lin Yue, who had long wanted to make a move to help those three girls on the side, also immediately raised her staff. Boom! A fireball spell fiercely blasted the body of another octopus. The next second, a faint damage popped up above the octopus head instead. 398. The highlight that had been bestowed by Lu Ming all this time had even made Lin Yue forget the strength that she herself should have. Lin Yue spat out her tongue, a hint of embarrassment flashing in her eyes. At this moment, she deeply cognized. Without Lu Ming's not formation addition, she was simply a small chicken, but that octopus is smart. Although Lin Yue hadn't done much damage to it, seeing that its companion had been killed by Lu Ming in seconds, it was scared off on the spot. Meanwhile, the three rescued sisters rushed over. A hot level 16 archer girl, Qin, in the lead was grateful to Lu Ming. "Thank you, handsome. Thank you for saving us." The other two girls, who are also not bad in appearance, are full of admiration for Lu Ming in their eyes. Does little brother have a girlfriend? Is it convenient to add a WeChat? Without further ado, Lu Ming directly revealed a QR code. Just waiting for a few girls to excitedly scan the code, only to be disappointed to find it's a ING collection code. The archer girl in the lead, Qin, had to lose her head and sweep $10,000 for Lu Ming. Receiving the money, Lu Ming didn't even look at the three girls and immediately left with Lin Yue. Seeing this scene, the four people in the shadows, Qinglong, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, fell into silence. Just at this time, the White Tiger received it from the baby Qin microblogging. "Dear, I lost $10,000. Good heartache ah." Without saying anything, White Tiger immediately transferred 13140 plus 5202 transfers to the other party. And in a voiceover, "It's okay baby. I'll make it up to you. It's on me. Love you so much." Although he said so, the White Tiger felt his heart dripping blood. "Blanche, just to test this kid, I lost half a month's salary." At once, the three people around him were incredulous. "No, Tiger. This Qin is your horse son ah? You use your own girl to hang another man. Tiger, you have a big heart." White Tiger hemmed and hawed. "Isn't this just the right time to test her loyalty? She doesn't know that I've come to Jiang province anyway. She thinks I'm still in the Magic City. Did you see that? Those two women are falling all over that kid. But Qin is the only one who is indifferent. It seems that Qin is still very dedicated to my feelings. At least this kid isn't promiscuous, who doesn't love money. Being dedicated to your feelings is the main thing. Okay, I've passed this hurdle. It's up to you guys next." Speaking, front. Just as Lu Ming had just walked a short distance away, he was suddenly greeted by a group of players. They were only seen to have reached levels between 25-30, with their head IDs uniformly prefixed with the word invincible. With a raging momentum, he came straight at Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the White Tiger was surprised. "Which one of you arranged this? Seamless connection ah. Opening the second round of testing directly so soon." Qinglong frowned. "I did arrange for a group of players to prepare to test his strength, but they haven't arrived yet. This isn't the person I'm looking for. So this counts as an extra program? Mage Vermilion Bird surveyed the group of invincible players and said thoughtfully, Invincible. It seems like it's the top 5 municipal ranked battle team on the side of Linhai City, Jiang Province. And these guys are 25-30 levels on average. Would it be too difficult to use them to test the underworld? It doesn't matter. Let's take a look and see. If not, we'll do it again. We have to make sure he's safe. If we accidentally kill him, with Ranran's temperament, I'm afraid we'll have to suffer. On the field, dozens of invincible players came raging. The leader of the group, a level up to level 28 third-turn archerman, Invincible Loneliness, looked at the Qin behind him, then glared at Lu Ming and opened his mouth to curse. Damn it! How dare you ask my woman for money? What kind of J8 are you? The sudden change of events caused the 4 people lurking in the shadows to fall silent once again. Tiger, are you? Being green. Even the white tiger was a bit skeptical when he only saw baby Qin, sending him another Weibo. Honey, it just so happens that there's a male who's stalking me that's come to my door. Should I continue to test that spectre? Seeing this, the white tiger was instantly relieved. It's all right. It's just a lower-headed male. It just shows that my baby is excellent. So, without saying a word, the white tiger said, Measure. In the next moment, it was seen on the field as Qin pointed at the invincible battle team's players and said to Lu Ming, Handsome, if you help me drive them away, I'll give you another 10,000. When these words came out, Invincible Loneliness expressed her incomprehension. Qin, what do you mean by that? I just think that this person is looking for money from you and wants to seek justice for you. Qin said with a straight face. People saved me. This is the payment I deserve to give people. To you, a lower headman tube? I told you I don't like you. I have a boyfriend. He's the only one in my heart. Don't you ever pester me again. Qin, these words can be regarded as let all of a sudden even lost tens of thousands of dollars. White Tiger got a huge heart relief. White Tiger's heart dripped blood while he was moved to tears. Qin, I'm not married to you in this life. However, Invincible Loneliness was unforgiving. Don't always use that excuse to fool me. If you have a boyfriend, why don't you ever see him around? Or is that boyfriend of yours simply a waist that can't hold a candle? Is it comparable to me, the elite of the municipal 5th Invincible Battle Team? Hearing this, the white tiger in the shadows instantly stormed out. What a dog! Calling my National Service 98 assassin a waste? I'll let you know who's a waste. Where's my sword? Let's focus on testing first and see how strong that kid is. If it wasn't for the discouragement of the Qinglongs, the white tiger would have rushed out by now. On the field, when Lu Ming heard that there was another $10,000 to be taken, he reached behind his back and prepared to draw his sword. After all, it's a lot of money for nothing. Seeing the situation, Invincible Loneliness showed a ferocious look at Lu Ming. Like to mind your own business, don't you? Then I'll show you what happens when you meddle. Brothers, give it to me. Chop him up. Chapter 54 Municipal 5th. Invincible Warriors. Facing such a soft and weak, it looked like it would be easy to bully an 18th level formation artificer Lu Ming. Invincible Lonely's fierce gaze was laced with a touch of light-hearted laughter. Watch well, Qin. Later you'll realize that in this world, authority and status is what counts. Rejecting me will be the decision you regret the most. Kill! With a command from Invincible Loneliness. To its left and right, dozens of Invincible Battle Team players had copied their guise and charged towards Lu Ming. Meanwhile, facing the dozens of level 3 players whose levels exceeded his own by nearly 10 levels as they charged ahead. Lu Ming stood in place, calm and collected. Tackle the thief. Lu Ming's gaze passed through the crowd and locked directly onto Invincible Loneliness in the back. Before the opposing player gets close enough to come over. Whoa, rub. The moment he drew his sword, a sword shadow flashed. The players from the Invincible Battle Team in front were shocked by the aura that suddenly erupted from Lu Ming's body and paused their charge. However, when they looked left and right, but found themselves and their teammates around them unharmed, they each thought that Lu Ming was just bluffing. Poof! It was accompanied by a flurry of movement from the rear. When the crowd looked back, they were shocked to see their boss, Invincible Loneliness, heavily kneeling on the ground, his eyes wide open. The blood bar above his head had been emptied at some point. The next second, it fell straight to the ground. In this moment, the air was suddenly quiet. The dozen or so Invincible Battle Team players present were all dumbstruck. They don't even know how invincible loneliness died. The matter of the Dragon Soul Heavenly Reversal warned Lu Ming. Don't be apprehensive about the enemy. What you think is giving yourself leeway is actually letting the tiger out of the bag. Thus, the killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes did not diminish, and after prioritizing solving invincible loneliness, he set his sights on the rest of the Invincible Battle Team players. When the Invincible Battle Team players looked at Lu Ming again, they all had a look of horror on their faces, and none of them dared to take half a step closer to Lu Ming. Instead, they all fell back. After all, they dared to make a move against Lu Ming all because they saw that Lu Ming was just an 18th level formation artificer. But it was such an auxiliary formation trickster who was only level 18 that effortlessly killed their boss, a level 28 third-turn archer. Such terrifying strength naturally made them realize how strong this person was, making them fearful. Run! With a cry of alarm, the crowd pulled their legs out and ran. But just as they turned around, they were seeing a group of necromantic warlords around them that had come from nowhere, encircling towards them. Kill! With Lu Ming's thought, dozens of necrotic war generals topped the dual formation of War Trample and Life Fortress, launching an attack towards the Invincible Battle Team players. With the current strength of the necrotic war admiral, there was no longer any pressure against players below level 30. In a burst of rising and falling screams, dozens of players were instantly decimated. Seeing this scene, the four people lurking in the shadows, Qinglong, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, had a look of shock on their faces. What the hell? Is this kid? This ing still my cognizance of that sewer profession formation trickster among the 8 professions in the heavenly abyss world. Level 18 abusing level 28? This guy is so strong. No wonder Ran has his eye on him. At this time, Qinglong wore an appreciative look on his face and said, "Strength is no problem. I'll pass this level." As soon as the words fell, the White Tiger, who was in the middle of the second round of transferring money to Qin, was dumbfounded. "No, what do you mean? You're testing, on what basis do I pay for it?" Qinglong glanced at White Tiger. "It's not like I asked you to pull it out." Xianwu laughed. All right, big deal. I'll let along treat you to a crawfish dinner tonight." "Blanche, 30,000 ah. I'm going to hitch a ride on my 1-month salary." The White Tiger cried without tears. On the field, as Lu Ming resolved the dozen or so Invincible Battle Team players and ended the battle. "I just didn't have time to go to Jin for the money." Suddenly, a group of high-level players were seen rapidly approaching through the shared vision of a few of the outermost necromancer warlords on sentry duty. For just a moment, the view was forced to be interrupted. "Ding, your necromancer warlord has been killed in action. Ding, your necromancer warlord has been killed in action. Ding." It suffered a heavy blow, and several of the necromantic warlords who were guarding the far side of the town were obliterated. Lu Ming immediately tightened his brows and subconsciously protected the fortune cat Lin Yue behind him. The next moment, a large group of players stepped through the ruins and rushed out. The same Invincible Battle Team ID was on their heads, but the players who came this time, their levels were as high as level 30-40, obviously much stronger than the group of level 25-30 people just now. When the group of invincible players arrived at the scene, they were seeing the bodies of friendly troops lying on the ground. Instant rage. The leader, a level 39 4th turn warrior, Invincible Heavenly Fate, looked at Lu Ming with a sinister gaze. "Did you kill them?" Lu Ming realized that with his current strength, this group of almost level 40 players were not easy to deal with. Immediately, he secretly instructed Lin Yue, "Run towards the main city. Don't look back." Lin Yue, who has always been obedient, even chose to disobey Lu Ming this time. "No, I won't go. I'm not leaving. I want to fight with Brother Underworld." As he spoke, Invincible Heaven's Destiny said in a cold voice, "If you dare to touch my Invincible Battle Team's people, none of you will want to leave alive today. Kill me." Command. The Invincible Battle Team's 30-odd level 4 players with ranks as high as level 35-40 rushed towards Lu Ming with an overwhelming momentum. This situation was so similar to the gang that Invincible Loneliness had unleashed just now. However, Lu Ming knew it very well. Although the battle was like the same, the intensity between the two could no longer be compared. In the current situation, Lu Ming could only call for the defense of the necromantic war generals with a stiff upper hand. Worthy of being a municipal-level battle team, Invincible's group of players, their awareness and cooperation were too much stronger than the average casual player. Clanking. The front row knights quickly set up their formation, using their shields to fend off the necromancer's attacks. so that none of the necromancer's soul-shattering skills could hunt the back row and only hit them. At the same time, the archers and magicians in the back row used the cover of the knights in the front row to launch long-range attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Whoosh! Countless spell balls and arrows leapt over the heads of the knights in front of them, falling down on the army of the dead like a sky. A large swath of super-high damage of up to 3,000-5,000 points instantly killed a dozen or so necromantic warlords. In a situation where the defense was too low, just relying on the papier-mâché-like shield brought by the 20-fold strengthened E rank, Life Fortress obviously couldn't block an attack of this intensity. After all, the level difference of almost 20 levels between the two sides was too great. Seeing that the necrotic war general was really defenseless in front of this group of nearly level 40 turn 4 players, Lu Ming hurriedly said to Lin Yue, "Go!" Just turned around and realized to his dismay. At some point, there was already a group of invincible players, circling around to the back and blocking the retreat. "What, trying to escape? Did I let you escape? Kill!" With a command, dozens of invincible players from the rear rushed in. The dozens of 18th level necromantic warlords that carried out resistance were instantly crushed. The next moment, dozens of invincible players, like hungry wolves, pounced towards Lu Ming and Lin Yue. Chapter 55. Level 50 Grand National Standard, terrifying as it is. Facing the attacks of this group of players whose levels were as high as 35-40, Lu Ming knew that he would not be able to resist. But there was no way back for him. Just in the nick of time. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly 4 huge golden shields descended from the sky, enveloping Lu Ming and Lin Yue around them, forming a huge protective shield that sheltered them. In the next moment, the invincible players that came swooping in, their ferocious attacks smashed on top of the shield. Not only did they fail to break the shield, but instead, a group of people were all sent flying by the rebound. Knight C rank skill, Shield of the Vault of Heaven? Where did someone from the second sky get a C rank skill? Just as the group of invincible players who were bounced off the ground were stunned. Wow! Right around them on the ground, a huge fire-red ring-shaped boundary was suddenly manifested, encircling them. Didn't wait for them to slow down. Boom, boom, boom. Countless fireballs fell from the sky, covering the entire range of the boundary. 23,258, 24,369, 23,589, 24,112. Under the annihilating blow of the raging firestorm, accompanied by a miserable scream, a dozen or so invincible battle team players within the boundary were all killed in seconds in an instant. None of them were spared. On the other side, the invincible heaven's destiny was awakened by the suddenness of the situation. However, there was no time to make any response, and a black shadow as fast as lightning was seen, weaving through the crowd around itself with an extreme speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Had no idea what was going on. All that could be heard was a loud and repeated scream from all around them. Immediately afterward, he saw his teammates around him, one after another, fall to the ground in response. Invincible Celestial Destiny instantly became short of breath and looked around in panic. Nay, he simply couldn't even see the shadow of his enemy. Realizing that a strong enemy had appeared on the scene, Invincible Heaven's Destiny already didn't care about the deaths of his teammates, and instantly turned around alone and ran. Just before he ran 2 steps, he saw a warrior in green armor, holding a long sword with a green substance, standing straight ahead and blocking his way. When Invincible Celestial Destiny looked at the ID above his opponent's head, his entire body was scared. Green Dragon LV 56th turn Warrior 71st in the National Warrior ranking. At this moment, the flesh on Invincible Celestial Destiny's face was shivering. Heart rate is 280, because he knows it well. The gold content of the level 50, ranked 71 in the National Service, is hundreds of times more terrifying than the top 10 in the National Service of more than 200 levels. Or in other words, at this level, this ranking of the opponent, he could easily take his own little life with a mere flick of his hand. Invincible Heaven's Destiny knew that he had messed with a top-tier bigwig that he couldn't afford to mess with 10 lives, and was already in great trouble. Panicked to death, he directly rushed to the Green Dragon. Pudong kneeled down. His voice trembled and said, "Great God, spare your life." Qing Long's gaze was calm as he gazed at the invincible heavenly fate. "Do you know what that array trickster is? You dare to touch the 7th on the Great Summer Battle Team ranking, the personal brother-in-law of the God beheading battle team's captain?" Invincible Heaven's Destiny looked back at Lu Ming, then turned his head to look at Qinglong, his face becoming more and more terrified. Yes. It's me who had the eyes to recognize MT Tai. Big brother, spare my life. I won't dare anymore. Invincible celestial destiny had 10,000 remorse in his heart. If he had known that this array trickster was the person who was the 7th Shinshen on the Great Summer Battle Team list, that is, if he was given 10,000 guts, he, a small player in the small municipal 5th battle team, would not dare to offend but it's too late for regrets. Pay attention in your next life. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qinglong drew his cyanide sword. Brush. A sharp blade of light descended from the sky and pierced through invincible celestial destiny's body. A whopping 67,982 points of huge bludgeoning damage instantly kills the invincible fate of heaven. At the same time, the remaining dozens of invincible battle team players on the field were all wiped out under the reaping of Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. How weak! It's really dirtying my dagger to cut this kind of trash. White Tiger stomped on the corpse of an invincible player and used the vestments he was wearing to wipe the blood from his dagger. The fat and simple-looking knight Xuanwu, on the other hand, had an unhappy look on his face. Every time I say I'll leave a few for me, and every time you guys kill them all. You guys are real dogs. Mage Jubilee smiled faintly. Next time for sure. Watching a few people instantly decapitate so many people and talk and laugh with such ease, Lin Yue, who had never seen such a battle before, hid behind Lu Ming in fear. And Lu Ming originally didn't know where these people came from and why they wanted to save themselves. It wasn't until he inadvertently saw a silver flowing necklace worn around the neck of the mage Vermilion Bird that he suddenly realized that they were Qin Charin's people. This was because that necklace was none other than the level 17 silver artifact, Starburst Power, that Lu Ming had previously sold to Qin Charin. A necklace worth $500,000 just to give it away? It seems that the relationship between these people and Qin Charin is not ordinary. As it turns out, they are indeed extraordinary, because the 4 of them, each with a dazzling national title atop their heads. Level 50 Assassin White Tiger, 98th on the National Service Assassin list. Level 50 Mage Vermilion Bird, 66th on the National Mage list. Level 50 Knight Xuanwu, 83rd in the National Knight list. Level 50 Warrior Qinglong, 71st in the National Warrior ranking. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, players who have reached level 30 can earn points and play career rankings through daily duels. For 99% of the world's players, even a small village marker is in existence beyond their reach. And even if there are markers, most of them are only available to 1 or 200 level players through the accumulation of high points over time. In his previous life, Lu Ming had lived for 5 years and had never even seen a 100+ level GB. Not to mention right now these 450 level GBs. It's amazing that Jin Shin has experts of this caliber. No wonder it can rank as the 7th battle team in the national service. At the same time, Lu Ming also knew deep down that if it wasn't for these few who had stepped in this time, it would have been difficult for him to retreat in one piece from the hands of the invincible battle team players. Thus, he said to the several people in a humble and slight manner, "Many thanks to the several seniors for their help." At this time, Qinglong suddenly spoke to Lu Ming. "Congratulations, you have passed our test." "A test? What test?" Facing a confused Lu Ming, Assassin White Tiger didn't know when, but appeared like a ghostly shadow on Lu Ming's side. Hitching a ride on Lu Ming's shoulder, he narrowed his eyes and smiled heatedly. "Don't pretend. Aren't you chasing Ran? This matter, we agree." Vermilion Bird sized up Lu Ming with a sharp gaze and said, "However, let's say the ugly words first. We all watched Ran grow up, and even though we don't have a blood relationship, we can still be considered half of Ran's mother's family. If you dare to bully Ran, treat Ran badly, and let Ran suffer the slightest bit of wrongdoing, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. I'll do what I say." Little fatty Xuanwu sat on his butt and cried like a tearful person. Ran, how could you leave like this? I can't bear to part with you, Ran. White Tiger flashed to Xuanwu and kicked him to the ground. "You die while crying. Don't act like Ran is dead." Lu Ming understood. It turned out that they thought of themselves as Qin Charin's boyfriend. Lu Ming's purpose was originally to get close to Qin Charin, and then use her to push the revenge plan. So he didn't explain the misunderstanding of a few people. As opposed to Lu Ming, this was instead a good opportunity for him to get close to Qin Charin. It was precisely at this time that a voice suddenly rang out. "Good for you, selling me off while I'm not here." Looking around, he realized that it was none other than Qin Churen who had rushed over. Obviously, having heard what Qing Long and the few of them had just said to Lu Ming, Qin Churen's originally fair face had already reddened to the roots of her ears. She hurriedly explained to Lu Ming, "A few crazy people. Crazy words. You mustn't take it seriously." As she spoke, Qin Churen's beautiful eyes crossed at by whose several people, and she exasperatedly said, "You guys quickly follow me. Don't disgrace yourselves here. Shame on you." After saying that, Qin Churen pinched Xuanwu's ear with his left hand, and Vermilion Bird's ear with his right hand, and carried the two of them away as if they were carrying two little chickens. Ah!
疼疼疼，大小姐轻点。
Looking at these two National Service Top 100 gods, they froze and didn't dare to put up a little resistance to Qin Churen. Qin and the other two girls, who were on the side, looked dumbfounded. Of course, anyone with a discerning eye could see that they weren't really afraid of Qin Churen. Instead, it was just a manifestation of unconditional doting and tolerance towards Qin Churen like a big brother to his little sister. "Let's have a meal together offline sometime." Qing Long also greeted Lu Ming and silently followed Qin Churen and the others. White Tiger, on the other hand, had run off to get bored with his girlfriend, Qin, who had been estranged for 3 months. "Ahu, when did you come to Yunzhou? Why didn't you tell me about it?" Hey, I wasn't thinking of giving you a soporific. It's been a long time since I've seen Qin. Did you miss me? I want to. Yes. Let's go. Get off the line and take you to eat something delicious. Yes. Chapter 56, Drawing the Sword and Upgrading Again. Level D. After Qin Chu ran and Qing Long Bai who left with them, Lu Ming also brought Lin Yue and continued to rush to the mission location, the Western Farm. On the way, recalling what had just happened, Lu Ming realized a very serious problem. Currently, opponents in the 30s are already the upper limit of what the necromongers can do against them, and once they encounter more advanced opponents, they will seem more and more lackluster. Looks like I have to reach level 20 as soon as possible. Upgrade your talent to LV3 and raise your ceiling. Thinking so, Lu Ming couldn't help but quicken his pace. Soon, it was time to arrive at the Western Farm with Lin Yue. While Lin Yue was cooking at noon, Lu Ming was having a serious look at the strategy. The reason why I chose this farm as a place to practice this afternoon, besides the fact that there was a collect tiger skin quest here, there was another more important reason. According to the guidebook, players who kill saber-toothed tigers in this farm are able to drop pieces of summoning scrolls, and through a complete summoning scroll, they can summon elite, or even boss-level saber-toothed tigers. Slaughter a few more elite monsters and bosses before you enter the black market at level 20 and accumulate some more gold. With this thought in mind, after stepping into the farm, Lu Ming summoned all of his necrotic warlords and gave them the command to kill monsters freely. By consuming the power of the soul, the positions vacated by the previously fallen necromantic warriors were filled. A total of 362nd rank necromantic warlords were spread throughout the huge farm, hunting the level 30-31 brutal saber-toothed tigers that could be found everywhere. Previously, over in the barren lands, he had already slaughtered a level 30 venomous scorpion. Adding to that, Lu Ming's life fortress had now been raised from F rank to E rank, increasing the necrotic warrior's survivability to an even greater extent. Therefore, dealing with these level 30-31 saber-toothed tigers across 12-13 levels wasn't much of a challenge for the necrotic warlord. Ding killed level 30 brutal saber-toothed tiger. Experience value plus 660. Ding killed level 31 brutal saber-toothed tiger. Experience value plus 710. Ding. Jump around frantically with battle cues. Through the necrotic warrior general's pickups, for every saber-toothed tiger he killed, Lu Ming was able to harvest 12-15 copper coins, as well as 3 tiger skins. On top of that, there's this thing. Summoning Scroll Fragment Special Item. Description: a mysterious scroll that seals a large amount of brutal power. Collect 100 pieces to synthesize an elite saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Collect 500 pieces to synthesize a bronze boss-level saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Collect 1,000 pieces to synthesize a silver boss-level saber-toothed tiger summoning scroll. Remarks: fragments cannot be dropped and traded, but the synthesized complete scroll can be dropped and traded, and each player can only synthesize 1 scroll for life. The saying that the world of Heavenly Abyss was filled with gold was not true at all. Something like this is a toy for the rich, as well as a treasure in the eyes of the commoner player. Ordinary players collect the scroll fragment. Even if they summon an elite boss saber-toothed tiger, they are not strong enough to kill themselves, and they are also prone to being robbed, giving others a meal for free. So, they would rather just sell the synthesized scrolls. Lu Ming looked around and found that on the market, an elite grade summoning roll was worth around $3,000. Bronze boss level summoning rolls, on the other hand, could be sold for $30,000. Silver level boss summoning rolls, worth up to $100,000 apiece. Just as Lu Ming was consulting this information, he realized that he had accumulated dozens of scroll fragments in his bag in such a short while. Having Lin Yue's 200% burst rate bonus was just awesome. Other players kill 3-4 saber-toothed tigers to drop a shard. Lu Ming basically dropped a piece for everyone he killed. It didn't take long before there were enough fragments in the bag to synthesize an elite saber-toothed tiger summoning roll. Thinking back to my previous life, I worked myself to death, liver 18 hours a day, and at the end of a month sometimes I could only earn a few $1,000s. And right now, the $3,000 came so easily. This made Lu Ming deeply cognizant of the fact that effort was worthless in front of talent. Lin Yue, as usual, took her staff and went to kill monsters and explode copper coins to fill her small treasury. With the necromantic legion around, Lu Ming couldn't even think of not swinging for the fences. The only thing he could do was draw his sword once a minute. Brush. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Brush. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. With Lu Ming thrusting again and again. I don't know how long it's been. Finally. Is cool. Ding, congratulations that your sword drawing skill proficiency has reached 1000, and the skill quality has been automatically upgraded to rank D. As the system's pleasant prompt fell, Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the skill list. Draw sword unique skill LV18. Grade D growable. Skill effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow, inflicting 220% of attack power plus 138 points of real damage ignoring defense to a single enemy within the attack range and increasing one's own attack power by 20% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time. 60 seconds. Skill consumption. 98. Proficiency. 010. 000 automatically gain 1 point of proficiency every time you use the sword drawing skill. Full proficiency can be upgraded to C level. The damage factor had been increased from 150% to 220%, and combined with the 20-fold enhancement of the overall increase, it was effectively the same as going from 30 times the true damage of an attack to 44 times. This increase, how horrible! Of course, for Lu Ming, an auxiliary formation trickster, the most important thing was not the damage boost of the skill itself. Rather, it's the subsequent attack boost effect. From originally boosting the attack power by 10%, it was increased to 20% for Lu Ming. It was the same as drawing his sword. He would receive a bonus effect of up to 400% of his attack power. Locking onto a freshly refreshed saber-toothed tiger in front of him, Lu Ming urgently attempted the D-rank draw sword effect. Whoa rub! A silver sword shadow as fast as lightning ran through the saber-toothed tiger's body. 17,808. The special effects are much more handsome. The damage blew up even more. The saber-toothed tiger that had 22,000 plus total chi blood. Its blood bar instantly plummeted by 80%. Lin Yue, who had just killed a saber-toothed tiger on the side, was seeing this scene and couldn't help but have her little mouth open wide. Oh my god, Brother Spectre. Your damage has increased so much again. And in fact, this wasn't even Lu Ming's peak damage. This was because just before he drew his sword, his attack power was still based on the 200% increase in attack power from the previous round of E-rank sword drawing. And now, after using the D-ranked sword draw, his attack power had increased from 342 points to 570 points. That meant that the next time Lu Ming used draw sword, that would be his peak damage level at this stage. So, the necrotic warlord was ordered to make up for it and finish off the bloodied saber-toothed tiger. After waiting a minute for the skill CD, Lu Ming once again locked onto a saber-toothed tiger. Whoa rub. Class D sword drawing. 27,840. Ding killed level 31 brutal saber-toothed tiger. Experience value plus 710 seconds. Chapter 57 Silver Boss Summoning Scroll. Level 18 Formation Trickster. A skill that kills level 31 full-blooded monsters in seconds. The massive 2.7W plus damage dealt by Lu Ming's single sword draw simply made some of the other level 30 players in the vicinity who were teaming up to brush the saber-toothed tigers doubt their lives. Meanwhile, as the quality of the sword drawing skill increases, the damage of the necromantic legion, including Lin Yue's attacks, was also drastically increased. Boom! As Lin Yue went down with a fireball spell, A 45-35 point damage was dealt on the body of a saber-toothed tiger in front of her. Her small mouth opened wide once again, and her eyes were covered in surprise. Geez, how come my damage has gotten so much higher too? If it was a level 30 mage, it might not be surprising to see such damage dealt to a monster of the same level. However, it was important to realize that Lin Yue was only a small level 17 mage. This makes the surrounding group of big old men who are level 30 but can still only deal 1 or 2,000 points of damage to saber-toothed tigers simply have no place to go. Yet, what the hell kind of damage are those two doing? That's the kind of damage a level 10 can do? Full body gold wear, right? Report. I'm going to report someone for hanging. Gaining a 20-fold increase, War Trample is able to give your teammates a 400% plus fixed 1,840 attack points bonus. As Lu Ming's attack power increased from 342 to 570 points, it also caused the increase in attack power gained by the Necrotic Warlord to increase from 3,208 points to 4,120 points. Such a huge increase in attack made the Necromantic Warlord's kill and become even more bloodthirsty and brutal. At the moment, the two prefixes should be replaced.
Brutal Necro Warrior vs Wicked Saber-Tooth Tiger.
This infinite growth skill, it's really strong. Lu Ming was glad he hadn't sold the skill in the first place. It was unimaginable that he was only level 18 and already had a D rank skill. Remembering his previous life, he got to level 200 and his skills were all clear only at D rank. So next, Lu Ming continued to throw himself into the battle. With Lin Yue's 200% explosion rate bonus, around 5 p.m., 2,000 tiger skins had been gathered. Lu Ming and Lin Yue had 1,000 sheets each, which was already enough for each of them to complete the 10th slot of the Collect Tiger Skins mission. The beauty of it was that the progress of collecting the summoning scroll fragments was only about 700 pieces. Although it was already enough to be used to synthesize a bronze boss-level summoning scroll, Lu Ming's quest wasn't bronze, but silver. Bronze-level bosses, at most, could only drop bronze equipment. However, silver-level bosses, if they were lucky, had a chance of being able to drop silver equipment. Yes, that's right, Lu Ming's purpose in wanting to collect the fragments to synthesize the silver boss summoning scroll was not to sell them for money, but to use them himself. The reason why the summoning scroll is so valuable is because the elite monsters or bosses summoned by the scroll are different from the naturally refreshed monsters in the wild, and they are all recognized by the system as the first brush. As we all know, the first kill of the boss is the highest rate of explosion of the most valuable, the later the more brush the value of the lower. With Lin Yue's 200% explosive rate bonus, it shouldn't be too hard to slaughter the first kill of a silver-level boss and drop a silver artifact. Lu Ming analyzed. As long as a random silver artifact is dropped, it's worth more than the $100,000 you get from selling the scroll directly. Thus, Lu Ming did not intend to leave the Western Farm on this account. Instead, he continued to brush saber-toothed tigers with Lin Yue and collect summoning scroll fragments. At 7 p.m., the shards had finally gathered 1,000 pieces. Lu Ming gathered all the fragments. Congratulations on obtaining a silver boss-level summoning scroll. The scroll, worth $100,000, was heavy in his hand. Silver boss-level summoning scroll special prop. Description. When used, it will summon a level 30 silver boss-level saber-toothed tiger king for 10 minutes. Lu Ming didn't use the scroll right away. It was because the boss existed for a mere 10 minutes. With the current strength of the Necromantic Legion, they were afraid that they would not be able to steadily eat a level 30 silver boss, and in case they flipped, it would be a huge loss that could not be recovered. Therefore, to play it safe, Lu Ming planned to wait until he had risen to level 20 and upgraded all 3 major talents to LV3 before using the scroll. Just as Lu Ming was thinking so, Lin Yue, who was on the side, said, "Brother Yume, it's almost 7 o'clock. Why don't I go back and cook first?" "Don't cook tonight," Lu Ming said. "Go back together and take you out to eat." Lin Yue thought that Lu Ming was thinking that the time was too late and he couldn't wait. So she said, "It's fine, Brother Pantheon. I'll simply stir-fry 2 dishes and go to the food market to buy a cooked meal, so we'll have dinner soon. It's such a waste of money to always go out to eat." Lu Ming indeed couldn't wait. But not because I was too hungry to wait, but because after dinner, there were tasks. According to the setting, a single player can only synthesize 1 summoning scroll in their lifetime. Lu Ming planned to have Lin Yue's side also combine 1 out at that time. 2 silver-level bosses, double the value. Therefore, Lu Ming was prepared to go online right after dinner and continue to take Lin Yue to brush the scroll fragments. So, he looked at Lin Yue, who was heartbroken about money, and said, "It's okay. I'll treat you." The two of them returned to the city of Starbursts. Before going offline, find the tailor store owner, Ale, and submit the quest. The last level 30 quest had rewarded Lu Ming with an E-ranked skill scroll worth 20,000, and Lin Yue had even been rewarded with an ultra-rare silverware equipment. Therefore this time, Lu Ming was also somewhat looking forward to it. After submitting 1,000 tiger skins to Ale, the system's pleasant prompt rang in his ears. Congratulations on completing the quest, collecting tiger skin, obtaining the 10th grade quest reward. Experience value plus 450,000, silver coins plus 9, obtaining bronze equipment tiger skin coat plus 1. Formation Trickster E-grade skill scroll wind rush plus 1. Lu Ming was vaguely disappointed. Didn't get the expected silverware. Still, getting another E-ranked skill scroll was pretty good. Lu Ming looked at it and realized that the effect of Wind Rush was to unleash the junction formation, increasing the attack speed and movement speed of all friendly troops within range. Currently, the greatest weakness of the Necrotic Warlord is that he is too slow, causing him to appear too sluggish when facing high-level opponents. This skill, it can just make up for this weakness. However, in order to learn this skill, Lu Ming still had to level up to level 21st and wait for the 4th skill bar to be unlocked. So, for the time being, put the skill scrolls in the bag. As for that level 18 bronze artifact tiger skin coat, although it had much stronger attributes than the level 8 black iron artifact moon demon cloak on his body, but considering that if he replaced the moon demon cloak, it would destroy the effect of the moon demon set skill return to demon. Not to mention the fact that when the horse rises to level 20, it's time to change the soul set. Therefore, Lu Ming resolutely put the tiger skin coat directly on the trading house at a price of 8,000. Since you can't use it, it's naturally more practical to replace it with money kicked in your pocket. At the same time, the experience value accumulated from killing the saber-toothed tiger earlier, combined with the 450,000 experience value that had been rewarded by the quest at this moment, caused Lu Ming's level to be raised. Congratulations on your upgrade. Current level 19. Next upgrade requires 200 W experience points. Just one step away from level 20. Lin Yue sighed. She wasn't as lucky this time as she was last time. Like Lu Ming, she had only gotten a bronze equipment this time, along with an E-ranked skill scroll. She was still so naive that she merely left her silver coins behind and delivered her equipment and skill scrolls to Lu Ming in the first place. Lu Ming accepted it as it was, because in his eyes, the significance of Lin Yue's existence is to attract wealth. She doesn't need to be too strong. It is even more important not to be too rich in resources. After handing over the quest, the two of them went offline. As soon as Lin Yue got offline, she went downstairs to buy groceries. Lu Ming transferred $1,000 to her on WeChat. "Why is Brother Underworld transferring money to me? I have money," Lin Yue asked in surprise. Lu Ming said, "For you to buy food." Though it's important to keep Lin Yue's kitty under control and not let her get too rich. But Lu Ming wasn't so bad that he even deducted Lin Yue's dinner money. Then he's simply a soft touch. Lu Ming had long known that Lin Yue was a small fortune hunter. She didn't push it and collected the transfer. "Thank you, Brother Spectre," and then sent a message and asked, "By the way, Brother Underworld, do you drink? Do you want me to bring you a beer?" Anyway, there was the Necromantic Legion in the night brush, so Lu Ming didn't need to do it himself. Lu Ming then said, "Yes, then bring me a bottle of ouzo." "Yes." Lu Ming laid down on the bed and rested. "I don't realize that I'm squinting." By the time he was awakened by a knock on the door, Lin Yue had already made dinner. When I came to the living room, the table was already set with gazpacho, roast duck, fried peanut rice, and patted cucumber. It's all down the drain. Lu Ming sat down and just drank and ate. After finishing the meal, Lin Yue silently cleaned up without Lu Ming's hands. In his previous life, for 365 days throughout the year, even when he was sick, Lu Ming rushed to cook for Yilinger and take care of her. Lu Ming experienced for the first time. The original feeling of being taken care of was so wonderful. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Ming and Lin Yue went back to their respective rooms and synchronized online. On this side of Starlight City, the only two quests around level 30 were Hunt Poisonous Scorpions and Collect Tiger Skins. The more advanced level 35-40 quests were a bit too difficult for the current Lu Ming to do now. So, it's also right before level 20, so you can focus on brushing saber-toothed tigers and collecting summoning scroll fragments. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to head to the western farm with Lin Yue, In front of the line of sight, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Isn't that White Tiger's girlfriend, Jin? Lu Ming saw that in one corner of the city, a hot level 16 archer girl was hugging and kissing a male player. The male player, on the other hand, was not a White Tiger. Chapter 58 Chin Churin, 3 years promise. Honey, there are so many people. So shy. What are you afraid of? Come on. Give me another kiss. Oops, Tiger will be coming over to me soon. It won't be good for him to see it, hubby, you'd better go. What a pain in the ass. When the hell is he leaving? I don't know, he should stay for a few days and then go back to Mordor. Okay. Then I'll wait. As he spoke, the man sipped hard on Chin Chin's neck and then left with a fondness. Not a moment later, the White Tiger arrived from the other direction. Chin Chin naturally took White Tiger's arm, and as if nothing had happened just now, she left with White Tiger towards the outskirts of the city with a smile on her face. The White Tiger is unaware that the woman at hand has cuckolded herself, and does not even know that the man who hooked up with Chin Chin is at this moment standing in a nearby shady place, looking at them while not yet finished touching the residual fragrance of the mouth. Lu Ming hadn't wanted to be involved in this, but Yi Linger's betrayal made Lu Ming hate all those who were unfaithful to love. On that note, Lu Ming sent Chin Churin a short Weibo message. Remind White Tiger to keep an eye out for his girlfriend. Next, Lu Ming didn't care about it. Continue to take Lin Yue and rush to the western farm. Once you reach the farm, summon all the necro warriors and give them orders to kill the monsters. In order to rise to level 20 as early as possible and synthesize the second summoning scroll on the way, I had to add a shift tonight. Before that, it was down around 10 p.m. every day. Tonight, the two brushed until 12. It was only then that Lin Yue finally managed to collect 1,000 summoning scroll fragments and synthesize a complete silver boss level summoning scroll. Lin Yue handed the scroll to Lu Ming. Lu Ming checked his level. 63% at level 19. It's still almost... Never mind, I'll paint it tomorrow. With this in mind, Lu Ming recalled all the necromantic warriors and left the western farm with Lin Yue, almost to the city of Starburst by way of a jungle. In the forest, a faint cry for help came faintly. Spare me, brother. I won't dare next time. Help! Help! When Lu Ming looked at the sound, he saw a black-clothed assassin in the darkness. In the middle of the forest floor, a black-clothed assassin's hand rose up and dropped his sword, and with a wow, he sealed the throat of a man in front of him, with the slashed man falling to the ground in response. The black-clad assassin turned his head back under the lining print of moonlight. When Lu Ming met his eyes, he realized that the assassin was a White Tiger. At this moment, with a hint of fatigue, with a heartbreaking smile on his face, the White Tiger said to Lu Ming, "Thanks for the reminder." It was then that Lu Ming realized. The man he had killed was the very same man that Lu Ming had bumped into at night in the city of Starburst and had hooked up with Chin Chin. At this time, the White Tiger walked up to Lu Ming, looked at him, and said in a slightly feeble manner, "Chat." Lu Ming looked at Lin Yue. "You go back first." Lin Yue looked at the White Tiger, then at Lu Ming, and nodded. Good. Only for Lin Yue to leave under the escort of 10 necromantic warlords. Lu Ming had expected White Tiger to talk to him about what happened between him and Chin Chin. But to his surprise, the White Tiger didn't seem to take it seriously at all. Instead, he led Lu Ming to a nearby mass grave. Following the White Tiger's gaze, he could only see a lone figure in the middle of a gloomy, lifeless graveyard, dancing amongst the level 35 corpses. Lu Ming realized that the figure was actually Chin Churin. Brush up, between the light of swords and shadows, with the level 33 fourth turn assassin Chin Churin swiftly decimated the few zombies around him. With barely any intermission, she took a pill to recover from the wave and turned around to get into the next battle. In the eyes of outsiders, Ran, as the biological sister of Captain Jin Shen, the 7th on the Great Xia country's battle team list, and the daughter of the Qin family, a famous family in the capital, is an existence that countless people look up to. But in reality, she's only glamorous on the surface, and behind the scenes, she's the most pathetic and unlucky person in the world. Looking out at the lone figure in the graveyard, the White Tiger's eyes had story written all over them. Ran was abandoned by the Qin family when she was young, and was ostracized and bullied in the orphanage because of her aloof personality. Only I, Along, Xiao Wu, and old Zhu, who didn't mind her, have always protected her and accompanied her. It was hard to wait for her to grow up, and then she was fished back by the Qin family and used as a tool for the family's marriage. Hearing these words, Lu Ming's heart shook slightly. I can't imagine that this Qin Churen has such a rough experience. The white tiger continued. 3 years. If within 3 years, Ran Ran doesn't lead a battle team to kill their way into the top 100 of the Great Xia national ranking, she'll have to marry that stupid son of the Wang family in the capital, Wang Long. You know that little cutie, how stupid she is, climbing on top of people's cars on the ING street to take his pants off, taking a 360-degree spiral, and NG grabbing and smearing it in the faces of passers-by. As the white tiger's words fell, Lu Ming violently shook his tiger's body, and his face suddenly became extremely ugly. As he remembered, in his previous life, he had managed to mix up a little bit and planned to bring Yilinger to the capital to develop. I didn't realize that on the first day I just arrived in the capital, I was inexplicably wiped with a handful of while walking on the road. So it's him. Cam. Seeing Lu Ming's shocked and indignant look, the white tiger thought that Lu Ming had developed empathy, so he couldn't help but say, "You think it's odd too, don't you?" Thinking of that image, white tiger couldn't help but hold his hand to his forehead. If Ran Ran marries this kind of cutie, if Ran Ran marries a cutie like that, her life will be ruined. There are still 2.5 years to go. I've already thought about it. If Ran Ran doesn't accomplish her goal by then, I'll just spell out my life and go chop up that stupid son of the Wang family. Never let Ran Ran marry him. The white tiger's eyes were firm like he wanted to join the party. At this point, Lu Ming also finally understood why Qin Churen had gone to such great lengths to try to draw himself in. Trying to create a battle team that was in the top 100 of the Great Summer Country ranking was not that easy. Especially in just 3 years, this is as hard as it gets. But in Lu Ming's view, this seems to be a good opportunity instead. It seems that this previous fear that your sibling relationship was so good that even in the end you couldn't bear to betray your brother for me was superfluous. It was no wonder that the last time Lu Ming revealed her brother's shortcomings in front of Qin Churen, she reacted so strongly. Lu Ming thought she was defending her brother, but it turned out that she simply didn't want to hear anyone mention her brother. Perhaps one day, Lu Ming would make Qin Churen kill her brother with his own hands, and she would feel pain instead. That image? It's going to be wonderful, isn't it? Lu Ming even began to look forward to it a little. Ran has worked harder than any of them, but on its own, it's not enough. With that, the white tiger looked at Lu Ming and said, "Brat, we all think highly of you. You must help Ran Ran. Also when it's for the sake of the two of you, after all, only by taking care of that little cutie from the Wang family. You two will have a future." After Ran Ran was fished back by the Qin family, he never forgot about our 4 brothers without Ran Ran. There would be no us now. So, I've put my words here in this process. If there is any need for our brothers to do anything on our behalf, just account for it. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. Buy 1, get 4 free, or 4 free GB hitters. Lu Ming was delighted in his heart. That's a deal that's worth a lot of money. Thus, Lu Ming also swore, "Don't worry, leave it to me." White Tiger nodded. "With your words, that's enough." At this point, Lu Ming changed the topic. Asked, "You and your girlfriend, what's the plan?" White Tiger smiled and said, "What plans? Marry her." Lu Ming was incredulous. The ING Ninja Turtles aren't even this tolerant. "You don't understand," White Tiger said in a serious tone. "I have a leggy granny back home in Yunzhou. I can't take care of her, and it's always been Qin Qin who's been working tirelessly to take care of my granny for me. Who hasn't made mistakes at times? Speaking of which, it's also my fault. Over the years, Qin Qin has been sick, had colds and fevers, been bullied, and I wasn't there for her when she needed it the most, which allowed others to take advantage of it. And just now, Qin Qin has already admitted her mistake and apologized to me. She cried and asked me not to leave her. No matter what, Qin Qin is the woman I must marry in my life." It was as if Lu Ming suddenly realized that White Tiger's feelings towards Qin Qin might not be love, but gratitude. After saying goodbye to the White Tiger, Lu Ming returned to Starlight City and got offline. Early the next morning. Wow! Lu Ming pulled back the curtains and enjoyed the morning light. Waking up the still sleeping Lin Yue, he took her downstairs for breakfast. Today's goal is to rise to level 20 and enter the black market. Just as Lu Ming was planning so. Knock knock. Qin Churen suddenly sent a WeChat over. "Do you know where Tiger went?" Chapter 59 Qin Qin's Betrayal. White Tiger falls into a trap. Lu Ming suddenly realized that last night in the mass graveside, spying Qin Churen, she should have found him and White Tiger together. Lu Ming then replied, As soon as we parted ways last night, I went offline. What, he's gone? Well, Qin Charan is very anxious. Last night there is no sound. This morning we're also not see people. Send messages also do not return, do not know where to go. Through that conversation with White Tiger last night, Lu Ming already knew deeply how much weight they carried in each other's hearts. The four of them, Green Dragon, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, along with Qin Charan. So right now, this was a chance to express himself and make Qin Charan feel good about himself. Thus, Lu Ming asked in the Tianxian battle group, "Brothers, have you seen a level 50 assassin with the ID White Tiger near Starlight City? Not bad for a large group of nearly 20,000 people. Asking questions in a group is better than Googling." It didn't take long for several of the waterbenders who love water groups all day long to call back. "Isn't that the one with the big country logo on top? I saw it too. A level 50 National 98 Assassin Big Brother has appeared in our little Starlight City. It's terrifying. Just a little while ago, I was just returning to the city after an all-nighter, and I saw this guy heading south of the city." Lu Ming forwarded a screenshot of this message to Qin Charan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Qin Charan received the message, and while going online, she huffed and puffed in the Ran Little Gongja group, "8 White Tiger. How dare you not reply to the message? You'd better not be okay. Otherwise you're dead." Finally, White Tiger returned a message in the group. "Qin disappeared last night. I've been searching for her all night, and I just learned that she's been captured, so I have to go save Qin. Vermilion Bird. Why didn't you say this earlier? Treating us like brothers. Xuanwu. Report a location. We'll be right there. White Tiger. No, I can handle it alone. Green Dragon. We just arrived on this side of Jiang Province and your girlfriend was arrested. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Qin Charan. I also feel that there is something fishy about this matter. Ahu, you're alone, don't be impulsive first. Wait for us to go over and meet up with you. White Tiger. If you wait any longer, Qin will be in danger. I said I can handle it, you don't have to come. After sending this message, White Tiger stopped talking in the group. When Qin Charan got on the line, he realized that it wasn't just White Tiger. Even Qinglong, Xuanwu, and Zhuquan had all played missing in action. Good. You all, one by one, are treating me like an outsider, aren't you? The other side, the three of them, Qinglong, Xianwu, and Zhu Bird, were traveling towards the southern part of Starlight City. According to what passersby have seen, it should be in this direction. Think about who we've offended recently. How did Ahu Mazi get arrested? Could it be a dragon soul? A few people recalled the dragon soul heavenly rebel that they had killed earlier, as well as the group of players from the Dragon Soul battle team, and they couldn't help but feel a shock in their respective hearts, because they understood that the Dragon Soul was extraordinary. They were the 6th-ranked team in the Grand Xia battle team national ranking, a top battle team whose strength and status was far above Tianxian and Jinshan. I have long known that the gang of rotten people of the Dragon Soul is not easy to deal with, but at that time, obviously, we have already rushed to the end of the world, did not leave a single survivor, and how can the Dragon Soul know that it is we who have killed their people? Let's not worry about that first. If it's really a trap set by the Dragon Soul, Ahu will be in danger. We have to find Ahu quickly. South of the city of Starburst. Wilderness LV-50 Fortress of Despair. White Tiger arrived here alone. Entering the shadowy fortress, right in front of him, stood a middle-aged warrior man clad in gilt armor. The man hides the ID. He was dark-skinned, with sharp eyes and a fierce face. At a glance, it looks like an escaped fugitive who has carried dozens of lives on his body. A piece of equipment that flowed with golden light couldn't help but make the White Tiger's expression change. Guiltware. It was important to know that even White Tiger, who was ranked 98 on the Great Summer's National Service Assassin ranking, was only equipped with a golden artifact so far. The person in front of him was clearly extraordinary. At the same time, a Guiltware Guangong dagger in the man's hand was resting on the neck of an archer girl at his side. When the White Tiger saw the archer girl, who was none other than Qin, his heart was violently revitalized. "Tiger! Save me, Tiger!" Chinchilla cried out to White Tiger. "Don't be afraid, Qin. I'm here," as the White Tiger's words fell. Wow! In all directions, a large group of turn 6 players with head IDs prefixed with the word Dragon Soul and ranks as high as level 50 suddenly rushed out. "Take that!" As the warrior with the Guangong blade gave the order, the surrounding Dragon Soul battle team players, rushed towards the white tiger, looking at Qin Qin, who was in danger. In the white tiger's eyes, killing intent bloomed. "Touch my wife," looking for death. As he spoke, the white tiger copied the golden weapon dagger. In the moment when the long-range fire-gathering attacks of the opposing archers and magicians were about to fall, the figure was like a phantom, disappearing from the spot, avoiding all attacks while weaving through the surrounding crowd as fast as lightning. 55,864. Strike. 56,398. Blast. 27,713. 55,992. Strike. It was accompanied by a succession of screams. In an instant, several Dragon Soul players fell to the ground in response. They are all the elite of the Dragon Soul warriors. But in front of the 98 assassins of the National Service, unbearable. Just as the white tiger was killing it, the moment he paused, he suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching behind him. The white tiger subconsciously turned around, just to see a large sword emanating a cold light, slashing at his face with the momentum of opening up the sky and the earth. Unable to avoid it, white tiger swung his sword to block. Medaka, with a crunching sound, white tiger, who was an assassin, obviously couldn't resist such a powerful attack, and his entire body was knocked back several steps. The great sword chopped the ground, shocking out a cold light that spread from the white tiger's feet. The white tiger clearly felt its own speed being drastically reduced. This slash, which dealt a whopping 5W plus damage, caused the white tiger's blood bar on top of his head to slam down by a large margin. The hand that held the dagger was vibrated to stop trembling. White tiger raised his head and stared dead ahead at the warrior man with the Guangong sword in his hand. Just one slash was enough to make the white tiger realize how big the gap between his own strength and that of his opponent was. At the first sight of the other party, white tiger guessed that he was very strong. But also, I didn't expect it to be so strong. But, seeing the precarious Qin Qin in the back, even in the face of an unbeatable foe, the white tiger didn't back down for a second. Clench your teeth. Wow, the figure was like a phantom, charging towards the other party. Taking advantage of his opponent's opportunity to sidestep the attack, the white tiger suddenly brushed past him and approached towards Qin Qin at the back. Turns out that Jin Jin was his target. Brush up. 2 slashes killed the 2 Dragon Soul warriors guarding Qin Qin's side, and white tiger grabbed Qin Qin's wrist. "Follow me." White tiger was about to escape with Qin Qin. The kitsune suddenly fought her way out of his grip. Only when the white tiger just turned around. Pest! A cold ice arrow flew out from Qin Qin's hand, penetrating through the white tiger's chest. A level 16 archer with little damage, but the 0.7 seconds of freezing control that comes with the F-rank chill arrow is unavoidable. Without waiting for the white tiger to break away from the freezing control state of the cold ice arrow, the surrounding Dragon Soul players swarmed up and instantly cut the white tiger over. Chapter 60 National Service 39 Warrior. Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Jin Yu. The white tiger, who had been decapitated to the ground and held hostage by 2 Dragon Soul warriors, raised his head and stared intently at Qin Qin in front of him with an unbelievable gaze. Qin Qin changed from the pitiful look she had just had, and in an instant, she became like a high and mighty princess. Looking down at the white tiger, his eyes were filled with indifference and dislike. "Zhang Hu, let me tell you, I stopped liking you a long time ago. I waited for you in Yunzhou for 2 years and 2 years. Where were you when I was sick, when I was bullied? I also had to take care of that old woman for you. I'm sick of it. I've had enough for a long time. I'm so young and pretty and in great shape, and you're ugly and frustrated and broke. What makes you think you're worthy of me? Just based on this assassin national standard of yours? What can a national standard do? Can it bring me the life I want?" White tiger's eyes widened as he couldn't believe that these words could come out of Qin Qin's mouth. "I admit that I haven't cared enough about you all these years, and thanks to you taking care of my granny in Yunzhou, I was able to let go of my development over there in Mordor. But I'm in Magic City, and I'm also working all the time to make money and to give you a better life in the future." Qin Qin snorted coldly. "But even if you try harder, what's the use? There are some things that you can't get in this lifetime just by working hard." With that, Qin Qin walked over to the warrior man with the Guangong sword in his hand and took his arm affectionately. Pouting to him, "How did I do in this play just now?" The man smiled faintly. "Beautiful. So can I be your girlfriend?" "Could be." The white tiger's face was unbelievable with despair. "So, This is simply a bureau. Just then, the man walked over. With a foot on the white tiger's face, he leaned down, stared at the white tiger, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know who I am?" As he spoke, he opened the status panel, displaying the ID hidden above his head. Dragon Soul Guan Yu LV 56 turn warrior 39th on the Daxia National Service warrior ranking. National Service 39 warrior. Seeing this large golden national standard, the white tiger had a flash of shock in his eyes. No wonder the other party's slash in front of him almost nearly killed him directly in seconds. Level 50, the gold of the National Service 39, is so much better than him, the National Service 98. Although the same National Service, but the two have been completely different. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu stared at the white tiger, his sharp gaze filled with rage. "Do you know what that Dragon Soul heavenly rebel you killed the day before yesterday in the barbarian tribe is? Where did a man who was so easily betrayed by his most beloved woman and lived such a failed life get the courage to dare to kill my Guan Yu's brother? Today, this is where you will be buried." With that, Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his Guan Gong blade. Just as he was about to slash the white tiger's head off. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an endless rain of fire fell from the sky, enveloping a large area of the Fortress of Despair. The Dragon Soul players who suffered from the attack in the area were severely crippled by the ultra-high damage as much as possible. Under the long-range fire suppression of the Mage Vermilion Bird, the Warrior Green Dragon combined with the Knight Xuanwu to charge into the Fortress of Despair, and with an unstoppable and powerful aura, cut down all the Dragon Soul players that blocked the way. "Tiger, don't panic. We're coming." Seeing that the visitors were his three best brothers, for a moment, the white tiger didn't know whether to cry or laugh. "Didn't I tell you not to come? I can fix it. You're solved my ass." Xuanwu slapped down a bloody Dragon Soul warrior player with a shield and said to White Tiger, "You're being solved, aren't you? Brush." Qinglong pointed his cyanide sword straight at the ground. "It was agreed that the four of us brothers would live and die together. What a life and death." Dragon Soul Guan Yu laughed and said with a cold look in his eyes, "It just so happens that everyone is here, so let's let you all go to the Yellow Springs together." As the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's words fell. Wow! In the rear formation, the gates of the Fortress of Despair closed with a flourish. At the same time, within the fortress, uncountable numbers of Dragon Soul battle team players suddenly rushed out. All of them were clear of level 56 turns, and their entire body was configured with level 50 bronze weapons. Seeing this, Vermilion Bird frowned and said, "It seems that this time, they have made full preparations and are just waiting for us to come over." Wo Rub, with the green bowl sword in his hand, igniting a burst of flames, Qinglong's gaze was like a blaze. "Then let's kill him in the dark." Xuanwu resided with his heavy shield and shouted, "If you don't let a few heads go to me this time, I'll fight you all. Kill them." With a command from Dragon Soul Guan Yu, hundreds of surrounding Dragon Soul Battle Team 6th turn players, with the momentum of devouring the sky and the earth, launched an attack toward Qinglong and them. Boom! The sky was clear for miles, and with a bolt from the blue, it suddenly started to rain. Wow! The sky was filled with dark clouds in an instant. Heavy rain. A slender figure ran furiously against the torrential rain. Even when you fall, you quickly get up and keep going. Qin Churin's heart was a mess. It was as if she had foreseen something. "Along. Ahu. Xiao Wu, Lao Zhu, you mustn't be okay." The strong uneasiness made Qin Churin's pace become faster and faster, pouring with rain. When Qin Churin arrived at the outskirts of the Fortress of Despair, when he looked around, he was seeing flames within the huge city that was shrouded in darkness. There was a fierce shouting and screaming that resounded through the sky. But just as Qin Churin dashed over and fought to push open the city's closed gate, everything had fallen silent. The only thing that could be seen in the huge city was corpses all over the place and rivers of blood. Pest! With a sharp blade piercing the body. The only trace of blood left in his head was drained of Xuanwu. Plopping heavily kneeled on the ground, right in front of Qin Churin, fell into a pool of blood. At the same time, the Vermilion Bird on the other side was also pierced by 10,000 arrows and both perished. Takashi, old Chu, unbelievably looking at everything that was happening in front of her. Qin Churin let out a cry of pain that pierced her heart. Qinglong hacked a Dragon Soul player to death with his sword, looked over at Qin Churin and shouted at him, "Run! Ran! Run! Run!" In the next second, the blood and blue bars were all left, and the green dragon, which had long been at the end of its strength, was also cut off by the Dragon Soul Guan Yu with a slash of his head, leaving half of his torso to fall to the ground. Dragon Soul Guan Yu stepped over the corpse of the green dragon. His gaze cold, dragging his Guan Gong blade, he approached step by step towards Qin Churin over here. The only remaining white tiger, tearing his heart and lungs, cried out in pain. "I'm sorry, brothers. It's me who has harmed you. I'm sorry. Let's be brothers again in the next life." With that said, the white tiger released dozens of shadow doppelgangers and simultaneously rushed towards the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, stalling for time for Qin Churin. Wow! Dragon Soul Guan Yu unleashed a ring of blade light with a sweeping strike, instantly crushing all of his detachments. Pfft! The blade penetrated the body of the white tiger that was wielding the sword and jumping up. Ran. Fast. Run. The heart, pierced by a sharp blade, stops beating. The life of the white tiger also completely ended at this moment. Qin Churin watched with his own eyes as these four people who were not related to him by blood but were better than family members, who had always cared for, tolerated, and accommodated him since childhood, died in front of him, and couldn't help but erupt into heart-breaking cries of pain. And after killing the white tiger and solving the last obstacle, Dragon Soul Guan Yu wasn't about to stop there either. Dragging his long sword, he continued to approach Qin Churin. Qin Churin turned his grief and hatred into strength. The moment she raised her head to look at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, endless killing intent surfaced in her cold eyes. He copied his dagger and killed straight at Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Madaka, just wait for Qin Churin to enter the attack range. Dragon Soul Guan Yu used his long blade to reside and shocked out a slash in all directions. Before Qin Churin could approach the past, he was lifted off the ground by this blade light. Falling hard to the ground, the full blood bar above his head was instantly knocked down to just a sliver. A level 33 normal assassin, a level 50 national 39 warrior. The two were not at the same level at all, and their strengths were naturally worlds apart. Blood spilled down the corner of Qin Churin's mouth, but she didn't give in to this. Instead, her eyes erupted with even more intense killing intent. "I'll fight you," the opposing Dragon Soul Guan Yu sneered. Unconscionable. Just as Qin Churin was preparing to go all out to fight for his life against Dragon Soul Guan Yu, buzz! On Dragon Soul Guan Yu's chest, several blood-colored marks suddenly appeared. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu looked down at the mark on his chest, wondering where it came from, the four necromantic war generals rushed out from the left and right sides of the room, instantly flashing and killing in front of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Brush up, for shattered souls bloomed on Dragon Soul Guan Yu at the same time. Upon seeing that these few imposing necromantic warlords had only inflicted a few measly 1,000+ points of damage on themselves, a flash of contempt flashed across the bottom of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes. Looking for death. Woe rub. With a single movement of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's long blade, all four necromantic war generals were killed in an instant. However, when resolved after these several dead spirit war generals, and then look forward when Dragon Soul Guan Yu this just found, that female assassin Qin Churin do not know when has disappeared, Dragon Soul Guan Yu narrowed his eyes. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. Chapter 61 Trapped Viper Cave. Rumble. Electricity flashed in the cloudy air. Day is as if it were night. Under the blistering wind and rain, two silhouettes quickly scurried into a cave. Qin Churin broke away from Lu Ming's hand and questioned him in tears. "Why did you save me?" Lu Ming also didn't spoil Qin Churin at all. Pointing at the cave entrance, he said, "All right, then you go back, go out and turn right." Qin Churin, however, cried out in a loud voice. Lu Ming, on the other hand, came to the entrance of the cave and looked out, noticing some worry in his eyes. He was low-leveled and his speed was just too slow. If he ran, he would definitely not be able to outrun Dragon Soul's group of level 50 players. So it's just gonna have to hide for now. When he was worried that Qin Churin's such unbridled cries would not lure Dragon Soul's players over, a sudden burst of footsteps came from outside the cavern. Lu Ming hurriedly drew back, and in a swift movement, he covered Qin Churin's mouth with his backhand and pressed her against the stone wall. Qin Churin's eyes widened at once, gazing at Lu Ming incredulously. There was no time to make any response, only to hear a startled sound of talking from outside the cave. "That chopper, Moon is only level 33. She can't run fast. She must be around here. Look carefully. We'll go this way, you guys go that way. Split up and look. Yes. Just wait for the footsteps to fade away." Such close contact caused Lu Ming to clearly feel Qin Churin's heartbeat accelerate. However, Lu Ming felt something strange. I'm obviously covering her mouth, but why can I touch her heartbeat? Huh? What's soft? Just when Lu Ming was wondering, I don't know what my left hand pressed on, it was a bit fluffy, and it felt as if it was quite comfortable to pinch it. Lu Ming couldn't help but pinch it twice more. He then subconsciously looked down and realized to his dismay. His left hand was currently resting on Qin Churin's chest. Lu Ming hastily took a step back as he let go of his hand. Qin Churin also skimmed over her face that had long been red and awkwardly straightened her somewhat messy clothes. The air was suddenly quiet. After a while, Qin Churin calmed down and said to Lu Ming, I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now. Thank you for saving me. Lu Ming crouched at the mouth of the cave and observed the situation outside. Qin Churin crouched down, burying her head and sobbing softly. When I was little, whenever someone bullied me, Xiao Wu would appear by my side and protect me. When I'm unhappy and sad, Tiger finds ways to tease me and cheer me up. Whenever Aaron goes out, he secretly brings me good food. Old Chu was a bore, but he gave me all his tenderness. Qin Churin's shoulders shook gently. At this moment, she felt as if she had lost the world. Lu Ming looked at Qin Churin and said, Live to have a chance at revenge. Just as Qin Churin raised her head and looked at Lu Ming with tears streaming down her face, she was about to say something. Suddenly, there was another commotion from outside the cave. There's a cave over there. Go in and check it out. Maybe it's hiding in there. The two immediately frowned. Synchronized looked deeper into the cave. One could only see that the inside was pitch black, as if it was a bloody mouth filled with endless crises. Facing the threat approaching step by step from the rear, Lu Ming and Qin Churin hesitated for a moment and resolutely synchronized themselves to run towards the depths of the cave. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Dragon Soul Guan Yu personally led the chase. Several Dragon Soul players casually explored the cave and didn't see any silhouettes, so they reported to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Boss, there's no one inside. Dragon Soul Guan Yu entered the cave and looked at the damp ground. A large footprint was clearly visible, and it led in the direction of the depths of the cave. He got it right away. They're in here. Hearing this, the men were about to chase them in, but they were stopped by Dragon Soul Guan Yu. No need to go in, we'll just stay outside and keep watch. The surrounding boys wondered, what if we let them get away? Dragon Soul Guan Yu was not slow to check the map. Said, this place is called Viper's Cave. The terrain inside is complicated and easy to defend, but the only exit of this map is the one under our feet. If they want to get out, they have to go through this exit, unless they die in there or hide in there for the rest of their lives. Dragon Soul Guan Yu narrowed his eyes, looking as if he had already settled for Lu Ming and Qin Churin. On the other hand, Lu Ming and Qin Churin went straight to the depths of the cave. A dark and damp hinterland, heard a rustling sound coming from the ears, looked around and found that the surrounding ground, stone walls, and even overhead, snakes are everywhere. In the darkness, countless pairs of glowing green eyes stared straight at the duo. It was then that Lu Ming realized. What they were intruding into at the moment was a map with a level as high as level 42. These level 42 vipers around them were likely to take their lives at any time. Qin Churin's face paled. I could see that she was afraid of snakes, but she froze and didn't say a word. Those vipers are not polite when faced with food delivered to their door. In the darkness, several poisonous snakes spat out their letters, emitting rustling sounds as they crawled towards Lu Ming and Qin Churin. Wow! Qin Churin drew his sword. Lu Ming said, your level is too low to be their match. Although Qin Churin's level had reached 33, the gap was still a bit large compared to these level 42 vipers. However, even in the face of the psychological as well as physical double suppression, Qin Churin did not flinch in the slightest. You're lower in rank, you'll die faster on it. Qin Churin gazed at the viper approaching in front of him like a blaze and said to Lu Ming, I don't like owing others. You saved me just now, this time, it's my turn to save you. As soon as the words fell, Qin Churin went up with his sword. Brush up. With the assassin's advantage of speed, Qin Churin had a burst of fast and furious attacks and launched a string of combos against a viper first. But the damage of a level 33 assassin is ultimately limited. A set of the highest burst moves went down, and it only knocked out less than a quarter of that viper's blood. Instead, when bitten by a poisonous snake, one's own blood bar plummeted by half and was being eroded by the venom, which was still losing blood bars every second. Qin Churin frowned slightly. a burst of anxiety in his heart. No, my attack power is too low, and this snake's damage is high. I can't resist its damage. Just when Qin didn't know how to deal with this powerful opponent next. Wow! Suddenly, 2 consecutive auras of light blossomed from the rear, spreading rapidly in all directions, covering Qin location in an instant. At the same time, Qin received 3 battle alerts. Dingyu have gained a bonus to the effective player the Spectre's War Trample skill, plus 4,440 attack power. Dingyu have gained a bonus to the effective player the Spectre's Life Fortress skill, plus 2,345 shields per second. Dingyu have gained a bonus to the killing effect of player the Spectre's equipment skill, plus 595 extra damage. Chapter 62 Summoning a Silver Boss. Limit Sprint Level 20. Qin hadn't had the time to deliberate on the gold content of these buffs. Right in front of his line of sight, the Viper that still had a full 80% of its blood bar remaining attacked. Hurriedly gripping his dagger, he attacked the Viper with the attitude of looking death in the eye. Fight you! Just when Qin was ready to fight this Viper to the death. But she unexpectedly realized the damage she dealt with a single slash was at least twice as high compared to just a moment ago. Brush up. 7,395. 7,724. 7,498. A combo goes down, crippling Viper. And in the face of the Viper's second attack, Qin did not succeed in dodging, having thought that according to the last injury, he would surely die. However, he didn't expect that the Viper's attack didn't hurt him in the slightest, and all the damage was absorbed by a layer of silver-colored shield that enveloped his body, and the shield value is still being repaired at an alarming rate per second. Shocked, Qin regained his confidence. Borrowing the bonus from Lu Ming's powerful junction formation in 3 hits without much effort, he crossed 9 levels and killed this level 42 Viper. Qin, who had slowed down, turned to look at Lu Ming with an unbelievable gaze. How come your junction formation plus effect is so strong? It's a talent bonus? But shouldn't your account talent be a summoning class? Qin was puzzled. Naturally, she couldn't imagine that Lu Ming was different from a normal player with only 1 talent. For his account, he has 3 talents, and for each talent, it's the highest intensity. 10 stars. Lu Ming did not answer Qin question, but instead changed the topic and said, "It's useless to kill these monsters. As a matter of urgency, we need to find a way to kill our way out." Lu Ming intentionally summoned a necrotic war general to crouch in a position near the cave entrance. Through vision sharing, he had seen the scene where Dragon Souls players were stationed outside the cave entrance. So the only way to get out is to kill your way out. Qin learned that they had been blocked in this cave by the Dragon Soul. Suddenly there was a flash of light. Right, I'll get outside help. They're the only ones who have level 50 players in Dragon Soul. Don't I, Zhanshen, have any? Lu Ming shook his head and said, "What you can think of, do you think they can't? Why are they just guarding the entrance to the cave and not coming in after them? Because this map has limitations, messages can't be sent." Hearing this, Qin tried, and found that he really couldn't send a message, and couldn't get in touch with the outside world at all. So it's up to them to get out. Qin frowned slightly and said, "Unfortunately, even with your knotted formation addition, I'm still no match for Dragon Soul players." Indeed, with Lu Ming's formation strengthening, Qin was okay with killing level 40+ wild monsters that had little IQ or maneuvering. But facing the group of level 50 Dragon Soul players outside with advanced awareness and maneuvering power, they definitely couldn't beat them. After all, Lu Ming himself was only level 19. His knotted formation, which allowed his level 30 teammates to kill level 40 enemies across 10 levels, was already the limit of his current stage. To raise this cap, you have to break level 20. In Lu Ming's mind, he had a bold idea. He only had to level up to 20 to equip the Bronze Soul set and upgrade the 3 major talents to LV3 at the same time. For Lu Ming, it would be a qualitative leap. At that time, with the Necromonger Legion, it would be able to go straight out of this Viper's cavern and counterattack. So right now, here's the question. How can I break through level 20 as soon as possible? Looking at his level 1963%, Lu Ming was guilty of worrying. Mainly because now that he was trapped in this cave, the only way for Lu Ming to gain experience was through these level 42 Vipers around him. With my own strength, I can't even kill a level 42 monster. Lu Ming glanced at Qin and muttered, "The level difference between me and her is more than 10 levels again, according to the settings of the Heavenly Abyss world. Even if she cripples the viper and leaves it for me to take the final blow, I won't be able to gain 1 point of experience from it. Qin Charan turned around and gave Lu Ming a strange look. What are you muttering about? Lu Ming thought left and right, and suddenly, one thing came to mind. He opened his backpack and his eyes rested on top of the 2 silver boss level summoning scrolls in the bag. What is the experience of a level 30 silver boss? Lu Ming suddenly asked. Although he didn't know what Lu Ming wanted to do, Qin Charan still answered seriously. It just so happens that I just killed a level 33 silver boss yesterday. I'll check the battle record. 500 million experience. If we extrapolate, the experience of a level 30 silver boss should be between 400–450,000. Lu Ming opened the status bar and found that level 19 to level 20 required a total of 2 million experience points, and his current experience was fixed at 1.26 million, 740,000 experience short of an upgrade. If he followed what Qin Charan had said, then the experience from these 2 silver level bosses would be just enough for Lu Ming to rise to level 20. Originally, it was worried about the lack of strength and planned to rise to level 20 before eating these 2 bosses steadily. But now, Lu Ming had no other choice. Without hesitation, he immediately crushed one of the scrolls, as the scroll disappeared from his hand. Next, wow! Above an open space in front of the line of sight, a blood-red boundary manifested itself, and immediately afterward, a massive level 30 silver-ranked brutal saber-toothed Tiger King boss was refreshed in the boundary. Seeing this, Qin Charan did not understand. What exactly are you going to do? Lu Ming looked at Qin Charan with a firm gaze and said, Please do one thing. Help me intercept those vipers and don't let them come over and affect me. Will you? Looking at Lu Ming's gaze that was so full of hope for himself, Qin Charan seemed to suddenly feel that his entire body was full of strength. She stared blankly into Lu Ming's eyes. Yes, no problem. Leave it to me. As soon as the words fell, Qin Charan gripped his dagger and his figure was like a phantom as he swept towards the nearby poisonous snakes. Wow! Using the split art, he released several splits to attract all the nearby vipers that would pose a threat to Lu Ming, and used his skillful stance and extreme positioning to hold them back. Qin Charan's strength, on the contrary, was very strong. Seeing that there was Qin Charan holding those vipers at bay, Lu Ming fully committed himself to the level 30 silver boss, brutal saber-toothed Tiger King in front of him. Ding, please note, the brutal saber-toothed Tiger King will disappear in 10 minutes. Please kill the boss within the time limit. As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming threw a scouting spell towards the boss. Brutal saber-toothed Tiger King LV 30 silver level boss physical. Physical attack power, 3,500. Armor, 2,800. Magic resistance, 2,460. Speed, 1,760. Blood, 288,000. Skills, Berserk Roar D rank, Deadly Charge E rank, Deadly Tier E rank. Description: As the leader of the saber-toothed tiger clan, the saber-toothed Tiger King has a powerful bite that can easily tear your body to pieces. If there is no strong enough strength, please do not try to single-handedly challenge the saber-toothed Tiger King. It's worthy of being a silver-level boss. This attribute is really not normally strong. Even if it was a group of level 30+ players, I'm afraid it would be difficult to resist the saber-toothed Tiger King. But today, in the here and now, in front of Lu Ming, the formation artificer who was only level 19. You who must die. As he spoke, Lu Ming reached behind his back as he summoned the army of the dead. Class D sword drawing. Chapter 63 Dragon Soul Attacks. Woe rub. The moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a sword shadow ran through the saber-toothed Tiger King's body. 29,280. Roar. Accompanied by a violent roar, the saber-toothed Tiger King, whose blood bar had plummeted by 10%, was instantly enraged and charged towards Lu Ming with his bloody mouth open. On the left and right sides, the necromantic war general summoned by Lu Ming, topped with War Trample plus Life Fortress double formation, swarmed towards the saber-toothed Tiger King. Brush up. Dozens of shattered souls blossomed in synchronization within the saber-toothed Tiger King in an instant. 2,236. 2,236. 2,236. The 2,800 points of armor that the saber-toothed Tiger King possessed was too high. Even with the bonus of Lu Ming's War Trample's 4,440 attack points, the damage dealt by the necrotic war general was very limited. Dozens of shattered souls bloomed at the same time, only to knock out a tenth of the saber-toothed Tiger King's blood. At the same time, the saber-toothed Tiger King unleashed his skill grade D berserk roar. Accompanied by a persistent and violent roar, a powerful sound wave blossomed along the saber-toothed Tiger King's mouth. All around, the necromantic warlords who were shocked by the sound wave had a super high damage of up to 6,000 plus jumping up above their heads. Even with the shelter of Lu Ming's 20 times strengthened E-ranked life fortress, the necromancer war general, who was topped with Lu Ming's 10 times blood limit, 14,880 points of shield, could not resist this kind of sustained damage. In an instant, dozens of surrounding necromantic war generals were killed by the saber-toothed Tiger King. This strong strength made Lu Ming sweat. However, at the same time, triggering the cannibal ant had a strong acid reflux effect. While dealing damage to the necrotic warrior, the saber-toothed Tiger King itself received a 160% damage rebound. Accumulating as much as over 200,000 rebound damage, it actually directly killed the saber-toothed Tiger King in an instant. Boom! As the saber-toothed Tiger King's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. In Lu Ming's ears, a pleasant system prompt rang out. Ding Slay the level 30 silver boss brutal saber-toothed Tiger King. Experience value plus 420,000. Lu Ming froze. I can't believe it's still playing like this? Just now, Lu Ming had felt some regret at the sacrifice of those dozen or so necromantic warriors. But looking at it this way now, they're pretty much dead. Genuinely is a bit unexpected. Afraid of this silver-level boss itself did not expect. It died so scribbling. On the other side, Qin Charing couldn't help but widen his eyes when he looked back and realized that in almost just a blink of an eye, this silver-level boss that had just been summoned had evaporated. What the hell? Level 30 silver boss. Straight up seconds? Is it that much of a stretch? On Lu Ming's side, he realized that after taking the 420,000 experience rewarded by the boss, his experience bar had plummeted from 63% to 84% in one fell swoop. It looks like if we kill another boss, we'll be able to steadily level up to 20. With this in mind, Lu Ming quickly searched the saber-toothed Tiger King's drops. I didn't have time to look at what had exploded, so I just threw it all in my bag. Successively and immediately, he crushed another silver boss summoning scroll. Wow! As the boundary opened, the second brutal saber-toothed Tiger King appeared. Meanwhile, outside the Viper Cave, the Dragon Soul players who were stationed at the entrance of the cave seemed to have detected an abnormality. What was that noise in there just now? Did you guys hear it? What a strong hissing sound, and a hint of tremor. Could it be that they're ING with the Vipers inside? This is a level 42 map. How can a tiny level 30 plus assassin kill a level 42 Viper? Then I guess we don't even have to do anything. The Vipers in there will clean them up. The crowd talked and laughed. Dragon Soul Guan Yu seemed to have realized something, and immediately looked aghast. No, that's not a snake's roar. Something's going on in there. Come on a team. Get in there. Yes, deep in the cave. As the second silver level boss, the saber-toothed Tiger King, was summoned, Lu Ming had wanted to sacrifice a dozen or so necrotic warriors through the same means, directly utilizing the equipment passive strong acid reflux to counter-kill the boss. However, he didn't expect that each different saber-toothed Tiger King was as if their consciousness could be shared. This saber-toothed Tiger King seemed to have grasped the necrotic war general's anti-injury trait as it froze and refused to release that OE skill, Berserk Roar, and turning offense into defense. Instead of launching a fierce attack, they were able to defend themselves against the attacks of the necrotic warlord through various defensive skills. Obviously, it's stalling, because as long as Lu Ming couldn't kill it in 10 minutes, it would be able to escape. I can't imagine that this is quite smart. It was a pity that it was useless to be clever. It couldn't resist the siege of the Necromonger Legion. Taking a step back, even without using the necromantic army, just relying on Lu Ming's draw sword once every minute, he could release draw sword 10 times in 10 minutes. According to the damage of 2.9 W per sword draw, the cumulative damage of 10 sword draws was just enough to kill the saber-toothed Tiger King with 28 W plus blood. However, Lu Ming wanted a quick battle, so he summoned all of the necrotic warriors and adopted the tactic of a sea of men. The saber-toothed Tiger King was dead set on not attacking the necrotic warlord. Relying only on the attack damage of the necrotic war general itself was not enough to pose much of a threat to the saber-toothed Tiger King. The problem of time would not have been enough to worry about, as long as the boss could eventually be killed within 10 minutes. But just as the battle was slowly marching on, Lu Ming suddenly saw Dragon Souls players barging in through the shared vision of the necrotic warrior generals guarding that side of the cave entrance. The necrotic war general couldn't even escape, and was instantly decapitated by the group of Dragon Soul players. Lu Ming immediately frowned. "They're coming in." Suffered. The battle was halfway through, and unable to move midway, Lu Ming could only speed up his progress, trying to rush to finish off the saber-toothed Tiger King before the Dragon Soul players arrived here. But in the end, it was a step too slow. Hearing a commotion from behind him, Lu Ming turned around and saw a group of level 50 Dragon Soul battle team players easily breaking through the defense line laid down by the necrotic war generals and killing their way in. Seeing this scene within the cavern, where Lu Ming maneuvered the army of necromancers to besiege the saber-toothed Tiger King, the crowd of Dragon Soul players could not help but feel a surge of amazement. This is really a leisurely mood. At this point in time, this guy still has the heart to hide here to kill the boss. Is he thinking of killing another boss before he dies to have a good time? Wait, level 42 Viper Cave. Where's a level 30 saber-toothed tiger boss? It must be the boss summoning scrolls collected over at the Western Farm. This boss, the market value is as high as $100,000. If we kill that formation trickster and Jinshin and you first, and then call a few level 30 brothers to come over and collect this boss, we can still make a fortune. Brothers, go. Kill them. The sound of words. The crowd of Dragon Soul players rushed towards Lu Ming and Qin Churen in excitement. At the critical moment, Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming. "Can you tell me what exactly is your plan? It's okay to die, but I don't want to die somehow." Lu Ming used his sword draw while cooperating with the Necromantic Legion to consume the boss's blood. While looking at Qin Churen, who looked anxious, he said, "Take down the boss and rise to level 20. I can deal with the Dragon Soul." With Lu Ming's words. Surprisingly, Qin Churen didn't doubt the truthfulness of Lu Ming's words in the slightest. "Okay, then I'll go stall them." After saying that, Qin Churen killed the last bloodied snake in front of him with a knife. It was as if some sort of decision had suddenly been made. Turning around, gripping her dagger tightly, she resolutely and unhesitatingly rushed towards the group of Dragon Soul battle team players who had exceeded her by a full 17 levels. Chapter 64 Full Upgrade. 3 Great Talents LV3. Because of the limited space, Lu Ming himself didn't need too many necrotic warriors to kill the boss. With over 300 necromantic warlords, Lu Ming directly sent 2/3 of them to block the Dragon Soul. Even if they knew that these necrotic war generals, who were only level 19, were simply like cannon fodder in front of that group of level 50 Dragon Soul players. Because life and death, it's all in the balance. Lu Ming had to stall Dragon Soul's men as long as possible through the necrotic warriors, giving himself enough time to take down this boss to have a chance of being able to get out of here alive. Otherwise, what awaited him and Qin Churen would surely be nothing but death. Sure enough, even against the 20 times strengthened War Trample and Fortress of Life double knotted formation, the necrotic war general was still unbeatable. Whoosh! Boom boom! The Dragon Soul archers and magician players who were fully equipped with level 50 bronze weapons. A round of long-range attacks fell, easily killing dozens of necrotic warlords in an area. But the Necromonger warlord is all about crowds. They went forward and quickly filled the void and continued the offense. At the same time, Qin Churen, who was a combination of superb awareness and extreme maneuvering, was also mixed in with the necrotic army, going all out to hold back the players of the Dragon Soul battle team. Her attacks were not enough to pose a threat to these level 50 players of the Dragon Soul warriors. However, he was able to use a variety of outstanding skills and unique attack moves to work with the necrotic warlord to effectively block the pace of the opposing player's attack, buying valuable time for Lu Ming at the back. However, just as the situation was getting a little better. Wow! Suddenly, a powerful arc of blade light struck from the front. Qin Churen's eyes were quick, and he leapt up, avoiding the blade light's attack through extreme maneuvering. The surrounding dozens of necrotic warriors, however, failed to dodge the attack and were hit by the blade light, and in an instant all of them were killed in seconds by the huge damage of up to 50,000 plus. In the next second, the level 50 level 6 turn 6 warrior Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was equipped with a full body gilt-wear equipment and had a golden Daxia 39 warrior national standard on his head, came with an icy killing intent on his face, dragging a Guangong blade, and came in with a Su step. The level suppression of up to 31 levels caused the anti-injury effect of the equipment skill, Strong Acid Reflux, to be completely ineffective on Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Kill. Launch an attack command to all necromancers in the field through your mind. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was staring at the saber-toothed Tiger King with 30% blood remaining and accelerated his attack. Facing the legions of necromancers swarming in front of him, A flash of murderous intent passed through the eyes of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Seek your own death. As soon as the words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu copied his long sword and charged. Brush up. Hands rose and fell, decapitating each necromantic warlord to the ground with their explosive damage. Following a breakthrough opened by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, dozens of Dragon Soul Warriors players in the rear formation drove in and instantly crushed the entire necromantic army. Qin Churen looked back at Lu Ming. In a state where he knew he could no longer resist, he resolutely clenched his teeth and fought to the death. Woe rub. After all, he was heavily knocked to the ground by a slash from the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was speeding in from the front. I can see that you should be on good terms with the 4 that I killed just now. Then I'll be a good man and send you to be reunited with them. Having said that, just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was about to slash down towards Qin Churen, who had fallen to the ground. Boom! With a loud bang. Raising his head, he could only see the huge body of the saber-toothed Tiger King in front of his sight, collapsing to the ground under the siege of dozens of necromantic warlords. Turning back to see this scene, in the midst of fatigue, Qin Churen squeezed out a gratifying smile. Counting on my sister, I haven't misjudged you? The Dragon Souls players, however, were agitated. Damn, that kid exploded the boss. Grass, a 100,000 boss is gone just like that. No, it's better to be slaughtered by him. Slaughtering this level 30 boss at his level is only worth more. The boss drops are the most valuable. Kill that kid. Don't let him take the boss stuff. With that said, dozens of Dragon Soul players rushed towards Lu Ming with an aggressive air. In the meantime, Lu Ming, who had defeated the boss, had a beam of golden light showering down above his head. Ding, you have killed the level 30 silver boss Brutal Saber-Toothed Tiger King. Experience value plus 420,000. Ding, congratulations on your upgrade. Current level 20. Please complete the 3rd turn before you can continue to upgrade. Bathed in the golden light of the upgrade, several pleasant prompts in a row fell on his ears. Ding, congratulations, your talent total increase has been raised to LV3. Ding, congratulations, your talent chopping spirit has been upgraded to LV3. Ding, congratulations on your talent firebath has been upgraded to LV3. At last, the moment has come. Lu Ming was excited to see. After total increase was upgraded to LV3, the skill enhancement effect had indeed increased from 20 times to 30 times, and the original 2nd Order Necromantic Warlord could already consume 40 points of soul power to evolve into a 3rd Order Death Lord, or by consuming 50 points of soul power and summoning the Death Lord directly. The maximum number of Death Lords to summon was Lu Ming's level 30, or 600. At this moment, Lu Ming turned around. Upon seeing the corpses of necrotic warlords all over the ground in front of him, in addition to the dozen or so necrotic warlords who had just fought the boss behind him, the rest of the more than 200 necrotic warlords, in order to protect him, the master, had already all been killed in action in this scene. Looking at the group of Dragon Soul Battle team players who were recklessly trampling on the corpses of the necrotic war generals and approaching towards them, monstrous anger instantly surged up in Lu Ming's heart. Seek death! With a furious cry, Lu Ming opened the Necromantic Legion summoning panel. Consume 480 points of soul power to take the 12 remaining 2nd rank Necro Warriors on the field and complete their evolution. Next moment. Click, click, click. One could only see that behind Lu Ming, the 12 necromantic war generals armed with full silver armor. The armor on their bodies had suddenly transformed into a dark red color and evolved into clearer and more detailed, blood-colored lines that flowed with blood at all times. A red king's cloak swung down his back. Underneath the heavy metal helmet, the greenish-colored ghostly light emanating from his eyes was replaced by a bloody light filled with brutality, bloodlust, and killing. Wow! The long sword in his hand ignited a burst of crimson flames. A strong aura emanated from his body, forcing the Dragon Soul players who were approaching in front of him to stop in their tracks. They inexplicably felt an unprecedentedly strong intimidation. What the hell? How can his summons still evolve? Could it be that he killed the boss just to rise to level 20 to fulfill some requirement to evolve the summon? The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's voice came from the back. No matter how much they evolve, they're just a bunch of level 20 ants. A bunch of level 50s are still afraid of a bunch of level 20 griffins? Dragon Soul Guan Yu's words instantly caused Dragon Souls players to slow down from the shock of the Death Lord. Almost overlooked, this kid's summon is only level 20. It's just a fox and a tiger. So what's the point of being afraid? Stand and let him cut. He can't even cut me. Don't you want to kill a chicken with a bullseye? As he spoke, a level 50 assassin Dragon Soul Pride stepped out from the crowd, his eyes scornfully glaring at Lu Ming, as well as the 12 Death Lords behind him, his mouth overflowing with an open-mouthed smile. I can easily take care of them all by myself. As soon as the words fell, Dragon Soul Pride copied the dagger and rushed towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Lu Ming stood in place, unperturbed by the danger. Open the backpack, take out the long-prepared level 20 bronze soul set from the bag, and complete the one-click equipping. The moment you look up, under his eyes, a flash of intense killing intent surfaced. Chapter 65 Third Order, Death Lord. Wow! Just at the moment when the level 50 turn 6 assassin Dragon Soul Pride stood out from the crowd and copied his dagger to kill Lu Ming. At the back, the rest of the Dragon Soul Battle team players were unmoved, because they had just seen Lu Ming's strength. Perhaps this formation trickster was indeed a bit extraordinary. He could have so many summons and could, at level 19, overthrow a level 30 silver boss. It was evident that he yet had a few strengths. But then again, he was only level 20. In the Dragon Soul player's opinion, a level 50 assassin dealing with this formation trickster, who had only just risen to level 20, was all but like a big knife chopping an ant. Therefore, the crowd of Dragon Soul players in the back were all quietly watching Lu Ming with teasing gazes. Your guesses? Can this kid resist the Pride Slash? Are you kidding? What's a tiny level 20 formation trickster going to do against a level 50 assassin? Don't even use skills. If that kid can resist a single universal attack from ours, I'll eat. Just as the Dragon Soul players were brainstorming images of Lu Ming about to be chopped to pieces, right at the moment when Dragon Soul Pride entered the attack range. In Lu Ming's eyes, a streak of killing intent flashed by. Whoa rub, draw your sword. Within the Dragon Soul Pride, a sharp aura flashed through. The next moment, a blood-red damage jumped up above his head. 181,822. There was a moment of silence. The explosion of damage instantly drained Dragon Soul Pride's head of its full blood bar. Even Dragon Soul Pride hadn't reacted to what was happening yet. It was as if the soul had suddenly been emptied and the strength of the whole body had disappeared. Unable to help himself, he fell to his knees with a plop, wide-eyed and deadpan. He stared at Lu Ming until he fell headfirst to the ground. A level 56 turn assassin, even with a full set of level 50 bronze equipment, the blood is only 10W out. Lu Ming's damage of up to 18W+ was enough to kill Dragon Soul Pride in seconds. At the same time, the smiles on the faces of the dozens of Dragon Soul players in the rear formation stiffened. Even the Dragon Soul, Guan Yu, couldn't help but be shaken by it. Looking at the damage dealt by Lu Ming, Qin Charan froze for a moment, and a wave of ecstasy ran through his heart. She imagined that Lu Ming's strength must have increased a lot when he reached level 20. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said, I can deal with Dragon Soul as long as I'm level 20. But Qin Charan never expected. Just by going up one level, he actually improved so much. Through the early stages of the match, Qin Charan already knew that Lu Ming's damage was high with this draw sword skill. But prior to that, the highest he could do was only about 3W of damage. And at this moment, he actually hit 18W at once, reaching 6 times the previous terrifying damage. It's absolutely impossible for a soul set to increase one's strength by such a huge margin. Qin Charan clearly realized. The reason for Lu Ming's increased strength wasn't entirely dependent on the soul suit alone. But again, she couldn't imagine from what other places Lu Ming had gained such a huge boost. As the air degenerated into a silence, in the rear formation, dozens of Dragon Soul players looked at each other. How wild you are one second, how wimpy you are the next. For just a moment, their fear of this level 20 formation artificer in front of them reached the extreme. Across 30 levels, a level 20 formation trickster kills a level 50 assassin in one hit. The scene that was really happening in front of them at this moment simply made them doubt their lives. On the contrary, Lu Ming, he who had killed the Dragon Soul Pride, whose level exceeded his own by a full 30 levels, in a single blow did not have a trace of emotion, because this result was long expected by him. After rising to level 20, he gained not only the soul set, but also the double boost of the 3 major talents LV3. The full level 20 bronze artifact soul set caused Lu Ming's attack power to skyrocket from the original 141 points to 381 points at the limit, and that just the basic attack. 30 times strengthened, Drawing the sword allowed Lu Ming to gain an additional 600% bonus to his attack power for 300 seconds after using the skill. That meant that before using this sword draw on Dragon Soul Pride, Lu Ming's attack power had reached 2,667 points, and a 30 times strengthened D-ranked battling sword is capable of dealing 66 times the attack power of True Wound. In this state, it was a wonder that Lu Ming's damage could not blow up. At this moment, even Dragon Soul Guan Yu was a bit timid. Because of this damage, even he, the 39th warrior of the country, couldn't resist it. In this real world of death where there was only one life per capita, he didn't dare to risk his own life. However, even with the withdrawal, Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not intend to let Qin Churen go. After all, Qin Churen was right in front of him and only had a sliver of qi left. Killing her is just a matter of passing. Let's get you down there first. Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his sword. It was just about to slash down towards Qin Churen. Buzz! On his chest, the familiar blood-red mark appeared once again. Next, brush up. The 4 third-rank Death Lords simultaneously unleashed soul-shattering and instantly killed in front of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The powerful chopping force knocked Dragon Soul Guan Yu back a few steps. What shocked Dragon Soul Guan Yu was this. The scene was the same as when he was over at the Fortress of Despair before though. However, the damage of the 2nd-rank Necromancer Warlord, who could only deal 1,000 plus damage to himself before, had unexpectedly skyrocketed to 15,000 plus at once after evolving into a 3rd-rank Death Lord at this moment. The attack of the 4 Death Lords, who were only level 20, had actually taken out a third of Dragon Soul Guan Yu's blood at once. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was immediately startled. Wo rub! Hastily, he swung his sword and released an arc of blade light to repel the Death Lord. He then took this opportunity to hurriedly turn around and retreat towards the outside of the Viper's cavern. Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu trying to escape, Qin Churen's eyes flashed with hatred as he grabbed his dagger and flew up, chasing after him without hesitation. At the same time, Lu Ming's gaze in the back turned cold. Trying to escape? Did I let you escape? Lu Ming was not in a hurry to pursue, but instead opened the summoning panel and consumed his soul power to continuously summon a large number of Death Lords. The other side, Dragon Soul Guan Yu ran outside the cave while looking back. When he realized, although these Death Lords had horrifyingly high damage, they still maintained the normal speed that level 20 summons should have, and they simply couldn't catch up with a level 50 warrior of his own. Was gloating over the fact that he had easily shaken them off. Want to kill me? Not so easy. The words just fell, with the Dragon Soul Guan Yu just running out of the cave beyond. With a jolt, he stopped dead in his tracks. Because outside the cave, there were already hundreds of Death Lords guarding the area, seemingly waiting for him right here. The smug smile on Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face came to an abrupt end. Thoughts were running through his head. What the hell is this formation trickster? Why can he summon so many summons? And every single one of the summons is still so terrifying. At this moment, an unprecedented fear struck. Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt like the sky was falling. Meanwhile, Lu Ming was inside the Viper Cave and was observing the situation at the entrance of the cave through the Death Lord's vision sharing. Kill! With Lu Ming's remote intention. Outside the cave, hundreds of Death Lords holding blazing blades of fire surrounded and killed toward the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Chapter 66, I Want You to Be My Girlfriend. Inside the Viper Cave, watching Lu Ming kill the level 50 full-state assassin Dragon Soul Pride with a single sword, the other players of the Dragon Soul battle team were reduced to shock and were unable to ease their minds for a long time. When they finally slowed down and looked around, they realized that they had actually lost sight of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Where's Guan? Brother Guan ran away. Let's run away too. With that said, the crowd of Dragon Soul players turned on their running mode. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not intend to spare any of them. Now that you're here, stay through and through. As he spoke, as Lu Ming's eyes turned cold, all the Death Lords in the room followed their master's orders and attacked the Dragon Soul players inside the cave. Wow! Wow! War Trample, Fortress of Life, the double knot formation continued to unfold. With the addition of Draw Sword, Lu Ming's panel attack power was now 2,667 points, gaining 30 times the reinforcement of LV3's full increase. The attack power bonus effect that War Trample was able to bring to teammates within range had reached Formation Trickster 600% attack power, plus 3,390 points. It also meant that the attack power bonus that War Trample alone gave to the Necromongers had reached 19,392 points. If you don't count the bonus from drawing the sword, my panel attack power in the state of equipping a full set of bronze artifact soul set is only 381 points. Lu Ming understood that this in himself was the normal attack power attribute that a level 20 player should have. And with just this attribute, he had surpassed more than 90% of all level 20 players in the world. Not every player, after all, could wear a full set of bronze equipment at level 20. At this moment, the level of the same only 20 level Deathlord, but already has nearly 2 W points of attack power. Seeing this value, even Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Simply terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a level 50 player with a bronze weapon would probably keep his armor attribute between 400–5,000 points. Facing the attack of the Deathlord with nearly 20,000 attack power, the Dragon Soul players were simply unable to resist. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Along with a blood-red mark appeared on those fleeing Dragon Soul battle team players. The Deathlord synchronized the launch of Soul Shattering, and in the eyes of those Dragon Soul players, it was like a messenger from hell, instantly swooping in from dozens of yards away. 19,625, 19,976, 19,111. Although it was not enough to directly deal fatal damage to these Dragon Soul players who were as high as level 50 and whose chi and blood generally exceeded 6 digits. Such a cut, yet it was bad for them. Lu Ming emptied out all the soul power he had previously accumulated and used it all to summon the Third Order Deathlord. So the previous round of soul shattering had just passed. Before the attacked Dragon Soul players could recover, a second round of soul shattering came crashing down on them, followed closely by the third round, round 4, round 5. Under the hundreds of Deathlords between rounds, the 20 or so Dragon Soul players present were killed one by one. As a price, 35 Deathlords were sacrificed. Because Lu Ming had not mastered the skill of raising the armor and magic resistance of friendly troops, the killing power of the Deathlords was not inferior to that of a level 50 player, but their defense was still as weak as a brittle chicken. However, for Lu Ming, who was always able to re-summon the Deathlords by killing monsters and refining their soul power, such a small sacrifice was nothing. With the battle over, looking at the corpses of the Dragon Soul players on the ground, Lu Ming handed over to the Deathlords to pick up the loot and refine the corpses. On his own, he hurried towards the outside of the Viper Cave, because through vision sharing, he has learned of a bad situation outside. When Lu Ming arrived outside the cave, he could only see the corpses of the Deathlords lying all over the place, and the Dragon Soul Guan Yu has long since disappeared. Recalling the image he had just seen through the Deathlord's vision sharing outside. Wow! Facing the siege of dozens of Deathlords, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's body suddenly radiated a burst of red light that seemed to be in a stormy form. In the next moment, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu was as if he was possessed by the god of heaven. Dozens of Deathlords synchronized to unleash soul shattering, but they all failed to kill him in seconds, merely knocking out half of his blood. With a sweep of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's sword, he instantly killed all of those dozen or so Deathlords around him. The damage inflicted was transformed into a shield of blood magic that was thicker than even the blood bar, sheltering Dragon Soul Guan Yu's body. Afterwards, Dragon Soul Guan Yu easily broke through the heavy siege of the Necromantic Legion and fled towards the distance. Lu Ming seemed to have seen this natural skill in his previous life. Unsurprisingly, this should be the 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Berserk, able to increase the player's full attributes extremely drastically in a short period of time, and convert the damage dealt into a shield. 1 in a million 5-star accounts. It seems that this National Service 39 or something, but I remember you. Staring in the direction that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had fled, in Lu Ming's eyes, a murderous intent radiated. At this moment, only Qin Charan could be seen standing dumbfounded. As if he had lost his soul, his eyes stared blankly into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. The deaths of the 4 people, Qinglong, Xuanwu, Baihu, and Zhu Ke, had hit her too hard, especially when she opened WeChat and her eyes rested on the group. Ran little Gongzhu. Qin Charan could no longer hold back and once again lost her voice and cried. After a long time, she finally stopped crying, flipping out a friend whose note was named Qin Feng. In the address book, hesitating again and again, he finally bit his lip and very reluctantly sent a message to the other party. I was almost killed just now. Qin Charan stared dead at the dialogue box. After a long time, the other party just coldly returned a word. Oh. Qin Charan bit her lips purple, and her aggrieved tears were indisputably flowing again. Reluctantly, she sent another message to the other party. It was someone from the Dragon Soul battle team who did this. His name is Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Even though she knew what the other party's reaction would be, at this moment, Qin Churen still had the feeling of not dying until she reached the Yellow River, and was even looking forward to seeing the other party care about her for a bit, even if it was just a message that would make her feel cared for by her family. But in the end, what she waited for was a tub of ice-cold water. As long as you agree to marry Wang Long, I will instantly have this man kneel in front of you and be at your disposal. Qin Churen tilted her head up to look at the sky, not letting the tears slide down. When it rains, the smoke clears. The gentle sunlight, through the dark clouds, sprinkled down on Qin Churen's fair cheeks. Bathed in the warmth of the sun, the moment seemed to release her. Turned off WeChat. Turning to Lu Ming, he said, "Thank you. I'll remember today. I owe you my life." After saying that, Qin Churen was turning around and preparing to leave. Just then, Lu Ming's voice came from behind him. "I'll help you take revenge." Qin Churen was stunned for a moment. Turning around, he looked at Lu Ming incredulously. "You can't kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu." Lu Ming said, "I can help you kill him, and when the time comes, the death blow is yours." Lu Ming's seemingly easy words instantly struck Qin Churen straight in the depths of his soul. It was like a sharp blade that shattered the heavy shackles in her heart. Before Qin Churen could be moved, she heard Lu Ming continue, "But I have one condition. Unable to take revenge with the power of the Chopper Warriors, and with this small power of his own, wanting to avenge Long, Xiao Wu and the others was simply as hard as heaven again." Lu Ming became Qin Churen's only hope. A shimmer glowed in her eyes. "What conditions?" Lu Ming looked at Qin Churen and said, "After I complete my revenge for you, I want you to be my girlfriend." Chapter 67 Behind the Scenes. Boss Qin. Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming, and a shimmering light flashed in her eyes. She thought Lu Ming would want money or some other benefit. However, he never expected that Lu Ming would make this offer. However, Qin Churen barely hesitated for half a second. Immediately, he responded to Lu Ming, "Okay, I promise you. Don't do anything rash for now. Wait for my news." Leaving such a sentence for Qin Chuyen, Lu Ming led the crowd of Death Lords and departed from Qin Chuyen's side. Looking at Lu Ming's departing back, Qin Churen's eyes were mesmerized. She's a smart girl. Just now, from Lu Ming's eyes, she could clearly see that the other party did not have the kind of affection between a man and a woman for herself. She didn't know for what purpose Lu Ming wanted to make himself his girlfriend. But as long as I can avenge Long, Xiao Wu and the others, as long as I can kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu handily, whatever I'm asked to do, I'll do it. Because just before Lu Ming offered to help her take revenge, the thought of marrying Wang Long, that stupid son of the Wang family, after she promised her brother to complete her revenge by the hands of the God Destroyer battle team, had already been born in her mind. Besides, she herself had a soft spot for this specter. Being Lu Ming's girlfriend was better than marrying that two-bit cutie Wang Long. The other side, Lu Ming had made this request to Qin Churen. Of course it wasn't because he really looked at Qin Churen. Even if this Qin Churen does have a few good looks. Mainly because the WeChat conversation that Qin Churen had just had with her brother had actually long since been captured by Lu Ming through the vision sharing of one of her nearby Death Lords. "So, your name is Qin Feng." Not only do we know the real name of the man behind the curtain. On top of that, Lu Ming also knew that Qin Churen was eager to take revenge, but was unable to do anything about it. Therefore, this was a perfect opportunity for him to get close to Qin Churen. Lu Ming didn't want to wait any longer. He's going to take the initiative. He was going to use Qin Churen's hand to take revenge on Qin Feng and on Yi Linger. Furthermore, even if he wasn't helping Qin Churen, Lu Ming himself was bound to kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "This man has become a threat to me. Keeping him will surely lead to endless trouble. He must be gotten rid of as soon as possible." Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, knock knock, Lin Yue suddenly sent a WeChat. "Brother Spectre, where have you been? Are you okay?" When he came out, Lu Ming didn't tell Lin Yue what he was going to do. He just asked her to wait for him in Starlight City. Who would have thought that the wait would be almost all morning? And not only did Lin Yue not have any complaints, but she was always concerned about Lu Ming. Just in case Lin Yue would be targeted by Dragon Soul's people, Lu Ming said to her, "Wait for me in the city. I'll go back now." Lin Yue, who had waited all morning before finally waiting for Lu Ming's message, immediately replied, "Brother Yume, why don't I go offline and cook first? You'll come back later and we'll eat before going to practice leveling." Lu Ming looked at the time, nearing noon. Then he said, "That's fine." Thus, the following conversation took place. Lin Yue, "So what do you want to eat for lunch?" Lu Ming, "Whatever." Lin Yue, "There's still some leftovers from last night, eh? I'll make egg fried rice." Lu Ming, "It's too dry." Lin Yue, "What about the noodles?" Lu Ming, "It's too monotonous." Lin Yue, "Then what does Brother Yui want to eat?" Lu Ming, "Whatever." Lin Yue, watching Lin Yue fall into silence, Lu Ming couldn't help but smile. It's silly and sweet and fun to tease. Closing the conversation, Lu Ming then rushed in the direction of Starlight City. Unbeknownst to them at this moment, in the middle of a nearby inconspicuous jungle, there is a pair of eyes staring at Lu Ming. It is said that the most dangerous places are the safest. It turned out that after the Dragon Soul Guan Yu killed and broke through the siege, he didn't run far, but lurked in this neighborhood. For Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he thought that he was just undefeatable against the Necromantic Legion, but if he was just dealing with Lu Ming, the formation trickster, it was bound to be a breeze. Originally, he wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to avoid the Necromantic army and kill Lu Ming in a direct sneak attack. But now, seeing that Lu Ming had a group of Death Lords close by to protect him at all times, he gave up on the idea. As he watched Lu Ming, who had killed dozens of his own brothers, gradually walked away. The hatred within the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, little by little superimposed, is about to reach the extreme point, cannot help but to burst out. Endless anger filled his eyes, and the roots of his back teeth were almost crushed. Just then, he suddenly received a WeChat friend message from the note named Boss Qin. How did it go? Dragon Soul Guan Yu tried to calm his inner rage and replied, "Those 4GBs around Qin Churin have all been eradicated," saying that Dragon Soul Guan Yu sent 4 photos over. Seeing these 4 photos that recorded the deaths of the Green Dragon, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, the other party was obviously satisfied. Very good. At this point, Dragon Soul Guan Yu then said indignantly, "But I don't know where a formation trickster came out from. Not only saved Qin Churin, but also killed dozens of brethren who were born and died with me." Boss Qin was silent for a moment and said, "Give me a statistical list of all the people who sacrificed on your side, and I'll calculate the compensation for you. Also, didn't I tell you that I told you not to touch Qin Churin? Just settle the people around her. You can properly teach her a lesson, but never kill her. This mission will continue to be followed up by you, that formation trickster you just mentioned. No matter what his identity is, within 3 days I want to see his corpse. As well, all those who have dealings with Qin Churin. If there's one, kill one. None need be left behind. At least as the elite member of the 6th Dragon Soul battle team of the national ranking, and still the 39th ranked gold medalist warrior of the national service. Just lost dozens of good brothers. This moment was again this kind of order and reprimand. Dragon Soul Guan Yu, a moment of anger, is ready to directly come to a "I quit, you love to find who to go." Before he could send this message, he received a text message out of the blue. Your account with tail number 3195 received a remittance of 32 million yuan, with a balance of 453,27652.12 yuan. Daxia Bank. At the same time, Boss Qin sent a message. This is the end of the bounty for those 4GBs. You give me the list of the sacrificed personnel and compensate them at $2 million a person, or you make an offer. Dragon Soul Guan Yu had wanted to be angry, but this text message just didn't make him half as angry, because this guy, his attitude is not good, but he is really willing to give money. Thus, Dragon Soul Guan Yu deleted the previous message that hadn't been sent out yet, and re-edited a message to send it over. No problem, within 2 days. I'll take the head of that formation trickster's dog. Ending the conversation, Dragon Soul Guan Yu couldn't help but sneer. As the saying goes, a tiger's venom does not eat its children. This guy, even his own sister has the power to kill her. Really a horrible person. Originally, just by looking at this treatment, which is dozens of times higher than Dragon Soul, I was still considering whether to jump ship and go to your Zongshin, but now it seems that working together under the hands of people like you, I'm afraid that it's just a case of having money to take but no life to spend. When I finish this order, I won't stay in Dragon Soul. With this money, I'll be able to feed and clothe myself for the rest of my life. Chapter 68, Third Order Death Lord. Full increase. On his way back to Starlight City, Lu Ming organized his backpack. Bad luck this time. The The 2 silver-ranked bosses, the brutal saber-toothed Tiger King, only dropped 5 pieces of level 30 bronze equipment, along with an E-ranked skill scroll. Even counting the 80-plus silver coins, the total market value is probably only $60.70k. It's not as good as the 200,000 that you'd get if you just sold the 2 bosses. However, not only did Lu Ming not have a single complaint, he was instead grateful to these 2 silver-level bosses. After all, if it wasn't for the fact that they were helping to upgrade, Lu Ming and Qin Charan really wouldn't have been able to get through this difficult time. But it's worth mentioning, the boss didn't explode anything good though. Dragon Souls players poured out a big blowout. Inside the cave, there were more than 20 Dragon Soul players who had been decapitated by the Death Lord. They could all be level 50 players fully armed with bronze weapons, so all the ones that popped out were also level 40-50 bronze equipment. With roughly 2 pieces of equipment dropping per capita, Lu Ming had a total of 49 bronze pieces in his bag. According to the market, a level 40-50 bronze weapon was traded at roughly $5,000. The value of these equipments, then, had reached a full $200,000. On top of that, totaling more than 300 silver coins, along with various types of high-level potions, the total for this side amounted to more than $90,000. That meant that simply that group of Dragon Soul Battle team players had contributed more than $300,000 to Lu Ming's earnings. This is worth several times more than even a boss. Lu Ming suddenly had a sudden thought. I wonder if the Fortune Cat is on the team. Can her explosive rate boosting talent also add to the murder explosive rate? It would be really cool if that burst rate had a bonus as well. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming turned his attention to himself. This time, the reason why we can turn the tide against the wind and fight back in a desperate situation is all because the 3 major talents have been upgraded to LV3. Account number 330,297. Account qualifications. Full. Talent. Spirit Chopper LV3. Every time a player kills an enemy, he can refine his corpse to obtain the corresponding soul power, and by consuming the soul power, he can summon a dead spirit, which is sworn to defend its master and will never betray him, and the maximum number of refining is the player's level 30. Talent. Total increase LV3. All skills of the player are 30 times more effective. Talent 3. Rebirth by fire LV3. When a player dies, sacrifice one of the weakest necromancers to resurrect the player, and upon resurrection, the player gains invincibility for 2 seconds. Summoning panel. Consume 1 point of soul power to summon a first-level necromancer. Consume 10 points of soul power to summon a second-rank necromantic warlord. Consume 50 points of soul power to summon a third-order death lord. On top of that, Lu Ming discovered several new functions were unlocked on the LV3 summoning panel. Power increase. Consume 10 points of soul power to permanently increase the power of all dead spirits by 1 point. The maximum increase cannot exceed 100% of the dead spirit's own base power value. Agility increase. Consume 10 points of soul power to permanently increase the agility of all necromancers by 1 point, same value as above. Also, there is an endurance increase, a mental increase, and a physical increase. On top of that, skill upgrades and unlocking second skills. This only works on third-level death lords. Soul Shattering Skill Upgrade Grade F Grade E. Consumes 3,000 points of soul power. Soul Decimation Skill Learning Grade F. 1,000 points of soul power can be consumed to learn it. The pioneering of new features for the Necromantic Legion could undoubtedly increase their ceiling extremely dramatically. However, at the same time, the consumption of soul power also became greater. After all, killing a monster only managed to refine a mere 1 point of soul power. Lu Ming had used up all of his soul power, and currently only had enough to summon 422 Death Lords, leaving 178 empty spots. Even the Necromantic Legion couldn't be summoned enough, let alone have the extra soul power for other aspects of attribute increase and skill enhancement. Take your time anyway. As long as you kill monsters you get soul power, it doesn't cost anything. Shelve all the equipment in your backpack, as well as the unwanted skill scrolls and potions on the trading house. Lu Ming returned to Starlight City and got offline. He came to the living room drinking fountain and poured a glass of water, but there was no sign of Lin Yue, just as Lu Ming was puzzled. Not long after, Lin Yue came back with the dishes. "Why are you going grocery shopping at this hour?" Lu Ming asked. "Didn't you say that you didn't want to eat something too dry and monotonous, Brother Spectre? I bought beef vermicelli and small green vegetables, and there's meat in the house. I'll make a beef stew with vermicelli and shredded pork soup with bok choy, Brother Spectre. Go back to your room and rest for a while. I'll be done soon." As she spoke, Lin Yue changed into slippers and carried the dishes into the kitchen. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. I can't imagine that I was just making a casual remark to tease Lin Yue. Yet she took it so seriously, taking Lu Ming's words to heart. This moment also suddenly made Lu Ming realize that when he was with Yi Linger in his previous life, he had lived like a transparent person. So, taking advantage of Lin Yue's efforts to cook, Lu Ming sat on a hanging chair on the panoramic balcony, leisurely basking in the sun while searching online for strategies for the city of starbursts, thinking about where to take Lin Yue for the fastest upgrade in the afternoon. With the strength of the Necromantic Legion right now, it's still a bit difficult to deal with level 50 players, but it should be able to steadily eat the second heavens, the full level of monsters. That's a lot of choices. In order to bring Lin Yue up to level 20 as quickly as possible, Lu Ming directly chose a quest with a level as high as level 48. After brushing the high-level monsters, along with the rich rewards of this high-level quest, Lin Yue should be able to directly reach level 20 in one step from the current level 18. Determined the direction for the afternoon. Having nothing to do, Lu Ming brushed his friend's circle. It just so happened that he swiped a dynamic from Qin Churen. There are those who live and she is dead, there are those who die and he is still alive. Dynamic update was hot off the press a minute ago. Perhaps it feels too melodramatic and contrived. Lu Ming had only just seen a glance when he realized that Qin Churen had immediately deleted this dynamic. Lu Ming couldn't help but think, this Qin Churen won't be able to think of anything else, right? You can't die. If you die, how can I get back at Qin Feng and Yi Linger, that pair of dogs? But what could be done to give Qin Churen the hope of staying alive? While being anxious, Lu Ming seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He immediately sent a Weibo message to Light Yen. Can you do me a favor and find someone for me? After lunch, Lu Ming and Lin Yue each went back to their rooms and got online. Lu Ming first went to the occupation hall and claimed the third turn quest on the Formation Artificer Tutor. Quest requirement. You need to kill 200 monsters whose level is not lower than level 20 within 6 hours. This quest, just in time, can be synchronized with the upgrade quest in the afternoon. Thus, just as Lu Ming was preparing to bring Lin Yue to collect that level 48 quest that he had selected in advance. Knock knock. Lightface sent a message. The person you asked me to look for? Found. I'll give you the location, Gray Plains location. Okay. Thanks. I'll be right there. After replying to Lightning Yan's message, Lu Ming instantly forwarded the positioning that Lightning Yan had sent to Qin Churen. Come on over here. A big gift for you. Chapter 69. Qin Churen took revenge with his own hands and decapitated the slag woman Qin Qin, north of Starlight City, LV-26 Gray Plains. The trio of level 18 Magician Lightface, along with level 18 Archer Tian Xian Eternal, and level 18 Assassin Tian Xian Shadow, were guarding the outside of the plains. Seeing Lu Ming coming, Lightface said to Lu Ming, "The person you're looking for? It's her, isn't it?" Following the direction that Lightface's gaze had led to, one could only see that on the endless gray prairie, there were quite a number of level 24-25 players in groups of 3 or 5, hunting and killing level 26 wolves to practice leveling. And among them, there was that small group of 5 of mixed rank. The only archer girl in the queue who had a hot body but was only level 16 took advantage of the fact that the squad had just killed a wild wolf to take advantage of the gap between them, and with her enchanting and flirtatious figure, she kept twisting and rubbing against a warrior man beside her who was ranked as high as level 25 sword pro, and said petulantly, "Brother Jianlin, you're so powerful." The man reached out and gave the girl's arse a hard squeeze, wrapped the girl into his arms, stared at the girl with the gaze of a hungry wolf, and laughed. Not only is brother great at fighting monsters, he's also great at other things too. Oh, sister, do you want to let you see how powerful brother is tonight? Ouch, nasty. The archer girl pouted as her small hand lightly punched the man's chest. At this moment, Lu Ming instantly recognized that the archer girl was none other than Qin Qin, who had betrayed White Tiger. Apparently, even though she betrayed the White Tiger to the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, she was not ultimately favored by the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and was kicked out of the way when she had no more use for it. I can't imagine her turning around and hooking up with other rich and powerful high-level players. As long as she paid for her flesh, she could get high-level players to take her upgrades for free, and it was clear that this way of boosting herself was tried and true for Qin Qin. In Qin Qin's body, Lu Ming seemed to see Yi Linger's shadow. He hated traitors. Seeing Lu Ming staring at Qin Qin in such a shocked manner. On the side, Tian Xian's shadow rolled up his sleeves and said, "Brother, hey, if you don't like that smelly, I'll go and show her some color." without knowing when, Tianxian Shadow's name for Lu Ming changed step by step. Wait! Lu Ming stopped Tianxian Shadow. Just when the lightning face few people didn't understand what exactly Lu Ming was up to. Tianxian Shadow suddenly looked in a certain direction and his eyes lit up. Holy! What's with the people from the god of decimation coming? Following Tianxian Shadow's gaze, he was able to see that in the rear, Qin Churen had rushed over. Seeing Qin Churen, the three of them immediately put up their guard. After all, Tianxian and Jinshin, the two families had always been at odds, which had thought that Qin Churen didn't even look at them at all. His gaze was always fixed on Qin in the Gray Plains. In his mind, he thought back to the scene in which Qin betrayed Xiao Hu, leading to the deaths of Along, Xiao Hu, Old Zhu and all four of them at the hands of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Qin Churen's cold eyes instantly turned red. Without a word, she held her dagger and moved closer to the kitsune. And at that moment, Qin also unintentionally saw Qin Churen. She recognized Qin Churen as the person beside her ex-boyfriend Zhang Hu, and understood that the other party must be looking for her to claim her life. The faint-hearted Qin, fearfully grasping Jianlin's arm, nervously said, "Brother Jianlin, there is someone who wants to kill me." Jianlin turned his face, following Qin's terrified gaze, and looked over here to Qin Churen who was approaching with murderous intent. With a cold gaze he questioned, "What for?" Qin Churen's reddened eyes were fixed on Qin from the beginning to the end. "None of your business, you have 3 seconds to get out of my sight." As Qin Churen's words fell, Jianlin looked Qin Churen up and down and realized that although the other party's level was as high as 33, exceeding his own by 8 levels, but by virtue of the fact that the opponent was alone and a brittle assassin, Sword Pro was certain that the 4 level 25s on his side would join forces and easily take her down without much effort. So, then casually protect Qin behind himself, not think of a faint smile. "Nothing, baby. Have me in. She dares not move you." As he spoke, Jianlin, who was thinking of taking this opportunity to perform well in front of Qin, drew his sword with a wow. His eyes contemptuously said to Qin Churen, "Want to move my woman? Ask this sword in my hand first." As soon as the words fell, Sword Pro's other 3 teammates, whose levels had all reached level 25, also drew their swords and united their battle lines with Sword Pro. A pair of lewd gazes filled with teasing wandered over Qin Churen's body with impunity. "That's not a bad-looking chick. She's got me a little stirred up. Please give it to me, Lao-san. This one I really like. Don't even argue. Whoever takes it is the one who gets it." As he spoke, several people were like hungry wolves, closing in on Qin Churen. Meanwhile, Qin, who was hiding behind Jianlin, was pretending to be harmless and pitiful on the surface, but inwardly she was overjoyed. "I thought to myself, how dare you try to get back at me? Everywhere I go, I'm being hailed. So what do you have? Zhang Hu and the others are all dead. Now, who else can protect you? The abandoned daughter of the Qin family?" At this moment, Jianlin, who was eager to express himself in front of Qin, stepped forward and said, "Brothers, hand her over to me. When I take down this, then I'll put her at your disposal." With that, Jianlin carried his sword and came towards Qin Churen to kill him. Qin Churen's gaze was like a blaze, and he had just raised his dagger before he had the chance to launch into action. Whoa rub! Suddenly, a sword shadow as fast as lightning ran through Jianlin's body. 181,822. Along with a burst of high blood red damage jumping up, the blood bar above Sword Pro's head was instantly drained. Plop fell to his knees in front of Qin Churen and was killed on the spot. At that instant, several players behind Sword Pro, with horrified gazes, looked towards the level 20 formation artificer who stood quietly not far behind Qin Churen and was upholding a sword-drawing maneuver. Spectre. Lu Ming habitually maintained the draw sword state at all times, because the drawing sword that had been strengthened by 30 times could give Lu Ming a sustained attack power bonus effect for 300 seconds after using the skill, which was enough to perfectly cover the skill's 60-second CD. Therefore, as long as Lu Ming drew his sword once every 5 minutes, he would durably gain the 600% attack bonus from drawing his sword. With the level 25 warrior Jianlin being killed by Lu Ming, who was a level 20 formation artificer with a single sword strike. In an instant, the remaining 3 were shocked. They then realized that this Qin Churen was not alone. She also had backers. Moreover, this backer behind her, although her rank was not high, Her strength was terrifyingly strong. Totally not in the same league as the three of them. With this amazing damage that exceeded them by 100 times, reaching 18W+, it was enough to make them doubt their lives and not dare to make any slightest move. Even the three people on the other side of the room, Lightning Yen, Tianxian Eternal, Tianxian Shadow, were deeply shocked by the damage dealt by Lu Ming. What kind of damage is this, Hades? This kid. Really outrageous. His father opened the door to outrageous to the home. Lightface gloated. How about it, brother? The person I recruited for our battle team. Not bad, right? Tianxian Eternal couldn't hold back the shock in his heart. Once this underworld grows up, he will definitely be a supreme powerhouse that will shake the entire Grand Xia in the later stages. On the field. Go! Run! A few people knew that they had messed with the big man and panicked, trying to escape. Just turned around. Wow! Around them, countless blood-colored boundaries flowing with golden light manifested. In the next moment, hundreds of Death Lords wearing fully enclosed dark red blood armor, with cloaks tied to their backs, bloodshot eyes, and fiery blades in their hands, tore through space and stepped out from that boundary. Run! Did I tell you to run? Chapter 70. Terribly strong backer, Spectre. In an instant, the intimidating force emanating from the Necromantic Legion enveloped the entire Grey Plane. Under the shock of the Death Lords, the three of them shrank into a ball with their backs against each other, looking with terror at the group of Death Lords that seemed as if they could pounce on them at any time and tear them apart. His heart was racing and he didn't dare to let out a single breath. At the same time, seeing a huge mountain that she had just leaned on just fall, Qin was also pale with fear. Noticing that Lu Ming behind Qin was the very same formation trickster that Zhang who had asked her to test 2 days ago, it suddenly occurred to Qin. Lu Ming and Qin had only just met not long ago, and the two of them weren't very familiar with each other. So, with the rich experience of reading countless men, Qin judged that this was a perfect opportunity. Seizing this opportunity, she cast a color seduction spell on Lu Ming. Brother Underworld, do you have a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Can I be your girlfriend? Qin is very confident about her body and looks. After all, since she was a child, there were not 1,000, but 800 men who had fallen under her pomegranate skirt. Until then, no man had ever been able to resist her beauty. She even felt that, in terms of posture alone, she was no worse than Qin, so she was also fully certain that she would be able to pin down Lu Ming. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming just gave her a disdainful look. Where did you get the confidence that I would look at a lousy shoe like yours? Qin's face immediately became extremely ugly. When Lu Ming didn't move, the army of the dead didn't move. If the Necromantic Legion didn't move, those three wouldn't dare to move. Qin approached Qin step by step, her eyes red. Why did you betray Tiger? If you don't love it, you can leave. Why did you have to get Tiger killed? Tiger isn't stupid. He just tolerates you unconditionally. He could have had better choices too. Yet he's the only one who won't leave you alone. Seeing Qin holding the dagger and pressing in step, Qin accidentally fell to the ground as she scrambled back. The strong desire to survive forced Qin to cry and beg for mercy from Qin. Ran. I'm wrong. I really know I'm wrong. For the sake of me and Zhang who knowing each other for a while, you can forgive me this time, you spare me? Anger, grief mixed. Qin choked. Forgive you. You're not worthy. The words just fell. Woe rub. Qin flashed and killed in front of Qin, his hand rising and falling. Instantly, blood splattered, and Qin covered her bleeding neck with both hands, and with endless unwillingness and remorse, she struggled and collapsed in a pool of blood. For a few moments, it stopped moving. At the same time, Qin got up. The other three players on the field immediately knelt down to Lu Ming in fear. Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, forgive me. We only just met this Qin. We really don't know what stupid things she did before. Apparently, they were profoundly aware of this. This deeply hidden formation artificer Big Shot was the one who was backing up Qin. Lu Ming stood in place, calm and collected. In front of outsiders, he gave Qin enough face. Begging me won't help. Beg her. Lu Ming's words made the three big men realize again. Their life and death were in Qin's hands. Then he hurriedly turned his face and knelt down to Qin. Roll. With a cold cry from Qin, the three hurriedly fled in a roll under the death gazes of countless Death Lords. At this moment, Qin let out a deep breath as if relieved. Turning his face to look at Lu Ming, he was about to say something to him. Lightning Yen suddenly came to Lu Ming. To Lu Ming, he said, "Nah, I got you the soul set you asked me to get for you last time." Saying that, Lightning Yen took out a set of equipment and handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look and realized that it was exactly the full set of mage soul sets that he desperately needed to prepare for Lin Yue at the moment. Lu Ming was instantly delighted, because he had been worried that it would be a headache if he couldn't get a soul set even when he got over to the black market. After all, if Lin Yue didn't wear the soul suit and follow along into the spectral demon tower, without her explosive raid edition, Lu Ming's rate of brushing soul stones would be greatly reduced. Right now, this soul set of Light Face was a blessing in disguise. Then he remembered that this time, he was able to locate Qin Qin and allow Qin Charan to smoothly vent his inner hatred and anger, thanks to Light Yan's help. Lu Ming then said gratefully to Light Face, "Thanks. This set of equipment is first recorded at the market price. I'll transfer the money to you as soon as possible." Light Face guffawed, "Okay." Seeing the scene of Lu Ming talking happily with Lightning Yen, jealousy inexplicably welled up in the heart of Qin Charan on the side. She stood directly in front of Lu Ming and confronted Lightning Face. "How much does he owe you? I'll pay it back for him." Light Face felt a wave of hostility. Worrying that the specter would be snatched away by their god of decimation, he also didn't budge. "Who are you?" "Just returning it for him." Qin Charan clasped her hands on her chest and reasoned, "I'm his girlfriend." At these words, Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. This was because the condition he made earlier was to help Qin Charan kill Dragon Soul Guanyu before making Qin Charan agree to be his girlfriend. I didn't expect Qin Charan to make his position and attitude clear now. At this moment, Lightning Yen also looked at Lu Ming with an unbelievable gaze. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not deny it. "She is indeed my girlfriend." "No, you guys." Light Face felt a bit incredulous. "When did this happen? Didn't you two just meet? Then you don't have to care much." At this, Light Fan suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. "Mind, the clown is actually myself." At this moment, Qin Charan continued, "Name a price. From today, Underworld will officially withdraw from your Tianxian. No matter how much liquidated damages are involved, I can accept it. It's obviously not about money anymore. Rather, Lu Ming's value could not be measured in terms of money." Just as Lightning Face was wondering what could be done to keep Lu Ming suddenly took the initiative to speak. "I'm still a member of Tianxian, and that won't change. As long as it remains the same as before, and you do not constrain my freedom." Hearing this, Light Face was delighted. "Good, no problem. Then we'll leave you guys alone for now. We'll contact you on WeChat if anything happens." After saying that, Light Yen hurriedly pulled Tianxian Eternity and the others away, fearing that one step later Lu Ming would change his mind. Only waiting for Lightning Yen and the others to leave, Qin Charan asked Lu Ming in confusion, "Why don't you quit Tianxian?" Lu Ming was in no hurry to explain. Instead, he just looked at Qin Qin's corpse and said, "Without Tianxian, I wouldn't necessarily have been able to find her." Qin Charan immediately understood that Lu Ming's purpose for staying in Tianxian was for his own convenience. Thus, Qin Charan said nothing more. "Then, how much do you owe Tianxian? I'll pay it back for you first. And if you want to continue staying at Tianxian later, it's all up to you." "No need," Lu Ming said. "I can return it myself." Qin Charan wanted to say something. She also knew Lu Ming's character. Suddenly, Qin Charan fell into a long silence. Then he raised his head and said to Lu Ming with a red face, "Where are you? I'll go over to your side to look for you. Let's have dinner together in the evening. And then, how about we go watch a movie?" Qin Charan had already thought about it in his mind. Since she had promised Lu Ming that she would be his girlfriend as long as he was willing to help her take revenge, the relationship, then, must never be more than lip service. So even though there's been no relationship, Qin Charan also understood. Since they had already established a relationship, the two of them should do something that couples should do. "As long as it's not too much to ask, I can grant you anything." Just as Qin Charan was thinking so, Lu Ming, however, suddenly said, "It's fine. You don't have to come over for now. We're just getting started. Give yourself some space first." Hearing these words, Qin Charan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief inwardly. She was eager to show her attitude in order to let Lu Ming know that she, Qin Charan, was as good as her word. The conditions that Lu Ming had promised before were never just for fun. Secondly, she also felt it was moving too fast. So when she proposed to meet offline just now, she was actually inwardly afraid that Lu Ming would really agree. Therefore just now, when Lu Ming said this, she had no more worries. Wait for my news. I'll let you know when I've captured Dragon Soul Guan Yu. After instructing Qin Churen, Lu Ming turned to leave with Lin Yue. Looking at Lu Ming's gradually departing back, Qin Churen couldn't help but feel a surge of warmth in his heart. It looks quite dark, but I can't believe you're still a decent person. Whatever your intentions, thank you for allowing me to personally avenge Tiger's death. Chapter 71 Instant Kill. Undead General. The original plan was to take Lin Yue to do a high-level quest first and bring her up to level 20 before marching into the Spectral Demon Tower. However, Lu Ming realized this soul set that Lightning Yen had just given was not a level 20, but a level 10 set. Soul sets are divided into 5 grades. Grade 10, 20, 30, 40, and 50. Obviously, Lightface had considered this very thoughtfully, knowing that at Lin Yue's current level, it was only suitable for a level 10 soul set. In this way, Lin Yue could change into this soul set and instantly enter the Spectral Demon Tower with Lu Ming without having to wait for level 20. Thus, Lu Ming directly brought Lin Yue and rushed to the Spectral Demon Tower. I haven't paid back the $1 million I borrowed to buy a house before, and now I owe another soul set. At the market price of a level 10 bronze artifact soul set, it's almost $500,000 or so. Lu Ming frowned slightly. Without realizing it, he owed so much money. And that's just for the money owed to Lightface's side. Also, it cost $6 million to buy the house in the first place, with only 20% down payment and a loan of over $5 million on the bank side. Also quite capable of owing. If this were in the previous life, so much money owed to Lu Ming is the same as killing him. Do not want to pay off the debt for a lifetime. But now Lu Ming had formulated a plan. Within a week, first settle the money owed on Lightface's side. Soon, Lu Ming arrived at the Spectral Demon Tower with Lin Yue. According to today's report, the 8th dimension of the Ghostly Demon Tower had been taken by the Divine Beheading Battle Team. However, with Qin Churen's word of mouth, no one from Divine Beheading dared to stop Lu Ming and respectfully made way for him. Dingyu have entered the 8th dimension of the Spectral Devil Tower Shadow Sugamo. Wow! 2 streaks of white light spilled down, and Lu Ming and Lin Yue, both of them, descended into a dark realm. Looking around, a huge nest like a bunker was situated crisscrossing this realm. Countless undead messengers wearing armor and with cold glowing eyes continuously appeared from those nests. At the same time, there were quite a few teams of players hunting these undead monsters within the large map. As the highest level of the Spectral Demon Tower, the undead-type monsters that were situated in Shadow Sugamo were already as high as level 4650. As a result, the players who brushed the monsters here also kept their levels at 4650. When a level 20 formation trickster with a level 18 magician in tow appeared in this field, there was no doubt that it instantly aroused skepticism from the onlookers. How did that level 20 formation artificer come into the 8th dimension? What the hell is a level 18 mage beside him? Look, they have soul suits on them. It's the effect of soul suits that allow them to ignore the level restrictions of the Spectral Demon Tower map and enter any realm at will. But people are all high level with the soul suit to the low realm to fry fish. But these two are so good wearing soul suits to run to such a high realm. What's a level 20 doing in the 8th realm? They really don't know how to die. They're probably running to the wrong dimension, aren't they? Sure. Let's not remind them. When they get blown up by the monsters, they might explode 2 pieces of soul suit equipment, which can be sold for tens of thousands of dollars each. Thus, in order to pick up the pieces, some of the nearby players even stopped their work of killing monsters and stared at Lu Ming and Lin Yue, just waiting for them to be blown up by the monsters. After all, if they could pick up even 1 piece of soul set equipment, it would be worth a year's worth of their income. Just then, ahead of the site, in the middle of a huge lair that was full of holes, as if it had countless eyes, an undead general clad in silver armor, holding a frosty spear in his hand, and exuding a kingly aura, rode a skeletal warhorse and stepped out. Elite monsters? Lu Ming was somewhat excited as he threw a scouting spell over at the undead general. Undead General LV-48 Physical Elite Monster. Physical Attack Power 9,800. Armor 6,600. Magic Resistance 5,800. Speed 4,980. Blood 558,000. Skills: Charge D rank, Ice Burst D rank. Description: As a general under the command of the Lord of the Dead, Gahar, the general of the undead is ordered by Gahar to guard the Ghost Tower, and he is sworn to lead the army of the undead and crush all humans who break into Shadow Sugamo. When she saw the monster data that was automatically shared in the team channel, Lin Yue, who was standing behind Lu Ming, couldn't help but squeeze the staff in her hand, her eyes showing tension and fear. After all, before this, the highest level monster she had dealt with while following behind Lu Ming was only the level 30 poisonous scorpion over in the Barren Lands. That's another 18 levels straight across. For Lin Yue, who was only level 18, the hole was even a full 30 levels across. On the contrary, Lu Ming was calm and collected. It was as if everything was under his control. Arrogant human. How dare you step into the spectral demon tower and disturb Lord Gagio's purity? Go to hell. With a growl, the undead general rode the skeletal warhorse under his seat, and he charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming was not slow. Just wait for the undead general to enter attack range. His right hand, which had long been placed on top of the hilt of the sword at his back, quietly drew up the blade. Whoa rub! The sharp shadow of the sword flashed through the undead general's body. 181,822. The undead general's blood bar instantly slammed down by a third. At the same time, under Lu Ming's mind control, in all directions, hundreds of third-rank Death Lords tore through space and stepped out from the summoning boundary. Lu Ming resided with his long sword. Wow, wow, war trampling, fortress of life. After 30-fold reinforcement, a huge knot formation with a radius of 1,500 yards instantly spread from Lu Ming's feet to the entire Shadow Sugamo. Buzz! Dozens of blood-red marks appeared on the undead general's chest at the same time. Next, brush up. Dozens of Death Lords around them simultaneously unleashed shattered souls, instantly killing the undead general from dozens of yards away. The long sword with blazing flames burning in his hand cleaved his head. 15,498. 15,498. 15,498. Under Lu Ming's mind control, the first batch of Death Lords quickly withdrew from the attack range after launching Soul Shattering, making room for the second batch of Death Lords to launch Soul Shattering. As it was, 3 consecutive rounds of Soul Shattering went down, and the large, long blood bar on the top of the undead general's head was instantly drained. Boom! With a loud thud, the undead general, in his heavy armor, crashed from his horse and fell headfirst to the ground. Ding kill level 48 elite monster undead general. Experience value plus 300,000. The experience of a level 48 elite monster is almost as much as a level 30 silver boss. Watching the experience bar rise by a full 10 percentage points in a trend visible to the naked eye, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. At the same time, the surrounding group of passerby players who had been sitting around waiting for Lu Ming to be killed and then came to pick up the pieces were dumbfounded. Level 20 Formation Trickster. Single kill level 48 elite monster. Such horrifying strength caused those players to be shocked, and they silently returned to their posts to honestly brush monsters, not daring to come back to fight Lu Ming's half-assed ideas. Lu Ming, on the other hand, approached the undead general's corpse with great anticipation. As Lu Ming's total increased talent was upgraded to LV3, Lin Yue's monster-killing burst rate bonus effect was also increased from 200% to 300%. Let's see how valuable a level 48 elite monster with a quadruple explosive rate is. Chapter 72. Do you like her? Ding, you've picked up coins 22 silver and 48 copper. Ding, you've picked up 14 soul stones. The monsters in the spectral demon tower, not exploding equipment or skill scrolls. The only and most valuable product was the soul stone. I can't believe I exploded 14 soul stones at once. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. After all, within the spectral demon tower, the chance of a normal monster popping a soul stone was only 10%. And normally, an elite monster like this would only drop 3-4 soul stones at most. Thanks to Lin Yue's 300% explosive rate bonus, Lu Ming was able to harvest so many soul stones from this elite undead general at once. And Lu Ming realized that the purity of all these soul stones was not low. Inside of 14 of them, there is one 100% pure first-class soul stone. Another 4 second-grade soul stones of 91% 99% purity. 4 soul stones of 71% 90% purity of third class. 3 soul stones of 41% 70% purity of fourth class. 2 soul stones of 1% 40% purity of fifth class. From this, it could be seen that Lin Youei's explosive rate enhancement talent was not only able to increase the quantity of soul stones dropped, but also the quality at the same time. Converted according to the market value, the total value of these soul stones had reached $2,790. And then count the 22 silver coins. It was equal to the total earnings that just one elite monster undead general had brought Lu Ming, which amounted to over $7,000. It's almost like picking up money. Thus, through his mind, Lu Ming gave an order to all the Death Lords, kill the monsters. In the next second, topped with the dual formation of War Trample and Life Fortress, the Necromantic Legion began to spread out within the vast Shadow Sugamo, automatically hunting and killing the surrounding level 4650 undead monsters. Normal level 4650 undead minions only had around 8,000 attack power, 5,000 plus armor, 4,000 speed, and 1215 W blood. With the bonus of the 30 times strengthened War Trample, the Death Lord with 20,000 attack points traveled through the Shadow Sugamo monsters and went on a killing spree. Brush up. 17,985, 15,362, 16,421. Although it wasn't enough to cause fatal damage to these undead monsters, it was already able to pose a great threat to them. Against the monsters' high damage of tens of thousands of points in a single pass, the Death Lords were not the least bit weak. This is because the maximum shield value that E-rank Life Fortress brings to friendly troops is 50% of the blood limit of the Array Trickster. 30-fold enhancements raise it straight to 15x blood limit. Combined with Lu Ming's 2,488 points of blood attribute, the maximum shield that the Death Lord was able to obtain was already able to reach 37,000 plus. The main thing is that this shield is not disposable. As long as it is below the maximum, then a 4,253-point shield is automatically generated every second. Thus, to the high-level undead in Shadow Sugamo, this group of Death Lords, who were only level 20, were like undefeatable little powerhouses. Unkillable. Can't kill it at all. And so, under the slaughter of over 400 Death Lords, Lu Ming began to sit back and enjoy himself again. Ding kill level 49 Necromancer. Experience value plus 5,250. Ding kill level 46 Undead Warrior. Experience value plus 4,880. Ding kill level 48 Undead Archer. Experience value plus 5,110. Players need a total of 300 W experience points to go from level 20 to 21. It was equivalent to every small monster killed would increase Lu Ming's experience bar by around 0.15 percentage points. And it is able to harvest 20-25 coins steadily. On average, every 2-3 undead will drop a soul stone. Lu Ming had imagined that as long as he got his hands on the soul set, ignoring the level hindrance to enter the 8th dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower to brush the monsters would be very enjoyable. But I didn't expect it to be this cool. Following behind Lu Ming, Lin Youei's experience bar skyrocketed. Wow. An hour later, the first golden light spilled out. Wow. 2 hours later, a second shower of golden light fell. No quest rewards are mixed in simply by brushing up. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Youei successfully rose to level 20. The speed was so fast that it staggered those players who took 10 days and half a month to accomplish this goal. At this time, Lu Ming had also long since completed the Kill 200 level 20-plus monsters third turn quest. The Spectral Devil's Tower can come to the brush at any time. The imperative. Let's go over to the black market first and collect the quest on that gold-ranked goblin boss, and then see if we can boost a wave of strength before we do so. Lu Ming was still clear about his current weight. Last time I was able to win because Dragon Soul Guan Yu had few people around him. Once Dragon Soul Guan Yu came to the door with hundreds or thousands of Dragon Soul elite players, Lu Ming would have trouble dealing with them with his current strength. Thus, Lu Ming and first brought Lin Youei to leave the Spectral Demon Tower. Organized my backpack on the way back to Starburst City. It was discovered that in just one afternoon's time, all the soul stones and silver coins that had been popped out, all converted according to the market value, had already exceeded $8. Lu Ming remembered, when in the Ghost Magic Tower first bit of face, brush all day also only earned 5W. Looks like if you want to make a quick buck, you still have to be in the 8th dimension. It's not in vain that I spent so much to get 2 soul sets. Thus, Lu Ming immediately shelved all the soul stones on the trading house. The silver coins are left behind for when you get to the black market. Just as Lu Ming had just finished handling these, he unintentionally saw Lin Youei, who had been silent all the way to the side, suddenly glance at himself, wanting to speak. Ever since he had entered the spectral demon tower, he had noticed that Lin Yue was a bit off. From start to finish, not a word was said, and not even a small amount of money was saved. Sullen, like he has something on his mind. So, Lu Ming asked, "What's wrong with you?" Lin Yue didn't dare to look at Lu Ming and lowered her head. It was not easy to gather enough courage, and asked in a soft voice, "Brother Underworld, are you and that chopper god, Moon, are really together?" "Aha!" Lu Ming answered without hesitation. Lin Yue's small face inexplicably turned red. The voices have gotten quieter. "Do you like her?" When he heard Lin Yue ask this question, Lu Ming seemed to suddenly realize something. He looked at Lin Yue, whose small face was like a reddish persimmon. Suddenly asked Lin Yue rhetorically, "Have you ever been in love?" Lin Yue shook her head and said, "My brother doesn't let me fall in love early." Lu Ming asked again, "Then can you tell what is gratitude and what is like?" Lin Yue still shook her head. Lu Ming smiled at Lin Yue like a big brother. "You're still young. When you grow up a bit more, you'll understand. Come on. Let's go back first, we have to go somewhere later." After saying that, Lu Ming continued on his way. Lin Yue stood straight in place. She was still seriously trying to figure out what Lu Ming had just said. What to be thankful for and what to like. Could it be that Brother Spectre is with the god of decimation and the moon in order to be thankful because the god of decimation and the moon helped him obtain the soul suit earlier? Then in that case, Brother Spectre isn't because he likes Chopper, Moon? Thinking this way, Lin Yue's mood brightened up a lot. She happily followed Lu Ming. After returning to the city, Lu Ming went straight to the occupation hall. On the Formation Trickster Mentor, submit the 3-turn quest. Ding, congratulations, you have completed the 3rd turn. The level cap has broken through to level 30. The attribute growth has been boosted, and the skill bar is +1, as the system prompt fell. Wow! 2 beams of golden light spilled down from the top of his head in succession. After the level cap was raised, all of Lu Ming's experience value accumulated at the Spectral Demon Tower in the afternoon was released, causing his level to be continuously raised to level 22. The 3rd turn, corresponding to not only strength, spirit, endurance, agility, physique, the 5 major attribute growth to get a boost. For Lu Ming, there was nothing more important than unlocking a new skill bar. At last, the Necromantic Legion can welcome a new knotting increase. Chapter 73, the 3rd Knot Formation. Drawing the ground. Lu Ming's backpack stored 3E rank Formation Artificer skill scrolls. Drawn to the ground reduces all enemy armor. All things revive. Increases the life recovery of all friendly troops. Wind Rush. Increases the speed of all friendly troops. There are no skills to raise friendly defense for now, and the trade house is out of stock. So, out of these 3 options, Lu Ming chose the first one. Ding, congratulations! You have mastered the Formation Trickster E rank skill, Drawing the Ground. Drawing the Ground Formation Artist skill LV22. Quality, Grade E. Skill description. Unleash a circular formation with a radius of 50 yards, causing all enemies within the formation to reduce their armor value by 20% of the formation's armor plus 138 points for 15 seconds. Skill consumption. Consumes 98 mana when turned on and 11 mana per second thereafter. Cooldown time. 60 seconds. Combined with my total increased talent of 30-fold strengthening, that's 600% armor plus 4,140 points of armor weakening. Lu Ming opened the status bar and analyzed. Calculating with my 265 points of armor again, it equals the total armor weakening effect, which reaches 5,730 points. This calculation result made Lu Ming very satisfied, because even the highest level 50 normal undead on the Shadow Sugamo side only had over 5,000 points of armor. Equivalently, after the nerf from Drawing the Ground, their armor will be exactly zeroed right out of the gate, enabling Deathlords to deal higher damage. All of the bonus effects of the Formation Trickster skills are closely related to his own attributes. Therefore, if he wanted the Necromantic Legion to receive a higher boost, Lu Ming's own strength must not fall behind. It was still early for dinner, so Lu Ming and Lin Yue left the city again. Following the map's guidance, he traveled in the direction of the black market. Currently, Lu Ming had accumulated a full 10 gold coins in his bag. It should be enough to buy quite a few good things in the black market. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, knock knock, the WeChat message sounded. Lu Ming clicked on it and realized it was from Qin Churen. I've pulled in an up-and-coming battle team and I'm going to let them join us. Do you have time to come over and help me gatecrash them? Lu Ming had just finished reading this message a second before. 1 second after. The other party has withdrawn a message. Since Qin Charan withdrew it, Lu Ming simply turned off WeChat and ignored it. After all, he was with Qin Charan purely and simply to use her to get back at Qin Feng and Yilinger, instead of being a licking dog for Qin Charan who has a request to make. However, in the end, it didn't allow Lu Ming to escape this calamity. Coincidentally, right on the way to the black market, Lu Ming unexpectedly encountered Qin Charan. A virtual ring blossomed in the middle of an open space. The audience was packed on stage. Both players on the stage were engaged in a 5v5 team PK duel. The two players involved in the duel, on one side was the unimpressive miscellaneous excellence team, while on the other side was the famous Desia's 7th team, Zhenshen. The 5 players who were fighting on behalf of Zhenshen were led by none other than level 33 assassin Qin Charan. The other 4 were also all over level 30 with 4th turn strength. The 5 members of the opposing excellence team were also almost all configured at this level. When Lu Ming arrived here, it was just as a duel was beginning. Phew! With the battle just beginning, Qin Charan was the first to attack. She thought clearly and had a clear goal, going straight for the opponent's most threatening level 34 mage, Excellent Coyote. Using the cover of his teammates, he bypassed the blocking of the opponent's warriors and knights and feinted at the opponent's archers, Excellent Kitty. Just as Excellent Kitty dodged the attack, Qin Charan suddenly turned his face to attack the mage Excellence Coyote on the side. Brush up. The speed of Qin Charan and the suddenness of his attack caused Excellent Coyote to barely have a chance to react, and he couldn't even put on his flash before he was easily killed by Qin Charan with a move of sound east and west. Can be described as a woman of honor. Qin Charan's awareness and operation was so strong that even Lu Ming didn't dare to underestimate her. But it was useless for her to be powerful on her own. This is a team game after all. Just as Qin Charan reaped the opposing mage, their own archers and priests were also attacked by the 2 opposing assassins and were both killed in action. The remaining 2 warriors even did an extreme 2-for-1, replacing one of the opponent's assassins. In just such a blink of an eye, 5v5 became 1v3. In the end, Qin Charan fought 1 against 3, decimating 2 of his opponents, but narrowly losing in the hands of the level 35 warrior, Excellent Little Tiger. Ding, this 5-game best of 3 PK match was won by Team Excellence. Current score: Excellence 2, Zhenshen 1. At this moment, the audience on the stage could not help but be shocked. I'll go. What's the situation with Zhenshen? The 7th top battle team in Daxia's national service can't even beat a miscellaneous small studio in the district? This is too humiliating. Yeah, it's 2 losses. 7th in the national service, and this is it. It's so weak. I can fight better than them with my feet. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of the crowd, was revealing a smile that saw through everything. Just now this appeared on the surface to be a game of best efforts. However, he could tell at a glance that the remaining 4 on Zhenshen's side, except for Qin Charan, had obviously let their water down. They lost to excellence on purpose. At first Lu Ming didn't understand why they were doing this. It wasn't until the halftime stage that the leader of the Excellence battle team, the warrior youth, Excellence Little Tiger, sneered at Qin Charan. Sister, if you lose 1 more game, you will lose. Remember the rules, right? If you guys lose, you'll have to join my Excellence battle team and play for me for a week. Qin Charan's gaze was like a blaze, her bones revealing an air of not admitting defeat. It's not over yet. Even though he said that, Qin Charan was a little anxious inside. Good. Excellence Xiaohu gently caressed the fire-bathing longsword in his hand. His gaze fixed on Qin Charan was filled with possessiveness. Then let's continue. The words just fell. A voice suddenly came from the stage. Zhenshen applied for a replacement. The crowd followed the direction of the source of the sound and looked at the speaker, a young formation artificer. When Qin Charan saw Lu Ming, he was instantly delighted. It was like seeing a light in the darkness. Spectre, why is he here? Did he see the message I sent him? But I clearly withdrew it and didn't report the location at the time. Just as Qin Charan was elated, he felt a bit puzzled. The first reaction of the opposing Excellence Tigers when they heard the other team apply for a midway substitution was naturally very unhappy. After all, according to the current situation, they were bound to win steadily. According to the rules, a replacement has to be agreed upon by both parties, and the replacement must be of equal rank. Lu Ming ascended the ring and stood on Qin Charan's side, Turning to the 5 players facing off against Team Excellence, he said, "At my level, I should qualify, right?" It was only at this moment that the players from the Excellent Battle team carefully sized up Lu Ming. When they saw that Lu Ming was actually a formation artificer who was only level 22, their attitudes instantly reversed 180 degrees. Excellent Xiaohu held back his inner excitement and asked, "Are you sure about the replacement? To be fair, I'll give you one more step." Lu Ming calmly said, "I'll trade 1 for 4. With these words, all the players on and off the stage fell into a foxhole. Where did this kid get the confidence to be a level 22 formation trickster fighting a level 30 ring and a 1 for 4? Come for a laugh, huh? What a pretender. But I'm really looking forward to seeing how this kid gets punched in the face later." While the crowd of gourmets on the stage were talking about it, Excellence Xiaohu on the stage didn't care about what was fair or not. Since the condition of the swap was applied by the other party on his own initiative, he naturally had no problem with it. As if he was afraid that Lu Ming would regret it if he was a second late, he immediately took a stance. "Okay, our side agrees to change." Thus, after Lu Ming joined the team, Qin Charan didn't hesitate to kick out all 4 of her original teammates from her team. It didn't matter if the onlookers didn't recognize Lu Ming and weren't clear about his strength. It was enough for her, Qin Charan, to know. She even wanted to kick herself all clucky if she could, because she knew that to Lu Ming she was also a drag. Ding, this match is about to begin. Please prepare both players. As the system enters a 10-second countdown, Qin Charan turned back to look at Lu Ming, playfully spat her tongue at him and whispered, "Why do you always come in such a timely manner? It's like the savior of my life." Lu Ming gazed ahead without slanting his eyes, said, "I won't do it, you do it." "Huh." Didn't wait for Qin Charan to react. The countdown has hit 0. Game on. The players of the Excellent Battle team didn't take the opponent lightly just because they had 3 fewer people and the new addition was a level 22 support profession formation trickster. The offense was in full force the first time the game started. Obviously, the temptation of being able to make the sister of the captain of the 7th Battle team of the Great Summer National Service, the god of decimation, join such a nameless studio as theirs and serve for excellence. The temptation of this condition was just too great. That's why they're desperate to win this game even if they have to do whatever it takes. At this time, Qin Charan looked back and realized that Lu Ming was actually still really motionless. "You can't be here to see me laugh, can you?" Thinking so, Qin Charan had no choice but to charge up alone and stiffly. Right at this moment, Lu Ming closed the draw sword skill. "Raise your sword. Wo rub. Take the long sword resident. War trampling. Fortress of life. Drawing a line in the sand." Wow. 3 consecutive huge knot formations instantly covered the entire ring. Qin Charan, whose attack power had been greatly increased under the junction formation reinforcement, gripped his dagger and killed the enemy group at an extremely fast speed. Brush up. Hands up. Rain or shine. 33,652. 32,169. 31,999. Ding, this match is a best of 5 match, won by Team Zongjin. Current score, Excellence 2. Zhanshan 2. Chapter 74, helping Qin Charan. Ring abuse. The 5 participating players of the Excellent Battle team hadn't even reacted yet. The sudden system prompt caused them to fall into a daze. It was only after a long time that they realized that the battle, which seemed to them to have not yet begun, was already over. What the hell? Nothing? How the did I not? How did her damage suddenly get so high all of a sudden? Holy, there's a hang up. Mainly because they had already seen Qin Charan's strength in the previous 3 PKs. The killing power suddenly increased from 3,000 plus to 30,000 plus. A 10-fold increase in damage, who could accept this? Nope. Something's wrong. There's something wrong with that formation trickster. Finally, they realized what the problem was. The gazes of the 5 men were all on Lu Ming. There's something wrong with his knot formation. Prioritize fire to finish him off in the next game. As he spoke, the 5th PK to decide the winner began. Ding, the countdown is over. The race is on. As the system prompt fell, the 5 members of the Excellence Battle team quickly completed eye contact. Cubby and I fight the hold. Kitty Coyote Chick set fire on that formation of trickster in seconds. Understood, with the words of several people. Just about ready to move as planned. Shoo, shoo, shoo. A slender figure as fast as lightning cut through the 5 people. Next, ding, this match is a best of 5. Best of 3 match, won by Team Zongjin. Current score, Excellence 2. God of Destruction 3. Ding, congratulations to the Zenith Battle team for winning this match. What the hell is my nifty? What happened? A few people from the Excellent Battle team looked at me, confused. At the same time, the people eating off the stage also had a look of having seen a ghost. That level 22 formation trickster, is the formation bonus that hot? I'm also a formation trickster, and my level is still 3 levels higher than his, and my war trample only adds over 100 points of attack power. Even if his equipment is a bit better than mine, at most he can only add 200-300 attack power to his teammates. 200-300? You're kidding me. He's adding a stepping stone 200-300,000 attack power here.
Y blanc.
This Formation Guile Master is so cocky and powerful. I've never seen any Formation Guile Master who can reverse the entire situation with his own power. The ring. As Qin Churen took the victory in this match, with Lu Ming backing her up, she clasped her hands to her chest as if she were a little princess high above the world. Turning to the warrior youth Excellence Xiaohu, who was the leader of the Excellence Battle team, he ordered, "I've won. According to the rules agreed upon beforehand, your Excellence Battle team will be at my disposal from now on for a week." I'm not convinced. Excellence Xiaohu raised his right fist high and said to Qin Churen with a defiant face, "Do you dare to compete with me again?" Qin Churen looked Excellence Xiaohu up and down and said, "But, you no longer have any bets. All 17 of you Excellence are now under my command." Excellence Xiaohu's heart crossed and he gritted his teeth and said, "I have a brother who also created a studio with me called Beyond. It's the same size as our Excellence, and it also has more than 10 people. If you can beat me again, I'll introduce my brother's studio to you guys. But I have a request." Saying that, Excellence Xiaohu named his name and pointed his finger at Lu Ming. "The rules this time, I'm gonna fight him in single combat. 2 wins in 3 games. Qin Churen looked at Excellence Xiaohu with an unbelievable gaze. "Are you sure?" Looking at Qin Churen's skeptical attitude like this, Excellence Xiaohu was even more determined that he could win Lu Ming in single combat. As we all know, Formation Trickster's formation has no bonus effect on itself. Even if your formation bonus is high, without your teammates, you're still a waste. As long as you dare to answer the battle, I will dare to beat the hell out of you. While thinking so, Excellence Xiaohu was afraid that Lu Ming would not dare to answer the battle, so he deliberately ridiculed Lu Ming. "What's the matter? Are you just hiding behind a woman and drawing talismans, not daring to come out and fight with me one-on-one like a man?" Unexpectedly, Lu Ming didn't even think twice before answering, "Fine. I accept your challenge." So the two sides started a virtual ring.
Ding Player Excellent 3-5级4转战士 vs Phantom 22级3转正鬼师. The match is about to start.
As the system begins to count down, the crowd of onlookers on the stage was buzzing. Formation Trickster is a supporting profession. The formation is even more powerful. There is no addition to oneself. The first time I saw a Formation Trickster fight a single fight. Not to mention it's still level 35 versus level 22. It's not clear that Excellence Battle team's bullying, but since in this case that Spectre dares to answer the battle, it means he should be sure of himself. What's the certainty? The profession of Formation Trickster doesn't have a single output skill. Can't he expect to take a sword and slash at people with his general attacks? Can he kill a chicken? Qin Churen wasn't worried at all. Upholding an expression of watching a good show, he silently retreated to the side. On stage, staring at Formation Artificer Lu Ming, whose level was a full 13 levels lower than his own, Excellence Xiaohu's heart burst with ecstasy. A little bit of agitation makes you anxious. How dare a Formation Trickster fight a single battle? What a cutie! Take advantage of this and get back what you just lost. Let's see if I can't abuse you to death. Just as Excellence Xiaohu was thinking so, the system counts down to 0. Game on. Under the public's attention, Excellence Xiaohu drew his sword with a wow, charge chop. At that instant, Excellence Xiaohu charged in front of Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. Until the moment he raised his sword, he saw that Lu Ming was still only quietly placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword at his back, with no movement at all. Just when Excellence Xiaohu thought he was winning, Lu Ming moves his right hand. Wow. The moment he drew his sword, a sword shadow ran through Excellence Xiaohu's body. 182,988. The 6-digit damage that was enough to kill Excellence Xiaohu 10 times in seconds devoured his blood bar in an instant. Ding, this game was won by player the Underworld. The current score is Spectre 1. Superior Tiger 0. At this moment, Excellence Xiaohu Man was dumbfounded. Yet. I'm not convinced. Again. With the start of the second game. Wo rub. Draw your sword. 182,988. Ding player, Phantom wins. Again. Again. Come on. Beat me to death if you dare. Ding player, Phantom wins. Ding player, Phantom wins. Ding player, Phantom wins. The original 2 out of 3 sets went 10. Excellence Tiger lost 10 games. He was abused and cried. Sitting in the center of the ring, he cried out, "Don't be such a bully." Woohoo! Lu Ming calmly looked at Excellence Xiaohu and thoughtfully asked, "Still fighting? No more fighting, no more fighting. Convinced. Convince. Convince." Lu Ming smiled blandly and said, "Then, willing to bet, willing to lose." Excellence Tiger got up and patted his ass. Hesitantly opened WeChat, pondered for a long time, and finally had the cheek to send a message to a friend whose note was named Godson. "Father has found you an ally. As long as we follow him, he can lead our 2 families into the top 100 teams in the national service. Godson. True or false? Remarkable Tiger. The bag is real. I'm your grandson if it's fake. Godson. Good. Good brother. This kind of good deed doesn't forget about me. Send me the location. I'll bring someone there right away." It didn't take long. A group of players with Beyond IDs on their heads rushed over. Excellence Xiaohu burst into hot tears as soon as he saw a level 35 assassin youth, Beyond Dreams, at the head of the other party. "Grandpa, you're here." Chapter 75 Black Market Bidding. Excellence Tiger and Beyond the dream of 2 people, looks like the kind of little money, but full of enthusiasm and want to start a business rash. Beyond the dream of hindsight. He then reacted to the fact that he had been sold out by his best buddy. His first reaction was of course the same as Excellence Xiaohu's at first, expressing his disbelief. "Want us to join you, fine, but you'll have to show us something that will convince us, won't you? Otherwise, why should we listen to you?" Beyond Dreams looked Lu Ming up and down, his eyes full of disdain. "With you? A level 22 formation artificer?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Excellence Xiaohu on the side poked Beyond Dreams with his elbow. "Master, he's really super brave. Believe me." Beyond Dreams. "I'll believe the hell out of you. You son of a just know how to screw me over. Get the hell out of here." Excellent Xiaohu. "Okay." At this moment, Qin Charan spoke up. "Then how about still adopting the ring PK method to determine the winner?" Transcending Dreams, however, shook his head and said, "A mere ring match. It doesn't matter if you win or lose. It proves nothing. To be able to officer is to prove strong." Transcendent Dream said to Qin Charan, "I have a friend named Dingyu. She was originally from my Transcendent studio, but she was poached by the people from the Blaze battle team some time ago. If you can help me snatch Dingyu back from the Flame Warriors, how about I take all the members of the studio and join you permanently?" As the words of Beyond Dreams fell, Lu Ming, who was on the side, coldly said, "This Dingyu is your girlfriend, right?" Beyond Dreams suddenly blushed in his old face. "You don't care who she is. Anyway, let's just say this is something you guys dare to take. Pick up." Qin Charan said without hesitation. "You ask them out." Beyond Dreams looked at the time and said, "Not now. Dingyu is usually taking an afternoon nap at this time. Tonight then, the exact location. I'll let you know when it's confirmed." Good, good, good. Another lickspittle confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. Leaving each other WeChat, Beyond Dreams and Excellence Xiaohu, they then each took the studio players and left. Lu Ming knew that Qin Charan's purpose of pulling people in was to create a top 100 national service team within 3 years, honoring her promise to her brother Qin Feng as a way to break her marriage to the Wang family. But at the same time, Lu Ming was somewhat confused. "Your family is so rich. What kind of people can't be recruited if you use a little money? My brother took all my cards and stopped them all. Obviously a very heavy matter." Qin Charan spoke with an incomparable sense of relief. "You see, in order to stop me from building the national battle team, he even placed these actors around me." Following Qin Charan's gaze, she looked towards the few Zhanshan battle team players who had accompanied her in the ring just now. The guys were embarrassed and embarrassed. It turned out that Qin Charan had already seen through everything. Nay, she was too weak to do anything about it. At this time, Qin Charan opened a search webpage, looked at the descriptive information about the Blaze battle team on it and said, In fact, this Blaze he just mentioned also happens to be on my intake list. Blaze has just been established for a year and currently boasts a size of 100 people. If we can incorporate them, we'll be able to stabilize our foundation. Looking at that hopeful look in Qin Churen's eyes, Lu Ming then said, "I'll help you." Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming, a touching color rising in her eyes. "Good. Don't worry, I won't treat you badly. I'll ask you to be the vice captain when my battle team is established later." Lu Ming smiled without saying anything. In his mind, his plan for revenge became clearer and clearer. In today's world, the great families and warring factions are in full force. Even if I am strong alone, it will ultimately be difficult to withstand the enemy's thousands of troops in the later stages. Relying on the necromongers alone is not enough. After all, according to this growth trend, even if Lu Ming had risen to level 100, he would only be able to summon a few thousand dead spirits. It was insignificant compared to the kind of warbands that moved axes of tens or millions of people. Therefore, since the moment he regained his life, Lu Ming had long had the idea of creating a force of his own. It was only that Lu Ming had no power or influence, and with such a grassroots identity to start from nothing, it was inevitable that he would be suppressed by the high-level forces of the other parties, and it was only to be feared that the battle team would be wiped out before it could even take shape. Therefore, right now was a perfect opportunity for Lu Ming. No matter what, Qin Churen is also the sister of the captain of the National Service's 7th Jinshin battle team. On this level of identity, no one dares to touch her. Support Qin Churen, help her establish, create a top 100 battle team in the National Service, and form a completely antagonistic stance with Qin Feng. While borrowing Qin Churen's hand again to get rid of Qin Feng and complete my revenge plan, I can always seize control of this battle team from Qin Churen if necessary. In this way, 2 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, not only did he want to help Qin Churen create the battle team, all the more reason to make this team stronger and bigger. Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes couldn't help but glow with a sharp glint. Immediately afterward, he said to Qin Churen, "When the people from beyond contact you at night, you'll give me news again." Qin Churen nodded. "Good." After bidding farewell to Qin Churen, Lu Ming continued to bring Lin Yue and headed to the black market. About 20 minutes later, the two of them stepped into a distant forest. The sunlight poured through the sky-high trees and spilled into the quiet forest. Continuing to go deeper into the forest, he was seeing a huge swirling shaped white curtain of light that was 7 or 8 meters tall, blooming in the middle of the forest floor. On both sides of the light screen, dozens of heavily armed, level 50 elite NPC soldiers, holding lances in their hands, stood in wait. This is the entrance to the black market. At this moment, there are also quite a number of players who have just arrived from all directions, with the purpose of Taobao, to enter the black market. Based on the background setting of the world of Tianyuan, the black market founded by the Human League. The purpose was to gather all kinds of supreme treasures to facilitate the strongest members of the human race to obtain treasures according to their own needs and strengthen their strength so that they could better fight against monsters. Therefore, the so-called black market is actually a large bidding market. According to level, the black market can be divided into 4 major areas: primary black market, intermediate black market, advanced black market, and supreme VIP black market. Before a player enters the black market, they will first enter the capital verification phase. Those holding less than 10 silver coins are only allowed to enter the primary black market. Those who hold coins greater than 1 gold coin may enter the intermediate black market. Those who hold coins greater than 10 gold coins can enter the premium black market. Those who hold coins greater than 100 gold coins can enter the supreme VIP black market. These 4 different levels of black markets all follow the same law. One item is refreshed every 10 minutes and is available for players to bid on. Whether the item is bid on or not, the item will be replaced for the next round after 10 minutes. The items are randomized for each refresh. Only the more advanced the black market, the higher the chance of refreshing high-value goods. Lu Ming opened his backpack and looked at it, realizing that he currently held 11 gold, 35 silver, and 48 bronze. Just in time, you can enter the high-level black market to see. For Lu Ming, being able to enter the high-level black market was enough. After all, the supreme VIP black market's entry capital requirement of 100 gold coins translates to 2 million RMB. That's the playground of the rich. Not a place where someone like Lu Ming, who was in debt up to his ass, could go. Thus, after passing the capital verification, Lu Ming received an advanced black market pass. With this pass, he could freely enter and exit the primary, intermediate, and advanced black markets, and participate in the bidding of the corresponding black market's commodities. By the way, Lin Yue was given 1 gold coin to receive a intermediate black market pass. Immediately after that, he brought Lin Yue and stepped into the white light screen leading to the black market. Wow! The view shifted and appeared in the middle of a large market. One could only see countless players situated in the audience seats around a huge auction platform. There are hardly any empty seats. The scene was crowded and lively. Ding! Welcome to the junior black market. At this time, it was just as a new round of items began to be bid on. On the auction stage, a young NPC girl host dressed in a long white dress, as fresh as a fairy in a painting, held a microphone and shouted loudly, "Let's wait and see what the 102nd item of the day will be." The answer is revealed. The next item, a level 28 black iron equipment, blood drinking blade, has a starting bid of 30 copper coins. Each time the bidding is called out, it must not be lower than 5 copper coins. This round of bidding now begins. Chapter 76 No Mavani. The Secret of the Sealed Scroll. The heavenly abyss had descended for 100 years, and the black market that existed within the second heavens had all been enduring. The reason why it has such a great charm is not only because the black market will probabilistically refresh rare commodities that are difficult to obtain from the outside world. What's more, even if the refreshed item is common to the outside world, it will be very affordable. It's like this item that's being bid on at this very moment. The blood drinking blade. The starting price was only 30 copper coins, and even at 10 times the final sale price, the final price would be 3 silver coins, equivalent to $600. And on the market, the price of a random level 28 black iron weapon equipment was not less than 1,000. Therefore, as soon as the bidding started, the people who participated in the bidding on the spot were enthusiastic. 35 copper, 40 copper, 50 coppers. Everyone wants to take the item at the lowest price, so the shouts are not very high. On top of that, they have to weigh one more factor. Any item in the black market is presented in a sealed state. Once a player has bid on an item, they will need to complete the required quests to unseal it in order to use the item. Once the mission fails, the merchandise is simply destroyed and the money is not refunded. So in the end, this blood-drinking blade was auctioned off to a level 25 fat assassin at a price of 1 silver and 90 copper. Next, the players began to wait for the next round of goods to be refreshed in 10 minutes. The fat assassin was in no hurry to leave. Putting the dagger he had just auctioned into his backpack, he continued to sit in the audience, waiting to see if he could auction off a few more items. Lu Ming wasn't too interested in the primary black market, because the probability of brushing rare commodities here is just too low. Secondly, compared to the goods in the black market, what Lu Ming valued more was to find the Nomavani who was carrying the Scroll of the Sealed God. It's okay if other players haven't seen it and don't know about it. However, this 10-star account that Lu Ming now possessed was obtained through the Scroll of the Sealed God. Therefore, he was 80% sure that he could determine that the golden scroll that Avani was carrying was the Scroll of the Sealed God. In this way, it was also able to correspond to why in the decades since this goblin had appeared in the black market, no player had ever been able to obtain that scroll on it by any means. The Scroll of the Sealed God was by no means something that could be obtained so easily. One must know that in his previous life, Lu Ming had paid the price of his life in order to obtain the Scroll of the Sealed God. Unsurprisingly, completing the quest on that goblin should give you the scroll. As soon as he thought of the function of the Scroll of Sealing, which was to be able to raise the qualification of any account to a full 10 stars, Lu Ming couldn't wait to find that gnome and take the scroll from it, though helping Lin Yue to level up to 200 would also get you a Scroll of the Sealed God. That goal, however, is still too far away. Not as good as this right now, which is quicker to get. It just so happened that Lu Ming also had a small number Dawn. When the time comes, double 10-star accounts, play whichever number you want to cut whenever you want, and double the fun. And according to Lu Ming's knowledge, that gnome would only appear in the black market at the time of 6 to 7 o'clock every night. Look at the time, it's just under 5 in the afternoon. There's still over an hour left, just in time. So let's stroll through the black market first. With this in mind, passing through the primary black market, Lu Ming left Lin Yue in the intermediate black market, and put 3 gold coins on her. For himself, he went straight to the high-level black market. Because the 4 major black markets all had the same refresh time for their commodities, Lu Ming, alone, could only juggle one of them at the same time. Therefore, the purpose of bringing Lin Yue into the black market was to be able to control 2 different realms at the same time and increase the efficiency of swiping treasures. After settling in, Lu Ming looked at the overcrowded surrounding. These people are extraordinary. Those who were able to enter the high-level black market meant that they all had more than 10 gold coins or more on them, meaning that they were all rich people with 200,000 liquidity in their pockets. After a few minutes of silence, I finally waited for the item to refresh. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. This round's item is the D-rank Knight skill scroll, Desperate Charge, with a starting price of 1 gold coin, and each increase of no less than 5 silver coins. This round of bidding officially begins. As the NPC girl host's words fell, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little shocked. Not bad for a high-class black market. A random swipe was a D-rank skill scroll. This stuff, the trade market, is at a minimum of 100,000 apiece. And they're all still on the market. Too bad it's a knightly profession. Lu Ming lamented. If it was a formation trickster's D-rank scroll, he'd have to shout a few times high and low. Meanwhile, the bidders on the stage began to bid fiercely. And at this time, Lin Yue sent a message to Lu Ming. Brother Pantheon, do you want this thing? Lu Ming clicked on the link to the item sent by Lin Yue. For your own use, first order magic scroll. Description. After use, you can freely extract the additional skills of any piece of equipment whose level is not higher than your own, and use them for yourself for a limited time, limited to 3 days. Starting bid. 10 silver coins. Magic scrolls in the heavenly abyss world were very precious and rare things, while being able to give the player a variety of different great booster effects. But because of the value and the fact that it is a one-time use, therefore it is commonly known as the rich man's toy. However, this take for yourself that Lin Yue sent over at this moment was something that Lu Ming desperately needed at the moment. Since the Moon Demon set was replaced by the Soul set, without the return to magic skill, the mana recovery from the spirit attribute alone obviously couldn't keep up with the consumption, causing the consumption of mana potions to increase drastically. If we can use this appropriation scroll to extract the Moon Demon set's demon return skill, we'll be able to save a lot of money on potions. With this in mind, Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, yes, shout the price. Regardless of anyone's shouted price, always be 1 silver coin higher than him. If it's more than 50 silver coins, forget it. Good. 2 minutes later, Lin Yue sent a message, Brother Yume, I've shot it. The price is 41 silver coins. With 41 silver coins, that translates to $8,200 at market value. You can. It was completely within Lu Ming's tolerance, because he had done the math. This afternoon alone, after brushing the 8th dimension of the spectral demon tower in just a few hours, he had used up no less than $5,000 worth of mana potions. Calculating according to this consumption, if it was a full day of brushing monsters, Lu Ming's daily potion consumption would be no less than $20,000. No exaggeration. Because Lu Ming was a formation artificer, the mana consumption per second was frighteningly high when the triple knot formation was continuously on. It's only $8,000 for 1 scroll, but it allows me to reduce my potion expenses by a total of $60,000 in 3 days. A solid profit. Thus, Lu Ming instructed Lin Yue, it's okay. It's something I need. Keep your eyes on the next round of merchandise and let me know when you swipe something good. Yes. Lu Ming didn't know how happy Lin Yue, who had received his approval, was inside at the moment. For Lin Yue, she felt naturally relieved that she could finally do something to help Lu Ming. Next, Lu Ming stared at the high-level black market, and Lin Yue stared at the intermediate black market. 1 round of bidding every 10 minutes. What made Lu Ming feel speechless was this. Nothing good ever came out from his side. On the contrary, on Lin Yue's side, almost every round swiped out was good. In less than an hour, Lin Yue had already photographed 3 items. And for Lu Ming, they were all just needed items. Checking the time, I realized it was almost 6 o'clock. Goblins are coming soon. Let's leave it at that for now. Claim that quest on the goblins first and come back to Taobao when you have time. Just as Lu Ming was thinking so, he was preparing to withdraw to the primary black market where the goblin avatar frequented. Suddenly, the sound of the NPC hostess speaking caused Lu Ming's eyes to light up. Next, this one in my hand will surely be the star of the day. It is the 3-rank magic scroll, out of the box. Chapter 77 3rd Order Magic Scroll. Out of the box. 3rd Order Magic Scroll. When he heard the grade of this item, it wasn't just Lu Ming. Even all the players present at the scene were thrown into a fit of madness. 3 steps. I don't know much about it, But I heard that the strength and value of magic scrolls in the Heaven's Abyss world are increasing tenfold. Equivalent to a first-order magic scroll on the market is worth $10,000 then. Second order is going to be 100,000 and third-order magic scrolls start at 1 million. That's right. And this kind of thing can't be seen on the market at all. It's hard to buy even if you have money. I can't imagine that the high-level black market would have the honor of brushing out this kind of heaven-defying item. With a flurry of agitation from the players on the floor, the young girl presiding shouted, "The starting price of this item is 5 gold. Each shout shall not be less than 10 silver coins. The bidding will now begin." As soon as the words fell, before even seeing exactly what effect this magic scroll had, the crowd at the scene scrambled to start bidding. 5.1 gold, 5.4 gold, 5.5, 7 gold. Not bad for a third-rank magic scroll. It had only been less than a minute, and the bidding price had already reached 20 gold coins. Although Lu Ming couldn't afford to take the shot, he followed suit. When he saw the rendering of this item, he was immediately impressed. Advice: third-level magic scroll. Description: immediately unlock an additional skill bar after use. Remarks: a single player can use a maximum of 3 of these magic scrolls in a lifetime. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, players can only unlock 1 skill bar per transfer. This scroll, in its equivalent, would allow the user to progress 1 level 10 turn ahead of other players of the same level. On the average player, it may not reflect much. However, if it was placed on the kind of powerhouse that was at the top of their game and already struggled to get boosts from other sources, it would be able to raise the ceiling tremendously. A real rarity. It's also true that it's a rich man's toy. Lu Ming muttered, "This scroll is undoubtedly the best for me to use. If only I had the money, I'd take this scroll for sure." Unfortunately, without money, he could only look. At this point, the persistently high prices had brushed off more than 90% of the bidders. The remaining 10% are still in competition. 30 gold coins. With the crowd, a loud voice suddenly rang out. A one-time price increase of 10 gold coins, such an action, also instantly attracted the attention of countless players around. Looking around, Lu Ming realized the one who had shouted out this price was a level 37 archer profession young player with the ID name of Flame Burning Soul. Blaze. Why does this ID feel a bit familiar? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, another voice rang out. 35 gold coins. There was a gasp of surprise. And when Lu Ming saw the person who shouted the price, a coldness involuntarily rose in his eyes. Level 50 Knight. Dragon Soul Zhang Fei. Dragon Soul Warriors. And it's still the same series of IDs as Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Lu Ming subconsciously scanned around this Dragon Soul Zhang Fei, but was disappointed to find there was no Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Instead, there was also a level 50 formation trickster, the Dragon Soul Liu Bei. To be named after Lu Guanzhong, it is thought that the relationship between the three is not ordinary. Since Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei appeared in the black market, it also means that Dragon Soul Guan Yu must still be on this side of Starlight City. Lu Ming immediately realized. While he was trying to find a way to deal with Dragon Soul Guan Yu, the other party was also deliberately lurking somewhere in Starlight City, always waiting for an opportunity to retaliate against himself. If he didn't get rid of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu as soon as possible, he would definitely pose a great threat to himself. With this in mind, Lu Ming's gaze was always on the duo of Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei. You too might be a good entry point. Because this was a black market, Lu Ming did not act rashly for the time being. As Dragon Soul Zhang Fei shouted out the price of 35 gold coins, Blazing Soul continued to raise the price. 40 gold. I didn't realize that Dragon Soul Zhang Fei was in hot pursuit. 45. At this time, beside the Flame Burning Soul, one of his warrior friends, Flame Rouge, advised, "Forget it, Soul. Don't add it, then you can't afford it." Flame Burning Soul, however, looked like he was determined to win. "Even if I take a loan, I'm going to take this magic scroll. $1 million to buy, turn $1.2 million to sell to those rich size cute. It's a surefire deal, right? I'm going to yell one more time, and I'm going to give up as soon as it goes over that price." Saying that, Blazing Soul raised his card again. 50 gold. With a burst of fire from the scene, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei was about to raise his hand. To the side, Dragon Soul Liu Bei pressed his hand and gave Dragon Soul Zhang Fei a look. Following Dragon Soul Liu Bei's gaze, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei glanced at the level 37 archer Fiery Burning Soul on the other side. He understood the sign and put it down immediately. 50 gold a time. 50 gold twice. 50 gold 3 times. Sold. In the end, Flame Burning Soul auctioned off this third-rank magic scroll advice as expected. He couldn't wait to get out, because the items that are photographed are in sealed condition. He had to complete the unsealing quest before he could actually get this magic scroll out of the box, and then he could sell the scroll to make money. At the same time, from Lu Ming's perspective, he saw that the two of them, Flame Burning Soul and Flame Rouge, had just left with their feet in front of them. Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei immediately followed furtively on their hind feet. Their purpose, obvious, must be trying to get that $1 million third-rank magic scroll from Fiery Burning Soul's body without spending a single penny through the means of killing and crossing the border. By following them, we might be able to trace the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. And if there aren't too many of them, take this opportunity to kill them in order to end the future. Thus, Lu Ming also left the advanced black market pretending as if nothing had happened. Just see. After leaving the black market, Flame Burning Soul immediately summoned a group of brothers to accompany him to do the scroll unsealing task. At the same time, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and Dragon Soul Liu Bei quietly followed. As the saying goes, the mantis catches the cicada and the yellow bird is behind it. Who would have known that there was a Lu Ming following behind? While following Dragon Soul Zhang Fei and the others, Lu Ming summoned the Death Lords in the periphery through his mind, and through vision sharing, came to utilize them to conduct a field search, checking if there were any ambushes from the Dragon Soul warriors in this vicinity. Brothers, I've already checked. The gold content of this magic scroll is extraordinary. There are already quite a few mage bigwigs who rely on their skills to eat who have put a high bounty on the internet. It's estimated that it won't be a problem to sell it for $1 million or $500,000 at random. On the way, Flame Burning Soul said with gusto. When we earn this amount of money, we'll take the brothers to eat hot pot at night and wash their feet after eating hot pot. At the end of this month, we'll give the brothers an extra $1,000 bonus each. At these words, the dozens of Blaze players who were traveling with them burst into cheers. Thanks, boss. Just as the group was traveling into a deserted area where people were rare. Suddenly, in all directions, a large group of players approached. Seeing that the visitors were not good, Flame Burning Soul immediately put on alert, subconsciously removing the bow and arrows on his back, and staring at the group of players with a blazing gaze. Who are you guys? What do you want? The group of players around them cleanly hid their ID information and all wore masks. Although there were only a dozen or so people, their levels, heck, all of them had reached level 50, turn 6. Far beyond this group of Flame Warriors players whose average level was only 36-37. At this moment, one of their leading knights stared at Fiery Burning Soul and said, "Hand over the third-rank magic scrolls you have on you, or else today, none of you will want to leave alive." Flame Burning Soul did not realize that the person who spoke was none other than Dragon Soul Zhang Fei, who had just bid against him for this magic scroll in the advanced black market. He frowned. So they came for the scroll. I spent $1 million to buy the scroll. How could I let you guys snatch it for nothing? But he didn't dare to mess with this group of level 50 turn 6 big shots. Just say, okay, 1.5 million, take it away. The words just fell. Boom. A blazing fireball descended from the sky, striking directly at Flame Rouge beside Flame Burning Soul. The super high damage of an E-ranked fireball spell from a level 50, 6th turn Dragon Soul Mage instantly killed the warrior Fiery Rouge, who was only level 37. With a muffled grunt, Flame Rouge fell to the ground. Watching his good brother being killed, Flame Burning Soul was suddenly wide-eyed and filled with grief. Rouge! At this moment, Dragon Soul Zhang Fei stared at Flame Burning Soul and continued, I'm not discussing with you. Either hand over the scroll or die. You have 10 seconds to think about it. At this moment, the rest of the players from the Blaze battle team on the field were all incomparably shocked and angry. However, facing this group of Dragon Soul players whose strength completely crushed them, they only dared to be angry. As Dragon Soul Zhang Fei began to count down, the dozens of Dragon Soul battle team players around them also had their swords drawn, with a tendency to pounce over and tear them apart at any time as if they were fierce tigers. Blazing Soul clenched his teeth. In order to protect the group of brothers behind him who followed him, he could only be forced to compromise. Okay, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, Blazing Soul took out the third order magic scroll out of the sealed state and handed it over to Dragon Soul Zhang Fei with all reluctance. You've got the stuff? Can you let us go now? Dragon Soul Zhang weighed the scroll in his hand. Beneath the mask, the corners of his mouth turned up. Turning his back, he barked, "Make it clean. Leave no one behind." The words just fell. All around, dozens of Dragon Soul Battlegroup's 6th turn players copied and attacked the Blaze Battlegroup's players. "Assholes! You went back on your word. You shall not die." Dragon Soul Zhang was not amused. Was pinching this white hoard-out $1 million worth of scrolls smugly. Whoa rub. Suddenly, a sword shadow flickered out of his body. 182,988. Bursting with high damage, it instantly cleared Dragon Soul Zhang head of a full blood bar. Haven't even reacted to what's going on. Dragon Soul Zhang fell to the ground with a tong sound. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he looked up. He suddenly realized that he didn't know when. In front of him stood a formation artist dressed in a long black coat, his body revealing the breath of ice and coldness. In the next second, Dragon Soul Zhang fell to the ground. The magic scroll in his hand, which was worth millions, fell to the ground. Chapter 78, $1 million for nothing. The sudden arrival of Lu Ming killed Dragon Soul Zhang. A D-ranked sword draw was more than enough to kill a level 56 turn knight in full condition, or even die invisibly. The rest of the rear was unnoticed. Lu Ming walked straight to Dragon Soul Zhang's corpse and picked up the scroll he had dropped. "Stow it in your backpack by hand. Don't worry, I won't take yours for nothing. Consider it protection money." As he spoke, Lu Ming summoned the army of the dead through his mind. In the next second, just as the players of the Dragon Soul battle team in front of them were just fighting with the players of the Flame battle team. Wow! In all directions, countless blood-colored boundaries flowing with golden light manifested. In an instant, a single Death Lord dressed in fully enclosed dark red blood armor, with a cloak tied to his back, bloodshot eyes, and a fiery blade in his hand, tore through space and stepped out from within that boundary. The people on the field were in a state of shock. Where did that come from? As the elite players of the 6th battle team of the National Service, the Dragon Soul players were not slow to react. Seeing the large number of Death Lords that had suddenly appeared around them, they fell into a fit of alarm on the spot. "The Legion of the Dead is the Spectre. Hurry up and notify Brother Guan, so he can hurry up and bring someone over. The prey appears." Prey? It seemed that just as Lu Ming had expected, Dragon Soul's high-level players had stayed on this side of Starlight City just to squat on him. However, when he heard the Dragon Soul's people address themselves, Lu Ming smiled. "Excuse me, you are the prey." As he spoke, a flash of killing intent flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. "Kill," with Lu Ming's thought. In all directions, hundreds of level 22, 3rd-rank Death Lords, topped with the dual knots of Death Trample and Life Fortress, killed the players of the Dragon Soul battle team. At the same time, Lu Ming released the 3rd knot formation, drawing a line in the sand. The 30 times strengthened grade E, drawing a fence cut the armor of almost all the players of the Dragon Soul battle team to 0. Buzz off. Hundreds of soul-shattering marks bloomed on the chests of the dozen or so Dragon Soul players on the field. In the next second, all the Death Lords unleashed a flash attack. Brush up. 27,352. 28,111. 27,796. A level 50 Dragon Soul player with an average chi blood of 10W+ would have no problem resisting a single damage from the Death Lord. But facing hundreds of Death Lords between rounds at the same time, they didn't even have a chance to resist. In an instant, 8 players were instantly killed on the spot. A few others fought back, and the limit killed 3 Death Lords. And the next moment, they all paid for it with their lives. As the battle ended, the scene degenerated into silence. Looking at the corpses of the 13 Dragon Soul battle team players lying on the ground horizontally. On the field, the group of Blaze battle team players were stunned. Under the pressure of the surrounding group of Death Lords who were like messengers from hell, they were so nervous that they didn't dare to utter a single breath. I don't know where these Hell Raisers come from, though. But in the eyes of the Flaming Souls and the others, since these Death Lords were able to effortlessly and so easily kill these level-advanced 50-turn 6 Dragon Soul players, then killing their group of level 30+ 4th turn players would be like killing a chicken? Present, dozens of Flame Warriors players, no one dared to act rashly. Luckily, the Necromongers didn't attack them. And with Lu Ming's command, they all retreated behind him. It was only at this time that Flame Burning Soul realized. All of these Death Lords were following the orders of the level 22 formation artificer in front of him underworld. Many thanks to the great God for stepping in to save my dog's life. As Blazing Soul's words just fell, all the Blaze battle team players in the rear formation shouted in unison. Many thanks to the great God for saving my dog's life. Lu Ming did not speak, but silently refined the corpses of all 13 Dragon Soul battle team players on the field. This is not a place to stay, so I suggest you leave as soon as possible. Leaving such a sentence to the players of the Flame Warriors, Lu Ming led the Necrotic Legion and left straight away. Looking at Lu Ming's back as he left, Flame Burning Soul was instantly filled with admiration and worship. Damn, this formation trickster is so cocky and handsome. He's simply handsome to my heart. Other than my father, this is the first time in my life that I've seen a man more handsome than me. Brothers, think of a way. Make sure to get me all the information on this formation trickster. I'm gonna go to his door to thank him. I want to worship him. But soon, the fiery burning soul discovered something else that was hard for him to accept. Where's the scroll? Where did the scroll go? Why didn't it explode? Find it. Find the scroll even if you have to dig up the ground. Damn it. That's what I borrowed $1 million to buy. The dozens of Blaze players present quickly launched a carpet search in the vicinity, but also found nothing. Fiery burning soul crumbled. God damn it. My $1 million, it's just gone. It's too late for mourning. In the distance, there was a rush of footsteps coming from her. Boss, someone's coming over there. If these guys had reinforcements just now, it would be over. We have to retreat quickly. In comparison, it's the dog's life that counts in the end. Fiery burning soul had no time to grieve, so he hurriedly ran away with his minions. Not long after, enough hundreds of players stepped through the wasteland and arrived in a furious manner. All of them are level 50 turn 6, and all of them are equipped with bronze weapons, so their strength is visible to the naked eye. Looking at the emptiness in front of him, Dragon Soul Guan Yu barked out an order. Search! The crowd of Dragon Soul players quickly launched a search in the neighborhood. But there was nothing. Brother Guan, there's no one. No body found either. Could the location be wrong? Not this place? At this time, Dragon Soul Guan Yu squatted down in a clearing and scrutinized a mass on the ground that seemed to have been burned by flames. Immediately, his expression turned cold. It's him, the underworld. He has an ability to refine corpses, and these are the traces that remain after being refined by him. Upon investigation, the total number of similar marks at the scene was 14. All 13 players who corresponded to their Dragon Soul were killed in action. The extra one, no speculation. Speculating on this result, Dragon Soul Guan, you could not help but have a dash of heavenly killing intent in his eyes. Spectre, I'll swear not to be human until I kill you. The other side, Lu Ming turned back to the black market. Not only did he whore out a third-order magic scroll worth $1 million, he also killed a dozen people under the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand in the process. At this moment, Lu Ming was in a great mood. Unfortunately, a lot of time was wasted driving around outside. When Lu Ming re-entered the black market, the time had just reached 7 in the evening. It's past this time of day when Gnome Avatar is out every night from 6-7 p.m. Forget it, wait for tomorrow. Lu Ming was in no hurry. Anyway, that mysterious quest on Avani, after decades, there wasn't a single player who was able to pick it up, except for Lu Ming in his previous life. As far as Lu Ming was concerned, it was his or his. No one else can grab it even if they want to. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Qin Charan sent a WeChat over. Beyond Side gave me a message. He's got an appointment with someone from the Flame Warriors. Meet at 9 o'clock in the evening, Dawn Coast. Good. After replying to Qin Charan's message, Lu Ming sent another message to Lin Yue. Come out. I'll wait for you at the door. It's just now 7 o'clock. Lu Ming thought that he would go offline for dinner first. There should still be a bit of time, and in the meantime he could do the scroll quest and realize the goods sealed in the scroll. Then, go ahead and surprise this Blaze. Chapter 79. Fabric. Ring of Source Power. Lu Ming was glad that he had brought Lin Yue to the black market. Because of this trip to the black market, Lu Ming didn't squat on a single thing. If he didn't have this third-rank magic scroll, his trip would have been for nothing. And Lin Yue had spent 2 hours in the intermediate black market and had actually gotten Lu Ming 4 items at once. Brother Spectre, these 3 first-rank magic scrolls, all sold for between 40-50 silver coins. There's also a 1-star treasure that's slightly more expensive, costing 1 gold coin. It cost a total of 2 gold coins plus 42 silver coins. And of the 4 gold coins you gave me, there's one left with 58 silver coins. On the way back to the city, Lin Yue handed over the 4 items she had bid for in the black market, as well as the extra money, all to Lu Ming, without hiding any of it herself. Lu Ming left 3 silver coins for Lin Yue. This is for your hard work. The little fortune hunter pinched the 3 silver coins with a delighted face. Thank you, Brother Spectre. Don't underestimate these 3 silver coins. That's $600 on the market. Lin Yue helped Lu Ming keep an eye on the black market for 2 hours, which is equivalent to an hourly wage of 300. This is more than 10 times the hourly wage Lin Yue used to earn. So Lin Yue happily tinkered with her little treasury. Lu Ming, on the other hand, weighed the 4 items she had bid for herself. Among them, 3 first-rank magic scrolls. Take for yourself, Breakthrough, and Invoke Fortune. With 1-star magic treasure, Ring of Source Power. Breakthrough Self 1-stage magic scroll seal. After using it, you can break through your own upper limit and gain the limited time skill Breakthrough Self within 300 seconds. All skill CDs are 10%, and skill consumption is 10%. Unsealing Quest. Kill 100 monsters whose level is not lower than your own within 1 hour. Time starts counting after activating the quest. Inviting Fortune and Treasure first-level magic scroll sealed. After using it, you can be empowered by the God of Fortune and obtain the limited time skill Inviting Fortune and Treasure within 300 seconds. The number of coins dropped by killing monsters is plus 100%. Unsealing Task. Kill 100 monsters of a level not lower than your own within 1 hour. Both of these scrolls are in the form of temporary skills for gain augmentation, so I wonder if I can get the full increase of talent enhancement as a temporary skill. It would be awesome to get a full increase of 30 times enhancement. As for the phallic treasures, in the world of Heavenly Abyss, mana is of the same nature as magic scrolls, both of which are capable of giving players a variety of different gainful effects. Only it's not the same. Magic scrolls are disposable and have time-limited gain effects. Instead, the gain effects from the mana are permanent, and it's the kind of thing that you almost never see on the market. Even if they did, it would be out of reach for the average player. Basically, from the moment a magic treasure is born, it is exclusively labeled as a famous family. Therefore, the value of a magic treasure far exceeded that of a magic scroll of the same rank. Ring of Source Power Fabric Sealed. Quality. Mana Skill. Source of Magic increases the bearer's maximum mana by 10%, as well as 1% mana recovery effect. Unsealed Quest. Kill an elite monster with a level no lower than your own within 10 minutes. For Lu Ming, who was a formation trickster and whose mana value consumption was greater than that of even a mage, this magic treasure was simply tailor-made for him. Mana skills are also skills. This skill should also be able to gain the bonus of total increase, right? The higher the value of the item, the harder the unblocking task. As such, these first-rank magic scrolls and 1-star magic treasures were relatively easy to unseal quests. The only unsealing quest that requires a player to cumulatively kill 1,000 monsters of a level no lower than their own in a single day is the third-order magic scrolls out-of-the-box quest. Not too difficult for the average player. But for Lu Ming it would be a non-issue. Back in Starlight City, the two of them got offline. In order to save time, Lu Ming took Lin Yue to the downstairs of the neighborhood and had a restaurant. Watching Lin Yue chewing and eating her hot and sour noodles, Lu Ming gradually seemed to feel more and more comfortable looking at this little ninny. At first, he felt that she was a drag, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had account-blocking Wrath of the Gods in her possession, Lu Ming would have long ago not wanted to take her with him. And now, in daily battles, having Lin Yue's explosive rate enhancement talent as a bonus would allow Lu Ming to increase his monster-killing gains several times over. There were other subtle aspects that she could help with, like the black market tonight. Plus, on the practical side, Lin Yue can cook and loves to clean. Home hygiene will be cleaned by her time. Basically, do not need to worry about Lu Ming. It's almost impossible to pick any faults, except for a little bit of money grubbing. It's so small, so cozy, and so easy on the eyes. No, while eating a bowl of hot and sour noodles, there were a group of men in the store who looked at Lin Yue from time to time. There was even a yellow-haired, fur-eyed guy who came up and asked, "Dude, does your girlfriend have a boyfriend?" Lu Ming lowered his head to shiver the powder. "I'm not her boyfriend. Don't ask me." The four-eyed boy's eyes lit up, smiling and looking at Lin Yue. "Miss Sister at a WeChat?" Lin Yue's face turned red and her head shook like a rattle. The four-eyed boy, however, is not relentless, stalking Lin Yue, and even directly shamelessly sat down next to her. Make a friend, Brother Tian Yuan play Thief 6, level 19 2-star qualification magician take you to fly. Lin Yue was a bit at a loss for words and cast a look of help towards Lu Ming. Can't you see that she doesn't want to? Lu Ming's calm tone was filled with sharpness. For some reason, it actually made that four-eyed boy feel a hint of awe from Lu Ming's eyes. He hurriedly had the good sense to walk away. Only then did Lin Yue breathe a sigh of relief, sneaking a glance at Lu Ming, who was shivering the flower, and a wave of warmth welled up in her heart. After dinner, on the way back to the neighborhood, Lin Yue said to Lu Ming, "Brother Yume, thank you for relieving me just now. It's okay. I'll protect you from now on no matter who bullies you." Lu Ming's casual remark warmed Lin Yue's heart. When they got home, the two of them went to their respective rooms and got on the line. The time was set at 7:30 p.m. There was still an hour and a half before the time agreed with Qin Churen. Thus, after Lin Yue went to the career hall to receive the third turning quest, Lu Ming brought her to the Spectral Demon Tower. All of his merchandise unblocking quests involve killing monsters. Lin Yue's third turn quest was also to kill monsters, so there is no better option than this. However, just after arriving at the tower, Lu Ming was stopped by the Zhenshin battle team players who were guarding the outside of the tower because of his identity as a member of the Tianxian battle team. "Do you need me to brief Chopper and Moon?" As Lu Ming's words just fell, the level 50 warrior Zhenshin said expressionlessly, "It's useless for you to inform Ms. Qin. Our captain has already personally given the order to start immediately. All of Ms. Qin's orders are null and void." First, they stopped all of Qin Churen's cards and cut off her financial resources, and now striking off all of Qin Churen's authority. Looks like he's trying to push you over the edge. To be able to be so heartless to one's own sister for the sake of the family's interests, one is truly willing to do whatever it takes to achieve one's goals. But this, in turn, was more favorable to Lu Ming. Because Qin Churen had no one to rely on, in this situation, the only person she could rely on if she wanted to build a top 100 national battle team was Lu Ming. In this way, Lu Ming would be more likely to be able to gain Qin Churen's trust, laying a thick foundation for taking revenge on Qin Feng by Qin Churen's hand. Of course, this problem faced at the moment was not at all difficult for Lu Ming. "I'm going into the second dimension." With these words, the divine beheading players could only obediently get out of the way, because the second dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower, Thrill Paradise, belonged to the Tianxian battle team today. Thus, Lu Ming brought Lin Yue into the second dimension Thriller Paradise. And then, through the Soul Suits feature of ignoring level limitations, it directly internally teleported to the 8th plane Shadow Sugamo. Next, it's killing time. Chapter 80 Sequestered Quests. Ding you have activated the first rank magic scroll take for yourself forbidden quest. Please kill 100 monsters of level 22 or above within 60 minutes. Ding you have activated the first order magic scroll breaking the self-sealing quest. Please kill 100 monsters of level 22 or above within 60 minutes. Ding you have activated the first order magic scroll inviting fortune and treasure forbidden quest. Please kill 100 monsters of level 22 or higher within 60 minutes. Ding you have activated the third order magic scroll out of the box banning quest. Please kill 1000 monsters of level 22 or above within 24 hours. Lu Ming activated the 4 forbidden quests at the same time. As for the 1-star magic treasure Ring of Source Power S sealed quest, you had to encounter an elite monster before you could activate it. Otherwise, it would be a waste if an elite monster couldn't be brushed out in 10 minutes. In the next moment, Lu Ming summoned all 500 plus Death Lords through his mind. Automatic monster killing. While giving the order, Lu Ming drew his sword and unleashed the triple knot formation of War Trample, Fortress of Life and Painted Ground. Although as his level increased, Lu Ming was able to manipulate an increasing number of necromancers and his hunting range became wider and wider. But at the same time, after upgrading his total increased talent to LV3, the range of all his knots was also increased to 30 times, a radius of 1,500 yards. Therefore, there was no need to worry in the slightest that the Death Lords in the outer circle would not be able to obtain the knotted formation bonus. Today's Death Lord, although it had not yet reached the intensity of being able to directly kill level 50 monsters in seconds. However, it was no longer a problem to deal with the level 4650 undead in the 8th dimension. Ding kill level 49 Necromancer. Experience value plus 5,250. Ding kill level 46 Undead Warrior. Experience value plus 4,880. Ding killed level 48 undead archer. Experience value plus 5,110. It didn't take long to kill enough for 100 monsters. Lu Ming had also completed the task of sealing those 3 first-rank magic scrolls as he had hoped, lifting their seals. Only to see that at this moment, under the huge continuous consumption of up to 39 mana points per second from the Triple E ranked formation, even though Lu Ming had up to 4,145 points of mana, he couldn't resist it at all and had long since reached the bottom. This was also thanks to the fact that Lu Ming had always added points according to 3 spirit every time he upgraded. The 5-dimensional attribute when it comes to spirit is the highest, reaching 128 points. As per third turn formation Trickster's spirit growth, every 1 point of spirit equals 20 mana plus 0.2 mana recovery per second, equivalent to 25.6 mana recovery per second. At this peak state, it was only barely enough for Lu Ming to hold out for 5 or 6 minutes at a time. Other players can rest to recover when their blue bar is empty, but Lu Ming couldn't, because once his knot formation stopped, the Necromantic Legion would be at risk of death. Therefore, Lu Ming had to use a potion to recover his mana. The price of a bottle of level 3 mana potion reaches 50 copper coins, the same as $100. It really hurts, but this is good. The magic scrolls are unsealed, and the problem of not having enough mana is finally solved. Saying that, Lu Ming took out the level 8 black iron weapon, Moon Demon set, that he had replaced earlier from his bag and used the level 1 magic scroll, Appropriation. Ding you have obtained the limited time set skill, Back to the Devil 3-8, with a remaining available time of 2 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds, gaining the Return to Magic 3 skill effect, plus a 30-fold enhancement bonus for an across-the-board increase. Lu Ming's blue mana recovery of 25.6 per second at the top of his head instantly skyrocketed to 85.6. Perfectly covers the 39 points of mana consumption per second of the 3 junctions. At the same time, Lu Ming used the other 2 first-order magic scrolls, Recruitment of Wealth and Breakthrough, in tandem. Ding you have obtained the limited time skill Breakthrough. The total increased talent has come into effect. Within 150 minutes of duration, all skill CDs 300%, skill consumption 300%. Ding you have obtained the limited time skill Inviting Wealth and Treasure. The full increased talent has taken effect. Within 150 minutes of duration, the number of coins dropped by killing monsters is plus 3,000%. Lu Ming direct a good guy. The gain effect after getting a full increase in reinforcement is simply terrifying. First order magic scrolls, straight up as 4th, 5th order. Thus, Lu Ming didn't waste a single second. While ordering the Necromantic Legion to continue killing monsters, he himself also launched a killing spree. After obtaining the Breakthrough Self bonus, all of Lu Ming's skills had entered a CD-less, consumption-less state. It also includes drawing a sword. Wow! Right at this moment, 3 level 48-49 undead mages and undead archers were refreshed nearby at the same time. Lu Ming targeted those undead. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. Brush. 182,988. 182,988. 182,988. 3 undead with only 11-12 blood limit were instantly killed in seconds. Meanwhile, clatter. A small pile of copper coins dropped next to the corpse of each undead. Normally, a monster around level 50 has a steady drop of 5-6 coins. Prior to this, Lu Ming, who had Lin Yue's 300% explosive rate bonus, could then drop around 20-25 copper coins every time he killed an undead of the 8th dimension 4650. And at this moment, these few undead, heck, they all dropped a full 170 to 80 copper coins respectively. Lin Yue, the little fortune hunter, stared with her eyes wide open. Wow, that's a lot of money. Has the monster's explosion rate increased? With this in mind, Lin Yue couldn't wait to show her skills, and with Lu Ming's 3 major knot formations, she took out all her strength and finally killed a level 46 undead without any danger. She couldn't wait to run to the undead's corpse, only to be disappointed. The undead she killed still had the same burst rate as the original, dropping only 21 copper coins. Although it wasn't as much as Lu Ming's explosion, for Lin Yue, she was content. Lu Ming sighed. Since all of the Necromonger Legion's kill gains are calculated based on the master's kills, they can also share the burst bonus. The unit price of 1 copper coin is $2. Killing a small monster can explode over $300. Who would dare to think that? So the task of swiping money was given directly to the Necromongers. Lu Ming had another, more important mission. Wow! With another undead refreshed in front of him, Lu Ming was in no hurry to draw his sword and kill it. Instead, open the status bar and turn on PK mode. Next, Wo Rub, draw your sword. 182,988. The damage that had already exceeded the blood limit of that level 48 undead warrior did not kill it, but instead preserved 1 point of the opponent's blood. Lu Ming did not hesitate to draw his sword again. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. Draw your sword. In PK mode, Lu Ming's attacks could not cause lethal damage to enemies. The undead warrior always maintains 1 point of chi, while Lu Ming's ears, a system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Ding sword drawing skill proficiency +1. Lu Ming felt a surge of excitement inside. Originally, it took 60 seconds to activate a sword draw and also to gain 1 point of proficiency. And now, with no cooldown, Lu Ming frantically drew his sword and drew his sword and drew his sword. Skill proficiency Zhang rose up. When your right hand gets sore from plucking, switch to your left hand. Brush up. Under Lu Ming's rapid sword draws and repeated thrusts, a sword shadow kept running through that undead warrior's body, simply making it want to die. I don't know how long after that. Ding, congratulations on raising the quality of your skill sword drawing to grade C. Chapter 81 Grade C Sword Drawing. Quality Sublimation. Lu Ming had never experienced such pleasure before. The no cooldown, no consumption skill mode is simply awesome. After hitting the full 10,000 points in skill proficiency, finally allowing the sword drawing skill to be upgraded from rank D to rank C, Lu Ming closed PK mode and resolved the undead warrior. Stop to check the skill effects. Class C draws his sword. Class D. Skill damage increased from 220% to 300%. The attack increase effect is increased from 20% to 30% for 10 seconds after using the skill. On the surface, it looks like it's 80% skill damage and a 10% attack boost, which is fairly normal and not exaggerated. But under Lu Ming's LV3 comprehensive increase of 30 times reinforcement, that's an additional 24x skill damage and a 300% attack boost. On top of that, Lu Ming realized that after the quality was raised to C rank, the sword drawing skill had unexpectedly activated a new enhancement effect. After drawing the sword, the strength of all skills of the formation wizard is increased by 30% for 10 seconds. The overall skill effect of gaining the bonus of a full increase is Draw Sword Grade C. Releases a sword shadow to deal 90x physical attack power plus 5,460 points of true damage to a single enemy and gains a 900% attack power boost, as well as a 900% increase in skill strength for 300 seconds. Another 9x skill enhancement. Stacked with the 30x enhancement of total increase, wouldn't that mean that my skill enhancement multiplier could reach 39x? Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh at its perversity. Next, drawing a sword from C rank to B rank quality requires 100,000 points of proficiency. The difficulty of upgrading continues to increase tenfold. Thus, while the effect of Breakthrough Self was still present, Lu Ming selected a new target and once again turned on PK mode, continuing to draw his sword. Wo Rub, draw your sword. 573,261. Looking at the damage, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. After the quality was raised by 1 level, the damage of the skill was increased to almost 3 times of the original. With such a terrifying increase, it was worthy of the skill's 10-fold increment in difficulty each time it was upgraded. At the same time, the effect of the increase in attack power with the subsequent drawing of the sword is increased from 600% to 1,170%, including the 9x skill damage increase after drawing the sword. After drawing his sword, Lu Ming's attack power also plummeted from 2,667 points to 4,839 points. It caused the attack bonus of War Trample to skyrocket from 20,142 points to 43,126 points. The killing power of the Necromantic Legion was instantly doubled. In doing so, it also directly doubled their efficiency in killing monsters. Lu Ming's combat gain effect had increased by a full double. With such extreme efficiency, 1,000 monsters were quickly killed. The blocking effect of the 3rd-level magic scroll Outwit is also lifted. Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out this magic scroll worth 1,000,000 RMB. For something that could enhance his own strength, even if it was worth more, Lu Ming would prioritize his own use. Just like that billion-dollar sword drawing skill scroll from last time. Thus, Lu Ming crushed the scroll without hesitation. A pleasant system tone that rings in your ears. Ding, you have used the 3rd rank magic scroll out of the box. Congratulations on getting a permanent skill bar +1. Nowadays, War Trample in conjunction with Painted Ground has allowed the Necromantic Legion to do enough damage even without defense enhancement. Life Fortress can safeguard their vitality to a certain extent. The beauty of the moment is the speed flaw that causes the Necromongers to look too dull against high-level opponents. Thus, Lu Ming took out the long-prepared E-ranked skill scroll, Wind Rush, from his bag and crushed it. Ding, congratulations on mastering the new Formation Trickster E-rank skill Wind Rush. Opened the skill list and looked at it. Wind Rush LV22. Quality: Grade E. Skill effect: release a formation, causing all friendly troops within the formation to gain 20% of the formation's speed, plus 147 points of speed for 15 seconds. Skill consumption: consumes 121 mana when turned on and 13 mana per second thereafter. Cooldown time: 60 seconds. Combined with a full increase, as well as drawing the sword totaling 39 times the reinforcement then. Try to see how well it works. As he spoke, Lu Ming resided with his long sword. Wow! A green boundary bloomed out in all directions. In the next moment, gaining a total of up to 7,184 points of speed bonus from Wind Rush, the speed attribute of all the Deathlords in the entire field plummeted to 7,200 plus from less than 100 points originally. With a speed that was half that of any level 4650 undead, the Necromantic Legion sprinted as fast as they could, and their kills became even more ferocious. Right at this moment, through vision sharing, Lu Ming saw that an elite-ranked undead had been refreshed in front of a certain Deathlord. Thus, he immediately activated the banning quest for the last item, Ring of Source Power. In the next second, several nearby Deathlords swarmed up and instantly decimated the elite undead. Lu Ming had also successfully lifted the seal of the Ring of Source Power. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, players can obtain 1 mana wearing space every 10 levels. Lu Ming, who was currently level 22, only had 2 mana spaces. And in his previous life, Lu Ming, who was a beggar, had rolled around the Heavenly Abyss world for 5 years and had never worn a magic treasure. Even if you were lucky enough to obtain a magic treasure, you would sell it for money at the first opportunity. Subconsciously, the thought that beggars like him were not worthy of using magic treasures at all had long been formed. This time, Lu Ming didn't hesitate to wear this Ring of Source Power, which was worth more than $20,000, on his hand. Ding, magic treasure skill Source of Magic has come into effect. Mana cap plus 10%. Mana recovery effect plus 1%. With a total of 39 times the skill enhancement from total increase as well as draw sword, Lu Ming directly gained a 390% mana cap, as well as a 39% increase in mana recovery effect. Opened the status bar and looked at it. Only the mana attribute could be seen to skyrocket from 4,145 points to 20,310 points, and the mana recovery effect of 85.6 per second that Lu Ming possessed had been increased to 119 points per second. In the back, even if they waited for the effect of the magic scroll breakthrough self to fail, it would be more than enough to support the continuous consumption of the 4 E-rank not formations at the same time. Next, Lu Ming continued to bury his head in his hands and practice drawing his sword. The Necromongers, on the other hand, go on a killing spree of monsters and harvest coins to maximize the effect of the fortune-telling. Keep brushing until 9 p.m. Qin Churin's side sent a message. There's a message from the Beyond Battle team side. Are you free to accompany me to the Dawn Coast now? Just in time, the effects of the magic scroll were almost over. Lu Ming then replied back, Go over there and wait for me first. I'll be right there. Qin Churin. Good. Chapter 82 Reorganization of the 3rd Brigade. South of the city of Starburst. LV-38 Dawn Coast. As night fell, a burst of yellow light was imprinted backwards on the surface of the deep sea by the light of the moon. At this moment, there was a group of players whose levels were spread between 36-37, teaming up to brush the level 38 monster, Nightmare Turtle. Their IDs, clear as day, were prefixed with the word Blaze. At this moment, a level 37 archer youth at the head, Fiery Burning Soul, took the opportunity of the gap in which he had just shot a sea turtle to draw a big pie to his surrounding teammates. Brothers, everyone work hard tonight. Take an extra shift. When the battle team rises later, I'll take my brothers to eat and drink, and pick up foreign girls. The words do sound good. However, What Flame Burning Soul was thinking about was how to mobilize this group of people under his hand to help him pay off the 1 million loan owed to him for buying the third-rank magic scrolls over at the black market this afternoon as soon as possible. Just as the fiery soul was thinking this, not far away, suddenly a group of players hurriedly arrived. Fixing his eyes, he found that the ones who came were again a group of acquaintances from the two major studios of Transcendence and Excellence. The flaming soul couldn't help but frown. Damn! It's those rotten people again. At this moment, level 35 Warrior Excellence Little Tiger and level 35 Assassin Beyond Dreams rushed over with a group of players. Beyond Dreams pointed at Flame Burning Soul and shouted with an indignant face, "Give me back my yaya!" Fiery Burning Soul deliberately put a level 34 Priest Girl, T-Face, by his side into his arms and said to Beyond Dreams with an impatient face, "Are you annoying? What's the point of having a face? I'll tell you one last time. Yaya is now my girlfriend. Don't always come to pester my girlfriend." Dingyu, who was cradled in the arms of Fiery Burning Soul, also had a somewhat ugly face as she said to Beyond the Dream, "You can't give me the life I want, so you can't stop me from running towards a better choice? Can you? Li Xiang, we broke up peacefully, and I don't like you anymore. I hope you won't pester me anymore."
No.
Beyond Dreams said in pain, "It's not true. Yaya, have you forgotten the sea oath between us? It's you." Beyond Dreams pointed at Flame Burning Soul and said angrily, "It must be you who forced Yaya to do it." At this time, Excellence Xiaohu on the side comforted his good brother while pointing at Flame Burning Soul's nose and said, "If you have the guts, you'll wait for us. We've already called someone. You wait for the people we call to come over. I'll you up. Dare to rob my brother's girlfriend." Fiery Burning Soul laughed. "With a broken studio squad leader like you, who can't even afford to feed the dozen or so brethren under your hands, you can still call out to people? Here, call someone over to me. I'd like to see which great Buddha you can call over." Excellence Xiaohu said righteously, "When my big brother comes, don't cry if you have the guts." Blaze Burning Soul was conspiratorial. "Yo yo yo, I'll cry. Whoever cries later is a grandson." As the Fiery Soul Burning Soul's words just fell, just as he saw it in the distance, two figures came walking slowly. Seeing that the visitors were none other than Lu Ming and Qin Churan, Excellence Xiaohu hurriedly ran over to greet them. "Brother Hades, it's those guys." Excellence Xiaohu pointed at the players of the Flame Battle Team on the shore and said to Lu Ming in shocked indignation, "They're the ones who robbed my brother's girlfriend." Obviously having been abused by Lu Ming during the daytime, Excellence Xiaohu was polite to Lu Ming. Of course, the premise of politeness was also due to the fact that he understood how strong Lu Ming was, and knew that with Lu Ming around, he would definitely be able to back up their brothers and sisters in front of the people from the Flame Warriors next. And did not see how strong Lu Ming's specific strength. Only heard his good brother Xiaohu say that Lu Ming is very powerful beyond the dream. On the other hand, he looked Lu Ming up and down with a skeptical gaze and half-heartedly said, "Are you really good?" Lu Ming asked rhetorically, "What you said before, remember?" Beyond Dreams didn't hesitate. "If you can help me teach Flame's men a lesson and help me snatch Dingyu back, I'll immediately take my gang of brothers and join you. From now on, you're my big brother." On the side, Excellence Xiaohu chattered in a small voice, "He's the big brother? What about me? You're my grandson." Excellence in Tigers. Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Remember what you said." As he spoke, Lu Ming walked towards the Flame Warriors players. Under the shroud of night, the Flame Burning Soul has not yet seen who is coming, and only vaguely saw that the other party is a formation trickster, and all of a sudden arrogance surged to his heart. The other players from the surrounding Blaze Battle Team couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Laughing my ass off. I really thought they had found an expert from somewhere. After all that, they just found a formation artist to support them. What's the use of a formation trickster? Even if it's a level 50 formation trickster and his teammates don't work, it's still trash." Fiery Flame Burning Soul lifted the longbow in his hand and wore an open-mouthed smile. "Let me see how he makes me cry." As he spoke, as Lu Ming approached over. Under the imprint of the moonlight, when Blazing Soul saw Lu Ming's appearance and ID, the smile on his face instantly stiffened. The entire group froze in place. Along with those who froze, there were also the dozens of people who were with the Flaming Souls this evening. On the other hand, there was another group of Blaze players who weren't present in the evening and hadn't seen Lu Ming, but after seeing him clearly, they erupted into even more rampant laughter. "And this is still a formation trickster who's only level 22? What a 6. Are the people from Transcendence and Excellence crazy? Finding a level 22 formation artificer to give them a head start. Boss, there's no need for you to do it yourself. Let me teach that kid a lesson. As a level 35 warrior junior, Flaming Hero spoke. He was drawing his sword and preparing to approach Lu Ming in the past. Fiery Burning Soul suddenly flew up and kicked Fiery Hero to the ground. Who the hell dares to touch my big brother? With that said, Fiery Flame Burning Soul flew to Lu Ming's front and said with a face full of excitement, "Big brother, why have you come?" In the rear formation, a group of players from the Flame Battle team were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The Excellence and Transcendence players on the other side of the room were also wide-eyed. What's the situation? This Spectre wouldn't be in league with Blaze's people, would he? At once, the players of the two teams looked at each other. Feels like I'm in a den of thieves. Lu Ming looked at Blazing Soul and said indifferently, "You're the one who robbed someone's girlfriend?" It was only then that Blazing Soul recalled that Lu Ming was the person that Excellence and Beyond Battle team had found. Recalling back to the evening, Lu Ming easily killed more than a dozen level 50 turn 6 players in that scene. The Fiery Flame Burning Soul couldn't help but let his tiger's body tremble, not daring to offend Lu Ming in the slightest. Injustice, big brother. I really didn't rob. It was Ding Yu who approached me herself. In order to prove his sincerity, Flame Burning Soul turned his face and said to Ding Yu without hesitation, "We're splitting up. Split right away." Ding Yu was also furious, pointing at Lu Ming and contradicting Blazing Soul. "He's just a level 22 formation artificer. What the hell are you afraid of him for? You're such a loser. Count me as blind to see you." At this time, where did the Flaming Soul care about Ding Yu's feelings? He only wanted to hug Lu Ming's thigh properly. "Big brother, can I worship you? You take me with you. I promise that in the future, whenever there is something you need, big brother, I will go through fire and water." Seeing that Fiery Burning Soul happened to have this intention, Lu Ming also directly opened the door. "Well said, you can directly join me." Flame Burning Soul was ecstatic. "Thank you, big brother." On the side, Ding Yu looked at Flame Burning Soul with a face full of contempt. "What a loser." In the back, those players of the Flame Warriors who didn't know what had happened in the evening were also confused. What does that mean? Why are we obeying a level 22 formation trickster? Yeah, is that formation trickster very powerful? Can't see what's so great about it. Meanwhile, Beyond Dreams, in the back, looked directly dumbfounded. "No, this is done." As soon as the words left his mouth, Excellence Xiaohu hemmed and hawed and said, "I told you, right? He's super brave." Beyond Dreams was unimpressed. "I think it's because the two of them know each other. No wonder he was so convinced. Che, I really thought he had real skills, but it turns out he relies on connections." However, Fiery Soul Burning promised too painfully. Lu Ming instead felt little sense of accomplishment. No difficulty at all, no fun. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, there was a sudden agitation from the rear. Lu Ming turned to look, and he was seeing a large group of black shadows swarming aggressively in the darkness behind him. Lu Ming had an inexplicable burst of excitement. On difficulty? Chapter 83. This formation trickster, is it worth $10 million? Brush up. A large group of players swarmed in the darkness. Without any further ado, directly along the coastline, the players of the three major battle teams of Excellence, Transcendence, and Blaze were surrounded through and through. They were so imposing that they must have been hundreds in size by visual estimation. The three people at the head of the three major teams, Flame Burning Soul, Excellent Little Tiger, and Beyond Dreams, looked at me and I looked at you. Which one of you guys caused the ruckus? As the Fiery Soul Burning Soul's words just fell, Excellent Tiger and Beyond Dreams immediately shook their heads in denial. "It's not me. I don't even know them." "Not me either." Hearing this, the Flame Burning Soul looked around again, only to see those players' level clear distribution in the 35-40 level between head ID composition is more mixed, a variety of, and does not have uniformity, like a bunch of loose cannons. These people. I don't recognize it. Blaze Burning Soul couldn't help but shout at the players from Excellence and Beyond once again. "Who the hell are you guys causing a ruckus? Better come out and admit it like a man. Don't drag us Blaze down." As the Fiery Soul Burning Soul's words just fell, I only heard a level 38 magician, June Fire, among the group of players on the periphery shout, "Who's Spectre? Get the hell out." As soon as these words came out, everyone present silently looked at Lu Ming. Blazing Soul's face immediately became as unpleasant as eating. And following Blazing Souls and their gazes, the group of players in the periphery quickly locked onto their target. Lu Ming. Wow. At once, everyone copped a feel. They were as powerful as rainbows, as if they could kill at any time. Our goal is only the underworld. It has nothing to do with you. Those who don't want to die, quickly get out of my way. With a loud cry from June Fire, the fiery flame burning soul, who had originally planned to leave things alone, heard that the other party was coming for Lu Ming. Without saying a word, he immediately gripped the bronze artifact bloodbath bow in his hand and faced the group of players with a large number of people. When he said, "I'll see who of you dares to touch my master," a murderous intent erupted from June's Fire's gloomy gaze. "He who stands in my way dies. Brothers, kill them all." As he spoke, June Fire raised his staff and was about to cast a spell to attack. Wow! In the midst of the darkness, a black shadow that was like a ghost suddenly attacked and killed. Hands up and dry. Brush up. 4,932. 9,626. Strike. 4,888. Several times in a row. June's Fire didn't even have a chance to react, and the blood bar above his head was instantly drained. With a muffled grunt, he fell to the ground with a plop. Next moment, only Qin Charin was seen holding a blood blade in his hand, and his ghost-like figure appeared in the crowd's line of sight. Level 34 Assassin, second level 38 Mage. The strong strength displayed by Qin Charin couldn't help but cause the surrounding teammates of June's Fire to be stunned for a while. At the same time, Beyond Dreams in the rear formation was shocked. What high damage! It turns out that the real big shot is this beautiful assassin sister. Ding Yu looked down on Lu Ming even more. To think that he still needs a woman to protect him. Humph! What a useless man. With June's Fire being seconds, the rest of the players on the field, one after another, threw fearful gazes at Qin Charin. At this moment, Qin Charin was protecting Lu Ming's body. The cold and absolutely beautiful eyes revealed an endless killing opportunity. "You dare to touch my Qin Charin's people?" The crowd looked at each other in disbelief at these words. Qin Charin, the 7th battle team of the Daxia National Service, the sister of Captain Zhenshan. Why is she here? What to do? Learning of Qin Charin's identity, the group of players were clearly scared. But under the temptation of great benefits, they resolutely chose to take the risk. As long as we kill the Spectre, we'll get the $10 million bounty. With that amount of money, let's leave Zhanghai directly. There's only one Qin Chu yet already. None of the people from the divine beheading are there. Kill her and who can find us? This statement was made. The dozen or so players from the Overwatch battle team, as well as Ding Yu, had expressions of disbelief on their faces. How much? 10 million. The bounty for this level 22 formation artificer is worth $10 million? Vietnamese dong it is. Kill. Kill them all. Leave no one behind. With a shout. At once, the surrounding group of casual players of unknown origin surrounded the 3 brigades of players. Brush up. Right at the moment when the 3 level 37 assassin players were holding sharp blades, simultaneously aiming straight at Qin Charin at an extremely fast speed. In the back, a murderous intent flared in Lu Ming's eyes. Wo rub. The moment he drew his sword, a sharp sword shadow penetrated through the body of the one who rushed at the front. 573,261. The skeptically huge amount of damage instantly killed that assassin in seconds. In this instant, all the players in the rear of the Excellence, Transcendence, and Blaze battle teams all had their mouths wide open. At the same time, blood-colored marks erupted from the chests of the other 2 assassins. Brush up. Before the 2 of them could react, they were instantly killed by the 2 Death Lords who suddenly rushed over from nowhere under the fiery long swords. Wow! Under Lu Ming's intent to summon, countless blood-colored boundaries flowing with golden light manifested, and the hundreds of Death Lords that stepped out from them surrounded all the players present. Kill! With Lu Ming's thought. Whoa, whoa, whoa. War Trample, Fortress of Life, Painted Ground, and Wind Rush. The 4 knot formations blossomed out in all directions along Lu Ming's feet. In the next moment, in all directions, hundreds of 3rd-rank Death Lords rushed towards the group of scattered players around them with a momentum that swallowed the sky and destroyed the earth. Shattered souls. Shattered souls. Shattered souls. Buzz off. 51,868. 51,868. 51,868. Gain an across-the-board increase plus draw your sword for a total of 39 times the enhanced war trample bonus. The Death Lord's attack power of up to 43,124 points was completely beyond the ability of this group of level 35-40 players, whose armor value had been reduced to 0 after the painted firmament cuts, to withstand. All players who were locked by Shattered Soul were all killed in seconds without exception. The 100 casualties present were defenseless and were crushed by the Necromantic Legion in a matter of moments. The only remaining level 36 priest player at the scene, Schwer, looked at the bodies of his teammates all around him in horror, so frightened that his whole body was trembling. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Schwer and asked nonchalantly, "Who paid to hire you guys?" Schwer's face was pale, and she said with incomparable fear inside, "I don't know that person. He wears a mask and hides his level and ID. I only know that he is a middle-aged male, and his occupation is a warrior." Hear that? Qin Charan looked at Lu Ming and speculated, "It should be Dragon Soul Guan Yu." Aha! In fact, Lu Ming had already guessed it as early as the moment this group of players suddenly appeared and bluntly said that they were rushing towards him. But why didn't he do it himself instead of looking for these people? Qin Charan was a bit puzzled. Knowing full well that finding these stray fish to come over would just be a waste of time, Lu Ming's words lifted Qin Charan's doubts. If he had taken action himself, the person who would be dead right now would be him. Qin Charan suddenly realized, he is testing your strength. Being at this time, Schwer panicked and pleaded with Lu Ming, "I beg you to let me go. I have a 3-year-old child at home, and I only took this errand to earn more money to buy my child better milk powder." Lu Ming gazed at Schwer with an icy gaze. Kill! With a thought, the two Death Lords on the left and right unleashed soul-shattering, instantly decapitating Schwer. Not to mention she has a 3-year-old at home. Even if she was that 3-year-old child, Lu Ming would still kill her. After all, if Lu Ming didn't have the strength in his hands, he would have died at the hands of this woman today. Would the other party give up the $10 million reward because of Lu Ming's plea for mercy? Apparently not. And at this point, after ending the battle on the field, Lu Ming looked like he expected something. Subconsciously looking ahead, he only saw what appeared to be several figures flickering away in the darkness. Trying to run? Lu Ming's gaze went cold. Kill! With Lu Ming's thought, dozens of Death Lords around them pursued towards the darkness, relying on the extreme speed brought about by Wind Rush. Chapter 84. It's about time you two deserve to die. In the darkness, the two level 50 turn 6 assassin players turned on sprint, increasing their movement speed for a short period of time and fled in a direction away from the Dawn Coast. However, it was only for a moment. When the two of them turned around, they were shocked to see dozens of Death Lords approaching behind them at breakneck speed. With the addition of the 39 times strengthened grade E Wind Rush, the Death Lord's speed attribute had reached 7,000 plus, and any 6,000 plus speed in the 6-turn assassin's extreme state would simply not be able to run away from the Death Lord. Brush up. Dozens of shattered souls bloomed at the same time, and the two level 50 assassins didn't even have a chance to resist, and were instantly killed in seconds. In the meantime, Lu Ming in the back identified the two assassins through vision sharing, and sure enough, they were none other than players from the Dragon Soul battle team. Unfortunately, it's just two stragglers on a stakeout. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was not present. After one fight, Dragon Soul Guan Yu had obviously become more and more cautious. "It seems that you are more cunning than I thought." With this in mind, Lu Ming ordered the Necromantic Legion to refine the corpses and scour the battlefield. In the meantime, Rear Formation, Excellence, Beyond, Blaze, 3 big teams of players, have cast a skeptical gaze at Lu Ming. Beyond Dream's mouths open wide enough to fit a durian. Although his good brother Excellence Xiaohu had repeatedly emphasized in front of him how powerful this formation trickster was, he had genuinely not thought that he could be so powerful to such an exaggerated extent. A drawn sword with over 500,000 damage? Is this Tama a level 22 formation trickster? The surrounding group of Death Lords that looked like messengers from hell, emitting endless majesty and kingly aura, even made the players present sweat. Even Excellence Xiaohu and Flame Burning Soul, the two people who thought that they knew Lu Ming inside out, at this moment couldn't help but be deeply shocked by the strength that Lu Ming had shown once again, because clearly, this time Lu Ming was even stronger than the last time they had seen him. When I fought with him in the ring PK before, I remember that this sword draw of his was still only 180,000 damage. How did it triple all of a sudden? Excellence Xiaohu was in shock. Fiery burning soul is also full of excitement and exhilaration. I recognize this big brother. As he spoke, the three of them, Excellence Little Tiger, Beyond Dreams, and Flame Burning Soul, ran towards Lu Ming. Great God of the Underworld, on behalf of the 112 members of the Fiery Flame Battle Team, I hereby surrender to you. Excellent Little Tiger and Beyond Dreams also took a stance. We also petition to join under the Great God of the Underworld and follow the Great God's commands from now on. Good point. Lu Ming smiled bashfully, then looked at Qin Churen and said to them, just listen to her. The gazes of the three of them followed Lu Ming to Qin Churen. Although she's from the Zhenshin battle team, it seems like I heard that she's not on good terms with her brother? Didn't she say that her brother wanted her to create a top 100 national service team within 3 years? Yeah. Doesn't that mean she's already drawn a line with Chopping God? There's not much authority in Chopping God, and it's a woman, so this… Just as a few people were suspicious. Lu Ming's sentence completely dispelled all their concerns. She's my girlfriend. She, then, represents me. With these words, the three of them no longer held any doubts about Qin Churen. Flame Burning Soul asked Qin Churen, Boss, what's the name of our battle team? It hasn't been formulated yet. Qin Churen said, I'll let you know when it's finalized. I'll pull a group together first, so you can all get in. As he spoke, Qin Churen added 3 people on WeChat, and then created a group chat pulling several people in. That's it for now. I'll let you know in the group if anything follows. After saying that, Qin Churen left with Lu Ming, looking at the backs of the duo as they gradually left. The Excellence Little Tiger, Beyond Dreams, and Flame Burning Soul were so excited that they couldn't calm down for a long time. Level 20 hitting level 50. Really fierce. For the first time in my life, I've seen such a powerful formation guile master. If you follow Spectre, you might really be able to make it into the top 100 teams in the national service in the future. So we three, aren't we the first genin to join the team? As the words came to this point, several people glanced at each other, and a wave of exhilaration surged through their respective hearts. It's really a case of a family not recognizing a family when the water has hit the Dragon King's temple. Big brother, second brother, second brother, third brother, big brother, third brother, good buddy. Fiery Flame Burning Soul hugged Beyond Dreams and said excitedly, Brother, it's Big Brother's fault. Big Brother shouldn't have robbed your girlfriend. Beyond Dreams was also in tears. As long as Big Brother likes it, I'll just let Big Brother have it. Excellence Xiaohu said, Big Brother, second brother, in my opinion, if you both like her, why don't you three just get together? Ding Yu, who was on the side, immediately trembled. Meanwhile, on the other side, rushing back to the city, Qin Churen raised her head to look at Lu Ming on her side, and a shimmering light flooded her eyes. Thanks to you tonight. Why don't I buy you dinner offline tomorrow? Obviously, in Qin Churen's opinion, she had to do something to give back to Lu Ming. Otherwise, it was as if she was using Lu Ming in a relationship between a boyfriend and girlfriend. Lu Ming, however, was unimpressed and said, It's fine. You deal with the battle team first. Other things, it's okay to be a little late. Qin Churen nodded, and the stone hanging inside her heart quietly fell. Lu Ming's tension and relaxation made Qin Churen feel very relaxed with him, without a trace of mental burden or pressure. Well, I'll head over to Camp Scarlet first. There's another event over there at 10 p.m., and I have an appointment with another studio. Lu Ming said, I'll go over with you. No need. Qin Churen obviously didn't want to trouble Lu Ming again. I'm okay. This studio's average strength isn't strong, but it's expensive in terms of good character. I'm sure I can take them down. And if I can't, I can call out to Blaze's people to come and help. Lu Ming insisted. I don't have anything to do, so let's go together. Qin Churen was just too embarrassed to speak up, because even though he was sure of himself, it would be even more stable if he had Lu Ming sitting in on it. Seeing that Lu Ming had said so, she didn't refuse and readily said, That's good. I'll treat you to dinner when I turn around. For Lu Ming, one of the reasons for following Qin Churen was to ensure her safety. After all, she had to be the one to drive the revenge plan behind her. Secondly, these candidates for joining the team would also be forces under Lu Ming's command in the future, so naturally, they had to be personally gated by him, just like tonight's Flame, Excellence, and Transcendence warriors. In this way, they all joined under Qin Churen on the surface, but the one who submits is me. I will be able to mobilize them at any time, at a later stage when the need arises. As he followed Qin Churan on his way to the Scarlet Camp, Lu Ming deliberated on the state of his own strength. The sword-drawing skill was raised from D rank to C rank, raising not just the strength of this one skill. It also includes the overall strength of the necromongers. With the strength intensity of the Necromantic Legion's current power, it was already fully capable of easily countering level 50 players. Even if they faced the Dragon Soul Warriors' thousands of troops, they still had the power to fight. You've lived long enough too. It's time to well die. The figure of Dragon Soul Guan Yu appeared in his mind, and in Lu Ming's eyes, a thick killing intent flared up. Next, he just needed to think of a way to lure the snake out of the hole. Unbeknownst to him on the other side, the snake, too, had been lurking in the hole, keeping a close eye on Lu Ming. Nautical City, Jiangsu Province. A gym offline. Dragon Soul Guan Yu is lifting 200 kilograms. At that moment, a phone call came in. Brother Guan, the assassination operation of the Spectre failed. The two brothers we sent to stake out were also discovered and were killed by the Spectre in return. The video they recorded before they died has been sent to you. Since the result had long been expected by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he was not a bit surprised to hear this news. But the moment he clicked on the WeChat video, he was shocked by what was on the screen. 570,000 draw damage. The Necromantic Legion easily crushed 100 level 35 40 turn 4 players in 5 seconds. In front of the amazing speed, even his subordinate Dragon Soul battle team's level 56 turn assassin had nowhere to hide. It's only been a short day, but his strength has increased so tremendously. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was glad that he didn't rush out to make a move himself tonight while he was at it. While frowning deeply, the hostility in his eyes, too, became more and more intense. He realized, if he didn't get rid of Lu Ming as soon as possible, this person's threat to himself in the future was bound to grow bigger and bigger. Just then, another call came in. Dragon Soul Guan Yu picked up the phone, only to hear the voice of Boss Qin coming from the other end. How are things done? Did the array of weird masters solve it? Dragon Soul Guan Yu was a bit frazzled. Don't rush on it. I'll order you another new task. Boss Qin said, Qin Churan has been recruiting a battle team recently. I want you to get rid of the people she has recruited. There is one, kill one head, $1 million, part of your deposit up front. As soon as the words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu received a text message. Your account with tail number 3195 has received a remittance of 50 million yuan, with a balance of 165,327,652.12 yuan. Daxia Bank. The entry of $50 million instantly wiped out all the lethargy within Dragon Soul Guan Yu. At this time, Boss Qin then instructed, I only have one condition. Qin Churan cannot die. She is still useful to me. Dragon Soul Guan Yu faintly said, Leave it to me. Hang up the phone. To be honest, he wasn't interested in the new mission Qin Feng had ordered. His mind was all on how to kill Lu Ming. You've killed too many of my Dragon Soul brethren, Spectre. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's mind seemed to suddenly come up with a twofold solution that could both carry out the mission assigned by Qin Feng and simultaneously deal with Lu Ming. Spectre, prepare to take my wrath. As he spoke, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu had a sharp look in his eyes and crushed the cell phone with his bare hands. Chapter 85 The First Million. In order to get rid of the destiny of being used as a pawn in the family's marriage, Qin Churan did work very hard. With the help of Lu Ming. Late at night at 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock in the morning, and 2:30 o'clock in the morning, successively meeting 3 studios and battle teams, and through absolute strength they were collected. Representative. Level 33 Magician Mr. Wu, from Yunzhou. Originally a factory boy because of suspected factory wages are too low no future, with a dozen factory friends overnight barrels run away, turned to the abyss of the sky, the studio has just been established for 6 months, the total number of 17 people. Level 29 Archer, Heartbreak Sister. A native of Nautical City, has just graduated from college, and with a passion, created a team with 13 college friends and roommates. Level 35 Warrior Qitiandisheng, a native of Linhai, his family was in business but had just faced bankruptcy, and with the last bit of small money, he led more than 50 employees of the company and founded a battle team in an attempt to revitalize the world of Heavenly Abyss. But the slump was so bad that the last bit of money was being lost and the team was about to face dissolution. Obviously, Qin Churan didn't pick his targets randomly. All of these groups she has chosen are like scattered sand, and desperately need a leader to step up and lead them to the top. Secondly, they all have another need in common, which is a lack of money. Therefore, Qin Charan offered an initial salary of $8,000 a month to all those who joined her command. This salary is already well above the level of other teams in the market. Didn't your brother freeze all your cards? And how are you going to pay over 200 people? At Lu Ming's inquiry, Qin Charan said, Along, Xiaohu and the others left me some money, and I've sold off a few more things, so there's no problem with holding out for half a year. After it stabilizes after a while, I'll start taking them on to grow their business, taking on tasks and earning commissions. The profit model for all the battle groups is the same. It was no wonder that Qin Charan had wasted half a year of his 3-year contract, and only now had he begun to work on creating a battle team. On the surface it looks like a waste of half a year. In fact, she used this time to do a good job of learning the operation mode of the battle group, positioning the group, preparing for funding and other aspects of full preparation. 3 o'clock in the morning. End all trips. On the way back from the wilderness to the city of starbursts, Qin Charan raised his head to look up at the starry sky. His face had no sign of fatigue. Instead it was filled with anticipation and longing for the future. She was in a great mood. I will definitely build the top 100 team in the national service. We're going to make it. Will do. Lu Ming looked at Qin Charan's absolutely beautiful side face and said, I'll help you. Qin Charan gave Lu Ming a deep look and nodded. Then suddenly asked, By the way, I still don't know what your name is? It feels a bit strange to always call you Spectre. Lu Ming said without a red face, I am called Zhang Yi. Qin Charan was convinced of Lu Ming's answer. Okay, I'll remember. For the rest of the way, the two were speechless. Qin Charan didn't know what she was plotting. Her face was always red for a while and white for a while. To the city of starbursts. Qin Charan suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed Lu Ming on the face as if she had been planning this for a long time. Good night, see you tomorrow. Without giving Lu Ming a chance to react, Qin Charan quickly went offline in place. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Ming was harmless on the surface. In his eyes, a flash of sharpness was emerging. Everything, it seems, is going in the direction I expected. Qin Charan is also quite pitiful. Being used as a pawn by her brother Qin Feng over there, and being used by Lu Ming over here. If you want to blame it, blame your brother. After saying that, Lu Ming also got off the line. The time was set at 3 in the morning. Lu Ming came to the living room to pour water. Found Lin Yue, this silly girl. I guess to see that he is not yet offline, even waiting for him to wait until he fell asleep on the table. The screen of her cell phone was lighting up, framed on the Alipay balance screen, showing her kitty. 7,134.46. It seemed like she had saved quite a bit of money in the past few days after following Lu Ming. Lin Yue is a small one, only weighing more than 80 pounds. Lu Ming carried her back to her room without any effort. I went back to my room, showered, and lay in bed to take stock. Spent the day brushing up on the 8th dimension of the Phantom Tower today. During the day, all the soul stones as well as the copper coins added up to a total gain of 185,000 from selling them, which averaged out to about 20,000 per hour. And at night, with the addition of the first-rank magic scroll, Invitation to Fortune, the gain was 97,000 in just under 2 hours. The magic scrolls bought for $8,000 had brought Lu Ming nearly $60,000 in additional revenue. What a great value for the money. If it wasn't for the fact that magic scrolls were too hard to come by, Lu Ming would have hated to buy hundreds of them, so that the effects of the scrolls could be permanently added to his body. Lu Ming sold all the soul stones, extra copper coins, equipment, and skill scrolls. Under the accumulation of an incoming text message, the bank card balance finally came to 1 million. The time now is just 5 days before I get my life back. In just 5 days, the first million of this life. Looking at the account balance, Lu Ming felt a small sense of accomplishment and satisfaction inside. It was a pity that before the money could be warmed up, it was transferred by Lu Ming to Lightface. This is the money I borrowed from you last time. I'll pay you back first, and I'm saving up for the soul set. I didn't realize that Lightface was also a night owl. 3 a.m. surprisingly still awake. Received Lu Ming's transfer information. Cannot help but be full of amazement. Only a few days, but also put together 1 million. This is also too terrible. Light Yen thought for a moment and replied to Lu Ming's message. You can use it first if you need it. There's no need to rush on my end. Lu Ming returned. No money for now, thanks. Watch your bank card balance go from 7 figures to 3 figures in the blink of an eye. Inside Lu Ming's heart, there was a good pang of loss. Eat dirt. Make money. Keep making money. With the dream of making a lot of money, Lu Ming slept. Early the next morning, Lu Ming was awakened by a voice call. Connecting the voice, when he heard Qin Churin's speaking voice on the other end, Lu Ming's heart shook violently, and his entire body instantly sobered up. Without even being able to wash up, he immediately got up, turned on his computer, and logged on to Sky Abyss. Wow! White light poured down, and Lu Ming appeared in the city of Starlight. At this moment, Qin Churin sent a localization over. Lu Ming hurriedly followed this localization and rushed over. 10 minutes later, when Lu Ming arrived at a deserted city in the wild. Just outside the city, there were countless casual players gathered to watch. They were looking at the city, pointing and talking. What a tragedy! Yeah, that's too bad. What kind of person did this to be so cruel? Lu Ming passed through the crowd, and together with Qin Churin, who had arrived here a long time ago, stood at the entrance of the city. Look around. One could only see corpses everywhere and blood flowing in the middle of the huge deserted city. The bodies of hundreds of players were crisscrossed, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Missing heads and broken arms, there was hardly an intact body at the scene. And these dead players were no one else. It was the Excellence, Transcendence, and Blaze battle teams, as well as the studios headed by Mr. Wu and Qitian Desheng, the members of the battle teams. Chapter 86 let you personally solve Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Qin Churin stepped into the deserted city, stepping on blood-scattered ground, walking through the corpses of the 6 forces of Excellence, Transcendence, Flame, Qitian, Fragmentation, and Dream Factory, totaling over 200 players. At this moment, it's like a dream. Looking around at all this, it was hard to imagine what was going on here. This scene seemed to pull her thoughts back to the time when the 4 people, Qinglong, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird, had died tragically in front of her eyes. Tears of grief and indignation could not help but flow from Qin Churin's unbelievable eyes. Her expression grew numb. All the hopes and visions of the future were shattered in this instant. Just then, a sudden movement came from the depths of the desolate city. Qin Churin's eyes turned cold, grabbed his dagger, and without hesitation, he rushed in the direction of the sound source as fast as he could. When she reached the depths of the deserted city, only in front of the line of sight, 3 college student-looking players were being surrounded by 4 high-level warriors. Those 3 players, the level 29 archer girl at the head, was none other than Heartbreak Sister, a team leader who had been taken in by Lu Ming and Qin Churin last night. The other 2, the level 27 assassin youth, Heartbroken Schoolboy, and the level 27 priest girl, Heartbroken Schoolgirl, were also members of this team. When Qin Churin had just arrived at the scene, he was seeing the duo of Heartbroken Schoolboy and Heartbroken Schoolgirl being mercilessly decapitated by those 4 warrior players wielding their swords in a fit of agonizing pleading. Blood splattered on the spot. The moment he recognized that the 4 warriors were all Dragon Soul battle team players, Qin Churin's eyes erupted with monstrous hatred. Unconcerned, he rushed toward them. At this moment, the 4 members of the Dragon Soul battle team also discovered Qin Churin, who was approaching over. By order of Brother Guan, don't move Chopper God or Moon. Kill this archer and withdraw. As they spoke, the 4 of them pointed their swords at Heartbroken School Sister. Heartbroken Sister held her head in her hands as she cried, "Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" The 4 didn't have an ounce of mercy, just at the moment when the bloody blades in their hands were about to swing down. Buzz! A blood-colored mark suddenly appeared on their chests at the same time. Next, brush up. Dozens of Death Lords instantly killed from the surroundings, their hands rising and falling with their swords, decapitating the 4 Dragon Soul warriors to the ground with extreme speed. 51,868. 51,868. 51,868. Without even a chance to struggle, these 4 level 50 turn 6 Dragon Soul warriors were cut down on the spot by the Death Lord. At Lu Ming's command, all 660 Death Lords were summoned out and launched a carpet search along the entire desolate city. Qin Churin, on the other hand, ran over and took the heartbroken senior sister, who was almost scared out of her mind, into his arms, soothingly saying, "It's okay. It's okay. Tell me what's going on." Heartbroken Sister said with tears pouring out of her eyes and her whole body trembling. "We were pulled into a group, and the group said for us to bring everyone from our respective teams and come gather here. By the time we come over, a large group of people have long been ambushed here. They are too high level and too powerful. We can't beat them at all. Dead. All dead. Everyone's been killed by them. Heartbroken sister was close to an emotional breakdown at one point. Qin Churen asked, "Who pulled you into the group?" At that exact moment, Sister Heartbreak looked up and saw Lu Ming standing behind Qin Churen. At once, a scream erupted. "That's him. The specter." Lu Ming frowned slightly. Let Heartbreak Sister opened WeChat to take a look and found that in such a 7-person chat group, there was really a person whose avatar nickname was exactly the same as Lu Ming. Obviously, someone from Dragon Soul impersonated you and lured them out alone in your name. As Qin Churen's words fell, the killing intent within Lu Ming reached its peak. On the surface, it looked like Dragon Soul Guan Yu was targeting Qin Churen. In reality, he was provoking Lu Ming's majesty. "Are you that impatient to die?" Lu Ming immediately ordered the Necromantic Legion to expand their search. However, the other players of the Dragon Soul battle team were nowhere to be seen within a 1,500-yard radius. Apparently, their main army has long since withdrawn. Lu Ming could only recall the Necromantic Legion. For the time being, he and Qin Churen took the only survivor, Sister Heartbreak, and evacuated the area. In the meantime, in the middle of a forest 5 miles away from Desolate City, dozens of Dragon Soul players were stationed here. At this moment, a Dragon Soul assassin ran to Dragon Soul Guan Yu and reported the situation. "Brother Guan, 4 of our brothers failed to retreat and were ambushed by the underworld." Upon hearing this news, Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not show a trace of surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Instead, he just asked gently, "Is it all taken care of over there?" The assassin's little brother returned. "According to your instructions, Brother Guan, the female archer is the only one left alive." With that said, the assassin's little brother asked again with some confusion, "Brother Guan, why did you keep that woman?" In Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes, a flash of sharpness flashed. "I have my own wonderful uses." City of Starburst. After Qin Churen returned to the city, he went offline without saying a word. Obviously, this one hit her too hard. The wounds left on Qin Churen from the last time because of Qinglong's and their deaths had not yet healed. Right now, it was like throwing a big pinch of salt on her wounds, because in Qin Churen's opinion, she was the one who had killed Excellence Xiaohu, Flame Burning Soul, and the others. If she hadn't invited them to join herself, they wouldn't have been hit by Dragon Soul's retaliation. Therefore, Qin Churen had a hard time accepting it for a moment. And in Qin Churen's front foot had just gotten off the line. As the only survivor, Sister Heartbreak suddenly fiercely hugged Lu Ming and sobbed in fear. "Will they come after me again? What should I do? What should I do? I'm so scared." Lu Ming's gaze was calm as he looked at the heartbroken schoolmate. Just seeing her at a flower-like age, she was pitiful and heartbreaking. Lu Ming didn't push the heartbroken schoolmate away, but softly comforted, "Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Since you've joined us, even if you're the only one left, we'll be responsible for you to the end." Sister Heartbreak nodded and couldn't help but hug Lu Ming even tighter. It just so happened that Lin Yue, who had just come online at this time and saw this scene, was astonished with her small face. "Brother Spectre, how did this happen?" "Nope. Brother Spectre is not this kind of person." Thus, Lin Yue ran over and summoned up her courage to blurt out to the heartbroken schoolmate, "Who are you? Why are you hugging Brother Underworld?" As if she was a frightened bird, Heartbreak Sister hurriedly let go of Lu Ming and said in a broken voice, "I'm sorry I was rude." Lu Ming's gaze was calm as he looked at his heartbroken senior sister and said in an unimpressed manner, "It doesn't matter." Immediately after that, Lu Ming added, "In the near future, why don't you come with us, so that the Dragon Souls people won't dare to find trouble with you?" Heartbreak Sister looked like she was begging for it. "Aha!" While nodding her head repeatedly, the heartbroken senior sister looked at Lu Ming with starry eyes and said fondly, "Brother Yui, you're so gentle. You're so nice." Lin Yue on the side, a pair of round eyes staring intently at her heartbroken schoolmate, puffed up her small mouth in exasperation. "This is clearly my spectral brother. When did it become your spectral brother?" But such words, Lin Yue only dared to meditate on them in her heart, without the courage to say them. Lu Ming looked at the time and said to Sister Heartbreak, "Let's go. Take you to upgrade." Sister Heartbreak readily said, "Yes. Thank you, Brother Spectre." After saying that, Sister Heartbreak left the city after Lu Ming. Lin Yue was silently angry while silently following. The other side, Qin Churen, who had just gotten offline, came to the beach alone. one setback at a time. This, coupled with her brother's and her family's cold and uncaring nature, has caused her to feel a deepening despair. In his mind, he recalled the happy moments he had with Long, Xiaowu, Xiaohu, Lao Zhu, and the others when he was a child. Inside again strong Qin Churen, this moment also cannot help but cry. I'm a failure. I'm sorry, Along, Xiaowu, Xiaohu, Lao Zhu. I'm too useless. I'm not capable of avenging you all. Just as Qin Churen was losing all hope. Ding dong. She received a WeChat from Lu Ming. Get on the line and let you take care of Dragon Soul Guan Yu yourself. Chapter 87 Lu Ming's Counterattack. Brother Underworld. How are you so powerful? I can't believe you can even kill a level 50 player from the Dragon Soul battle team so easily. You know, Brother Underworld, just now over there, I really thought I was going to die. You're my savior. If it wasn't for you, I'd be dead. Where are you from, Brother Spectre? From Nautical, Yunzhou, or Linhai? I'm in Nautical. I just graduated from Nautical University not long ago. My name is Ling Wanner. I'm currently 22 years old, and I don't have a boyfriend yet. If I have time, I'll go down the line to find you to play. On the way to the wilderness, Sister Heartbreak frequently approached Lu Ming for a chat, calling him with a mouthful of Brother Underworld. A sweet, sweet name. Not at all like someone who just lost a bunch of good friends. The strange thing was, for every word Ling Wan said, Lu Ming responded without any trouble, and regardless of his attitude or tone, he was very gentle. This caused Ling Wanner to have the illusion that Lu Ming had a crush on her. So, she went even further and launched a blatant attack on Lu Ming. Brother Underworld, how about I come over to your side tonight to play with you? None of my family is over here. I'm so lonely on the sailing side by myself. You're going to have to reimburse people for their bus tickets. After all, it's women who know better. Lin Yue, who was on the side, couldn't bear it anymore. Puffing out her cheeks, she exasperatedly said to Ling Wanner, Brother Underworld already has a girlfriend. You should stop bothering him. For the first time, Lin Yue felt that it was a good thing that Lu Ming had a girlfriend. Otherwise, she didn't even have a reason to talk about Ling Wanner. Unexpectedly, Ling Wanner relied on the fact that along the way, Lu Ming had responded to her every word and cared for her everywhere, while ignoring Lin Yue the entire time. She turned the tables on Lin Yue and became fierce. I'm talking to Brother Yume. Not you. Adults are talking. Why are children interrupting? You. After all, Lin Yue didn't have any guts and temperament. Her little face was red. She didn't dare to dislike Ling Wanner. Just when Ling Wanner was complacent, Lu Ming suddenly looked at her and snapped. Try being mean to her again? Lu Ming was consistently gentle in front of him. The sudden sentence of chiding violently caused Ling Wanner's delicate body to tremble. Lin Yue, on the other hand, felt safe. Hiding behind Lu Ming, he secretly made a little face at Ling Wanner. Ling Wanner clenched her teeth in anger. But under Lu Ming's intimidation, she didn't dare to speak again. Lu Ming could tolerate Ling Wanner disgusting herself, but never touch his bottom line. Lu Ming himself has never been willing to murder Lin Yue, for fear that this little cat will bump into something. How can you tolerate someone being mean to her? Silence ensued all the way. After walking for a long time, Ling Wanner couldn't help but ask, Brother Underworld, where are we planning to go to practice? Arrived. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. At this moment, Ling Wanner looked around and realized that they were in a level up to 50 wild area. The night graveyard. Looking at the level 50 skeleton monsters roaming the graveyard, Ling Wanner said with some vigor, Brother Underworld, shall we kill the level 50 monsters directly? Lu Ming turned his back to Ling Wanner and responded indifferently, No killing. Ling Wanner was puzzled. Then what are we killing? Lu Ming suddenly turned around and gazed at Ling Wanner with a deathly cold gaze. Kill you. The words just fell. Wo rub. Lu Ming suddenly drew his sword, accompanied by a sharp sword shadow flashing through Ling Wanner's body. A huge amount of damage as high as 57W plus instantly hit Ling Wanner's head with a full blood bar, leaving only 1 point. Obviously, Lu Ming had turned on PK mode. Otherwise, Ling Wanner would have been a corpse by now. Ling Wanner was instantly scared out of her wits. Brother Underworld, what are you doing? Lu Ming held the soul sword in his hand and continued to gaze at Ling Wanner with an icy gaze. If you don't want to die, do as I say. At this moment, not to mention Ling Wanner, even Lin Yue, who was on the side, was frightened. Although she didn't like this Ling Waner, she didn't go so far as to let her die. Lin Yue thought Lu Ming was trying to take it out on her. Then he hurriedly said to Lu Ming with a small nervous face, "Brother Underworld, she didn't mean to be mean to me just now, so don't kill her." Lu Ming looked straight at Ling Waner and said in a cold voice, "Send a message to Dragon Soul Guanyu." Ling Waner's delicate body immediately trembled. Eyes averted, his face full of panic, he said, What? What are you talking about? Who is Dragon Soul Guanyu?" Wow. Feeling the monstrous killing intent of his master, the four Death Lords stepped through the spatial cracks and stepped out in a slow pace. Holding a sharp blade burning with scorching flames, he erupted with intense killing intent and pressed towards Ling Waner. "I'll say it again. If you don't want to die, do as I say." Under the intimidation of the Death Lord, Ling Waner's eyes trembled as she looked at Lu Ming, feeling an unprecedented fear. Below the line, Voyage City, a 5-star hotel. Dragon Soul Guanyu stood by the window, looking at the cell phone text message, more than $200 million of incoming information. The corner of his mouth rose. It was at this moment that he received a tweet. "Heartbroken sister. Brother Guanyu, the specter is dead." Seeing this message, Dragon Soul Guanyu's heart snapped. "If you try to trick me, you know the consequences." As Dragon Soul Guanyu returned the message not long after, the other party replied with the message, "He's really dead." Dragon Soul Guanyu made a direct video call to the other side. In the next moment, the video connected, and what was presented on the screen was none other than Ling Waner's face. Only Ling Waner was seen in the middle of a graveyard. As she adjusted her angle, a body lying on the ground emerged from the picture, and Dragon Soul Guanyu recognized at a glance that the corpse was really that array trickster he hated so much. The specter. Dragon Soul Guanyu didn't say much. Instead, he spoke to Ling Waner. "Location, send me." 10 minutes later, a Dragon Soul assassin player infiltrates the LV-50 night graveyard. He came straight to Lu Ming, who was lying on the ground, and after a meticulous inspection, he was immediately brightened up. Sending a Weibo message to Dragon Soul Guanyu, "Brother Guan, this kid is really dead. Through and through." Another 10 minutes or so passed like that. Dragon Soul Guanyu personally led a large group of elite players from the Dragon Soul battle team and arrived at the night cemetery. When he saw Lu Ming, who was lying motionless in a pool of blood, his eyes were both delighted and regretful. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu looked at Ling Waner, who was at the side, and asked, "How did you kill him?" Ling Waner pretended to be relaxed and said, "Is he very powerful? I was the one who sneaked up on him from behind while he was maneuvering his summons to kill the monsters, and killed him with one blow. Isn't it just a level 22 formation artificer? It's good to kill." The Dragon Soul Guanyu did not doubt Ling Waner's words. After all, it was an indisputable fact that Lu Ming's corpse was lying in front of him at this very moment. Scornfully looking at Lu Ming, Dragon Soul Guanyu coldly said, "Unconscionable fool, just by being a level 22 formation trickster, you are worthy to fight with the gold medal warrior of our Service 39? It's just that it's such a shame that I didn't get to kill you myself." As Dragon Soul Guanyu finished his words, suddenly, a voice responded to him, "Since that's the case, I'll give you another chance to kill me with your own hands." The words just fell. Next, only Lu Ming, who was originally lying in a pool of blood and was no longer alive, could be seen. In front of the hundreds of Dragon Soul battle team players on the field, he slowly stood up. Chapter 88 Dragon Soul Guanyu, the Joker. Brush up. It was at the moment when Lu Ming suddenly stood up from the pool of blood and resurrected with full blood. Around them, all of the Dragon Soul players all had their swords drawn, backing up to keep their distance from Lu Ming, each staring at him with terrified eyes. Even the Dragon Soul Guanyu was shocked. What's going on with you?" Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guanyu, revealing a wry smile that sent chills down his back. Surprised or not, prickly or not, wo rub. Dragon Soul Guanyu lifted his Guiltware Guan Gong long sword and stared at Lu Ming with a blazing gaze. At this moment, facing a formation artificer whose level was a full 28 levels lower than his own, Dragon Soul Guanyu, who was a 39 warrior of the Great Summer National Service, felt an unprecedented awe, because he knew that he had fallen into the trap of the specter and was already on the ropes. But he didn't understand. "You're obviously dead. How on earth did you?" With a simple-minded, four-legged life form like you, It's normal that you can't think straight. Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was filled with shock, and said gently, "Besides, for someone who is about to die, you, too, don't need to understand. You enjoy hiding in dark corners like a bug and sneaking around assassinating my people, don't you? Today, I'll let you kill enough." As he spoke, a strong killing intent radiated from Lu Ming's eyes. Next moment, wow, in all directions, countless blood-colored boundaries flowing with golden light manifested. Uncountable numbers of rank 3 Death Lords stepped through space and appeared in the middle of the night graveyard. All of a sudden, the 100 besieged Dragon Soul Battle Team players stared at the surrounding group of Death Lords that looked like messengers from hell and exuded an aura of death. And all of them showed a look of horror. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Lu Ming resided with his long sword, and a super fourfold knot formation with a radius of 1,900 yards instantly enveloped the entire map of the Night Cemetery. Drawing the ground weakens all enemies by 7,449 points of armor. War Trample strengthens all friendly parties for 43,126 attack points. Wind Rush increases the speed of all friendly parties by 7,184 points. Fortress of Life adds 5,529 shield points per second to all friendly parties. Kill, with Lu Ming's thought, around them, excluding the Death Lord who had been sacrificed in place of Lu Ming. The remaining 659 Death Lords gripped their sword blades that were burning with blazing flames and charged towards the players of the Dragon Soul Battle Team on the field. The players of the Dragon Soul Battle Group copied and fought back. However, they realized, even though both sides possessed a level difference of up to 28 levels, they themselves were no match for this group of necromancers. Damn! These necromancers do too much damage. It's doing more damage than the last time we fought them. And how did they become so fast too? Obviously, they were slow before. How did my 6,000 plus armor become 0? What is this, an SSS-ranked drawing firmament? Asshole! Can't top that! In a burst of screams, the Dragon Soul Battle Team players present, one after another, were cut down by the Death Lords under the fire blades and fell in a pool of blood. Their armor was weakened to 0 by the 39 times strengthened painted ground. So naturally, they couldn't resist the attack of the Death Lord who possessed 43,000 plus attack power. Every damage done by the Death Lords was fatal. This, coupled with the fact that Lu Ming had learned Wind Rush, made the speed of the Necrotic Legion not inferior to the Dragon Soul players in the slightest, which wore down what little speed advantage they had left. It wasn't that easy to kill the Death Lord back. In the midst of the melee, 100 Dragon Soul players were exterminated in a matter of moments. Seeing the situation, Dragon Soul Guan Yu directly unleashed his 5-star account talent, Bloodthirsty Berserk. For a short period of time, all attributes receive a huge increase and convert damage dealt into their own shield. Whoa rub. In the Bloodthirsty Berserk state, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand rose and fell, and with his explosively high damage, he cut down the 2 Death Lords blocking his way under his long sword. In the next second, Dragon Soul Guan Yu went straight for Lu Ming. Go to hell! With a furious cry, Dragon Soul Guan Yu slashed at Lu Ming's shoulder. Ding, you have been attacked by player Dragon Soul Guan Yu and have lost 132,534 points of blood. You are dead. Seeing Lu Ming fall in front of him, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was secretly happy in his heart. I thought to myself, although the army of dead spirits summoned by this kid was indestructible, he himself was really unbearable. Yet, the next moment, ding, the talent of rebirth by fire has been triggered. Please choose whether to sacrifice one of the weakest Dead Lords to be resurrected immediately if not chosen. The system defaults to automatic resurrection after 30 minutes if there are still Dead Lords alive. Resurrection. Ding, you have been revived and gained 2 seconds of invincibility immunity to all damage and control effects during invincibility, with the disappearance of a Death Lord on the field, in exchange for Lu Ming's resurrection in place. As he watched Lu Ming stand up with full blood again, a flash of shock appeared on Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face. How? Shocked, the disbelieving Dragon Soul Guan Yu once again swung his sword at Lu Ming. But this time, it didn't even deal 1 point of damage to Lu Ming. On the contrary, Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu with an indifferent face. Joker. The words just fell. Whoa rub. Class C sword drawing. 573,261. Even though he was in a berserk state and had 20 W plus shield values stacked on his body through damage conversion, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was completely unable to resist Lu Ming's strike. In PK mode, the blood bar becomes 1 point instantly. Lu Ming did not directly kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and it seems to be deliberately waiting for something. It was at this moment when he crippled Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The 4 Death Lords on the left and right swarmed up to the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's neck with the blades of their swords in their hands. The blazing flames that burned above the blade of the sword continued to scorch Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face was full of pain and struggle, but he didn't dare to move a muscle, because in this state, as long as he moved, immediately his head would fall to the ground. In the meantime, one could only see ahead, Qin Churen holding a sharp blade in his hand, full of murderous aura as he came in slow steps. Dragon Soul Guan Yu felt fear. The more people like Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who appeared to be valiant and fearless on the surface, instead, the more they were greedy and afraid of death. Especially, since he just made $300 million in commissions. How could he be willing to end up here before he could enjoy the rest of his life's glory and riches? Don't kill me. You guys want money, or what? I can give you all that. Qin Churen's eyes were red. At this moment, the hatred, as well as the anger value within her, had reached its peak. I want your life. The words just fell. Wow. Qin Churen's figure was like a ghost, instantly moving from dozens of yards away to in front of Dragon Soul Guan Yu in an instant. As the blade in his hand was about to slash down, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly exclaimed, "Wait! It's not me. It's not me who's going to deal with you guys. I'm also just taking money from people to get rid of them." With these words, the dagger in Qin Churen's hand was violently fixed at a mere 0.01 centimeters away from Dragon Soul Guan Yu's neck. Her gaze filled with killing intent was fixed on Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and she said in a cold voice, "Who? Captain of the Divine Beheading Battle Team, Qin Feng." Hearing this reply, Qin Churen's heart jolted. "No way. You tricked me." Dragon Soul Guan Yu hurriedly explained. "Those 4 national costumes guarding your side, they are all paid by Qin Feng to designate me to kill, ahead of $10 million. And those who joined your battle team this morning, all of them were also killed by Qin Feng, who asked me to kill them. I have all the calls between me and Qin Feng in recent times, as well as the transfer records. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you." Buzz. Qin Churen's brain snapped into a blank. The heart that had already been torn apart, at this moment it was as if it had been stabbed dozens of times by a sharp blade, completely shattering it. Her eyes were welling up with tears and her hands couldn't stop shaking. Dragon Soul Guan Yu took advantage of the situation and said, "Don't kill me. Keeping me will still be useful to you guys. I can help you take revenge on Qin Feng." "I." Wo rub. Before Dragon Soul Guan Yu could finish his sentence, Qin Churen simply cut his throat with a knife. Instantly, a deep crack appeared on Dragon Soul Guan Yu's neck. Blood gushed out along the slit in his neck. Dragon Soul Guan Yu covered his neck with his hands, his eyes wide open, staring dead at Qin Churen in front of him. Next, with a plop, he knelt down in front of Qin Churen. Chapter 89: The Mysterious Black Cloak. While personally killing the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, but Qin Churen's heart was not half happy. Instead, the mood became heavier, because all along, she had thought that the people targeting her were only the Dragon Soul warriors, even though he knows that his brother doesn't like himself. However, it had never occurred to her that the person who was so intent on counting on her was actually her own brother, Qin Feng, lost by the family in an orphanage as a child, and then fished out when he grew up and used as a tool for the family's marriage even. And to be counted so much by my own brother. This kind of encounter would be hard to accept in anyone's case. If it wasn't for Lu Ming, who saw Qin Churen's state was not right and assisted him behind him in time, Qin Churen, who suddenly felt weak all over, almost fell to the ground. "You go offline and rest for a while. I'll take care of this side." Qin Churen glanced at Lu Ming with tearful eyes. At this moment, Lu Ming had just become her only reliance. She didn't say anything, just nodded silently. Thus, Lu Ming handed Lin Yue a message. "You take her back to the city first." Although Lin Yue doesn't have a good feeling about Qin Churen, she really feels sorry for her. Then he hurriedly ran over to replace Lu Ming, assisted Qin Churen, and under the escort of 100 Death Lords, rushed in the direction of returning to the city. Thus, only Lu Ming and Ling Wanner were left on the field. Ling Wanner was mortared behind Lu Ming, filled with fear. She finally asked the question buried inside her. "How did you know that?" Lu Ming turned around and looked at Ling Wan'er. First of all, WeChat only allows friends to pull in groups, and you, as the second person in the order to join the group, obviously the person who impersonated me to pull you into the group is your friend. Secondly, they're all dead, and you're the only one who's living too deliberately. Plus, you were too eager to reveal the purpose of approaching me. So full of holes, don't be smart in front of me. Ling Wan was alarmed. Hurriedly crying, he said to Lu Ming, I'm sorry, Brother Pantheon. I know I'm wrong. It's all because of that dragon soul Guan Yu. He forced me. He said if I didn't, he'd kill me and my family. I've also cooperated with you to act and lure him over. So please spare me, I beg you. As long as you spare me, no matter what you want me to do, I'm willing. Know what people I hate the most? Lu Ming stared at Ling Waner, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. I hate traitors the most. The words just fell. Wo rub, draw your sword. 573,261. The full blood bar above her head was instantly drained, and Ling Wan fell into a pool of blood with a look of trepidation and endless remorse. Under Lu Ming's intentional command, the necromantic legion began to scavenge the loot. Lu Ming, on the other hand, came to Dragon Soul Guan Yu's corpse and picked up the pair of leg guards he had dropped, along with his weapon, the long sword. When he saw the quality of these two pieces of equipment, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Pride Streaming Light Leg Guards. Level 50 Guilt Artifact. Shattered World Demon Slayer's Knife Grade 50 Guilt Artifact. I was thinking of popping some money on Dragon Soul Guan Yu before I die. Unfortunately, this little nymph Qin Charin made her move too quickly. Good thing there are these two guiltware pieces as compensation, which isn't bad. With that said, Lu Ming instantly shelved the flowing light leg protector and demon's lair sword on the trading house at 1.55 million and 1.7 million. The two pieces of equipment add up to over 3 million renminbi. No exaggeration. After all, this was guiltware whose quality spanned above silver and gold ware. Within 50 levels on the trading market, even silver ware is very rare, and gold ware is a national treasure. Not to mention the level 50 guiltware. That's definitely a rarity. Meanwhile, the necromongers finished processing the battlefield. As the level 50 elites of the Dragon Soul battle team, although their value was far less than that of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, they were also per capita bronze weapon guaranteed, and those with better conditions even had silver weapons added to their body. More than 100 Dragon Soul players had brought Lu Ming a total of 135 bronze weapons, as well as 7 pieces of silver weapon equipment. According to the market price, Lu Ming shelved them all on the trading house. Next, it's just a matter of sitting back and waiting for the money to come in. When these equipment are all sold, not only can they pay off the remaining $500,000 owed by Lightface, but they can also pay off a large portion of the bank's mortgage at one time. Looking at the corpse of Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit sorry. It's a pity. It's a waste of time to blind you with this guiltware. If only you could stand up and let me brush it a few more times. After saying that, Lu Ming refined away all the corpses, led the necromantic legion, and evacuated the night graveyard. Unbeknownst to me, there has been a pair of eyes in the corner, looking at the whole picture since the beginning, with Lu Ming having just left a short while ago. As the night graveyard fell into a silence. Wow! Suddenly, a temporal rift flowing with silver light tore through space and materialized. Immediately after that, a person wearing a dark cloak stepped out of the spatial rift. He came straight to the location where Dragon Soul Guan Yu's body was refined. It was only seen that he took out a scroll flowing with golden light and crushed it. A burst of golden light sprinkled the ground. The body of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu reappeared. The other side. After Lu Ming left the night cemetery, he ran in the direction of the spectral demon tower. After all, life goes on and days go by. With just the money that had just been donated from the Dragon Soul Warrior side, while it had been enough to pay off 60% of the loan, there was still 40% left. On this side of the second heavens, there was no place to get money faster than the spectral devil tower. Make money by swiping soulstones while also upgrading at the same time. While paying off the loan, I should almost be able to level up to 50, just in time to march straight into the third heaven. With Lu Ming's current level of strength, staying in the second sky was simply condescending. The only way to get better was to step into the more advanced third heaven. With this in mind, Lu Ming sent a message to Lin Yue, and the two of them rendezvoused at the spectral demon tower to march into the 8th plane together. Brushed until 12 noon and went offline for lunch. In the afternoon, back on the line to continue brushing. Under the Necromantic Legion's efficient monster brushing mode, Lu Ming's experience bar skyrocketed. And with Lin You's 390% explosion rate bonus, the number of soul stones in her backpack, too, rose by leaps and bounds. 5 o'clock in the evening. Wow! The third golden light of the day spilled down, and Lu Ming rose to level 25. Lu Ming put all of the soul stones on the trading house. Looking at the time, he said to Lin Yue, who was still killing monsters on the side, "Don't brush, go offline to eat, and brush again at night." Lin Yue used all her strength to kill an undead warrior, happily picking up the copper coins dropped by the undead warrior and tucking them into his bag. He responded to Lu Ming, "Good, come on." He had just brought Lin Yue out of the spectral demon tower. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure hovering outside the devil's tower. It seemed to be waiting here specifically for Lu Ming for a long time. However, the moment Qin Charan really saw Lu Ming come out of the spectral demon tower, she hesitantly bowed her head and turned around to leave in a hurry. "Wait!" Lu Ming called out to Qin Charan and asked, "Is there something wrong with you?" The non-stop passing pedestrians around them made Qin Charan very embarrassed. Knowing that Qin Charan is thin-skinned, Lu Ming then came to Qin Charan. "What's wrong?" Qin Charan looked up at Lu Ming. The next moment it glanced unnaturally to one side. Can I come over to your side of the room for you?" "Forget it." Without waiting for Lu Ming to respond, Qin Charan hurriedly turned around. At that moment, Lu Ming looked at Qin Charan's back and blurted out, "Yes, come here." Qin Charan stopped and turned around when he stopped. Lu Ming then said, "Which location are you sailing? I'll book you a high-speed train ticket for tonight. You come to Linhai." Chapter 90. Lin Yue was kidnapped for a ransom of $10 million. It was no wonder that Qin Charan was so apprehensive, wanting to say it but too embarrassed to say it. Because when she had just established a relationship before, she had already proposed to Lu Ming once to come to Linhai to look for him, but was rejected by Lu Ming. In the end, she was a reserved girl, and if she didn't have to, Qin Charan definitely wouldn't take the initiative to mention this topic to Lu Ming again. She turned her face to look at Lu Ming with some surprise and asked, "You? Don't ask me why I came to you?" Lu Ming was unimpressed. "You're my girlfriend. Isn't it normal to come to me?" "I know. I should be the one to go over to you. I'm just worried that we haven't been together that long and we're moving too fast for your comfort." Lu Ming is not a straight man. The only thing Yi Linger had taught Lu Ming in his previous life was how to go about pleasing a girl. As it turned out, this sense of relief from Lu Ming did make Qin Charan feel very comfortable. With Lu Ming's words, all of Qin Charan's inner unease, apprehensions, and concerns all at once vanished. She sighed in relief. Not only is there no longer a trace of embarrassment, but instead, he said to Lu Ming in a big way, "My WeChat wallet, Alipay, and bank card have all been frozen. I'm about to sleep on the street." Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Miss Qin, mixing so badly?" Qin Charan frowned slightly. "Humph, how dare you laugh at me?" "So, being targeted by your brother again?" Qin Charan had even become numb. "Yes, who else could it be but him? I've spent a lot of money on the Qin family in the past 6 months since I returned to the Qin family, and Qin Feng has sued me for repayment. I just wouldn't pay it back. Then he found a way to force freeze all my trading accounts." This Qin Feng's degree of viciousness had gradually exceeded Lu Ming's expectations. At this time, Lu Ming said to Qin Charan thoughtfully, "Did he tell you that the only solution is for you to marry into the Wang family?" "Aha!" Qin Charan had a sudden thought and asked a tentative rhetorical question. "Then do you want me to marry Wang Long?" "If you want to marry, then marry. The decision is in your own hands. Can I stop you?" Originally, he just wanted to flirt with Lu Ming and see his reaction. As a result, when she heard Lu Ming's reply, Qin Charan felt a sense of loss in her heart. "You nerd. Humph. Then I'll go marry Wang Long now." Lu Ming grabbed Qin Charan's wrist. "Then do you want to marry him?" "I don't want to." Qin Charan bared her heart to Lu Ming. "I don't want to marry that little cutie." "Then don't marry." Lu Ming said, "As long as you don't want to, no one can force you." "I'll say." Qin Charan nodded. Looking at Lu Ming, a faint light flickered in Qin Charan's eyes. She suddenly tilted her head to look at Lu Ming and said in a deep and slightly playful manner, "Zhang Yi, you're actually quite good." At that very moment, the air suddenly fell into a silence. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment. "Huh." Qin Charan was more or less embarrassed. "You're such a dork." Unbeknownst to him, what Lu Ming is thinking inside at this moment is actually, who is Zhang Yi? Oh, it seems to be myself. Lu Ming had almost forgotten that this was the pseudonym he had personally told Qin Churen about. Slow down. Lu Ming said, go back to the city first. I'll book you a ticket for the nearest high-speed train. So, the three of them returned to Starlight City and each got offline. Through the positioning sent by Qin Churen, as well as ID information, Lu Ming booked her on the 7:10 p.m. high-speed train. Nautical South Station, Linhai East Station. Arrive at 9 p.m. I'll pick you up at the station. Ding dong. Qin Churen replied to WeChat. No need. I'll just take a taxi over to your place when the time comes. Qin Churen, who had finished sending WeChat, held her cell phone, thinking of the upcoming image of running offline with Lu Ming. For some reason, she felt a little deer in the headlights inside. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was calculating the time. It's 5:30 now, and we'll be online after dinner just in time for 6 o'clock, the time when the gnome avatar is out on the black market. First, I'll pick up that quest on the goblins. Then I'll go offline and pick up Qin Churen at the station. Thinking so, while eating the shredded meat and egg noodles cooked by Lin Yue, Lu Ming confided in Lin Yue, we won't be brushing the spectral demon tower tonight, so you don't need to come online and don't wait for me, so take an early rest at night. Lin Yue didn't say anything and lowered her head to eat the noodles, because she knew that Lu Ming was going to pick up Qin Churen at night. Hiding her inner loss, Lin Yue nodded obediently. Oh, good. After eating the noodles, Lu Ming went to the line alone. Leaving the city of Starlight, he rushed straight in the direction of the black market. 20 minutes later, just as Lu Ming was about to arrive at the black market, suddenly, a Weibo message was received from Lightface. Someone on our team ran into that little mage that follows you around. Rosebud. In the southern part of Starlight City, Troll Flat. She was kidnapped by a group of people. The team is negotiating with the kidnappers, but the other side clearly declared that they want $10 million ransom before they will release her. Why don't I have someone pay the money first? It's important to protect the people. Seeing this message, Lu Ming's brows tightened. That girl, causing me as much trouble as she can. Lu Ming replied to Lightface, don't pay them yet. Have the team help me stabilize them for a bit. I'll be right there. After all, $10 million is no small amount. And Lu Ming didn't even know a little bit about the situation over there yet. After returning the message to Lightning Yen, Lu Ming looked up at the black market that was close ahead. After a moment's hesitation, he finally chose to turn around and follow the map's directions to the Troll Flats. Meanwhile, south of Starlight City, LV-25 Troll Flatland. A robbery and kidnapping is taking place in this area. The one who was tied up was none other than our Lin Yue. At this moment, a group of a dozen or so fierce-faced players were holding Lin Yue, who had only 1 point of blood left, hostage with their swords in their hands. On the periphery, dozens of Tianxian battle team players, led by Light Yen and several people from Tianxian Eternal and Tianxian Shadow, were trying to negotiate with that group of players and stall for time. It didn't take long for Lu Ming to arrive. Looking at the scene in front of him, he suddenly had killing intent in his eyes. At this time, Tianxian Eternity looked at the group of players who had kidnapped Lin Yue and introduced them to Lu Ming. They're people from the Voltron Gang, a famous underground black force over in Yunzhou that specializes in this kind of robbery and kidnapping. I have also heard of this group. Light Yen frowned slightly and said, it is said that they are cruel and ruthless, and the number of hostages whose votes they tore up is countless. As he spoke, Lightface looked at Lu Ming. We've been negotiating for half a day and they won't relent. So either we do what they want first, pay the money, and keep the people is the most important thing. Not waiting for Lu Ming to make any moves. The group of Voltron Gang players in the front noticed Lu Ming at the first moment. At the head of the group, a dark-skinned level 50 assassin man with only one eye, Cyclops, pressed the sharp dagger in his hand against Lin Yue's white neck and drank ferociously at Lu Ming. You brat, you'd better not act rashly, unless you want to see if your sword is faster or ours. I recognize you, Spectre. I also know that you have a sword-drawing skill that can kill people from a distance and summon legions of dead spirits. But even if you're faster, I'll kill this little ninny with a mere flick of the wrist. Lu Ming was slightly energized. It looks like the guys, they did their homework ahead of time. They weren't randomly robbing, but just specifically coming for themselves. It was unknown how long they had been secretly staring at Lu Ming before they finally caught a chance for Lin Yue to fall alone. At this time, Lin Yue's small face was pale and she cried in fear. Brother Spectre, help me. At this point, Cyclops continued to let loose. I know that this little ninny is very important to you. $10 million. Once the money arrives, release them immediately. Chapter 91 Mysterious Power, Time Imprisonment. Facing the kidnappers of the Voltron gang. A streak of killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's eyes. The 12 people on the other side, although all of them were as high as level 50 turn 6 strength. But if Lu Ming wanted to kill them, it would be no different than stepping on a group of ants. But he couldn't do anything about it, because he really isn't as fast as the Voodoo Gang player. But if you pay, it's $10 million. Lu Ming sold his house and couldn't even come up with that much money. Just as Lu Ming was weighing the situation, a voice suddenly came to his ear. Do you need me to help you? Who's talking? The moment these words came out, the surrounding Tianxian's players were instantly jolted. Looking around, he was surprised not to see the person who had spoken. It was as if that voice, just now, had appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, the voice once again sounded in Lu Ming's ears. I can help you save her. Lu Ming felt it clearly. The other party was near his eyes, but he himself, surprisingly, could not see him. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart violently shook, and even his breathing couldn't help but become rapid. Even an assassin's stealth can catch the wind. But right now, Lu Ming only knew that he was in front of him, but he couldn't perceive a single trace of the other party's breath. Must make sure she's taken care of. As Lu Ming's words fell, the voice in his ear disappeared. Next, wow, a space-time rift flowing with silver light manifested in front of the group of Tianxian players. Immediately afterward, a person clad in a black cloak, as mysterious and unpredictable as possible, walked out from the crack. The sudden appearance of the black cloak clearly made the players of the Voodoo Gang perceive a threat. Do you really think I don't dare to tear the ticket? The Cyclops in the lead opened his eyes angrily and let out a furious cry. The sharp dagger in his hand wanted to slice through Lin You's neck. Just then, with the black cloak's intention. Time confinement. Click. With the group of ambush gang players as the center, a transparent energy shield with a radius of 50 yards instantly bloomed. At this moment, it was as if time had stood still in the area covered by the energy shield. All the players of the Voodoo Gang, all of them froze, maintaining a single movement, not even blinking their eyes, except for Lin Yue. She was the only one not affected. Lin Yue closed her eyes tightly, having thought she was going to die, but suddenly noticed a silence around them, and opened their eyes to find that the people holding them hostage around them were all unable to move. She hurriedly took advantage of the opportunity to get between the knives. Both legs flew like they were loaded with little motors and ran behind Lu Ming to hide. Also at this moment, wow, the energy shield contracted and disappeared. Everything is back to normal. The Voodoo Gang players were able to move, but were shocked to realize the hostages were gone. Turning his face to look, he realized that the hostage had, at some point, already stood behind Lu Ming. For a moment, Cyclops and his players were confused. What's going on? What just happened? When did she run away? Just as they were confused, they realized, big trouble is coming. Looking up at Lu Ming over here, the players of the Voltron clan had expressions of panic on their faces. Withdraw. Run. Because they had done their homework in advance, the players of the Voltron gang were very clear about Lu Ming's strength and at what level. Without hostages in hand, they were a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered in front of Lu Ming, so they pulled out their legs and ran. But apparently it's not that easy. After ensuring Lin You's safety, the killing intent that Lu Ming had hidden in the bottom of his eyes all exploded out in an instant. Kill. With Lu Ming's thought, dozens of Death Lords summoned in all directions swarmed against the dual knots of War Trample and Windrunner. It was accompanied by a scream. In a matter of moments, the group of Voltron gang players were effortlessly decimated by a group of Death Lords. At this moment, Lu Ming's attention returned to that black cloak. He suddenly realized, this person, it seems a bit of déjà vu. Wait, Lu Ming finally remembered. Wasn't he the liar who approached me before, saying something about the world ending in 3 years and me being the future savior? Never mind, it doesn't matter if he's a liar or not. The important thing is, he did help himself this time. So, Lu Ming said, thanks, what kind of payment you want? Just mention it. The black cloak turned to face Lu Ming and spoke in a deep voice. There is no need for payment, but I have one condition. I need you to work with me. Without waiting for Lu Ming to speak, he went on, You don't have to be in a hurry to say yes or no. Time will tell your answer. Having said that, wow, a spatial rift manifested in front of the black cloak. In the next second, he stepped into the crack and disappeared. Tianxian's players looked around and fell into a fit of astonishment. I'll go. Where is everyone? What kind of skill is this? Spatial teleportation. For a while, the identity of the black cloak caught the attention of everyone present. In the Heavens Abyss world, even the city return scroll has a mandatory 10-second guide time. This instantaneous teleportation of his that ignores distance has clearly broken common sense. While carefully checking the online information Light Yen analyzed, as well as the spatial confinement ability he used just now, there are no records of related skills or talents to be found in history at all. Tianxian's shadow was also filled with astonishment as he said, I can't even detect his information with my scouting technique. This guy, is he a player or an NPC? Tianxian Eternity, on the other hand, had a faint glimmer in his eyes. It was the same reaction as when he first saw Lu Ming. This person is extraordinary. Make sure to think of a way to bring him into our Tianxian battle team. At this moment, Lu Ming was skeptical. Could it be that what he said before was true? It's too late to think about it. Because right now, Lu Ming had a much more important matter at hand. Looking at the time, I don't realize it's already 6:30. There's only half an hour left before the goblins leave the black market. I need to make a quick trip over there. This time, it was also thanks to Tianxian's people bumping into it and telling Lu Ming. Thus, after expressing his gratitude to Lightning Yen and the others, Lu Ming hurriedly left with Lin Yue. Rushing to the black market. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. Lin Yue also knew that she had caused trouble and upset Lu Ming. Brother Spectre. Lin Yue was just about to apologize. Lu Ming suddenly stared back at her and shouted angrily, Didn't I tell you to stay offline? Why don't you listen? Why did you have to run out alone? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Lin Yue hurriedly explained, I just want to swipe some more coins and save more money. I'm sorry, Brother Spectre, I was wrong. I'll never go out alone again. I'll listen to Brother Spectre from now on. Don't be angry, Brother Pantheon. Money. For the sake of money, you don't even want your life, do you? Lu Ming drank at Lin Yue. What if I had just spent $10 million to ransom you? Can you earn $10 million in your life? Lin Yue, who had never seen Lu Ming get so angry, was shocked. Small hands squeezed the corners of his coat, and tears couldn't help but fall. Lu Ming had wanted to continue to be angry, but looking at Lin Yue, she was so aggrieved, as if her heart was going to break if she was mean to her again. Lu Ming still held back. Forget it. Next time don't wander off. I can't make sure I'll be around to protect you every time you're in danger. When Lin Yue realized that Lu Ming was so angry with her simply because he was worried about her safety, she fought the urge to nod her head and said, I'll never wander off again. Lu Ming stopped talking and turned around to continue rushing to the black market. Lin Yue wiped her tears and silently followed Lu Ming. The time was set at 6:50 when we arrived at the black market. There were only 10 minutes left before the gnome avatar left the black market. Lu Ming quickly passed the capital inspection and entered the black market. Just after stepping into the primary black market, sure enough, inside the crowd, he saw the small gnome with a pair of beckoning ears, covered in green skin, and only 1.2 meters in size, a line of red IDs in the header. Gnome Avani LV 50 gold level boss. Decades ago, when this gnome first came to the black market with a gold scroll, it was like a national treasure, surrounded by a group of players all day long, until later the players realized. No matter who approached him to talk, he simply did not care, and no one could get the gold scrolls on him at all. Gradually, the players began to chill out on goblins as well. At this moment, the surrounding players acted as if they couldn't see the goblin and went about their business. Avani, on the other hand, was still wandering aimlessly through the black market as usual, looking up from time to time and using the golden god pupil to scrutinize the passing players around him. Lu Ming couldn't wait to arrive in front of the gnome avatar and crouch down. The surrounding passing players couldn't help but secretly mock Lu Ming. Another rash who wants to whore out the scrolls. Don't waste your breath, buddy. This gnome won't talk to you. Lu Ming was unimpressed, because that's how it was in a previous life. Avani ignored anyone but Lu Ming when he approached him. He responded and gave Lu Ming that bounty mission. So this time, Lu Ming also had full confidence that he could pry open Goblin Avani's mouth. So, Lu Ming greeted, Hello, and unexpectedly, after scrutinizing Lu Ming through the golden god pupil, Avani ignored him and walked straight past him, with a burst of laughter coming from his ears. Lu Ming was instantly petrified. He tried several more times in quick succession, and the avatar consistently ignored him. No, what's going on? Is it because I changed my identity and he couldn't recognize me? Just when Lu Ming was so puzzled. On the side, Lin Yue bent down, blinking her big watery eyes at Avani, and softly greeted him, "Hello." Lu Ming looked at the naive Lin Yue and shook his head. Next, Avani scrutinized Lin Yue with his golden god pupil. Opening his mouth, he said, "Greetings, my destined daughter." Chapter 92, The Avenger, The Road to Nirvana. What? Seeing that the gnome avatar actually responded to Lin Yue. It wasn't just Lu Ming. At this moment, all the surrounding players who noticed this scene were all shocked. Holy! Who told me this gnome couldn't talk? Isn't this talking? I said I'd introduce my distant cousin to this gnome as my girlfriend, and he doesn't even give a damn about me. So on what basis is this? Lu Ming didn't understand what the principle was though. But seeing as there were only a few minutes left, the goblins were about to leave the black market. He hurriedly handed over to Lin Yue. Continue to talk to him and set tasks on him. Lin Yue nodded. The next moment, it was to Avani. Can you give me the assignment? Good. Straightforward enough. Lu Ming liked Lin Yue's outspokenness. However, Avani was pretending to be confused. What mission? I don't have a mission here. Lin Yue looked up at Lu Ming and relayed truthfully as if she were a human machine. Brother Yume, he said that he doesn't have a mission on him. Well, I heard that. Lu Ming was a bit surprised. Obviously the trigger mechanisms are all exactly the same. Remembering his previous life when Lu Ming faced this goblin avatar, the first words he spoke were also, "Hello, son of heaven's destiny." And then, through some conversation, Lu Ming was able to collect a bounty quest from him. Even Lu Ming still remembered to this day that the name of that bounty mission was called Avenger. Road to Nirvana. The mission, on the other hand, is to help Avani with his revenge plan for the destruction of the race. Lu Ming then went straight to the point and said to Avani himself, "I can help you avenge the destruction of your race." Unexpectedly, Avani ignored Lu Ming. His focus was clearly on Lin Yue alone. And next, no matter how Lin Yue set it up according to Lu Ming's intention, she couldn't set up the mission on Avani. Is this mission already gone? Just as Lu Ming was puzzled, he suddenly realized a detail. The golden light emanating from the golden scroll that Avani carried with him had dimmed significantly. At this moment, Lu Ming realized with a jolt. The mission on Avani had not disappeared, but had been claimed by someone else, because in his previous life, Lu Ming had attempted this quest dozens of times. He remembered it clearly. Every time the golden glow of the scroll on Avani dissipated as soon as he had claimed the quest, Lu Ming took another close look at that scroll on Avani's body. It is the scroll of the seal, confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt. The good thing was, as long as the scroll was still in Avani's possession, it also meant that the one who had received the quest hadn't completed it yet. So it was until 7 o'clock, when Avani disappeared into the black market, and the player was not seen coming back to hand in his quest. Lu Ming then left the black market with Lin Yue. Why does Lin Yue also trigger the opportunities on the goblins? Who is the person who received the assignment? Exactly. Lu Ming's mind was filled with doubts, but at the same time an idea was firmly planted in his mind. The scroll of the sealed god absolutely cannot fall into the hands of any other person, compared to the value that this scroll of the seal of the gods, which was able to raise the player's account qualification to a 10-star level, could bring to itself. Lu Ming was more focused. Once the scroll fell into the hands of someone with bad intentions, it could potentially pose a threat to him, and even the entire world in the future. It's well known. Heavenly Abyss descended for 100 years. The reason why the order of the world has been maintained to this day without being disrupted is because of the ambition of the players, bound by their strength. Except for Lu Ming. The strongest player account qualification in the world today is only 6 stars, and there are only a handful of players of this strength. Like the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, this kind of 5-star account, the National Service 39 Gold Medal Professional Strong, the strength is indeed strong enough. Level 50 can even easily hang the 70 or 80 level players. But in front of Lu Ming, who held a 10-star account in his hand, he was scum. Looking at the world, this kind of person is even less able to make any waves. It was also because Lu Ming had obtained the world's first 10-star account, so he was well aware of this. The strength of a 10-star account, how unbelievable it was. At the moment, it's just my low rank. With the strength of the 3 major talents of this account of mine, when I rise to level 200, I'm afraid that one person can be an enemy of the country. It was conceivable that if a level 2 or 300 player was directly allowed to use the Scroll of God Sealing, the power he would be able to obtain would be enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. Therefore, no matter what, Lu Ming must personally take control of this world's second sealing scroll. Lu Ming had already thought of a countermeasure. According to my previous experience in performing this quest, once the quest fails in the middle, it will be automatically refreshed, and even if you are strong enough to complete the quest, you will have to go back to the black market and look for the goblins to submit the quest. Next, I just need to guard the black market every night at the time of 6-7 p.m., wait for the quest to refresh, or for that person to show up and just kill him and grab the quest. A touch of coldness radiated from Lu Ming's eyes. Lu Ming's experience in his previous life had taught him a law of survival. If a man does not act for himself, the sky will kill him. Just at this moment, Qin Charin's side sent a Weibo. Nerd. I'm on the high-speed train. Good. Lu Ming returned. Be safe. Qin Charin smiled sarcastically. What a nerd. How am I supposed to pay attention to safety on the high-speed train? Lu Ming. Well. Qin Charin. What are you doing? Lu Ming. Squatting in the black market. I'll pick you up at the station before 9. Qin Charin didn't refuse this time. Okay. I'll see you later then. Lu Ming had already done the math. He is in this neighborhood is not far from Linhai East Station. The subway more than 10 minutes directly. Seeing that it was still early, Lu Ming took Lin Yue to the Spectral Demon Tower. Don't miss any opportunity to upgrade and swipe money. After all, right away, he'll have 2 women to support at the same time. At 8:30 p.m., Lu Ming and Lin Yue returned to the city on time and got offline. Leaving Lin Yue at home, Lu Ming went out. The suite that Lu Ming had bought was a feng shui treasure. Just outside the east gate of the neighborhood is the subway station. Perhaps because it was Friday, the subway was extraordinarily crowded tonight, and every car was packed. Lu Ming was jostled around like a sandwich cookie. At this moment, his desire to buy a car reached its peak, and so it stood all the way to Linhai East Station. Waited for more than 10 minutes. At a few minutes past 9 o'clock, a large group of people on the same schedule poured into the waiting hall. And in the crowd, Lu Ming saw Qin Charin at a glance. She was seen pushing a large black suitcase. A white clip was clipped to the short, dark, shiny, ear-length hair, simple but not tacky. Her eyebrows were cool and her face was fair and transparent. Exposed between the black coat and knee-high stockings, round and snowy legs, I do not know how many bystanders salivate. Such a refreshingly beautiful embryo. One stop in the crowd is too conspicuous. Want to not let people notice her at first glance is difficult. Nerd. The moment Qin Charin greeted and smiled as she walked towards Lu Ming. And how many people had their hearts broken and cast envious glances at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the suitcase from Qin Charin. Looking at Qin Charin, whose features were more delicate, he asked thoughtfully, "Did you adjust the face value of your character in the game?" Well, I originally thought that as long as I became ugly, the Wang family wouldn't be able to look at me, and there's no chance that they themselves wouldn't want to join my family in marriage. Qin Charin sighed and said, "Is it because you think I'm stupid?" Lu Ming direct a good guy. As we all know, the first time a player enters the heavenly abyss, he or she is given a chance to face value up or down by up to 20%. Other people are eager to become good-looking. Qin Charin even downwardly adjusted to become ugly. Even more outrageous is, even with a 20% downward adjustment, her face value in Sky Abyss still crushed those female players who had adjusted their face value upward by 20%. People don't like to carry cash these days. Thinking that Qin Charin's WeChat Alipay account was frozen, Lu Ming guessed that she should not have eaten dinner yet. After leaving the station, he looked around and said, "There are no restaurants around here, so go home first and we'll eat at the mall across the street." Sure enough, Qin Charin didn't refuse. Good. So Lu Ming took Qin Charin on the subway. Unexpectedly, on the car going back, there were more people than when Lu Ming came. Lu Ming braced his hands on the cardboard, only barely holding up a narrow space for Qin Charin to keep her from being squeezed. Just then, Lu Ming suddenly remembered something. Wait, why didn't I take a cab and run for the subway? Lu Ming, who was used to living a hard life in his previous life, almost forgot that he was now considered a rich man. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, At the exact moment of the midway stop, Lu Ming, who had been attacked by a terrifying force behind him, lost his center of gravity, and his entire body directly collapsed on Qin Churin's body. Instantly, the softness of the girl's body, as well as a faint body odor that came to his face, caused Lu Ming's old face to blush. He awkwardly tried to get up, but realized, can't really top the 300-pound fat lady behind me. Even with Qin Churin's help, he couldn't top it. Finally, the two gave up. At this moment, under the limited space, Lu Ming and Qin Churin were so close to each other that even the rise and fall of each other's breath and heartbeat could be clearly felt. Especially for Lu Ming, he could deeply feel a burst of softness in his chest. Qin Churin's fair face was visibly red. At this moment, the air reeked of ambiguity and awkwardness. To ease the embarrassment, Lu Ming said, "Hello, soft. It's okay not to talk." As soon as I spoke, it was even more awkward. It was so hard to finally get off at the station. This neighborhood looks like it's got a lot of class, and the rent here isn't cheap, is it? At the entrance of the Jiangshan Wanli neighborhood, Qin Churin looked out at the bustling neighborhood in front of him and sighed. Obviously, in her thought, Lu Ming should not be able to afford a house here, so it could only be rented. Lu Ming didn't explain, but just said in passing, "It's quite expensive." At this time, 3 or 2 youngsters entered the neighborhood. When they go through facial recognition, the door prompts are all, "Welcome." And by the time Lu Ming scanned the human face, "Honorable owners, welcome home." Chapter 93 Qin Churin's set. This forceful and full voice prompt made the several girls walking in front of them unable to help but turn around and look at Lu Ming. Qin Churin was also surprised. "Are you the owner?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I bought the house, not rented it." In Lu Ming's eyes, this house was bought for $6.48 million. This moment has demonstrated the value of $6.47 million. Qin Churin guffawed. "I can't imagine you look shabby, but your condition is quite good." Lu Ming smiled and said, "I have to thank you for this house, with the $400,000 you financed." Qin Churin was stunned for a moment before she suddenly remembered that a few days ago, she had spent 10 times the price, $400,000, on Lu Ming to buy the soul stone that was worth a mere $40,000. "So you were in a hurry to make money at that time in order to buy a house?" Qin Churin, who had the hindsight to realize, said with some remorse, "I should have known that I should have given you $4 million at that time. Anyway, what I spent was Qin Feng's money." Lu Ming glanced at Qin Churin and said, "This morning over at the night cemetery, if you had done it slower, we both would have assets of over $100 million by now." Qin Churin spat out her tongue and said with some guilt, "At that time, when I saw the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, I was too angry and didn't think about this problem. If only he could come back to life. Let's cash him out first. Then I'll kill him all over again." Qin Churin's cold eyes were flooded with light. After going upstairs, Qin Churin chose the room next to Lu Ming. Lin Yue helped clean up together. Immediately after that, the 3 of them went together to the 4th floor of Wanda Plaza across the street from the neighborhood to eat heideleo. For Qin Churin, it's dinner. For Lu Ming and Lin Yue, it was a midnight snack. Once the loose coat was off, the tight little black undershirt outlined Qin Churin's perfect figure. Unintentionally see Qin Churin chest erect, Lin Yue subconsciously looked down at his own flat horse, suddenly felt a moment of self-shame. "What's next for you?" As Lu Ming's words fell, Qin Churin's eyes glowed with confidence. "Anything that can't defeat me will only make me stronger. The more Qin Feng wants to see me fail, the more I'll prove it to him." Seeing Qin Churin's attitude, Lu Ming was relieved. So, in order to stabilize Qin Churin's mind, Lu Ming drew her a big pie. "I will always be your strongest backing." Just then, Qin Churin suddenly gazed deeply at Lu Ming and asked a question that left Lu Ming at a loss for words. "You? Why are you so good to me?" Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and said, "Of course, because you're my girlfriend." Qin Churin didn't say anything else, just guffawed, finished dinner and went back to the neighborhood. Inviting them to brush the spectral demon tower together in the morning, the 3 of them went back to their own rooms. Late night, when Lu Ming finished his shower and lay down on the bed, he was ready to sleep. Suddenly aware, a figure sneaks into the bedroom. In the next second, Lu Ming's hand, which had just been placed on the bedside lamp switch, was stopped by a jade hand that was very delicate and silky to the touch. In the darkness, a soft jade body that emitted a fresh fragrance rode on Lu Ming's body. "Thank you for helping me avenge Aaron and the others. I'm giving me to you. Listening to Qin Churen's soft words, Lu Ming's blood immediately spilled, and he reversed his body and pressed Qin Churen underneath him. However, he did not rush to launch his next move, as if he was testing Qin Churen. In the darkness, Lu Ming quietly felt Qin Churen's shortness of breath caused by her excessive nervousness and fear, as well as the slight trembling of her entire body. Nonetheless, Qin Churen physically did not put up any resistance. In Lu Ming's eyes, she seemed like a lamb to the slaughter. Just as Qin Churen closed her eyes tightly, she was already ready to offer her first time to Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly let go of Qin Churen and got up to turn on the lights. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he said to Qin Churen, "I'm your boyfriend. It's only right that I do this. You don't have to make such a big sacrifice just to be grateful to me." Qin Churen lay quietly on the bed, her eyes somewhat incredulous as she looked at Lu Ming. "I can see that you don't like me. But don't all the books say that men are willing to have physical relations with a woman even if they don't like her?" Qin Churen is really a smart man. She knew Lu Ming was with her probably because of a momentary novelty. Probably because it simply looked like she had some poise. Or maybe it was because it was more fulfilling to conquer seeing, as she was the Qin family's eldest lady. But never because of fondness. So in Qin Churen's opinion, Lu Ming was doing all of this simply to get her body. After all, the book says that men are animals that think with their lower bodies. Qin Churen thought that Lu Ming hesitated because he was worried that he would pester him about it. Then he went on to say to Lu Ming, "Don't worry, I don't need you to be responsible for me." I thought that by saying this, Lu Ming would have no more worries. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming still upheld his attitude. "Let's come back when you're ready." Qin Churen froze for a moment. Is it really true that she is treating a gentleman with a small heart? Lu Ming was unwilling to have sex with her simply because he didn't want to take advantage of her? Qin Churen couldn't understand Lu Ming more and more. She got up and straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes. "I'm sorry to be presumptuous." After saying that, Qin Churen fled Lu Ming's bedroom as quickly as a little rabbit that had stolen a fish, with Qin Churen having just left with his front foot. Lu Ming couldn't help but breathe a deep sigh of relief. He's a normal guy after all. How can you not be interested in a beautiful woman's body, especially to an extreme like Qin Churen? Just now, I was afraid that if Qin Churen left 1 second later, Lu Ming would be unable to resist doing her in. But Lu Ming knew deep down that this was actually a trap set by Qin Churen tonight. Once he really ed Qin Churen, he would definitely destroy all the goodwill and trust that he had built up in Qin Churen during the previous period of time. It also confirmed Qin Churen's suspicion. Lu Ming approached her indeed for her body. In that case, Lu Ming did have a good time tonight. But it would be almost impossible to get Qin Churen to reestablish a favorable impression of himself later on. And what Lu Ming wanted was Qin Churen's heart. Because only by making her really like herself could she later take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger through her. Set. It's all a ing set up. Lu Ming drank a large glass of water on the bedside table in one gulp, which finally suppressed the restlessness within him. I didn't realize it was just then. Squeak. The door to the room opened. Qin Churen actually came back. Only this time, she had changed into a very conservative nightgown, completely lacking the sexy and ambiguous atmosphere of just now. Only to see her standing in the doorway, poking a head in and looking at Lu Ming carefully asked, "Can I borrow your computer and log in to Tianyuan? My computer accidentally broke on the way here." Lu Ming looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock late at night. Then he said, "It's so late. Let's take an early rest today. It's not too late to practice tomorrow." "It's not for practicing either," said Qin Churen. "I pulled an investor, and he promised to invest $10 million in me. He himself is in Mordor, but he has a son who happens to be sailing, also on this side of the city of Starburst, and just now his son sent a message asking me to meet him online to discuss about investment." It seemed that it was really just as Qin Churen had said. Anything that couldn't defeat her would only make her stronger. Even if Qin Feng had sent someone to kill a few of her closest people, Qing Long, Shen Wu, White Tiger, and Zhu Bird, destroyed the team power she had managed to pull together, stopped her credit card, froze all her accounts. Even though Qin Feng had obstructed him in every way, Qin Churen remained unyielding. This unconquerable strength of Qin Churen's, even Lu Ming had some heartfelt admiration for it. So, Lu Ming asked, "Do you want me to accompany you on this trip?" Qin Churen seemed to be waiting for Lu Ming to speak. She smiled sweetly. "Yes, Chapter 94 Investor's Request. Qin Churin refused to birth a disaster. Wow, wow. Two white lights spilled out. Lu Ming and Qin Churin, in succession, appeared in the city of Starlight. At 11 o'clock late at night, the city was still crowded and bustling. Lu Ming looked at the energetic Qin Churin beside him and asked, "Do you stay up late every day?" "Occasionally," Qin Churin said. "There will be 1 or 2 days a week when I don't stay up." "Good. Nice one for staying up late once in a while." "You're not staying up once in a while, are you?" "I already have nothing." The original incomparably depressing words, but it was Qin Churin who uttered a sense of relief. "So, one must not work harder. You don't have nothing." Lu Ming looked at Qin Churin and said, "You still have me. I can see that in order to gain Ms. Qin's heart. Lu is really trying hard to unleash his teasing skills." Qin Churin smiled sweetly. "Yes, I have you now." At this time, Lu Ming looked around and asked, "Where's that man?" "He said he was practicing in the wilderness and asked me to go over and find him." Qin Churin seemed to see the helpless look in Lu Ming's eyes and said, "It can't be helped. He's an investor." After a pause, Qin Churin then said to Lu Ming, "Otherwise, you shouldn't accompany me. Get offline and rest early. This man's father had a friendship with Aaron and the others. I know him. His father is a very good man. It's fine if I go alone for a bit, you don't have to worry. Right? You send me your card number. I'll pull in an investment later and directly ask him to put the money in your card. My card is frozen." Lu Ming intentionally flirted with Qin Churin. $10 million? Just directly hit my card. You are not afraid that I will swallow your money? Which had thought that Qin Churin was not worried at all, but instead playfully said, "You don't even want to swallow me, but you still want to swallow my money?" Lu Ming nodded and said, "Okay, then you go." Qin Churin looked up at Lu Ming. Eyes blearily, he said, "Are you really not going?" Lu Ming was breezy. "Wasn't it you who told me not to go?" "Well, I'm off then." Walked 2 steps, turned back to see Lu Ming actually in place offline. Qin Churin frowned. "Humph, what a dork." Thus, Qin Churin had to leave the city alone. Following the map's guidance, Mo arrived at the level 38 field map located in the eastern part of Starry Glory City after more than 10 minutes. The Bone-Eating Spire. Looking around, one could only see a group of level 36 or so players, teaming up to hunt the level 38 monsters that dotted the landscape between one of the sentry towers. The White Bone Sentinels. At this moment, the group of players also noticed Qin Churin. "Young FAI, Miss Qin Churin is here." As the words of a level 35 green armored warrior junior, Brilliant Tingda fell. In the crowd, a level 36 archer youth, Brilliant Years, who looked to be in his early 20s and was arrogant and unruly, killed a bloodied white bone sentinel with an arrow after. When he turned back to see Qin Churin, his heart burst with fervor and excitement. Qin Churin walked over and greeted Brilliant Years with a smile. "Young Hui, long time no see." Brilliant Years had a pair of glistening eyes that couldn't wait to scan over Qin Churin's body. He then smiled and said, "It's been a long time, Ran. You're still as gorgeous as ever." Qin Churin was unnaturally stared at by those eyes of Brilliant Years, but since the other party was the investor, she couldn't say anything and could only smile and say, "Fai Shao overpraised." After looking Qin Churin all over, Brilliant Years opened the door and said, "Then I won't beat around the bush. Let's open up the windows of heaven and speak the truth. I'll add $10 million to what you've got, and I'll pull $20 million of investment for you." Hearing that, Qin Churin didn't have time to be happy. Brilliant Years then proceeded to narrow his eyes and heave a laugh. "However, I have one request, and that is I want you to be my girlfriend." Qin Churin frowned slightly. Straightening up, he said to Brilliant Years, "I'm sorry, Hui Xiao. I can't grant you this request because I already have a boyfriend." Brilliant Years was not impressed. Smiling faintly, he said, "I heard about it. It seems to be a 20-something level formation trickster?" Brilliant Years shook his head, full of contempt. "Falling out of favor, Miss Qin. Even if you've been kicked out by your brother, you wouldn't look at that kind of third-rate goods, would you? What can he bring you? My father is at least a dignified figure over in Magic City, and our Li family has assets of over $10 billion, so we can talk about a good match with your Qin family. It's not a loss for you to follow me." Qin Churin was firm in his attitude. "Other than this condition, I can promise you everything else." Brilliant Years snorted coldly. "Then let's dispense with it." Although she desperately needed the money, Qin Churin would never betray Lu Ming. Then excuse me. Without saying a word, Qin Charan turned around and left. However, Qin Charan's rigid attitude was what instantly pissed off the brilliant years. Since I was a child, I've had the wind and the rain when I wanted it. I've never been unable to get what I've been eyeing. Qin Charan, I'm going to eat you up. Saying that, brilliant years made a wink at one of his sidekicks. Little brother understood, immediately opened the WeChat dialog box, some input, the other side. Just as Qin Charan was preparing to leave the bone-devouring spire while thinking about where to find a new investor. Brush up. In the darkness around them, a group of black shadows suddenly sprang out. Pretty girl, alone? Want to play a little game with your buddies? The eyes of the group of players, like wolves and tigers, roamed over Qin Charan's body with impunity. Just at this moment, Brilliant Year's teasing voice came from behind her. Miss Qin, if you need my help, you only need to say so. How about calling out to your husband and I'll set them straight for you? Qin Charan's eyes went cold as he cruised the surrounding group of players, whose levels were clearly spread between 35-40 and didn't look like any good guys with a wary gaze. Though these guys don't seem to have much to do with the glory days on the surface. However, Qin Charan could tell at a glance that they were the people that Brilliant Years had found. Qin Chulan ignored the Brilliant Years. Wo rub. The silent movement of drawing her sword also showed her attitude and stance. Seeing this, Brilliant Year's face was gloomy. Toast to the world. Qin Charan, you'd better not cry and beg me later. Speaking. The group of players around them had open-mouthed smiles on their faces as they approached Qin Charan. Qin Charan gripped his dagger tightly, ready to meet the battle. Just at this moment, in front of the line of sight, a figure came walking slowly. Seeing the visitor, Qin Charan's tightly furrowed brows instantly loosened and his heart rejoiced. The nerd! I thought I said I wasn't coming? At this moment, the group of players on the periphery saw Qin Charan's expression and seemed to have sensed something. Following Qin Charan's gaze, he noticed Lu Ming, who was approaching at a leisurely pace. Upon realizing that the other party was just a formation artificer who was only at level 25. The look in the eyes of this group of players, whose average level was as high as 37-38, became even more teasing. Brilliant Years also snorted coldly with a disdainful face. Just for such a brat, rejecting this young master? Qin Charan, I really don't know what you're thinking. Front. The leader, a level 38 black-robed summoner man Di-Shirtian, sized up Lu Ming and smiled contemptuously. Kid, your girlfriend lent us a night to play. If you don't want to get into trouble, just wo rub. Before Empyrean finished speaking, Lu Ming's right hand, which was placed on top of the hilt of the sword at his back, quietly drew his sword. A sharp sword shadow flickered from within Empyrean. 575,698. Chapter 95 Account Blocking Power of Vengeance. A level 38 4th turn summoner, with a chi blood of 50,000 to 60,000. Lu Ming's 570,000 damage, which was enough to kill Empyrean 10 times, instantly killed him. Poof! As Emperor Shirtian fell to the ground. The smiles on the faces of the rest of the surrounding players instantly stiffened, and they all looked at Lu Ming with horrified gazes. This kid. What damage? I thought it was a level 25 auxiliary formation trickster, someone who could just abuse anyone. I never thought I'd hit the nail on the head. After slowing down, the group of players instantly scattered and fled. Run! At this moment, a murderous intent flared up in Lu Ming's eyes. Wow! At Lu Ming's summons, a full 753rd rank Deathlord stepped through space and appeared in all directions. The entire Bone Eater Spire map had fallen into the territory of the Necromantic Legion. Such a terrifying battle stunned the Splendor players in the rear. Looking at the surrounding Death Lords that looked like messengers from hell, clad in blood armor with cloaks on their backs, their eyes bursting with blood light and exuding the breath of death all over their bodies. Brilliant Years and the dozens of juniors around him. Their faces were pale and they didn't dare to utter a single breath. What is this thing? Did that guy summon all these dead people? Kill. With Lu Ming's thought. Brush up. The nearby Death Lords synchronized to unleash soul-shattering, instantly exterminating the dozens of casualties. Lu Ming's killing intent was more than just that. He was about to give orders to the Necromantic Legion to get rid of the Brilliant Years and the others together. Qin Charan beside him suddenly stopped. Can you give me face and release them? Lu Ming coldly said. They wanted to hurt you, so I will kill them. Such a light sentence, but it made Qin Charan feel safe. but her thoughts were unmistakable. His father is a very good man, and once helped Aaron and the others, and as far as I'm concerned, a benefactor. Not to mention that his father knows about his son's negotiation with me tonight. Once something happens to his son, he'll definitely guess that he can't get out of it with me, and the Lee family is a famous family over in Magic City. One more enemy is better than one more ally. We can just take this opportunity to sell him a face. As he spoke, Qin Charan walked towards Brilliant Ears. Clasping her hands to her chest, she asked him, "My boyfriend, third rate? No, no, no. First class. Absolutely first rate. I'm the third rate." Brilliant Ears was so scared that his face turned blue, fearing that if he wasn't careful, he would end up with the gang in front of him a dead body. So, the investment? There was no need for Qin Charan to say all the words. Brilliant Ears' trembling hand to open the operating page, mouth shivering, said, You send me the bank card number. I will immediately give you to invest 10 million, not $20 million. Qin Charan smiled sweetly. Then thank you, Mr. Hui. Don't worry, our contract is set. The principal plus 15% interest will be returned to you within 2 years. After saying that, Qin Charan sent Lu Ming's card number to Brilliant Ears via WeChat. Turning around, he left the bone-devouring spire with Lu Ming. As they watched, the Necromantic Legion followed Lu Ming and evacuated the bone-devouring spire. The group of brilliant players present couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. So close. Almost went to meet my great nurse. What's the origin of that formation, trickster? Why is it so terrifying? I said that Qin Charan, who is the personal sister of the captain of the 7th battle team of the Great Summer National Service, the god of decimation, how could she be with such a poor-looking kid? It's really my dog's eye view. Brilliant Ears looked at Qin Charan's departing back, but his heart was unwilling. What's that kid got besides strength? Is he as rich as I am? Qin Charan. Why can't you look at me? Just when the glory days were feeling disheartened. Behind him, a voice suddenly came. Do you want her? Let me help you with that. As soon as Brilliant Ears turned around, he saw a black shadow standing silently in the darkness. Brilliant Ears looked his opponent up and down. Asked, Who are you? How can you help me? The dark shadow said in a deep voice, I can make her kneel before you and be at your mercy. Hearing these words, the Brilliant Ears' ego brainstormed a picture of that scene, and he was suddenly incomparably hot and excited inside. Fine. As long as you can help me get Qin Charan, no matter what you want, I can give it to you. The black shadow continued. Then, you'll pay me a portion of the deposit up front. For a moment the seaman-addled Brilliant Ears, without questioning the other party at all, opened his mouth and said, How much do you want? I don't want money. So what do you want? Brilliant Ears asked. I want your hatred. The words just fell. Whoa rub. The black shadow violently lit up a long blade in his hand and chopped the ground heavily. In the next second, a powerful arc of blade light ran straight through the body of a group of brilliant players in front of them. 52,365, 51,369, 50,992 moments. In addition to the glory days of being selected as a conservation target, the rest of the brilliant players present were all killed in seconds. The only surviving Brilliant Ears fell on his butt and looked at the black shadow in shock. What the hell are you doing? The dark shadow stared intently at the Brilliant Ears, who was scared to the point of incontinence, and said in a sinister voice, As I said, this is the deposit. Next, do what I tell you and I can get you what you want. As he spoke, the black shadow waved his hand to open a status panel. Just see the panel showing. Account number, 329,917. Account qualification. Account talent. Bloodthirsty Berserk increases all attributes by 100% and converts 50% of damage dealt into a shield for 10 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Account banning power of vengeance. As a price to pay for regaining your life through the power of the god of vengeance, you will be suppressed by the hatred from the gods. You must remove all the hatred held by your character before the time of the ban, or you will face the punishment of account banning and the death of your character. Current character hate value, 9953258. Each kill of a monster not lower than your own level can eliminate 1 point of hate value. Kill any level of elite monsters 10 times. Kill a boss 100 times. Kill a player 1,000 times. Account blocking time, 18-24 days. The other side. On the way back to the city, Lu Ming impressed Qin Charan and said, You've learned smartly this time. To take the big picture into consideration and not be impulsive. Qin Charan was a bit ashamed. I was overwhelmed by hatred before, and I did it too quickly, or else if I got the money on Dragon Soul Guan Yu, I would have been able to pull the investment directly from you. After a pause, Qin Charan then said confidently, I've researched for a few studios, and when this money arrives, I'll go pull them together. Lu Ming reminded, with your brother's nature, even if the first Dragon Soul Guan Yu is dead, there will still be a second and a third Dragon Soul Guan Yu. I know. Not only did Qin Charan not feel anxious, instead, her eyes glowed with confidence. I won't admit defeat. After returning to the city, the two of them went offline. Late night, Lin Yue went to the living room to pour water. When she heard the door to her room slam and turned around, she bumped into Qin Charan in her pajamas, coming out of Lu Ming's room. The whole thing froze. When Qin Charan saw Lin Yue, he didn't cover up and greeted her graciously. Sister Lin, still up this late? In contrast, Lin Yue looked a bit messy instead. I'm thirsty. I came out to pour some water to drink. Get an early night, good night. After saying that, Qin Charan pushed the door into his room. Lin Yue stood at the edge of the table, her eyes fixed on the floor, her left hand holding a cup of water all the time. Her right hand couldn't help but clasp the corner of the table. Inside, there was a jumble. For some reason, there's something unspeakably hard about it. Returning to her room as if she had lost her heart, Lin Yue lay on her bed, tossing and turning. I don't know when I'm going to drift off to sleep. Chapter 96, The Gates of Hell, Secrets of the Goblin Kingdom. Early morning sunlight, spilling into the living room. The three of them gathered around the table, drinking soy milk and eating buns. Lu Ming asked Qin Charan, what do you plan to do today? Isn't the investment money from Li Hui's side still pending, and I can't go ahead with my plans behind me for the time being? Qin Charan took a sip of soy milk and asked Lu Ming rhetorically, what's your move? I'll follow you first. Yes, Lu Ming said. We'll go somewhere later. Right now, Lu Ming was most concerned about nothing more than how to find the person who had snatched the quest from Goblin Avani. The previous plan was to keep watch and wait for the other party to show up at the black market. But last night, while lying in bed asleep, Lu Ming suddenly had a better idea. Because he had performed this mission in his previous life, Lu Ming knew the content of the mission as well as the location. Since he has received this mission, he must be in the process of carrying out the mission now. Go directly to the mission map and you will surely be able to find him. Thinking so, after eating the buns, Qin Charan went back to her room with Lu Ming. Seeing Qin Charan enter Lu Ming's room, Lin Yue was stupefied. It was a while before the party returned to their room in silence. In the room, Lu Ming sat down at the computer desk and powered up the computer. Turning back to Qin Charan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, he said, I'll buy you a new computer, and it'll be easier to log into the game. No need. It's the time when we are short of money. Save some money. I don't even have the money to treat you to dinner now, Qin Charan said with some embarrassment. My computer has been sent for repair. 1 or 2 days should be able to fix it. Knowing that Qin Charan had a very strong personality, she didn't like to owe others. Lu Ming then didn't say anything more. The two of them logged into the sky abyss one after the other. A few moments later, the three of them rendezvoused at the city of Starlight. With his memory, after leaving the city, he rushed towards the northern part of the city of Starlight. Where are we preparing to go? On the way, Qin Charan asked curiously. Lu Ming said, wait until then and you'll know. As he spoke, Lu Ming suddenly frowned. As if sensing something, he quickly took Qin Charan and Lin Yue and scurried into a jungle by the side of the road, just as the two women were puzzled. Ahead of the jungle, a large group of players hurriedly traveled by. What surprised Qin Charan was, they were clearly players from the Dragon Soul battle team. There were about hundreds of people, all between level 45-50. And Qin Charan recognized it at once. Some of them are subordinates who used to follow Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Lu Ming had the habit of always having a few Death Lords staking out his surroundings whenever he went out in the wilderness. Just now, it was through the vision sharing of the Death Lord who was staking out the rear that he discovered this group of Dragon Soul players coming over in advance. Just wait for that gang of Dragon Soul battle team players to leave in a hurry. Lu Ming's 3 men quietly followed. Or maybe it's not stalking. Rather, the direction they were traveling was precisely the same as Lu Ming. All the way to a valley after the Dragon Soul players. Only a flowing vortex could be seen blooming on the ground deep in the quiet valley. This scene that came into view in front of them couldn't help but make Qin Charan, who was lurking outside the valley, somewhat surprised. Isn't this the gate of hell? Legend has it that exists in the second heaven of the heavenly abyss, this side of the city of starbursts, the gate that leads to hell? Lin Yue obviously also heard about it, and fearfully hid behind Lu Ming. I heard that there are ghosts and monsters that eat people without spitting bones inside. Qin Churan, however, was unimpressed. This hell gate has been here for decades, and so far not a single player has been able to get in, and to talk about ghosts and monsters that eat people and don't spit out their bones. This is obviously nonsense. There are also people who say that countless exotic treasures are hidden inside, just as the two women were discussing. Only Lu Ming was silent, staring ahead with a blazing expression, because this place that the Dragon Soul player had come to was exactly where Lu Ming was preparing to come. Could it be that someone from Dragon Soul has picked up the mission? Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, only to see that up ahead, the group of Dragon Soul battle team players had obviously come prepared. Boom, boom, boom. Several level 47-48 Dragon Soul mages blasted a nearby level 50 monster, Phantom Wolf, with a round of concentrated fire attacks. He then dragged the body of the Phantom Wolf above the vortex. Not long after, the corpse of that ghostly wolf actually slowly sank into the vortex. In the meantime, wow, a black hole manifested in the vortex. All in now. The players present in the Dragon Soul battle team jumped into the black hole one after another, just until they all disappeared into the valley. The black hole was again covered by a flowing vortex. All is calm again. Seeing this scene, Qin Churan couldn't help but be a bit surprised. They actually opened the gates of hell. Lu Ming, on the contrary, seemed relatively calm. So it seemed that, as he had expected, it was indeed someone from Dragon Soul who had claimed the mission. Corpse breath, which can briefly corrode the gates of hell, opens the passage. Only those in contact with the mission will learn of this trait from the gnome Avani. Moreover, with this group of people in front of him to open the way, Lu Ming wouldn't have to think about how to explain to Qin Churan and the girls how he knew how the gates of hell were open next. Thus, Lu Ming directly drew on the gourd. Step into the valley. Lock on to one of the phantom wolves that was in range of the attack. Wo rub. Draw your sword. 575,698. Ow! With a wail, the level 50 phantom wolf was directly killed by Lu Ming, who was a level 25 formation artist, in a single strike across 25 levels, perishing to the ground. Ding kill level 50 phantom wolf. Experience value plus 5,450. Lu Ming summoned 2 Death Lords and ordered them to drag the body of the phantom wolf above the vortex. Just like earlier, the body sank into the vortex. The black hole manifested itself. Without hesitation, Lu Ming walked over and jumped into the black hole. Surprised, Qin Churan and Lin Yue jumped in after them. Next, the three descended into a dark place. According to Lu Ming's memory, this place was called the Goblin Kingdom, which could be interpreted as a level 50 hidden map on the side of Starlight City. It is also the old home of the gnome Avani, who fled from this place to the black market decades ago. Lu Ming vaguely remembered the original words of that mission as, "The gnomes have been guarding the sleeping god for generations as a way of repaying the god's blessing, until the day the gods sent Drew in the demons resurrected in hell." In order to seize the power of the gods, Avani witnessed Demon King Zeno leading a demonic army bloodshed the entire Goblin Kingdom. King Alishgar, at the cost of his life, unleashed the Goblin Forbidden spell to trap all demons in the Goblin Kingdom, and allowed Prince Avani to escape the Goblin Kingdom with a scroll of dusty divine power. Hateful, Avani vows to find his chosen one and avenge the destruction of his race. So this quest is all about players killing all the demons within the Goblin Kingdom map. The demons here, in fact, weren't very strong except for their higher level. They were all level 50 monsters. They weren't much different from the wild monsters outside. Unfortunately, in his previous life, because he didn't have the money to hire a fighter, and because he didn't want to expose this opportunity to the public, Lu Ming had made dozens of bitter attempts alone, all of which ended in failure. Looking ahead, one could see at this moment. The group of Dragon Soul battle team players who had just come in here had already dispersed, cleaning up the demons outside the Goblin Kingdom's castle in an orderly manner. It seems that the one who has received the mission is among them. In that case, what comes next is good. As he spoke, a streak of killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's eyes. Wow! At Lu Ming's summons, 753rd rank Death Lords poured out, instantly surrounding the 100 Dragon Soul players who were brushing the monsters on the field. Kill! Didn't wait for the Dragon Soul player to react. Lu Ming intentionally maneuvered the Necrotic Legion to directly attack them. Chapter 97 Skill Upgrade. Death Lord's strength increased. Brush up. Faced with the sudden appearance of the Necrotic Legion around them, all of a sudden, the group of Dragon Soul Battle Team players on the field, who were teaming up to hunt demons, were all thrown into a moment of panic. And through these dead spirits, they identified the enemy at first glance. The Necromantic Legion. It's the Spectre. The Spectre is nearby. How did the Spectre get into the Goblin Kingdom? Don't fight him. That guy's Necromantic Legion is invincible within level 50. Use the City Return Scroll. All retreat. Obviously, having fought with Lu Ming more times than not, they also knew Lu Ming well and knew that with just them, there was no way to fight against the invincible necromantic army. Thus, without saying a word, everyone present took out the pre-prepared City Return Scrolls from their backpacks and crushed them. Wow! Everyone was shrouded in white light and entered a boot back to the city that lasted 10 seconds. However, under the manipulation of Lu Ming's intention, the necromantic army did not give them a chance to return to the city. War trampling. Fortress of Life. Windchill. Drawing a line in the sand. Enhanced by the fourfold knot formation, the Necromantic Legion killed them with an invincible stance. Buzz off. For a while, blood-colored marks appeared on all of them. In the next second, hundreds of Death Lords synchronized to unleash soul-shattering and swarmed up. The Dragon Soul Battle Team players who had suffered from the attack had their return to the city interrupted. Without even a chance to fight back, they perished under the huge 5W plus damage in a flurry of screams. It was effortless to exterminate 100 players from the Dragon Soul Battle Team, according to Lu Ming's original plan. If the person who had received this mission was an ordinary person, as long as the other party was willing to give up the mission, then Lu Ming would not make things difficult for him. But now that it was discovered that it was the scum of the Dragon Soul Battle Team, there was no longer any concern. Straight up kill them all and force refresh the quest without a moment's hesitation. Next, under Lu Ming's orders, the Necromantic Legion quickly dispersed in all directions, along the entire Goblin Kingdom, launching a search. At the same time, Lu Ming clearly explored the various locations and corners of the map through vision sharing. After not finding any remaining players, he left the place with Qin Churen and Lin Yue. Compared to how the Dragon Souls people knew how to open the gates of hell, what made Qin Churen feel even more suspicious was, "This is a hidden map, are we just going to leave?" Lu Ming explained, "This place is being manned by Dragon Souls people. They will definitely continue to send people over later. We'll come back later." Lu Ming's explanation seemed too forced, because even Qin Churen knew, with Lu Ming's current strength, he could completely walk horizontally throughout the entire second heavens, and even if the Dragon Soul came with more people, they would only be sending heads for thousands of miles. However, Qin Churen was a shrewd person. She knew that Lu Ming must have a reason for doing so she didn't say anything more. The three left the valley. In the darkness, but there was a pair of eyes staring at the fading away trio, burning with rage. The underworld. Qin Churen. "If I don't kill you too, I'll swear not to." For Lu Ming. Among the gang just now, there must be someone who received the quest, and death will cause the quest to be forcibly refreshed. The quest on Avani is bound to have been refreshed, so go to the black market again at 6 in the evening and just let Lin Yue trigger the quest. So, in the time before 6 p.m., it's all about practicing and brushing up. Though the third heaven, which one could travel to after level 50, also had all sorts of opportunities buried in it. But like the Spectral Devil's Tower, a place of treasure where you can both practice leveling and explode money ruthlessly, you can't find it. In this life, Lu Ming needed more than just strength. He also has to have money. The thrill of crushing someone with strength is tried and true though. However, Lu Ming occasionally wanted to change his pattern, to taste the thrill of using money to conquer others like Qin Feng, Li Hui, including Qin Churen before him, as well as Light Yen, rich people like them. So, money, power, influence, he wants it all. The three of them came straight to the Spectral Demon Tower. Considering that Qin Churen's level was only 34 and she didn't have a soul set on her, Lu Ming then said, "Let's brush the fifth dimension today. No need. Just follow your original plan. I can keep up." Qin Churen knew that Lu Ming was considering her rank. As he spoke, Qin Churen actually took out a soul suit from his bag. "Didn't you ask me to get you a soul set before? I got myself a set, by the way." Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming and said, "It's a pity that my set has never come in handy. It's thanks to Qin Feng freezing all my accounts that could collect money. Otherwise, I guess I would have sold it already." Saying that, Qin Churen immediately equipped the soul set. Under the effect of the soul suit, the three of them ignored the leveling hindrance of the spectral demon tower and directly crossed into the 8th dimension. The Shadow Sugamo. Wow. Summon all of the Death Lords and give them an automatic kill command. Topped with a 39 times strengthened quadruple E ranked not formation, a level 25 Death Lord, killing level 4650 undead monsters was like cutting vegetables. Under the Necromantic Legion's massive harvest, Lu Ming sat back and reaped the benefits. All that could be heard was the battle alerts in his ears, ringing non-stop. Ding kill level 49 Necromancer. Experience value plus 5,250. Ding kill level 46 Undead Warrior. Experience value plus 4,880. Ding kill level 48 Undead Archer. Experience value plus 5,110. The soul stones in the bag, too, were accumulating like crazy. Lu Ming was moved by it. This, after all, can be money for nothing. As always, Lin Yue accumulates small amounts of money. With Lu Ming's junction formation reinforcement, as a level 24 small mage, she was able to single-handedly kill level 4650 undead without any pressure. For every monster she killed, she would run over with gusto to pick up the copper coins one by one and happily put them away in her bag. Lin Yue's pace is slow and restful. In comparison, Qin Charan on the other side looked like he was on 10 times speed. Brush up. Only her figure was like a phantom, weaving in and out of the monsters with extreme speed. The sharp daggers in his hands kept slashing through the undead around him, and on them, they left a deep trail. 76,835. 75,349. 77,431. Because his own basic attributes were not low, coupled with the fact that his skill strength was also relatively high, the Qin Charan who had obtained Lu Ming's junction reinforcement clearly had a higher killing power than the Death Lords. What made even Lu Ming feel a little shocked was Qin Charan's speed. Her speed, almost too fast for Lu Ming's naked eye to catch, was simply unbelievable. A level 34 assassin, any faster should only be around 2-3k. Even counting my Windrunner 7,000 plus bonus, that's still just over 10,000 speed. Why does it feel like she's going much faster than 10,000 or even 30-40,000? Just as Lu Ming was pondering so. Brush up. Qin Charan's hand rose and fell with a gust of wind, and with terrifying strength, he synchronously harvested the 6 bloodless undead around him. Taking advantage of the gap between a battle that had just ended, she looked over to Lu Ming, who was quietly staring at her. It seemed as if he had guessed what Lu Ming was thinking. She spoke, "My talent is a 4-star one, Divine Speed, which increases my speed by 200%. So it is." It seemed that just as Lu Ming had guessed, obtaining the talent bonus, Qin Charan's speed really did reach 3W+. After recovering from a wave, Qin Charan once again rushed into the monsters. At this moment, the gap between professional operation stream players and mechanized summons was manifested to the fullest. The same was true of obtaining Lu Ming's junction formation reinforcement. Qin Charan's combat power alone could be worth 10 Death Lords. It seems that you are still too weak. As he spoke, Lu Ming opened the summoning panel. One could only see that under the Death Lord's recent constant killing and refining, the soul power accumulated on the panel was already as much as 5,125 points. It's okay to fortify another wave on you guys. With that said, Lu Ming consumed 3,000 points of soul power to raise the quality of the Death Lord's soul-shattering skill from F rank to E rank. Consuming another 1,000 points of soul power, he learned the second skill. Soul Beheading. Shattered Soul Grade E, LV25. Selects an enemy within a distance of 50 yards, marks a soul mark, and can launch an instant kill attack that deals 180% attack power plus 242 points of damage to the marked enemy within 3 seconds, cooldown 9 seconds. Consumes 152. Soul Decapitation Grade F, LV25. Inflicts 130% attack power plus 255 point of damage on a single enemy at close range, and if the enemy possesses a soul seal marker in their body, the damage of that attack is increased by 50%, cooldown 8 seconds, consume 155. It seems that these two skills can be combined into a combo. Let's see how effective this skill combo is. Lu Ming looked up ahead. Not far away, a Death Lord was seen attacking a freshly refreshed level 49 undead warrior in front of him. Shattered souls. Chopping souls. Brush up. The Death Lord quickly surged forward and attacked with 2 consecutive swings, his hand rising and falling with his sword. 79,685. 88,738. Ding kill level 49 undead warrior. Experience value plus 5,250. Seconds. Chapter 98 quest not refreshed. The taker is someone else? Before that, with the strength of the Necromantic Legion, it would have been enough to be able to crush the highest level 50 undead monsters within the second heavens though. However, when an F-ranked Shattered Soul went down, the 5W plus damage was only able to knock out 1/3 of the opponent's blood, and it had to be articulated with several more attacks to complete the kill. It was more or less a drag. And now, an E-ranked Soul Shattering Plus and an F-ranked Soul Decimating with 2 skill combos, it was easy to kill a monster in seconds. The next effect of killing the monsters was almost beyond Lu Ming's expectations. The refresh rate of the combat tips had directly doubled compared to before. Seeing this result, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh. It seems that this investment of 4,000 points of soul power was well spent, and right now it's not even the peak of the Necromongers, because there is still room for improvement on the Necromantic Legion summoning panel. It takes 3,000 soul power to raise the soul slaying skill from F to E rank. 5-dimensional attributes can be raised by consuming soul power, and the progress of raising them is currently untouched. And right away, Lu Ming was going to level up to 30. When the 3 major talents receive another wave of comprehensive upgrades, the ceiling of the Necro army will become even higher. And all of these enhancements were inseparable from the power of the soul. It seems like we still have to work harder and accumulate some more soul power. Thinking so, Lu Ming also joined the battle. Increase skill proficiency by drawing your sword once a minute. Except for the 12 to 1 p.m. stage, when it was back in town and offline for lunch. The rest of the time, it was all soaked in Shadow Sugamo. With the company of the 2 beauties, Lin Yue and Qin Churen, who could be sweet and salty, in the envious attention of the passerby players, brushing the brush for a day, they didn't feel boring. Lu Ming checked his status. Across more than 20 levels under the high-intensity brush mode. Levels go from 13% at level 25 to 36% at level 27. The total estimated value of the gains in terms of copper coins and soul stones is around $310,000. Daily collections hit another all-time high. Pick up as much as you can at the Spectral Demon Tower before level 50, and paying off the mortgage should be no problem. On top of that, the soul power refined out throughout the day amounted to 19,325 points. Thus, Lu Ming opened the Necrotic Legion summoning panel and first consumed 3,000 points of soul power to raise the quality of the soul beheading skill from F rank to E rank. Skill-based damage increased from 130% to 170%. The base increase isn't very high, not even as high as the 180% damage factor of an equal quality E rank Shattered Soul. However, if it is combined with Shattered Soul, it can deal an additional 50% damage effect, which is equivalent to the maximum of this skill, which can deal 255% of the damage of the attack power. An E-rank skill already had a damage effect that only D-rank skills had. And at the moment, the 2 E-rank skills were already the upper limit of the 3rd-rank Deathlord's boost, so if you wanted to continue to get boosts in terms of skills, I'm afraid you'd have to unlock the 4th-rank Necromancer first. Thus, with the remaining 16,000 or so points of soul power, Lu Ming had all of it tapped on the 5-dimensional attribute addition. Consume 10 points of soul power to permanently boost all Necromancers by 1 point of strength or agility, stamina, physique, or spirit, with the maximum boost being 100% of the base value. Currently, all 5-dimensional attributes of the Deathlords were only around 100 points. Lu Ming had only consumed a total of over 5,000 points of soul power to pull the boost full. Currently, the Necromantic Legion's boost has reached its ceiling, and if I want to break through the ceiling to continue boosting, I'll have to wait until I level up to 31st and unlock the 3 major talents LV4. Until then, it's just time to save up another wave of soul power. And when you unlock the 4th-rank Necro, the boosts will be pulled straight to full, just as Lu Ming was thinking this. Qin Churen, who was on the side, couldn't help but marvel at Lu Ming. You leveled up that fast? Nerd. This upgrade speed of yours, it's too exaggerated. How can you let those ordinary people who can only level up one in 10 days and half a month live? Lu Ming looked at Qin Churen, who had risen from level 34 to 35 in a single day, and said, "You're not too bad." Qin Churen was self-aware and spat out her tongue. "Without you, I wouldn't be able to level up to 35 in a week by myself." Looking at the 2 people, Lu Ming and Qin Churen, who were talking and laughing freely, Lin Yue, who couldn't strike up a conversation on the side, had some inferiority complex. Lu Ming had long ago calculated the time. Look at the time, 5:40 p.m. Said, "Let's go to the black market first." At this time, Lin Yue opened her mouth somewhat humbly and said, "You guys go ahead. I'll go offline first to buy food and cook." Brother Pantheon. Sister Chu ran. "What do you guys want to eat tonight?" "You have to go." Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, "You're the main character. If you don't go, there's no point in us going to the black market." Because of Lu Ming's words, Lin Yue's mood could instantly reverse 180 degrees. She brightened up. "Really?" So the trio departed for the black market. The time was exactly 6 o'clock sharp when we arrived at the black market. He quickly passes the inspection and enters the black market, and once again meets the gnome Avani, who has just appeared in the midst of the black market. Like last night, Lu Ming asked Lin Yue to talk to Avani. Avani also answered Lin Yue. However, what made Lu Ming a little surprised was this. Lin Yue was still unable to pick up the quest on Avani's body. Looking again at the scrolls Avani carries with him, they too are decidedly still dull. Indicates that the task has not been refreshed. What's going on? Could it be that the person who has received the quest is not among the group of people I killed this morning? Lu Ming was a little confused. Let Qin Charan and Lin Yue return to the city first. Lu Ming squatted alone in the black market until 7 o'clock, and did not wait for the man until Avani disappeared into the black market. Lu Ming immediately followed up with an immediate trip to the Goblin Kingdom. Finally, he found a clue. Only the outer perimeter of the Goblin Kingdom's castle could be seen, littered with demon corpses. According to the settings of the Heavenly Abyss world, monster corpses will be refreshed in an hour at most, and these demons won't be dead for more than an hour. Thus, Lu Ming summoned the Necromancer Legion and ordered them to carpet search the entire Goblin Kingdom. But there was still not a single figure to be found. Obviously, that person had run away before Lu Ming arrived here. At the same time, Lu Ming also realized that he had spooked the snakes by killing those 100 Dragon Soul players here this morning. Looks like this guy, he's got a good sense of counter-surveillance. Its level of cunning caused Lu Ming's mind to conjure up a person, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. However, it's not a big problem. If I remember correctly, this quest should only have a time limit of 7 days, and if you want to complete the quest, you will have to kill all the demons in the Goblin Kingdom within 7 days, or the quest will fail to refresh. Just keep guarding this place. I don't believe it, you won't show up. Thus, Lu Ming left the Goblin Kingdom for the time being. After all, it's only when you're full that you have the strength to fight a protracted battle with this guy. Just as Lu Ming had just left. In the dark part of the valley, a pair of eyes stared at Lu Ming in death. "I wanted to let you guys live for a few more days, but since you're living so impatiently, then die." When Lu Ming got offline, he came to the living room and was seeing the two women, Lin Yue and Qin Charan, busy in the kitchen. Lin Yue was the chef and Qin Charan was playing on the side. The two women were talking and laughing in the kitchen. "It smells so good, this pickled fish. It sells better than even those made by chefs in restaurants. Sister Lin, I can't tell you're such a good cook." No, it's Sister Chu Ran. You're the one who matched the dishes well. Is it enough to wash this much of this baby bok choy? That's enough. I'll cook up a bok choy and meatball soup later and we'll be ready to eat. Okay. Then I'll roll the meatballs. I'll do it later. Sister Chu Ran, you go out and rest for a while. It's fine, I'm not tired. Besides, how can I let you cook alone, Sister Lin? You've worked hard all day too. Such a cozy scene was somewhat surprising to Lu Ming, because Lu Ming had been a little worried. Lin Yue is ordinary and mediocre, while Qin Charan is a famous young lady. Two people with very different status and position together will not get along well because of various differences in life concepts. But now it was proven. Lu Ming's worries were completely superfluous. The two of them are as good as sisters. Instead, it looked like Lu Ming was a bit redundant. When Qin Charan served the dishes on the table, Lin Yue served the rice and set it in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming directly washed his hands and went to the table to eat. He was even more suddenly feeling, why do I look like a loser? But it's time to say no. Lu Ming tasted a mouthful of pickled fish and exclaimed to Lin Yue, Wei, your handiwork is really good. Qin Charan also smiled sweetly. Whoever can marry Sister Lin in the future will be truly blessed. Lin Yue's small face reddened. Brother Underworld, Sister Chu Ran, you guys are too kind. Just as a few people were enjoying a delicious meal. Ding dong. Qin Charan's cell phone suddenly rang with a WeChat message tone. When he picked up his cell phone and saw the message, there was a burst of joy. Li Hui said he's ready to make a payment. At the same time, on Lu Ming's side, He also happened to receive a message from the trading house side. You have an unread message from the trading house. Lu Ming tapped on the Sky Abyss trading house app. Anonymous buyer. Dude, I'll take the 2 guiltware. Let's do it face-to-face online. Chapter 99 Resurrected Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The 2 guilt weapons, AO Sure Flowing Leg Guard, and Shattered World Demon Slayer Sword, that had exploded from Dragon Soul Guan Yu had been on Lu Ming's trading house for a day. Although the number of people who want it has exceeded 4 figures, perhaps because of the high price of more than $1 million, no one has ever placed an order. With 2 pieces of equipment, the daily display fee of upwards of $3,000 on the trading house's side caused Lu Ming to feel a meaty pain. Right now, there can always be someone ready to make a move, and since trading houses charge up to 5 points in commission, it's more common for many players to choose face-to-face trading for some of the higher value items. In this way, although it carries some risk, the 5% handling fee waived goes into the pockets of both parties and is not swallowed up by the platform. For Lu Ming, the 2 pieces of equipment had a total bid price of 3.25 million, which translated to over 160,000 in fees, and even if both sides split it equally, they would still be able to save 80,000 down the line. Why not? However, looking at the message sent by the anonymous buyer in the trading line, Lu Ming did not rush to reply to the other party. Instead, he asked Qin Churen, "What does your side say?" Qin Churen looked at the WeChat sent by Li Hui and said, "He asked me to face online to finalize the contract again. Still at the same place last night, the bone-eating spire." As she spoke, Qin Churen asked Lu Ming, "What about you? Just now, looking at your expression, do you have some good news as well?" The 2 guiltware pieces exploded by Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The buyer requested an online face-to-face transaction. Listening to the conversation between the duo of Lu Ming and Qin Churen, Lin Yue silently said, "What a coincidence. Both of your things have run into each other." Lin Yue's careless words seemed to have reminded Lu Ming and Qin Churen. The 2 of them looked at each other in unison. At this time, Lu Ming replied to that anonymous buyer in the trading line, "Yes, give me the time and place of the transaction." Not long after, the other party replied with a message, "I'm currently doing a quest over here in the mole cave, so if it's convenient for you, just bring your equipment over here and trade with me." "Yeah, no problem." After dinner, Lin Yue cleared the dishes. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went back to his room with Qin Churen and synchronized on the line. According to the map, LV-38 Bone Eater Spire and LV-47 Mole Cave are located in 2 diametrically opposed locations, east and west of Starlight City. The 2 then parted ways in the city. Following the map's guidance, 10 minutes later, Lu Ming arrived at the map of the Mole Cave located in the western part of Starlight City. In the middle of the large wetland, a small team of level 45-46 player openers was spreading out, teaming up to hunt the level 47 monster, the carnivorous mole. Just then, a level 46 summoner youth, Grand Summoner, waved at Lu Ming. "Dude, this way." Lu Ming walked over. Looking over at the Grand Summoner, with his 4 other teammates, 3 men and 1 woman beside him. They were only seen in shabby black ironware equipment, not like rich people. Lu Ming didn't think about these issues and opened the door. "You're the buyer?" "Right." The Grand Summoner nodded and asked Lu Ming excitedly, "Did you bring those 2 guiltware equipment?" Without saying a word, Lu Ming took out the flowing light leg protector and Demon Slayer sword from his bag. The appearance of the 2 major gilded artifacts immediately drew the attention of countless players around them. That luster. Could it be guiltware? Good guy. More than $1 million a piece of guiltware on the market. 1 piece of equipment is worth decades of my salary. There were even quite a few players who had bad intentions towards Lu Ming, giving birth to the idea of slaughtering him and popping out guilt weapons. However, seeing the 10 Death Lords that guarded behind Lu Ming, who were like messengers of hell, none of them dared to act rashly. Lu Ming then tucked in his equipment and said to the Grand Summoner, "Pay first." The Grand Summoner gave a sinister smile. "Good point." The other side, east of Starlight City, LV-38 Bone Eater Spire. Li Hui, a level 35 green armor warrior, was leading a group of brilliant players, killing white bone sentinels carelessly while looking out in the direction of Starlight City from time to time. "Why haven't you come yet? It's been half an hour. By all accounts, Starlight City to this side should only take more than 10 minutes to get here, huh?" Just when Li Hui was filled with anxiety, in the distance, a silhouette came walking slowly. Li Hui suddenly brightened up. "Finally!" Qin Churan stepped into the bone-devouring spire and came straight to Li Hui. After greeting, Qin Churan went straight to the point. For the contract, I've already drawn it up according to the idea between us, so take a look at it and let me know if you have any questions. As he spoke, Qin Churan clicked on an electronic contract and transmitted it to Li Hui. However, Li Hui pressed on without even glancing at the contract. From the beginning to the end, his eyes, which emanated a fine light, wandered over Qin Churan's body. Ran, you are so beautiful. I like you so much. Be my girlfriend. Qin Churan frowned slightly. Hui Xiao, please respect yourself. Li Hui, however, let out a cold snort and said in his original form, Qin Churan, whether you want to or not, today I'm going to eat you. Speaking, brush up. In all directions, large groups of brilliant players with swords drawn surrounded Qin Churan. Qin Churan was astonished. You didn't even try to invest in me sincerely. Li Hui sneered and said, I told you last night, as long as you do my woman, I can give you as much money as you want. It's just that you don't want to. I couldn't do anything about you last night with that specter to bail you out. But now, with the specter gone, how are you going to defend yourself? Qin Churan looked around at the group of level 35-36 brilliant players around him with a cold expression and said, Do you think that with them, they can deal with me? You might be a bit strong. Li Hui smiled and said, I just don't know if you can beat the gold standard warrior of National Service 39. As Li Hui's words fell, in the darkness, a figure slowly stepped out. When he saw the figure clearly, Qin Churan couldn't help but have a flash of incredulity appear in his eyes. It was because the other party, with the exception of their legs and weapons, their entire body's equipment flowed with golden streams of light that symbolized guilt quality. Holding a long sword in his hand, his eyebrows were sharp, and all over his body, he exuded a domineering and powerful aura. Dragon Soul Guan Yu LV56 Turn Warrior National 39 Warrior. Qin Churan said incredulously, How is that possible? Aren't you already dead? Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes, like those of a dead man, gazed coldly at Qin Churan. Indifferently, he said, With you, you also presume to be able to kill me? He's a man with a grudge. Looking at this person who had personally killed himself, the hatred and killing intent in Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes had reached its peak. He couldn't wait to break the woman in front of him into pieces. At this time, Li Hui urgently said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Brother Guan, you said that as long as I cooperated with you, you'd give Qin Churan to me at my mercy. Dragon Soul Guan Yu opened the WeChat interface and looked at a WeChat message from a friend whose note was named, Great Summoner, Brother Guan. The specter is now at my place, the Mole Cave. I'm in the middle of a trade with him. Closed the dialogue box. Dragon Soul Guan Yu said to Li Hui, You have 10 minutes. Go do what you want. Dragon Soul Guan Yu stared at Qin Churan, a teasing look appearing in his eyes. It's not bad to abuse you before killing you. Backed by the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Li Hui wore an extremely lewd smile on his face as he slowly approached towards Qin Churan. However, the look of shock in Qin Churan's eyes was indeed fleeting. At this moment, not only is there not a bit of panic, but instead, he is calm and collected, looking at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, Aren't you afraid that I'm going to kill you again? Kill me? Dragon Soul Guan Yu laughed. You don't really think that you were able to kill me last time because you were strong, do you? What are you without the specter? The specter is currently in the western part of Starlight City, and even if he rushes over at his fastest speed, it will take at least 20 minutes. What makes you able to kill me? As the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's words fell, in the darkness, a voice rang out. By the fact that I can kill you. Follow the sound. Only behind Qin Churan, in the darkness, a figure walked slowly. When he saw the figure clearly, the open laughter on Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face came to an abrupt end, became instantly alarmed. Spectre. Chapter 100 The Secret of the Black Cloak. Behind Qin Churan, Lu Ming came walking slowly from the darkness. His appearance was tantamount to pronouncing a death sentence on all the rest of the people present except Qin Churan. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was shocked and said, Shouldn't you be in the Mole Cave map? Why are you here? Shocked, Dragon Soul Guan Yu opened WeChat and sent a message to Grand Summoner, You dare to trick me? Looking at the Grand Summoner halfway through the day, he didn't reply. At this time, Lu Ming said, Are you looking for that summoner? Stop looking, he's here. As he spoke, behind Lu Ming, Two Death Lords used blades of fire to frame a summoner player who had already been beaten half to death. And that summoner player was none other than Grand Summoner. Poof! The beaten and bruised Grand Summoner was forced to kneel beside Lu Ming. With a face full of pain, he said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "Brother Guan, save me." Seeing the Grand Summoner, Dragon Soul Guan Yu then realized. He had long been under Lu Ming's control. The WeChat message sent by the Grand Summoner in front of him was also something Lu Ming had deliberately asked him to send. In order to do so, it was to make Dragon Soul Guan Yu think that Lu Ming was over at the Mole Cave at this moment, and that there was absolutely no way that he would be able to come over here in a short period of time. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes widened in anger as he shouted angrily at the Grand Summoner, "You dare to betray me! Betrayal?" Not waiting for the Grand Summoner to speak, Lu Ming smiled faintly and said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "Don't worry about this. I can vouch for you that he doesn't have that kind of ability." Dragon Soul Guan Yu didn't understand. Then how on earth did you know? Please, next time you look for actors, find some professional ones. Stop insulting my intelligence. Lu Ming looked at the Grand Summoner whose level had already reached 46, but was so far covered in tattered black iron weapons and said, "This poor look, it looks like he can afford to buy millions of gilded weapons?" Saying that, Lu Ming crouched down beside the Grand Summoner again and faintly said, "Also, when I went over to the Mole Cave to look for you, you recognized me straight away. How did you know that I was the seller?" Looking up at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Lu Ming continued, "Since you're so afraid of me, don't repeatedly jump horizontally in front of me for death." Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face became extremely ugly. He was indeed afraid of Lu Ming. This was because Lu Ming's strength was simply too strong and was not even in the same class as him. That's why he found a way to separate the two of them by getting someone to make an online appointment for Lu Ming to trade equipment, while at the same time arranging for Li Hui to make an appointment to talk to Qin Churen. In this way, it was possible to take revenge on Qin Churen alone. And it was also only after the Great Summoner's side sent a message confirming that Lu Ming was over at the Mole Cave that the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's side dared to show up. Who would have thought that, with all this caution, he would still end up being targeted by Lu Ming? Facing this strong enemy that he had lost repeatedly, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was fearful. It was so hard to regain his life. He didn't want to lose it again at the hands of Lu Ming. Catch Qin Churen. Obviously, Dragon Soul Guan Yu understood that the only chance to escape right now was to capture Qin Churen and use Qin Churen as a hostage to threaten Lu Ming. With a command from Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Li Hui, in his panic, also quickly slowed down. While hiding behind Dragon Soul Guan Yu himself, he shouted to the surrounding minions, "Quickly! Quickly grab Qin Churen!" The words just fell. In all directions, dozens of Splendor players copied and charged towards Qin Churen. Lu Ming's eyes went cold. Kill! The thought. Around them, dozens of Death Lords synchronized to unleash soul-shattering. Wow! 79,685. 79,685. 79,685. In an instant, the dozen or so brilliant players who were only level 35-36 were exterminated without even a chance to get close to Qin Churen. Dragon Soul Guan Yu saw the situation and tried to escape. However, around them, a full 810 Death Lords had already blocked off all the paths of retreat with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. At this moment, in front of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, there is no way to live, only one way to die. I don't care how you were resurrected or how many times you can be resurrected. Lu Ming gazed at Dragon Soul Guan Yu with an icy gaze and said in a single sentence, "As long as you appear in front of me once, I will kill you once." Dragon Soul Guan Yu instantly felt creeped out. At this moment, his hatred for Lu Ming, as well as his fear, had all reached an extreme point at the same time. Just as Lu Ming locked onto Dragon Soul Guan Yu and prepared to draw sword, suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice rang in his ears. "Wait!" The words just fell. Wow! A space-time rift flowing with silver light manifested in front of Lu Ming. Next moment, the mysterious black cloak that had appeared in front of Lu Ming 2 days ago, the one that controlled the power of time confinement, had suddenly reappeared in front of Lu Ming. "Give me face and spare his life." With this statement from the black cloak, Lu Ming hesitated, because he had saved Lin Youwei's life at the hands of the kidnappers of the Voodoo Gang. This is what Lu Ming owes him. However, if we let the Dragon Soul Guan Yu go, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. With the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's nature, even if he can't do anything about me, He will definitely try to find a way to start with Qin Churen or Lin Yue, and do everything he can to disgust me. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, the Black Cloak seemed to see Lu Ming's concern. He said, "If next time he poses any threat to you, or those around you, I will personally hand him over to you at your disposal." Lu Ming hesitated for a moment. To the Black Cloak, he said, "Answer me 3 questions and I'll let him go." Without hesitation, Black Cloak said, "Good. First question." Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu and asked, "How did you resurrect him?" Obviously, this Black Cloak had such unpredictable divine power as spatial teleportation and time confinement, and he was absolutely extraordinary. And to shelter the Dragon Soul Guan Yu like this, the only possibility is that the Dragon Soul Guan Yu was resurrected because of him. But to be able to bring back to life someone who died in the heavenly abyss is simply against the heavenly Tao and unprecedented. So Lu Ming felt very curious. Facing Lu Ming's question, the Black Cloak spoke bluntly, "The scroll of sealing." At these words, Lu Ming's heart snapped. The shocked emotions inside could not be calmed for a long time. So much so that it took a long time before the second and third question was asked in succession. "Who are you? You said earlier that you wanted me to work with you. What exactly was the collaboration?" Faced with these 2 questions, the Black Cloak was obviously a little hesitant. He suddenly looked up into the sky. Only the moon hanging in the sky was gradually rounded. "Tomorrow night is the full moon. Tomorrow night at 11 o'clock, you wait for me in the city of Starburst, and I'll take you to a place. There will be answers to everything you want to know." As he spoke, the Black Cloak turned his face to look at Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the other side. "You come too." Since the answer would be revealed tomorrow night, Lu Ming was in no hurry to pursue anything further. Instead, he suddenly walked past the Black Cloak and approached straight towards Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Seeing this, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was stunned. "You've already promised to release me. What, you want to go back on your word? None of your business." Lu Ming stared at Li Hui, who was hiding behind Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and lightly spat out a single word to Dragon Soul Guan Yu: "Get lost." Although Dragon Soul Guan Yu was upset, he didn't dare to continue to be brash in front of Lu Ming, honestly standing aside to make way for Lu Ming. Facing the approaching Lu Ming, Li Hui trembled. "Guan, brother Guan, help." He rushed over and hugged Dragon Soul Guan Yu's arm, begging bitterly like he was grasping a life-saving straw. The big problem is that they all fly apart. Dragon Soul Guan Yu waved his big hand. "Get lost."
Li Hui froze.
Immediately afterward, he begged Lu Ming for mercy. "Big brother, spare your life, big brother. I'll pull investment for your girlfriend. Pull." Lu Ming looked at Li Hui and said, "Pull now. A dog's life is important." Li Hui hurriedly opened WeChat and sent a message to the family finance side. Not long after, Lu Ming's side received a remittance text message. "Your account with tail number 649 received a transfer of 20 million renminbi, with a current balance of 20,331,258 renminbi and 30 cents. Daxia Bank." At this time, Li Hui took advantage of the situation and said to Lu Ming, "Big brother, the money has been transferred. You received it, right?" "Roger that." Receiving Lu Ming's affirmative answer, Li Hui couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, he said, "Then can you give me a chance to let me go?" With such words in his mouth, he had a superficial appearance of being respectful to Lu Ming. In his heart, Li Hui despised Lu Ming. Even if he is strong, what can he do? In the end, he still succumbs to money. What's the point of pretending? "I have money, so you have to listen to me." Just as Li Hui was thinking so, looking up, he suddenly saw in Lu Ming's eyes a flash of killing intent. "As I recall, I already gave you a chance." The words just fell. Lu Ming reached behind his back and drew his sword. Wo rub. A sword shadow as fast as lightning ran through Li Hui's body. 575,893. Poof. Li Hui fell to his knees and perished on the spot. Chapter 101 Scroll of God Sealing, Account Blocking. Lu Ming killing Li Hui, who was the youngest master of the Li family in Mordor, in such a decisive manner instantly shocked the group of brilliant players that followed Li Hui. Facing the heavy encirclement of the Necromantic Legion, they, who already had no way to escape, knelt down and begged for forgiveness towards Lu Ming. "Great God, spare your life. We're just a group of people working for the Li family. It has nothing to do with us." Yeah, it was all Li Hui's idea. He's the one who asked us to arrest your girlfriend. We were just following orders. Lu Ming's eyes were so cold that he couldn't see a trace of emotion. All those who posed any hint of a threat to him would all have to pay. Kill. With Lu Ming's thought, the hundreds of surrounding Death Lords swarmed around, instantly splitting the dozen or so brilliant players into pieces. It also includes the Grand Summoner. He's a Dragon Soul Guan Yu's man and deserves to die even more. In an instant, only Dragon Soul Guan Yu was left on the field. He also understood Lu Ming was making an example of him. If it wasn't for the face of the Black Cloak, he would, this night, be dead. Black Cloak was also worried that Lu Ming would kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Then he said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, "Go." Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes were filled with a sense of fear towards Lu Ming, as well as killing intent. It receded and disappeared into the darkness. Lu Ming kept his word and really didn't make a move against Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Of course, just this once, no hands. Only after the Dragon Soul Guan Yu had completely moved away, the Black Cloak also opened a spatial rift and disappeared from the field. What is the scroll of the sealed god? Qin Churen said thoughtfully. I looked it up, and there's no record of it in history. To have the power to bring the dead back to life is unbelievable. Lu Ming didn't say anything. He was a little skeptical. If it's really the same sealed scroll of the gods as the one I obtained in my previous life, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's account should have been upgraded to a 10-star level, and should also have the 3 major 10-star talents, just like me. But looking at his state just now, it seems like he didn't get any enhancement through the scroll of sealing god. His strength is still the same as before. Lu Ming seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He stopped thinking about them in detail for the moment. Instead, he ordered the necromongers to quickly take care of the battlefield. Refine all the corpses. Immediately afterward, he and Qin Churen left the bone-devouring spire. On the way back to the city, Lu Ming obviously saw that Qin Churen was silent all the way and was in a rather low mood. He also understood. It had been so hard to kill the Dragon Soul Guan Yu before, avenging the Green Dragon, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. But now the Dragon Soul Guan Yu has been resurrected. The hatred and grief that Qin Churen had managed to suppress within his heart had thus erupted anew. Let's see what tomorrow night has to say first. Lu Ming said to Qin Churen. I will let you kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu with your own hands again. I promise. Qin Churen looked up at Lu Ming, revealing a somewhat tired smile. Aha! A deep breath was breathed out to ease his mind. Qin Churen opened his WeChat page and sent over a video to a friend whose note was named Uncle Li. Fortunately, I had the foresight to turn on the video in advance. Li Hui wanted to plot against me. My boyfriend, in order to protect me, self-defense accidentally killed him back. I'm sure Uncle Li is a reasonable man, he'll understand. Lu Ming glanced at Qin Churen and said, no matter how you understand it, that's still his son. So be careful in recent times, knowing that killing Li Hui would draw retribution from the Li family. But such people are undoubtedly more insidious if they are kept. Qin Churen didn't think so and smiled sweetly at Lu Ming. I'm not afraid, because I have you to protect me. Lu Ming said, during this time you come with me, don't go single. Aha! Qin Churen said, that $20 million you save for me first. Don't pull people for now, wait for level 50 to the third heaven side. Obviously, Qin Churen also realized, since Dragon Soul Guan Yu had been resurrected, if she continued to gang up on them at this time, it would surely lead to the things that had happened to Excellence Xiaohu, Beyond Dreams, and Blazing Souls when they were there, happening again. It's hard to pull $20 million of investment from the Li family. This money will have to be paid back by then. It can't be messed up. Therefore, it was necessary to stabilize the Dragon Soul Guan Yu first. It was still early, so I planned to pick up Lin Yue, and then the 3 of them would go brush the Spectral Demon Tower. So, after returning to the city, Qin Churen went to the pharmacy to resupply. Lu Ming, on the other hand, went offline. I am seeing the industrious bee mopping and cleaning the living room. Lin Yue is a homebody, and with her around, the house is always spotless. Lu Ming said to Lin Yue, Wei Wei, come over here for a moment. I have something to say to you. Lin Yue pestled her mop and looked at Lu Ming with a bemused expression. In a few short seconds, she went over in her mind all the bad things she had done in the last few days. At that moment, some nervousness came to Lu Ming. Apprehensively, he asked, What's wrong, Brother Spectre? When you first entered the game, before your account was banned, did you get a golden scroll? Lin Yue was stunned for a moment. Recalls, well, yeah, but I put it to use. Lin Youwei's words completely confirmed the speculation in Lu Ming's heart, because in his previous life, as the 999,999,999,999th player in the world to enter the heavenly abyss, Lu Ming had also received a golden scroll from the system. The account blocking quest Misfortune of Fate that he had obtained actually originated from that scroll. That is to say, any of the scrolls of the sealed gods, including the one on the Goblin of Ani, appear in a sealed state for the first time, and after using it, the player will be given a sealed quest, and only by completing the quest will they be able to obtain a truly unsealed scroll of the sealed gods that can boost the strength of the player's account. In that case, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's account should have entered the blocked state as well. At the same time, Lu Ming also suddenly realized something even more important. Only players with banned accounts can trigger the quest on the goblins. This would exactly explain why the Lu Ming of his previous life, as well as the current Lin Youwei, could trigger the quests on Avani while the current Lu Ming could not. Speculate further based on this characterization. The person who captured the goblin quest is Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Coming to this conclusion, Lu Ming's heart snapped. Recalling the mysterious and unpredictable black cloak in his mind, Lu Ming thought carefully. It seems that his purpose in resurrecting Dragon Soul Guan Yu was to trigger the quest on the Goblin of Ani through him, so that he could borrow the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand to obtain that scroll of the sealed god on Avani. But how does he know that only players with account bans can trigger this quest? Where did that scroll of sealing god that he used to resurrect the Dragon Soul Guan Yu come from? Who the hell is this guy, anyway? Lu Ming's desire to discover the identity of the Black Cloak became deeper and deeper. Why tomorrow night? The full moon. Is something about to happen? Chapter 102 Daughter Kidnapped. Chopper's Threat. Still early. Lu Ming, Qin Churen, and Lin Youwei then made a trip to the spectral demon tower. As the saying goes, men and women work together. With the sweet and salty Lin Youwei and Qin Churen accompanying him, Lu Ming felt as if he had endless energy. And for Qin Churen and Lin Youwei, the Death Lords under Lu Ming can single brush level 50 monsters, and a substitute trainer of this caliber would cost 700 or 800 a day to hire one on the market. Right now, this class of substitute is not only free, but there are more than 800 of them at the same time. Calculating this, it is equivalent to following behind Lu Ming and saving $500,000 or $600,000 in surrogate fees a day. Therefore, with Lu Ming's Necromantic Legion leading the brush, Lin Youwei and Qin Churen, naturally, were also highly motivated. I don't know how long I've been brushing. As Qin Churen's hand rose and fell, he harvested the few undead around him. Unintentionally looking at the time, he was astonished. How come it's past 11 all of a sudden? But it's so exciting. I don't feel sleepy at all. On the contrary, my stomach seems to be a bit hungry. As he spoke, Qin Churen looked towards Lu Ming and Lin Youwei, revealing a smile filled with intrigue. Are you too hungry? Otherwise, let's go out for a snack. Lu Ming also had the same intention, so he said, heroes see things the same way. So, Qin Churen said to Lin Youwei, who was still picking up copper coins everywhere on the other side, don't pick it up, Sister Lin. Let's go. Get offline and have a snack. Oh good, here it comes. Lin Youwei fought to get one copper coin out from underneath the corpse of a necromancer and stowed it in her bag, then quickly ran over. The three of them evacuated the spectral demon tower. On the way back to the city, while organizing the soul stones that were swiped during the night and shelving them on the trading house, Lu Ming suddenly received 2 transaction messages. Your consigned equipment Ao's Flowing Light Leg Protectors Level 50 Guiltware has been successfully sold in the trading bank. The platform deducted 5% handling fee, and the remaining 2,375,000 renminbi has been remitted to your bank account. The equipment you consigned to the trading house, Shattered World Demon's Lair Knife Grade 50 Gilt, has been successfully sold. The platform deducted 5% handling fee, and the remaining 2375,000 RMB has been remitted to your bank account. Seeing these 2 transaction messages, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth lifted up, revealing a hint of a playful smile. I knew you'd buy it. Even though the trading house didn't display the buyer's information, Lu Ming could guess that the 2 pieces of equipment had been bought by Dragon Soul Guan Yu. After all, it had originally exploded out of him, and he would surely find a way to get it back as well. So, knowing that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had been resurrected, Lu Ming had purposely put these 2 pieces of equipment, which were originally priced at 1,550,000, 1,700,000, to be repriced at 2,500,000 and put them on the trading house. As expected, even at a greater cost, Dragon Soul Guan Yu still bought back these 2 pieces of equipment that were rightfully his. It was supposed to be 2 pieces arriving at over $3 million. It now comes to over 4.7 million. White whoring for over $1 million. Yes. Looking at the balance of more than 5.1 million in the bank card after removing the $20 million of investment money that the Li family had called Qin Churin with, Lu Ming pondered. There's still more than $300,000 worth of goods on the trading house side. Selling them all could bring in more than $5.4 million. The loan on the bank side stands at $5.18 million, which is more than enough to pay off all the loans. So Lu Ming contacted the agent Zhang and made an appointment to pay off the loan early. After getting off the line, he took Qin Churin and Lin Yuwei and strolled to the late-night snack stall near the neighborhood. This is already the most prosperous area in Linhai City. Late at night, the stalls are crowded. Countless small young men and women were eating barbecue skewers while boxing and guessing wine. Lu Ming's trio also chose a random location and sat down. Come on. What to eat? Just order whatever you want. My sister is treating me tonight. Qin Churin, who had pulled in $20 million of investment, revealed a happy smile that had not been seen for a long time. Lu Ming picked up the menu. Good. Then I'll make myself at home. Meanwhile, the heavenly abyss world. East of Starlight City, level 37 wilderness map Dark Night Camp. Darkness covers the land. The large camp was littered with player corpses. Don't kill me. I beg you, big brother. You spare me. I'll give you money. I'll give you as much money as you want. It was accompanied by a sound of fear mixed with pleading. Wo rub. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand raised his sword and directly chopped off the head of the last level 36 young magician player in front of him. Poof. Headless. He collapsed in the middle of this camp, which was strewn with dozens of player corpses. Ding kill player. Account hate value 1000. Surveying his hand, the guilt artifact, Shattered World Demon Slayer sword, that he had just spent 2.5 million to buy back from the trading house. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes erupted with endless hatred and sharpness. Underworld, Qin Churin. When I lift the account seal and obtain supreme divine power, it will be the time for the 2 of you to die. The words just fell. Knock knock. The WeChat message tone sounded. Dragon Soul Guan Yu clicked on WeChat, only to see a message from a soul top friend whose note was named, Baby, Daddy, save me. Seeing this message, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart shook violently. He was distracted all the way back to Starlight City in a hurry. Consume 10 silver coins to activate the teleportation array. Level 50, a choke point. Players of this rank could freely enter and exit the 2nd and 3rd heavens. The Dragon Soul, Guan Yu, has returned to the very 3rd heaven. The miracle. After exiting the main city of the safe zone, following the location information on WeChat, he quickly rushed to the level 52 wilderness map, the Altar of Doom. When Dragon Soul Guan Yu arrived at the Altar of Doom alone, he was shocked to see a young level 50 magician girl tied to the top of a gray altar, and to the left and right of the girl, dozens of level 60 players nodding and kneeling didn't move a muscle. Or rather, dozens of bodies. Dragon Soul Guan Yu instantly recognized that these were high-level mercenaries that he had hired from the Mercenary League at a high price to specifically protect this girl. And at that moment, the mage girl who was tied to the altar, after seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu, also cried and shouted, Daddy! Help me, Dad! Dragon Soul Guan Yu revealed composure in his panic and tried his best to pacify the girl. Tong Tong, don't be afraid. Daddy is here to save you. Saying that, he rushed towards the mage girl Tong Tong in a panic. Not yet close to the past. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly a rain of arrows rained down from the sky at extreme speed. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes were quick, and he quickly did a roll to avoid the rain of arrows. When he raised his head, he only saw several figures walk out from behind the altar and appear beside Guan Xiaotong. Don't move if you don't want your daughter to die a horrible death. Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not dare to act rashly, because Guan Xiaotong is his life. What surprised Dragon Soul Guan Yu was that the 6 turn 8 players who kidnapped Guan Xiaotong were all leveled up to 70 or more, and they were all from the Divine Warriors. At the head of the group, a 1 meter 8 tall, relatively young-looking, holding a gilt bow in his hand, level and strength but obviously not low, level 78 archerman Jinshan Tianqi with a cold gaze said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, I came to give you a heads up. You promised our captain that you would resolve that formation trickster by Qin Churin's side within 3 days. Now you've taken the money, but how many days has it been now? Why is that formation trickster still alive? Dragon Soul Guan Yu then realized that they were people sent by Qin Feng. However, he was speechless in the face of this god of decimation and heavenly providence's questioning. Because he did fail to accomplish that. I'll refund you the money and you release my daughter. Also give me some more time and I will continue to keep my promise to kill the specter. 3 days. The god of decimation, Tian Qi, stretched out 3 fingers and said to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, I'll give you 3 more days. Within 3 days, if you still haven't completed the mission, you'll be waiting to collect your daughter's corpse. In addition, as a long-term contract member of the Dragon Soul battle team, you secretly cooperated with our divine beheading battle team for personal gain. If this matter were to spread out, according to the rules and regulations of your Dragon Soul battle team, you should be banned, right? In the face of the threats from Zhang Shen and Tian Qi, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's fists were clenched and his eyes erupted with murderous intent. Zhang Shen, Tian Qi gave another playful smile to Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, Good luck! After saying that, Zhang Shen and Tian Qi left with their 5 Zhanshan players, holding Guan Xiaotong hostage. The Dragon Soul, Guan Yu, could only let his daughter's cries echo in his ears and watched as she was captured, helpless. Just then, he suddenly received a text message. Your account with tail number 3195 received a remittance of 24 million yuan, with a balance of 2,753,27652.12 yuan. Daxia Bank. Seeing the content of the text message, Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not have the slightest joy, but instead, a touch of fear flooded his eyes. Every unfortunate person who hangs up during the course of a mission is compensated with a fixed $2 million. This is Qin Feng's usual handiwork, and this $24 million corresponded to the 12 mercenaries that died beside Guan Xiaotong. At this moment, a trace of fear actually surfaced within Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart. Crazy! You're a madman! He regretted that he shouldn't have taken over this mission from Qin Feng in the first place, causing his daughter to be captured and himself to be in a desperate dilemma. But right now, there is no other way. He must follow the requirements and kill the specter within 3 days. Tong Tong. Daddy will definitely save you. Chapter 103, The Full Moon. The Evil Spirits in the Abyss. I got a little drunk last night with Qin Churen and Lin Yue. When I woke up, it was after 9 in the morning. The good thing, though, is that there are no special assignments today. The only thing more important was the evening appointment with the Black Cloak. As for that quest on Nome Avani, since he had already surmised that the probability of that mission being led away by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and Lu Ming had promised the Black Cloak that he wouldn't make a move against Dragon Soul Guan Yu for the time being. So, even if we went back to Dragon Soul Guan Yu, it wouldn't make much sense. And let's see what the night is like first. So today, during the day, it's still a daily routine of brushing towers, practicing, and picking up money. Lu Ming had thought he had gotten up late enough. It wasn't until he passed by the door of Qin Churen and Lin Yue's room and heard no movement in the room that he realized. The 2 women hadn't even woken up yet. Memories of last night. Lin Yue can't hold his liquor, not after only half a beer. Qin Churen's drinking capacity is comparable to Lu Ming's. I don't know how many bottles I drank, but it's certainly not less than Lu Ming. Thus, Lu Ming didn't disturb their beautiful dreams. Was about to go downstairs to get breakfast. Suddenly Qin Churen was seen carrying breakfast, returning from outside. Up! Qin Churen changed her slippers and entered the house, placing on the table all kinds of appetizing breakfasts such as xiao long bao, donuts, lasagna, and soybean milk. Looking at Lu Ming's astonished face, he smiled sarcastically and said, You can't do it either. Your drinking capacity isn't as good as my sister's. In the future, if you're alone outside, drink less. A man's face, naturally, cannot be lost. Lu Ming said blandly, It was just a casual drink last night. I'll show you my true strength next time. Yes, Qin Churen said with a teasing smile on his face. Does someone still remember how he came back last night? Lu Ming. ? If it wasn't for me and Sister Lin supporting me, someone would have slept on the street last night. Qin Churen couldn't help but laugh out a goose call. Lu Ming immediately blushed in his old face. Hurriedly changing the topic. Let's eat breakfast. After eating, we're online practicing. Sister Lin hasn't gotten up yet. I'll go yell for her. Qin Churen Goose smiled and walked past the blushing Lu Ming. Finished breakfast. At 9:30 a.m., the 3 were on the line. Out of the city of Starburst, straight to the 8th dimension of the spectral magic tower, Shadow Sugamo. Lu Ming summoned the army of the dead and released the knotted formation. Together with Qin Churan and Lin Yuwei, they began the slaughter. Ding Kill Level 49 Necromancer. Experience value plus 5,250. Ding Kill Level 46 Undead Warrior. Experience value plus 4,880. Ding Kill Level 48 Undead Archer. Experience value plus 5,110. Can feel challenging at first, but after a long time, Lu Ming gradually felt drained. Because he knew deep down, with the strength of the Necromantic Legion now, it is already fully capable of crossing higher levels to hunt monsters of level 50 and upwards for higher gains. But in the second heaven, level 50 monsters are already the highest level. The ceiling of the second heaven is too low after all. It seems that we have to level up to 50 and head to the third heaven as soon as possible in order to raise the ceiling. So it was another day at the Spectral Devil's Tower with one brush. The day was also full of rewards. Lu Ming's level had come to level 29 and 33%. It was just one step away from level 30, turn 4, and the 3 major talents LV4. Looking at the time, it was already past 9 o'clock late at night. Brush hadn't even eaten dinner yet. Lu Ming counted the time. Back to the city at 10, offline to go out for a meal and come back at almost 11, just in time for the appointment. With this in mind, Lu Ming said to Qin Churan and Lin Yuwei, who were happily killing monsters in front of him, "Don't brush, get offline and take you to a restaurant." At this time, Lin Yuwei had just finished killing a necromancer, picked up the dropped copper coins and slipped them into her bag, and looked back and said, "Then this time it's my treat. Brother Pantheon." Sister Chu ran, "What would you like to eat?" "Sister Lin's treat?" Qin Churan said. "Then I'll be polite, oh." Lin Yuwei stared blearily at the WeChat balance, and although she couldn't afford to part with her small treasury, it was as if she had made some kind of determination. Nodding his head, he said, "Well, you guys treated me before, so I'll treat you this time." "You're welcome." Thus, Qin Churan pretended to be contemplative and said, "Then let's eat spicy hot pot. It's been a long time since I've eaten spicy hot pot, and I kind of want to eat it." "Zhang Yi, what about you?" Seeing that Lu Ming didn't respond, Qin Churan asked again, "Zhang Yi, do you want to eat spicy hot pot?" "Who?" Lu Ming, who was dealing with the transaction line, froze for a moment, not reacting to who Zhang Yi was for a moment. "Me." The next second, Fong responded, "Anything." Qin Churan gave Lu Ming a strange look. "Then let's have spicy hot pot." Lin Yuwei had been prepared to spend a few $100s to treat Lu Ming and Qin Churan to a big meal. I was a little surprised to learn that what they wanted to eat was actually spicy hot. Naive Lin Yuwei thought that Qin Churan really wanted to eat spicy hot pot, completely unaware of the fact that Qin Churan, while taking into account her dignity and not refusing her treats, was at the same time making every effort to take care of her, who had little money. So, the three of them went back to the city and got offline and really came outside to eat spicy hot pot. After dinner, on the way back to the neighborhood, Lu Ming said to the two women, "You two don't go online at night, take an early rest." Qin Churan knew that Lu Ming was going to go to the Black Cloak's appointment because she was present when they talked last night. Then he said to Lu Ming, "I'll accompany you." "No need." Lu Ming said, "I'll just go there myself." Although he knew that Lu Ming was very strong and that almost no one in the second sky could threaten him. But Qin Churan was still a bit worried. "That one wearing the cloak, he's a bit strange, you have to be careful of him." "Well, it's fine. Don't worry about it." When he returned home, Lu Ming went on the line. Wow! White light poured down, and Lu Ming was born in the city of Starlight. The time was set at 10:50 p.m., 10 minutes before the appointed hour. At this moment, people were coming and going within Starlight City. Many passers-by were looking up to admire the good moon. "The moon is so full and big tonight. It looks so soft. I want to squeeze it. Is this moon decent? Why does it feel yellow and red?" "Yeah? You guys noticed it too? It seems that since several years ago, every full moon night, the color of the moon is a bit reddish. Will the blood moon descend and the end come?" "You've read too many post-apocalyptic novels. I recommend you to read online game novels, but you have to read post-apocalyptic ones. You're a hypochondriac, aren't you?" While passers-by were talking, Lu Ming couldn't help but look up as well. One could only see the full moon hanging high above the sky like a bright light, and it was indeed being eroded by a red mist. This situation had begun about 5 years ago, when Lu Ming had first entered the heavenly abyss world in his previous life. Until now, every full moon night, the red mist that shrouded the full moon became thicker and thicker. No one can explain why, But as long as it doesn't have an impact on the world, the players don't care too much. Not long after, Dragon Soul Guan Yu came over with a bunch of minions. Haters gonna hate each other. The two of them were each standing in a mortar and pestle. And although they didn't say a word, the sharpness in their eyes was on the verge of killing each other. Are you afraid I'll kill you? And bring people. With Lu Ming's words breaking the silence between the two. Dragon Soul Guan Yu snorted coldly and said, if you're capable, you can bring it too. Can't use it. Lu Ming downplayed. Only wastes need to be protected. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's eyes widened in anger. But in front of Lu Ming, he didn't dare to be too unbridled. Lu Ming cornered him and scolded him, and he could only listen. Another moment passed. Wow! A spatial crack flowing with silver light manifested from in front of the duo. The black cloak stepped through space and walked out. Without further ado, he got right to the point. Let's go. I'll take you to the place now. With that, the black cloak headed towards the southern part of Starlight City. Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu followed closely behind. After walking for nearly an hour, almost arriving at the boundary of the map of Starlight City, the black cloak stopped. Looking ahead, a dark abyss so deep that it looked like a bloody mouth. Black Cloak looked up again at the full moon that was being eroded by the red mist. Looking back at the duo of Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he said, you guys, are you ready? Just as the dozen or so Dragon Soul players present were confused, even Lu Ming had a confused look on his face. The clock strikes 0. Only the Black Cloak could be seen walking to the edge of the abyss, picking up a dagger, and he cut a slit in his left hand. Blood dripped down his palms and into the abyss. Next moment, rumble. It was accompanied by a sudden shaking of the ground. In the abyss, a terrifying darkness erupted, as if there was something that was calling out. Immediately afterward, a burst of black fog rose up to the sky. Sensing an unknown danger, the dozen or so Dragon Soul players on the field had their swords drawn and fell into a fit of inexplicable trepidation. In the limelight, suddenly, snap, a dry ghostly hand emitting black gas, like a 1,000-year-old dry corpse, reached out from the black fog and raked at the edge of the abyss. Chapter 104 Blade Ghost. Cluck, cluck, cluck. It was accompanied by a creepy, eerie shriek. One could only see a 4-legged walking monster with a green face and fangs, bloodshot eyes, and a black aura emanating from the abyss covered in black mist in front of him. It walks with a physique that is a bit like a gorilla, but not as lanky as a gorilla, all bone and bone. The limbs were extremely slender, as if they were sharp blades. Seeing this terrifying monster, the players of the Dragon Soul battle team present were astonished for a moment. What is this? After spending so much time in the second heaven, how come I've never seen this kind of monster before? There's nothing about this monster in the raid either. It's not a monster from the heavenly abyss at all. What the hell is this? Just as the players were shocked. In the blink of an eye, the creature suddenly disappeared from sight. Where did it go? Where's the monster? Why is it gone? It's nearby. Everyone be careful. The words just fell. Whoa rub. A black shadow passed through the crowd as fast as lightning. With a scream, hot and fishy-smelling blood splattered on the bodies of the surrounding Dragon Soul players. When they slowed down stunned to see, one of their teammates in the center has been dismantled in large pieces. The head, arms, and thighs were all severed. Guts and intestines were scattered all over the place. What a tragic scene. How horrified those present were. Ah! Someone couldn't help but erupt in a scream. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's face changed even more. He had already predicted that he might face some dangers tonight, so even though he had only brought 10 people out this time, these 10, none of them were his hand-picked strongest, the elite of the elite. The entire staff is clear at level 50 in 6 turns. The account qualifications are all clear 3 stars. And Dragon Soul Guan Yu spent $10 million to order a full set of silverware equipment specifically for them. With this kind of intensity, even if it's a dead spirit summoned by the Spectre, they'd have a fighting chance. Surprisingly, they can be killed in an instant. What's more, the Dragon Soul float that was killed was also the most thick-skinned knight among the 11 people in this team. The crowd was too overwhelmed to react. The black shadows were like ghosts, constantly traveling across the field. It was accompanied by a succession of screams. One by one, Dragon Souls players were obliterated. And without exception, they were all dismantled just like the Dragon Soul floater. The deaths were all extremely gruesome. Dismembered limbs and broken arms were scattered all over the scene, and the strong smell of blood was overwhelming. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was shocked and directly opened the 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, looking around in incomparable horror. At the same time, Lu Ming in the rear formation didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, because he observed the damage values that the players of the Dragon Soul battle team had received all amounted to between 3-4W, and according to Lu Ming's knowledge, the 8th dimension of the Spectral Demon Tower, which already represents the 2nd heavenly ceiling of level 50 undead, has an attack power of only 1W, far from dealing this kind of damage. According to the records, the heavenly abyss has descended for 100 years, and even the strongest monster that has ever appeared within the 2nd heavens in history, the level 50 gold boss Earth Demon, has a panel attack power of only 30,000. This monster's general attack damage value are 3-4W, minus the armor value, its attack power is at least 4W. Coming to this conclusion, Lu Ming couldn't help but be a little shocked. What class of monster is this? Could it be a guild-level boss? It's too late to think much about it at the moment, because 10 of Dragon Soul's fighters are dead. Then next, it was going to make a move against Dragon Soul Guan Yu and Lu Ming. Lu Ming instantly summoned the army of the dead. His right hand was placed on top of the hilt of his sword, and he was always ready to draw his sword while gazing at the field with a blazing gaze. Finally, in that instant, Lu Ming captured that guy's figure, only to see it holding a bloody broken arm, gnawing the blood in the broken arm, while making a click, click, click sound of chewing. This scene scared the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who froze in place, not daring to move for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming was also finally able to use his scouting technique to obtain information about the monster. Blade Ghost Physical First Order Ghost Beast. Level 50. Physical attack power 43,200. Armor 25,300. Magic resistance 22,800. Speed 20,600. Blood 758,000. Skills: Tearing Grade E, Extreme Speed Grade E. Description: unknown. Seeing this data, Lu Ming couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. The full attributes have reached more than 4 times that of a normal monster of the same level. The attack power is higher than a level 50 gold level boss. Beyond that, what surprised Lu Ming even more was, according to the setting of the Heaven's Abyss world, any monster is divided into 3 major classes: ordinary monsters, elite monsters, and bosses. The monsters are divided into special classes. It had already broken the conventional setting of the Heavenly Abyss world. Surprised, a touch of icy coldness rose in Lu Ming's eyes. Whatever this monster is, slaughter it first. The target was locked on the monster Blade Ghost that was eating flesh and drinking blood. Lu Ming reached behind his back. Whoa, rub. It was at the moment Lu Ming drew his sword. The Blade Ghost actually suddenly disappeared into thin air. The timing was just right. Surprisingly, it missed Lu Ming's sword draw skill. What? Just as Lu Ming was shocked, a chill came from behind. Click. Barely even having the chance to react, Lu Ming felt a sharp pain coming from his entire body. The entire person, instantly, was shredded by the terrifying power. Ding, you have been attacked by a bladed ghost and have lost 42,145 points of blood. You are dead. Ding, the fire bathing talent has been triggered. You have been revived and gained 2 seconds of invincibility. Wow. As a nearby Death Lord disappeared, Lu Ming, who had been decapitated, resurrected in place. In front of him, the bladed ghost stared at Lu Ming with a fierce face and claws, once again attacking and killing at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming stood in place, using himself as a guide. Utilizing the 2-second invincibility effect of Bathed in Fire, he resisted the blade ghost's lethal attack. Take advantage of this. Kill! With Lu Ming's thought, buzz off. The 4 surrounding Death Lords that were in attack range synchronized to lock onto the Blade Ghost to launch the Soul Shattering plus Soul Chopper combo. Brush up. 47,258. 66,321. 47,258. 66,321. The Blade Ghost's blood bar plummeted by 3/5. Seeing this scene, Guan Yu, the Dragon Soul on the other side, felt a rush of scalp numbness. It was because he knew how terrifying the strength of these Death Lords summoned by Lu Ming was. At level 20, you can easily solo kill level 50 players without stress. And right now, against the 39 times strengthened quadruple E rank not formation, the 4 rounds of soul-shattering plus soul-chopping moves from the 4 third-rank Deathlords came down. But they failed to kill the Blade Ghost. What the hell is this? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Accompanied by an oozing scream, the Blade Ghost's limbs transformed into sharp blades, cutting through the 4 Death Lords around them. Wipe, 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 wipe. The shield from the Life Fortress was broken with a single blow, and all 4 Death Lords were instantly sliced apart. Inside Lu Ming's heart, killing intent was rampant. Kill! The large group of Death Lords on the outside surrounded them. The Blade Ghost's reaction and speed was so fast that even the Death Lord's soul-shattering skill could not be selected. It rushed to the periphery, rampaging through the legions of the dead, unrivaled. Wherever they passed, the Death Lords were chopped up one after another. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was so intimidated that he didn't dare to do anything at all. Even the Spectre couldn't deal with the enemy. He was even more of an added dish when he got on. Brush up. With dozens of shattered souls erupting on the Bladed Ghost at the same time, at the cost of sacrificing more than 20 Death Lords, the Bladed Ghost was finally cut down. Looking at the Bladed Ghosts that had fallen to the ground, even though they had lost their breath, they were all furious and their bodies were still shaking. As well as the limbs and arms that were scattered all over the place around them, it was impossible to tell if they were Dragon Soul players or Death Lords. At this moment, Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu both felt an unprecedented fear. Lu Ming turned his face to look at the black cloak that stood at the edge of the abyss, releasing this Blade Ghost from the abyss, questioning him. What is this thing? Black Cloak looked out over the endless abyss before him. Turning his back to Lu Ming, he said in a deep voice, Ghost. A ghost that will destroy the entire city of Starlight by itself after 2.5 years, leaving 9.35 million players in Jiang Province dead. Chapter 105 God from the Future. The Black Cloak's explanation caused Lu Ming to be astonished for a moment, with suspicion. Dragon Soul Guan Yu also couldn't help but ask, how do you know about the future? Can you predict the future? I can't predict the future. The Black Cloak turned to face the duo of Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, But I come from the future. At these words, the duo felt a surge of surprise once again. I know you probably won't believe it, the Black Cloak said in a deep voice. 2.5 years later, the blood moon descends, and the ghosts are completely revived. Mortals are powerless against them, and only the gods can match them. But the number of gods that we humans have awakened is too small, and the power is too weak, causing the ghosts to revive for just half a year, and the only 100 gods in the world were wiped out, and the entire world was completely controlled by the ghosts. And I, from 3 years later, the world's only human survivor. Dragon Soul Guan Yu hummed lightly. Apparently with some disdain, he said, According to you, doesn't that mean that in 3 years the world will end? The heavenly abyss descended over 100 years ago and nothing happened. And now you're telling me that humanity will perish in 3 years? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lu Ming did not question it like Dragon Soul Guan Yu did. After all, even something more ridiculous like being born again had been experienced. He was receptive, far more so than the average person. Lu Ming only asked, Then how did you go from 3 years later, back to the present? The Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the side snorted coldly, thinking, One really dares to say it. One really dares to believe it. Damn the 2 psychopaths. The Black Cloak didn't immediately answer Lu Ming's question, but said, Didn't you ask me before? Who am I? Looking toward Lu Ming, the Black Cloak sank his voice and said, I am a divine agent of the second sequence of gods, codename 017, God of Time Chronos. In this world, are there really gods? Lu Ming didn't feel overly surprised. Instead, he was somewhat excited, because he had suspected it. The scroll of the gods that gave you a 10-star account was a gift from the lucky gods, and the account banned Wrath of the Gods that Lin Yue was facing at the moment, the note of which was also because she had angered the gods. And in recent years, players from all over the world have frequently released news that they have explored the signs of God within the world of Heavenly Abyss. Although no one has ever met a real god to date, many players believe gods do exist in the world of Sky Abyss, and divine agents, as the name suggests, are humans who have the power of the gods. After a pause, the Black Cloak continued, My godhead ability is to control time. At the time of the last battle of the demons and gods and the destruction of mankind, I used up all my divine power to reverse time and space and return to the present. And so on. It was as if Lu Ming suddenly realized a problem. If what Black Cloak says is true and he is the only survivor in the world after 3 years, doesn't that mean even Lu Ming, who possessed 3 10-star talents, had failed to withstand those ghostly creatures that the Black Cloak had spoken of and had been obliterated? Just as Lu Ming was thinking carefully, the Black Cloak looked up at the full moon in the air that was eroded by the red mist and said, "There are still 2.5 years to go before the blood moon descends, and until then, all the ghosts that are hibernating in the heavenly abyss world are still in a semi-sealed state. Their strength has yet to be fully restored, and they can only briefly show themselves on the night of the full moon. Just like that bladed ghost just now." The Black Cloak looked at the corpse of the bladed ghost that had fallen to the ground not far away and said, "It is only among the ghosts, the most lowly first-order ghost beast, and it has been sealed with about 60% of its power. Hear that?" Then he recalled the scene just now when he sacrificed more than 20 Death Lords to barely kill the Blade Ghost. Lu Ming couldn't help but frown slightly. Is it this strong at only 40% strength? After a pause, Lu Ming said thoughtfully, "So your purpose of returning to the present is to destroy the ghosts before they fully recover their strength and revive, and rewrite the future end of human extinction?" "Yes, but not exactly." Black Cloak said, "I came back mostly to find you." "Looking for me?" Lu Ming was puzzled. "Why?" The Black Cloak looked at Lu Ming and uttered a sentence that shocked the Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the side to hear. "Because you are the divine agent of the god of luck Fortuna, the first divine agent born in the human world, the #1 strongest person in the Great Summer's national service, the only first sequence divine agent in the world. Divine code name 008, Spectre." Just as Lu Ming's eyes glittered with pride, Black Cloak spoke next. "According to history, you will die on June 15, 2037, cause of death unknown. Nima. It is now November 22, 2034, corresponding to the time of death. 2.5 years later, wasn't that the time when the ghosts had just broken through the seal and revived?" At this time, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was only listening and not speaking, couldn't help but spit out, "The ghosts just revived and he's hanging? The gold content of this #1 in the country can be really water." Lu Ming was too lazy to bother with Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who had the toughest mouth in his entire body. What he was thinking was, what the hell is this cause of death unknown? Did I not die at the hands of a ghost? Just when Lu Ming was so puzzled, Black Cloak phased in. "Ghosts aren't the scariest. Worse than ghosts are men." Long before the ghosts revived, they began to use all sorts of means to enlist humans to work for them, and they've been hibernating in the shadows, raising their spirits under the noses of us humans, ready to strike. After their complete revival, their own strength would not have been that strong, and it was precisely because of the assistance of the human forces that had defected to them that they were able to overthrow all of humanity in just half a year's time. According to the records, within our great summer country alone, there are 3 warbands that have defected to the demonic creature's banner. Dog Thief. The Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was skeptical of the authenticity 1 second, substituted himself the next as he said angrily, "I admit that although I, Guan Yu, am not a good person either, I will never be a traitor to humanity at any time." At the same time, Lu Ming finally understood. "So, when you said you were looking for my cooperation before, you wanted me to cooperate with you to eradicate all the ghosts before they revive, as well as exterminate the human traitors who have defected to the ghosts, right?" Black Cloak said bluntly, "It's the only way to save our species." When the words came to this point, Black Cloak suddenly looked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the side and said to him, "You go first. There's nothing else on this side for now. Lift your account ban at the earliest opportunity. The world, likewise, needs you to save it." Dragon Soul Guan Yu begged for it, fearing that another bladed ghost would come out of the abyss in a moment. At the same time, he was also afraid that Lu Ming would lay a hand on him. He rushed out of the place. After deliberately supporting the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, the Black Cloak once again extended an invitation to Lu Ming. "Only if you and I work together can we redeem this world." Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked a question in return. "You just said that in the future, there will be 3 major war teams in our Grand Xia that betrayed humanity and defected to the ghosts. Which 3 war teams are they?" "The human minions that have defected to the ghosts are buried too deep, and based on the information we have under our control, we can only identify one of them, the Divine Beheading Warriors." Black Cloak said, "We even suspected at one point that your death was related to the Divine Beheading Battle Team, because there was once a long period of time you and the divine beheading battle team had not been able to get along, so we suspected that they borrowed the hand of the ghosts to get rid of you. Zenith. Hearing those two words, the first thing Lu Ming's mind associated with Qin Feng and Yi Linger, and a strong killing intent instantly erupted within him. To be honest, getting this result didn't surprise Lu Ming at all. After all, Qin Feng had colluded with Yi Linger to betray Lu Ming in order to snatch the scroll of the sealed god in the first place, and later, he had done whatever he could to his own sister for the sake of his family's interests. What can't this kind of person do for profit? What Lu Ming couldn't accept was this. In his previous life, he had died at the hands of this pair of dogs. In this life, it still ended up with them? How can it be? I have 3 major 10-star talents. How can you guys kill me again? I would never let that happen. Qin Feng, Yi Linger, you pair of dogs. I'm bound to let you die without a burial place. Looking at the monstrous hatred that erupted from Lu Ming's eyes, the unsuspecting Black Cloak mistakenly thought he was doing it for the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Then he said to Lu Ming, "He is the personally chosen agent of Horus, the god of vengeance. Of course, you can still kill him, and if you still have that in mind, this time I won't stop you." Of course, this problem that the Black Cloak was talking about was also within Lu Ming's consideration. What happens if I kill him? Following Lu Ming's gaze, he looked towards the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was walking away. Black Cloak said, "Then you will be the first Godslayer in the history of mankind." Chapter 106. This time, I will never admit defeat. Late at night, Lu Ming lay in bed, tossing and turning. As a reborn person, Lu Ming's acceptance was far better than the average person. But even so, he was still somewhat incredulous that the world he now lived in had long been controlled by gods and demons. Of course, this is only secondary. The main thing, he was surprised to learn that he had only 2.5 years to live, and it also happened to be by Qin Feng and Yi Linger, that pair of dogs. Undeniably, if that Black Cloak was really a divine agent of the god of time Kronos and from the future, if all that he had said was true, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for Lu Ming. With my talent growth trend, 2.5 years later will have topped the human ceiling. If it is ultimately killed by them, the only possibility is that the two of them have also obtained the power of the gods? Or maybe they colluded with powerful ghosts to ambush me. It could also be that I'm alone. My 2 fists can't defeat my 4 hands, and I can't match the huge chopper warriors. After all, in the words of the Black Cloak, you always preferred to be alone, without any trustworthy friends around you other than the cold legions of the necromancers, and that's what allowed your enemies to take advantage of you. You are the god of the great summer. If you hadn't died, perhaps we humans, there would still be hope, and we wouldn't have been defeated so completely. In the future, he didn't have Qin Churen by his side, didn't have Lin Yue, and didn't even have a teammate. It didn't go the way he expected at all. Lu Ming didn't know what this was for, but he had to reverse that ending anyway. Qin Feng and Yi Linger had colluded with the ghosts, so let's obliterate all of them before the ghosts they colluded with revive. Stop them from becoming divine agents. Gang up and form the strongest force in Daxia. This time, I will never admit defeat. This night, Lu Ming thought about many things. The next morning, after breakfast, together with Qin Churen and Lin Yue and the others, they went on the line. Leaving the city of Starlight and rushing to the wilderness, he recalled what the Black Cloak had said last night. Lu Ming subconsciously glanced at the 2 people beside him, Qin Churen and Lin Yue, who were talking and laughing in response to their girl's topic, and couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Future, are they dead? Or just leaving Lu Ming's side? I hope it's the latter. Lu Ming couldn't help but utter, "Instead of you guys dying." At this time, Qin Churen cocked her head and looked at Lu Ming strangely. "What are you talking about? What's dead or not? From now on, you're not allowed to put the word death on your lips. How unlucky. Don't worry. Sister, I will always protect you. And Sister Lin." Lu Ming smiled and said, "Good." As they spoke, the 3 of them arrived at a familiar valley. All that could be seen was a flowing vortex that blossomed into the ground. The gates of hell? Qin Churen, who hadn't looked at the road much along the way and had only focused on following Lu Ming, said suspiciously, "What are we doing here?" "To accomplish a task." As he said that, Lu Ming drew his sword and killed a nearby level 50 monster, the Phantom Wolf, in seconds with a huge damage of 57W+. Ordering the Death Lords to drag the body of the Phantom Wolf above the vortex opens the gates of hell. Meanwhile, the world within the gates of hell. Hidden map. Goblin Kingdom. During this time, whoever follows the Dragon Soul Guan Yu will die. Everyone knew that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had messed with a formation trickster who walked sideways in the second heavens. There were a bit too many deaths, so much so that on the Dragon Soul battle team's side, no one dared to follow Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Outside of the huge king city, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu was the only one alone, brushing the demons and executing the Avenger, Path to Nirvana quest. Woe rub. As the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand rose and fell, he chopped the two demons around him to the ground. Utilizing a potion to restore a wave of status, he was ready to continue to plunge into the next battle when he did. Suddenly, wow! In all directions, a blood-colored boundary flowing with golden light manifested. Immediately after that, a Death Lord that made Dragon Soul Guan Yu look incredibly familiar to him tore through space and stepped out from the boundary. Dragon Soul Guan Yu turned his face to see Lu Ming, who had appeared in this goblin kingdom at some point in the distance in front of him, and was instantly startled. Gripping the Demon's Lair sword tightly, he questioned Lu Ming while alerting the surrounding Death Lords. "You promised him that you wouldn't kill me." Lu Ming didn't even put Dragon Soul Guan Yu in his eyes, giving orders to the necromongers, "Go kill the monsters." At a command, the entire Death Leader hosted the blaze of fire and attacked the nearby demons. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was stunned. It turned out that Lu Ming's target was not him. "But why is he helping me kill monsters? Spectre! What the hell do you want?" At the same time, Qin Churen, who was over here, also asked Lu Ming in a somewhat unimaginable manner, "Are we going to help Dragon Soul Guan Yu?" Looking at the astonished look in Qin Churen's eyes, Lu Ming explained, "Once the quests on the goblins are refreshed, they will enter a 72-hour cooldown before they can be reclaimed, which is too time-consuming." Hearing this, Qin Churen understood. She nodded her head and said thoughtfully, "So you're trying to use the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand to complete the quest and get the quest reward on this goblin you're talking about?" "Well, it's for the best." Lu Ming said, "Anything else? Let's wait until after we finish this mission." Qin Churen understood. The so-called other things in Lu Ming's mouth naturally referred to how he would go about disposing of Dragon Soul Guan Yu when he had completed his mission. After all, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's current status was ultimately that of an enemy. Thus, without saying a word, Qin Churen also joined the battle. Lin Yue also copied her small staff. In order to prevent Dragon Soul Guan Yu from making small moves, Lu Ming had arranged for 100 Death Lords to close in and kill monsters for protection around the two girls, Qin Churen and Lin Yue. The moment made the two women feel safe. Seeing the progress of his quest skyrocketed after Lu Ming's necromantic army joined the battlefield. Dragon Soul Guan Yu couldn't help but look at Lu Ming with a sorrowful gaze. "There's only a 3-day deadline. If we can't kill him within 3 days, Xiaotong will be in danger. But if history follows the trend of what that guy said last night, and the Spectre died 2.5 years later, at the beginning of the Ghost's revival, wouldn't that also mean that no matter what means I use now, I didn't manage to kill him in the end?" In his mind, he recalled the figure of his daughter Guan Xiaotong, who was dependent on him, and the Dragon Soul Guan Yu was instantly anxious. He didn't close his eyes all last night over this. His eyes were fixed on Lu Ming. Weighing his right and left, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's gaze went cold and he finally made a decision. He carried the guilt-wear demon-slaying sword and approached towards Lu Ming. Chapter 107 Mysterious Object. Ghost Core. Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu dragging his sword towards Lu Ming, dozens of nearby Death Lords sensed their master's potential crisis and quickly target-locked Dragon Soul Guan Yu, bloodlight flickering in their eyes. Despite not having Lu Ming's orders, they did not act rashly for the time being. However, their attitude had already made it clear. Once Dragon Soul Guan Yu made any threatening moves against Lu Ming, they would immediately rush over to hack Dragon Soul Guan Yu to pieces. Lu Ming also noticed Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "What, want to fight?" As Lu Ming's words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly stopped at a halt. Medaka, with a long knife resident, clenched teeth, he suddenly plop a knee to the ground. This scene was unexpected to everyone present. Even Lu Ming was a little surprised that someone like Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was dead set on losing face, would actually kneel down to himself when he did. Dragon Soul Guan Yu nodded his head and lowered his eyebrows, his gaze fixed on the ground as he pleaded with Lu Ming. "Underworld, I beg you, help me save my daughter. All along, I've been targeting you and Qin Churen on the orders of Captain Zhanshen, Qin Feng. He sent men to capture my daughter and demanded that I take your head within 3 days or my daughter would die." At this time, Dragon Soul Guan Yu no longer chose to hide it. Obviously, sincerity is the way to go. I know I have no one to blame but myself for being so greedy for money. But my daughter is innocent. She is implicated because of me, Spectre. I beg you. Now only you can save my daughter. As long as you can save my daughter, I give you this life of mine. He had thought that based on all the things he had previously done to Lu Ming, there was absolutely no way that Lu Ming would agree to help him. He had the cheek to throw down his face, just to give his daughter a chance at life. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu had already prepared himself mentally to be ruthlessly mocked and humiliated again by Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't even hesitate for a second. Offhand, okay, I'll help you. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was shocked, and then overjoyed in a million ways. Thank you, Lu Ming said. I know what you mean. Just record a video of you killing me, right? Dragon Soul Guan Yu nodded repeatedly. You have the ability to resurrect, so it shouldn't hurt, right? Yes, there is no harm, Lu Ming said. But there's no rush on this beforehand. We'll wait until we help you complete this mission. Dragon Soul Guan Yu also understood Lu Ming's meaning for a second, and immediately said, when we complete the mission and take the scroll of the sealed god on the goblins, I'll give you the scroll of the sealed god. The children are teachable. Lu Ming waved his hand at Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Go play. Dragon Soul Guan Yu led the retreat. Knowing that his daughter was saved, for a moment he was even more motivated to kill monsters. Brush. The long knife swung and cut several demons around him to the ground. At this moment, Qin Churen came to Lu Ming's side. Looking at Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he introduced to Lu Ming, Dragon Soul Guan Yu, real name Guan Yu, hometown Longchuan's originally was not a player of Tianyuan, but an honest fish seller. His wife left behind a daughter, and ran away with a rich man. Left to depend on each other, father and daughter, when his daughter was 8 years old, he accidentally killed someone to protect her and was sentenced to 10 years in prison shortly after his release from prison. He had a serious illness and couldn't afford medical treatment. His daughter, Guan Xiaotong, dropped out of school to enter the heavenly abyss in order to make money to save her dad. And then Guan Yu got better and has since become a professional heavenly abyss player in order to protect his daughter from being bullied in the heavenly abyss and to make a living. Father and daughter rely on each other for salvation. Guan Xiaotong, it's his life. Hearing this, Lu Ming was a bit surprised. So knowledgeable? Qin Churen said. At first, I did not think of having you to help me in order to take revenge on Guan Yu, to give along and their revenge. I have specially checked his information. Originally had the intention to start from his daughter. Lu Ming asked, so are you starting to sympathize with him? No. Qin Churen's cold eyes flashed with sharpness. People like him don't deserve to be sympathized with. I must kill him to avenge Along and the others. Saying that, Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming. Nerd, when you save Guan Xiaotong, can you leave Guan Yu at my disposal? I didn't plan to save Guan Xiaotong. As Lu Ming's words just fell, Qin Churen was a bit surprised. Then you just promised Guan Yu? Lu Ming looked at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was glowing in the front line, and said, it seems that this big cake of mine tastes great. If I don't help him, I can still get the scroll of sealing God if you want to kill him. It's even more whenever you want to kill him, he doesn't have the value that can make me help him. Lu Ming said to Qin Churen. Not to mention what kind of person Qin Feng is, you should know better than me. Even if I let Dragon Soul Guan Yu fake kill me and get the video now, can Qin Feng really release Guan Xiaotong? Guan Xiaotong is dead. At this moment, Qin Churen didn't feel sorry for Guan Yu, but rather felt that his daughter, Guan Xiaotong, was a bit pitiful. Next, keep throwing yourself into the fray. The demons in this goblin kingdom, just like the undead in the 8th dimension of the ghostly demon tower, belong to the ordinary level 50 mini-monsters. So, the necromongers abuse whatever they want. Right in the middle of the necromantic legion killing monsters, Lu Ming intended to organize his backpack to make room for the bountiful harvest that was to follow. Opening his backpack, he suddenly realized that inside the bag, there was a strange stone emitting obsidian light lying quietly. What is it? Lu Ming curiously picked up the stone and surveyed it, only to see the stone like a heart. Actually in the hands of Lu Ming, flutter, 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 beating. Ghost Core's first order. Description. The most essential thing inside the ghost object. Inject 10 points of divine power to crack it. Seeing this note, Lu Ming Fong remembered. So it's that first rank ghost beast blade ghost from last night. The thing that fell off. At that time, after killing the blade ghost, the Death Lord automatically picked up the drops, and Lu Ming gave it a miss and didn't bother to look at it. Last night, on the contrary, I heard Black Cloak mention it. Divine agents. Their strength must reach level 30 above the 4th turn in order to inspire divinity, and also begin to be able to access the most important core attribute for a god, divine power. Divine power can not only be used to strengthen a god's power, but it can also be used to crack ghost cores and obtain extremely rich resources from them. Lu Ming looked at his level. Level 29, 35%. Just one step away from level 30, turn 4. Weighing the ghost core in his hand, Lu Ming muttered, "It seems that soon, you will be able to crack your secret." For Lu Ming, level 30 will be a huge breakthrough, because not only can you inspire divinity, but you can also upgrade the 3 major talents to LV4. Thus, with the Master's promotion to level 30 as the goal, the Necromantic Legion launched an even wilder killing spree. By noon, finally a golden light pours down. Ding, congratulations on your promotion to level 30. Ding, congratulations, your talent has been upgraded to LV4. Chapter 108. Fourth Order. Death. Finally level 30. Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the talent interface and take a look. Seeing the 3 major talents, they were upgraded from LV3 to LV4. The first talent, Spirit Beheading, allows you to refine the corpse of an enemy each time you kill them. Gaining 3 points of soul power, the maximum number of summoned dead souls is your own level 30, your own level 40. The second talent is Increased across the board, increasing the effectiveness of all player skills by 30-40 times. The third talent, Rebirth by Fire, sacrifices one of the weakest necromancers when the player dies, resurrecting the player and gaining 2 seconds, 3 seconds of invulnerability. On top of that, the necromantic summoning page, which originally consumed 50 points of soul power, could summon up to a 3rd order Death Lord. You can now consume 300 points of soul power to summon a 4th order Reaper. Death. That sounds overbearing. With some excitement and anticipation, Lu Ming passed through the summoning page in front of him, consuming 300 soul power and clicking to summon a Reaper. Next moment. Wow! Only to see before his eyes, a dark shadow boundary flowing with a dark golden glow tore through space and manifested itself. Immediately after that, a dead spirit with a rich shadowy aura, wearing dark red armor, eyes emitting cold light, and wearing a cloak on his back, just like a hellish demon, resisting a sharp scythe flowing with blood light, steps out from the boundary, modeling reference to a certain pesticide character Predator by Chi. Looking at the rank 4 death god in front of him, Lu Ming couldn't help but let out an exclamation. Worthy of being a death god. With this aura, when Qin Churen, who was on the side, turned around, he almost thought that the map of the Goblin Kingdom had refreshed a guilt-level boss. It's not just the basic attributes and appearance and temperament that have been improved. The 5th-dimensional attributes of strength, spirit, physique, endurance, and agility that could be permanently added by consuming soul power at 4th Order Deathlord had been increased from the 100% base ceiling value of 3rd Order Deathlords to 500%. For every 10 points of soul power consumed, you can permanently increase your attributes by 1 point. Without saying a word, Lu Ming smashed in all of the 3W plus points of soul power he had accumulated through the front, pulling Death's 5-dimensional attributes straight up to 500%. Reaper rank 4, LV 30. Master. Pantheon. Strength. 580. Growth 3.2. Agility. 760. Growth 2.1. Spirit. 400. Growth 18. Physique. 400. Growth 40. Endurance. 400. Growth 2.2 plus 2.0. Physical attack power. 2124. Armor. 1012. Magic resistance. 932. Speed. 1671. Mana. 7850. Blood. 18,200. Skills. Soul Shattering Grade E. Soul Decapitation Grade E. Compared to a level 30 wild monster of the same level, 1500 plus attack power, 900 plus defense power, 700 plus speed, 20,000 plus air blood. Nowadays, even without Lu Ming's knotted formation addition, the god of death could finally stand alone. It should have been something to rejoice over. Instead, what Lu Ming has in mind is, it's a damn good thing that I chose the profession of formation trickster in the first place. Otherwise, the necromantic army would have just gotten over it by now. If this was the mage chosen, Lu Ming would have died 800 times earlier in the pre-production period. Unfortunately, all of the soul power that had been used to increase the 5-dimensional attributes of the death god was all that was left on the panel. At most, it allowed a dozen or so third-order Death Lords to evolve into fourth-order necromancers. But it didn't matter nowadays with the LV4 chopping spirit. The number of soul power points that could be gained from each refinement had reached 3 points, triple the original number. It also meant that the next step for Lu Ming to obtain soul power would become much easier than before. Looking at the time, it was nearly 12 noon. Lu Ming then brought Qin Charan and Lin Yue to evacuate the Goblin Kingdom, preparing to go offline for a meal and come back in the afternoon to continue brushing up on the quests. Turning back, he saw that Dragon Soul Guan Yu was still fighting alone, wielding his sword and fighting to kill the demons. Lin Yue curiously said, "Why doesn't he go offline for dinner?" Qin Charan said, "This is probably the weight of his daughter in his heart. Forget him, let's eat." Time is short, the three people did not have time to cook, directly to the neighborhood downstairs to eat after the Sand County, immediately back to the line. Before leaving the city of Starbursts, Lu Ming went to the Hall of Professions and collected the 4th turning quest on the Formation Artificer Tutor. 4 turns must be completed in order to inspire divinity. Lu Ming was eager to see what kind of gain this divinity had. The 4th turn quest was a quest that required 1,000 monsters of a level no lower than one's own to be killed cumulatively within 6 hours. This is perfectly in sync with the Goblin Kingdom's mission. Soon, the trio arrived straight at the Goblin Kingdom. Seeing Dragon Soul Guan Yu alone was still killing monsters, Lu Ming summoned the army of the dead and joined the battle as well. With the total increased talent upgraded to LV4, the Necromantic Legion's ability to kill monsters had obviously increased drastically, because all of Lu Ming's not formation reinforcement multipliers had been raised from the original 39 times 30 times overall increase plus drawing the sword 9 times, to 52 times 40 times overall increase plus drawing the sword 12 times. Whoa. Lu Ming resided with his long sword, and a super quadruple knot formation with a radius of up to 2,600 yards instantly encompassed almost the entire Goblin Kingdom. Drawing the ground weakens all enemies by 9,882 points of armor. War Trample strengthens all friendly parties for 60,767 attack points. Wind Rush increases the speed of all friendly parties by 9,183 points. Fortress of Life adds 7,129 shield points per second to all friendly parties. Such a terrifying increase made these level 50 demons in the Goblin Kingdom, which only had 9,000 plus attack power, 7,000 plus armor value, 5,000 plus speed, around 15 W chi and blood attributes, have no room to survive in front of the Necromantic Legion at all. They transformed into a large amount of experience, copper coins, and equipment for Lu Ming to absorb. At the same time, Lu Ming's soul power surged at 3 times the previous rate. Lu Ming kept his eyes on the summoning panel at all times. As long as soul power is used to evolve a 3rd-order Death Lord to a 4th-order Necromancer for every full 250 points. Currently, the necromantic summoning space has reached 1,200. At the moment, Lu Ming only had 900 necromancers, and more than 90% of them were 3rd-order Death Lords. The task of full-on death is a long way off. Soon, the Turn 4 quest of killing 1,000 monsters was completed. However, Lu Ming didn't rush back to the city to submit his quest, but instead planned to wait until the quest on Dragon Soul Guan Yu was completed. Whoa rub. As Dragon Soul Guan Yu's hand rose and fell, he cut down a demon in front of him. When he inadvertently turned his head back and saw one after another death god with explosive battle strength born around Lu Ming, his heart could not help but be incomparably shocked. This guy? It's no wonder that he will become the future #1 strongest player in the Great Summer National Service. Is this the power of a god? If I can unblock my account and gain the power of a god, will I be able to become as strong as him? If I can be as strong as Spectre, I can protect Xiaotong and no one will be able to bully her. The monsters in the Goblin Kingdom map were hundreds of thousands up and down, and the monsters refreshed quickly. Obviously, without Lu Ming's help, it was absolutely impossible for Dragon Soul Guan Yu alone to accomplish it, and this task that had tripped up Lu Ming countless times in his previous life had become extraordinarily easy in Lu Ming's hands this time around. In just one day, all the demons inside and outside the King City were eradicated. At this point, boom, boom, boom. It was accompanied by a shaking of the ground. The 4 of them, Lu Ming, Qin Charan, Lin Yue, and Dragon Soul Guan Yu, looked deeper into the King City in synchronization. Only a powerful dark force was seen, calling out, "The last of the big guys. Is it finally coming out?" Chapter 109 Guilt Level Boss. Demon King Zeno. Generally speaking, some of the larger maps in the Heavenly Abyss world would have a guardian boss buried. Hidden maps like the Goblin Kingdom are not going to be an exception. It was accompanied by a shaking of the ground. Deep within the royal city, a huge figure, assaulting the darkness, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. It's 5 meters tall, tentacles on his head, a cloak, dark armor, and a broad axe in his hand. All over, it reeked of the devil. Above his head, a line of blood-red IDs reflected in his eyes. Demon King Zeno LV50 Physical Guilt Level Boss. Guilt Ranked Boss. Seeing the quality of this boss in front of him, even the Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not feel a little shocked. Qin Charin in the rear formation was also a bit surprised. Historically, the second heaven has never seen a guilt level boss, and the highest that has ever appeared is a gold level boss. It's worthy of being a hidden map. It actually set a new record. Of course, Lu Ming knew deep down that the reason why a guilt level boss could be refreshed here was not because the Goblin Kingdom was a hidden map. Rather, it was because, in truth, this boss was the guardian of the Scroll of the Sealed God. This also fully reflected the weight of the Scroll of Sealing. How heavy it was. Lu Ming was a bit excited. A guilt level boss. And it's the first kill in the entire service. It must be worth a lot. As he spoke, Lu Ming viewed the boss's data information through the scouting technique. Demon King Zeno LV50 Physical Guilt Level Boss. Physical attack power, 61,800. Armor value, 41,000. Magic resistance, 38,000. Speed, 35,500. Blood, 3200000. Skills, Open Sky Grade C, Death Trample Grade C, King's Intimidation Grade D. Description: the king from the demonic realm, once in order to plunder the scroll of the sealing of the gods, and led the demon army blood wash the entire Goblin Kingdom, was dusted in the Goblin Kingdom for decades, so that the demon king Zeno accumulated more hostility. Guilt level boss is so strong. Looking at the illustration Lu Ming shared in the team channel, Qin Charin couldn't help but suck in cool air. Lin Yue also didn't even bother to pick up the copper coins on the ground and hurriedly hid behind Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming was unconcerned. Strong. Average. Just as a few people were talking. Up ahead, looking at the corpses of the demons blossoming all around him, Demon King Zeno erupted into an angry roar. Damned humans! How dare you slaughter my demon race's people! This king will let you die without a burial place. As soon as the words left his mouth, Demon King Zeno held a mountain-opening broad axe and approached Lu Ming and the others with large strides. In order to prevent the level 50 Dragon Soul Guan Yu from affecting the boss explosion rate, Lu Ming barked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Don't move, stand aside. The Dragon Soul Guan Yu itself didn't dare to move. After all, he couldn't fight this level 50 guilt boss. Honestly backed away. Next, Lu Ming locked his gaze on the boss. Only the moment it had just stepped into attack range. Whoa rub, draw your sword. Suddenly, a sharp sword shadow ran through Demon King Zeno's body. In the next second, a super high blood red damage jumped up above the boss's head. 813,228. With the upgrading of his talent, the damage of Lu Ming's drawing sword skill increased quite a bit. This C-ranked sword draw directly caused the boss's overhead blood bar to plummet by a quarter. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was alarmed. How do I remember this guy? This skill was only doing 57W of damage in the morning. Just one level up and the damage is increased by so much. What kind of horrible boosting ability is this? Under the 40-fold skill enhancement effect of the total increased talent, the 1200% attack power and 1200% skill strength enhancement effect from drawing the sword is continuously in effect. Lu Ming continued to lock onto Demon King Zeno. Kill! With a thought in all directions, a large group of third-rank Death Lords copied their blazing blades, and against the fourfold knot formation, they surrounded towards Demon King Zeno. Buzz off! Shattered souls! Shattered souls! Shattered souls! Shattered souls! Brush up! 57,832. 57,832. 57,832. One had to admit that this guilt level boss was still something. Its armor attribute is just too high. Even though Lu Ming's 52-fold strengthened E-rank junction formation, drawing a firmament, was capable of granting the enemy a weakened armor value of 9,882 points, Demon King Zeno still possessed a massive armor of up to 31,000 plus. causing the Death Lord's attacks to hit its body and barely pose much of a threat. After enduring a round of concentrated fire attacks from dozens of Death Lords, Demon King Zeno held a mountain-opening axe and heavily cleaved the ground. Woe rub, the opening of the heavens and the earth. At that moment, the ground tore apart in all directions, and a powerful impact swept out in all directions. 186,325, 185,527, 186,139. Demon King Zeno's 6W plus attack power, combined with the killing power of C-rank skills, was too great. None of the dozen or so Death Lords in the vicinity were spared, and they were all killed in seconds. Luckily, Lu Ming had already anticipated this outcome, so he intentionally put the Third Order Death Lord on the battlefield and the Fourth Order Reaper on standby. In that case, dying a dozen Death Lords was always a lower loss than dying a dozen Death Gods. So following up, Lu Ming continued to have the Death Lords charge and the Reapers stand by. Brush up. Under round after round of the Death Lord's offense, the boss blood bar fell violently more than just a few times. In the end, with the sacrifice of 50 to 60 Death Lords as the price, the Demon King Zeno was finally slaughtered. To say it's not heartbreaking would be a lie. After all, summoning a Third Order Death Lord required 50 points of soul power. That many Death Lords was almost equivalent to a loss of 3,000 points of soul power. The problem was ultimately that Lu Ming didn't have a defense type not formation. The only E-ranked Life Fortress, even after gaining 52x skill enhancement, is capable of shielding friendly troops with up to 26x the blood of the formation trickster. Lu Ming's only 5,000 plus basic chi and blood attributes were too low, and could only bring a maximum of 13W plus shields to the Necrotic Legion. Resisting damage from level 50 monsters is more than enough. But it couldn't resist the damage of a level 50 guild boss at all. Just in time for level 30 to complete the 4th turn and unlock a new skill bar. This time the high and low have to come with a whole defense not formation. Thinking so, only to see the huge body of Demon King Zeno in front of him, collapsing to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, a pleasant system prompt, falling from the sky. Ding congratulations on killing the level 50 guild level boss Demon King Hino. Experience value plus 400W. Players need 8 million experience to go from level 30 to level 31. The experience reward from this one boss was enough for Lu Ming to level up half a level. Still the same, it's worthy of being a guild level boss. Of course, what's more to look forward to are the boss drops. After all, it was a guild level boss. Lu Ming gave Demon King Zeno enough face to not let the Death Lord do it for him, but instead personally walked over to pick up the drop.
Level 50 Guild Boss.
First kill in the whole service. Plus Lin You's 520% monster killing burst rate bonus. The burst rate is pulled straight to full. Ding you picked up gold plus 33. Ding you have picked up the 3-star magic treasure destruction, heavenly chapter. Ding you have picked up the guildware equipment, magic domain king's power ring. Ding you have picked up the guildware equipment, king open mountain broadaxe. Ding you have picked up the knight C rank skill scroll, deadly deterrence. Chapter 110 first sequence. Divine agent. Brother Underworld. What good stuff did the boss explode? Lin Yue, the little fortune hunter, couldn't help but poke her head over and ask curiously. Lu Ming estimated it according to the market value. Grade C skill scroll, 3-star magic treasure, average price 1 million. 2 pieces of level 50 guildware, both priced at 1.52 million. 33 gold coins, 660,000. As Lu Ming's words fell, Lin You's little brain flicked around, and suddenly her eyes widened. The value of everything adds up to more than $6 million. Even Lu Ming himself was shocked when he came to this conclusion. Just one boss worth over $6 million. What kind of concept is that? Equivalent to a suite in the center of Linhai City. But he understood that the truth was that even the first kill of a guild-ranked boss was far from being worth that much. The main reason for such a high gain was due to Lin You's natural burst rate bonus. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, the probability of a guild-level boss is to burst gold where, even if the first kill, the chance of bursting guild where equipment will not be more than 10%. Lin You's burst rate increase, combined with Lu Ming's 52x skill enhancement, brought about a total of 520% burst rate increase, hardening Demon King Zeno's chances of dropping gilded ware equipment to around 60%, directly dropping 2 gilded wares. Lu Ming glanced at Lin Yue and couldn't help but think, "You're really my little god of wealth." Lu Ming began to dispose of the loot. C-level skill scrolls are for the knight profession. Lu Ming can't use them, and they are directly priced at 100W and thrown to the trading house. Keep the gold coins, they will be useful later on. After all, sometimes it's hard to buy gold coins with money. Guiltware King Open Mountain Broadaxe is a knight weapon, also sold with a price tag of 170W. There was also a Guilt artifact Demon Domain King's Power Ring, which was common to physical professions and could be used by Lu Ming, so naturally he had to keep it. After all, a level 50 Guiltware was a rare treasure that was hard to buy with money. The soul set will be used right up to level 50 elimination, so I'll just replace it with this ring then. With this in mind, Lu Ming put the King's Power Ring into his backpack. There's a 3-star mana at the end. Heavenly Chapter of Destruction Magic Treasure. Quality: Magic Treasure Skill. Heavenly Might passive. When teaming up, the wearer will share 15% of his full attributes to all teammates. Seeing the effects of this magic treasure, Lu Ming's heart burst with ecstasy. Know this, as the only professional formation trickster in the Heaven's Abyss world that could give an attribute increase to his teammates, even an E-rank single formation was only able to add 20% of one of his own attributes to his teammates. It only lasts for 15 seconds with a cooldown of 50 seconds and is accompanied by a large amount of ongoing mana consumption. As for Heavenly Might, it's sharing 15% of all attributes, and it's grouped to take effect automatically with no time limit. Not to mention that it doesn't require any consumption. This magic treasure, just by looking so on the surface, the effect is already very strong. If it is further strengthened by my comprehensive increase in talent, it is simply heavenly. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, players unlock a mana-carrying position every 10 levels. Currently, Lu Ming possessed 3 magic treasure locations, and of those, he merely carried only a 1-star Ring of Source Power that he had bid on from the black market. Thus, Lu Ming immediately wore the world-destroying Heavenly Chapter. Under the comprehensive increase as well as the continuous effect of drawing the sword, a total of 52 times the skill enhancement effect addition, only to see the magic weapon skill Heavenly Might, the full attribute sharing coefficient of the friendly army, from 15% to 780% suddenly increased. This skill, along with the Necromantic Legion, is a perfect match. With this kind of harvest, it was not in vain for Lu Ming to spend a day helping Dragon Soul Guan Yu complete his mission. At this time, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was consulting the mission panel and said to Lu Ming, "The mission has been completed. I'll immediately go to the black market and turn in the mission to get the scroll of the sealed god to you. It just so happens that the time now is just after 5 o'clock, and it won't take more than an hour for the gnome avatar to show up at the black market." Thus, Dragon Soul Guan Yu left the Goblin Kingdom and went directly to the black market. As for Lu Ming and Qin Churen, they went back to Starlight City. Lin Yue went offline to make dinner. Qin Churen also went down to help. Lu Ming, on the other hand, came to the Hall of Professions to submit his transfer quest. At once, golden light poured down. Congratulations, you have completed your 4th turn, and your level cap has broken through to level 40. Skill bar +1. Physical attack growth gained 2.12.8. Armor growth gained 1.72.3. Magic resistance growth gained 1.52.1. Speed growth gained 1.62.1. Mana growth gains a boost 2635. Growth of Qi and Blood gained a boost 3042. Lu Ming opened the status bar and looked at it. Player ID: Spectre LV30. 4th turn Array Trickster. Account qualification: 10 stars. Power: 125. Agility: 110. Spirit: 182. Endurance: 115. Physical fitness: 100. Physical attack power: 620. Armor: 454. Magic resistance: 422. Speed: 298. Mana: 39,494. Blood: 7,820. Money: 51 gold, 35 silver, 32 bronze. Experience value: 622,52458 million. The attributes of the formation trickster are a real crotch puller. It's no wonder it's defined as a sewer profession. But it didn't matter, Lu Ming had 3 major invincible talents. It doesn't matter if you trash yourself a bit, you rely on the necromongers to fight anyway, and the necromongers are just good. 3-star magic treasure, destruction, Heavenly Chapter skill, Heavenly Might, continuous effect. All necromancers receive a 780% bonus to Lu Ming's full attributes. Attack plus 4,836. Armor plus 3,541. Magic resistance plus 3,292. Speed plus 2,324. Mana plus 308,053. Blood and Chi plus 60,996. Is this invincibility? Looking at the Necromantic Legion's data panel, Lu Ming marveled. This is just a strong mess, like it's on. However, Lu Ming liked this feeling, because although with his previous strength it was enough to dominate the entire second sky. However, once he reached level 50 and traveled to the third heaven, facing opponents with higher levels and stronger talents, this amount of strength could be far from enough. So for the quest for strength, there is no strongest, only stronger. Just at this moment, another even more pleasant system prompt fell. Ding, dear Divine Agent Phantom, congratulations, your strength has reached the standard. Activate the divinity of the god of luck Fortuna from the mouth of the Black Cloak. The most important core data for a god, divinity, was finally activated. Let me see what the divinity of me, the future #1 powerhouse of the Great Xia National Service and the world's only first sequence divine agent, really is. As he spoke, Lu Ming waved his hand and opened a brand new panel. The player's general attributes, skills, backpack, and all other panels are on a white background. The only panel in front of me was the golden background that emanated the aura of the supreme deity. Fortuna Fortuna. Affiliation. Roman mythology. Deity code name 008 first sequence. Sigil 1. 3 lives. Your character's account qualification will be upgraded to 10 stars. And you can have 3 growable talents at the same time. Sigil 2. Not activated at level 80. Sigil 3. Not activated can be activated at level 200. Currently possessing divine power. 0 divine agents have a very small probability of obtaining divine power every time they kill a monster, and will definitely obtain divine power when they kill a ghost. Divine power can be used to unlock and strengthen the exclusive skills of the gods, as well as to crack the core of ghosts. God of Luck exclusive divine skill 1. Hand of Luck unlocked by consuming 100 points of divine power. God of Luck exclusive divine skill 2. Please prioritize unlocking exclusive skill 1. Divine introduction. When the gears of fate begin to turn, everyone will get different portions of opportunities or disasters in their lives. How to grasp the opportunities and how to face the disasters is the key to success. As the most ancient Roman mythology, the goddess of fate, Fortuna is in charge of the happiness and opportunities on earth. As a divine agent of Fortuna, you will get supreme luck. Chapter 111 Fully mitigated and indestructible. Seeing the divinity of the god of luck Fortuna, Lu Ming then finally understood. It turns out that the true function of the scroll of sealing the gods is not to be able to raise a player's account qualifications to 10 stars, but to be able to allow one to become an agent of the gods and gain the power of the gods. Different gods are able to give their agents access to different abilities, and the reason why my account has been upgraded to a 10-star qualification and I'm able to have 3 talents at the same time is all because of Fortuna's godhood. 3 lifetimes. For the first time, Lu Ming had seen it so intuitively, the majesty and power of the first sequence gods. There was nothing more exhilarating to Lu Ming than the fact that such a perverted godhead was not even unique. Next, by leveling up to 80, as well as 200, you can also unlock the second, third godhead again. Just this first divine grimoire alone has raised my account qualification to the highest level of 10 stars in the heavenly abyss, and at the same time, I have gained 3 growable talents. I wonder what kind of heaven-defying effect the second, third godhead in the back will be. Beyond that, worthy of being a god, it even has a god-exclusive skill. It could be imagined that the exclusive skills of the first sequence gods would definitely not be low in compulsion and intensity. All of a sudden, Lu Ming was filled with anticipation for the future. He didn't believe that he would still be plotted against by Qin Feng and Yi Linger after 2.5 years with such heaven-defying strength. It was good that Lu Ming now knew this ending in advance, and he would have the opportunity to change the future. I'll kill you 2 dogs with my own hands. Lu Ming went offline. He was seeing Qin Charan and Lin Yue busy in the kitchen. Lu Ming couldn't help, so he leaned on the sofa and picked up his cell phone to browse the trading line. This was because he had already completed his 4th turn and unlocked his 5th skill bar. Together with that 3rd order magic scroll, out of the box, that he had used earlier, he permanently gained a skill bar, making a total of 6 skill bars. 5 skills currently mastered: sword drawing, war trampling, life fortress, drawing, and wind speed. This newly unlocked skill bar is in dire need of filling its loneliness. Thus, Lu Ming directly targeted his search for the Formation Trickster defense skill scrolls. Trading lines by region. According to Lu Ming's positioning, he could only conduct transactions in the area of Jiang Province. When Lu Ming searched, he found that in the entire trading house of Jiang Province, there were only 3 Formation Trickster defense skill scrolls. 2 of them are still the lowest grade Fs. One is Bronze Wall, which increases the armor attribute of teammates. The other is Solid Gold Soup, which increases the magic resistance attribute of teammates. Not only is it low grade, but it has a single bonus. Copper Wall could only deal with physical monsters, and encountering magic monsters was equal to nothing. Solid as gold and vice versa. Lu Ming shook his head. Why don't you say that big cities are good, and so many people want to go to big cities to develop their career? Because of the big cities, there are good opportunities and more options. Other than that, as long as you have money, in the trading houses over in the capital, even C rank and B rank skill scrolls can be bought. Luckily, within the 3 scrolls found over here, there was another E-ranked one, and one that could barely be seen by Lu Ming. Indestructible Formation Artist Grade E Skill Scroll. Skill effect: unleash a circular formation with a radius of 50 yards, causing all friendly troops within the formation to gain 15% armor and magic resistance average of the formation artist plus 185 points of damage reduction for 15 seconds, as determined by your level 30. Skill consumption: consumes 225 mana when turned on and 43 mana per second thereafter. Cooldown time: 50 seconds. The bonus effect of this skill was not as high as the bonus of the Formation Trickster's other knotted formations of the same grade, though. But here's the sickest part. It's a full damage reduction including physical and mana damage. It's just a little overpriced. Generally speaking, the market price of an E-rank skill scroll was around 20,000. This indestructible is marked at $30,000. What a blacker heart than mine. Thinking about the fact that he had hoarded more than $1 million for nothing on Dragon Soul Guan Yu before, and that he had just slaughtered a guild-level boss for a bumper harvest of more than 6 million, and that he was now worth a lot of money, Lu Ming didn't hesitate and bought the scroll. In his previous life, this was something Lu Ming didn't even dare to think about, because it might take him 2 or 3 months to earn the $30,000. Finished dinner and got on the line. Lu Ming collected the skill scroll he had just bought through the system mail. Without saying a word, he immediately pinched and learned the skill. Congratulations on learning the E-rank Formation Artificer skill Unbreakable. Gain a LV4 full increase of 40x plus draw the sword 12x for a total of 52x enhancement. The indestructible effect is instantly sublimated to the point where all friendly troops gain Formation Trickster 520% armor magic resistance average plus 6,500 points of damage reduction. Combined with Lu Ming's 454 armor and 422 magic resistance average, 438. That translates to a whopping 13,036 points of fixed damage reduction that can be given to the necromongers. It almost completely offsets the damage of level 50 monsters. This skill, if used together with Bronze Wall or Solid Gold Soup, would be even more effective. It was a pity that for the time being, Lu Ming no longer had an extra skill bar. The time came to 10 minutes past 6. Just at this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who had previously added WeChat friends with each other, sent Lu Ming a message. Are you done over there? I've already gotten the Scroll of God's Sealing and can give it to you anytime. Seeing this news, Lu Ming turned his face to look at Qin Churen on the side. Go. Take you to take revenge. Seeing Qin Churen look a bit dumbfounded, Lu Ming asked, What's the matter? You don't want to kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu anymore? No, Qin Churen sighed softly. It's just that suddenly it feels as if even if I kill him, it doesn't make a great deal of sense. As Qin Churen's words fell, Lu Ming grasped this opportunity and fanned the flames. Because the person who really killed Qin Long and the others was your brother, Qin Feng. Qin Churen's heart shook. Because Lu Ming's words hit the nail on the head. Lu Ming continued, You can kill him if you want to, or not if you don't want to. The decision is yours. Qin Churen's favorable impression of Lu Ming continued to rise as she looked at him and nodded, because she knew it well. Her own backbone all came from Lu Ming. Several people left the city of Starlight and headed in the direction of the black market. More than 10 minutes later, just as it was about to reach the location of the black market, suddenly, there was a stirring up ahead. Run! Help! Help! Somebody help me! Ah! The screams and cries were in succession. Just see the crowd surging ahead. A large number of players fled this way at speed from the direction of the black market. They rolled and crawled, each with a look of shock and fear on their faces, as if they had seen a ghost. Seeing this, Lu Ming randomly grabbed a fat mage and asked, "Brother, what's happening up ahead?" The fat mage was filled with panic. "There are ghosts. There's a ghost over there. Ghosts that eat people. There have been many people who have been split up and eaten. My ex-girlfriend was eaten too. It's horrible. Dude, run, don't go over there." Hearing this, Lu Ming's brows tightened. Look up. Found a scene that boggled his mind, only to see that in front, a monster with green fangs, bloodshot eyes, and overflowing black gas, like a demon from hell, was madly killing and nibbling on the players. Chapter 112 Ghosts Revive. Bladed Ghosts Attack. Looking at the strange creatures ahead that he had never seen before, Qin Chern was astonished. What kind of monsters are those? Lu Ming stared at the group of bloodthirsty monsters with a blazing gaze and spoke in a deep voice. First-order ghost beasts, blade ghosts. Even Lu Ming himself found it unbelievable when he said those words. Because according to what the Black Cloak said last night, ghosts should now be in a sealed state, only the full moon can briefly break the seal present. But tonight is not a full moon. How did these bladed ghosts break the seal and come out? There were as many as 7 or 8 bladed ghosts seen at the scene. It was the same as the bladed ghost that Lu Ming had seen last night over in the abyss. They kill on sight and eat afterward. The means are extremely cruel. The scene was extremely bloody. The ground was littered with broken limbs and rivers of blood. The blade ghost was frighteningly strong. Players who come to the black market have a mixed composition. There are 20 or 30 levels and 40 or 50 levels. But without exception, there wasn't a single player in the entire field that could carry blade ghost's attack. Wipe, 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 wipe. Only those bladed ghosts could be seen using their limbs as blades, constantly cutting the players' bodies. Players who were attacked perished under the huge damage of up to 8-9W. Seeing this push attack damage, Lu Ming couldn't help but frown. A lot more damage than the one we encountered last night? As he spoke, Lu Ming looked as if he had surmised something. Rushes the bladed ghost in front of him and throws a scouting spell. Blade Ghost Physical First Order Ghost Beast. Level 50. Physical attack power 95,600. Armor 58,300. Magic resistance 55,800. Speed 50,600. Blood 190,000. Skills: Tearing Grade E, Extreme Speed Grade E. Description: Evil ghosts sleeping underground, 100 years of sealing, so that they become more bloodthirsty, brutal. Only the gods can fight against them. Sure enough, the bladed ghost that he encountered last night had an attack power of just over 4W, armor, magic resistance, and speed attributes, and only 2W+, as well as more than 700,000 chi blood. According to the Black Cloak, it was sealed with 60% of its power, and only about 40% of its power. And these blade ghosts at the moment, their attribute strengths had clearly reached about 2.5 times that of the one from last night. If you do the math on this scale, that means these are full-bodied ghost beasts that have completely broken the seal. But didn't he say that the ghosts would not completely revive until 2.5 years later? What's going on? Lu Ming was instantly fine-tuned. At the same time, the bladed ghost icon that Lu Ming had shared in the team channel was seen. Qin Chern's eyes also revealed an unbelievable look. Their attributes are even higher than that level 50 guilt level boss in the Goblin Kingdom, Demon King Zeno. Indeed, keep in mind that Demon King Zeno only has a mere 6W+ attack power, except that the chakra is a bit higher than this bladed ghost. All of the remaining attributes of Demon King Zeno are lower than Blade Ghost, and so on. Why did they choose this time of day and this location in the black market? As if suddenly, Lu Ming thought of something. In the back of his mind, he recalled something the Black Cloak had said. The power of the gods is supreme, and we humans are not the only ones who want this power. The demons are also coveting it at all times. Lu Ming furrowed his brows furiously and instantly realized, damn, they're coming for Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Because in the hands of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, there was the scroll of God sealing that they wanted. They must not be allowed to snatch the scroll of sealing God. Thinking of this, Lu Ming began to search the crowd for signs of Dragon Soul Guanyu. Just in time. In front, a bladed ghost that had just eaten a player snapped its head up and noticed Lu Ming over here. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Accompanied by a creepy hiss, the bladed ghost was suddenly charging towards Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. In Lu Ming's eyes, a flash of sharpness flared up. Staring intently at the speeding bladed ghost, he was about to reach out and draw his sword. Whoa rub. Suddenly a figure charged from the side and appeared in front of Lu Ming, his hand rising up and cutting back the bladed ghost. Dragon Soul Guanyu turned back to Lu Ming, handed him a golden scroll, gazed at him with a blazing gaze, and said in a deep voice, "Underworld, my daughter, I'm counting on you." After saying that, Dragon Soul Guanyu hurriedly lifted up the Guilt Artifact Shattered World Demon Slaying Sword, turned on the 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, and with the attitude of looking at death as a home away from home, he rushed towards that bladed ghost. Last night over at the Abyss, just facing a blade ghost with 60% of its power sealed, Dragon Soul Guanyu was scared to death and hid at the back, not daring to go on. Right now, he was facing a group of blade ghosts in full condition, but he didn't hesitate for a second and charged straight up. Obviously, he had placed all of his hopes on Lu Ming, so even if he gave up this life, he had to protect Lu Ming. "Are you really willing to do anything for your daughter?" Lu Ming looked at Dragon Soul Guanyu, and a shimmer glowed in his eyes. This time, however, the intensity of the opponents was seriously beyond the realm of mortal response. Even Dragon Soul Guanyu, a Daxia National Service 39 warrior with a 5-star qualification account and a full body of top-grade guild-grade equipment, was defenseless in front of Blade Ghost. Without waiting for Dragon Soul Guanyu to approach the past, the bladed ghost attacked violently. With an extreme speed that was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye, he rushed to Dragon Soul Guanyu. Whoa rub. The right hand turned into a sharp blade and ran through Dragon Soul Guanyu's body. Blood splatters. The super high damage of 73,258 points instantly knocked out half of Dragon Soul Guanyu's blood bar. And that's just a punt. And it was still in a state where Dragon Soul Guanyu had turned on his 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Berserker and gained a 50% increase in all his attributes. Even a full set of Guilt-ware of the great national standard can't resist this monster at all. The surrounding passerby players fell into despair when they saw this scene of Dragon Soul Guanyu almost being killed in seconds. And at that moment, Dragon Soul Guanyu raised his head and saw that the blade ghost had already raised his left hand, which was like a sharp blade, and was about to slash down at himself. Wow! Suddenly several consecutive knots of formation light spread from under his feet. At the same time, Blade Ghost swung his hand and slashed at Dragon Soul Guanyu's shoulder, just when Dragon Soul Guanyu was ready to meet his death. 55,168. The drastically reduced damage, which was then absorbed by the shield that enveloped Dragon Soul Guanyu's body, and the final substantial damage it brought, did not pose a fatal threat to Dragon Soul Guanyu. Just as the Dragon Soul Guanyu was shocked at how he could resist this supposedly fatal blow, several battle cues sounded in succession in his ears. Ding you have gained a skill bonus from Player Spectre's War Trample, plus 92,352 attack points. Ding you have gained Player Spectre's Life Fortress skill bonus, plus 16,453 points of shield per second. Ding you have gained a bonus to Player Spectre's Wind Rush skill, plus 16,099 speed points. Ding you have gained Player Spectre's Unbreakable skill bonus, plus 13,036 points of fixed damage reduction. Ding you have gained the attribute sharing effect of Player Spectre's Fabulous Treasure Destruction Heavenly Chapter. Attack power plus 4,836 armor plus 3,541 magic resistance plus 3,292 speed plus 2,324 mana value plus 308,053 blood plus 60,996. Chapter 113 Fighting Ghosts with Immortal Body. Dragon Soul Guanyu looked back at Lu Ming, who was releasing a knot formation at his rear. A look of disbelief immediately appeared in his eyes. It wasn't just the exaggerated strengthening effect brought about by Lu Ming's knot formation. What surprised Dragon Soul Guanyu even more was that he was finally favored by Lu Ming. When he had brushed the Goblin Kingdom before, even though they were all on the same map, Dragon Soul Guanyu had never been in Lu Ming's teammate options from start to finish. He had never been enveloped by Lu Ming's knot formation before. This was his first time being favored by Lu Ming. Right now, it was too late to be too moved. Dragon Soul Guanyu immediately returned to his senses and focused his attention on the bladed ghost in front of him. After obtaining Lu Ming's 52-fold increase in the 4E rank junction formation, and the extreme reinforcement of the 3-star magic treasure perdition heavenly chapter. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu had reached a peak state, facing the oncoming blade ghost. Brush up. The hand rose and fell, and several consecutive heavy cuts chopped that bladed ghost over to the ground viciously. 513,264, 416,324, 434,397. In an instant, Blade Ghost's blood bar slammed down by 2/3. Such horrific damage caused Dragon Soul Guan Yu himself to feel incredibly shocked. The same 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Berserker activation state, before my single highest burst B rank skill, Jedi Chopper, also only hit the highest damage record of 13W. Surprisingly, the damage was boosted by 4 times at once. The Spectre's not formation bonus is surprisingly so high. As he spoke, the bladed ghost with 1/3 of its blood remaining hissed and once again ran wildly towards Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The bursts of high damage dealt by the first 3 slashes instantly gave Dragon Soul Guan Yu an endless bottom. He's fearless, relying on the 50% damage conversion to shield effect brought about by the Bloodthirsty Berserker talent. He directly resisted the Blade Ghost set of attacks with a super Bloodthirsty shield that had a shield value of 70W+. Clanking, arms as sharp as blades rubbed gusts of fire on the gilt-grade armor. 98,354, 53,324, 54,632. Aside from the slightly higher damage dealt by the skills, the damage dealt by the Blade Ghost's general attacks was no longer enough to pose a single threat to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Is that the best you can do? As soon as the words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu backhanded a C-ranked armor-breaking strike, plus C-ranked deadly chain chop, chopping the bladed ghost to the ground. 436,528, 228,565, 228,565. The blade ghost, who had a total of 190W of chi blood, fell to the ground and died. 5 seconds limit to single kill a full-state first-rank ghost beast. It had to be said that the strong strength displayed by Dragon Soul Guan Yu made Lu Ming, who was in the rear formation, feel somewhat shocked. After all, this was a ghostly creature whose strength transcended above that of a guild-level boss. At this moment, Lu Ming fully realized that his not formation, although it could allow any rookie to transform into a great god. But if it works on a strong person who is a great god himself, it is even more like a tiger adding wings, able to turn it into a bug-like existence. With the addition of the entire body's level 50 gilded artifacts, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who was a level 50, turn 6 warrior, possessed a far superior 2W attack power in his own right. Together with Lu Ming's War Trample and Perdition Heavenly Chapter's double bonus, his base attack power had skyrocketed to 11W+. The 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Berserker activated state increases the full attributes by another 50%. It also meant that Dragon Soul Guan Yu's attack power at this very moment had heated up to a staggering 17W or so for ordinary level 50 players. Their chi and blood attributes were nowhere near even as high as Dragon Soul Guan Yu's attack power. Of course, Dragon Soul Guan Yu wasn't always in his prime. After lasting 10 seconds, the Bloodthirsty Berserker talent went on cooldown, and the Dragon Soul Guan Yu skills were all used up. You can only get around Blade Ghost with 10W plus punt damage. No more of that super high burst of damage that it did earlier, but enough to hold the Blade Ghost at bay. Facts proved. These ghostly creatures did indeed come for the Scroll of Sealing. After Dragon Soul Guan Yu handed over the Scroll of Sealing to Lu Ming, those blade ghosts in front of him had shifted their targets to focus on Lu Ming. A pair of bloodshot eyes filled with hostility stared directly and tightly at Lu Ming. In the bloody mouth full of flesh and blood, a creepy low hissing, cackle 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 cackle, continuously emanated. In the next moment, several blade ghosts, at the same time, attacked and rolled towards Lu Ming with a speed as fast as lightning. Though your strength, as opposed to the bladed ghost last night, which was only 40% stronger, has increased by 60%. But I'm not the same person I was last night either. Staring at the group of bladed ghosts in front of him, in Lu Ming's eyes, a streak of killing intent flashed by. Kill! The thought. Wow. Hundreds of 4th-ranked Grim Reapers were summoned in all directions, half of them forming a protective circle around Qin Churen and Lin Yuwei, giving the two girls a sense of security that was envied by the nearby passerby players who were being crushed by the bladed ghosts. The other half stepped into a fourfold knot formation and launched a counterattack towards the bladed ghosts. Shattered souls. Shattered souls. Chopping souls. Chopping souls. 97,235. 97,235. 137,729. 137,729. With Lu Ming's 3 major talents upgraded to LV4, and receiving the bonus of the 3-star Magic Treasure Perdition Heavenly Medallion, Lu Ming's Necromantic Legion's damage, though, was much higher than last night's when he dealt with the bladed ghosts, and yet it still wasn't enough to pose a deadly threat to the blade ghost. Shump, shump, shump. The 5 blade ghosts swarmed up and instantly sliced and diced the 3 reapers. In front of a full-body blade ghost with attributes comparable to a guild-level boss of the same level, even with the impenetrable damage reduction coupled with the full attribute bonus of the perishable heavenly chapter, it would only allow the reaper to live for an additional 0.5 seconds. Kill! The sharpness in Lu Ming's eyes became hotter and hotter. The peripheral Shinigami received the command and gripped their scythes, unleashing their attacks on the bladed ghosts. Behind him, Qin Charan saw Lu Ming's dead spirits being madly slaughtered, and a wave of anxiety and heartache ran through his heart. As far as she was concerned, although these dead spirits were all summoned objects with no autonomous consciousness, how could they not be Lu Ming's brothers and friends? Seeing the images of the Necromantic Legion being slaughtered, Qin Charan felt as if he recalled the scene when Along, and later on Excellence Xiaohu and Beyond Dreams, were brutally killed. With a flash of hatred in his eyes, Qin Charan drew his sword with a wow, ready to go to support him. But he was stopped by Lu Ming reaching out. Don't go over there, you're no match for them. Leave it to me. It was a good thing that the only 7 bladed ghosts on the scene were killed by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who killed one and held one in check. The 5 remaining blade ghosts on this side are under control. Under the siege of hundreds of reapers will tactics, they were decimated one by one. Dingslang, a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 550,000. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of Divine Power. Dingslang, a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 550,000. Congratulations on gaining 1 point of Divine Power. Lu Ming couldn't help but feel a bit energized. Hadn't noticed much when I killed that bladed ghost last night. The experience value of a single blade ghost was as high as a full 100 times that of a normal small monster of the same level. Killing these bladed ghosts, a beam of golden light spilled down above Lu Ming's head, directly rising to level 31. At the same time, it could be seen that a blackish-brown stone like a beating heart fell next to the body of almost every bladed ghost, a stone that could be seen as the heart of an enemy. A stone that could be seen as the heart of an enemy. Ghost Core. As the battle ended, a silence fell over the scene. Lu Ming then walked over and picked up the several First-Order Ghost Cores one by one. It was at this moment that he suddenly and abruptly looked puzzled. This was because through the death vision sharing in the rear, Lu Ming suddenly saw a black shadow was moving towards Qin Charan and Lin Yue with lightning speed. When Lu Ming turned around, he was shocked to see that a leaky fish lurking in the darkness had already charged and killed Lin Yue. The moment the right hand like a sharp blade was about to swing down at Lin Yue. Click. With Lin Yue as the center, a transparent energy shield with a radius of 50 yards instantly bloomed. In an instant, it was as if time had stood still in the area covered by the energy shield. Everyone, including the bladed ghost, were in a stalemate, not moving a muscle. Time confinement. Lu Ming didn't have time to think about it, and took this opportunity to quickly lock onto the blade ghost and draw his sword. Wo rub. 1180920. A C-ranked drawn sword went down, cutting down 2/3 of the blade ghost's blood. In the next second, at Lu Ming's command, the dozens of surrounding reapers synchronized to launch soul-shattering. In an instant, dozens of 9W plus damage were dealt, harvesting the bladed ghost. Confinement lifted. Space resumes its flow. Wow! A space-time rift materialized from Lu Ming's side. Immediately after that, the black cloak that boasted of being an agent of the god of time Kronos stepped out of the crack. They're starting to move. Lu Ming looked toward the black cloak and asked in confusion. Them? Who? Chopper Warriors. Chapter 114 Goddess of Darkness Nyx. Actually, Lu Ming should have expected this. If we follow the progression of history, 2.5 years later, when the blood moon descends, will be the day when all the ghosts are completely revived. Until then, there was only one possibility as to why these bladed ghosts were able to break the seal early and appear, and that was, someone had fed them, because the Black Cloak had said before, ghosts like to feed on human flesh and blood can help them gain rapid growth. If it's the blood and flesh of a god, it's even more capable of increasing their growth rate by 100 times, 1,000 times. As long as they swallowed enough blood and flesh, they could recover their state and break the seal to ask for the world ahead of time. But the average person doesn't even know that ghosts exist, let alone feed them. It was conceivable that as one of the three major forces that had betrayed the Great Xia Kingdom and defected to the ghosts in the future, Zhenshen was the one with the most possibilities, as well as the conditions to feed these ghosts. According to the progression of history, it was around this time that Zhenshen gradually began to initiate contact with ghosts. Black Cloak quietly gazed at the several blade ghost corpses that had fallen to the ground in front of him and said, "They released these blade ghosts that were supposed to be dusty in the eastern dark lands of Starlight City through artificial feeding and tried to take the scrolls of sealings by their hands. And later on, further utilizing these ghostly beasts to go on a hunting spree of players in Starburst City, and through them feeding the ghostly generals that hibernate in the underground of Starburst City, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula." Right on. Hearing this ghost general in the Black Cloak's mouth, Lu Ming's heart shook. When he said last night that the bladed ghost from the abyss would bloodily wash Starlight City 2.5 years from now, slaughtering 9.35 million players in Jiang Province, Lu Ming felt suspicious at the time. A first-rank ghost beast, even if it is indeed powerful enough to rival a guilt-ranked boss of the same level, it's not so powerful as to reach the point where tens of millions of players in the entire Jiang Province can't match it when they join forces. So that ghostly beast, including this group of ghostly beasts that just appeared, all of them are just enablers, and the one who really destroyed Starlight City and slaughtered Jiang Province 2.5 years later is this ghost general? As Lu Ming's words fell, the Black Cloak promised, according to the ghosts we know, they are roughly divided into 3 ranks: First-Order Ghost Beasts, Second-Order Ghost Generals, Third-Order Ghost Kings. Whether or not there are more powerful ghosts than the Ghost King, we do not know, because at that time, a mere 5 Ghost Kings overthrew our entire Great Summer Kingdom, and we have yet to come into contact with ghosts that are more advanced than the Ghost King. A mere 5 Ghost Kings overthrew the huge Daxia Empire? Lu Ming couldn't help but feel incredulous, but the facts had to convince him. The full body strength of a First-Order Ghost Beast is already enough to rival a guilt-level boss, if what he said in his mouth is that the Second-Order Ghost Generals hibernating in the City of Starbursts are revived. What kind of heaven-defying strength would it be? It's no wonder that this Ghost General was able to destroy Starlight City and paralyze the entire Jiang Province server with his own power. At that moment, Lu Ming had a feeling of a chill down his back. But at the same time, he also understood the meaning of Black Cloak's words. If we want to stop the future from trending towards extinction, the first step we need to take at the moment is to take care of this Ghost General of Starry Glory City before it gets fed up. That's right, the Black Cloak said. Once we let it regain its shape and break the seal, no one will be able to defeat it within the second heavens. Thus, Lu Ming asked, "This Ghost General, where is it hibernating? I can't pinpoint its exact location either for now. I'm looking for it. I'll let you know when I find it." The Black Cloak said, "In addition, with your current strength, you are far from being able to resist a Second-Order Ghost General. And even if it hasn't broken the seal yet, it can easily exterminate you. So your task is to continue to improve your strength. And when you're strong enough, we'll join forces to get rid of it." Hearing this, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the side was incredulous. As far as this kid's current strength is concerned, he doesn't even have a say in front of that Ghost General? Against all odds, Lu Ming was clear about his own weight. Just now, killing those ghostly beasts had sacrificed dozens of Reapers. What does it say? Dish. Still have to practice. When Lu Ming was able to easily crush a First-Order Ghost Beast with 0 casualties, he was almost barely able to go against a Second-Order Ghost General. So he nodded. Good. After a pause, the Black Cloak continued, "The Scroll of Sealing. It is placed on you. He will remind you when the Divinely Chosen One appears to you, but remember that anyone, until he actually chooses an agent, may become his chosen one. Also, you must always be aware that ghosts, all the time, covet such a thing in your hand. Never let it fall into the hands of ghosts." With those words, Black Cloak suddenly turned his face to look at Dragon Soul Guan Yu on the other side. The words were said to Lu Ming. "You have to understand one thing with the body of a mortal. If you want to fight against ghosts, there is only one way, and that is level suppression. A level 80 mortal can kill a level 50 ghost. But within the scope of the same level, it is absolutely impossible for a mortal to kill a ghost. Only the gods can fight against the demons and save our Dasya, and even this world. After saying that, the black cloak tore through space and disappeared into the field. This guy, he really wasn't worried at all that Lu Ming would run away with the scroll of the sealed god in his pocket. It seems that you kinda trust me. Lu Ming weighed in his hand the scroll of God's sealing that had been handed to him by Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Scroll of the sealed god sealed. Description: a scroll containing the relics of the god Nyx, goddess of the night. Goddess of the night Nyx. A god in Greek mythology? Lu Ming muttered, I wonder how many sequences of gods this is, and what are the conditions for selecting an agent? Looking at the scroll of sealing in his hand, which had no reaction for the time being, Lu Ming put it away in his backpack. Just then, Dragon Soul Guan Yu came to Lu Ming. In a rare sight, he politely said to Lu Ming, Underworld, thank you for saving my life just now. He did understand that if Lu Ming's formation hadn't come in time just now, he would have fallen into the mouths of those bladed ghosts. My daughter! Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was about to question Lu Ming suddenly spoke up and interrupted. Go back and wait for my news. Dragon Soul Guan Yu violently trembled in his heart. But he knew deep down that the only person who could save his daughter was Lu Ming. So everything could only follow Lu Ming's arrangement. Good. Just, the time Qin Feng gave me is only 1 day left. Please, make sure to give me an answer before tomorrow night. I'm willing to exchange my life for my daughter, as long as you can help me save my daughter. When that time comes, you can kill or die as you please. After saying that, Dragon Soul Guan Yu silently retreated and disappeared into the darkness. At this moment, Qin Churen saw through Lu Ming's mind at a glance. Are you trying to pull him in? Lu Ming didn't answer Qin Churen's question, but said, I promised you, as long as you want to kill him, you can do it anytime, anywhere. Qin Churen, however, shook his head. Looking at the broken limbs and arms all over the surrounding area, as well as the terrifying bladed ghost corpse, he said with palpitating heart, such a powerful monster, ordinary people can't deal with it at all. Other than you, it should only be a powerhouse of the level of Dragon Soul Guan Yu who can barely fight one of them, right? Recalling the words that the Black Cloak had just said on his way out, Lu Ming knew that the implication of his words was, you can still kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and I won't stop you, but he is the choice of Horus, the god of vengeance, the future agent of the gods. Killing him will cost humanity a god. In fact, even if he didn't say it, Lu Ming had clearly seen it in Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Just now, my formation, as well as the effects of the magic treasure reinforcement have covered the entire area. All the players, but the only one who survived was Dragon Soul Guan Yu. There were dozens of passerby players on the scene just now, and they were still no match for the Blade Ghosts even after obtaining Lu Ming's junction formation reinforcement. Only the National Service 39 warrior Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who has a 5-star qualification account against Lu Ming's formation, not only became the only survivor amongst the passersby in the whole field, but also cut down 2 of the 8 bladed ghosts by virtue of his own strength. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was never weak. It was only because he had encountered Lu Ming, an enlightened being, that he looked like an unbeatable rookie. It also corresponded to the words spoken by the Black Cloak. Mortals are unbeatable in front of ghosts, and only the gods can fight against ghosts. What's more, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's current identity was still mortal. Only after he unblocked his account could he become a true agent of the gods. Predictable. Once the Dragon Soul Guan Yu became an agent of the gods and gained the power of the gods, and then strengthened with Lu Ming's junction formation his strength, to what realm would he rise? Just as Lu Ming was thinking so, Qin Churen let out a long breath of relief and said, actually, when you asked me to kill Dragon Soul Guan Yu last time, in my heart, he was already dead. Not to mention that the person who really killed Aaron and the others was Qin Feng. I understand. I've always understood. Qin Churen is a smart man. She could more or less hear something in what the Black Cloak had just said to Lu Ming. If he can use this power to go to the defense of Daxia and solve the crisis that our Daxia kingdom may face, then sister, I'll raise my hand and let him go. And thank you, of course. Or I wouldn't have even had a chance to let him off the hook. As she spoke, Qin Churen looked at Lu Ming and said with some shame, unconsciously, you've helped me so much, I don't even know how in the world to repay you. Lu Ming smiled and said, good point. Tonight's snack is on you. Qin Churen smiled sweetly. Okay, No problem. Next, Lu Ming's goal was even clearer. The figures of Qin Feng and Yi Linger surfaced in his mind, and a flash of sharpness flared in Lu Ming's eyes. You want to revive this ghost general, balk at ghosts, and overthrow Great Xia? Don't want to be a human, like being a dog so much, huh? It's really a well-deserved pair of dogs. Go ahead and try. Chapter 115 Broken Ghost Core. Divine Soul Activation. Lu Ming ordered the Grim Reaper to refine all the corpses at the scene, no matter if they were players or bladed ghosts. After all, the corpses of these players were all torn apart and damaged beyond recognition, and refining them would make them decent instead. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming's attention was focused on the ghost core. A total of 8 bladed ghosts, only 3 first-order ghost cores were dropped. It seems that the explosion rate of these ghost cores is not high. Lu Ming thought back. These 3 ghost cores were all still picked up next to the corpses of those 6 bladed ghosts that the Necrotic Legion had hunted. The 2 that Dragon Soul Guan you killed didn't pop. From this, it was possible to drop 3 of them, all thanks to Lin You's 520% explosion rate bonus. But as the saying goes, what goes around comes around. It's the low burst rate that makes it worthwhile. Unfortunately, cracking a first-order ghost core required 10 points of divine power. And just now, when he killed the 6 blade ghosts, Lu Ming had only harvested 6 points of divine power from them. Can't crack the ghost core yet. But the good thing is, divine agents, in addition to slaying ghosts, hunting ordinary monsters is just as likely to gain divine power. With this in mind, Lu Ming immediately joined Qin Chern Lin Yue and the girls and went to the Spectral Demon Tower, impatiently wanting to kill monsters to gather the remaining 4 points of divine power. As usual, it's straight to the 8th dimension Shadow Sugamo. War Trampling, Fortress of Life, Windchill, drawing a line in the sand. Nothing is invulnerable. A 5-fold knot formation that continues to unfold. The level 38 assassin Qin Chern, who had obtained 52x extreme enhancement, transformed into a starry night dancer, and his body was like a phantom as he traveled through the monsters. Brush up, hands rose and fell, and wherever they went, an undead was chopped to pieces. 103,245. 102,564, 101,999. The superlative damage of the pummeling attack made Qin Chern even exempt from skills. Just 2 slashes of push attack were enough to easily kill a level 50 undead with 15W of chi blood. Lin Yue, the level 29 mage on the other side, raised her staff. Boom! An F-rank fireball spell blasted down towards a level 49 undead warrior in front. 146,524. Roar. Accompanied by a wail, the full-blooded undead warrior was directly killed in one hit, turning into a pile of skeleton racks and scattering on the ground. Lin You's little mouth opened wide all of a sudden. Oh my god! My damage has gotten higher again. This damage, moreover, stunned the jaws of a group of level 46-50 Pathfinder players who were also brushing the undead nearby. Looking again at the caster, who was actually a little mage girl who was only a little over level 20. A bunch of big old men were immediately ashamed of themselves. As Lu Ming's 3 major talents were upgraded to LV4, his knotted formation bonus became even higher, plus the bonus of the 3-star magic treasure perishable heavenly chapter. Being able to serve as Lu Ming's teammate was nothing short of a great blessing. It's a pity that the Heavenly Might skill effect of the Destruction Heavenly Chapter is percentage added according to the player's panel-based attributes. If you include the bonus effect of drawing a sword attack, that bonus TSK Tisk. Lu Ming staggered. Of course, he was satisfied with this for now. After all, the effects of Heavenly Might lasted permanently and didn't require any consumption. Although, under the effect of the total increased talent, all of Lu Ming's skills can be continuously unfolded with almost no cooldown period. Well, it's just that the magic return skill extracted from the Moon Demon suit has expired and failed, and the 5-fold formation, which totals up to 233 points of mana consumption per second, is a little hurtful. Saying that, Lu Ming surveyed the 1-star magic treasure ring of source power after full increase enhancement, increased the wearer's mana value by 520% as well as 52% mana recovery effect worn in his hand, and the corners of his mouth became harder to suppress than AK. 39,494 mana points, and 97 mana recovery points per second. It can't be used up. It simply can't be used up. Under the slaughter of 1240 necromancers, the undead in Shadow Sugamo were wildly harvested. Now, each refinement gained 3 points of soul power, and Lu Ming's summoning panel was stacking up soul power at an extremely fast rate. One by one, Lu Ming evolved the 3rd-rank Death Lords into 4th-rank Death Gods. It's also getting closer and closer to the goal of a full complement of dead people. Here's the beauty of it. The Necromongers have been killing for 10 minutes, and they've hardly gotten 1 point of divine power. This divine power, is it so difficult to obtain? However, Lu Ming always believed that the more rare something was, the more precious it was. He was also getting more and more excited about cracking the Ghost Core and what exactly he could obtain. After all, this thing, even if an ordinary person got it, could not be cracked. Because ordinary people cannot acquire divine power in any form. It has been labeled as exclusive to the gods. As it turns out, this stuff isn't typically hard to come by. More than half an hour down the line, brushing a few thousand undead, before finally being able to hear a battle alert that even sublimated the alert sound and popped up a golden alert panel. Ding, congratulations! You've luckily harvested 1 point of divine power in the process of killing a level 50 undead knight. Lu Ming instantly brightened up. This feeling is almost like drinking Dongpeng's special drink for more than 10 years and finally, one day, drinking a re-bottle. When he had killed the Blade Ghosts before, one Blade Ghost had given 1 point of divine power, and Lu Ming still felt unsatisfied. Now Lu Ming suddenly thought, that ghost beast is really generous. It's giving 1 point for each one. I should have known that I shouldn't have let Dragon Soul Guan Yu kill those 2 Blade Ghosts, causing Lu Ming to lose 2 points of divine power for nothing, and I wonder how many small monsters I'll have to kill to make up for those 2 points of divine power. Just like that, he continued to brush until after 10 p.m., before he finally was able to harvest his 4th point of divine power. Finally, I've gathered 10 points of divine power. Lu Ming looked at the divinity panel in front of him and took out a first-order ghost core from his bag. Ding, 10 points of divine power have been injected. First-order ghost cores are being cracked. Along with the ghost core in his hand, it disappeared in a burst of light. Next, ding, congratulations on activating your divine soul. Guardian LV1. Guardian LV1 permanently increases the armor value attribute of divine agents by 10%. Surprisingly, it's a permanent attribute boost, and it's a percentage boost. Seeing the effects of this Guardian divine spirit, Lu Ming couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised, because it's well known. Tianyuan World, in addition to upgrading, the only way for players to get a permanent attribute boost is the arena that opens after level 30. Through daily PK matches, you can earn points which you can then use to exchange for attributes at the mall. And what can be exchanged in the Arena Points Mall are fixed attribute bonuses. Percentage attributes like these were ultra-rare bonuses that only the top municipal, provincial, and national service players were qualified to be able to access. And judging by this divine soul should still be able to be upgraded later on to increase the percentage bonus. In the profession of formation trickster, all of the bonuses to formation depended on one's own attributes. He has the lowest attribute growth of the 8 professions, yet is the one that relies the most on panel attributes. Opening the status bar and looking at it, he could only see that under the addition of this Guardian Divine Spirit, his own armor value had increased from 454 points to 499 points. Percentage bonus, the higher the value of the base attribute at a later stage, the more significant the bonus effect will be. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that the knight's hard work was worth it. There were still 3 first-order ghost cores in the bag, which meant that 30 more points of divine power were needed to crack them. After cracking the ghost core, Lu Ming had a more important thing to do. Continue to accumulate divine power to activate the God of Luck Fortuna, exclusive divine skill. So it seems that the potential of a divine agent is not small. Looking at the time, it was already 10 o'clock late at night. This is the end of today's program. A few people hit the road. Go back to town and get off the line for a late-night snack. Chapter 116, How to Play with Kryptonians with Zero Kryptonite. Late-night snack stalls. Countless young men and women ate barbecue and drank beer, talking to each other. Lu Ming was also working with Qin Churen and Lin Yuwei, eating skewers. Without thinking, he glanced at Lin Yuwei, who was slowly and methodically gnawing on a chicken wing. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a sudden thought. Such a tiny one. I can't believe that she is also a divine agent. In his previous life, Lu Ming was chosen by the god of luck, Fortuna, as an agent because he was the 999,999,999,999th player in the world to enter the heavenly abyss, which triggered luck. It was conceivable that Lin Yuwei must also have triggered a certain condition and thus been chosen by the gods. I wondered if this deity that had selected Lin Yue was a deity of the first order, and what kind of heaven-defying abilities it possessed. Lu Ming's heart was filled with anticipation, and he couldn't help but want to raise Lin Yue quickly. Just at this moment, Qin Charan suddenly handed over her cell phone to Lu Ming. Nerd. Look, you're famous again. Lu Ming took a look at his phone and realized that what was presented to him was a Shake Shack video. And the content of the video was clearly the very same footage of the Blade Ghost madly slaughtering players outside the black market this evening. The short dozens of seconds of video with a passerby's perspective perfectly presented the power and cruelty of those bladed ghosts, as well as the gore of the scene, making countless jittery friends in the comment section look at a burst of scalp numbness. What is this thing? How come there's no record of this monster in the Tian Yuan Raiders? This monster is too powerful. Isn't it? A level 50 player in direct seconds? They actually eat people and drink blood. It's horrible. Isn't it rumored that there are gods in the heavenly abyss world? If there are gods, there are ghosts. This can't be a ghost. Why is there a sense of the end times coming? If this kind of monster pours out, how can we humans withstand it? Not bad. This formation trickster is quite strong. Still able to kill this monster. If there are ghosts, there are gods. Could it be that he is a god? This ghostly creature so quickly had come into the public eye. In fact, this was not a good thing because ordinary players, even if they knew about the existence of ghosts, they had no means to deal with them, but instead, it would only intensify their panic and increase internal conflicts. Of course, to Lu Ming, none of this was of the utmost importance. There was nothing more important than changing the Black Cloak's mouth. The ending of his death at the hands of Qin Feng and Yilinger 2.5 years later, the god of decimation had already begun to secretly collude with the ghosts, and history was already trending towards what Black Cloak had said. If Lu Ming continued to focus on improving his own strength and responded with such conventional means, it would surely lead to a repeat of history. This was because all of the strength gains that Lu Ming had obtained now, according to history, had also necessarily been obtained in the timeline where the Black Cloak had traveled back through time and space. But he's still dead. It also means the calamity that led to Lu Ming's death 2.5 years later was irreversible by Lu Ming alone, because in the words of Black Cloak, the future him, he likes to be alone, without a single friend, teammate around him. With only his own strength, he was bound to be unable to fight against the entire Divine Beheading battle team, or even the ghostly backer behind the Divine Beheading. Therefore, he had to break the pattern and use unconventional means to deal with it. Since, in mortal form, it is impossible to fight against demons, only the words of the gods. It seems that we have to find the agent of the goddess of darkness, Nyx, as soon as possible. One more ally, one more power. Also, assist Lin Yue in unblocking her account as soon as possible and help her become a divine agent. One more god in this world will give humanity a little more hope for the future. Lu Ming also had one more chance to change his future. This was because Lu Ming's profession and talent favored a supportive nature. Divine agents are able to wield more power under his command. So, for the future divine agent of the God of Vengeance Horus, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, for the sake of the God of Vengeance, let's give you a chance. But it's up to you whether or not you can seize this opportunity. Late night covers the land. In the middle of a dark realm, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu was alone, as if he was trapped and forbidden. The cries of his daughter, Guan Xiaotong, with cries for help constantly echoed in his ears. Dad, help me. Help me, Dad. I'm scared. Dragon Soul Guan Yu held the Dragon Slayer sword in his hand, his eyes anxiously looking around, trying to find his daughter's figure from the darkness. Finally, in front of the line of sight, Guan Xiaotong's figure appeared. Xiaotong, don't be afraid. Daddy is here to save you. Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was running towards Guan Xiaotong. Pest! Suddenly, a sharp blade pierced Guan Xiaotong's body from the back. At once, blood stained the white vestments red. Guan Xiaotong, with a look of immense pain and fear, in front of the Dragon Soul Guan Yu, fell into a pool of blood. Xiaotong! Dragon Soul Guan Yu violently rose from his bed. With a sweaty head, he looked around and realized it was a hotel room. It was then that he realized that he had been having a nightmare. However, this dream made Dragon Soul Guan Yu feel endless fear. Just then, the phone rang. Dragon Soul Guan Yu picked up the phone, and a stern voice suddenly came from the inside. Guan Yu, you really have a lot of guts. Daring to unite with the underworld and openly make an enemy of me. Zhan Shun. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's heart shook. He realized It must be that the incident of teaming up with Lu Ming to decapitate the blade ghost in the black market in the evening had already been made known by the god of decapitation, Tian Qi, through the video recorded by a passerby. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was about to explain. Beside his ears came the voice of Zhan Xin Tian Qi one after another. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't want your daughter to die a miserable death, I don't care what tactics you use. Tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, bring the specter to the north of the city of Starburst, the map of the magic forbidden zone. Remember, this is your last chance. After that, the other party hung up. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's right hand, which was tightly squeezing the cell phone, could not stop trembling. Thinking back to what the Black Cloak had said in front of him and Lu Ming that day, to think that it was this group of traitors from Zhanshin who colluded with the ghosts and betrayed Xia, causing the entire human race to be destroyed in the future. Dragon Soul Guan Yu couldn't help but clench his fists, his sharp eyes bursting with endless anger. But thinking that his daughter Guan Xiaotong was still in their hands, Dragon Soul Guan Yu did not dare to act rashly. I'm sorry, Xiaotong. It's Dad who's useless. Daddy can't save you. The warm sun of early morning sprinkled down on the city of starlight. Wow! 3 white lights spilled out. Lu Ming, Qin Churen, and Lin Yue were synchronized online. The most pressing task is to raise our strength and kill the second-ranked ghost general hibernating in the city of Starburst, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. Not only will it be able to lift the crisis of Starlight City being bloodied 2.5 years from now, but it will also be able to gain a wave of revenue from this ghost general in the process. The large amount of experience value as well as ghost cores rewarded by those first-rank ghost beasts last night had given Lu Ming a taste of sweetness. It is believed that this second-order ghost general is worth more. As for Lu Ming, the fastest way for him to raise his strength was to upgrade. Every 10 levels makes the 3 major talents upgrade, ushering in a wave of qualitative changes in overall strength. By the time you are level 40 and have full talent LV5, you should have the strength to decimate ghost generals. With this in mind, the 3 of them came to the Spectral Demon Tower as usual. Upgrade and make money, both at the same time. Brush up on the 8th dimension for a day. Lu Ming's level had risen from 24% at level 31 to 51% at level 33. On top of that, the large amount of soul power brushed through the process caused a total of 1,320 necromancers, all of whom were promoted to 4th rank necromancers. And by killing a lot of monsters, he was also lucky enough to harvest 10 points of divine power. Lu Ming then once again took out a first-order ghost core from his bag and consumed 10 points of divine power to crack it. Congratulations on activating your Divine Soul. Eternal Life LV1. Another Divine Soul was activated. Lu Ming checked and found that this time, the Divine Soul effect was to increase the Qi and Blood attributes by 10%. Gaining the addition of this Divine Soul, one could only see that on the status panel, the Qi and Blood attribute had increased from 7,944 points to 8,738 points. 1 Divine Soul a day. 1% bonus a day. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim, "Gods, worthy of being gods. 0 Kryptonite players, how do you play with VIP Kryptonite guys?" Just as Lu Ming was thinking so, suddenly, knock knock, a message came from the Dragon Soul Guan Yu's side. "Spectre, I've discovered that the people from Zhinshan are dealing with the ghosts. Come quickly." LV-43 Magic, Forbidden Zone Location. Chapter 117 Falling into a Trap. Dragon Soul Guan Yu's Betrayal. Late afternoon. North of Starlight City, LV-43 Magic Forbidden Zone. The old town, shrouded in the aura of magic, was silent. Lu Ming arrived outside the forbidden area and stopped for a moment before stepping inside. Just as he entered the city, he bumped into Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "Where are the choppers?" As Lu Ming's words fell, Dragon Soul Guan Yu pointed deeper into the city and said, "Over there." Thus, Lu Ming walked in the direction that Dragon Soul Guan Yu had pointed out. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was close behind. When Lu Ming arrived at the location, he saw that there was no one in front of him. Just then, wow, with a sudden agitation, in all directions, a large group of players with Zhenshin IDs rushed out, surrounding Lu Ming and Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The leader, a level 50, turned 6 mage man wearing a red robe, Zhenshan, Red Lotus, stared at Lu Ming with an indifferent face and said, "Underworld, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Ming turned his face and glanced at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu behind him with his afterimage. It seemed that suddenly, something was understood. However, he did not show a hint of surprise. Instead, he lightly said to Zhan Shan Red Lotus, "Waiting for what? Waiting to die." In the eyes of the Red Lotus of the god of decimation, a flash of sternness flashed through. "Do you think that you're so powerful, that the legions of necrotic spirits you summoned are invincible and unrivaled?" Lu Ming glanced at the Red Lotus of the goddess of destruction and said, "You've finished your sentence? What am I going to say?" Lu Ming's response, in turn, made the divine beheading Red Lotus whole. Ryoga slowed down and said, "I've gotten to know you, Spectre. I'll admit, the legions of necromancers you've summoned are indeed strong. But do you know, what is this place under your feet? The magic forbidden zone. Within this map, all summoning type skills of players are blocked. You can't summon the necrotic legion anymore. Without the necromantic legion, what are you? An auxiliary formation trickster." The Red Lotus of the god of decimation said in a cold voice, "I've heard that you're the hardest thorn in the side of our captain's sister, Qin Churin. So I'd like to see just how hard this thorn of yours is." As he spoke, the goddess of decimation Red Lotus barked at Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "What are you still hesitating for? Don't make a move yet. He can't summon the army of the dead anymore. He's a waste in this place. To give you a chance to free your daughter with your own hands, Brother Tianqi has said that as long as you kill the Spectre, he will immediately let you reunite with your daughter." At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu held the gilt-grade Shattered World Demon Slayer sword in his hand as he approached towards Lu Ming. Seeing this, the Red Lotus of the god of decimation let out a light hum and indifferently said, "The Hall of Nations standard, it's still not easy to take." Just as the Red Lotus of the god of decimation was gloating, thinking that things were going in the direction he expected. In the next moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yu actually walked slowly straight past Lu Ming, standing in front of Lu Ming's heel. Medaka, resident with a long blade, the sharpness was pointed directly at the opposing chopper player. Seeing this scene, the goddess of decimation Red Lotus froze. Questioning Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he said, "The silly spring, what are you doing? Are you crazy? He can't summon the necromantic legion anymore. What are you afraid of? You're a national warrior. Killing him is easy as pie. Don't forget we still have your daughter." Dragon Soul Guan Yu's gaze blazed. "Whoever dares to touch the underworld, then first step over my corpse, step over." The people present were astonished for a while. Who would have thought that Dragon Soul Guan Yu, who had once hated Lu Ming to the bone, would go out of his way to shelter him at this moment, openly making an enemy of the National Service's 7th Battle Team. Zhen Shun, not even the daughter. Stupid. You're useless even if I give you a chance. Zhan Shan Red Lotus's eyes went cold. You think you can protect the underworld with just you? Give it to me. Kill the Spectre. With a command from the divine beheading Red Lotus. In all directions, dozens of divine beheading warriors players had copied out and charged towards Dragon Soul Guan Yu and Lu Ming. Obviously, in their opinion, the strength of the Spectre only lay in the Necromantic Legion, and with the inability to summon necromantic spirits within the Magic Forbidden Zone map, the Spectre would be ruined. Even if Dragon Soul Guan Yu backfires. Even if he was National Service 39, a top fighter with a 5-star talent. How could he alone be able to withstand so many of them? After all, it's hard to beat 4 fists with 2 hands. There were dozens of divine beheading players present. All of them had reached level 50, turn 6 strength, and their entire body was configured with silverware. A superb strength that could be seen with the naked eye. The Red Lotus of the god of decimation was even more pleased in his heart. After killing the Spectre, he'll be able to get a $5 million bounty from Brother Tianji. This money comes so easily. Can't figure out how this formation artificer, who is a waste apart from his summons, is worth so much? Just as a look of disdain for Lu Ming appeared in the eyes of the god-slaying Red Lotus. On the field, Wo Rub, with Lu Ming using his long sword as a resident, he released the knotted formation. The Dragon Soul Guan Yu, strengthened by the 4 knots of War Trample, Life Fortress, Indestructible and Wind Rush, synchronously opens the 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Berserk, transforming into an invincible god of war and rushing into the enemy. Brush up. Under Lu Ming's drawing the ground weakening, all of the divine beheading players' armor values were cut to 0. Dragon Soul Guan Yu slashed for 18W plus damage in 1 slash, decapitating the surrounding chopping god players one by one to the ground. Instead, they attacked. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. A round of long-range concentrated fire attacks from dozens of archers and magicians on the periphery hit Dragon Soul Guan Yu. clearing up a large swath of jumping eggs. 0, 0, 0. What? Including melee assassins, warriors, and knights. Everyone's attacks cleared without breaking defense. The people on the field were shocked. That kid is only level 33, and the array trickster, indestructible, will only attach a few hundred points of damage reduction at most, so how can he not deal any damage at all? Wait! There's something wrong with that kid's not formation. His necromantic legion is powerful all because it's reinforced by his not formation. Chopper's player hindsight, but when they reacted, it was too late. Dragon Soul Guan Yu slays the crowd with an unrivaled presence that no one can stop. In a matter of moments, dozens of divine beheading players were all decimated, and not a single one of them managed to escape. Stepping between the corpses on the ground, Dragon Soul Guan Yu held the guilt demon slaughtering sword in his hand like a god of death, and closed in on the only remaining Red Lotus of the god of decimation. Chopper Red Lotus was so scared that he fell on his butt. He had never expected that after being strengthened by formation trickster Lu Ming, Dragon Soul Guan Yu's strength could be so terrifyingly strong. So many of the divine beheading elites under his own command were unexpectedly unable to defeat him alone. Looking around at the sprawling corpses, the god of decimation Red Lotus stared intently at the Dragon Soul Guan Yu with a fearful gaze, while at the same time saying incredulously, "I don't understand. Formation trickster's formation does not add to itself with your strength. You can obviously kill the underworld easily. Why are you siding with him? Or you don't do it and let me kill him. Do you know who he is?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly asked a rhetorical question to Zhanshin Red Lotus. Hearing these words, the goddess of decimation Red Lotus couldn't help but re-examine Lu Ming. The color of contempt was still evident in his eyes. Isn't he just a formation trickster? Even if he has a high not formation enhancement effect, he's still nothing more than a sewer's auxiliary professional after all. Dragon Soul Guan Yu stomped on the chest of the Red Lotus of the god of decimation and bent down, looking down at the Red Lotus of the god of decimation under his feet. In one sentence he said, "Listen up. He, the divine agent of the chief god of the world, the first sequence of the god of fortune Fortuna, the future number 1 powerhouse of the great summer's national service, the god of the heavenly abyss, Spectre." The words just fell. Wo rub. Without hesitation, Dragon Soul Guan Yu raised his hand and chopped off the head of Zhenshun, Red Lotus. End the fight. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice came from behind him. "You should know that I need to use a dead spirit in order to complete my resurrection from the dead. In this map, I can't summon the dead, and I can't be resurrected. The god of decimation has provided you with a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. Why didn't you kill me just now?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu turned around and looked at Lu Ming, only in a hushed voice. "Because you promised to save my daughter. I don't believe in Chopper. I only believe in you." Lu Ming didn't say much. Only to Dragon Soul Guan Yu said, "Kill me and record a video to turn in." Dragon Soul Guan Yu then said, "Well, let's talk about it outside." "No, it's right here." Dragon Soul Guan Yu was astonished. "But aren't you resurrected only with the help of the dead?" Lu Ming reiterated, "Now do it." Dragon Soul Guan Yu hesitated for a moment. The mouth says no, but the body is honest. Wo rub. The hand rose up and decisively slashed Lu Ming to death. After completing the video recording. Wow. Lu Ming, he stood up in front of Dragon Soul Guan Yu. In place, full-blooded. Chapter 118 Qin Charan met his love rival. Looking at Lu Ming, who had resurrected in place, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was filled with astonishment, until he finished processing the scene and followed Lu Ming outside the map of the Magic Forbidden Zone. It was only then that he realized. There were hundreds of 4th-ranked death goddesses outside the city, waiting in tight formation. Dragon Soul Guan Yu then realized. So he had already summoned the Necromantic Legion in advance before entering the Magic Forbidden Zone map. In this way, even if the summoning technique cannot be used within the Forbidden Zone, and the summons from outside cannot enter the Forbidden Zone, he will still be able to utilize these dead spirits outside and resurrect them. No wonder he was so confident just now. At this moment, Dragon Soul Guan Yufeng suddenly realized. It turned out that just now, Lu Ming's seemingly desperate situation was actually a test for him. If I had really compromised the God Beheader just now and made a move against the underworld, I would definitely not have been able to come out alive from within this forbidden area. So everything is under the control of the underworld. Thinking about this, Dragon Soul Guan Yu couldn't help but feel a chill down his back. Fine thought. Sure enough, according to the trajectory of history, the Spectre died 2.5 years later, and no matter what, anyone can't kill the Spectre now. Regarding Lu Ming's characteristic of having the ability to resurrect, aside from Dragon Soul Guan Yu, Qin Churen, and Lin Yue, there was no fourth person who knew about it. Thus, Dragon Soul Guan Yu sent the video that he had just recorded, WeChatting to Zhanshin Tianqi, who had kidnapped his daughter, and said, "The underworld has been removed. Isn't it time to let my daughter go?" According to the video, the Spectre had his head chopped off and was indeed dead as a doornail. Chopper Heavenly did not question it. Next, he was sending a message that set Dragon Soul Guan Yu on fire. "Don't be in a hurry. If you want your daughter to live, you still have to continue to do something for me." Just as Dragon Soul Guan Yu was preparing to directly tear his face off with Zhanshin Tianqi, Lu Ming suddenly stopped Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, "Promise him first." Dragon Soul Guan Yu temporarily held back his anger and complied with Lu Ming's wishes, replying, "What else is going on? Divine beheading heaven's best. I'll let you know when it's time. You'll continue to stay over at the City of Starbursts for the time being." Dragon Soul Guan Yu finally couldn't hold back his inner hatred and anger. "If you dare to touch my daughter for a moment, I swear that I will make you pay 10,000 times the price." Just wait for Dragon Soul Guan Yu to end the call with Chopper God Tianqi. Lu Ming suddenly spoke to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. "If you want to save your daughter, listen to me next. Notify me immediately of any movement on Jin Shen's side, and don't act rashly without my orders." Originally, Lu Ming was able to agree to fake his death and cooperated with the recorded video. So for Dragon Soul Guan Yu, he had already done his best to be benevolent. Dragon Soul Guan Yu hadn't thought that Lu Ming would actually continue to help him. Hearing this, he, who had already fallen into the abyss, instantly rekindled his hope. "Good! As soon as there's any news, I'll be the first to tell you. Such kindness. Mr. Guan will never forget." Looking at Dragon Soul Guan Yu's back as he gradually left and disappeared into the darkness, Lu Ming began to plan in his mind. He's just a pawn in Qin Feng's eyes right now, and once he has no more value to utilize with Qin Feng's nature, he'll definitely try to get rid of him. The reason why he is still kept, I think, is related to that second-ranked ghost general hibernating on this side of the City of Starlight. As it happened, the Black Cloak side couldn't determine the exact location of this ghost general for the time being. So Lu Ming, precisely, intended to use this opportunity to follow the trail and locate the demon general's position through the divine beheading, blocking their plans to attempt to revive this demon general. And tonight, it was supposed to be a chance for Lu Ming to give Dragon Soul Guan Yu a chance. It's worth mentioning. The Dragon Soul Guan Yu is a smart man, and he managed to capitalize on this opportunity, playing the whole game. Since, in the Zhanshin's opinion, Underworld was already dead, in order not to arouse their suspicions, Lu Ming could not expose himself any further for the time being. Thus, switching his trumpet, Dawn. Lu Ming left the magic forbidden zone and headed back to Starlight City, with Lu Ming having just left. In the shadows, a pair of playful eyes were quietly watching him. Spectre, I can't believe that not only are you strong, but you can actually switch between 2 different accounts? Not bad, a bit of fun. You're the first man in the world who can move me at a glance." Lu Ming went back to the city and got off the line, just in time for Lin Yue to make dinner. However, when it was time to eat, there was no sign of Qin Churen. "Where's Ran Ran?" Lu Ming asked Lin Yue, who was holding a mouthful of food. This was because at that time, Lu Ming had received news from Dragon Soul Guan Yu and had traveled to the magic forbidden zone alone. Handing over Qin Churen came back with Lin Yue. Lin Yue set her plate and said, "Oh, Sister Chu Ran said she was playing PK, so she didn't come offline with me. I just messaged her though. She said she'd be offline in a few minutes, so she should be down soon, right? By playing PK, I mean the arena. Players can activate this feature when they reach level 30. You can earn points for permanent attributes and compete for rankings to boost your style. As good as Dragon Soul Guan Yu National Service 39 Warrior, this big national standard, is through the arena to fight out. With Lu Ming's rank, he could have fought, but he was too time-consuming to fight in the arena, and it didn't make much sense to fight this ranking at the moment, so he didn't fight in the arena for the time being. As for Qin Churen, obviously, she needed such a ranking to boost her fame and prestige, thus preparing for the next step of pulling in forces. Lu Ming didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, the City of Starlight. North of the city, the dueling arena. Above, a virtual ring. Wow! With his 4-star divine speed talent, Qin Charen's figure was like a phantom, shuttling around his opponent with great speed, easily defeating him in a state where he was completely defenseless. Ding player Chopper, Moon level 38. Turn 4 Assassin defeated player, Sky Vault, level 39. Turn 4 Warrior and won this duel, with +1 dueling points. 30 consecutive victories today, with an additional bonus of +10 dueling points for consecutive victories. Ding, congratulations on reaching 500 total points in your history, and your segment has been promoted to Bronze 1. The city ranking has risen by 13 places, and the current highest ranking is 15,354th Assassin in Linhai City. Ding, there are 0 times left in today's duel. Please continue to participate in the duel tomorrow. As the system prompt fell, Qin Charen and a young warrior player, Sky Vault, were synchronized and teleported back to the dueling arena field. So strong! Heaven's Vault looked at Qin Charen with a shocked gaze and said in admiration, I can't believe that you even had the chance to make a move on me before seconding me. I've been playing the arena for a week now, and you're one of the strongest opponents of the same rank that I've encountered. Qin Charen smiled sweetly and said, Thank you. Looking at the temperament of the outstanding, beautiful, and unassuming look of Qin Charen, the sky dome of the eyes reveals a sense of admiration. At first sight, said, Miss, can you add a WeChat? Don't get me wrong, just get to know each other. Qin Charen said to Sky Dome in a big way, No, I'm afraid that my boyfriend will misunderstand and not add strange male friends. Well, excuse me. Sky Dome left sadly. Another 30 in a row. Checking the dueling data panel, Qin Charen murmured softly, However, you have to be in the top 1,000 to get the city standard, and then you have a chance to touch the provincial standard. Qin Charen, you can't be proud. The road ahead is long. Keep up the good work. As he spoke, just as Qin Charen was preparing to go offline, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Qin Charen, I will challenge you. When Qin Charen turned back, he was seeing an archer girl with a tall, sexy figure, whose whole body revealed an air of confidence, appearing in front of him. Qin Charen frowned slightly and said, Do we know each other? It's okay if you don't know me. It's okay if I know you. I know that you're Spectre's girlfriend. Confidence was evident in the archer girl's high and cold demeanor as she raised an eyebrow and said, Do you dare to accept my challenge? If you lose the challenge, you will leave the underworld for me. Chapter 119 Miss Li Family, Li Wanning. Looking at this level 42 archer girl, pulling the moon, who had suddenly challenged herself in front of her, Qin Charen's brows knitted slightly, said, Inexplicably, why should I accept your challenge? Bingyu looked at Qin Charen and said nonchalantly, By the way, let me introduce myself to you. My name is Li Wanning. Whatever her name was. Qin Charen didn't want to waste time with her, until the other said the next words, Li Hui's sister. Qin Charen's heart shook. It was only then that she also noticed. This Li Wanning was being followed by a group of players whose head IDs were prefixed with the word, brilliant. And Li Hui, the same Li family's son who pulled $20 million of investment for himself, brilliant years. Lu Ming just killed him a few days ago to protect himself. Qin Charen had also heard along and the others mention that the Li family of Mordor, in addition to Li Hui, had a young lady who had studied abroad. I think the one in front of me is Miss Li's family seafarer. Qin Charen immediately realized. The other party had come to seek revenge for Li Hui, but at that time, I sent the video to Uncle Li. Uncle Li did not even say anything. After all, it was his son who wanted to murder me in the first place. I just out of self-defense. Just as Qin Charen was thinking so, Li Wanning wrapped her hands around her chest, imposingly challenging Qin Charen once again. Just because my father doesn't say anything doesn't mean that I don't have an opinion. Even if Li Hui is no longer uneducated, even if he's a family outcast, he's still my younger brother after all. However, as long as you win the challenge, I will no longer pursue the matter of my brother against you. How about this bargaining chip? If you don't agree, then in this matter, our Li family is definitely not finished with you. This matter was caused by herself, and Qin Charen did not want to bring trouble to Lu Ming. She hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Okay, I accept your challenge. What kind of challenge? Simple. Seeing that Qin Charen had answered the challenge, Li Wanning smiled lightly and said, You and I will fight one-on-one. 2 out of 3 game system. Qin Charen did not hesitate. Good. Li Wanning reminded, Don't forget about the bet. If you lose, you'll leave the underworld side. Don't you forget either. Qin Charen said, If I win, the matter of Li Hui is put to rest. After all, if someone wants to kill you, I'm sure you won't sit around and wait for death. So the two sides opened the virtual ring. Meanwhile, below the line, Lu Ming and Lin Yue waited for more than 10 minutes without waiting for Qin Churen to go offline, and she didn't reply to the message Lu Ming sent. Lu Ming was a bit uneasy, so he went back to his room and got on the line. When he arrived at the Starlight City Athletic Dueling Arena, he happened to see this scene of Qin Churen and Li Wanning engaging in a ring PK. At this moment, there were countless spectators around the ring. The onlookers are also buzzing about this upcoming PK showdown. These two are both very important. The archer girl on the right seems to be the daughter of the Li family, Li Wanning, a famous family in Magic City. Money, talent, status, power, everything. That Zhen Shen Yu is even more extraordinary. She's the personal sister of the captain of our Xia National Service's 7th Battle Team, Zhen Shen. Her posture is no worse than Li Wanning's. That Chopper Moon is so pretty. I really like it. I love Li Wanning. Such a thin waist, such white legs. Hissy what are ing great body. It means they both fought over the same guy? Groove. In the end, that animal is so lucky, being robbed by such two superb girls. How come this kind of good thing can't be my turn? Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned slightly. For me, seeing the ring, that level 42 archer, moon puller, Lu Ming was a little confused. When did he get such a little fangirl that he didn't even know? However, Lu Ming wasn't worried about Qin Churen's situation at all. Instead, he sympathized a bit with that Li Wanning. Taking on Qin Churen alone, isn't this looking for death? On stage, Li Wanning was confident. Looking at the opposing Qin Churen, he thought to himself, although you don't look weak, your level is lower than mine and your equipment is worse than mine. Not to mention the fact that I have a 1 in a million 3-star talent at my disposal. Qin Churen, you're bound to lose. As the countdown ends, ding, the game begins. Phew. Under the 300% speed bonus of the 4-star divine speed talent, Qin Churen transformed into a phantom and approached Li Wanning at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Wanning attacked first with her long-distance advantage. However, the 3 consecutive attacks were all perfectly dodged by Qin Churen with his extreme positioning. A flash of panic was visible to the naked eye in Li Wanning's eyes. She obviously didn't expect it. That Qin Churen's awareness and operation would be so strong. Her speed. How is she so fast? It was also such a short while that Li Wanning froze. Qin Churen had closed in. Brush up. His hand rose and fell. And without even a chance for Li Wanning to react, he defeated her with a set of consecutive moves. Ding, this PK game, player Chopper Moon wins. Li Wanning's eyes were filled with resignation. Soon, the second game began. Li Wanning was still attacking first, but she had little ability to anticipate, and even if her equipment was better, her level was higher, and her 3-star serious injury increased damage by 50% talent was stronger. She had absolutely no room to play if she couldn't hit Qin Churen. After a round of long-range attacks fell short, he was approached by Qin Churen, taking away a set without any suspense. 2 o'clock. The game is over. There was a sigh of relief from the audience. So strong that Chopper God, Moon, worthy of being the 7th Chopper God battle team in the National Service. Look out, Chopper Moon may not have the hardware, but the software is superb, and that Bokuji Moon may have top-notch hardware, but the software is too spammy to carry all that hardware. Not only is she pretty and well-built, but she's also so strong. This Miss Zhang Shun Yu's boyfriend saved the galaxy in his previous life, didn't he? To be able to find such a superb girlfriend. Yeah, I envy that kid. The unsuspecting defeat, coupled with the murmurings of the onlookers, instantly infuriated Li Wanning. But there was nothing she could do but watch Qin Churen go offline and disappear in front of her. Lu Ming was not at all surprised by this result. He also silently disappeared into the crowd. Miss Qin, who has been a strong woman all her life, was afraid that Lu Ming would know that she had fought with other girls for her favor, so she didn't say a word about it. And Mr. Lu was very considerate of Ms. Qin's face and pretended not to know anything. After dinner, the trio returned to the line. The spectral Devil's Tower would not be able to go for the time being. This was because once the people of the God of Decimation knew that Lu Ming was still alive, they would definitely suspect Dragon Soul Guan Yu and would no longer instruct Dragon Soul Guan Yu to carry out any mission that had anything to do with the revival of that ghost general. Lu Ming wouldn't be able to follow the trail and locate the ghost general's position, since he was going to hide the truth that he was still alive from the Chopper God. He couldn't appear in such a crowded place anymore. Go to the domain of shadows. Chincharan searched the map and proposed, this map will increase the intensity of the monsters by about 20% every night, so normal players wouldn't choose to go here at night. But based on our current strength, a 20% increase in monster strength shouldn't be enough to worry about. For Lu Ming, even if he wasn't in the Spectral Demon Tower and brushed other maps, the only difference was that he couldn't brush the soul stones to sell them for money. Right now, we still have to focus on upgrading and hunting ghost generals. Making money is secondary. Thus, the three of them went straight to the LV-47 LV-49 Shadow Realm. Under the Shroud of Night, the vast domain was roaming with countless level 47-49 monsters. The Shadow Guard. Their bodies were covered with a reddish light, implying a strengthening effect. Sure enough, at night, this side was empty. Thus, Lu Ming recklessly summoned the army of the dead. Go kill monsters. With a thought, a full 1,320 rank 4 Reapers scattered in all directions, killing monsters automatically. Against the five-fold knot formation from Lu Ming, even when facing the Shadow Guard that possessed a 20% enhancement effect, he was easily crushed without any pressure. Ding Kill Level 48 Shadow Guard. Experience value plus 5,120. Ding Kill Level 47 Shadow Guard. Experience value plus 4,950. Ding Killing a Level 49 Shadow Guard. Experience value plus 5,360. Congratulations on your lucky harvest of 1 point of divine power from hunting the Shadow Guard. Lu Ming's experience bar continued to rise. It was precisely at this time that Dragon Soul Guanyu suddenly came with a message. The people from Divine Beheading have begun to move. Chapter 120 Raising Ghosts. Darkness covers the land. East of Starlight City, Level 33 Wild Area, Giant Serpent Woodland. Run. Brothers, run. A shout tore through the night. One could only see a squad of 5 players around level 30 fleeing out of the woods in panic. In the meantime, Roar, accompanied by a hissing roar, a level 33 silver-ranked Snake King boss chased out of the forest, opened its bloody mouth, and fiercely devoured a level 30 priest player who was running at the very back. Roar! Hooray! At the Snake King's summons, countless small snakes sprang out of the darkness in all directions, surrounding the group of players. Shouldn't have messed with this Snake King. It's over. It's over. Somebody help me. I don't want to die. Oh! Just as the remaining 4 players were in despair. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly a rain of arrows fell from the sky and shot down, destroying all those small snakes around them. Immediately after, a group of heavily armored players with ranks up to 40+, who looked to be of exceptional strength, approached this way, only to see the group of players' head IDs. All of them were prefixed with the word, Divine Beheading. It's the 7th ranked team in our Daxia National Service Battle Team ranking. Zhan Shun. Great. We're saved. Clanking. The knight player resides with a shield, forming a line of defense in front of him against the venom splash attack of the Snake King. The warriors spread out in all directions, harvesting the smaller snakes around them that were continually summoned by the Serpent King. The archers and wizards, reinforced by the Formation Trickster's War Trample and Wind Rush formations, locked onto the Serpent King and launched a fierce fire attack. The assassin unites the summoner's summons and enters the field to reap the rewards. Under the well-organized coordination of the 12 Jinshin players, they easily killed the silver-level Snake King boss. Roar! Accompanied by a wail, the silver-class Snake King's huge body collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. At this moment, those 4 Pathfinder players who were previously chased by the Snake King couldn't help but let out a long breath. One after another, they expressed their gratitude to the players of God of Decimation. Thanks for saving my life, big brother. Didn't think about that the next second. Go! With a knight at the head giving an order, dozens of Divine Beheading players on the field, Hurricane copied their weapons and swarmed up aggressively, and without any explanation, knocked those 4 people down to the ground. Take it away! The 4 of them were baffled, completely unaware of what was going on. Before their hands were tied, and they were forcibly taken away by the players of Jinshin. The thing that made them feel the most unimaginable was, the people from God of Destruction didn't even let go of the flesh and blood remains of the priest player who had been devoured by the silver-level Snake King in front of them, and packed them up and took them away as well. It was only when they were brought to a remote area far away from the city of Starlight, outside a deep, dark cave, that they were shocked to realize. A large group of players who had been kidnapped here with their hands bound, just like them, had already gathered here. Chopper's men have taken complete control of the scene. All of these casuals, all of them are their captives. Enough hundreds of casuals from all over the world were forced to kneel outside the cave. Under the intimidation of the eerie cavern in front of them that looked like a bloody mouth, as well as the surrounding divine beheading players, the casual players present erupted into terrified screams and wails. Where is this place? What the hell are you guys doing? Why did you bring me here? You guys want money or something? I'll give you guys money. You guys let me go. I have a wife and kids waiting for me at home. They can't live without me. Please let me go. No matter how much they begged. The man who beheaded the gods was unmoved. But they didn't do anything either, as if they were waiting for something, until a figure emerged from the darkness. Dragon Soul Guanyu came here based on the positioning of Zhenshen, Tianqi, and when he saw this group of scattered players captured at the scene, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Just at this moment, a young-looking archer youth with an outstanding temperament at the head of the divine beheading players turned around. Upon seeing the archer youth, a murderous intent immediately erupted in Dragon Soul Guanyu's eyes along with some surprise. Divine beheading heavenly providence? Isn't his level over 70, and he's supposed to be over at the third heavens, unable to enter the second heavens according to his level? Why would he be here? Soon Dragon Soul Guanyu reacted. I see, it's a suppression scroll. A magic scroll unique to the world of Heaven's Abyss. The Scroll of Suppression. When used by the player, the level can be suppressed. But there's a flaw, and that's the fact that suppression scrolls suppress not just levels, but strength as well. The original level of Zhanshin Tianqi was 78, and he had suppressed it to 50 through the scroll, so he could, at the moment, only exert the strength of a level 50. And until the effect of the suppression scroll ends, the player cannot forcefully return to their original level and strength. To think that he would not hesitate to use the suppression scroll to suppress his level to 50 and enter the second heaven himself. Looks like tonight's action is important to you. Just as Dragon Soul Guanyu was thinking this, Chopper Celestial gave him a command. Kill them, all of them. Following Zhanshin Tianqi's gaze to the group of captured casual players on the field, Dragon Soul Guanyu was violently energized. The purpose of the divine beheading heavenly providence calling out to him to come here was to have him kill these people. But obviously they could do it themselves, so why did they have to wait for Dragon Soul Guanyu to do it? Seeing that Dragon Soul Guanyu hesitated, a touch of grimness flared in Zhenshin Tianqi's eyes, and he once again took up his daughter as a threat. If you don't want your daughter to die, woe rub. The moment Dragon Soul Guanyu raised his sword, the players of the surrounding Zhanshin battle team could not help but be on guard. Obviously, they were well aware of the gold content of the national fighter in front of them. But fortunately, Dragon Soul Guanyu did not disobey the order. Even if I don't kill you, the people of the god beheading will never let you go. Consider it a contribution to unblocking my account. When I become a divine agent and gain the power of Horus, the god of vengeance, I will avenge you all. Sorry, folks. The words just fell. Dragon Soul Guanyu rushed into the crowd with his gilt-grade Shattered World Demon Slayer sword in hand. Brush up. In a burst of heart-rending screams and wails, there were more than 300 innocent casualties on the scene, all of whom were decapitated. At once, the corpses were strewn with blood. Dragon Soul Guanyu's killing decisiveness couldn't help but look at the surrounding Zhanshin players. Ding killed 229 players. Account hate value 229,000. After killing, then what? Dragon Soul Guanyu's murderous red eyes stared at Zhanshin Tianqi. Zhanshin Tianqi said with great satisfaction, "It's all right, you can roll for now, and continue to wait for me to make arrangements behind you. Remember, if half of this matter is leaked to the outside world, not only will your daughter's life be in jeopardy, you will also die a horrible death." Dragon Soul Guanyu clenched his fists, but Lu Ming's admonition rang in his mind. Do not act rashly without his orders. Then he withdrew his long sword and silently turned away. Only before leaving, the Dragon Soul Guanyu intentionally looked at that cave. Just wait until the Dragon Soul Guanyu front foot just left. Under the orders of Zhanshin Tianqi, Zhanshin's players began to transport the bodies of those scattered people towards the cave. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Within the cave came a back-chilling, eerie shriek and a creepy chewing sound. Looking at the hole that looked like a bloody mouth, the corners of Zhanshin Tianqi's mouth rose. Eat more. When you grow up, don't forget who fed you. It didn't take long for the cave to fall into silence. Chopper God Tianqi couldn't help but frown slightly and sent a Weibo message to his friend whose note was named Big Brother. Brother, it's been fed for so many days. Every day it's been fed by hundreds of people. And that guy hasn't made a move yet. Isn't he full? Does it have such a big appetite? Not long after, Qin Feng returned the message. Good horses naturally eat a lot. You have to understand that it is the key to our Qin clan dominating as the number one in the Great Xia State Service and realizing the class jump. We'll feed it as much as it eats. And the day it comes out of the gate will be the day our Qin clan rises to power. When the time comes, not only in Daxia, but looking at the entire world, you and I, brothers, will be able to get the wind and the rain. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Zhan Shun Tianqi immediately became interested. Good. Then I'll personally supervise the whole thing and take responsibility to the end. I won't even leave Jiang province for half a step until it's full. Qin Feng. Good, worthy of being my own brother. I'm relieved to leave this to you. However, this matter must be carried out in secret, and must not be known to anyone other than us, the god beheaders. Well, I know, brother. Don't worry. Right, brother? Qinji asked again with some confusion. I don't understand why you arranged for me to let Guan Yu kill these people? That formation trickster by second sister's side is dead. Guan Yu is no longer useful. Why don't I kill him and his daughter? So as not to feed the tiger. No, Qin Feng said. I have my own arrangements. Don't ask so many questions first. Just listen to my arrangements. Qinji didn't ask too many questions. Okay. Immediately afterward, Qinji then confided in the 100 Zhanshan players present. Brothers, it's been a hard couple of days. If you want to wash your feet after getting offline later, if you want to get a massage, go to the best store and enjoy it. All the spending will be reimbursed by the battle team. In addition, each of you will have your bonus increased from 50,000 to 100,000 this month. At these words, the people present were ecstatic. Thank you, G. Chapter 121 sealed. Second Order Ghost General. It's late at night and all is quiet. North of the city of Starburst, several figures traveled quietly through the darkness. According to the positioning sent by Dragon Soul Guan Yu, soon, Lu Ming, Qin Churen, and Lin Yuwei arrived outside of a deep and dark cave. From afar, a strong smell of blood that came from afar caused both Qin Churen and Lin Yuwei, who were both women, to resist frowning deeply. Dragon Soul Guan Yu has long been waiting here. When he saw Lu Ming arriving, he immediately walked over. The mastermind of this operation ID called Chopper God Tianqi. He arranged for Chopper God's people to capture more than 200 casualties and throw them all into this cave. If nothing else, in this cave, it should be that second order ghost general they're feeding on. When he heard the name, Divine Beheading Heavenly Gift, and saw that Qin Churen was visibly stagnant, Lu Ming asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Churen was silent for a moment and said with a somewhat grave emotion, "His name is Qin Ji. He is my younger brother." Then, in that case, wouldn't he be Qin Feng's own brother? Knowing the identity of this Qin Ji, Lu Ming was inexplicably a little excited. It was like when he had died at the hands of Lu Ming, his brother-in-law from his previous life, Yi Chun. Even though he couldn't kill the pair of dogs Qin Feng and Yi Linger for the time being, chopping off their right and left arms first would hurt their vitality a bit. At this time, Dragon Soul Guan Yu added with some confusion, "Only one thing is strange. I don't know why. They captured those people and must let me do the work to solve it." Hearing this, Lu Ming did suddenly think of a question that had been buried in his mind. Then he asked thoughtfully, "What's your account blocking task?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu was blunt. "Within 5 years, 10 million points of hate value will be eliminated. Killing monsters will eliminate 1 point. Elite monsters 10 times, bosses 100 times, and killing players 1,000 times." Lu Ming asked again, "Does Qin Feng, or this Qinji, know about your account ban?" Dragon Soul Guan Yu thought for a moment and said, "Only Qin Feng knows about it, because I said it to him when I was in a hurry to save Xiaotong, in order to show my value." Sure enough, Lu Ming immediately surmised that Qin Feng must have seen Dragon Soul Guan Yu's identity as a divine agent and wanted to make Dragon Soul Guan Yu work for him. The average person doesn't know. However, Qin Feng, who had secretly colluded with the ghosts and had already known about this thing called the Scroll of the Sealed God in Lu Ming's previous life, could not possibly not know that there were gods in the heavenly abyss world, since it's all about feeding the ghosts by killing people. So he simply asked Dragon Soul Guan Yu to kill these people, and in doing so, he could also help Dragon Soul Guan Yu speed up the progress of unblocking his account in the process. Want to be all gods and ghosts? It seems your ambition is not small. Unfortunately, the god of vengeance I've already internalized. You can't eat it. Lu Ming didn't say much about Dragon Soul Guan Yu. It was just an admonition. Do whatever they tell you to do. Just try to go along with them. As he spoke, Lu Ming came to that cave entrance. At once, a powerful aura came over him. At this time, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly crossed his body to stop in front of Lu Ming and copied the Demon Slayer sword. I'll go in first to scout the way. No need. Lu Ming said, with my current strength, I shouldn't be able to kill this ghost general. So this trip, for the time being, I just came to explore its reality. Saying that, Lu Ming instantly consumed 1 point of soul power and summoned one of the cheapest rank 1 necromantic warriors. Under the control of Lu Ming's mind, the necromantic warrior was fearless and walked towards the cave. At the same time, Lu Ming observed the scene inside the cave through vision sharing. As the necromantic warrior went deeper into the cave, a suffocating darkness, Lu Ming felt that in the depths of this cave, there was a pair of eyes that were staring straight at him. Even when Lu Ming was outside the cave, he felt a powerful oppressive force through his vision sharing. It's a good thing that the necromancer Mordor is emotionally, fearlessly, and unrelenting. Just then, cluck, cluck, cluck. That creepy, ghostly, characteristic eerie shriek resounded once again. At the same time, a powerful obsidian glow erupted from the darkness. In just an instant, the necromantic warrior was obliterated. Field of view is interrupted. But the good thing was, Lu Ming had already gotten the data information he wanted through the necromancer. Brutal Rain Tina Magic Second Order Ghost General. Level 50. Magic attack power 187,200. Armor 121,100. Magic resistance 135,000. Speed 128,800. Blood 420,000. Skills: Dark Rain Grade C, Brutal Trample Grade C, Kill Zone Grade C. Description: unknown. Sure enough, it's the Ghost General. However, Lu Ming remembered that the name of the Ghost General that the Black Cloak had mentioned would be completely revived 2.5 years later and destroy the city of Starlight, exterminating more than 9 million people in the Jiang province, seemed to be called Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula. The Ghost General at the moment, however, was named Brutal Rain Tina. Could he have misremembered? Lu Ming didn't think much of it. After all, this guy's identity as a Ghost General was unquestionable. Seeing the data information that Lu Ming shared in the team channel, Qin Chern was astonished. What a terrifying attribute. This is still just the strength in the sealed state, right? Lu Ming recalled what the Black Cloak had said in his mind and analyzed. According to what he meant, that demonic beast from that night was sealed with 60% of its power, so this Ghost General should be about the same. That is to say, what we saw at the moment was only about 40% of Brutal Rain Tina's power level. Previously, when he heard Lu Ming say that after more than 2 years, humanity would perish because of ghosts, Qin Chern was still somewhat unconvinced. It wasn't until this moment that she truly realized how terrifying ghosts were. As for Lu Ming, even though he had been psychologically prepared before he came, with his current strength there was absolutely no way he could be a match for this Ghost General, even if the other party was in the middle of a seal. But also really did not expect the gap between the two sides actually so huge. Lu Ming compared his own data. The current effect of LV33 Death Trample's attack power bonus to friendly troops was 92,458 points, and even with the addition of the 3-star Treasure Perishable Heavenly Chapter and the attack power of the 4th-ranked Death God himself, at most, the Death God's attack power would barely break the 100,000 mark. Even with the 17,555 points of armor reduction from Painted Ground, he simply couldn't beat this Ghost General with 12W plus armor attributes. Not to mention the crushing of speed, chi and blood, and other aspects. Thus, Lu Ming decisively left this place without looking back. On the way back to Starlight City, Qin Chern asked, "Have you figured out how to deal with this Ghost General?" "Aha," Lu Ming said chestily. "Wait for me to reach level 40. Once he waited for Lu Ming to reach level 40, the total increased talent was upgraded to LV5, which could make the skill enhancement multiplier reach 50 times. Together with Drawing Sword's 15x enhancement, the total 65x skill enhancement effect was enough to increase Lu Ming's Death Trample skill attack power bonus to 14W+. Coupled with the armor slashing effect of Painted Ground, it was already able to deal substantial defense-breaking damage to the Ghost General. At that time, the Necromantic Legion would certainly be able to easily take down this second-order Ghost General in its sealed state. Let's settle down for a few days first. Lu Ming looked at his current level. 33 level 55% and said, expect to level up to 40 within 3 days. At this time, Qin Charan suddenly tilted her head to look at Lu Ming and said, nerd, do you know what people say about you in the comment section? Lu Ming was confused. How to evaluate? They say you're a bug. You sure are a bug. From the beginning, she had agreed to be Lu Ming's girlfriend simply because Lu Ming had promised to help her take revenge. But I don't know when it started, but in Qin Charan's eyes as she looked at Lu Ming, she began to radiate love and admiration. Women are naturally strong. In this world where strength was the rule, who could resist such a gentle, boundary-sensitive, and powerful top-tier powerhouse like Lu Ming? Without realizing it, the time had come to 12 o'clock late at night. Lu Ming was eager to rise to level 40 to exterminate this ghost general, so he instructed Qin Charan and Lin Yue, you guys go offline first, I'll practice for a while. I'll join you, Qin Charan said in a serious manner. It's too dangerous for you to be alone in the wilderness. Sister has to protect you. Lin Yue also hurriedly followed. I'll go too. Then Dragon Soul Guan Yu wanted to say, forget it, I will brush myself. Together. Lu Ming called out to Dragon Soul Guan Yu and said, with the addition of my knot formation, you'll brush faster. Dragon Soul Guan Yu was a bit hesitant. He didn't dare to face Qin Charan after all. It's okay. I'll just stay out of your way. I'll be the first to tell you if there's any more news from the divine beheading side. After saying that, Dragon Soul Guan Yu was alone and disappeared into the darkness. Lu Ming saw. There was still hatred in Qin Charan's eyes. Dragon Soul Guan Yu personally killed Qin Charan's closest friends, the Green Dragon, Xuanwu, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird. Who else could forgive such an enemy? It was only for Lu Ming's sake. The world needs the gods to save it. In front of the rise and fall of mankind, what is love and hatred worth? Qin Charan could only comfort himself with this. The three of them planned to go back to the Domain of Shadows map to practice again. However, it wasn't long after they had just left. Suddenly, Lu Ming, with his keen insight, detected a stirring coming from the nearby darkness. Next, swish, 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 the sharp arrows that roamed the sky were clearly shooting towards Qin Charan, who was amongst the three people. Lu Ming's eyes and hands were too quick to hesitate and quickly pounced on Qin Charan. Holding Qin Charan, the ground rolled a few times and avoided the rain of arrows without any danger. Qin Charan, who was pressed under Lu Ming, had yet to react to what had happened. Shoo shoo shoo. In all directions, a large group of players rushed out aggressively. Chapter 122 Enemies of Love. As Lu Ming got up, he subconsciously protected Qin Charan behind himself, looking around at the group of players, only to see that their levels were all as high as level 50/6 with full body bronze silver equipment. Their strength was not bad. And the IDs that were not hidden at the top of the head all had a common feature, which was prefixed with the word brilliant. The first time, it reminded Lu Ming of the brilliant years that he had personally killed a few days ago. At this moment, the leader of the other party, a level 42 archer girl with a hot body, stunningly beautiful looks and excellent temperament, pulling the moon, arrogantly provoked Qin Charan. Qin Charan, are you only going to hide behind others? Qin Charan frowned slightly. Li Wanning. Lu Ming guessed the other party's intention and also directly opened the door, saying to Li Wanning without any politeness, didn't you guys agree before that as long as Ran won against you in single combat, you wouldn't come back to trouble her again? At least you are a young lady of a famous family, so you are so untrustworthy? With Lu Ming's words. Only then did Qin Charan suddenly react to the fact that Lu Ming had already known that she and Li Wanning had competed for favor in the PK arena this evening. Thinking of this, Qin Charan's white cheeks couldn't help but embarrassingly blush, facing Lu Ming's question. Li Wanning, however, wrapped her hands around her chest and said with a straight face, she killed my brother. How can this matter be said to be settled? You don't have to speak for Qin Charan. I know you killed my brother because of her. Qin Charan had said that the Li family was kind to her. So considering from Qin Charan's point of view, Lu Ming would not use force to solve the problem as a last resort. Then he protected Qin Charan and confronted Li Wanning. Li Hui was killed by me. I am Ran's boyfriend. How do you want to solve this matter? Just talk to me. I hadn't thought that the next second, Li Wanning spoke out of turn. She said to Lu Ming, you be my boyfriend. As long as you promise to be my boyfriend, I won't hold Qin Charan responsible. There was no waiting for Lu Ming to make any response. Li Wanning sized up Lu Ming with a haughty gaze and said with self-proclaimed innocence, "Our Li family has tens of billions of assets and is a famous noble family in Magic City. My father is the chairman of the Li family, and I am the Li family's golden young lady. With me, whatever you want, I can satisfy you." Qin Churin is nothing more than an abandoned daughter of the Qin family who comes when called. She has no power and no influence. She's simply not worthy of a heavenly abyss powerhouse of your caliber. She'll only become a stumbling block on your path to success. And you should know that her brother has already made a marriage contract for her with the Wang family. She's going to marry that stupid son of the Wang family soon. The two of you together are doomed to never come to fruition. Between the lines, Li Wanning's words were filled with disparagement of Qin Churin, as well as confidence in herself. The most infuriating thing was, Qin Churin was simply powerless to refute it. Because what Li Wanning said, every word was solid, but every word was true. And it was as if in Li Wanning's eyes, Lu Ming was nothing more than a piece of merchandise she had her eye on. After a pause, Li Wanning continued, "Of course there's also another solution, and that's a life for a life. It's fine if you don't agree to be my boyfriend. Then I'll kill Qin Churin and use her life to pay for my brother's life. Since it doesn't make sense, it doesn't." Just as Qin Churin was all caught up in a moment of self-doubt by Li Wanning's admonishment, Lu Mingyi gazed at Li Wanning with an icy gaze and said, "You can try as much as you like." At these words, Li Wanning froze. She had clearly underestimated Lu Ming's determination. And at that moment, a level 50 assassin teenager beside Li Wanning, brilliant moment, Herculeanly pointed angrily at Lu Ming and drank. "What kind of thing are you? How dare you talk to Ning like that? It's a blessing in your life that Ning has taken a liking to you." As he spoke, moment of brilliance added to Li Wanning. "Ning, let's go. This kid doesn't know what's good for him. And he's nothing more than a loser formation trickster who's only level 35. So it's not worth wasting your thoughts on him." Li Wanning stomped her foot straight. "I don't care. I want him." Bite the bullet in moments of glory. He couldn't figure out where he was inferior to this formation trickster in front of him. But in order to win Li Wanning's heart, and in order to let Li Wanning see properly how bad this formation trickster she was looking at really was, with a brush, he drew his sword and approached Lu Ming and Qin Churin. "Since that's the case, Ning, then I'll kill this female for you." Looking at the front of this than their own full 15 levels lower, looking at the unobtrusive 35-level array trickster, brilliant moment caricatured. "Self-insured waste, I want to see how you protect their own female." Whoa rub. Before brilliant moment could finish his words, Lu Ming violently reached out and drew his sword. In an instant, a sharp sword shadow ran through the body of brilliant moment. 1180920. A high 7-digit explosion damage instantly engulfed the full blood bar above brilliant moment's head. With an ice-cold gaze quietly watching the incredulous brilliant moment, Lu Ming indifferently said, "My girlfriend, is it your turn to tell me what to do?" In the next second, brilliant moment's eyes widened and he fell to his knees with a plop, collapsing in a pool of blood. Brush up. The dozens of splendid warriors players in front of them had their swords drawn, not waiting for them to start any action. Wow! In all directions, countless blood-colored boundaries flowing with dark golden light were immediately manifested. Immediately after that, a fourth-rank death god, clad in blood armor and with a scythe on his shoulder, like a hellish envoy, stepped through the space and walked out. Lu Ming had only summoned a few dozen death goddesses, and their aura was enough to shock the entire audience. The players of the brilliant battle team were scared to death and didn't dare to act rashly. Except for Li Wanning. The rest of the people present obviously did not expect that this seemingly insignificant fourth-turn auxiliary formation trickster, who was only over level 30, was hiding such a powerful strength. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning with the gaze of a dead man. "I gave you a chance." With Lu Ming's thought, brush up. In all directions, hundreds of rank 4 death goddesses held scythes in their hands and closed in on Li Wanning and the group of brilliant players surrounding her. At this moment, even Li Wanning felt a wave of fear, but just as the necromongers were about to strike, it was as if Lu Ming suddenly sensed something. Immediately, with a thought, he ordered all the reapers to stop moving. And then, opening his mouth, he spoke to the brilliant player. 3 seconds, get out of my sight." As soon as these words came out, the brilliant player immediately pulled his legs out and ran. Li Wanning, on the other hand, was staring at the duo of Lu Ming and Qin Churin with unwilling eyes. To Lu Ming, he said, "You'll regret it, Spectre." After saying that, Li Wanning turned around and left. Qin Charan originally did not hate Li Wanning so much, but also always felt that he killed her brother, ashamed of their Li family. But just now, the moment Li Wanning tried to snatch Lu Ming with all her heart, Qin Charan inexplicably felt a killing heart welling up inside her. So just now, she didn't stop Lu Ming. Qin Charan turned her face to look at Lu Ming. Obviously, the killing intent in his eyes just now had already pronounced the death sentence for Li Wanning and the others. But why did he suddenly release them? Just as Qin Charan was puzzled. Only to see Lu Ming take out from his backpack the scroll of sealing that he had obtained from the black market gnome Avani, sealing the power of the night goddess Nyx deity. The golden-colored scroll vaguely shimmered with a burst of shimmering light. And this shimmering light became fainter and fainter as Li Wanning drifted further and further away. Looking at this scene, Qin Charan was incomparably shocked. Li Wanning is the chosen divine agent of the goddess of darkness Nyx. Chapter 123 Divine Proxy, Nyx's Choice. The moment Li Wanning completely disappeared into the dark night, the scroll of sealing god in Lu Ming's hand had also regained its calm. It was only then that Qin Charan realized. So you let Li Wanning go because you sensed that the scroll of the sealed god was resonating? Recalling in his mind what the Black Cloak had once said, Lu Ming said with some vigor, "Once the deity's chosen agent appears nearby, the scroll of sealing will resonate. In the past 2 days, I've read countless people, and the scroll never responded until just now, when it finally resonated for the first time, though this resonance points to Li Wanning. But the strange thing was, just now, Lu Ming tried to use the scroll of sealing god, but he couldn't crush it. What's going on here? Could it be that Li Wanning is indeed one of the chosen agents of the goddess of darkness Nyx, only that she hasn't completed the pre-contract conditions yet, and that's why the scroll can't be used? What exactly are the terms of the contract of the goddess of darkness Nyx? Looking in the direction Li Wanning had left, Lu Ming fell into deep thought, and looking up at the blazing light emanating from Lu Ming's eyes. At this moment, how Qin Charan wished that the agent chosen by the goddess of darkness, Nyx, was her. In this way, he himself would be able to obtain the power of the gods and become stronger, and would no longer be like what Li Wanning had said, that he would only be a stumbling block in Lu Ming's path to success. But Nyx's choice wasn't mine after all. Qin Chu Ran knew how much weight the divine agents carried, and also knew that Lu Ming was looking for other divine agents, wanting to join forces to fight against the ghosts that were about to be revived, and to save the future of mankind. So she could only pretend to be happy as she said to Lu Ming, but being able to find an agent is always the first step towards success. As for what the conditions of the contract are, we'll slowly feel it out later. Aha! Lu Ming put the scroll of sealing back into his backpack. The next thing they knew, the three of them were back in Starlight City. At this point, the time was already 12:30 in the morning. The daily arena count has been refreshed. Qin Charan then didn't go offline with Lu Ming and Lin Yue, but instead traveled alone to the dueling arena in the city of Starburst to participate in an athletic competition. Even if you can't become a divine agent, it doesn't mean you're destined to be weak. As long as one works hard enough, even with a mortal body, one day one will be able to become a strong person in the heavenly abyss world, comparable to a god. With this obsession, Qin Charan spent half an hour playing the arena 30 times, with a great ability to pick up another 30-win streak. Just when she was a bit tired and ready to go offline to rest, suddenly in front of her eyes, the silhouette of the person who disgusted her appeared again, Li Wanning. Qin Charan just ignored it, ready to ignore Li Wanning and go straight offline. But Li Wanning was clearly targeting her. He walked straight to Qin Charan. "Make a bid and leave the underworld, at whatever price you want." Qin Charan looked at Li Wanning, who had a clear face, and said without any good humor, "Do you really think that it's a matter of money?" Li Wanning wrapped her hands around her chest, her eyes filled with contempt, and said to Qin Charan disdainfully, "It seems that you still don't recognize your own position. The underworld, destined to be the one to become our great Xia's absolute powerhouse. What can you do for him on this path of him stepping into the ranks? It's undeniable that you can't do anything, and relying on the Spectre for everything, you'll only slow down the Spectre's progress and become a burden to him. What about you?" Qin Charan asked Li Wanning in return. "What can you do for him?" Li Wanning laughed strangely. "The Pantheon wants to subdue Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and I have a way to save Dragon Soul Guan Yu's kidnapped daughter, Guan Xiaotong, from the god of decimation for him. Can you?" I have the money to customize extreme equipment for Spectre and increase the strength of his hardware. Do you have any? I have the power, and I can smooth out all the obstacles in the way of the Spectre stepping into the path of the powers. Can you? Although she knew that Li Wanning was deliberately angry with herself, Qin Churen was still ruthlessly stabbed in the heart after all. She also finally realized Li Wanning had come fully prepared. Qin Churen endured the pain and asked Li Wanning a question. Do you like the underworld? Li Wanning said lightly, Of course you like it? Qin Churen quietly gazed into Li Wanning's eyes and said, No, you don't like it. There is no love in your eyes, only possessiveness. Love. Li Wanning couldn't help but laugh out loud. Don't you talk to me about love. That's the cheapest thing in this world. Only little cuties. Only then will you believe in love. Then why are you still with the Spectre? What do you really want? Facing Qin Churen's questioning, Li Wanning said with some impatience, That's not for you to worry about. Don't blame me for not warning you. It's up to you how you weigh it. Oh right. In case if we let the people of the Goddess of Destruction know that Underworld is still alive and is secretly plotting against them together with Dragon Soul Guan Yu. Guess what they'll do with Dragon Soul Guan Yu and his daughter, and how they're going to try to deal with Underworld later on. After saying this, Li Wanning laughed merrily and left. Qin Churen stood alone, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, Fong clicked offline and disappeared into thin air. Because the computer was still being repaired, Qin Churen had used Lu Ming's computer to log into Tian Yuan in the past few days. After getting off the line, Qin Churen appeared in Lu Ming's room. The bright moonlight filtered through the window and sprinkled down on Lu Ming, who was lying asleep on the bed. Qin Churen gently walked over and carefully covered Lu Ming with the quilt. Sitting on the edge of the bed, quietly looking at Lu Ming, his eyes gradually moist. Love doesn't know what it's all about. I don't know when it started. Maybe it's because of these days of living and dying together. It was also perhaps because of some of Lu Ming's expressions and details of caring and protecting himself in ordinary days. At this moment, Qin Churen suddenly realized, I seem to really kind of like you. After a long time, Qin Churen quietly got up and left the room. As the early morning sunlight pours into the room, Lu Ming was awakened by a sharp knock on the door. Brother Spectre, wake up! Lu Ming got up and opened the door to his room, only to see Lin Yue's face full of anxiety. I just saw the door to Sister Chu Rant's room open and went in to find that she had disappeared, and the luggage and everything had disappeared as well, just when Lu Ming was a bit surprised. Knock knock. Qin Churen sent a tweet. Nerd. Forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. It's just that if I leave in person, I'm afraid you'll be too sad to part with it. Lu Ming immediately dialed Qin Churen's voice call. As soon as the phone was connected, Lu Ming urgently questioned, Qin Churen, what's wrong with you? Why did you just leave without saying hello? Where are you going? On the other side of the phone came Qin Churen's slightly ashamed voice. In fact, I've been thinking about it for a long time. I just haven't been able to tell you that I'm planning to take a trip to Anyang. Ah Lung and the others collected a battle team over in Anyang before. I'll go over and take over and straighten things out. All right. A short parting is for a better meeting next time. Nerd. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. With this, why didn't you tell me about it in advance? Lu Ming frowned. I'm at least your boyfriend, right? Right at this moment, Qin Churen on the other end of the phone suddenly said something that made Lu Ming's heart shake violently. Nerd, your real name isn't Zhang Yi, is it? Not waiting for Lu Ming to slow down, Qin Churen continued with a smile. It's okay. You don't like me anyway. Lu Ming completely froze. He never thought that the original Qin Churen knew everything. Qin Churen, however, laughed with a big grin and said, All right, that's it. Nerd. I'm getting in the car. So for now, bye. Duh. Hang up the phone. A wave of shame, along with anger, came over him. Although it was true that initially approaching Qin Churen was only to use her to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger. However, through this period of time spent together, Lu Ming had long since divided the two people, Qin Churen and Qin Feng. She and Lin Yue were all good friends and partners of Lu Ming, even if Lu Ming had no male or female feelings for Qin Churen. He also couldn't watch Qin Churen or Lin Yue being bullied. What's more, no matter what, nominally, Qin Churen was his girlfriend. Going to Anyang is an obvious excuse. If it was because she found out that Lu Ming was cheating on her, she wouldn't have had to wait until now to poke holes in it. Why did Qin Churen leave without saying goodbye after the appearance of this person, Li Wanning, if he hadn't left earlier or later? Lu Ming immediately realized. Qin Charan must have been threatened by Li Wanning in some way. In his eyes, a streak of killing intent burst out. Li Wanning, how dare you touch my people? You seek death. Don't think that just because you're a divine agent, I won't dare to kill you. Chapter 124, The Voldemort Gang's Revenge. Li Wanning comes to the rescue. After breakfast, Lu Ming and Lin Yue went on the line. Lu Ming thought about it. In fact, it would be good for Qin Charan to temporarily leave for a while. The situation right now happens to be rather unique. One side is about to go to war with that demon general, and at the same time, one has to play dead to avoid the people of the God of Decimation. If Qin Charan is by my side instead, it will be easy for the people of the Goddess of Decimation to target me, just so that you can avoid the front line, and you can come back when these matters at hand are resolved. With this in mind, Lu Ming temporarily returned his attention to how to quickly upgrade. It was still imperative to level up to level 40 as soon as possible, kill that ghost general, and resolve the crisis on the Jiang province side. Soon, Lu Ming selected a map. LV-46, LV-47 Holy Light Camp. This place was the opposite of the Shadow Realm that I went to last night. The monsters in the Holy Light Camp would gain a 20% strengthening effect during the day and weaken at night, so basically no players would come here to practice during the day. Thus, in order to not attract attention, Lu Ming switched his trumpet, Dawn, and separated from Lin Yue, each heading to the Holy Light Camp. On the way, Lin Yue's invocation of the Scourge Saint Body suddenly attracted another group of punks, only to see 7 or 8 players with levels ranging from 40-45, with colorful hair that didn't look like good people in broad daylight, directly surrounded Lin Yue, who was alone. Little sister, do you know who my brother is? Remember our dragon, Cyclops? Lu Ming, who was not far away, recognized at a glance that the group of players who were pestering Lin Yue were the people from the Voltron Gang, the Voodoo Gang, known as the largest underground black force in Yunzhou. They specialize in a number of robberies and kidnappings. He remembered that a few days ago, Lin Yue had been kidnapped by one of them named Cyclops, and the other party demanded a ransom of $10 million and was finally rescued by the Black Cloak using the power of time confinement. It seems that the lesson from last time wasn't enough, and you guys even dared to come looking for death. On the field, Lin Yue tightly grasped the staff in her hand, her eyes revealing a look of fear. The 8 surrounding Voodoo Gang punks wandered over Lin Yue's body with teasing gazes. They said in a conspiratorial manner, "Yo, why is the little beauty alone today? Where's that array trickster bodyguard of yours, brother Underworld? Could it be that they were slaughtered by the people who chopped off the gods? I heard that the heads were chopped off." Huh? Old misery. It was then that Lu Ming in the shadows came to a realization. No wonder they dared to take the wind out of their sails. So it was because they had learned the news that Lu Ming was dead. It seems that they have also been lurking for a long time before they finally waited for such an opportunity, so they came to take revenge on Lin Yue. There were quite a few passerby players around who were hilarious, but they all have the attitude that it's not their business, and no one wants to get into trouble. In Lu Ming's eyes, a flash of killing intent passed by. Seek death. Just as Lu Ming was about to switch the large number to summon the necromantic army, suddenly, he saw that among the crowd of people in the periphery, there were several figures of divine beheading players mixed in. Lu Ming immediately stopped cutting the number, because once he strikes, he will surely expose himself. Once the people of the God of Decimation know that I'm still alive, they'll know that Guan Yu has betrayed them, and at that time, Guan Xiaodong's life will surely be in jeopardy, and it will also inevitably affect my next plan. Just as Lu Ming was a bit at a loss for words, hibernating in the shadows of a silhouette, the cold eyes of a smear of murderous intent, Wow wipe a knife drawn up, just as he was about to rush out to relieve Lin Yue. On the field, swish, 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 suddenly a rain of arrows fell from the sky and enveloped Lin Yue's surroundings. The sudden attack caught the few players of the Voltron Gang off guard, and they were all instantly crippled, didn't wait for them to slow down. Among the outer crowd, a large group of level 45-50 players with brilliant IDs rushed out. At the head of the group was a level 42 archer girl. A tight-fitting Locke's armor highlighted the girl's bumpy and delicate figure to the fullest. Her face was exquisite and her appearance was absolutely beautiful. Li Wanning's appearance was like a crane, instantly attracting the salivation of countless men around her. A murderous intent surfaced in his icy eyes. What a disgusting bunch of trash. Kill them, with Li Wanning's command. To their left and right, dozens of Splendor players swarmed up, instantly decapitating those 8 Voltron gang players on the spot. The scene erupted into a thunderous applause. Good. Good for you. This young lady is really a beautiful person with big waves. Ah shucks. A beautiful person with a good heart. With Li Wanning stepping in to resolve the players of the Voltron gang and rescuing Lin Yue. The shadowy figure in the dark silently withdrew the dagger. At the same time, Lu Ming over here had also dropped his defenses. He subconsciously opened his backpack, just to see the scroll of the Sealing of the Gods in his backpack, resonating again, emitting a burst of shimmering light. Li Wanning came to Lin Yue's side and smiled gently. Where do you want to go? I'll escort you. Lin Yue was grateful. But when she looked up and saw that the person who rescued her was Li Wanning, she froze. Thought to myself, surprisingly, it's her. She almost killed Sister Chu Ran last night, and she even upset Brother Yui. And you want to snatch Brother Yui? This bad woman. Don't look at Lin Yue as being soft and easy to pinch. She also has a temper. He gave a humph to Li Wanning, got up and walked away. Li Wanning, on the contrary, did not see eye to eye with Lin Yue. Ordering the brilliant players around him, he followed Lin Yue. She herself stood still, only waiting for the surrounding hilarious people to disperse before she suddenly looked over at Lu Ming and greeted him. Hello, Underworld. We meet again. Lu Ming, who had the Dawn ID on his head and whose character's appearance was also very different from that of the Underworld at this moment, was instantly astonished. How did she know I was a specter? All the more reason not to keep you, it seems. Seeing that there was no one around and that Li Wanning already knew her identity, Lu Ming simply stopped pretending and directly showed his hand, switching the large specter. With murderous intent in his eyes, he approached towards Li Wanning. Li Wanning seemed to have seen through Lu Ming's intentions, as she clutched her shoulders and said with a feigned innocence, "You're not trying to be gracious and revengeful, are you? I just helped you save your sister. It's not like your girlfriend dumped you, so you're taking it out on me, is it?" No questions asked and no answers given. It seemed that Qin Churen's unceremonious departure was indeed related to Li Wanning. Lu Ming pressed Li Wanning step by step and questioned, "What did you say to Qin Churen?" "What else can I say?" Li Wanning pretended to know nothing and said to Lu Ming with a face full of aggression, "It might be that she herself felt that she was not worthy of you, so she left you. How can you blame me? People simply like you, they haven't done anything wrong." If this were the Lu Ming of his previous life, he would have really believed Li Wanning, and would have even pitied and sympathized with her. But now, Lu Ming recognized Li Wanning's green tea bimbo nature at a glance. After all, compared to Tea Emperor Yilinger, Li Wanning's acting skills are still too poor. Right at this moment, Li Wanning suddenly looked left and right, and then whispered to Lu Ming in a mysterious manner, "Secretly telling you a secret. I know where Zhen Shun's people have Guan Xiaotong imprisoned, and as long as you have the need, I can always ask someone to go and get her back." Looking at Lu Ming's astonished face, Li Wanning then proceeded to gloat. "How about this?" I said. "As long as you're with me, no matter what you want, I'll be able to satisfy you." Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and asked, "So, you want me to be your boyfriend so badly? Why exactly?" "Why else? Brother Underworld. Are you thinking that I have an impure heart?" Li Wanning blinked her eyes and pretended to be aggrieved. "Is there anything wrong with people simply liking you? People just think you're handsome and fall in love with you at first sight. And you're strong and manly. Brother Spectre, do you want to think about it? You and your girlfriend have separated anyway." In the shadows, Qin Churen was quietly watching all of this. It turned out that saying to Lu Ming that he was going to Anyang was really just an excuse. In fact, Qin Churen had not left the Jiang province, had not left the city of Starburst. She still harbored a trace of expectation for Lu Ming. She wanted to know how Lu Ming would respond to Li Wanning next. But I didn't expect that Lu Ming would finally give an answer to Li Wanning that would break Qin Churen's heart. Okay, let's give it a try. Chapter 125, Ex-Boyfriend. Qinji's Provocation. Really? Brother Underworld, you've agreed to be with me. Li Wanning looked at Lu Ming with joy. She couldn't wait for this relationship to become a reality and reached out to take Lu Ming's arm. But he was rejected by Lu Ming with a wave of his hand. Just saying, "Try it first." Embarrassed, Li Wanning immediately pretended to be reserved. "Well, it's because I was too hasty. It's because I like you too much. I can't help but want to be close to you." Qin Churen in the shadows watched this scene and was saddened. However, thinking about it, Li Wanning was indeed excellent regardless of her birth, figure, and looks. Normal men, I'm afraid, can't say no to Li Wanning. Besides, you're the one who gave her this chance. And who can you blame? Thinking of this, Qin Charan left silently with a broken heart. Meanwhile, Li Wanning followed Lu Ming and headed to the Holy Light Camp together. On the way, Li Wanning gloated. In her heart, she thought, Che, I thought you were so noble, but it turns out that you are all pretending. In the end, you still fell under my girl's pomegranate skirt. I was a bit impressed with you, but now you're no different than any other man. Li Wanning thought she had easily taken Lu Ming. Unbeknownst to her, from this moment on, she had been reduced to a pawn in Lu Ming's eyes. Without connections, without contacts, Lu Ming would have really not known where to start to save Guan Yu's daughter. If she can really save Guan Xiaotong, it will solve a major problem for me. Of course, what really made Lu Ming change his mind and not only didn't kill Li Wanning, but instead agreed to go out with her was because of the scroll of the sealed god. Anyone can become a divine agent, which means that the god's selection of agents is not unique, but the conditions of the contract should be in that case. It's through you that we'll find out what the conditions are for the goddess of darkness, Nyx, to contract an agent. Once we've mapped out the terms of the contract, we'll find a new controllable agent and make her a divine proxy for Nyx. With this in mind, Lu Ming inadvertently opened his backpack and looked at it, and was surprised to find that the scroll of the sealed god had lost its brilliance. What's going on? Wasn't it said that the scroll of seals would react whenever an agent chosen by the gods approached it? How come you're so close and you're not reacting instead? Could it be that it's time period specific and won't resonate all the time? With a suspicious gaze, Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning. Observe again and see. Be sure to feel out the terms of Nyx's contract as soon as possible. After all, Lu Ming knew deep down, Li Wanning was definitely not pure of heart when she approached him. Both parties are together with a purpose. It's all about who gets their way first in the end. Soon came the Holy Light Camp. He saw this place, in addition to Lin Yue, has already gathered hundreds of 50 level 6 turn strength, brilliant players. When they saw Li Wanning, they immediately dispersed in all directions to kill the monsters, crippling them and leaving Li Wanning to deal the final blow. The stars were all around Li Wanning. The rich and noble family's eldest daughter's usual practice routine is always so flashy. At this time, Li Wanning pointed at the surrounding Splendor players and bragged to Lu Ming, "See, Brother Underworld. These are all the elites of the Splendor battle team under my Li family, and they are also my exclusive coaches. Of course, now that you're my boyfriend, they can also bring you upgrades. Although you can summon dozens of necromancers, they are certainly not as strong as me, the substitute trainer. I'll let them take you upgrading, and your upgrading speed will surely increase quite a bit. Dozens of dead people? Not strong enough?" It seemed that this Li Wanning's knowledge of Lu Ming was still too short-sighted. It was no wonder that, in front of Lu Ming, she showed her superiority from time to time. Obviously, in Li Wanning's perception, Lu Ming's strength was not bad, but it was only limited to not bad. Just as Li Wanning was about to show off her power once again and order the splendid players to take Lu Ming to upgrade. Wow! Under Lu Ming's intention to summon, countless blood-colored boundaries flowing with dark golden light blossomed in all corners of the entire Holy Light Camp. In the next second, a total of 1,400 rank 4 death gods stepped through space and appeared in the camp. At the same time, Lu Ming synchronized the release of the five-fold knot formation with his longsword station, covering a radius of 2,600 yards and beyond. Go kill monsters. With Lu Ming's thought, the entire Shinigami were holding their scythes against the level 46-47 monsters, golden armored beasts, in the campsite with the super knot formation that had a 52-fold enhancement effect, and they were on the hunt. Shattered souls, chopping souls, brush up, countless channels of 6-digit damage between 10W-20W bloomed all over the field, killing uncountable golden armored giants in an instant. This scene instantly stunned all the brilliant players on the field. Li Wanning also opened her mouth wide, her face full of shock. Good. Awesome. Shocked, Li Wanning burst with joy. I was right about my vision. Just as Lu Ming was immersed in killing monsters, Li Wanning's voice suddenly came from her ears. Brother Underworld, can I ask you to do me a small favor as your girlfriend? So soon you're exposed? Lu Ming looked back at Li Wanning and didn't poke at her, only asking, "What favor?" Li Wanning smiled in a mysterious manner. "When it's a little later, you accompany me to meet someone." Lu Ming had no interest in Li Wanning's mystery, only a mechanical response. Good. Next, while killing the monsters, Li Wanning had a chat and talked to Lu Ming. Of course, the content of Li Wanning's topic revolved around how she had seen a lot of things during her study abroad, how she was favored over there in the Magic City as the Li family's youngest daughter, and how her family's conditions were superior. Even Lin Yue couldn't listen to it anymore and purposely ran far away to kill monsters. Lu Ming was also uninterested in all of this. He had been paying attention to the changes in the scroll of sealing the gods the entire time. But I don't know why. The scroll of sealing the gods no longer resonate response. After a day of brushing at the Holy Light Camp, Lu Ming's level reached 36 level 91%. At this rate, in 2 more days, we should be able to level up to 40. Back in the city of Starburst, it was late in the evening. Lu Ming was preparing to go offline. Li Wanning suddenly pulled Lu Ming and said, "Brother Yui, wait for a while. The person I've made an appointment with will be here soon." As he spoke, following Li Wanning's gaze, he saw a silhouette in front of him, coming in slow steps. On the other side, it was a silver-armored archer teenager with a young appearance and outstanding temperament. When he saw the ID above his head, Lu Ming couldn't help but be surprised for a moment. Chopping God, Heaven's Providence LV 56th turn archer. Wasn't this the same person that Dragon Soul Guan you had said earlier that had captured his daughter? Also Qin Feng. Also Qin Charin's younger brother, Qin Ji, the real brother of the person who colluded with Yi Linger and plotted against him in his previous life, was standing in front of him at this very moment. At that instant, a strong killing intent surfaced within Lu Ming. He didn't do anything rash, though. After all, this is a safe zone and it's crowded. It was a good thing that Lu Ming was logged into the small number Dawn at the moment. So Qinji definitely couldn't recognize Lu Ming. Qinji's relationship with Li Wanning seemed extraordinary. Sizing up Lu Ming, Qinji said suspiciously to Li Wanning, "So this is the new boyfriend you found, huh? I thought it was such a powerful character. I can't imagine it's such a weak rookie." "No, Wanning, you're at least a golden branch. You're not going to find such a groundhog just to piss me off, are you?" Li Wanning wrapped her hands around her chest and let out a light hum as she boasted of her innocence and said to Qinji, "He's much stronger than you. Don't you always say that if I leave you, I'll never find a good man again? How about we make a bet? Within 10 days, if my boyfriend makes a market bid, you go pole dancing on the street." Now, Lu Ming completely understood. It turned out that Li Wanning's purpose of finding herself was only to fight her ex-boyfriend, Qin Ji. At this time, Qin Ji shot Lu Ming a glance with contempt and said with a bland smile, "City standard? With him." As soon as the words left his mouth, he only heard Lu Ming lightly say, "There is no need for 10 days. 3 days is enough." When these words came out, Qinji couldn't help but laugh out loud. 3 days for a city tag? You really think of yourself as a human being? After practicing at the Holy Light Camp for a day today, Li Wanning had already deeply seen how perverse Lu Ming's strength was. Therefore, she maintained absolute trust in Lu Ming. Mocking Qin Ji, he said, "What, you don't dare to bet?" Qin Ji smiled grimly and said, "If you lose, you'll be at my mercy for 3 days. How about that?" Li Wanning was stunned for a moment. She had chosen to believe Lu Ming after all. Then he promised Qin Ji, "Good." Qin Ji finally glanced at Lu Ming and smiled contemptuously. 3 days later, "Look forward to your city bid." After saying that, Qin Ji turned around and left in style. Li Wanning immediately cried out to Lu Ming, "Brother Yume, I've already broken up with him, but he keeps pestering me, so you must win him over. Otherwise, he will definitely keep pestering both of us." Lu Ming promised, "Don't worry, I won't lose." As he spoke, Lu Ming felt a movement in his backpack. Opening it, he realized the scroll of the sealed god, which had been silent for a day, finally exuded resonance once again, flickering with a burst of shimmering light. In the meantime, suddenly, Qin Charin sent a WeChat over to Lu Ming. "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. Just getting ready to go offline." Lu Ming asked back, "Have you arrived in Anyang yet?" "Well, arrived." Qin Charin said, "Nerd, did that Li Wanning find you?" At this moment, Qin Charin was actually not far away, in a corner watching Lu Ming and Li Wanning. She had expected Lu Ming to deceive and hide himself, but she didn't expect Lu Ming to say to her, "When I use her to figure out the conditions of Nyx's contract, I'll choose another agent later. So the purpose of you being with her is for this." Qin Charin, who had learned the truth, looked at Lu Ming from afar and raised a gentle smile on her face. "You're such a nerd." Chapter 126 Arena. Crush Game. 7 o'clock in the evening. In the northern part of Starlight City, the dueling arena was bustling with people. Whether it's level 30 or 50. Men, women, and children. Whether it's from Sailing, Linhai, or Yunzhou. Countless players are enthusiastically participating in competitive matches to earn points and improve their segment and career rankings. Because ranking in the top 1,000 gives you a bid. And labels, not only can they improve the compulsion. For professional players, it has a gold content that is equivalent to a professional license. Many battle groups and studios on the market have additional pay raises for members with bids. Normal pay is 5K. If you have a 900 plus Muni tag, that's an extra $1,000 a month. City ranked 800 plus, that's 1,200. Municipal rankings of 700 plus and 1,400, and so on. It goes without saying that the provincial standard is worth more when it follows the national standard. As a result, the players involved in the tournament were enthusiastic. I won 17 matches today, and after a month of fighting, I finally made it into the top 3,000 on the Circle Cloud State Municipal Fighters list. Haha, cool. If I work harder, I'll have the city standard soon. Damn bad luck. I've lost 29 games in a row today. Play Nima. Rookies, brother has won 5 in a row. I'm begging for abuse. At this moment, a powerful aura surged into the dueling arena, instantly causing the countless players present to tremble. Don't panic. It's just that Lu Ming is here. I was going to settle the Ghost General thing and then slowly brush up on the arena. However, since Li Wanning happened to have this need, Lu Ming also took this opportunity to advance the arena a bit. It just so happened that he could also brush up some points and exchange a little bit of attributes to have a higher chance of winning when he killed the Ghost General. At the Athletic Master Hearn, sign up for the tournament and pick up the energy used to enter the tournament in the meantime. Ding, you have signed up for the race? Congratulations on receiving 30 points of energy. Good luck in the race. Lu Ming opened the athletics panel and looked at it. ID, Underworld level 36, 4th turn formation artist. Paragraph. Iron 10100. Ranking. Number 52585 formation artist in Linhai City. Points. 0. History. 0 wins, 0 losses. Historical winning percentage. 0%. It seems like there aren't many people who play Formation Artificer. Lu Ming muttered. Linhai City has a total population of more than 9 million, and Tianyuan players account for 61% of the population, meaning that out of the 5.5 million players, only 1% have chosen the profession of Formation Trickster. But fewer people also means the track is less competitive. For Lu Ming, it was good. So, without saying a word, while Lin Yue and Li Wanning were still registering, Lu Ming directly entered the competition. Ding, you have started the first match. Based on your segment, positioning, and level, you are being matched with Linhai City's level 30-39 Black Iron segment players, and the match is expected to be successful within 10 seconds. Ding, matching is successful. This match consumes 1 point of energy. Your opponent this time is Desolate Heavenly Emperor level 38, 4th turn Archer, Black Iron second stage. The match is about to start. Please get ready. As the system prompt fell. Wow. Lu Ming and a male archer player dressed in dark lock armor appeared synchronously at the two ends of a virtual ring. At the same time, in front of Lu Ming, a golem refreshed. Because of the special nature of the profession of Formation Trickster, which did not possess any damage type skills of its own, when Formation Trickster players competed, the system would equip them with a puppeteer of the same level with balanced attributes. The golem accepts the formation from the Formation Trickster and fights instead. Upon seeing that his opponent this time not only was his level 2 levels lower than his own, but he was also a sewer auxiliary profession Formation Trickster, the Desolate Heavenly Emperor couldn't help but laugh. Haha! Send the precinct. I've lost 29 games in a row today. System Big Daddy. You finally gave up and let me win a game.
说话间，荒天帝一脸戏谑地看着擂台对面的陆明，嘿嘿笑道：“兄弟，一路走好。”
As soon as the words were spoken, the countdown went to 0. Ding, the race is on. Countdown 60s. As the system prompt fell. Didn't wait for the Desolate Heavenly Emperor to open his bow. Whoa rub. The moment Lu Ming reached out and drew his sword, a sword shadow ran through Desolate Heavenly Emperor's body. 1181036. Ding, the match is over. Player Spectre won this match. The whole thing took less than a second from the start of the game to the end. Even the puppeteer in front of Lu Ming didn't have a chance to start his action. Upon hearing this prompt, Desolate Heavenly Emperor's entire body was dumbfounded. Before he could react, he was already transported back to the dueling arena by the system. Niet. What happened? Why didn't I? The other side. Ding, congratulations on gaining 1 point. Dueling experience +1 can be used to improve your segment, no points rewarded for failure, and 1 point of dueling experience will be deducted. When Lu Ming returned to the dueling arena, Li Wanning and Lin Yue had just finished signing up. As soon as she turned around and saw Lu Ming, Li Wanning was taken aback. Ouch me. Didn't you go to the game? The fight is over. While speaking, Lu Ming clicked to start the second match. In the next second, the match was successful and Lu Ming disappeared again. Li Wanning's entire body was petrified. Ding, matching is successful. This match consumes 1 point of energy. Your opponent this time is Small Dance 35 level 4th turn magician, Black Iron section. The match is about to start. Please get ready. This time the opponent was a young girl. Compared to the last Desolate Heavenly Emperor, this little dance was obviously a bit more prudent. Little brother, can you let me through? In the face of Little Dance's petulant and cute behavior, Lu Ming's face was expressionless. I can't. As soon as the words left his mouth, the system countdown ended. Whoa rub. 1181036. Ding, the match is over. Player Spectre won this match. Ding, congratulations on gaining 1 point. Dueling experience +1. Ding, matching you with an opponent. Ding, the match is over. Player Spectre won this match. Ding, the match is over. Player Spectre won this match. Ding, the match is over. Player Spectre won this match. With a handful of drawn swords, Lu Ming took seconds of heaven and earth and air, killing through the entire arena. Unrivaled. All of the players who were matched with Lu Ming were not beaten to the point of doubt. Only a system reward prompt could be heard, one after another. Ding, congratulations on gaining 1 point. Dueling experience +1. Ding, congratulations on gaining 1 point. Dueling experience +1. Ding, congratulations on reaching 5 consecutive victories today and receiving an additional 3 bonus points. Ding, congratulations on reaching 10 consecutive victories today and earning 5 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching 20 consecutive victories today and earning 7 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching 30 consecutive victories today and receiving 10 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. 30-game winning streak, easy and stress-free. At this moment, Li Wanning was completely stunned. Looking at Lu Ming, Li Wanning's eyes were complicated with shock, delight, admiration, and admiration. Jesus, you! 30 wins in a row. It's too strong. Looking at Li Wanning, who was convinced by her strength, Lu Ming knew that he could implement his next plan. So, learn now. Directly moving out of Li Wanning's set, he pretended to be sad and said, Unfortunately, each player only has 30 points of energy per day. If I had a little more energy and more matches, I would have been able to hit more points and hit the city standard as soon as possible to give you a break. Li Wanning was really hit. It's okay. I'll buy you an energy potion. Players can receive 30 free points of energy per day. In addition to this, you can restore your energy by purchasing energy potions. But on the Athletic Master, the price of a bottle of energy potion reached 1 gold coin, which translated to $20,000 a bottle. Ordinary players simply can't afford to spend it. Even the big boys have to buy at their discretion. Li Wanning, however, did not hesitate and directly instructed the brilliant bodyguard beside her to go to Athletic Master Hearn and purchase 100 bottles of energy potions, the maximum number of energy potions a player can use in a single day, which is 100 bottles. A total of 100 gold coins, worth 2 million yuan. Without even blinking, Li Wanning directly handed the potion to Lu Ming and said with a happy face, Brother Yui, cheer up. I'm optimistic about you. If Lu Ming were to spend his own money to buy an energy potion, even with his current financial state, he wouldn't be able to afford it. The $2 million of the current White John, Lu Ming did not hesitate to take it. After drinking 100 bottles of energy potion in one gulp, his energy went straight to 100 points. Thus, with the energy replenished from Li Wanning, Lu Ming continued to fight. And Lu Ming's next performance simply made Li Wanning couldn't help but scream out. Chapter 127 Municipal Level Formation Trickster. Ding, congratulations on reaching 50 consecutive victories today and receiving 10 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching 70 consecutive victories today and receiving 10 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching 90 consecutive victories today and receiving 10 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching 110 consecutive victories today and earning 10 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Ding, congratulations on reaching 130 consecutive victories today and receiving 10 bonus points for extra points and dueling experience. Li Wanning looked at Lu Ming, who had won many battles, and her entire body was stunned. She was the daughter of the Li family, a famous family in Magic City, and had studied abroad for 8 years, so she had seen a lot and had never seen what kind of Heavenly Abyss experts. In their Li family alone, there were no less than 3 digits of Heavenly Abyss powerhouses with 5-star qualification accounts. However, she had also never seen an expert as strong as Lu Ming. It's not just Wanning Li. Even the group of brilliant battle team players beside her were shocked beyond words. 130-game winning streak. Even a national player couldn't possibly put up this kind of record. Could he? Holy, is this still human? At this moment, Lu Ming checked the panel. For 130 victories, 130 points of dueling experience are fixed. Also, the extra duel experience bonus for winning streaks totals 75 points. Adding up to 205 points of dueling experience, it was exactly the right amount to raise Lu Ming's segment 2 levels in a row. ID: Underworld Level 36, 4th Turn Formation Artist. Level: Black Iron 35100. Ranking: 25,365th Formation Artist in Linhai City. Points: 205. History: 130 wins and 0 losses. Historical winning percentage: 100%. The rankings plummeted over 27,000 at once. Obviously, the profession of Formation Trickster didn't have the slightest advantage in this kind of solo competitive match, so the competitiveness was much less than other professions. Especially, it was still in a small third-tier city like Linhai City, a place where there weren't many expert players. Like in his previous life, Lu Ming was in the capital of Daxia, the capital city of Beijing, a first-tier city like this. Every day to the free 30 times to finish playing a full 5 years of arena, all the way up and down, the highest ranking in history is just barely hit a city 800+. Lu Ming looked at the leaderboard, discovered the 1000th Formation Trickster in Linhai City, with a segment level of only Bronze Segment 81-200. As long as you play 130 games a day, you get a fixed 205 experience points. Within 3 days, make a Linhai bid, no problem. Thinking so, Lu Ming casually clicked on the points mall. Here, players can consume points to redeem the 6 permanent attributes of strength, intelligence, agility, stamina, endurance, and spirit. For every 1 point consumed, 1 point of attributes can be exchanged. The upper limit value of the redemption attribute is related to the highest segment in the player's history. For example, the player with the highest Black Iron segment in history can redeem up to 50 points of each attribute. Black Iron 2, redeemable for 100 points. Lu Ming was now in the 3rd stage of Black Iron and could redeem a maximum of 150 points for each attribute. It's a shame it's only 205 points. It's not going to pull through for a while. Thus, excluding the intelligence that was not needed by the Formation Trickster, Lu Ming pulled an average of 41 points from each of the remaining 5-dimensional attributes. After all, at the end of the day, it's definitely all about pulling full stops, so there's little point in pursuing a single attribute extreme. Corresponds to the attribute growth of a 4th turn Formation Trickster. Physical attack plus 115. Armor value plus 94. Magic resistance plus 86. Speed plus 86. Blood and Chi plus 1,722. Mana plus 1,435. With the addition of the 2 Divine Souls Guardian LV1 and Eternal Life LV1, the armor value and blood attributes are increased by an additional 10%. 9 points and 172 points. At the moment, because of the low value of the basic attributes, the level of the Divine Soul was only LV1, and the percentage bonus was low, so the bonus effect was not obvious. When the later stages, the God's exclusive Divine Soul and Arena attributes were stacked, which would surely allow Lu Ming's attributes to explode. At this point, Lin Yue had just started her 8th game. Lu Ming was prepared to wait for Lin Yue to finish her match before taking her offline to eat out together. Just then, Li Wanning suddenly came over to Lu Ming with an expectant face and said, "Are you free tonight? I happen to be in Linhai as well, so I'll come over to look for you and treat you to dinner." Lu Ming looked coldly at Li Wanning and said, "Let's not refer to each other as male and female friends. You help me save people. I'll help you fulfill the bet. We're still called partners. It's more apartment." Li Wanning began to pretend to be pathetic again and said, "Brother Yume, don't be angry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I admit, I did start out to get you to help me fulfill this bet and piss off my ex-boyfriend. But I really like you now too. I want to be your girlfriend. I don't want to be your partner." Thinking that she had been too proactive and overly hasty in her behavior, making Lu Ming dislike her, Li Wanning then continued, "I will pay attention to my measurements next time. Brother Underworld, give me a chance. Okay? As they say, women know better." Lin Yue, who was in the middle of the end of a match, looked at Li Wanning in the tea, and her little face turned red with anger. But with her soft and sticky character, she didn't dare to say anything to this high-powered Li family's eldest miss. One could only think in one's heart, if only Sister Chu Ran had come back quickly. I really hope that Brother Spectre will see her true colors soon, although he also didn't like Qin Charan being with Lu Ming before. But compared to that, Lin Yue obviously wanted Li Wanning to be with Lu Ming even more. Lu Ming didn't say anything. When Lin Yue finished her match, she went offline with her. Looking at Li Wanning, who had transformed from a dignified and elegant $1,000 lady into a little fangirl. Brilliant players whispered, "After following Miss for so many years, it's the first time I've seen Miss Wanning being so condescending to a guy. Yeah, even if it's her ex-boyfriend, that vice captain of the National Service's 7th Zenith Battle Team. Qinji, I haven't seen Ms. Wanning have this attitude towards him. This is the charm of a strong person. I have to say, this Spectre is indeed strong." The other side, Lu Ming went offline and took Lin Yue and went to the noodle shop downstairs in the neighborhood to eat small noodles. During this time, Lu Ming had been thinking about a problem. Why is it that the resonance effect that Goddess of Darkness Nyx's Scroll of Ceilings produces on Li Wanning is sporadic and unstable? After observing for a day, Lu Ming had never been able to observe what it was that could make Nyx choose Li Wanning, nor had he been able to see through what Nyx's contract conditions were. So, in order to crack this problem as soon as possible, so that Qin Charan, who had wandered away without any support, could come back. The next few days, Lu Ming day and night with Li Wanning get tired together, brushing and practicing together during the day. Play the arena at night piece by piece. Under the strong support of this $10 billion Li family's daughter, Lu Ming hoard out 100 bottles of energy potions worth $2 million a day for nothing, pulling in a full 130 points of energy. Within the realm of the level 3039 Black Iron segment, Lu Ming was invincible. Play a full 130-game winning streak straight through each day for a solid 205 points and dueling experience. After 3 consecutive days, he raised his segment to bronze 1,115,200 and ranked as the 962nd formation trickster in Linhai City, successfully taking the city standard. In addition to that, after these 3 days of tireless efforts night and day, Lu Ming's level, as expected, had finally reached level 40. 5 turns open. 3 talents upgraded LV5. 5th Order Necromantic Legion unlocked. Look at the state of your own strength at the moment. Revitalized, Lu Ming's eyes revealed killing intent. It seems like it's time to be able to pronounce your death sentence. Brutality reigns, Tina. Chapter 128 Talent Re-Evolution. Immortal Demon Emperor. Ding, congratulations, your talent's Chopping Spirit, Total Increase, and Rebirth by Fire have been upgraded to LV5. Ding, congratulations, you have completed your transfer and become a 5th turn formation artist. Your level cap has broken through to level 50. Your skill bar is +1, and your attribute growth has been boosted. As the system's pleasant prompt fell, Lu Ming checked. The effect of LV5 Chopping Spirit has been upgraded to killing an enemy and refining their corpse gains 5 points of soul power and summons up to a 5th ranked Immortal Demon Emperor. The maximum number of summons is level 50, which is 2,000. LV5 Total Increase. All of the player's skills are increased to 50 times their strength. LV5 Rebirth by Fire. Sacrifice one of the weakest necromancers when the player dies, resurrecting the player and gaining 4 seconds of invulnerability. Lu Ming opened the summoning panel and looked at it. It was discovered that relative to a 4th rank Death God, the intensity of a 5th rank Immortal Demon Emperor tremendously increased. Not only did the basic attributes and growth receive a massive boost, but the upper limit of permanent attribute boosts that could be obtained by consuming soul power was also raised from 5 times the base value of a 4th-ranked Shinigami to 10 times. The 2 major skills, Soul Shattering and Soul Decimation, are unlocked at D rank. In addition to this, activate the 3rd skill, Soul Refinement Grade D. While the Immortal Demon Emperor refines the corpse of an enemy, he himself will receive a 10% increase in all attributes for 30 seconds, stackable for up to 3 layers, cooldown 3 seconds, consumes 328 mana. Looking at this skill, Lu Ming muttered, according to the necrotic army's speed of killing monsters, it is entirely possible to stack all 3 layers within 30 seconds, which is equal to a disguised increase of the Immortal Demon Emperor's full attributes by 30%. Not bad. The strength of this skill is high to the naked eye. The upper limit of the Necromantic Legion was constantly rising, just that all the increases were based on the premise of having enough soul power. The consumption of summoning a 5th-ranked Immortal Demon Emperor had increased from 300 points of soul power for a 4th-ranked Death God to 1,000 points. Even though in the 3 days prior to this, Lu Ming had frantically killed monsters to accumulate soul power, the 276,580 points of soul power that he had accumulated were clearly not enough to be used to pull all the boosts at once. Lu Ming deliberated, prioritizing the consumption of 20,000 soul power and upgrading the 2 skills, Soul Shattering and Soul Slashing, to D rank. Consume another 14,000 points of soul power to learn D rank Soul Refining. Only the Immortal Demon Emperor could use the D-ranked Soul Shattering and Soul Slashing, as well as the newly unlocked Soul Refining skill. Thus, Lu Ming used his remaining 242,580 soul power points to evolve 346 4th-order Death Goddesses into 5th-order Immortal Demon Emperors. Looking at the growing army of necromancers, in Lu Ming's eyes, a flash of sharpness flashed. In order to deal with the 2nd-ranked ghost General Brutal Rain Tina that was hibernating in the city of Starburst, Lu Ming faked his death. Don't dare to expose yourself in front of the chopper. Don't dare go to the spectral Devil's Tower. Every day, you can only cower in uninvited hidden maps and sneak around to practice leveling. After holding back for so many days, it was finally time to raise an eyebrow. And these days, Lu Ming had also been observing the progress of the divine beheading through the Dragon Soul Guan Yu. The disappearance of a large number of people had long ago thrown the city of Starburst into a state of turmoil. None of the players in Starlight City were circulating. I heard that a man-eating monster has appeared in our Starlight City, and that it will be eaten whenever it is exposed in the wild at night. It's true. A dozen or so people from my studio went on a mission the night before last, and I didn't go because I had diarrhea, and then they never returned, they just evaporated. No wonder. I also have several friends who like to practice leveling at night, but all of them have lost contact in the past few days, so they were all eaten by that monster. Geez, what kind of monster is that? This is too scary. Even Lin Yue couldn't help but feel a little scared. Brother Yume, during this recent period of time, let's not go out at night, right? That man-eating monster is so scary. Who would have thought that the so-called man-eating monsters were nothing more than a gimmick deliberately put out by the people of God beheading? All of these players who had disappeared were actually captured by the people of the God of Decimation to feed that ghost general. Li Wanning, however, was unimpressed. Che, coward. If you're afraid, don't come out. Brother Spectre, don't be afraid. I'll call more people from Splendor to protect us. Seeing that the plan was only one step short of the final step and was about to succeed, Lu Ming tolerated Li Wanning for a while. He said to Li Wanning, "You said earlier that there is a way to save Dragon Soul Guan Yu's daughter, Guan Xiaotong?" Previously, Lu Ming hadn't let Li Wanning rush into action because he was afraid of spooking the snakes. And right now, Lu Ming was immediately ready to kill that ghost general. Once he struck out to kill Brutal Rain Tina, the first time he would expose Dragon Soul Guan Yu, and his daughter would inevitably be unprotected. So before killing the ghost general, it was the best time to free Guan Xiaodong. At that moment, Li Wanning nodded and said confidently, "Of course, my people have long since set their eyes on Guan Xiaotong. She's trapped by the people of the Goddess of Destruction in a hidden map in the third heaven that cannot be crossed by the general public. But I can easily crack the entrance to that map with just a little bit of trickery. Brother Underworld, as long as you have a need, I can immediately have my people move in and rescue Guan Xiaotong in 3 minutes." Li Wanning's words were full of complacency and confidence, but this also proved that she was indeed capable. Thus, Lu Ming said to Li Wanning, "All right, you can help me rescue Guan Xiaotong now." "Yes, But you have to promise me a request. Li Wanning looked at Lu Ming with a bad smile on her face and said, "Tonight, you accompany me to watch a movie. Right now, it's better to focus on the big picture." After saving Guan Xiaodong and taking down the ghost general, Li Wanning would have no more use for her and would not need to accommodate her. So, Lu Ming casually agreed, "Okay, no problem." Lin Yuwei on the side drooped her head, unhappiness written all over her face. Li Wanning, on the other hand, immediately sent an action message to her men. At the same time, she raised her head, a pair of starry eyes quietly looking at Lu Ming, her heart already starting to look forward to it. "Brother Spectre has finally agreed to meet with me offline. Looks like I'm going to have to get all dressed up tonight. I don't believe any man can resist black silk. Men like delicate girls, and then arrange a horror movie. The sense of atmosphere this is not? Let's go for a hot pot after the movie. Let's see how I take you tonight." Obviously, after these few days together, Li Wanning had completely fallen for Lu Ming. Just as Li Wanning was meticulously planning for tonight, Lu Ming was similarly planning for tonight. Only what Lu Ming was planning was how to behead that ghost general, as well as Qin Feng's younger brother, Qin Ji. According to Dragon Soul Guanyu, Qin Ji had deliberately suppressed his level to 50 through the suppression scroll in order to return to the second heaven to personally supervise the work. His original level, on the other hand, had reached level 78. So while it's also a good opportunity to decapitate Qin Ji. Otherwise, when he waited until the third heaven, he was afraid that it would not be good enough to kill him. It just so happened that with the bet between Li Wanning and Qin Ji as a pretext, Lu Ming had already struck the city bid within 3 days as promised, and next he could invite Qin Ji out through Li Wanning and then settle him. First settle the ghost generals, then kill Qin Ji. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Li Wanning said to Lu Ming, "Guan Xiaotong has been rescued. She's now in Yun province. I've arranged for a special plane to escort her to Linhai, and it's expected to arrive within 2 hours." After confirming Guan Xiaodong's safety, Lu Ming directly sent a message to Dragon Soul Guanyu, "Prepare for action." Dragon Soul Guanyu, who was always on standby, returned the message in seconds, "Roger. It's not too late. There is no time to lose." Lu Ming immediately set off and departed for the hibernation location of the second-order ghost, General Brutal Rain Tina. The 2 remaining women, Lin Yuwei and Li Wanning, were wide-eyed. "What's he going to do? Why don't you take us with you?" "I don't know. I'm going offline to cook." Lin Yuwei really didn't want to stay with Li Wanning for a second longer. She secretly glared at Li Wanning and went offline. For Lu Ming, what he was about to face was a battle of gods and ghosts that was beyond the reach of mortals, and even if he had complete certainty, he absolutely could not bring Lin Yuwei to take the risk. Meanwhile, below the line, Jiang Province, a high-class restaurant in Voyage City. Qin Ji, who was enjoying a sumptuous dinner in a luxurious private room with a few beautiful young MMs, received a message from his men. "Brother Ji, Guan Xiaotong has been rescued." Upon hearing this news, Qin Ji did not show any sign of surprise. Instead, he gave an impish smile. "Is it finally time to get down to business?" As he spoke, Qin Ji's face turned cold as he drank at the few girls in the private room. "All of you, get out of here." A few of the sisters were stunned by this. Obviously, 1 second they were talking to each other. They didn't understand how the next second, Qin Ji suddenly changed his temperament. However, looking at Qin Ji's ferocious appearance, they didn't dare to talk too much, so they got up in a panic and hurriedly left the private room. Immediately afterward, Qin Ji moved out his laptop without delay and logged into the heavenly abyss directly in the private room. Chapter 129, The Third God in the World. Revived. North of the city of Starburst. On his way to the unknown cave where Brutal Rain Tina was hibernating, Lu Ming met up with Dragon Soul Guanyu. Perceiving the increasingly strong aura of divinity on Dragon Soul Guanyu, Lu Ming asked thoughtfully, "Your account ban, is it about to be lifted?" Dragon Soul Guanyu promised. "These days, Qin Ji arranged for me to kill quite a few casuals, and the progress of unsealing is currently 90%. Sure enough, the closer he got to obtaining the power of the gods, the heavier the aura of the gods became on Dragon Soul Guanyu, and this aura could only be perceived by Lu Ming, who was an agent of the gods. Lu Ming, however, was a little baffled. Even if killing a person can eliminate 1,000 points of hate value, with your 10 million hatred, you shouldn't be able to eliminate 90% of it so quickly, right? Well, so I used some means. Dragon Soul Guanyu sneaked in and said, In these few days, I went behind the back of Zhongshan and stole and killed quite a few first-order ghost beasts that were in the midst of 80% to 90% of the seals. A first-order ghost beast can eliminate 1 W points of hate value, which is worth 10 times as much as killing a player. You can. Sure enough, he's the one who's going to make it big. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim to Dragon Soul Guan Yu. I'm gradually going to start appreciating you. Just then, Dragon Soul Guan Yu suddenly came to Lu Ming's front, and the moment his long sword was resident, it scared Lu Ming so much that he almost drew his sword. In the next second, the Dragon Soul Guan Yu heaved down on one knee, bending his head to Lu Ming. I, Guan Yu, hereby swear that I will ultimately be loyal to you in this life, underworld, and will go through fire and water without hesitation. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief, asked, what is the meaning of this? Guan Yu looked up at Lu Ming, his eyes reddening as he said, I've just spoken to Xiao Tong. Thank you for helping me save Xiao Tong. Lu Ming waved his hand and said, just don't chase after me and cut me when you see me like you did before. Guan wouldn't dare. Soon, the duo arrived at the cave. The gloomy cave entrance was like a bloody mouth, emitting a creepy, dark aura. In the meantime, wow, along with a temporal rift opening, the agent of the god of time Kronos, the Black Cloak, arrived as promised. Thinking that this is a battle that concerns the life and death of 9.35 million people in Jiang province can't help but make one's blood boil. Without further ado, Lu Ming directly summoned the army of the dead. Wow, one could only see a dark golden boundary that was even more imposing compared to the original, tearing through space and manifesting itself. Immediately after that, a 5th-rank immortal demon emperor clad in dark golden armor, his body seemingly flowing with bright red blood, resisted the blood shadow scythe and stepped out from the boundary. Compared to a 4th-order reaper, the kingly aura on the 5th-rank immortal demon emperor was even heavier. Looking at Guan Yu for a while, he wondered, it's evolved again. Go kill a ghost. With Lu Ming's thought, all the immortal demon emperors were looking towards the entrance of the cave. Due to the restricted space, Lu Ming could only send 10 immortal demon emperors into the cave first. In the meantime, Wo Rub, take the long sword resident. 65x 50x increase across the board plus drawing the sword 15x enhanced 5-fold E rank not formation of war trample, fortress of life indestructible drawing the ground, and wind rush continues to unfold. All immortal demon kings receive reinforcement. Physical attack plus 274,105 points. Speed plus 34,255 points. Damage reduction plus 28,295 points. Shield plus 42,112 points per second. Through vision sharing, Lu Ming observed the situation inside the cave at all times. Cluck, cluck, cluck. A weird grunt, like phlegm stuck in his throat, sounded again. And at that moment, the figure of brutal Rain Tina finally emerged from the darkness, only to see that it was a female zombie dressed in bloody armor, grimacing under the iron helmet, with a hideous face, as if it had been buried alive for thousands of years, and had just crawled out of the grave with endless grievances. Her eyes glowed green and eerie, and she held a long blood-stained human bone whip in her hand. A brutal, bloodthirsty aura emanated from his body. Through the scouting technique, Lu Ming clearly saw that, through Zhen Shan's feeding these days, this ghost general's attributes had been enhanced quite a bit compared to 3 days ago. Her magic attack power has reached 20W, armor 13W, magic resistance 14W, speed 13W, chi and blood 450W, superb attributes that are sweaty. But the good thing is, after the 65 times strength and drawing for the ground's 38,298 points of armor cuts, her armor value has been reduced to only 9W, and with the Immortal Demon Emperor's current attack power, it can already easily pierce through her armor. Thinking so, Lu Ming directly gave an attack command to the Immortal Demon Emperor. Buzz off! Dozens of Immortal Demon Emperors synchronized to unleash Shattered Soul, the first to launch a round of concentrated fire on brutal Rain Tina. 451,235. 451,235. Miss. Miss. Although more than half of the attacks were dodged by Tina with her speed of up to 13W, the remaining few attacks were still relatively traumatizing to her. Instantly, Tina's blood bar plummeted by a third. In the meantime, Wo Rub, as Tina swept the bone whip in her hand, with a piece of huge damage as high as 61W+, she instantly strangled 3 Immortal Demon Emperors. Outside the cave, Lu Ming, who saw this scene inside through vision sharing, couldn't help but frown slightly. Even a 5th rank necromancer can be killed in seconds so easily. This ghost general, so strong. It was unimaginable that this was still a 2nd ranked ghost general that had been sealed with around 60% of its power and only 40% of its power left. If it was a full-bodied ghost general that had broken through the seal, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be able to deal with the current Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming completely believed in what Black Cloak had said. 3 years later, the Great Summer Kingdom would be destroyed at the hands of 5 third-order ghost kings. Under Lu Ming's intent to maneuver, the immortal demon emperors outside marched into the cave to fill the void, launching attacks on Tina one after another. With his extreme speed, he dodged to avoid the immortal demon emperor's attack. Brush. Right at the moment when the bone whip swept towards the several immortal demon emperors. Whoa rub. The air freezes. Time confinement. Kronos, the god of time, struck. Taking advantage of Tina's confinement, the dozens of immortal demon emperors around her took a round of soul-shattering to heavily maim Tina. It was true that when dealing with ghosts, it was still the gods. The god of luck and the god of time. The 2 gods have joined forces to give Tina, the brutal ruler, no respite. At this time, Lu Ming deliberately re-mutilated Tina without killing her directly. Turning his face to Guan Yu, he signaled, "Go get the final blow." Guan Yu knew that Lu Ming was trying to get himself to remove his hate value and unblock his account as soon as possible. So there was no pushing back, lifting up the Guilt Artifact Shattered World Dragonslayer sword, directly turning on the 5-star talent Bloodthirsty Berserker, and killing his way into the cave against Lu Ming's knotted formation. Even though the time confinement power of the Black Cloak had drastically shortened the time limit of control for Tina, who was a 2nd-rank ghost general. However, with the immortal demon emperor performing the hold, Tina, who had only a sliver of blood left, was also in a dying struggle and had his head chopped off by Guan Yu's blade. Ding slaying 2nd-rank ghost general Brutal Rain Tina. Experience value plus 800 W. Congratulations on your lucky harvest of 50 points of divine power in the process of hunting the enemy. The battle cue ringing in his ears caused Lu Ming to feel excited. Is it equivalent to 4 times the experience of a guilt-level boss of the same level? On top of that, the harvest of divine power was extremely large. Know this, according to Lu Ming's usual monster killing speed, purely by killing ordinary wild monsters, he would only be able to harvest about 10 points of divine power at most in a day. And this one ghost general directly rewarded Lu Ming with 5 days of earnings. Yes, it's not in vain that I've been preparing for this night for so many days, just as Lu Ming was thinking so. A scene that made both Lu Ming and Black Cloak even more energized happened. One could only see a burst of golden light emanating a divine aura blossom within the cave ahead. His account block is lifted. The Black Cloak gazed into the cave and said, "The 3rd god in the world, other than you and I, has revived." At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with 10,000 expectations, with exhilaration. He desperately wanted to see Horus, the god of vengeance. Just how many sequence gods was he, and what kind of powerful abilities did he possess? Chapter 131st Sequence. Supreme God. With the moment Guan Yu stepped out from within the cave, his body was clearly emanating a strong divine aura. It seems that the nutritional value of this ghost will be really high. Just one, surprisingly, fed the remaining 10% of Guan Yu's account blocking progress. Lu Ming couldn't wait to ask, "What are your divine abilities?" Guan Yu unreservedly showed his information to Lu Ming. Horus, god of vengeance. Affiliation. Ancient Egyptian mythology. Deity code name. 1012 4th sequence. Sigil 1. Avenger. All damage dealt by your character is increased to 10 times. Sigil 2. Not activated. Activated at level 80. Sigil 3. Not activated can be activated at level 200. Currently possessing divine power. 2 divine agents have a very small chance of obtaining divine power every time they kill a monster, and will definitely obtain divine power when they kill a ghost. Divine power can be used to unlock and strengthen the exclusive skills of the gods, as well as to crack the core of ghosts. God of Vengeance exclusive divine skill 1. Desperation unlocked by consuming 100 points of divine power. God of Vengeance exclusive divine skill 2. Please prioritize unlocking exclusive skill 1. Divine introduction. As the patron god of the pharaohs, the symbol of the king's power, Horus, born for vengeance. Only with hatred in his heart can Horus unleash a more powerful power of the gods. Raise the damage tenfold? Looking at the God of Vengeance's divinity panel, Lu Ming secretly thought. Compared to my first Godhead's ability, it's not even close, but it's already very strong compared to ordinary people. Lu Ming's first divine grimoire of 3 lifetimes was the acquisition of 3 10-star talents with the ability to grow. Carrying out a random, total increased talent, the current LV5 effect was already increasing skill strength by 50 times. Completely crushing the God of Vengeance's Godhead ability, Avenger, though it was already feeling very satisfied with this divine ability it had mastered. However, it was obvious that Guan Yu could also clearly perceive the gap between himself and Lu Ming. Why is the power gap between me and the underworld still so huge when they are both divine agents? As Guan Yu's words fell, the Black Cloak explained, because you are the 4th sequence Lesser God, while the Spectre is the 1st sequence Supreme God. The gods, divided into 4 major sequences. Codename 001009, for the 1st sequence, Supreme God. Codename 010099, for the 2nd sequence, Lord God. Codenames 10999, for the 3rd sequence, Sub-Gods. Codename 1000 plus for the 4th sequence, Small Gods. At this moment, Lu Ming finally had a more intuitive perception of the gods. It turns out that the gods, there is also this level of division. It was no wonder that his own Godhead ability was so much stronger than Guan Yu's. After all, in the words of Black Cloak, there are only 9 first-sequence Supreme Gods in all mythological systems. The heights of Codename 008 Supreme God were naturally beyond the reach of Codename 1012 Lesser God. At that moment, the Black Cloak said to Guan Yu, "But even as a 4th sequence minor god, the power you wield has far exceeded that of an ordinary person by dozens, if not hundreds of times." Guan Yu nodded, all too glad that he had gained this power without any hint of resentment. The Godhead Avenger, with Guan Yu's 5-star talent, Bloodthirsty Berserker, plus Lu Ming's formation strengthening words, hiss. Lu Ming couldn't help but suck in cool air. It was simply unimaginable to imagine how terrifyingly explosive Guan Yu, this little god, would be under his command in the future. The trio stepped into the shadowy cavern. Lu Ming wasted down to pick up the loot that had fallen beside Brutal Rain Tina's corpse. Ding You've picked up 5 first-order ghost cores and 1 second-order ghost core. Ding You've picked up 21 gold coins. Ding You have picked up the Guiltware equipment, Brutal Ruler's helmet. Ding You have picked up the Guiltware equipment, Bloodthirsty Bone Blade. Ding You've picked up the C-rank skill scroll, Killing the Forbidden Zone. The rich earnings made Lu Ming stagger. This second-order ghost creature. It's not bad. The value is almost several times that of a guilt-level boss of the same level. Mind you, that's still the gain without Lin Yue's burst rate bonus. Just as Lu Ming was sighing in admiration at the amazing burst rate of this ghost general, Black Cloak carefully examined the perimeter of Tina's body and was a little surprised. How could there be no? It doesn't make sense, it should be on it. Hearing this, Lu Ming said suspiciously, "What is it?" "The state weapon of our great summer kingdom." The Black Cloak rose and said in a deep voice, "The Jade Seal of Transmission." Hearing this, Lu Ming wasn't too surprised, but instead had a feeling of relief that his inner doubts had been answered, because ever since Black Cloak had mentioned the future to him, he had long thought of a question. Since the entire heavenly abyss world has countless ghosts sealed everywhere, then even if we eradicate this second-order ghost general hibernating in the territory of Jiang province, it would still be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. But why did he favor this ghost general instead of trying to find a way to eradicate the 5 ghost kings that pose the greatest threat to the survival of the Great Summer? Lu Ming had also speculated that this ghost general was of different significance, and it was highly likely that it had some sort of thing that the Black Cloak wanted buried in its body. Now it seemed that it was just as Lu Ming had expected. At this moment, Guan Yu was puzzled. Great Xia State artifact? There doesn't seem to be any relevant records on this in history. Black Cloak spoke at length. 3 years later, the reason why we humans routed without any room for maneuver was not only because those 5 ghost kings were too powerful, but the more major reason was because of this national weapon, the Jade Seal of Transmission. The upper limit of a national weapon is extremely high, and it can kill gods at the snap of a finger at the top, and slaughter ghosts and demons at the blink of an eye at the bottom. In this world, every country has a national weapon that is dusted off in the heavenly abyss world just like the gods and ghosts. And the national weapon of our great summer kingdom is the Jade Seal of Transmission. Hearing this, Guan Yu was even more puzzled. Since we humans have such a heaven-defying artifact, Why would we still suffer a great defeat after 3 years? The Black Cloak gazed at Tina's corpse and said in a deep voice, because according to the progression of history, this national artifact of our great Xia kingdom will fall into the hands of the god of decimation. So, the people who beheaded the gods not only helped the ghosts to revive, but even seized the great Xia's national weapon, the Jade Seal of Passage, and then assisted the ghosts with the Jade Seal of Passage to overthrow the human race? There was a moment of human and divine outrage. Those who behead the gods are simply unworthy of being human. Medaka, endless flames of vengeance erupted in Guan Yu's eyes, and the moment he shook the ground with his demon-slaughtering blade, the divine power of Horus, the god of vengeance, that erupted within his body swallowed the heavens and annihilated the earth. Black Cloak continued, therefore we must get the Jade Seal of Transmission one step ahead of Jinshin in order to completely crush their plan, and also better deal with the ghosts through the Jade Seal of Transmission, and we must not let the Jade Seal of Transmission fall into their hands again in this world. According to historical records, the remnants of the map that recorded the sealed location of our great Xia state artifact, the Jade Seal of Passage, were divided into 5 sheets that were dusted off in 5 different realms, one of which was in the Jiang province, on the body of the second-ranked ghost general of Starry Glory City, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. This, it turned out, was the true purpose of the Black Cloak's deliberate attempt to deal with this ghost general. But at that moment, Guan Yu suddenly realized a problem. Wait, what did you say? The Blood Moon martial artist Gula? Wasn't this ghost general we killed called Brutal Rain Tina? At these words, all 3 of their gazes were placed on Tina's corpse in unison, just as they were all pondering what had gone wrong. At that exact moment, Guan Yu suddenly received a video call. When Guan Yu connected to the video, what was presented inside was clearly the figure of his daughter, Guan Xiaotong. Looking at the background, Guan Xiaotong seems to be kept in a closed room, and she had duct tape stuck to her mouth, and there were 2 masked men to her left and right holding her hostage with daggers. Guan Xiaotong was unable to speak and could only struggle in fear and shed tears. At the same time, Guan Yu received a WeChat message from Qingji. You have one last chance. Within 10 minutes, come here, LV-50 Vigilante Tomb City. Chapter 131 Crisis in the City of Starburst. Seeing that his daughter Guan Xiaotong had actually fallen into Qingji's hands again. At this moment, Guan Yu instantly felt that the sky had collapsed. Even Lu Ming was surprised. What's going on? Didn't Li Wanning say that she had already sent someone to rescue Guan Xiaotong and escorted Guan Xiaotong from the Yun province side to Linhai? Just as Lu Ming was about to question Li Wanning autonomously sent a WeChat over. I'm sorry, Brother Underworld. The guys I sent to escort Guan Xiaotong have somehow lost contact, and Guan Xiaotong is missing. But don't worry. I've already called the police. The police should find Guan Xiaotong soon. It looks like it was just an accident. Yet Lu Ming clearly sensed the flavor of conspiracy in it. Qingji should have anticipated that someone would go to Guan Xiaotong's rescue. But why did he deliberately let Guan Xiaotong be rescued in the first place? And now, why did you arrest Guan Xiaotong again? Qingji, what exactly do you want? At this moment, Lu Ming realized that he seemed to have underestimated Qin Feng's younger brother. Qingji, the Night Watchman's graveyard, and Guan Yu's current location were precisely in the 2 opposite directions of the north and south of Starlight City. Guan Yu, who regarded his daughter as more important than his own life, immediately crushed a city return scroll. Returning to the city of Starburst, he then followed the southern gate out of the city and rushed in a hurry to the location given by Qingji, the Night Watchman's graveyard. With the ghost general removed, Lu Ming no longer needed to cover himself up. Beware of fraud. He returned to the city together and traveled with Guan Yu. Unexpectedly, just after leaving the city, a sudden agitation came from outside the city. Help! Help! Ah! Run! It was accompanied by a scream and a wail. Outside the south gate of Starlight City, large groups of casual players were fleeing towards the city in a panic. And behind them, there was a group of monsters, furiously chasing them. Seeing those monsters, Lu Ming and Guan Yu coincidentally frowned, because they, indeed, were first-rank ghost beasts that had completely broken the seal. Bladed ghosts. The number was in the dozens. Unbelievable. Just how many innocent casual players had the people of Jianshin persecuted during this period of time before so many ghostly beasts cracked the seal? Gobble, gobble. In a creepy, eerie shriek, those bladed ghosts' legs were like springs, leaping more than 10 meters in a single bound, easily jumping to the side of the players who were fleeing. Brush up. Swinging his razor-sharp arms, he hacked the players to pieces. 85,324, 82,961, 88,993. A level 50 full-bodied first-rank bladed ghost was already no less strong than a guilt-ranked boss of the same level. City of Starburst, these less than level 50 players were like lambs to the slaughter in front of them, defenseless. One after another, they were sliced up by the bladed ghosts amidst the screams. In an instant, countless limbs and arms were broken on the ground outside the city, and blood flowed into a miserable river. The players in the city watched this scene in horror. So, what the hell is that? Could this be the man-eating monsters that have been rumored on the internet to have appeared in our Starlight City during this period of time? Are the crowds that have disappeared during this period of time all related to them? They're so strong. I remember that a level 50 silver boss I fought 2 days ago only had an output of 10,000 to 20,000. What the hell kind of damage are they doing? Scouting spells show they're called blade ghosts. What kind of species is this first-order ghost beast? Never seen it before. Some of the timid sister players in the city had already been scared to tears by the blade ghost's horrifying appearance, as well as its ferocious killing methods. Soon, the several hundred casual players outside the city had been exterminated. Dozens of blade ghosts opened their bloody mouths and pressed towards Starlight City. The powerful sense of oppression made the players in the city panic. They're coming over. What are you panicking about? Why don't you just get off the line? Why can't I get off the line? I can't get it down either. Is there a bug? It's not a bug. Don't you guys know that? When a safe zone is attacked, the system will automatically turn off the offline function. During that time, players affiliated with this area can only log in, not log out. Then won't we just have to wait for death? This monster is even more terrifying than a guilt-level boss. How can we fight them? It's over. When they kill the city, we all have to die. Just as the players were horrified and there was nothing they could do about it. Inside the city, a cry suddenly resounded. Once Starlight City falls, not only will we die, but it will also mean the direct scrapping of our 3 cities in Jiang Province, Voyage City, Linhai City, and Yunzhou. Behind us, it's not just these 3 cities. It's our parents, our wives, our children. The rise and fall of Jiang Province is the responsibility of everyone. Brothers of the vast battle team, follow me and attack to fend off the ghosts and defend the city of Starlight. 10 years of sharpening the sword, only for this day. Heavenly Palace battle team, all brothers above level 40, kill with me. I have no father, no mother, no wife, no kids, no worries. I'll go first. If I hang up, brothers in the same city, remember to burn my girlfriend to me. My home is in 203, Block 5, Sunny Day District, Yunzhou. My girlfriend is in my closet. Amidst the cries, it was only seen that within the city, a batch of players followed by a batch of players, he rushed out of the starry glory city with a full heart of blood. Soon, there was a fight with the bladed ghosts outside the city. Wow! Against the back row of formation tricksters formation and the continuous recovery of their priest teammates, the crowd of night players moved forward with their shields, forming a line of defense to fend off the ghosts. The back row archers and magicians launched long-range attacks. Countless sharp arrows and mana balls crossed over the heads of the front row knights and shot towards the bladed ghosts. The damage dealt by a single person was negligible, though, more than a few thousand, less than a few hundred, or even a few dozen points of damage. But the crowd is united. The output of thousands of players bursting out at the same time should not be underestimated. Under the stormy onslaught of players from all walks of life, they managed to exterminate a blade ghost. But as a price, hundreds of players were sliced and diced in an instant, perishing under the blades of the bladed ghosts. Inside the city, Lu Ming gazed at the scene outside the city and muttered, "Their appearance here at this time is no accident. It looks like a deliberate block." As Lu Ming's words fell, the black cloak suddenly said something that was a fine thought. The trajectory of history, it's starting to change. According to the original historical progression, the first official appearance of ghosts in human vision should not have been so early. These ghostly beasts must be resolved, or else they will use the humans they devour to unseal more ghostly beasts and revive more ghosts, leading to the history of the overthrow of Jiang Province being brought forward, even though that second-order ghost general was the key to destroying the city of Starburst. But if too many ghostly beasts are revived, it will similarly lead to history repeating itself. Lu Ming naturally understood this. Just then, Guan Yu received a message from Qingji. Friendly reminder, you have 8 minutes left. Looking at the anxious Guan Yu, Lu Ming spoke to him. You go over first. Leave this side to me. Guan Yu's original strength had already reached an intensity that was unrivaled at the same rank except for Lu Ming. Now that he had obtained the divine power of Horus, the god of vengeance, to add to his current strength, it wasn't that easy for the people of the god of decimation to deal with him. What's more, since the people of divine beheading had taken great pains to help Guan Yu lift his account ban, and had nurtured him in such a way, they were bound to not jeopardize Guan Yu so easily, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Guan Yu nodded. He then copied the gilt blade and headed towards the direction of the Vigilante's tomb city at a fiery pace. In the meantime, as a strong killing intent erupted from his eyes, Lu Ming reached out and placed his hand on top of the hilt of his sword, stepping towards the bladed ghosts that were going on a killing spree outside the city. Chapter 132 Qingji's Conspiracy. Below the line, Lin Yue had already made 3 dishes and 1 soup, and sat at the table for a long time, not seeing Lu Ming come back. Seeing again that Lu Ming hadn't replied to the message she had sent 10 minutes ago until now, she couldn't help but start to get a little worried. Pick up your phone just as a news tweet pops up. The city of Starburst, the second heavens in the territory of Jiang Province, was attacked by unknown monsters, and all the players were trapped inside the city. And in this war of resistance, the players were killed and injured. Seeing this news message, Lin Yue's heart snapped. The first thing that came to mind was Lu Ming's safety. Something won't happen to Brother Spectre in the city of Starburst? Will it? Brother Spectre, you mustn't be okay. After all, Lin Yue was unable to sit still and rest assured, and returned to her room to log in to Tianyuan. Meanwhile, online, the south gate of the city of Starburst. Just as the various players were incomparably struggling against the ghostly beasts, whose intensity was far beyond their realm of strength. In the rear, Lu Ming stepped into the battlefield. Just in time, a Tianxian battle team level 48 warrior player, Tianxian Wuji, was targeted by a bladed ghost a while back. Brush. Just at the moment when that bladed ghost rushed in front of Tianxian Wuji with lightning speed, the sharp blade in its hand was about to penetrate Tianxian Wuji's body. Whoa rub. The moment Lu Ming gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand and drew it, a sharp sword shadow flickered out of the blade ghost's body. In the next second, blood-red damage values jumped up from the top of Blade Ghost's head. 284-6750. At the top of the Blade Ghost's head, the blood bar, which was as high as 190W of chi blood, was directly cleared by a single blow. Seconds. Ding, killing a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 55W. Congratulations, you have luckily harvested 1 point of divine power during the hunt of Blade Ghost. Gobble gobble. Just as Tianxian Wuji closed his eyes tightly, terrified that he was about to be torn apart by the Blade Ghost, the moment he opened his eyes, he saw the body of the bladed ghost fall in front of him. Up to 7 figures. The damage that directly killed a Blade Ghost in seconds shocked the entire audience. At that instant, the gazes of all the players in all directions focused towards Lu Ming in unison. That formation trickster killed this ghost beast whose strength is comparable to that of a guild-level boss with a single sword. My God, what kind of horrible damage is this? Even the black cloak at the back couldn't help but be energized. Killing the same level first-rank ghost beasts in a single strike is worthy of being the future #1 powerhouse of the Great Summer National Service, the only supreme god in the world. As for his own current damage, Lu Ming was also very satisfied. In fact, Lu Ming's base attack power of only 1,253 points wasn't very high, and could even be said to be terribly low for a level 45th turn player. But that's okay. C rank drawing the sword after gaining a 30% attack power bonus, and then gaining a full increase of 50 times reinforcement, directly pulling Lu Ming's attack power up to 18,795 points. Combined with the 65x strengthened battling sword, how can the damage not explode? The aura of a god instantly lured the attention of all the ghostly beasts in the room. Gobble gobble. It was accompanied by a strange shriek. In all directions, dozens of bladed ghosts opened their bloody mouths and attacked Lu Ming, eager to tear him apart, sensing that his master is in danger. Wow! In all directions, countless dark golden boundaries flowing with blood-colored streams of light tore through space and manifested. Immediately after that, hundreds of 5th-rank immortal demon emperors wearing dark gold armor and exuding a powerful oppressive force all over their bodies resisting the blood shadow scythe, stepped out from the boundary. Lu Ming's icy gaze was flooded with a touch of intense killing intent. Kill! The thought. All the immortal demon emperors looked towards Blade Ghost. Topping off the fourfold knot formation of War Trample, Wind Rush, Fortress of Life, and Indestructible, it synchronized to lock onto the Blade Ghost, which had its armor value drastically cut by drawing the ground, and unleashed shattered souls. Brush up. The moment the seal bloomed on his chest, hundreds of immortal demon emperors instantly killed him. 661,352. 661,352. 661,352. Half of the Blade Ghosts continued to swipe at Lu Ming by walking extremely fast to miss the immortal demon emperor's first round of soul-shattering attacks. But what greeted them was a second round from the peripheral immortal demon emperor. Round 3. Fourth round of soul-shattering. Buzz off. Brush up. Without even a chance to get close to Lu Ming, the dozens of Blade Ghosts were all intercepted by the immortal demon emperor and chopped to the ground. Plus Doi Hun Jan Hun. 2D rank skill combos are enough to easily cut down 70% of the Blade Ghost's blood. The immortal demon emperor on the periphery continued to mop up. In an instant, the dozens of bladed ghosts in the entire field were all exterminated. In Lu Ming's ears, dozens of battle prompts rang out continuously. Ding, killing a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 55W. Congratulations, you have luckily harvested 1 point of divine power during the hunt of Blade Ghost. Ding, killing a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 55W. Congratulations, you have luckily harvested 1 point of divine power during the hunt of Blade Ghost. Ding. Wow. Wow. 2 consecutive golden lights spilled down from Lu Ming's head, and Lu Ming's level, from 75% of level 40, soared straight up to 13% of level 42. The experience reward of a ghost beast was equivalent to a level 50 silver boss. Killing dozens of ghost beasts in a row, this upgrading speed simply made Lu Ming feel good beyond words. Seeing that this group of ghosts, which the gathering of the strongest members of the top battle teams from all over Sailing, Linhai, and Yunzhou were having trouble fighting against, were so easily exterminated by the Necromantic Legion. A hush fell over the room. Almost all of the players were casting skeptical gazes at Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't make a stop. Order the immortal demon emperor to pick up the loot and refine away the Blade Ghost's corpse. Straight through the crowd, he rushed in the direction of the Vigilante Tomb City. On the way, Lu Ming suddenly received a transfer text message. Your account with tail number 649 received a remittance of 325,836,000 yuan, with a balance of 3284,97652.12 yuan. Daxia Bank. Lu Ming's heart snapped, just as he was taken aback by the sudden transfer of up to $300 million. Guan Yu sent a tweet. All the bounty I earned from Qin Feng is all here. If I live this time, this money remains for you to keep as a token of my loyalty. If I die, it's all yours. Seeing this last word's message, Lu Ming instantly realized that Guan Yu must be in danger. However, he is already the divine agent of Horus, the god of vengeance. It is reasonable that no one within the second heavens can pose a threat to Guan Yu except for me, and the people of the divine beheading can't help him even more. What kind of danger could make him make such a decision? A wave of uneasiness surged within Lu Ming. He couldn't help but pick up the pace. Meanwhile, in the south of Starlight City, the level 50 map, Vigilante Tomb City. Within the gloomy city that emanated an endless aura of death, skeletons were everywhere. At the heart of the city, a huge tomb blossomed. Around the tomb, a large group of divine beheading battle team players were guarding the tomb. And Qinji, too, is in the middle of it. At this moment, Guan Yu arrived with his sword. The powerful killing intent exuding from his body made all the divine beheading players present sweat. Medaka, resident with his long sword, Guan Yu's bloodshot eyes gazed at Qinji and drank. Release my daughter. Otherwise, today, none of you will walk out of here alive. The words just fell. On the field, an ice-armored nightman, Chopper God, sentinel enemy, pointed at Guan Yu and hurled insults. You're nothing more than a dog beside our second brother. How dare you talk to Brother G like that? The words were just finished. Wo rub. Guan Yu swung the Demon's Lair sword violently, and as the sharp blades struck the ground hard, it released a blade light that penetrated through the bodies of Jin Shun and sentinel enemy from a distance. 713,258. Poof! Chopper God and Sentinel enemy fell to their knees on the spot. While killing the Chopper God and Sentinel enemy, who were level 56 turn knights in seconds. This explosive high damage shocked everyone present. This was because, like Guan Yu, they were all at level 50 turn 6 strength. Their output level basically stays between 20-30k. And Guan Yu's damage had exceeded theirs dozens of times. At this moment, the only one who was there was Qin Ji, who had an admiring look on his face as he sized up Guan Yu. Is this the power of the gods? Sure is bossy. Just as Guan Yu was dragging his Demon's Lair sword and approaching Qin Ji said unhurriedly, "If I die, 100% of your daughter won't be able to live either." Guan Yu's heart shook and he immediately stopped. "I repeat, release my daughter." "No problem." Qin Ji suddenly reached out and pointed at the shadowy tomb behind him, and lightly said to Guan Yu, "Go inside and fetch me something out, and I'll let your daughter go." "Something? You'll see when you get inside." Seikyu hesitated for a moment. Under the attention of all the Chopper players present, he walked to the tomb. Turning back to Qin Ji, he asked once again, "Is it true that as long as I go in, you'll be able to release Xiaotong?" "That's right," Qin Ji blandly said. "I'll do as I say, and I can forget about everything you've done behind your back these days." Although he knew that nothing good could come from Qin Ji letting himself into this tomb. But for the sake of his only daughter, Guan Yu still stepped into the tomb without any hesitation. Looking at Guan Yu's back as he gradually disappeared into the depths of the tomb, Qin Ji gave a meaningful smile. At the same time, within the tomb, a creepy and eerie cry came from within. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Chapter 133 The Blood Moon Descends. Lu Ming led the Necromantic Legion and quickly arrived at the tomb city of the Night Watchman. Just outside the city, a strong aura of ghostly creatures came over the city. Lu Ming didn't feel a trace of fear. Instead, in his eyes, intense killing intent erupted. "Does it look like this is another ghost lair? Then we'll end you all in one." With that said, Lu Ming summoned all the necrotic spirits and led the necrotic spirit army, killing the city. In the line of sight, one could only see a group of divine beheading players surrounding a gloomy tomb. And Lu Ming perceived it at a glance. The ghost's aura was emanating from within that tomb, but looking around, Guan Yu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lu Ming then directly questioned Qin Ji, who was at the head of the crowd. "Where's Guan Yu?" When Qin Ji saw Lu Ming, he didn't seem surprised. Instead he laughed with interest and said, "Underworld, you are indeed still alive. That was a great show you put on with Guan Yu. It really almost fooled me." Lu Ming was slightly energized. Listening to Qin Ji's words, he should have known that he had not been killed by Guan Yu, but had faked his death and was hibernating in the shadows. But right now for Lu Ming, whether he knew it or not, it didn't matter anymore. Because the ghost general hibernating in the city of Starburst was dead. The god of decimation no longer posed any threat to Lu Ming. Secondly, Lu Ming pretended to be dead for another purpose, which was also to lure out Qin Ji through Li Wanning at a later stage. Now that Qin Ji was standing right in front of him, it saved Lu Ming a lot of trouble. Lu Ming then once again gazed at Qin Ji with a gaze full of killing intent and questioned, "I'll ask you again, where's Guan Yu?" Qin Ji, however, let out a cold laugh and said, "You'd better care about yourself, Spectre," as the words fell with Qin Ji clapping his hands. Gobble, gobble. In the midst of an eerie shriek, a group of first-rank ghost beasts, bladed ghosts, sprang out of the tomb behind the goddess of decimation players. Ghosts that have not broken the seal cannot escape the sealed place unless the moon is full. Obviously, this group of bladed ghosts had all completely broken the seal, and this, apparently, is all Qin Ji's credit. So blatantly in front of Lu Ming, making these ghostly creatures. It seems that you're not even going to pretend anymore, and you're just going to openly betray humanity? Pretend. Qin Ji gazed at Lu Ming and laughed blandly. In front of someone who is about to die, is there any need to pretend? Lu Ming's gaze swept over the group of bladed ghosts. "You think you can kill me with them?" Qin Ji's gaze went cold. "Try it then. Give it to me." Since it was Qin Ji who fed these ghosts, they obeyed Qin Ji's commands. With Qin Ji's command, a dozen or so bladed ghosts swooped towards Lu Ming. "Seek death." As Lu Ming's gaze turned cold, behind them, hundreds of rank 5 immortal demon emperors swarmed up to fight the blade ghosts. Ding, killing a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 55W. Congratulations, you have luckily harvested 1 point of divine power during the hunt of Blade Ghost. Ding, killing a level 51st Order Ghost Beast Blade Ghost. Experience value plus 55W. Congratulations, you have luckily harvested 1 point of divine power during the hunt of Blade Ghost. Ding. In an instant, a dozen or so bladed ghosts were effortlessly exterminated by the immortal demon emperor. What? This scene caused Qin Ji to be shocked. In his heart, he was shocked. How did this kid's strength increase so fast? Wasn't it said that it's impossible to fight off a ghost creature with a mortal body? He actually managed to kill a first-rank ghost beast so easily. Next, Lu Ming's gaze locked onto Qin Ji. Your turn. Just as Lu Ming was about to draw sword. Boom, boom, boom. The entire map of the Vigilante's tomb city was suddenly thrown into a ground shaking. Meanwhile, above the floating sky, wow, a shower of golden meteors showered down. For some reason, Lu Ming, who was an agent of the gods, felt a loss inside. It's like losing a loved one. Remembering the words that the Black Cloak had once said to himself, Lu Ming's heart was even more violently shaken. A golden rain falling from the sky. That's the sign of a god's fall. It was too late to wait for Lu Ming to react. The storm clouds are suddenly changing. The bright moon in the sky was covered in scarlet. The blood moon descended. Looking up to see the scene, Lu Ming's heart shook. According to the Black Cloak, isn't the blood moon coming down and the ghosts officially reviving 2.5 years from now? Why now is there a blood color? He had just encountered a ghostly attack on the city, and now there was a blood moon. One thing leads to another. At this moment, the entire Starlight City was in turmoil. Countless players were thrown into panic. Why is the moon turning red? What's going on? What the hell is going on tonight? Why does it feel like the end is coming? Experts predicted that the coming of the blood moon is when the end of mankind will come. It can't be true, can it? Oh my god, so scary. I'm so scared. Meanwhile, inside the tomb city of the Night's Watch, as the blood moon descends, a thick blood mist suddenly erupted from the tomb, instantly engulfing the entire tomb city. Gobble, gobble. Wipe, 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 wipe. It was as if something was moving at high speed in the foggy area with less than 2 meters of visibility. Immediately afterward, Lu Ming received several battle prompts. Ding, unfortunately, your immortal demon emperor was killed in battle. Ding, unfortunately, your immortal demon emperor was killed in battle. Ding. The immortal demon emperor surrounding Lu Ming was rapidly fading. Just in the blink of an eye, dozens were killed, and Lu Ming was unable to capture the other party's figure even through vision sharing. The great threat began to make Lu Ming feel uneasy inside. My Knot formation moment unfolded, and the Life Fortress has at most stacked 630,000 shield value for the Necrotic Legion. And this couldn't even withstand the damage and was directly killed in seconds? Even if it's a full-bodied first-ranked ghost beast, there's absolutely no way it could have this kind of killing power. Lu Ming had already sensed it. The enemy in the blood mist was extraordinary, just as the enemy was weaving through the blood mist, massacring the dead, while Lu Ming was simply helpless against it. Wow! The shower of gold that floated in the air sprinkled down on the tomb city of the Night's Watch. The entire city seemed to have been purified. The blood mist that enveloped the city was instantly washed away. As the vision returns to clarity, Lu Ming realized that all around him, the bodies of the immortal demon emperor that had been brutally killed had long been all over the place. Meanwhile, sight ahead, a ghostly creature wearing scarlet blood armor, holding 2 moon blades, and exuding a strong dark aura all over his body was standing between the corpses of the immortal demon emperor all over the ground. Simply standing there with a powerful aura was enough to cause chills. A pair of hostile eyes glowing with blood was staring directly and tightly at Lu Ming. Shasta. Wo rub. The ghostly creature was extremely fast, instantly killing Lu Ming in front of him from dozens of yards away. The hand rose up and sliced Lu Ming at the waist. The speed and reaction was so fast that Lu Ming didn't even have a chance to slow down. Ding, you have been attacked by Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula S Blood Slash skill and have lost 1623, 585 points of blood. You are dead. Chapter 134 Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula. Ding, the fire bathing talent has been triggered, sacrificing one of the weakest 4th rank Reapers. You have been resurrected and gained 4 seconds of invincibility. Wow! With the reorganization of his life, Lu Ming, who had originally died at the hands of the ghostly creature, was resurrected in place with full blood. Seeing this scene, Qin-ji, who was not far away, had a blazing light burst out from his eyes. Resurrection. Interesting. But what fun! For the first time ever, this extraordinary ability was seen in a human being. However, Lu Ming, who had come back from the resurrection, did not have a trace of celebration. Instead, he stared at the ghostly creature in front of him that had just killed him, and fell into a fit of uncanny wonder. Blood Moon martial artist? Gula? Isn't this the second-rank ghost general that Black Cloak was talking about? Could it be that there is not just one ghost general hibernating in the city of Starburst? Just as Lu Ming was feeling unimaginable, Qin-ji looked at Lu Ming, laughed and said, "How about it, Underworld? Did you miscalculate? The Tao is 1 foot tall, the devil is 1 foot tall. Who do you think is standing in front of you? The 7th battle team of the Great Xia National Service, the future world master that is waiting in the wings. With third-rate goods like you, how can you dare to be an enemy of us, Zhan Xin? You still too young." At this moment, Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. It turns out that the people from the god beheading have been saving their hands from the very beginning. They deliberately and blatantly fed that ghost general in the northern part of Starlight City, brutally ruling over Tina, just to intentionally try to get Guan Yu to divulge information about that ghost's location to me, with the purpose of sounding out the West. Brutal ruler Tina was just a bait they threw out on purpose. The real target they wanted to revive was this ghost general, Blood Moon martial artist Gula. From the very beginning, the first time he saw brutal ruler Tina, Lu Ming realized that there was a problem, because the Black Cloak had said, according to the progress of history, the second-ranked ghost general that would revive and destroy the city of Starlight 2.5 years later and overthrow the Jiang province was named Gula, the Blood Moon martial artist. Doesn't match the name of this brutal reign of Tina. However, Lu Ming merely assumed that the Black Cloak had misremembered, plus the fact that during this period of time, the people of the god beheading were indeed going to great lengths to feed the brutal ruler Tina with human flesh and blood, so Lu Ming didn't give it much thought. I didn't realize that it was a blindfold for them. It's too late to worry too much. Lu Ming's attention was focused on this ghost general, Blood Moon martial artist Gula. Since you scurried out on your own, I'll take you in as well. Qin-ji stood back with his hands in his pockets, leisurely. Looking at Lu Ming, contempt was evident in his eyes. You should try to see if you can eat the meal I've prepared for you. Gobble, gobble. It was accompanied by a scream. Blood Moon martial artist Gula held both swords and once again attacked and killed towards Lu Ming. It's just too fast. Without even a chance for the surrounding death spirits to release their shattered souls, Blood Moon martial artist Gula had already instantly killed in front of Lu Ming. Whoa, rub. Hands up. The 4-second invincibility effect from the previous round of resurrection had expired, and Lu Ming was once again decimated. Ding, you have been attacked by Blood Moon martial artist Gula's blood attack skill, and have lost 155,353 points of blood. You are dead. Ding, the fire bathing talent has been triggered, sacrificing one of the weakest 4th-rank Reapers. You have been resurrected and gained 4 seconds of invincibility. Right at the moment Lu Ming resurrected with full blood in place for the second time, Qin-ji and the surrounding Zhanshan players were greatly shocked. I can't believe this is happening. Good, good, good. I'd like to see just how many times you can be resurrected. Kill me. At Qin-ji's command, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula swung his twin blades and chopped at Lu Ming once again. Lu Ming deliberately did not dodge and used himself as a guide. Whoa, rub. With the 4 seconds of invincibility brought about by bathing fire rebirth, he was immune to the Blood Moon martial artist's lethal strike. Up close and eye to eye with the Blood Moon martial artist, Lu Ming's eyes erupted with killing intent. Kill! With a thought, all the surrounding rank 5 immortal demon emperors that were in the range of the attack locked onto the Blood Moon martial artist and unleashed soul-shattering. Buzz off! A soul seal simultaneously overlapped and bloomed on the Blood Moon martial artist. In the next second, dozens of immortal demon emperors instantly killed in synchronization. Brush up! The blood shadow scythe in his hand viciously chopped down on the Blood Moon martial artist. Only a piece of blood-red damage value jumped up from the top of the Blood Moon martial artist's head. 19,835. 19,835. 19,835. What? Seeing this damage, Lu Ming's heart shook violently. Know this. With the addition of his War Trample Junction formation, as well as the 3-star magic treasure world-destroying heavenly chapter. The immortal demon emperor's physical attack power had reached 29W+. What's more, Lu Ming's drawing the ground was able to weaken the enemy's armor by nearly 4W. An immortal demon emperor of the 5th rank in such an extreme state could only inflict barely broken defense damage on a Blood Moon martial artist? Just as Lu Ming was incomparably astonished, the Blood Moon martial artist drew his sword and swept it across the room. Whoa rub! A burst of bloody light bloomed around his body. In the next moment, a piece of up to 7-digit bursts of high damage instantly decimated dozens of immortal demon emperors around them. Just the moment Lu Ming reached out and drew his sword, the Blood Moon martial artist transformed into a ghostly shadow and disappeared from sight, perfectly missing Lu Ming's sword draw skill. Pest! The sharp blade pierced Lu Ming's body from the back. Didn't you have taken damage from Blood Moon martial artist Gula's general attack, losing 513,258 points of blood? You are dead. Ding, if you don't choose immediate resurrection, the system will resurrect you in 30 minutes if there are still dead spirits alive. This time, Lu Ming didn't rush to resurrect. Instead, he was in standby mode, taking a closer look at Gula, the Blood Moon wielder, through the field's necrotic vision sharing. With just one glance, he finally realized what the problem was. It turns out that this ghost general has cracked the seal and is a level 50 full body 2nd rank ghost general. No wonder it was so much stronger relative to the brutal ruling Tina of the same 2nd rank ghost general. Lu Ming was able to easily kill brutal Rain Tina because it was sealed at around 60% of its strength. Facing this Blood Moon martial Gula with 100% strength, the Necromantic Legion could not fight against it at all. However, for a 2nd order ghost general to break the seal, the price it needs to pay reaches hundreds or thousands of times that of a 1st order ghost beast. How did they revive this ghost general in just a few days? Right now, it was too late for Lu Ming to think too much. It was because the Blood Moon martial artist Gula was massacring the immortal demon emperor. With Lu Ming on standby, his necromantic army became even weaker. This was because once the formation trickster died, the effect of the formation would disappear. Lu Ming could only unleash the fire rush talent and revive again. However, without a doubt, after resisting the invincibility for just 4 seconds, Lu Ming was once again cut down by the Blood Moon martial artist under the Moonblade. The profession of Formation Spectre was inherently extremely small in terms of maneuverability, adding to the fact that this full-bodied 2nd-ranked ghost general had already reached the peak level of this field at level 50 regardless of attack, speed, or reflexes. As long as the Necromantic Legion couldn't withstand it, then Lu Ming would basically only die when he faced the Blood Moon martial artists directly. The situation began to become more and more unfavorable to Lu Ming.
Chapter 135 Yeling Qin Feng Korrent.
You're dead. Ding, you've been revived. You're dead. Ding, you've been revived. As he watched, Lu Ming was decapitated by the Blood Moon martial artist Gula time and time again, only to be revived again and again with full blood. Not only did the players of Jinshan on the field not feel a hint of excitement because Lu Ming was undefeated against the ghost generals they had cultivated, but instead they felt incomparably horrified. This guy. Infinite resurrection? This is too perverted. It can't be killed at all. The only one who saw something in it was Qinji. Not infinite resurrection. Look closely, every time he is resurrected, he will randomly demise one of his summons, so if I'm right, he will have to resort to the sacrifices of his summons in order to be resurrected. It also means that by killing all of his summons, he won't be able to resurrect either. If it was placed in ordinary times, perhaps Qinji would also be impressed by Lu Ming's heaven-defying resurrection ability. But at this moment, he only saw the strength of this ghostly creature he had fed. Big Brother was right. Such powerful ghosts. If we can have them to help us, we, Zhanshin, will definitely be able to step into the pinnacle of the world and become the master of this world. It seems that giving up a god to be used to revive a ghostly creature is truly a wise move. Even a god would have to bow down to a ghostly creature. What? Hearing the words spoken by Qinji, Lu Ming's heart shook violently. Could it be that the reason this ghost general was able to break the seal so quickly was because it devoured the gods? Thinking back to the shower of golden light sprinkled in the air just now that symbolized the fall of the gods and the disappearing Guan Yu, in Lu Ming's mind, a thinly veiled thought surfaced. Qinji had used Guan Yu, who was the divine agent of Horus, the god of vengeance, to feed this ghost general, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. It seemed to have guessed what Lu Ming was thinking inside. Qin Ji unapologetically bragged to Lu Ming. It's true that gods and goddesses are the best fodder for ghosts. Eating more ordinary people isn't as fast as recovering from eating a divine agent. It's not in vain that I took great pains to help Guan Yu lift his account ban and help him become a divine agent. I also didn't realize that he would really dedicate his life for the sake of his daughter. As he spoke, Qinji handed over to the people around him. Lure his daughter Guan Xiaotong to the line and kill her. Yes. At that instant, the anger and hatred within Lu Ming reached the extreme. At this time, Qinji intentionally pointed at Lu Ming again, continuing to inspire hatred in the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. He's the one who killed your partner? Tina, go on. Go and tear him apart. Avenge your lover. The Blood Moon martial artists themselves coveted the power of the gods within Lu Ming's body 10,000 times over. With Qinji so stimulated, a more intense flame erupted within his body in an instant. Gobble gobble. A bloodshot light erupted in his eyes, as the Blood Moon martial artist raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. Dozens of shadow doppelgangers were summoned from around the area. Immediately afterward, the main body, along with the doppelgangers, unleashed even more brutal abuse on the surrounding army of the dead. Looking at Qinji's smug face, Lu Ming seemed to see his brother Qin Feng's shadow in him. It was also as if he had seen the smugness of his brother Qin Feng after he instructed Yilinger to plot against him in his previous life. For a time, Lu Ming's hatred was overwhelming. Kill! With a thought, the surrounding immortal demon emperors launched their attacks towards Qinji and the present goddess of destruction players. However, without even having the chance to approach Qinji and the others, Lu Ming's immortal demon emperor was chopped to pieces by the powerful shadow doppelganger unleashed by the Blood Moon martial artist. This feeling of having an enemy so close at hand that he could not be killed caused Lu Ming's eyes to turn bloodshot. Kill! He was nearly frantic as he barked commands to all the necromancers in the room. Wow! Countless knots tore through space and manifested. Over 2,000 4th-rank death gods and 5th-rank immortal demon emperors were all summoned, spreading throughout the entire Tomb City. When it's time to be crazy, you have to be crazy, and when it's time to be a wimp. Such a battle scared the people who had beheaded the gods and scrambled to hide in their tombs. A bilocation was dispatched to station outside the tomb, and Lu Ming's necrotic spirit simply couldn't kill its way in. Under the absolute suppression of strength, even if there were more dead spirits, they couldn't resist. In less than 10 minutes, the entire field of more than 2,000 dead souls were all exterminated. Boom! As a powerful blade light struck and rolled, the last 3 immortal demon emperors were crushed before Lu Ming's eyes in order to protect their master. Lu Ming was also lifted to the ground by the aftermath. It was determined that there was no longer a necromancer on the field. Lu Ming no longer had the ability to resurrect. At this moment, Qinji, who was hiding in the tomb, slowly walked out, elegantly patted the dust on his body, then opened WeChat and sent a message to his friend whose note was named, "Big brother. Brother. Come in for acceptance. I've eradicated the threat." Not long after, outside the Tomb City, 2 figures walked slowly. One of them was a warrior man dressed in gilt armor, his whole body exuding an air of superiority. By his side, he was holding a white-robed mage girl with a clear and elegant appearance. When Lu Ming saw these 2 people, endless hatred and anger erupted within him, especially when he saw that mage girl. His eyes were instantly covered in red blood, and he hated that he couldn't immediately rush up and tear her apart. Lu Ming in this life cannot forget this face.
Yilinger.
Unsurprisingly, that warrior by Yilinger's side was inevitably the captain of the Divine Beheading Battle Team, as well as the one behind the scenes who had instructed Yilinger to betray Lu Ming in her previous life, Qin Feng. Obviously, both of them had used suppression scrolls to deliberately suppress their level and strength to level 50, before they were able to appear in the second heaven. At this moment, Qin Ji urgently showed Qin Feng the Blood Moon martial artist Gula's battle results. "Big brother. Look. All of these dead spirits were killed by it. The strength of this ghostly creature is even more terrifying than we imagined." Following the direction of Qinji's finger, wherever his eyes passed, there were corpses of dead spirits. Qin Feng's face revealed a look of delight. "Very good. Just one ghost creature can possess such heaven-destroying strength. Next, as long as we continue to revive more ghost creatures, dominating this world is already just around the corner." At this moment, Qin Ji pointed at Lu Ming, who had fallen to the ground again, and said to Qin Feng, "Big brother, this is the array trickster who has been pestering second sister's side all this time. The most tricky one, the phantom." Qin Feng and Yi Linger's gazes turned to Lu Ming at the same time. The purpose of their trip here was, in addition to personally inspecting this powerful ghost creature that had been raised by them, at the same time it was also to personally verify a suspicion and speculation within them. At that moment, Qin Feng walked towards Lu Ming. The necromongers have been all but wiped out. At this point, Lu Ming no longer had the slightest resistance. One could only hold back the hatred within and allow Qin Feng to reach out and remove the mask from his face. Upon seeing Lu Ming's face, Yi Linger, who was behind her, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qin Feng was also a piece of relief as he said to Yi Linger, "How about it, Linger? Am I right? They just have the same ID." It can't be Lu Ming. Lu Ming is dead." Yi Linger nodded, her eyes dull, and murmured softly, "Yes, I killed Lu Ming with my own hands. How can he still be alive?" Qin Feng got up and came to Yi Linger's side, tenderly touched her head and said, You just have too much heart and too much pressure. Take this time to rest and relax. Don't think so much. I'll take care of everything." Aha! Watching this pair of dogs get so mushy right in front of his face, Lu Ming's inner rage continued to burn. He already had a plan within him. There's still a 15-second cooldown on drawing the sword. Just resist those 15 seconds. Although Yi Linger's true level had already reached over 200 at this moment, she had used the suppression scroll, and not only was her level suppressed at 50, but her strength was likewise suppressed in the range of 50. Even if she and Qin Feng had replaced their entire bodies with the top-level 50 gilded equipment, there was absolutely no way they could resist Lu Ming's damage from a sword draw, because drawing a sword is real damage that ignores defenses. Even if it's the same. "Qin Feng, I will kill you too." But it was not to be. Before he could resist for even a second, Qinji snapped, "So, big brother, there's nothing left for this guy to do? So I'll just cut him? Well, to put an end to it, get permission from Qin Feng." Qinji raised the gilt bow in his hand and aimed it at Lu Ming. "Farewell, buddy. Remember in your next life, when you see us chopper gods, lower your head and be human." Just at the moment when Qinji opened his bow and prepared to shoot Lu Ming, "Whoa, rub!" A black shadow snapped in the darkness. His hand rose up and interrupted Qinji's attack while releasing a sharp blade that shocked him back. Chapter 136: Qin Charen's Death. In the darkness, a silhouette suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming. Holding the dagger in his hand, he parried Lu Ming's lethal attack from Qinji. Under the imprint of the moonlight, Lu Ming saw this back figure that looked very familiar. Qin Charen. At this moment, Qianing turned her face and smiled at Lu Ming. "How about this, sister, this save? Handsome or not? This side face, the voice. It's Qin Charen without a doubt." But Lu Ming felt strange. "Didn't you go to Anyang?" Equally surprised was Qinji. "Second sister?" Qinji looked at Qin Charen, who hadn't appeared in the City of Starlight for a long time, with a startled expression and asked, "Why are you here?" Qin Charen's eyes resumed their usual icy coldness, and in her sister's tone, she barked orders at Qinji. "If you still recognize me as your sister, then release the underworld." "He's your brother-in-law." It was no wonder that, in this situation, Qin Charen was still laughing just now. She was emboldened to face her own brother, with her own brother. Qinji frowned tightly and said, "Second sister, don't make things difficult for me. This brat has repeatedly spoiled our good deeds, and has been working against us, the god of beheading. If I don't kill him, there will definitely be a lot of trouble for us, the god of beheading, in the future. Do you know what you guys are doing?" Qin Charen pointed at the Blood Moon martial artist school and said to Qinji and Qin Feng, as well as Yi Linger, "You're actually consorting with this kind of demonic creature. You are aiding and abetting the destruction of us humans and this world." "Don't say that." Yi Linger stood on the moral high ground and condemned Qin Charen. "Your brother is only thinking about the family's cause. You are also a member of the Qin family. You should understand your brother's peace of mind." Qin Charen looked at Yi Linger with an icy gaze and said, "Our Qin family's affairs. Do we need you, an outsider, to tell us what to do?" "Qin Charen." Qin Feng shouted angrily at Qin Charen. "Don't think that just because you're my sister, you can do whatever you want. Get out of my way." Qin Charen stood firmly in front of Lu Ming, not moving an inch. "If you want to kill the specter, then kill me first." Qinji was already starting to freak out. Am I crazy or are you crazy? Second sister, are you going against the family for an outsider? So what if he is? Qin Charan protected Lu Ming, her gaze firm. He's the man I'm going to protect with all my life. I repeat, if you want to kill him, then kill me first. Just when Qinji didn't know what to do next, a flash of sharpness emanated from Qin Feng's eyes. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill you. The words just fell. Pest! With a sudden charging chop, Qin Feng rushed to Qin Charan and waved his sword to pierce through Qin Charan's body. The pain of a body being penetrated by a sharp blade is not a millionth of the pain of a heart. At this moment, Qin Charan gazed at his own brother, Qin Feng, in front of his eyes with 1,000 unbelievable eyes. Qin Feng was also a bit surprised. He was only surprised that, with the addition of a full body level 50 guilt artifact, his own S-rank charge chop, which was enough to instantly damage any player within level 50 at this stage by 16 W points, had failed to kill Qin Charan. It turned out that since the moment Qin Charan showed up, Lu Ming had already selected her as a friendly target. Under the continuous stacking of Fortress of Life, the shield accumulated on Qin Charan's body had long since reached its peak. 630,305 points. Qin Feng's sword only broke a quarter of Qin Charan's shield. Good. You've finally shown your true colors. Woe rub. Qin Charan endured the severe pain and swung his sword to cut back Qin Feng. Endless disappointment flooded his eyes. Then it's about time that I can settle the score with you for Along. Ahu, Old Zhu, Xiao Wu and the others. With the color of disappointment in his eyes, it was replaced by a touch of hatred. Against the knot formation from Lu Ming, Qin Charan held his dagger and killed Qin Feng. Qin Feng's face showed his sharpness. Humph. Not self-conscious. Wow. The long sword in his hand burned with a burst of golden flame. S-class firebath. Clanking, precisely blocking Qin Charan's several attacks. Qin Feng's backhanded sword fell short. With Lu Ming's Wind Rush edition, combined with his own 4-star divine speed talent. In the darkness of the night, Qin Charan's speed grew faster and faster. She cracked Qin Feng's defense again and again, launching her attack again and again. Stop fighting, big brother. Second sister, you guys stop fighting. Qin Ji was impatient. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that in his backpack, the goddess of the darkness Nyx's scroll of the Seal of the Gods was emitting an increasingly intense golden glow. Unlike before, this time the light emanating from the scroll was so intense that it did not flicker. It was as if he was very firm in his choice. Lu Ming was instantly astonished and looked up at Qin Charan in front of him. What's going on? Could it be that the agent chosen by Nyx is not Li Wanning, but Qin Charan? Just as Lu Ming was suspicious. Pest! With the sound of a sharp blade piercing through the skin, Qin Charan let out a muffled grunt. In Lu Ming's line of sight, he was seeing a sharp blade that pierced through Qin Charan's body. Bright red blood dripped down the other side of the blade. Qin Charan, a level 42 assassin, even with Lu Ming's knotted formation bonus, was ultimately no match for Qin Feng, because even though Qin Feng's level was suppressed, his original body was still a battle-hardened 200-plus level Tian Yuan veteran. S-class top skill coupled with guiltware equipment was completely beyond the ability of someone of Qin Charan's rank to contend with. The moment the sharp blade pierced Qin Charan's chest and dealt her a fatal blow, Qin Ji, who was on the side, stared in wide-eyed amazement. Second sister. Qin Feng, however, had a cold gaze, as if the person in front of him was not his own sister, but just a commodity. Keeping you is only because I need to utilize you to reach a cooperation with the Wang family. Now that I have the aid of a more powerful ghost, I don't need to cooperate with the Wang family anymore, and you are no longer valuable. The last moment when life burns out. Qin Charan looked back at Lu Ming and smiled with difficulty. I'm sorry, nerd. Sister, can't protect you anymore. In your next life, remember, marry me early. Pest! As the blood-stained sharp blade was withdrawn from her body, Qin Charan collapsed in a pool of blood, her fragrance dying. Lu Ming looked at the scene in front of him incredulously. At that moment, his heart jerked violently. Qin Feng, die for me. The moment he turned his grief into hatred, Lu Ming locked onto Qin Feng and drew his sword. Woe rub. Unexpectedly, Blood Moon martial artist Gula had foreseen this and burst out like the wind, blocking in front of Qin Feng and fending off the attack for him. 284-6750. Enough damage to crush Qin Feng 10 times. yet it only cut down a quarter of the Blood Moon martial artist's blood. Great job! Qin Feng sneered and said to Blood Moon martial artist Gula, "Go ahead and chew him up. Gobble, gobble." Just as the Blood Moon martial artist was holding 2 blood blades in his hands, his face grimacing as he came towards Lu Ming step by step. Suddenly, wow! With Lu Ming at the center, a transparent energy shield with a radius of 50 yards blossomed out in all directions. At this moment, time within the area covered by the energy shield seemed to stand still, and everyone, including the Blood Moon martial artist Gula, were unable to move. In the next second, an arm violently yanked Lu Ming into a spatial rift. Within moments, the flow of time resumed. Realizing that Lu Ming had disappeared at some point, Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. To the surrounding chopper players, he barked, "Give chase! Dig 3 feet into the ground and find him for me." Yes. Chapter 137, Goddess of Darkness. Nix's Choice. Wow. In the middle of a dense forest, as a spatial crack opened, Lu Ming and the Black Cloak duo stepped out from the crack. Looking at the scene around him, Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. Emotionally a bit out of control, he questioned the Black Cloak. "Why are you running? Aren't you an agent of the second sequence Lord God, Kronos, the god of time? Don't you possess the ability to trap time? All you have to do is trap that ghost general and I can kill it. Why be a deserter?" Black Cloak did not rush to explain. Instead, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and unleashed his spiritual power. Boom! Instantly, an incomparably hot golden flame ignited in his palm. But in just an instant, the flame shrunk to a shaky little flame that seemed like it could be blown out with a breath. The Black Cloak showed Lu Ming this golden fire and said, "This is the divine fire that symbolizes the life force of the gods. The stronger the divine fire aura, the stronger the symbol of the god's life force and power." Hearing this, Lu Ming did as he had done and gathered spiritual power in his mind. Next, wow! As expected, a blazing golden flame also erupted from Lu Ming's palm, and the intensity of this flame was even stronger than the one that had initially erupted from the Black Cloak. It was even fiercer, like a bright light. It illuminated the entire forest almost instantly. Even Black Cloak couldn't help but be energized by the sight, thinking to himself, Is this the intensity of the divine fire of the first sequence supreme god? Contrast that with the small flame in the Black Cloak's palm. Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder, aren't you a second sequence Lord God? Why is the divine flame so weak? The Black Cloak withdrew the divine fire. In a deep voice, he said, "Reversing time and space has caused irreversible damage to my divine fire, and I have to burn the divine fire at all times to be able to stagnate in this time and space, and once the divine fire is about to burn out, I'll go back to 3 years later." As he spoke, the Black Cloak looked at Lu Ming and continued, "I've come back to the present with the hopes of all mankind, and I want to kill that ghost general, kill all the ghosts, and save this world even more than you do." At this moment, Lu Ming realized that the original Black Cloak was already at the end of its strength. If not for the severe damage to the divine fire, codename 017, the intensity of the second sequence Lord God, the god of time Kronos, would certainly not be weak. But to think that he almost died at the hands of Blood Moon martial artist Gula just now. Lu Ming didn't feel fine-tuned and said, "If I didn't have you just now, I would have already died. But, as you say, in the timeline where I was supposed to die 2.5 years later, there was supposed to be no you. And how did I defuse this certain death? As I said before," Black Cloak said, "it is clear that the trajectory of history has changed. In the original timeline, the dragon soul Guan Yu was not resurrected by the scroll of sealed gods I brought back from the future and transformed into a divine agent of Horus, the god of vengeance, after he was killed by you. Unable to devour the gods, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula didn't break the seal and revive so early. This time, it was my fault. I seriously underestimated the ambition of the god of decimation, as well as their methods." After a pause, the Black Cloak continued, "As a matter of urgency, we must find a way to get rid of the Blood Moon martial artist Gula as soon as possible, and get the remnants of the state artifact map on it, or else it is highly likely that it will lead to the early revival of all the ghosts and will also lead to the Jiang province, as well as the extinction of humanity being advanced. To think that Guan Yu, the dragon soul who had only just become an agent of the gods and had managed to bring a little hope to humanity, had been obliterated. The army of the dead under his hand was also wiped out. Qin Charan even died to save himself. Lu Ming couldn't help but have bloodshot eyes, his heart burning with endless fury. In his anger, Lu Ming seemed to remember something. He opened his backpack and took out the scroll of sealing that sealed the power of the goddess of darkness Nyx's deity. Just now the scroll resonated against Qin Churin, but it similarly resonated against Li Wanning before. What's going on? Could it be that both of them are Nyx's chosen agents? And so on. Lu Ming suddenly came to his senses. Qin Churin didn't leave Jiang province. She's always been in Starlight City. Could it be that every time the scroll of the sealed god resonated before, it was because she was nearby? So from the beginning to the end, Nyx's choice was her, not Li Wanning. Just as Lu Ming was suspicious, Black Cloak suddenly spoke up. Have you ever thought of a possibility? Both of them Nyx's choice? Looking at the Black Cloak with such certainty in his tone, Lu Ming asked rhetorically, How do you know? The Black Cloak looked toward the Black Knight and said in a deep voice, Darkness Goddess Nyx, Deity Code Name 010, the first main god under the Supreme God, the second in the future Global Gods Battle Power ranking, second only to you in intensity. The chosen condition of a divine agent is the mortal's beloved love for the god. Hearing this, Lu Ming was astonished. So you have long known the conditions under which Nyx chose his agent. On second thought, the Black Cape is from the future. It's no surprise that he knows this. It was no wonder that the Black Cloak had directly placed Nyx's scroll of sealing on Lu Ming's body at the very beginning, because according to his words, Lu Ming was the only god in the world. He was the only one who could cooperate in triggering the conditions of Nyx's contract. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lu Ming asked. Black Cloak said, When you know the condition, this beloved love is not pure. Don't you want to know who is really dear to you? Thus, Lu Ming asked curiously again, Then, in the future, who is Nyx's divine agent? Hayuki. Who is Heiyue? Is it from Ardasya? Black Cloak did not answer the question. You will know in the future. After a pause, the Black Cloak went on to say something that made Lu Ming's heart hopeful. Once a god concludes a contract with a mortal, it means that he grants his own life to the agent, and both parties will live and die together from then on by the power of the gods. They can give the agent a chance to come back to life once at the time of the contract. No wonder the Black Cloak used the scroll of seal of God Horus, the god of vengeance, to resurrect the dragon soul Guan Yu in the first place. Lu Ming, on the other hand, associated it with, in that case, wouldn't I be able to use Nyx's scroll of the sealed god to resurrect Qin Churin? But why is it that just now, over in Tomb City, I still couldn't use the scroll of sealing god on Qin Churin either? Because it hasn't absorbed enough beloveds. The Black Cloak explained, when it absorbs enough beloveds, it will naturally be able to use it. When I used the god of vengeance's scroll of sealing, I also absorbed a lot of people who died with hatred in their bodies before I was finally able to use it on the dragon soul Guan Yu. Qin Churin has become Nyx's choice, and you may use Nyx's scroll of sealing to resurrect her. But remember, you only have 7 days, for the gods will abandon this choice if they do not sense the breath of his chosen agent within 7 days. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart rekindled hope. From the beginning, approaching Qin Churin was purely for the purpose of using her to take revenge on Qin Feng and Yi Linger, to the extent that this period of time together had created a subtle hint of bonding between him and Qin Churin invisibly. And then just now, the moment when Qin Churin sacrificed herself and died under Qin Feng's sword in order to protect herself. Her position in Lu Ming's heart was no longer just Qin Feng's sister. Don't worry, Qin Churin. No matter what, I will resurrect you. The words just fell. Beyond the forest, there was a sudden movement. The two immediately looked aghast. Zhen Shun's men are coming after us. Chapter 138 Li Wanning Emergency Rescue. Because of the weak power of the divine flame, realizing a 1-kilometer spatial teleportation for 2 people from the Vigilante Tomb City to this Vigilante forest underneath his feet was already the limit of the Black Cloak. Noticing that outside the forest, the people from the God of Decimation had already chased after them. Lu Ming then took out 2 city return scrolls from his bag and handed one to Black Cloak. Was about to crush the return scroll. Suddenly a prompt rang in his ears. Ding, due to the security area Starlight City being under attack, the teleportation function has been shut down during that time. Lu Ming looked aghast. The people of the God of Decimation are sending ghost beasts to attack the city. Looks like they've anticipated that I'll use the return scroll to return to the city. The only way back has been locked. Lu Ming could only say to the Black Cloak, You go first. What do you do? Leave me alone. I have an idea. Only for the Black Cloak to step into the spatial rift and disappear. Lu Ming immediately opened the account panel, switched to the trumpet, dawn, and put on a mask. Not long after, a large number of Zhanshan players poured into the forest. They discovered Lu Ming at the first opportunity. Have you seen a formation trickster with an ID called Spectre? In the face of the Zhanshan players' inquiry, Lu Ming shook his head. Go over there and look. The people from the divine beheading did not suspect Lu Ming and brushed past him. But just then, one of them glanced back at Lu Ming. Wait, this kid. His body shape seems a bit similar to the Spectre. Could it be that he's Spectre, just with a different ID? It can't be. Even if he's changing his ID, he has to be in the safe zone to operate. He doesn't have a chance to change his name. Thus, a green armored warrior in the lead placed his right hand on top of the hilt of his sword and questioned Lu Ming. You're a formation trickster? What are you doing sneaking around here all by yourself? You, mask off and look. Lu Ming's heart shook. Although the IDs are different from the identities, both characters share a face. Just now, over at the Vigilante Tomb City, Qin Feng had already unmasked Lu Ming, and quite a few of Zhanshan's people had already seen Lu Ming's face. If Lu Ming took off his mask now, he would definitely be exposed. It seems that hoodwinking is not an option. Well, there's only one thing for it. First, kill a random one with the drawing sword, refine it to gain 5 points of soul power, and summon 5 more necromantic warriors out. With the addition of my knot formation, even a rank 1 necromancer should have a fighting chance against them. Thinking so, just as Lu Ming was pretending to reach out and remove his mask while preparing to cut the large specter. On the periphery, a clear and loud voice suddenly came out. I'll see which one of you dares to touch him. The words just fell. Brush up. A large group of level 50, turn 6 senior players with brilliant IDs on their heads rushed out from the back and surrounded the dozen or so divine beheading players on the field. At the same time, a high ponytailed archer girl wearing tight locks armor, with a tall figure and long white legs, stood out from the crowd. Just by standing there, the aura of excellence was visible to the naked eye. Lu Ming was a bit surprised, because he saw that this archer girl was, in fact, Li Wanning. Li Wanning walked straight to Lu Ming, naturally took his arm, and barked orders to the surrounding Zhanshan players. Get out of the way for this lady. The players from Zhanshan obviously knew Li Wanning, the eldest daughter of the Li family in Magic City. It's even the ex-girlfriend of their boss, Qinji. By no means could they afford to be offended. However, they were unwilling to let Lu Ming off so easily. The green armored warrior at the head of the group then said, Miss Li, we are also acting under orders to search the underworld, so I hope you can understand. Just let your boyfriend take off his mask and verify it for us. Then you guys go find Spectre. Why are you looking for my boyfriend? You don't even recognize the word dawn in such a big one? Is language taught by a gym teacher? Li Wanning wasn't at all afraid of offending the people of Chopping God, and opened her mouth to say nonchalantly, not to mention that my boyfriend's blooming face is something you guys can look at if you want to. I say again, get out of my way or suffer the consequences. With Li Wanning's words, around them 100 Splendor players had their swords drawn. The dozen or so people in the Divine Beheading District didn't dare to block anymore and hurriedly made way for Li Wanning and Lu Ming. Come on, honey. Let's go home. Li Wanning held Lu Ming's hand and just swaggered out of the Night Watchman's forest in front of the Divine Beheading players. When they returned to Starlight City, the battle on this side had also ended. It's a good thing this was only a small attack. There were only a dozen or so First-Order Ghost Beasts, and by gathering the strength of all the Starlight City players, although many players were sacrificed in the end, it was always the case that they had already been successfully pinned down. However, Lu Ming knew, if he didn't quickly eradicate the Second-Order Ghost General, Blood Moon martial artist Gula, who had completely lifted the seal, it wouldn't be long before the city of Starlight would see its true demise. Entering the city and arriving at a secluded place, Lu Ming let go of Li Wanning's hand. Thank you for taking the heat off me. Thank you how? In return for your body. Li Wanning stared at Lu Ming and smiled wryly. But when she saw that Lu Ming didn't have much of a reaction, she pouted her lips again and said unhappily, Is it because I'm not pretty? Lu Ming glanced at Li Wanning. This was also the first time he looked at Li Wanning squarely. Li Wanning had delicate features, large eyes and a tight melon face. Putting aside the green tea girl label, but is indeed a big beauty, belonging to the walk on the road to look at a glance cannot move the eyes of the kind of beauty of the city. You're beautiful. Li Wanning was unhappy. You're lying. If I'm pretty, Why don't you even want to hold my hand more than once? Humph, big liar. This lady won't save you next time. At this moment, Lu Ming sensed that the scroll of the sealed god in his backpack was once again resonating. Thinking back to what Black Cloak said, we must let the scroll of the seal of the gods absorb more beloveds before we can use it to resurrect Qin Churen. And this beloved love must be the beloved love of a mortal for a god. Li Wanning's love for Lu Ming completely met the criteria. If you want to save Ran Ran, you have to keep deepening Li Wanning's favor with me. Just as Lu Ming was searching for ways to make Li Wanning fall in love with himself, Li Wanning looked at the serious Lu Ming and suddenly smiled sarcastically and said, Aya, I'm just joking with you. Why are you so serious? Don't worry. With this young lady here, the divine beheadings people can't harm you. This young lady will definitely protect you. Vigilante Tomb City. One group after another of divine beheading patrol squads hurried into the city from different directions. Reporting Captain, Lieutenant, no luck. Captain, nothing over there either. There's no sign of the specter to the west either. Listening to the news from his men, Chinji frowned. Strange. Where could it have gone in just a blink of an eye? The Starlight City teleportation function has been turned off. It's logical that he can't be back in the city either. Just in time. Suddenly there was another squad, escorting a mage girl into the city. Captain, found this female mage in the bamboo forest to the east. Looking at the level 36 mage girl dressed in a black mage robe, Rose. Qin immediately brightened up and said, Isn't this the little follower who's been following around Underworld? It seems to be Pixie's sister. Let go of me. You guys let go of me. Lin Yue struggled. When she saw not far away, lying in a pool of blood Qin Churen's body, her eyes were even more full of unbelief and grief. Sister Churen, what have you done with Sister Churen? Where is Brother Spectre? Where is Brother Spectre? Qin Feng looked at Lin Yue, a coldness radiating from his eyes. Spectre's sister, is it? Then there's no point in living, kill her. With Qin Feng's command, one of the warriors who was holding Lin Yue hostage drew his sword and was about to make a move on Lin Yue. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Suddenly, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula, who was on the side, became abnormally excited, with agitation towards Lin Yue. Wait! Sensing the Blood Moon martial artist's movement, Qin Feng immediately raised his hand to signal his men to stop moving. The only thing that can make ghosts so excited is the gods. She, an agent of the gods. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the arena, with shocked gazes, focused on Lin Yue's body. At this time, Qin sized up the weak Lin Yue and said in disbelief, She looks so weak. It feels like she'll die if I punch her. Can such a person be a divine agent? It's possible that it's the same situation as what that Dragon Soul Guan Yu encountered before. Yilinger said thoughtfully, She is currently in the account blocking stage, and the only way to completely obtain the power of the gods and become a true divine agent is to lift the account blocking. Qin Feng stared at Lin Yue with a greedy gaze, as if he was admiring his prey. In his heart, he thought, since a vengeful god is able to revive a ghost general completely, if we take her and feed her to the ghosts as well after she gains the power of the gods, won't we be able to revive another ghost general? Thinking of this, Qin Feng revealed a sinister smile on his face. Get her out of here. Chapter 139 The City of Starlight, Jiang Province fell. Lu Ming went offline and returned to the real world. Learning that Lin Yue had been captured by the people who had beheaded the gods, he entered Lin Yue's room and saw that her computer showed. The character was in an unlogged-in state. Lu Ming understood on the spot. It must have been Qin Feng and the others who had used shift shape on Lin Yue. According to Tian Yuan's records, it was an extremely rare and special magic scroll with a grade as high as 4th rank. When used by a player, it can force a change in the offline login location. The short answer is, Lin Yue is completely under their control. Even down the line, it doesn't help. Back in the living room, looking at the table, there were 3 dishes and 1 soup made by Lin Yue. But there was no Lin Yue in the living room, and no Qin Churen. Throughout the house, there was an emptiness. An inexplicable feeling of loss instantly surged through Lu Ming's heart. He sat down at the table alone in silence, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and ate. He took big bites and ate quickly. The mechanized eating made Lu Ming unable to eat the flavor of the meal, and he couldn't even notice that the meal had actually been cold for a long time. As he ate, Lu Ming's eyes turned bloodshot. The mind recalled the killing of Guan Yu and Qin Churen. Even Lin Yuwei had fallen into Qin Feng's hands. He himself was even more close to repeating the scene of his previous life, dying at the hands of Qin Feng once again. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart was filled with grief, anger, and hatred. Level 50. Just get to level 50 and I can change all that. Because Lu Ming knew deep down, the biggest threat to him right now was not Qin Ji, nor Qin Feng, nor Yi Linger. Instead, it was the full-bodied second-ranked ghost general that had completely broken its seal, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. However, Lu Ming had already projected it based on the data of the Blood Moon martial artists. As long as he rose to level 50, he had complete certainty that he could kill this full-bodied ghost general. Because level 50 doesn't just mean that the 3 major talents can be upgraded to LV6. Most importantly, there was another crushing artifact in Lu Ming's backpack. That was the level 50 guiltware equipment, Magic Domain King's Power Ring, that had been exploded from the level 50 guiltware boss Demon King Zeno when it was hunted down in the Goblin Kingdom. If it was just normal bronze or silver equipment, there might not be much room for improvement for a strong person of Lu Ming's class. But this is guiltware of a quality that transcends above goldware, and it's still the ring part that increases attack power. It was no exaggeration to say, the gilded artifact Demon Domain King's Power Ring, in conjunction with the 3 major talent upgrades, would be able to increase Lu Ming's strength intensity to at least 10 times what it was now. At that time, not to mention the second-order ghost generals. Even a level 53rd order ghost king might not be a match for Lu Ming. The figures of Qin Feng, Yi Linger, and Qin Ji emerged in his mind, and Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. Today's revenge. I will make you pay back tenfold. Meanwhile, in the northern part of the city of Starlight, the tomb city of the Night's Watch, Qin Ji buried Qin Churen's body with his own hands. Kneeling in front of her grave, she said sadly, "Second sister, for a man, is it worth it? As opposed to Qin Feng, Qin Ji is, after all, the heart of the people." On the contrary, Qin Feng, who killed Qin Churen with his own hands, didn't even look at Qin Churen from the beginning to the end, and long ago brought Yi Linger back to the city to go offline to eat a big meal and have a good time. Just at this moment, the players who were under the command of the God of Decimation continued to come to report. "Lieutenant, the brothers have searched the entire Starlight City inside and out and failed to find any trace of the specter." Qin Ji didn't dare to be ambiguous and immediately conveyed this news to his elder brother Qin Feng. "Brother, we killed the Dragon Soul Guan Yu and killed the second sister, but also captured the Phenomenon's sister. And now the Phenomenon's whereabouts are unknown, lest he develops secretly, and in the future, he is bound to retaliate against us." Qin Feng on the other end of the phone was unimpressed. A mere 40-odd level formation artificer. Even if he's a divine agent, what can he do? This ghost general that we have revived. Killing him is as simple as crushing an ant. Don't worry, he can't make any waves. Just continue to keep an eye on Starlight City. Once you find his trail, you don't need to ask me for instructions. Just kill him. Right? Take that Rose to level 200 as soon as possible. I need to use her body to revive more ghosts that can be controlled by us as soon as possible. Qin Ji promised. "Understood, brother." "Right, brother." Just then, as if he had thought of something, Qin Ji took out what looked like a map remnant from his backpack and said suspiciously, "I just found a tattered map inside that tomb in the Vigilante Tomb City. I wonder what kind of thing is recorded on it. But there are 2 locations marked on it, one of which is the City of Starbursts and the other is the City of Candles. I've checked, the City of Candle Flame is also a main city in the Second Heavenly Abyss, and its corresponding login location is over in Anyang. Brother, should I make a trip over to Anyang to check it out? After all, this map appeared from a ghost creature, and I think that by following the guide, I might be able to find more powerful ghost creatures that are sealed in the Heavenly Abyss world. Okay, take someone over there and take a look." On the other hand, Lu Ming, who had finished eating, quickly logged into the account, Dawn, and went online. Instead, they found Starlight City, in a state of turmoil with countless players on edge. Why isn't this monster anywhere else but only on our side of Starlight City? Don't even dare to go out. Don't know where they are lurking. If you're not careful, you'll be targeted by that monster, and you won't even be able to run in time to be eaten by them. The family next door to me has moved because their family relies on Sky Abyss for their livelihood, and they can't hunt without leaving the city, so as long as they don't log on in the 3 cities of Nautical, Linhai, and Yunzhou, they won't show up on this side of the City of Starburst. I want to move too, But my parents, my wife, my children, all my life's work is in Yunzhou. Where can I move to? I can't leave. Yunzhou is my home. Lu Ming realized. The city of Starburst had gradually begun to be laid out. And the reason why these ghostly creatures didn't formally launch an attack on Starry Glory City, but instead hunkered down outside the city to hunt the casual players who had left the city, must be because there aren't many fully revived ghosts at the moment. Once more and more ghostly creatures waited for the revival, they would surely launch a general attack on Starlight City. Following that, it resulted in the end of what the Black Cloak had said. The destruction of Starlight City after 2.5 years, and the decimation of 9.35 million players in Jiang Province by ghosts. In this current timeline, the early revival of the Second Order Ghost General Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula means that the history of the destruction of Starry Glory City will also be brought forward. Lu Ming muttered. Mortals are barely able to fight against First Order Ghost Beasts, but they can't deal with Second Order Ghost General Sit. Seems like I have to level up to 50 as soon as possible and get rid of the Blood Moon Martial Artists in order to save Jiang Province. But at the same time, Lu Ming faced a huge problem. Nowadays, there are ghostly beasts everywhere outside of Starlight City, and ghosts, in turn, are extremely sensitive to the aura of the gods. Although I can use a small number for cover, the small number's strength is too low to brush the monsters. Once I switch to the large number to kill monsters and upgrade, it's easy to expose my position again and be discovered by them. Of course, he thought about it, leaving aside the traditional mode of killing monsters and upgrading. This side of Starlight City could quickly upgrade by submitting soul stones to brush up on quests, but even the 300 million guan you had transferred to Lu Ming before his death, all of which were used to purchase soul stones, were simply not enough for Lu Ming to rise to level 50. Not to mention that acquiring a large amount of soul stones in a short period of time was not an easy task. Just as Lu Ming was thinking about how he could solve this problem. Knock knock. Li Wanning sent a Weibo message over. Brother Pantheon, let's go to Anyang. Anyang has good mountains, good water, and beautiful scenery. Let's forget everything over here and go to Anyang to start over. Okay? Just you with me. Anyang, why does this place sound familiar? Lu Ming suddenly remembered that earlier, Qin Churen had said that she was preparing to go and incorporate a battle team that was once under the command of Along and the others, called Skywalk. And the place where the Skywalker battle team was stationed was in Anyang. Going to Anyang would be a good choice. On this side of the city of Starburst, there's always the danger of exposing your identity, and it's not easy to upgrade. Changing to another place, temporarily avoiding the front line, peacefully ascending to level 50, and then coming back to kill them by surprise is indeed the best and only choice at the moment. And most importantly, he just so happened to be able to take this opportunity to collect the power of belovedness and resurrect Qin Churen through Li Wanning for the scroll of sealing for the goddess of the darkness, Nyx, to resurrect Qin Churen. As for Lin Yuwei, although she was currently in Qin Feng's hands. However, Lu Ming had already guessed through Guan Yu's encounter the great probability that Qin Feng's purpose in capturing her was to obtain her divine power to feed the ghosts. So until the account ban is lifted, Lin Yuwei's life will not be in danger for the time being. Thus, Lu Ming readily agreed to Li Wanning's invitation. Good. Then let's go to Anyang. When will you leave? Obviously, the fact that Lu Ming could agree to go to Anyang made Li Wanning very surprised and happy. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming was more anxious than her. Now, Chapter 140. Let's do something exciting? Lu Ming went offline, booked a high-speed train ticket for 9 p.m. Jiang Province Linhai, Yun Province Anyang. Simply packed my stuff and took only a shoulder bag with me. Packing light. Standing in the doorway, he looked back at the home one last time. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a look of reluctance, as well as determination. Ran, Yoi. Wait for me to come back. I will save you. After saying that, Lu Ming closed the door and left. It was already 12:30 at night when they arrived in Anyang. At Anyang Station, Lu Ming saw a familiar figure, Li Wanning. I only saw Li Wanning wearing a pair of sunglasses. On top, she wore a short white tank top with denim hot pants underneath, exposing a slender waist that can only be held in one's hand, and a pair of white and slender legs, attracting countless pedestrians to linger. Seeing Lu Ming, Li Wanning immediately dragged her suitcase and walked over with a pair of long legs. I've already booked the hotel. How about it? Dare you follow me? Li Wanning pulled on her sunglasses, and her pair of clear eyes sardonically looked at Lu Ming. What's there to not dare? Lu Ming said. Go. So, leaving the station, The two of them hailed an internet cab and headed for the hotel. On the way, the big brother who was driving suddenly asked, "The two of you came from the Jiang province side, right?" "Huh?" Li Wanning asked curiously. "Master, how did you know?" Big brother said as he drove. "I don't know what's going on, but there are a lot of people coming from the Jiang province today. I've run 7 or 8 orders from this side of the station in one night, and all of them are from Sailing, Linhai, or Yunzhou. It's like they're fleeing a disaster. Although I don't fight Heaven's Abyss, I heard that. Isn't it true that a group of very strong Heaven's Abyss monsters have appeared over in Jiang province? Many people can't deal with those monsters, so they can only flee from Jiang province and run towards the outer provinces." Hearing this, Li Wanning asked her big brother out of the blue, "Master, do you believe that these monsters were intentionally released by the people from the Divine Beheading Battle Team, Zhan Xin? I often read the news. Isn't that our great Xia National Service team? How could they possibly do such damaging things? Impossible." Listening to the driver's big brother's reply, Li Wanning shrugged her shoulders and helplessly said to Lu Ming next to her, "Look, no one believes it. I've already spread this news deliberately on the internet, but I don't know why. It just feels as if there's a huge black hand behind the internet, and all news about this kind of thing is harmonized as soon as it's posted. I was thinking that while the god of decimation certainly doesn't have a low status, in the end, it's only a national service 7th, and there are still 6 other families above them. It's not like they have such monstrous power in the entire Great Xia country, right?" Lu Ming was rather impressed with Li Wanning. I didn't expect her to have the guts to stand up and speak out, blatantly testifying against beheading God. Relying solely on the divine beheading is indeed not so capable. Lu Ming had already guessed. The 3 forces that would betray the Great Summer Kingdom in the future, as stated in the Black Cloak's mouth, in addition to the divine beheading, the other 2 were beginning to make preparations for a rainy day. Moreover, the strength and status of these 2 families were bound to be no less than the 7th in the national service, Chopper God. No matter what, they must be stopped. Crush their plots and plans. I have to form a force that can fight against the national battle team as soon as possible. Otherwise, they still have ghosts behind them, and it will definitely be difficult for me to fight them off with just my own strength. Lu Ming recalled that Qin Chuan had once mentioned when he chatted with himself. The Tianxing battle team that Qinglong, Xianwu, White Tiger, and Zhu Bird had trained with their own hands was very strong, with almost all of its members carrying the standard, and the account qualifications were all clear and not less than 2-star. The main thing was, every single person in the Skywalker battle team was handpicked by Qinglong and the others, and was absolutely loyal versus reliable. I hope I can take the opportunity of this trip to Anyang to collect Tianxing first. Soon, the 2 arrived at the hotel. However, when registering, the front desk lady informed Li Wanning, "I'm sorry, miss. The room you reserved has only 1 single room left due to special circumstances." Then what's the point of me booking in advance? Li Wanning was not at all accustomed to it, and directly snapped at the front desk, "Call your manager to me." The front desk but repeatedly excuses. Nothing as, "Really sorry, miss. Mainly due to our side has always had VIP member service. VIP greater than booking this is a clear regulation." Li Wanning huffed and retracted her ID card. "Forget it, let's look elsewhere." Looking at Li Wanning's appearance, it didn't seem like she was pretending. At this time, Lu Ming spoke up, "Just a single room." "Huh." Unexpectedly hearing this, Li Wanning blushed instead. In fact, what Lu Ming was thinking was, the time left to him was only 7 days. If he wanted to resurrect Qin Chuan, he had to take down Li Wanning within 7 days. So, Lu Ming looked at the blushing Li Wanning and followed her example, smiling sarcastically. "What's the matter? Don't dare? What wouldn't you dare?" Li Wanning said with a stiff upper lip. "Single room. Open." The lady at the front desk was on fire to get it done. The 2 took their room cards and went upstairs. A small room full of ambiguity. Dry and hot. Suddenly, Li Wanning got up and said, "I'm going to take a shower." When Li Wanning came out of the shower, when Lu Ming went in to wash it, she sat on the bed and tensed up instead. "Is it moving that fast? But, obviously it was you who asked people out again, and you booked the hotel, so why are you nervous instead?" Li Wanning couldn't help but feel self-doubt. Perhaps it was because she had once thought that Lu Ming was a modest gentleman, and she simply wanted to tease him as usual. It was just that every time she had teased before, Lu Ming's response to her had been very cold. She didn't expect that this time, Lu Ming would actually start to go along with herself. What should I do? If he wants it, should I give it to him? But this is too fast. I don't even know his real name yet. Huh. This bathroom glass even has a little bit of small through eh. His body is so tantalizing, hissing. Holy, what was I thinking? Not a moment too soon. Lu Ming came out after taking a shower. With Li Wanning nervous, expectant, apprehensive and shy, Lu Ming unexpectedly came straight to the floor-to-ceiling window and lay down, said good night, and went back to sleep. Li Wanning's hanging heart died instantly. Looks like I was overthinking it. Good night, Spectre brother. A man and a woman in a room together. Li Wanning lay in bed, tossing and turning, her mind filled with the image of Lu Ming taking a shower just now. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't react at all like he was asleep, Li Wanning began to mouth high again. So boring. Can't sleep? Brother Spectre, are you asleep? The words just fell. Lu Ming's voice rang out. Why don't we play something exciting? Ha. When Hi Sister meets the real brother. Lu Ming climbed up from the landing. Then, out of the darkness, came the sound of a backpack zipper. Li Wanning's heart began to poof up nervously again. What's he taking about? Could it be taking that? Oh my god. What to do? So nervous. Just as Li Wanning was apprehensive, in the darkness, she heard Lu Ming say again, I'm ready. Are you ready? Li Wanning shyly said, well, I'm ready too. Let's get started then. Just as Li Wanning's heart raced and she was breathing heavily. Wow. In the darkness, the computer screen in front of Lu Ming lit up, and the image was being fixed on the login page of Sky Abyss. At once, Li Wanning was greatly disappointed. You said play something exciting? Is this, Lu Ming looked back at Li Wanning and said, right, what else? What do you think I'm talking about? Li Wanning said awkwardly, I thought you said you wanted to play cards or go out for a barbecue or something. Lu Ming said, then get ready. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the line. After saying that, Lu Ming logged into the heavenly abyss and disappeared into the room. Feeling the lingering scent of Lu Ming in the room, Li Wanning lost her heart for a good while. Iron big straight man. While spitting, Li Wanning also took out her computer and logged into Tianyuan. Meanwhile, Anyang City Airport. Qingji had just gotten off the plane and arrived in Anyang. Got a call out of the blue. Big brother. I've just arrived on the Anyang side. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? As Qingji picked up the phone, Qin Feng's voice came from the other end. Someone has been making a big fuss on the internet about us. The god of decimation, colluding with ghosts and betraying the human race, and it has already caused a great deal of repercussions for us. Well, I saw it. Qingji said, don't worry, big brother. I've already let the logistics handle it. This kind of treatment treats the symptoms but not the root cause. It has to be solved from the root cause. Qin Feng said, the one who released the news is from the magic capital, someone from the Li family. Hearing this news, Qingji's heart snapped. Wanning. At this moment, Qin Feng continued, all those who obstruct our plans must die. If the Li family dares to openly confront us, let them pay the price. Qin Zi frowned. But the Li family, at least it is a big famous family over there in Magic City. It is also considered to be a big family. Want to mess them up? I'm afraid it's not easy. That's why I'm looking for you. Qin Feng said, I've already found out that the reason why the Li family has the wealth and status it has today mainly comes from the side of the city of Candle Flame, where they unintentionally unearthed a pill palace 5 years ago, and they sell pharmaceuticals through the natural medicinal herbs underneath the pill palace, and that's what caused the Li family to develop and rise up rapidly in just 5 years. The city of Candle Flame, which happens to be located in Anyang where you are right now, destroying this pill palace will directly cut off the lifeblood of the Li family. Qin Feng continued, this task, it's all yours. Don't let me down. Got it, big brother. Qin Ji hung up the phone, a coldness spreading in his eyes. I'm sorry, Wanning. It's not that I'm going to hold it against you. Rather, it's you, the Li family, that's in the way of our zenith god. Chapter 141 Medicine King Valley Trial. Ding, welcome to the world of Heavenly Abyss. Your current location is the second heaven of Heavenly Abyss Recovery City of Candle Flame. Wow. White light spilled out, and Lu Ming appeared within a fiery city. Just to be on the safe side, even with the change, Lu Ming still logged into the Heavenly Abyss under the small number Dawn. After all, the forces of the god of decimation were spread all over the country, so it was inevitable that on this side of Anyang, There were also players of the God of Decimation. However, as long as the ghosts over here hadn't revived yet, then there wasn't much of a threat to Lu Ming. A short while later, white light poured down. Li Wanning appeared beside Lu Ming. "Brother Phenomenon, are you taking medicine?" As soon as Li Wanning saw Lu Ming, she reached over and handed over 2 colored pills. Looking at Li Wanning with a bad smile on her face, Lu Ming frowned. "What is this?" "Stretching legs and staring pill. Our Li family's special elixir law." Li Wanning smiled sarcastically. 1 to refresh the mind, 2 to never get tired, and 3 to live forever. How about 1 to try? Lu Ming looked disgusted. "No thanks."
"Que, don't forget.
This is a level 10 precious elixir. 1 can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. As she spoke, Li Wanning ate a pill without hesitation. As soon as he heard Li Wanning say that such a like elixir was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, Lu Ming took the other elixir in her hand and looked at it in disbelief. This look revealed that it was surprisingly true that it was a stunningly uncluttered object. Concentration pill level 10. Description: increases mana limit by 100% and mana recovery by 100% after consuming this item, and skill consumption is reduced by 50% for 12 hours. Remarks: the effects of the same type of elixir cannot be stacked. Lu Ming knows. In the world of Heavenly Abyss, there are all kinds of elixirs that can temporarily and significantly increase the player's attributes, which are loved by the majority of players. It is a must-have for many studios, clubs, and battlefield opening squads, attacking an unusually difficult-to-breach copy or a powerful boss. It is also the preferred choice of many players to play arena rankings and temporarily increase their strength. However, because herbs were hard to find, the more common ones on the market were only level 2 or 3 elixirs. I didn't expect that the 2 that Li Wanning casually took were the various bigwigs that were hard to find for a single gold, the top level 10 pills of the Heavenly Abyss world. Lu Ming couldn't help but ask Li Wanning, "Where did you get this?" "You don't know?" Li Wanning said, "Our Li family is the number 1 pill refining family in Desya. All of the level 5 and above pills in the entire Abyss world are all refined by our Li family." As she spoke, Li Wanning tilted her head to look at Lu Ming and said in a mysterious manner, "Go. I'll take you to a place." Before Lu Ming could react, he was pulled by Li Wanning out of the city of Candle Flame's North Gate. There was peace and harmony in the city of Candlelight, which was not infested with ghosts. Outside of the city, in the various wild areas, there were quite a few scattered players leisurely killing monsters. If this was placed in Starlight City, at this time of the day, players would never dare to go out of the city into the wilderness. Soon, Li Wanning led Lu Ming to a large valley filled with spiritual qi. The green hills and green water here are like a paradise. Lu Ming saw. According to the map, this place is called Medicine King Valley LV50. As Li Wanning entered the valley, one could only see that deep in the quiet valley, there was a magnificent golden hall situated, made of all gold. There is no end to the opulence at a glance. The aura that enveloped the entire valley was all emanating from the hall, as if the hall was the root of the aura. Even in the wee hours of the morning, at this very moment, there were hundreds of heavily armed players waiting in a tight formation around the main hall. These players had all reached the peak level of the second heavens. Level 50, turn 6, and all of the equipment on their bodies were complete sets of golden artifacts. Each one has a silver provincial standard above his head. The strength of the flesh is remarkable, and the IDs above their heads were clearly led by the word, brilliant. With Li Wanning's arrival, all the Splendor players shouted in unison, "Hello, miss." At this moment, Li Wanning pointed at the Grand Hall and introduced it to Lu Ming. This place is called the Medicine Hall. The reason why our Li family has become the number 1 pill refining family is all because of the precious medicinal herbs that abound underneath this pill hall. Therefore, the strongest batch of elites of our Li family are all guarding here, and all of their account qualifications are no less than 4 stars. Each and every one of them starts with a monthly salary of $100,000. No wonder Li Wanning was born with a strong bottom. Just when Lu Ming thought that Li Wanning was simply showing off their Li family foundation to him, Li Wanning led him into the interior of the Pill Palace. One could only see that this place was like a large-scale processing plant, where countless Li family employees were processing and refining pills all night long. Li Wanning, on the other hand, led Lu Ming through the processing area to a spell formation. Wow! The moment he stepped into the spell, a beam of golden light spilled down. In the next second, the two disappeared into thin air. Ding, you have entered the first floor of the Medicine King Valley, as the system prompt fell. As his sight turned, Lu Ming appeared in a quiet valley littered with medicinal herbs. In all directions, in addition to the medicinal herbs, there was a demonic monster with the appearance of a large mushroom, scurrying and roaming around. Lu Ming was a bit of a novelty. I can't imagine that underneath this, there's a hidden map buried. This is where the production of medicinal herbs takes place. Li Wanning introduced, the Medicine King Valley is divided into a total of 10 levels, and the higher the level, the higher the probability of producing high-level medicinal herbs, but one must complete the past quest to activate the corresponding level to produce medicinal herbs. Due to the very large gap between the strength of the monsters in each layer so far, the highest our people have been able to hit is only the 5th layer, and there are still 5 more layers behind us that we really can't hit. If we get through the entire Pill King Valley, we'll be able to refine even more advanced elixirs for the benefit of the players of our great summer country. When Li Wanning said her words here, Lu Ming also finally understood the true purpose of Li Wanning bringing herself to this pill palace. Or perhaps it was the purpose of her calling out to herself to come to Anyang. So, you said that this side of Anyang has good mountains, good water, and beautiful scenery, and that we're coming here to start over. In fact, you merely want me to help your Li family and get through this Medicine King Valley, right? With Lu Ming's single word, he nailed it. Li Wanning suddenly hugged Lu Ming's arm and pampered him, saying, Brother Underworld, help me out. All of our Li family's 4-star and even 5-star qualified experts can only go down to the 5th floor. You're so good. You must be able to get through to the back. Just help me. Li Wanning was born to be a pampered girl. She is beautiful and sweet-sounding, and almost no man can resist when she pouts. As long as you can help me get through the Medicine King Valley, no matter what you want, I can promise you. Okay? Brother Underworld, I aball you. Lu Ming weighed in. Since it's the Li family's important land, ordinary people are bound to not be able to step in easily, so it's just the right place to practice leveling, perfectly avoiding the divine beheading and rising to level 50 without a care in the world. Moreover, if I can agree to help her fight her way through the Medicine King Valley, it will also boost her goodwill towards me, and she can collect the power of the beloved for the scroll of the sealed god. With this in mind, Lu Ming said to Li Wanning, Okay, I'll help you fight. Li Wanning said happily, Really? Thank you, Brother Underworld. Just at that moment, Lu Ming sensed the scroll of the sealed god in his backpack, resonating. It showed that Li Wanning's favorable impression of herself was already showing a continuous upward trend. The first 5 floors of the Medicine King Valley had all been cleared by the Li family. Thus, Lu Ming directly went down to the 6th floor with Li Wanning. This place is still surrounded by mountains and water, with birds and flowers. And the monster that resides here is the level 50 Bamboo Demon. Bamboo Demon Physical Normal. Level 50. Physical Attack Power 61,250. Armor 36,200. Magic Resistance 35,000. Speed 33,300. Blood 1,080,000. Skills Bamboo Thorn Level E, Bamboo Kill Level E. Description: the aura revives. The bamboo that perennially inhabits the Valley of the Medicine King transforms into a demon. Kill it, and you may be able to harvest precious medicinal herbs in its body. Are the attributes equivalent to 6 times that of a normal level 50 normal monster? Lu Ming said thoughtfully. It seems that the increase in the attributes of the monsters on each level of this Medicine King Valley is exactly double. Just then, the system prompt dropped. Ding, please kill 100,000 bamboo demons to clear the 6th level. The current progress is 328 kills. Let's get started then. With his eyes locked on a bamboo demon in front of his sight, Lu Ming reached behind his back. Draw your sword. Chapter 142 Chinji's request for Li Wanning to get back together was rejected. Wo rub. The moment Lu Ming drew his sword, a sharp sword shadow ran through the bamboo demon's body. 284-6750. Even a level 50 bamboo demon whose full attributes had been increased to 6 times the base could not resist such damage at all. As the blood bar above his head, which only had 108W of blood, was cleared by a single blow, the bamboo demon collapsed and died on the ground. Ding, kill level 50 bamboo demon. Experience value plus 5,450. Ding, refining bamboo demon, soul power plus 5. Through these 5 points of soul power, Lu Ming temporarily summoned 5 first-order necromantic warriors out first. After all, Lu Ming's knot formation could only be effective with the presence of the dead spirits. In the next second, Lu Ming synchronized the release of the fivefold junction formation and ordered the necrotic warriors to kill the monsters. A first-rank necromancer, covered in broken brass and wielding a rusty iron sword. And without any skills, it looks very stumpy. However, it was fortunate that Lu Ming's junction formation bonus was strong enough. Drawing the ground directly cuts Bamboo Demon's 3W plus armor to 0. Topped off with the 27W attack power bonus of War Trample, the necrotic warrior was able to cut down a quarter of the Bamboo Demon's blood at will with a single general attack of his sword. Wow! 5 necromantic warriors easily killed a Bamboo Demon in a round of concentrated attacks. Lu Ming did as he had done, refining the Bamboo Demon's corpse and summoning 5 more necrotic warriors with the 5 points of soul power he had gained. In the Battle of Tomb City, all of Lu Ming's more than 2004th 5th ranked necromancers were killed in action. The loss was too great. Now you have to start from scratch. As the saying goes, what doesn't kill him only makes him stronger. Thus, under the hunt of the necromantic warriors, Lu Ming kept refining the Bamboo Demon and kept summoning new necromantic warriors. In no time at all, another huge army of necromancers was born. Against the knotted formation, the necromantic legion began to expand their range and hunt the Bamboo Demons more efficiently. As she watched the progress of the monsters clearing the 6th floor skyrocket, Li Wanning couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Ever since we cleared the 5th level 2 months ago, in the entire 2 months' time, all the strongest members of our Li clan who poured out their nests have only barely killed more than 300 Bamboo Demons. As soon as Brother Spectre came, it's only been a few minutes and he's already brushed the kill progress right up to over 500. And, still, in this state of near nothingness. Looking at Lu Ming's magnificent back, Li Wanning's eyes revealed a deepening sense of adoration. It wasn't just the strength that convinced her. Rather, it was Lu Ming's spirit of preferring to start from scratch rather than easily admitting defeat. Brother Underworld, I will definitely do everything in my power to help you get back to the top. From now on, you won't be alone. You'll have me to accompany you in your fight against the divine beheading. At this time, Lu Ming perceived. The scroll of the sealed god in his backpack is continuously absorbing the power of the beloved. Li Wanning's golden branch can't stay up a bit late. The mouth said to accompany Lu Ming. But after 2 a.m., she couldn't resist and went offline to sleep. As for Lu Ming, he couldn't wait to level up to 50 immediately. Go and kill that ghost general in the City of Starlight. Go and rescue Qin Churen and Lin Yuwei. Go and finish off Qin Feng and Yi Linger. Brush up on that belief for an entire all-nighter. Worked from 1 a.m. until 8 a.m. When Li Wanning woke up online from a sleep and returned to Pill King Valley, she discovered that Lu Ming, alone, had dry-bombed the 6th floor of Pill King Valley in a single night, 7 hours, killed 100,000 Bamboo Demons. In Li Wanning's eyes, she was filled with an unbelievable look. Oh my god! At this moment, Lu Ming's level had come to level 4381%. On top of that, through the 50W points of soul power gained from refining the 100,000 Bamboo Demons, Lu Ming had already summoned 505th rank Immortal Demon Emperors. The Necromonger Legion is rising again at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this rate, in less than 2 days, the Necromantic Legion should be able to surpass the peak. Thinking so, Lu Ming opened the divinity panel to look at it while he did so. It was discovered that the previous beheading of the 2nd-rank Ghost General Brutal Ruler Tina had reaped 50 points of divine power, as well as the later killing of a number of 1st-rank ghost beasts for 1 point of divine power per beast. Plus 5 points of divine power were also gained from brushing the Bamboo Demon all night. At this moment, one had 82 points of divine power. There was a 2nd-order ghost core waiting to be cracked in the backpack along with several 1st-order ghost cores. However, Lu Ming was in no hurry to crack the ghost core, because, compared to the divine soul percentage attribute bonus that a ghost core can bring, the strength of a god's exclusive skill is more worthy of anticipation. By collecting 100 points of divine power, you can unlock the first divine exclusive skill of God of Luck Fortuna. Hand of Luck. Lu Ming couldn't help but have some expectations. The exclusive skill of the first sequence Supreme God. It shouldn't be weak. Still 18 points short of divine power. It looks like we need to work harder. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, Li Wanning suddenly ran behind Lu Ming, and while pinching Lu Ming's shoulders and pounding his back, she smiled with joy and said, "Brother Underworld, hard work? You go back to the hotel later and rest for a while. What do you want for breakfast? I'll go out and buy it for you." Lu Ming didn't reject Li Wanning's good intentions. "Let's go out to eat together later. I'll come back and rest afterward. Nah, good. Returning to the city of Candle Flame, Li Wanning suddenly said to Lu Ming with a heavy heart, Brother Underworld, you go offline first and wait for me. There's not enough potion. I'm going to replenish a little bit. I'm afraid to come up here and forget about it by then. After saying that, Li Wanning hurriedly left in the direction of the city of Candle Flame's medicine store. However, on the surface it says it's to refill the potion. Li Wanning, however, carried Lu Ming on her back and went straight to a corner of the city. Here, meeting with her ex-boyfriend Qinji. Looking at Qinji, Li Wanning said with a clear and cold gaze, Why did you come to Anyang as well? Looking for me for something? Qinji walked over, looked at Li Wanning with a face that couldn't let go, and tried to hold Li Wanning's hand. Wanning, let's start over. Li Wanning took a decisive step back to avoid any contact with Qinji. Eyes coldly looking at Qinji, he said, If you still have a hint of fantasy about me, thinking that I still like you, then I can only say to you that you are too self-absorbed. Qinji, we're done. Just for that dawn? Qinji looked at Li Wanning in disbelief and said, He can't even compare to a single finger of mine. What's there about him that you should like? He dares to love, dare to hate, highly motivated, never admits defeat at any time, Li Wanning said in a high and cold voice. He's better than you in every way, and deserves my love in every way. Don't ever bother me again. After saying that, Li Wanning turned around and left. Looking at Li Wanning's gradually departing back, Qinji's eyes were filled with unwillingness, as well as resentment. Li Wanning, you made me do it. Meanwhile, Lu Ming sighed, only when Li Wanning had just left with her front foot. Wow! Suddenly a spatial crack materialized before Lu Ming's eyes. Immediately after that, the black cloak stepped out from it. You came over too? Seeing the black cloak on this side of Candlefire City, Lu Ming was a little surprised. At this moment, the black cloak looked a bit urgent as it said to Lu Ming, People of the God of Decimation, Qinji is coming this way. Lu Ming looked aghast. He knows I'm here? No, Black Cloak said. They have already gotten one of the map remnants of our great Xia state artifact, the Jade Seal of Transmission, from the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. There is a mutual attraction between the remnants of the Jade Seal of Transmission, and I originally only knew that one of the remnants was in the city of Starburst, in the possession of the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. Originally, I was also planning to get that scroll and then follow the guidelines to find the other scrolls. Hearing this, Lu Ming said thoughtfully, So you mean to say, the second remnant scroll, in the City of Candles. In that case, Qinji shouldn't know that I'm over here, so I can just take this opportunity to find the second map remnant buried on this side of Candlefire City through him. Just then, beep click, the black cloaked figure suddenly began to flicker. Just as Lu Ming was surprised by this, the black cloak said in a deep voice, My divine fire is about to burn out, and I don't have much time left. Lu remembered what he had said. Once the divine fire burned out, he would return to the future 3 years later. And once he returned to a future that had been completely controlled by ghosts, his end could be imagined. The future, inevitably, could not trend towards what Black Cloak had said. At this moment, a look of determination flared in Lu Ming's eyes. I will never let our great Xia state artifact fall into the hands of the God of Decimation. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the scroll of Sealing God of the Dark Goddess Nyx from his bag, and asked the Black Cloak, Just how much of the beloved power do we have to absorb before we can use it to resurrect Qin Charan? When you are able to use this scroll on that Miss Li, it will also be able to be used on Qin Charan at the same time. Hearing the Black Cloak's reply, Lu Ming held the scroll of the sealed god and muttered, Therefore, I must continue to deepen Li Wanning's goodwill towards me, and extract the power of the beloved from her in order to resurrect Ran Ran. Chapter 143 Is Qin Charan the only one in your heart? Anyang City, a street-side breakfast stall. Li Wanning ate the fried dumplings, which cost $5 a serving, with relish, while drinking a $2 bag of soy milk. Who would have thought that such a grounded girl would be the golden young lady of a billion-dollar boss's family? Even Lu Ming couldn't help but be impressed with her. I can't imagine that you also like to eat these things. This is good stuff. Li Wanning's mouth was stuffed with fried dumplings, so delicious that she cried. You don't know, before I studied abroad in the beautiful country, I ate that steak every day, either on toast, and it made me want to vomit. It's still our daxia that has more delicious food. This is simply a mountain of food. Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning, who was wolfing down her food. It wasn't exactly a favorite, but at least, she didn't seem like she was as annoying as she had been at first. Li Wanning was the only one who knew that Lu Ming had a dual account identity. Can be said that Lu Ming's most lethal handle is in her hands. But she never told anyone about it, and that included her ex-boyfriend Qinji. The most important medicine hall for the Li family was built on this side of the city of Candle Flame. How could the Li family not have a base on this side of Anyang? Li Wanning could have just stayed in their Li family's big comfortable mansion, eaten big meals, and enjoyed the highest level of treatment for the Li family's first lady. But she would rather give it all up and accompany Lu Ming to squeeze into a hotel with only one bed and eat cheap roadside stalls. In fact, Lu Ming could see that Li Wanning was only doing all of this to avoid him being discovered by the people from God Beheading. After all, there are a lot of people. Had breakfast and went back to the hotel for a couple hours of rest. In order to let Lu Ming sleep more comfortably, Li Wanning took the initiative to give up her bed. It was 12 noon when I woke up. Awake, only to see Li Wanning plopping a pair of long white legs, sitting on the floor-to-ceiling windowsill, holding a book in her hand. The sunlight spread over her body in a gentle way. Li Wanning tilted her head and gently looked at Lu Ming, who had just woken up from his nap. Why don't you get some more sleep? It was a hard night last night. Lu Ming quickly got up and put on his clothes. No need. I'll go online later and pass the 7th floor of Medicine King Valley this afternoon. Lu Ming hated not being able to eat or drink and spent all his time upgrading, because as long as he closed his eyes, his mind was filled with images of Qin Churin dying in front of him, as well as Qin Feng and Yilinger, the pair of dogs hooking up. He had to get to level 50 as fast as he could. So, after going to an outside restaurant for lunch with Li Wanning, the two of them returned to the hotel and synchronized their lines. Qinji had already brought his men to the Candlefire City side, and in order to avoid exposing himself before leveling up to 50, Lu Ming had to be cautious at all times. Using the identity of the small number, Dawn, come to the medicine hall, and then switch to the large number, Spectre, straight into the 7th floor of the Medicine King Valley. The monster cannibal flower here had an attribute strength that was already 7 times that of a normal level 50 monster. It's 1x higher than the bamboo demon on the 6th floor. Can be a deadly boost for the average player. But for Lu Ming it was almost no different than before. After all, under the addition of his knotted formation, the strength of the Necromantic Legion had long since reached the level of a regular human being above level 80. Level 80 beating level 50 is a natural crush. The pass indicator for level 7 is still the same. 10W cumulative kills of cannibals. 2 words. Lu Ming summoned the Necrotic Legion, unleashed the 5-fold junction formation, and directly opened the brush. Ding killed level 50 cannibal flower. Experience value plus 5,450. Ding killed level 50 cannibal flower. Experience value plus 5,450. Ding. Just as the necromongers went on a massacre, Li Wanning asked out of the blue, "Brother Underworld, are you in a hurry to upgrade? Why don't you take a pill?" As she spoke, Li Wanning opened her backpack and took out a red elixir, handing it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a look. Body Shaping Pill Level 10. Description. After consuming it, the experience of killing monsters will be increased by 100%, lasting for 12 hours. Remarks. The effects of the same type of elixir cannot be stacked. Seeing Lu Ming's eyes light up, he seemed to be very fond of this elixir. Li Wanning revealed a pleased smile. "I made this for you with my own hands." Lu Ming then realized that Li Wanning had spent the morning reading books to learn how to refine this body-shaping pill while she was at the hotel. "Thanks." Lu Ming swallowed the elixir in one gulp and said to Li Wanning, "According to the market price, how much is this elixir? I'll transfer it to you." "No need, no need," Li Wanning said. "It's also thanks to you opening up the 6th level of the Pill King Valley last night, and through a new high-level medicinal herb produced on the 6th level, that you were able to refine this new type of elixir. By the way, are there any other elixirs that add attack and defense that you want?" Lu Ming said, "No need, having this body-shaping pill is enough." After all, with the current strength of the Necromantic Legion already being able to easily crush the monsters in Medicine King Valley, there was no need to waste it. Obtaining this level 10 body-shaping pill, which was worth 200,000 renminbi apiece, Lu Ming's experience in killing monsters multiplied. Ding killed level 50 cannibal flower. Experience value plus 10,900. Ding killed level 50 cannibal flower. Experience value plus 10,900. Ding. By around 9 p.m., the 10W cannibal flower kill target was reached. As for Lu Ming's level, it had also risen from 81% at level 43 to 66% at level 45, achieving a 2-level jump. The number of rank 5 immortal demon emperors expanded to 1,000. However, Lu Ming knew deep down that this promotion alone was not enough, and he's going to keep charging forward. Thus, after merely going offline to eat something, Lu Ming immediately returned to the line. Looking at Li Wanning, who was planning to rest, she couldn't help but feel a little worried, and she chased after him to the line with a sense of relief. "Brother Underworld, rest. Let's fight again tomorrow." "No need. Past the 8th floor of the Pill King Valley tonight." Lu Ming asked Li Wanning, "Do you still have the body-shaping pill?" The duration of the last body-shaping elixir, which had only 2 hours or so left, obviously couldn't support the night's consumption. "Yes." Li Wanning immediately took out another level 10 body-shaping pill from her bag. He then looked at Lu Ming with a worried face and said, "But Brother Underworld, your body won't be able to handle it." Lu Ming took the body-shaping elixir and ate it, extending the duration of the double experience buff to 14 hours. "It's no problem. I'll hold up, don't worry. You go down and rest. There's no need to join me. I can handle it alone." Lu Ming smiled faintly at Li Wanning, and then he resolutely turned around and left in the direction of the Pill Palace. Looking at Lu Ming's gradually departing back, Li Wanning stood frozen in place, her eyes aflash. "Brother Underworld, no matter what I do, in your heart, I'm no better than Qin Churen? For the sake of Qin Churen, you can disregard everything and even put your own life on the line." Brain recalls this morning, after coming back from the Pill King Valley side with Lu Ming, when she went to the pharmacy and came back after replenishing her supplies, she happened to bump into the scene where Lu Ming was talking with the Black Cloak. "From Linhai, you promised to come with me to Anyang. You helped me fight the Valley of the Medicine Man. You're with me. You did all this for the sole purpose of resurrecting Qin Churen." Thinking of this, Li Wanning gazed at the faraway Lu Ming, could not help but weep. Chapter 144. Knowing Lu Ming's feelings. Li Wanning was heartbroken. "Ding, you have entered the 8th floor of the Medicine King Valley." As the system prompt fell, Lu Ming appeared in a picturesque and quiet valley. This time, the opponent was still a level 50 monster, the Slate. The attribute Strength, however, had been raised to 8 times that of a normal level 50 monster. The intensity was still rising, but for Lu Ming it was still no big deal, because he'd already done the math. If the increase is carried out according to this multiplier, even for the monsters on the 10th floor of the final level of the Medicine King Valley, the maximum increase in attributes should be right at 10 times, equivalent to the level of a full-bodied first-ranked ghost beast. With the current strength of the Necrotic Legion, it can already easily crush a level 50 first-order ghost beast, so there should be no problem in clearing the entire Medicine King Valley. Thinking so, the 1,000 immortal demon emperors then dispersed in all directions, and under their master's orders, they began to hunt slate root demons in a big way. Under the double experience bonus from the level 10 body-shaping pill, Lu Ming's experience bar continued to rise. At the same time, Lu Ming was keeping an eye on Zhang Xin's movements online as well as looking up messages from the Skywalker battle team. As the vice captain of the 7th team of the Daxia National Service, it is reasonable to say that a person of Qingji status, even a fart will be put online by some news media or short video bloggers to gain traffic. But the strange thing was, it had already been more than a day since he came to Anyang, and there was no movement on the internet about Qingji or the Divine Beheading battle team. Could it be that the Black Cloak's message was wrong, and Qingji didn't come to Anyang's side at all? In addition, Lu Ming hadn't found any news about the Skywalker battle team on the internet, as if this battle team that Qin Churen had said at the beginning didn't exist at all. But Qin Churen, there was no reason to lie to Lu Ming. The first order of business is still to level up to 50. As long as I get to level 50, I'll have the power to deal with any situation, no matter what. Thinking so, Lu Ming next devoted himself to the battle. From the night until 12 o'clock noon the next day, he finally killed 100,000 slatterns and cleared the 8th level of the Medicine King Valley. At this moment, Lu Ming's level reached 47.21%. Soon, finally just about to level up to 50, Lu Ming estimated. When we clear the remaining 9th and 10th floors of Medicine King Valley, we should just be able to level up to 50. With this in mind, Lu Ming returned to the city of Candle Flame and got offline. Wow! When Lu Ming returned to the hotel room, he suddenly realized that the room was empty. Not only did he not see Li Wanning's figure, but even her suitcase and drying clothes were gone. Thinking that something had happened to Li Wanning, Lu Ming immediately weighed in and asked, "Where are you?" "Knock knock." Luckily, Li Wanning replied to the message and wasn't missing. "I, a brother Spectre. I thought I messaged you about it. I've forgotten. I'm going home to live. My family only has a house in this neighborhood. After all, there's a difference between men and women, so it's not good for us to live in the same room all the time, and it also disturbs your rest. Oh yes, I've renewed your room. You stay there without worry. If you need anything, just tell me." Looking at Li Wanning's reply, Lu Ming frowned slightly. He always felt that something was wrong somewhere. Thinking back to before, no matter where he was, Li Wanning stuck to himself like a clingy kitten. However, from last night until noon today, Lu Ming was on the 8th floor of the Pilking Valley, and throughout the entire process, Li Wanning had not appeared. Now it's even moving right back into the house. Lu Ming could feel it. Li Wanning seems to be intentionally distancing herself. Not sure for what reason though. However, Lu Ming was thinking of a very serious problem. Only when Li Wanning is with me and has developed a good feeling towards me can the scroll of sealing God absorb the power of beloved from her. In this situation now, the power of beloved cannot be absorbed at all. Thus, Lu Ming proceeded to send a message to Li Wanning. At 4 p.m., "I'm going to brush the 9th floor of Pilking Valley. Are you coming?" "Knock knock." Li Wanning said, "I'll see about that when the time comes. I'm learning the art of pill refining. Thanks to Brother Pixie, you helped our family get through the 6th, 7th, and 8th floors of the Pilking Valley. And now that the pill hall has produced quite a few precious and rare herbs, I'll have to use them to develop better pills." A deep sleepiness and hunger struck. Lu Ming didn't think much about it for the time being, went outside to eat, and returned to his hotel room to take a nap. Only a few hours of sleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Ming went online on time. It was discovered that Li Wanning had long been waiting in the city of Candle Flame. So, the two of them came together to the medicine hall. Enter the 9th floor of the Valley of the Medicine King and open the brush. What made Lu Ming strange was this. Before, when Li Wanning was with himself, the scroll of sealing God would resonate from time to time, absorbing the power of belovedness from Li Wanning. At this moment, an hour had passed, and the scroll of sealing God had remained motionless. Just then, Li Wanning suddenly spat out her tongue and said to Lu Ming, "Brother Underworld, you're too good. All of these monsters were killed by you. It feels like I'm a bit redundant, yay. Why don't I go back and learn the art of alchemy first?" "You!" Lu Ming's words hadn't even left his mouth. Li Wanning then guffawed. "Then it will be hard for Brother Underworld. I'll treat you to a big meal later." After saying that, Li Wanning left the Pilking Valley. Lu Ming finally began to get anxious. Taking out the scroll of sealing from his backpack, Lu Ming muttered, "Only 5 days left. If the scroll of sealing is not activated with enough beloved power, Ran will never be able to be resurrected." But what exactly went wrong? Obviously, it was fine before, and the scroll of sealing God has always had a resonance response. Lu Ming searched. Could it be that I've been busy upgrading over the past 2 days and neglected her, causing her to lose her favor with me? No, we must think of a way to draw closer to Li Wanning. Thinking so, by 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Ming was on his way back to the city when he sent a WeChat to Li Wanning. "Are you free later? Let me treat you to dinner. I've also eaten a lot of your pills in the past 2 days. When we finish eating, how about we go watch a movie? I just swiped that there's a newly released movie recently with a pretty high rating. It seems like it's not bad." Meanwhile, the Li family. Li Wanning lay softly on the bed, covering her face with a book, her entire body limp and weak. Knock knock. The moment the WeChat message tone sounded, Li Wanning got up and picked up her cell phone at a rapid pace. Seeing that it was a message from Lu Ming, an uncontrollable happiness and smile immediately appeared on his face. But in the twinkling of an eye, she was eclipsed. The person he likes from the beginning to the end is only Qin Churin. He doesn't like you at all? Li Wanning, don't flatter yourself. Li Wanning murmured while holding her cell phone and replied, "Iya brother Yui, you didn't say so earlier. I've already eaten. Next time blah. Next time for sure. I'll treat you." After sending this message, Li Wanning's nose turned sour and she collapsed on the bed again. Covering the quilt, he couldn't help but cry out. This cry can make the housekeeper outside the room door anxious. What the hell is wrong with the young lady? Locked herself in her room for a day without eating or drinking. Could it be a lost cause? But when Miss first broke up with that gentleman from the Qin family, she didn't look like this either. Eh, To ask what love is in this world is to teach an old slave to live and die. Room. Just as Li Wanning was masked under the covers and lost her voice. Knock knock. The cell phone message tone rang again. You need to stop posting, Brother Spectre. I'm really sad and want to die. When Li Wanning cried and picked up her cell phone, she realized that the person who sent the message was not Lu Ming. Instead, they are from the Li family. It's no good, miss. The Pill Palace is under attack. Chapter 145, Attack on the Hall of Medicines, Lu Ming's Guardian. It was because underneath the Pill Palace, there was buried a vault that was rich in all kinds of precious medicinal herbs. The Pill King Valley. As a result, it is often coveted and invaded by various forces. However, under the guard of a group of top-qualified Heavenly Abyss powerhouses that the Li family had hired at a high price. For 5 years, it had been a small fight, and no one could truly threaten the Pill Palace's position in the Li family. The fact that it could alarm Li Wanning's side indicated that the invaders facing the Pill Palace this time were extraordinary, and had already reached a point where the hundreds of powerhouses with 4 5-star qualifications guarding the outside of the Pill Palace at all times were unable to deal with them. The Pill Palace, the lifeblood of our Li family, must not be lost. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Li Wanning didn't dare to slack off for a second and immediately logged into Tianyuan. He personally led a large group of level 50, turn 6 powerhouses from the brilliant battle team to the Pill Hall at a rapid pace. This scene was precisely caught in the eyes of Lu Ming, who had just returned to the city of Candle Flame and was preparing to go offline. Looking at Li Wanning with people rushing to the direction of the medicine hall in a hurry, Lu Ming hesitated for a moment and canceled the offline. In the dark, when Li Wanning arrived near the Pill Palace with a group of brilliant players, it was accompanied by an overwhelmingly strong odor of blood. Only the ground on the outskirts of the Pill Palace could be seen, lying all over the place with broken players' corpses. All the corpses, as if they had been eaten by some kind of horrible thing, had been reduced to mere remnants. The blood-soaked ground was strewn with guts, intestines, and other scarlet things. The scene that came into view did not stop everyone present from chilling. What kind of people did this? How could the means be so cruel? They can all be the top group of powerhouses of our brilliant battle team. The tragedy in front of them caused everyone's hearts to race and cold sweat to break out. The instinctive human fear of death is infinitely magnified. Only Li Wanning looked at the tragic scene in front of her and frowned on the spot. It's ghosts. But aren't the ghosts over at the city of Starburst? How come there are also on this side of the city of Candle Flame? Shocked, Li Wanning immediately associated herself with someone. Qinji, these ghosts, he must have brought them here. Qinji, you traitor to humanity. Over in the city of Starburst, Li Wanning had personally witnessed the strength of the ghosts and the cruelty of their methods. Ordinary people. Simply unbeatable. Back then, a mere dozen or so first-order ghost beasts had nearly brought devastating disaster to Starlight City. Right now, if they were really ghosts just by the side of her so many people, for them, completely is to send to the mouth of the food. But the Pill Palace was the lifeblood of the Li family. Li Wanning was even more intolerant of watching the Li family's great foundation being destroyed by these ghosts, just as she was weighing left and right. Cluck, cluck, cluck. In the darkness, a creepy, eerie shriek resounded out of her. SH. What the hell? All troops on alert. Protect the lady. At that moment, the brilliant players present had their swords drawn, and all of them entered a level 1 state of combat readiness. With Li Wanning as the core, a 3-layer defense array was formed. There was a silence on the field. Even the breathing of the crowd was clearly audible. A moment. Brush up. In the darkness in all directions, a group of monsters with hideous faces and bared teeth suddenly sprang out, and without saying a word, they surrounded and attacked towards the brilliant players on the field. A closer look. Those monsters were shaped like giant spiders that had increased in size by hundreds of times, but had extremely scary human faces. No relevant records could be found in the history of Tianyuan. Even though they were different from the blade ghosts over in Starlight City, Li Wanning had already identified them at first glance through her scouting technique. LV 51st Order Ghost Beast Sphinx Spider. Sure enough, it's a ghost. At this moment, the group of sphinxes had already approached at an extremely fast speed, stepping over the corpses that littered the surrounding area. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. With his sharp reflexes, he dodged a round of long-range attacks from the brilliant archer and magician players. In the next second, a dozen or so sphinx spiders swooped in, instantly breaking through Splendor's outer defenses and jumping straight to the inner circle. Gobble, gobble. With a creepy and violent hissing sound, they leapt up and pounced on each of the brilliant players, opening their bloody mouths and easily gnawing them to pieces. 93,258, 91,369, 223658 blood food. A full-bodied first-rank ghost beast, even with a general attack, was enough to pose a one-strike fatal damage to the group of level 45-50 players at the moment. Here and there, the screams rose and fell. Blood and flesh splattered. In a matter of moments, dozens of players had already been chewed up by the Sphinx spiders. In the face of the never-before-seen, terrifyingly powerful ghosts, the players of the brilliant battle team were simply powerless to resist. An elite force that was hundreds in size was instantly crushed. The strengths of the two sides were worlds apart. At this moment, a group of Li family guards continuously escorted Li Wanning back. These monsters are too powerful. The Pill Palace can't hold on. Miss, you run. We'll cover you. Li Wanning had tears in her eyes. No, I'm not leaving. The Pill Palace is our Li family's life's work. No matter what, I can't watch the Pill Palace be destroyed. Speaking, a dozen or so ghostly beasts had already killed their way through the siege, coming in step by step. At this moment, Li Wanning and the girls could no longer run away even if they wanted to. The only remaining group of Splendor players shrunk into a ball. Everyone's faces exuded endless panic and unease. Li Wanning tightly gripped the bow and arrow in her hand, and her eyes also revealed nervousness, fear, anxiousness. Just when she didn't know what to do next, suddenly, a magnificent figure appeared in front of her. Li Wanning raised her head and looked at Lu Ming, who had suddenly appeared in front of her, and for a moment her eyes flickered with surprise and joy. However, just as Lu Ming was about to switch the large specter, Li Wanning hurriedly stopped him. It's Qinji. These ghosts were brought by Qinji, who is also on this side of the city of Candle Flame. You'll expose yourself once you strike. We can't let him find you here. Li Wanning hurriedly took out a city return scroll from her bag and handed it to Lu Ming, anxiously saying, Quickly go, brother Underworld, hurry. At this time, the brilliant players on the left and right said to Li Wanning, Miss, you should leave soon as well. We can hold out for those 10 seconds. You guys get out of here. No. Li Wanning's gaze was firm and decisive. You are all members of my Li family. I will not leave you to escape alone. Moreover, the Pill Palace is my father's heart and soul. It's even more the lifeblood and hope of our Li family. Without this Pill Palace, there would be no present for our Li family. I'm going to live and die with the Pill Palace. Even though Li Wanning was afraid of these ghosts in her heart, at this moment, she didn't retreat in the slightest, and was ready to defend the Medicine Palace with the brilliant players present. Just then, Lu Ming stared back and glanced at Li Wanning with his afterglow. To her she instructed, Take your men and retreat. For the rest, leave it to me. Chapter 146. Ghost Beast, Sphinx Spider. Ding dear 10-star qualified player Underworld. Welcome to the world of Heavenly Abyss, as the system prompt echoed in his head. In the eyes of the surrounding brilliant players, no change was detected. Lu Ming had already switched from the small dawn to the large specter. In the meantime, gobble gobble. It was accompanied by an eerie hissing sound that continued to intimidate the entire room. The surrounding group of bloodthirsty and brutal first-rank ghost beast sphinxes, with their bloody mouths open, approached towards the brilliant players step by step, ready to unleash a final stranglehold on them. The Splendor players on the scene, all of them had terrified faces and tightened their grip on their weapons. Above his forehead, cold sweat broke out. Couldn't stop his legs from trembling. Just as their fear reached the extreme, thinking that they were about to be torn apart by these ghostly beasts. Roar. The moment a sphinx spider in front of him opened its bloody mouth and flew up. Whoa rub. Hurrah! A sharp sword shadow ran through the human-faced spider's body. 284-6750. Bursting with high damage, it instantly cleared the nearly 200W blood bar above the head of that sphinx spider. With a wail, the sphinx fell to the ground and struggled twice, no longer moving. Seeing this scene, the brilliant players present were dumbstruck. Good damage. Who is it? There are masters? Just as the crowd was shocked, the rest of the surrounding sphinx spiders were all attracted by their hatred, and they sped towards the field. In the meantime, wow! In all directions, A dark golden boundary flowing with blood light tore through space and manifested. Immediately afterward, from within the boundary stepped out countless fifth-ranked death spirits that exuded an aura of death, as if they were messengers from hell immortal demon emperors. Kill! With Lu Ming, who was situated in the middle of the crowd, his mind moved. The hundreds of immortal demon emperors that were deployed across the field synchronized to lock onto the spiders with human faces and unleashed the soul-shattering plus soul-chopping skill combo. One or two attacks might be enough to be easily dodged. However, the all-encompassing covering strikes of hundreds of immortal demon emperors left the group of sphinxes with no place to hide. Brush up. 676,352. 889,632. 676,352. 889,632. Almost in the blink of an eye, those dozens of powerful ghost beasts that were unrivaled in front of the splendid battle team's elite players were exterminated by the Necromantic Legion. In the middle of the crowd, Lu Ming's eyes exuded a touch of sharpness. The district's first-order ghost beasts were easy to pin down, but for brilliant players it's simply anticlimactic. As the battle ended, the entire immortal demon emperor retreated lost in the boundary. Lu Ming also switched back to his trumpet. A silence returned to the scene, as if nothing had happened. Brilliant players, as in a dream. Heavens! That group of dead spirits just now. Where did they come from and how are they so strong? Whose ministry is that? Just as the crowd looked around in bewilderment, not knowing just who had made the move to summon the army of the dead to exterminate these ghostly creatures, each of them were baffled. Only Li Waning's gaze quietly gazed at Lu Ming, who silently turned away. Knock knock. On his way back to the city, Lu Ming suddenly received a message from Li Waning. Brother Underworld, thank you for protecting the Pill Palace for me, as well as saving me, and so many people from my Li family. Without waiting for Lu Ming to say anything, Li Waning then asked, just now, weren't you worried about exposing your identity and being discovered by the people of God beheading? Worried. Without thinking, Lu Ming blurted out, but I'm more worried about your safety. It's a true statement that there is no purpose to speak of, because just that instant ago, Lu Ming really didn't have time to think that much. He had only one thing on his mind. That was keeping Li Waning safe. Looking at this message, Li Waning looked up at the distant back of Lu Ming, and her eyes couldn't help but glow with a heartfelt shimmer. For Li Waning, Lu Ming had just done more than just step in to save her, saving their Li family's lifeblood, the Pill Palace. What's more, it completely opened the door to her heart, removing all the worries and scruples within her. Brother Underworld, I've decided. I'm going to have a fair competition with Qin Churin. Even if you don't like me now, it doesn't matter. Because it was you who taught me that it is never how powerful an enemy or how dangerous a desperate situation can defeat a man, but his own will and determination. Brother Spectre, I won't give up on you. At the same time, Lu Ming, who was on this side, suddenly realized that the scroll of the sealed god, which had been in his backpack for a whole day without any reaction, had once again produced movement. All before, it was only when they were in close proximity to Li Waning that the scroll of sealing could resonate. For the first time, the scroll of sealing god had a resonating effect on Li Waning from such a distance. Even this time, the intensity of the golden light emanating from the scroll of sealing god was far superior to any previous time. Following this trend, I think it won't be long before we can absorb enough beloved power to use to resurrect Ranran. At the same time, Lu Ming had associated a problem through this attack on the Pill Palace. Prior to this, the Li family's Pill Palace had been attacked by various forces over the course of 5 years, but it had never been targeted by anyone from the goddess of destruction. Qinji suddenly struck out at the Pill Palace, even sparing no effort to directly launch the ghostly creatures. So eager to capture the Pill Palace, could it be that the remnants of the second map of the Jade Seal of Transmission are within the Pill Palace? For a time, Lu Ming became deeply interested in this Pill Palace. We'll have a meal later, and then continue brushing the Medicine King Valley at night to see if we can find the remnant scrolls here and there. Thinking so, Lu Ming couldn't help but speed up his pace back to the city. Meanwhile, Anyang City, below the line, a 5-star restaurant, Qin Ji, who was enjoying a dinner party alone, suddenly received a letter from one of his men. Lieutenant, the ghostly creatures we sent to sabotage the Pill Palace have all been exterminated. Qin Ji immediately tightened his brows and said in disbelief, The Lee family's group of watchdogs are that strong? How did they manage to deal with a dozen first-order ghost beasts? The little brother said, it wasn't the Lee family's people who killed them. According to the brothers who were hunkered down at the scene, all the ghostly beasts were killed by a group of necromantic summoners. Necromantic summoner. Hearing these words, Shinji's heart snapped, and the first thing he associated with him was a person, Spectre. I can't believe that you, too, are hiding on this side of Anyang. What a way to get to the top. Learning of this news, Shinji was bursting with joy. But when he thought of Lu Ming's terrifying strength, he couldn't help but feel a chill. That kid is a divine agent. I can't seem to beat him. No, I have to tell Big Brother. Tell Big Brother to deploy that second-ranked ghost general from the side of the city of Starlight to the side of the city of Candleflame. Only it can kill the Spectre. Thus, Shinji instantly sent a WeChat to Qin Feng. At the same time, a blazing light radiated from his eyes. Underworld, tonight, it will be your time to die. Chapter 147, The Plotting of the Plans. 8 o'clock in the evening, and the city is ablaze with lights. When all the other youngsters start enjoying the nightlife. Lu Ming finished his dinner at a large cafeteria and instantly returned to the hotel, back on the line. This was because he couldn't make sure that his move of striking out to exterminate the group of first-rank ghost beasts in the evening had not exposed himself. Therefore, he had to level up to 50 at a faster rate, to make sure that there is enough strength to face all the possible dangers that follow. And before he could ascend to level 50, he had to ensure his absolute safety as well. Thus, before leaving the city, Lu Ming intentionally summoned 100 immortal demon emperors, ordering them to use themselves as the core and sweep for mines within a radius of 500 yards. Through vision sharing, he ensured that there were no ambushes from any of the nearby chopping gods, as well as ghostly creatures, before leaving the city. After arriving at the Hall of Medicine, Lu Ming did the same thing, ordering 100 immortal demon emperors to lurk in various inconspicuous locations and shadowy corners surrounding the Pill Palace within 500 yards, always keeping an eye on the nearby developments. In this way, Lu Ming would be able to know at the first opportunity and evacuate the Pill Palace in advance once the people from the Goddess of Destruction approached with their ghosts. Until level 50, I can back down, tolerate, and avoid. After level 50, it will be my time to kill. In Lu Ming's eyes, killing intent erupted. His hatred for Qin Feng, Yilinger, Qin Ji, and the rest of them grew with each passing day. Straight into the 9th floor of the Medicine King Valley. Lu Ming followed up on the unfinished tasks from the afternoon and continued to brush up. Meanwhile, outside the Pill Palace, Qin Ji had indeed brought a group of elite players from the Godslaying battle team and arrived near the Pill Palace. Gobble gobble. In the darkness, a group of ghostly creatures that followed Shinji were dumbfounded. With a sharp gaze, he stared at the Pill Palace that stood in the valley in the distance. In Shinji's eyes, a murderous intent emanated. This time, Underworld, if you dare to appear again, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. As he spoke, just as Shinji was about to give the order to order the divine beheading players and ghosts behind him to launch an attack on the Pill Palace. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Opening his backpack, he took out from the bag the remnants of the map that he had found in the catacombs over in the city of Starburst back then. Only a guide appeared above the remnants of the scroll, and following the direction of this guidance, Shinji raised his head and looked towards the distant Pill Palace. Shinji snapped to attention. Wait, could it be that the other remnants of this map are hidden inside that Pill Palace? At this moment, an assassin junior on the side asked curiously, Lieutenant, what exactly is this map? Great Xia's national artifact, the Jade Seal of Transmission, Shinji said somewhat cheerfully. Although I don't know exactly what the hell it is, but since Big Brother said so and told me to make sure to find all the remnants of the scrolls by all means and synthesize the complete map, it means that this thing must be extraordinary. Hearing this, the assassin's little brother nodded his head and said, since it's such an important thing, if it's really hidden in the Pill Palace, it shouldn't be that easy to get to. Maybe it's hidden in the hidden map underneath the Pill Palace in the Pill King Valley. It is said that this Pill King Valley, the difficulty of the strategy is extremely high. The Lee family's people have been fighting for 5 years and only barely reached the 5th layer. They looked for the underworld to come. It seems that it is in order to help them fight this Pill King Valley. Qin Ji cupped his chin and said thoughtfully, since this is the case, then wouldn't I be able to wait for the underworld to fight through the Pill King Valley and obtain the remnants of the scrolls? And at that time, I will directly slaughter him and snatch the remnants of the scrolls from his hands. So killing two birds with one stone, Vice Squad is wise. The little brother was busy bragging. Qin-ji, on the other hand, said grimly, Underworld, then let's just let you live for a few more days. When I utilize you to take the map remnants, I will personally send you to your death. Until then, I'm just in time to cultivate the forces that nurture ghosts again. Thus, the original plan of attacking the Pill Palace directly was abandoned. Qin-ji led the players of the god-slaying warriors, as well as the ghostly creatures, and gradually receded into the darkness. Unbeknownst to them, all of this was caught by a pair of eyes hibernating in the shadows. Inside the Valley of the Medicine King, Lu Ming shared his vision through the immortal demon emperor stationed outside of the Pill Palace, taking in Qin-ji's actions and plans. As expected, the second remnant scroll is indeed within this Pill King Valley. In this case, it seems that the probability of obtaining the map scrolls by clearing the 10th floor of the Pill King Valley will be extremely high. Not only could he use the Medicine King Valley to upgrade, but he could also raise Li Waning's goodwill towards him, and he could even obtain the map remnants of the Great Summer State artifact, the Jade Seal of Passage. For Lu Ming, it was simply a triple win. And just now, if Qin-ji had directly brought his men to attack, Lu Ming could only give up the Pill Palace and practice in a different place. All of his plans would be disrupted as a result. Thinking of this, Lu Ming also had to thank Qin-ji properly. I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Since you want to borrow my hand to obtain the map remnants, then I'll take the trick. Just wait. I'll bring you a big surprise. Qin Feng, you're fond of the tactic of threatening your opponents with hostages, aren't you? Thinking of Guan Yu, who died tragically at Qin Feng's hands because his daughter, Guan Xiaodong, was threatened. In Lu Ming's eyes, murderous intent was rampant. Soon, you'll also get a taste of what it's like to be threatened. Under the Necromantic Legion's mass killings, along with the double experience bonus effect brought about by the level 10 body-shaping elixir, Lu Ming's level was progressing towards level 48. At the same time, Lu Ming noticed, with his repeated use of drawing sword, the skill's proficiency, too, had reached more than 90% and was about to break through from C rank to B rank. With 92 points of divine power accumulation progress, it was only one step away from 100 points of divine power to activate the divine exclusive skill. The number of 5th order immortal demon emperors surpassed the 2000 mark and was about to reach full strength. Everything is just right. When Lu Ming rose to level 50, what awaited him would surely be a wave of destructive evolutionary soaring. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, buzz, there was a sudden movement from the backpack. Lu Ming opened his backpack, only to see the goddess of darkness Nyx's scroll of sealing, which was emitting a burst of golden light, not a flicker. It was as if the power of belovedness that Nyx felt in this moment was extremely deep. Lu Ming looked like he sensed something. Once he turned around, he saw that it was Li Waning coming over. Thinking back to earlier, in order to get closer, he asked Li Waning to have dinner and watch a movie, and was rejected by her on the grounds of learning the art of pill refining. Lu Ming then deliberately asked, "Not learning to refine pills? Learn," Li Waning said with a beaming smile. "But I want to have you with me to learn." "It's okay, Spectre brother. You play your game. I won't bother you." Saying that, Li Waning very obediently ran to an open space on the side and sat down, then continued to learn pill refining based on the online information. From time to time, she stole a glance at Lu Ming, her eyes filled with adoration. When she was discovered by Lu Ming, she would still pretend to read out the points of knowledge on pill refining from the materials very loudly, disguising that she was reading the book carefully and not looking at Lu Ming. Lu Ming also didn't tear down Li Waning. Let her peek at herself. Also let the backpack in the scroll of the sealing of the gods continue to absorb from Li Waning's beloved power. Chapter 148 Grade B Sword Draw. Damage Splash. Li Waning moved back to the hotel and lived with Lu Ming. As before, during this next period of time, the two of them went in and out of the hotel together every day, ate together, fought monsters together, and brushed Medicine King Valley together. Even to the front desk of the hotel, the two looked as mushy as a couple in love. But in fact, Lu Ming never crossed the line. He always kept Li Waning at a final distance, because in Lu Ming's opinion, he had already utilized Li Waning's feelings and used her love for himself to store up energy for the sealing scroll. He would never physically hurt the girl who could sacrifice herself for the sake of her family, who dared to openly confront the Zanjans for the sake of the rise and fall of the country. However, what Lu Ming didn't know was this. In fact, Li Wanning had always known that the purpose of his approaching her was to resurrect Qin Churen. But even so, I will still like you without reservation. I won't admit defeat until you make your final choice. Night, fondue restaurant. Lu Ming gave Li Wanning a few pills, and when he saw that Li Wanning had been staring at himself, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Wanning laughed ebulliently and said, "Brother Underworld, I've noticed that you're getting more and more bold." Lu Ming teased, "What's the matter? So deeply attracted to me that you can't help yourself?" Li Wanning suddenly looked at Lu Ming with a serious face and asked, "Then will you one day suddenly leave me?" Lu Ming's expression stagnated. Without waiting for him to reply, Li Wanning continued with a smile, "Eat, eat, eat. We still have to go brush up Pill King Valley later after eating. When our Li family's strength and status, through the Pill Palace, reaches another level, I will definitely fight against the god of decimation to the end, and will never allow them to destroy our Grand Xia." Li Wanning's eyes revealed a look of determination. After a pause, he added to Lu Ming, "Brother Underworld, you eat more. In order to help me fight Medicine King Valley, you've lost weight these days, hard work." As she spoke, Li Wanning kept giving Lu Ming dishes. Lu Ming, on the other hand, shifted his thoughts to the current situation. Currently, the progress of opening the 10th floor of the final level of the Medicine King Valley has reached 70%. So it's no surprise that we'll be able to clear it tonight after spending a few more hours. And I'm at level 49 and 65%. So I'll definitely be able to level up to 50 within tonight as well. Success or failure, it's tonight. Right now, Lu Ming's only concern was with Li Wanning. Even though Lu Ming had been using the Scroll of Sealing God to absorb the power of belovedness from Li Wanning during this period of time, for some reason, it was always just a little bit short, and the Scroll of Sealing God just couldn't reach a state sufficient to be activated. What step is missing to completely break through this bottleneck? The time left for him was only 3 days. If this problem couldn't be solved within 3 days, it would be completely impossible to resurrect Qin Churen again. Lu Ming looked at Li Wanning and fell into sorrow. Did he really have to take this final step to succeed? Forget it. Let's just level up to 50 and settle that ghost general first. After finishing the hot pot, Lu Ming returned to the hotel with Li Wanning and got on the line. Straight to the Hall of Medicine, the 10th floor of the Medicine King Valley. The monsters that inhabited this place, thousand-year tree demons, were at the same level of 50, but the strength of their attributes had reached 10 times that of normal monsters of the same level. It was equivalent to every thousand-year-old tree demon that had reached the level of a first-rank ghost beast. Such a heaven-defying intensity was enough to crush any of the highest-level 50-turn-6 players within the second heavens at the moment. The good thing is that the necromongers still have no trouble dealing with them. It was only that the efficiency of killing was slightly slower, but within tonight, it would definitely be possible to finish killing the remaining 30,000-year-old tree demons. Just when Lu Ming still felt that this speed wasn't fast enough. In Li Wanning's eyes, Lu Ming had long since been sealed as a god. This news had even alarmed the top management of the Li family. Magic City, Li family splendid mansion. Chairman Li Weigua is holding a meeting with a group of the company's shareholders. And the centerpiece of this meeting was Lu Ming. Those who were present were in a flurry of enthusiasm. We, Splendor, spent a whole 5 years before we were only able to clear the 1st through the 5th floors of the Pill King Valley, and that young formation artificer beside Ms. Li Wanning used only 4 days to single-handedly brush through to the 10th floor. I can't imagine that a young and energetic formation artificer would have such a powerful strength. It's simply that the younger generation is fearful. It's also thanks to Miss Li Wanning's discerning eyes that she was able to find such a supreme expert. With that said, the shareholders flirted with Li Weigua. Dong Li, fertilizer doesn't flow to outsiders. You must let your daughter, Miss Li Wanning, seize this opportunity. Yeah, that formation trickster can be so powerful. If we can poach him to our Splendor, it's bound to make our splendid battle team's international status rapidly rise. Li Weigua also nodded, revealing a knowing smile. This girl Wanning, she doesn't tell me anything. It seems that some other day I'll have to personally go to Anyang and meet this aunt of my family. Meanwhile, Pill King Valley, with Lu Ming repeatedly brushing monsters every day and night. He also finally got a little high before hitting level 50. Whoa rub. Just as Lu Ming drew his sword and killed a 1000-year tree demon in seconds with his 280W plus burst of high damage. A pleasant system prompt rang out from his ears. Congratulations on raising the quality of your skill draw sword to be rank. Lu Ming couldn't wait to open the skill list and take a look. Draw Sword Unique Skill, LV49. Grade, B Growable. Skill Effect. When drawing the sword, release a sword shadow, inflicting 400% attack power plus 698 points of real damage, ignoring defense to a single enemy within the attack range. If the sword kills an enemy this time, an equal amount of splash damage will be inflicted on another enemy within the attack range and increase its own 40% attack power and 40% skill strength for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Skill consumption, 698. Proficiency, 0-100W. Automatically gain 1 point of proficiency every time you use sword drawing skill. Full proficiency can be upgraded to a level. Splash attack. Looking at the new effect unlocked by the Grade B draw sword, Lu Ming muttered, "Kind of interesting. I wonder if this number of splash attack targets will trigger the enhanced effect of total increase?" With this in mind, Lu Ming walked to a place where the tree demons were dense and prepared to try out the effect of the Grade B drawing sword skill. As Lu Ming stepped into the tree demon core realm, around them, at least a dozen thousand-year-old tree demons within the range of attack were eyeing Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, even though Li Wanning, who knew that Lu Ming possessed the ability to resurrect, was still worried that Lu Ming would be injured. "Brother Underworld is in danger." The words just fell. Just a moment after those dozen or so tree demons attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Lu Ming locked onto one of the tree demons. "Wo Rub, draw your sword." 7065660. With the blast damage that was moving closer towards 8 digits, instantly killing this tree demon at the same time. Triggers a splash attack effect. Wow! The remaining dozen or so tree demons that were placed within Lu Ming's attack range all had a sharp sword shadow flash through their bodies. 7065660. 7065660. 7065660. In an instant, the 15 tree demons around them were all killed in seconds. Chapter 149 Guilt Grade Boss, Gold Swallowing Python. As Lu Ming killed dozens of level 50 Millennium Tree Demons whose full attributes were strengthened tenfold in a single sword-drawing swarm. At this moment, behind her, Li Wanning, who had originally been worried about Lu Ming's safety, suddenly opened her small mouth wide, her face filled with shock. And Lu Ming was also very satisfied with the effect of the damage he had dealt. It wasn't just the damage of the skill that had been more than doubled compared to the previous C rank. Most importantly, as he had expected, the number of targets for this drawsword splash attack had indeed been able to gain an overall increase, as well as the drawsword's enhancement effect. From the number of splashes on one target, it is enhanced to splash against up to 70 targets. The original single attack skill had evolved into a group attack skill. The more exciting point is this. Each splash attack, which also counts as a sword draw, also increases proficiency. In this way, the efficiency of gaining skill proficiency is also greatly increased. Just like just now, Lu Ming had triggered a total of 15 splash attacks with a single draw of his sword down. The final haul was 16 points of proficiency. If it's on a normal person, the splash effect can only be triggered once at most, and a single drawing of the sword can only gain 2 points of proficiency at most. But if I pull the full number of splash attacks, a single drawing of the sword can gain up to 71 points of proficiency. Thinking about it this way, the 100W of proficiency required to follow up the skill of drawing the sword to a rank was not worth mentioning at all compared to the previous level, which had increment by 10 times. So, with the sword drawing skill upgraded, Lu Ming's necromantic army, too, had seen a wave of considerable increases. This was because the subsequent increase in attack power from drawing the sword, as well as the skill enhancement effect, added to all of Lu Ming's conjunctions. The stronger the knot formation, the stronger the necromantic legion would be. Of course, with only the increase brought about by the sword drawing skill, it was still far from enough to deal with a second-ranked ghost general. Lu Ming knew, if you want to steadily eat Blood Moon martial artist gula, you still have to level up to 50. Thus, with all the knotted formations receiving a wave of increase, the speed at which the necromantic legion killed monsters also increased. Late at night after 11 o'clock, map announcements fall on deaf ears. Ding, the total number of Millennium Tree Demons killed has reached 100,000. The 10th floor of the Medicine King Valley has been cleared, with the system prompt just falling. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook in the huge mountain forest. Lu Ming had a premonition. The Pill King Valley map's ultimate guard boss was going to be refreshed, but to be honest, Lu Ming was vaguely worried. With a map like Medicine King Valley, the ultimate boss must not be weak. It's guaranteed to be at least a gold level, and it might even be a guilt level like the Goblin Kingdom's guard boss. If it was a normal situation, facing a level 50 guilt level boss, Lu Ming naturally didn't have to worry about it, because his immediate strength was enough to easily crush a boss of this class. However, this map that Lu Ming was currently in had an additional attribute bonus effect on monsters. The strength of the level 50 guilt grade boss that appeared on the 10th floor of the Medicine King Valley after receiving a 10-fold increase in attributes had already surpassed that of a full-bodied second-order ghost general. It was absolutely impossible for the current Lu Ming to deal with it. Just as Lu Ming was having second thoughts, the shaking underfoot stopped. It was as if everything returned to peace. However, Lu Ming was vaguely aware of this. In the depths of this mountain forest, there came a dark aura of the dead. Thus, Lu Ming dispatched a few immortal demon emperors to check it out. He himself stayed put. After all, if a guilt-ranked boss was really refreshed, Lu Ming going over there would be a death sentence. Let's see what's going on first. If it's really a 10 times strengthened guilt-level boss, it's not too late for me to retreat to the 9th floor to level up to 50 before coming back to kill it. A 10 times strengthened guilt-level boss was probably about as strong as a full-body second-rank ghost general. Just in time, when Lu Ming rose to level 50, he could try his hand with it first. Being able to kill this boss also meant that Lu Ming could kill the second-order ghost general. Just as Lu Ming was thinking this, through the immortal demon emperor's vision sharing, Lu Ming did not see the boss's traces. Instead, a huge abyssal rift was found deep within this mountain forest. According to Lu Ming's impression, this crack should not have existed. Could it be that it was the movement created by the map just now that triggered the crack? Thinking that there was a great possibility that the remnants of the map of the Jade Seal of Transmission were buried in the Pilking Valley, and in the past few days Lu Ming had searched all over the 1st to the 10th floors of the Pilking Valley and had not been able to find the remnants of the scrolls. Lu Ming couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the remnant scroll is in this crack? After all, it was the important thing that sealed the Grand Xia state weapon, the Jade Seal of Passage. But any slight chance to do so should not be missed. Lu Ming then personally came to the place of the crack. One could only see a constant stream of the darkest aura rising from the bottomless darkness of the rift, which was suffocating. This aura, however, made Lu Ming feel familiar and caused him, as an agent of the gods, to feel a great threat. Ghosts, especially sensitive to the scent of the gods. Likewise, the gods are sensitive to the scent of ghosts. At this moment, Lu Ming deeply felt, this is the breath of a ghost. This is actually a dusty place for ghosts. Moreover, Lu Ming could feel it. The ghostly aura beneath this abyss was extremely thick. It even far exceeded the first-order ghost beasts he had previously come into contact with, and the second-order ghost generals. What kind of ghosts are hibernating in here? Shocked, just as Lu Ming was about to embark on further exploration of this rift. Rustling. It was accompanied by a flurry of movement from behind them. Sharing his vision through the immortal demon emperor stationed nearby, Lu Ming was shocked to see a heaven-swallowing python wandering from the forest floor in the rear. Lu Ming turned around and saw that the python was as thick as a train, its entire body golden yellow, a pair of eyes glowing with a greenish ghostly light, and spitting out a letter that was like a scarlet three-pronged halberd. Above its head, a line of blood-red IDs came into view. Gold-swallowing python LV50 physical guilt level boss. Seeing this boss, Lu Ming's heart snapped. Sure enough, it's a guilt class boss. Viewing the data of this golden sky-swallowing python through the scouting technique, Lu Ming was even more chilled at the back. Because, just as he expected, this golden heaven-swallowing python had obtained a 10-fold strengthening buff boost from the 10th floor of Medicine King Valley. 60W plus attack power, 40W plus armor and magic resistance, 38W plus pace, 3000W plus chi blood, completely comparable to a second-order ghost general of the same rank. At this moment, that golden heaven-swallowing python locked onto Lu Ming and launched an attack. Roar. Accompanied by a deafening and violent roar, the golden heaven-swallowing python opened its bloody mouth and devoured towards Lu Ming. Boom! In the nick of time, Lu Ming quickly leapt to avoid the boss's deadly attack. Turning to the idea. Kill! In all directions, dozens of immortal demon emperors locked onto the golden heaven-swallowing python and launched attacks. Shattered souls. Chopping souls. Brush up. In the face of such a huge object, the immortal demon emperor's attack easily hit. 23,652. 31,119. 23,652. 31,119. 23,652. 31,119. Looking at the large swath of minuscule damage that jumped up above the golden heaven swallowing python's head, even Li Wanning in the rear formation couldn't help but stare in disbelief. What a high defense! Surprisingly, even Brother Spectre's death spirit couldn't hit it. The armor value of the 10 times strengthened golden heaven swallowing python was too high. Even with the up to 35W attack power bonus effect from Lu Ming's 70x strengthened war trample, as well as the 5W armor cut from painted ground, it was only able to make the undying demon emperor's attacks barely break defense against it. Facts. Before rising to level 50, I really can't fight against an enemy of the rank of second-order Ghost General. It seems that we still have to wait to ascend to level 50 and upgrade the 3 major talents to LV6 to realize the metamorphosis. With this in mind, Lu Ming planned to follow his original plan and retreat to the 9th level of the Medicine King Valley first, going to level up to 50 before returning to the 10th level to kill this golden heaven swallowing python and further explore the secrets of that rift. Only, the golden sky swallowing python didn't seem to intend to let go of the prey that was delivered to its mouth. Chapter 150 Mysterious Abyss. Terrifying Power. Just as Lu Ming was preparing to lead the Necromantic Legion to retreat. Wow! The golden heaven swallowing python suddenly circled around Lu Ming with its massive body, clearly wanting to use its body to form a wall to trap Lu Ming. Move! In the nick of time, Lu Ming pushed Li Wanning out of the gap between the head and tail of the python that was about to close. But Lu Ming himself didn't have time to disengage from it. The moment Li Wanning was pushed out, she turned around and saw that the golden heaven swallowing python had already formed a ring-shaped matrix with its head and tail connected, surrounding Lu Ming along with dozens of immortal demon emperors. She was in a rush. Brother Spectre, why are you so stupid? You don't even want your own life for me? On second thought, Li Wanning couldn't help but turn her grief into joy again and spat out her tongue. Oh, I almost forgot that you can be resurrected. Indeed, not only did Lu Ming have resurrection, he also had invincible frame. Even if he was strangled by the golden heaven swallowing python, he was able to utilize the 4-second invincibility effect that came with every revival to escape. After all, as a wild monster, the golden heaven swallowing python did not possess an excessively high IQ, nor did it have the swift and sensitive reflexes of the second-ranked Ghost General Blood Moon martial artist Gula it had faced at the beginning. Purely relying on attribute suppression to kill Lu Ming was still a billion points of difficulty. And just as Lu Ming was about to simply let the golden heaven swallowing python eat himself, using the 4-second invincibility frame after resurrection to break out. Rumble. Suddenly, it was accompanied by a shaking of the ground. It was as if there was a pair of invisible giant hands that stunningly dragged the huge-bodied golden heaven swallowing python into the abyss like crack in the ground. Roar! Hooray! No matter how violently the golden sky swallowing python hissed and struggled, it was to no avail. The power in the abyss is endlessly great. In the blink of an eye, the big chili bar was yanked completely into the abyss. Just as Lu Ming and Li Wanning were both surprised by this sudden scene. The hissing sound that accompanied the golden heaven swallowing python's emanation from beneath the abyss grew weaker and weaker until the moment it completely disappeared. Suddenly, a system prompt landed in Lu Ming's ears. Congratulations on your participation in killing the level 50 guilt level boss gold swallowing python. Experience value plus 400W including 100% experience bonus from level 10 body shaping pill. What? This kill prompt ringing in his ears not only didn't make Lu Ming feel elated, but instead caused a chill to run down his back. What kind of power could make the golden heaven swallowing python, which was a guilt level boss, be defenseless and instantly yanked into the abyss? Even more so, in such a blink of an eye, he instantly killed the golden heaven swallowing python in seconds. It was important to know that this was not an ordinary guilt-ranked boss. Instead, the entire attributes had received a 10-fold increase, and the strength had reached that of a full-bodied second-ranked Ghost General's super-strong boss. Even the current Lu Ming couldn't threaten it in the slightest. At this very moment, the supreme darkness aura that continued to emanate from the abyss caused Lu Ming to feel an unprecedentedly great threat. Just as Lu Ming held the hilt of his sword in his hand, his gaze blazing as he faced the threat from the abyss, ready to fight at any time. Rumble. It was accompanied by a violent tremor in the ground. The gap that had torn the earth apart, merged back together again. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The only thing that presented itself was a pile of stuff where the original crack had torn. Lu Ming walked over and realized that it was the loot dropped by the golden sky swallowing python. It contained 6 gold coins, AD ranked skill scroll, and 2 pieces of level 50 gold wear equipment. Compared to the 33 gold coins, 3-star magic treasure, destructive heavenly chapter, C rank skill scrolls, and 2 pieces of guiltware equipment dropped from the last time that Demon King Zeno was put to death in the Goblin Kingdom. Also, the first kill of a level 50 guilt level boss, this gold-swallowing python's explosion rate, was simply too shabby. And the difference between the two is that Lin Yue was present last time when he killed Demon King Zeno, and this time there is no burst rate bonus from Lin Yue. In addition to these trophies, Lu Ming also saw 2 other things that caught his eye. One of them, a piece that resembled a map fragment. This is the remnants of the map of the Grand Xia State weapon, the Jade Seal of Passage. Lu Ming's heart was 10,000 times more pleased. It was unthinkable that the second scroll was indeed hidden within the Pill King Valley, and that it had fallen into Lu Ming's hands so effortlessly. Other than that, the other one was a scroll that emitted a blood-colored glow. The blood-red glow wrapped above the scroll exuded a suffocating power of supreme darkness. Obviously, the breath of supreme darkness that emanated from the abyss just now originated from this scroll. Looking at the scroll, Lu Ming was pondering, "How do I feel? This thing looks a bit familiar." With this in mind, Lu Ming opened his backpack and took out the Goddess of Darkness Nyx, a scroll of sealing. Comparing the two, Lu Ming immediately had a flash of shock in his eyes. For the workmanship, the patterns, and the images of these 2 scrolls are just like one another, except for a golden light that emanated a divine aura. A bloody light that reeked of death. What exactly is it? Surprisingly, it's so similar to the scroll of the sealed god. And yet it's not the scroll of the seal? Just as Lu Ming was amazed at this scroll in his hands, Li Wanning, who was on the side, suddenly looked at a dialogue box in front of her, knitted her eyebrows and said, "The people of God beheading, what an abomination! I haven't even settled the score with them for the last time, and they're even coming back for more." Hearing Li Wanning say that, Lu Ming shared his vision through the immortal demon emperor's vision that was always stationed at the periphery of the Pill Palace, and he indeed discovered that, in all directions, a large number of players from the Divine Beheading Battle Team were approaching the Pill Palace, and in their wake, a large number of ghostly creatures followed. Apparently they had slaughtered quite a few more Candlewick City players, and were able to release so many ghosts in such a short period of a few days by feeding off the seals. Lu Ming glanced at his hand, the remnants of the map that dusted the Great Xia State weapon, the Jade Seal of Passage, and snapped out of it. It seems that it was the appearance of this remnant that caused the resonance of that remnant in Qinji's hand. He learned through resonance that I had gotten the second remnant scroll on the Medicine King Valley side, so he began his final move, Fruity. Through the vision shared by an immortal demon emperor hibernating in the shadows in the northern part of the Pill Palace, Lu Ming saw Qinji's figure. In the middle of the dark woodlands, he was personally leading a large group of level 56 turn Zenith players, as well as an uncountable number of first-order ghost beast spiders with human faces, as they approached in the direction of the Pill Palace. The remnant scroll of the Pill Palace's map has appeared, and it must be in the hands of the underworld. Kill Spectre, seize the remnant scroll, and destroy the Pill Palace. Brothers, charge me. Those who block the way, kill. With Qinji's command, the army pressed in toward the Temple of Medicine. Chapter 151 Full Attack. Chopping God versus Brilliance. It's not good, miss. A large number of enemies are approaching the Pill Palace from all directions in all directions. It's someone from our Xia National Service's 7th Battle Team, Zhen Shun. The number and size of the enemy this time is far greater than any before. A large number of spider monsters with human faces, which had appeared in our Pill Palace the day before, have been found in the enemy's rear. As the people under her hand continued to pass on the news, Li Wanning was instantly anxious. "Brother Spectre, I'll go out and look." After saying this, despite Lu Ming's obstruction, Li Wanning resolutely exited the Pill King Valley and arrived outside the Pill Palace. At this moment, the 100 guards of the brilliant battle team were guarding the left and right sides of the Pill Hall. However, Li Wanning knew deep down that, once the people from the God Beheading led that group of ghosts to attack, with just the people of them alone, they wouldn't be able to withstand it in any way. However, looking back at the Pill Palace behind her, Li Wanning's eyes revealed endless reluctance. Thanks to this Pill Palace, our Li family has been able to come this far step by step. No matter what, I will definitely not let you destroy the Pill Palace. As Li Wanning's words fell, hundreds of brilliance players around them chanted in unison, We vow to follow Miss to the death and guard the Pill Palace. Brilliant man to treat the Lee family with such loyalty. This shows that the Lee family usually treats them well. The attitude of the people around her gave Lee Wanning great confidence. As a level 48 archer, she lifted up a silver moon longbow, her eyes blazing as she gazed at the enemy that was far ahead, assaulting her. Okay, we're in this together. Speaking. Ahead, the players of the Divine Beheading Battle Team swarmed. Qin Ji, the archer at the head, who was dressed in guilt-wear equipment, looked at the Splendor players who were resisting outside the medicine hall. In his eyes, a cold color immediately emerged. With you guys, how dare you stop me? Qin Ji took down his gilt bow from his back, looked ahead, and barked out an order. Aside from Lee Wanning, who cannot be moved, the rest of you, all of you, kill them on sight. Command. The surrounding Zhanshan players copied their sword blades and attacked the Pill Palace with an overwhelming force. At the same time, the Splendor players guarding the outside of the Pill Palace had their swords drawn. Brothers, hold your ground. Never allow any invaders to step into the Medicine Palace. Resounding shouts. The two sides of the players intersected and started a fierce battle. At the same time, the 10th floor of the Pill King Valley. Although Lu Ming was here, he was able to look at the situation outside the Pill Palace at any time through the Immortal Demon Emperor's vision sharing outside. The people of Zenith are extremely aggressive. Moreover, there were thousands of people on the scene, and the per capita strength of 50 levels and 6 turns. Plus, there are tons of ghostly beasts to assist. Splendor's district of 100 people was simply unbeatable in front of them. Brilliant players were quickly obliterated in the fierce battle. Lu Ming looked at his own state. Level 49 96%. Just shy of level 50. Lu Ming couldn't help but speed up his actions. He needed to level up to 50 as fast as possible before he could go out and support the Lee family. Enduring humiliation for so many days, just for this moment. Lu Ming didn't want to give up on his previous endeavors. Meanwhile, outside the Pill Palace, the 100 Splendor players were completely unable to withstand the thousands of troops of the Divine Beheading Battle Team. Just as they were about to be routed. Hurrah! A large number of players with brilliant IDs on their heads in the periphery swarmed over. For a moment, the field was ecstatic. It's our brilliant reinforcements. Great. We're saved. In the next moment, uncountable numbers of Splendor players crushed and killed the outer layer of Zhanshan players, instantly reversing the situation and counter-encircling Zhanshan. Front. Qinji heard the commotion and just turned around. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a rain of destructive S-rank magical light falling from the sky, dozens of Zhanshan players were left defenseless in the large area enveloped in it, and were instantly annihilated under a whopping 4-5W of sustained damage, with an entire area cleared. Next, a couple of aged guys who looked to be in their 60s and 70s appeared in sight. Is it really deceiving me that there is no one in Splendor? Dare to ride on our Lee family's head and don't think that we're afraid of you just because you, Zhongshan, are the Great Xia National Service Battle Team. Dare to bully my precious daughter. I think you guys are tired of living, facing these few old men with extremely strong auras who were clearly extraordinary. Qinji, however, was not flustered, but instead named a few people with interest. Lee's group's second largest shareholder, Tian Yuan ID Splendor Hu Yen Zhua, formerly known as Li Yen, level 232 summoner, 37th summoner in the Great Xia National Service. Lee's third shareholder, Tian Yuan ID Brilliant Ao Tian, formerly known as Li Tian, level 234 Knight, 35th Knight in the Great Summer Service. And you, chairman of the Li family Brilliant Empire, formerly known as Li Weigua, level 238 Magician, 9th Mage in the Great Xia National Service. Yo! Those who came today are heavyweights. On the surface, he looked like he was in awe, but a color of contempt floated in the bottom of Qinji's eyes. Because if it was placed in normal times, Qinji, who was only a small level 78 archer, would have definitely stayed away from these few powerful people who were upwards of 200 levels. However, at this moment, to be able to appear in the second heavens meant that they had all used suppression scrolls, and like themselves, had been suppressed to the strength of a level 56th turn. In a state of equal level, Qinji had absolutely no fear for a few people. At this moment, the ice-armored knight, Brilliant Ao Tian, clanked with his lance, coldly grunted, and ordered Qinji, "Since you know who we are, why don't you quickly put down your weapon and surrender? You killed so many of my Li family's brethren, and if you don't give us an explanation for this matter, None of you people from divine beheading will be able to leave here today. Red-robed, white-bearded summoner Brilliant Huianzuo held his scepter in his hand as he gazed at the corpses of brilliant players littered around him, his eyes bursting with fire. At the same time, the moment Li Wanning on this side saw Li Weiguo through the crowd. A burst of surprise radiated from her eyes. Dad, when did you come to Anyang? Why didn't you even tell me? Across the Qingji, Li Weiguo talked and laughed with his daughter Li Wanning. Didn't you also secretly find me an aunt and didn't tell me? In front of so many people, Li Wanning blushed and shyly said, Oops, what on dia? Dad, you do not talk nonsense? Li Weiguo smiled. Don't worry, girl. As long as it's what you like, Dad is fine with it. This auntie, Dad has already recognized it. Qin Ji, who had been sandwiched between the two but was ignored, was already feeling humiliated and annoyed. Hearing this conversation between Li Weiguo and Li Wanning's father and daughter, he was even more infuriated and gnashed his teeth. Qinji reached out and pointed at Li Weiguo, furiously saying, When I was with Wanning, that's not what you said. Li Weiguo looked Qinji up and down. His old eyebrows frowned, and he said with eyes full of disgust, So the fine dog with no character and lack of virtue that my girl repeatedly mentioned in front of me before is you? When this statement came out, even the chopping god players around Qinji did not hold back their laughter. Qinji was even more furious, his face reddening. You dog-eyed old thing. As he spoke, a flash of ferocious killing intent erupted from Qinji's eyes. Since you're all here today, it's a good time to take this opportunity to wipe you all out and completely exterminate your Li family. Li Weiguo snorted coldly and said, And let's see if you have that ability. Dare to bully my daughter, and dare to hit my pill palace. Little fine dog, I've been upset with you for a long time. With that, Li Weiguo, who was the chairman of the Li clan, as well as the captain of the brilliant battle team, raised his staff and gave an order, Brothers of the Li clan, those who offend my pill palace kill. Chapter 152 Bronze Wall, Defense Soaring. Through the immortal demon emperor's vision sharing, Lu Ming observed that, outside of the pill palace, Splendor's players had already engaged in a fight with the god of decimation. And with the arrival of a large number of reinforcements led by Li Weiguo, the helmsman of the Li clan, both sides had become evenly matched, and the divine beheading side no longer possessed a numerical advantage. Moreover, these people that Li Weiguo brought over were different from the local players of the Second Heaven. All of them had come from the side of the magic capital and had used suppression scrolls to suppress their levels to 50. And all of their original levels were above 200. The strength of the skills was clear at the B and A level. The entire crew were veterans with decades of experience fighting in the sky abyss. It was not at all on the same level as these new recruits who had only stepped into the heavens abyss for a year or two. Like Chopper God, these veterans, they can even kill first-order ghost beasts, are truly terrifying. Watching the scene outside where dozens of Splendor veteran players swarmed to kill a Sphinx spider with a combination of control, gain, and output thanks to their rich combat experience, Lu Ming couldn't help but marvel. In this way, Lu Ming would be able to upgrade without worry. With this group of veterans around, they might not even need Lu Ming to make a move, they would be enough to take care of the entire threat of the god of decimation. Of course, this was under the premise that the second-ranked ghost General Blood Moon martial artist Gula was not present. Thus, Lu Ming ordered the Necromantic Legion to continue killing monsters within the 10th floor of the Pill King Valley to brush up on experience value for himself. Taking advantage of this gap, Lu Ming took out from his backpack the D-ranked skill scroll dropped by the Golden Heaven-swallowing python. Last time, Demon King Zeno had exploded a superb C-rank Knight skill scroll, which was sold by Lu Ming. Lu Ming found out thankfully. This time, he could finally pop a skill that he could use and was in dire need of at the moment. Bronze Wall Formation Artist D-rank skill. Skill description. Using himself as the core, release a formation with a radius of 50 yards, causing all friendly troops within the formation's range to gain 30% of the formation artist's armor value plus 528 points of armor value bonus for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 50 seconds. Skill consumption. Consumes 412 mana when turned on and 45 mana per second thereafter. A skill bar had been unlocked when he had previously risen to level 40 to complete the 5th turn. However, busy brushing the Medicine King Valley to upgrade, Lu Ming hadn't bothered to distribute the skill bar. Just in time, Lu Ming crushed the skill scroll and used the skill bar to learn Copper Wall. Gain an overall increase of 50x as well as a 20x enhancement to Draw Sword. The effect of Bronze Wall instantly evolves to provide a bonus of 2,100% of your own armor value plus 36,960 points of armor value to all friendly troops within a radius of 3,500 yards. If a formation trickster wants to pursue the perfect defense enchantment, he must have the triple knot formation of Bronze Wall plus Solid as a golden soup plus Indestructible at the same time. And right now, the brass tacks to increase armor value are available. Improved full damage reduction Indestructible has it. It's just short of being a solid gold that raises magic resistance. And Lu Ming was glad that what came under his eyes was a brick wall, not solid gold. The Blood Moon martial artist Gula is of the physical system with this copper wall. When level 50 goes to kill it, the certainty is higher. When we reach level 50 and complete the 6th turn, we'll unlock a new skill bar and go to the market to buy a book of solid gold to make up for the lack of defense against magic-based monsters. Thinking so, Wo rub, as Lu Ming's hand rose and his sword fell. The 6th knot formation opens. Copper wall. Wow, a huge knot formation aura instantly covered the entire 10th floor of the Pill King Valley, combined with Lu Ming's base armor value attribute of 1071 points. All 2,000 or so Immortal Demon Emperors gained the knotting bonus, plus 59,451 armor value, coupled with the addition of the 3-star Magic Treasure World Destroying Heavenly Chapter and the armor value attribute that the 5th rank Immortal Demon Emperor himself possessed. At this moment, the Immortal Demon Emperor's armor value had broken through 7W+. The Tree Demon on the 10th floor also happened to be a physical monster. Even the 1,000-year Tree Demon with 10-fold reinforcement and 9W physical attack power could barely manage to deal tens of thousands of damage to the Undying Demon Emperor. And this damage is enough to be perfectly offset by the 40,481 points of fixed damage reduction that Unbreakable delivers. And so it was, with the activation of the Copper Wall. Throughout the scene, all the damage dealt by all the Immortal Demon Emperors from the attacks of the 1,000-year Tree Demon turned to 0. The strength of a 10 times strengthened 1,000-year-old Tree Demon is right on par with that of a full-bodied First-Order Ghost Beast, which means they represent First-Order Ghost Beasts. Tree Demons can't hit my Necromancers, which means that all physical-type first-rank Ghost Beasts no longer pose any threat to my Necromancer army. However, if you want to deal with Second-Order Ghost Generals, you still have to level up to level 50 and wait for the full increased talent LV6, so that the Junction formation can gain a higher multiplier. Without realizing it, Lu Ming's experience bar had risen to 98%. It's getting closer and closer to level 50. Meanwhile, outside the Pill Palace, the battle between the two top-tier battle teams, God of Destruction and Brilliance, was as hot as fire. Swish, swish, swish. As Qinji's hand raised and arrows fell, an extremely fast, continuous shot harvested the two bloodied brilliant players in front of him. At this moment, the neighboring minions hurriedly reported the battle situation. Vice Team. This side of Anyang is the Li family's territory. Their support is coming too fast, and our battle team doesn't have many forces stationed over here. It's not good for us if we keep fighting like this. Qinji clenched his teeth and said, "Damn. First-order ghosts are also trash. Not a bit of ball use." Saying that, Qinji immediately sent a Weibo message to Qin Feng. "Big brother, when will that ghost general arrive at the city of Candle Flame? I can't hold out much longer on my side." Knock knock. Not long after, Qin Feng replied with a message. Unsurprisingly, it should have already arrived. The words just fell. Wow. At that moment, a blood mist suddenly spread from all around, instantly enveloping the entire field. What is this? Why the sudden fog? And a red blood fog at that. Just as the crowd of brilliant players on the field were surprised. Gobble gobble. Brush up. Interspersed with a burst of creepy and eerie cries. A ghostly shadow, as fast as lightning, shuttled at great speed through the blood mist. Accompanied by a scream, the players of the brilliant battle team perished one after another. There's something in the fog. Everyone be careful. The screams were endless. The number of Splendor players that were crushed to death also increased. The frightening thing was, even though everyone was on their guard, they simply couldn't capture the ghostly figure in the blood mist, and were completely helpless against its attacks. Gobble gobble. Brush up. The blood mist enveloped the entire field for a full minute before it gradually dissipated. At this time, the players of the brilliant battle team had long been killed through. Bodies were strewn all around, and blood flowed in rivers. The remaining people also finally got a good look at the ghostly figure that had just traveled through the blood mist. dressed in scarlet blood armor. Each hand held a blood-stained moon blade. His eyes were glowing with a cold light, and a strong aura of darkness emanated from his body. The blood-red ID that appeared at the top of his head made everyone in the room sweat. Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula, LV 50 Physical Second Order Ghost General. Chapter 153. You were looking for me? What was that? Facing the sudden arrival of the Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula, even the old men Li Weigua, Li Yen, and Li Tian, who had experienced hundreds of battles for more than a few dozen years in the heavenly abyss world, couldn't help but feel a great threat that had never been seen before, especially since it had exterminated nearly a third of the entire field of brilliant players in the near blink of an eye. Such a heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying strength was enough to see that the other party was extraordinary. With the appearance of the Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula, Qingji instantly doubled his confidence. However, he did not rush to immediately order the Blood Moon Martial Artists to launch an attack. Instead, he turned his gaze to Li Wanning. To Li Wanning, he said, "Wanning, for old time's sake, I can give you a chance. Hand over the specter and I won't give you a hard time." At these words, Li Wanning's heart was violently shaken. How did he know that the specter was with me? Sure enough, was it still that day when Brother Underworld stepped in to help me guard the Pill Palace that he was exposed? Nope, there's a chance he's swindling me. Thus, Li Wanning said to Qingji without changing her color, and with a heart like water, "Who is the Underworld?" Qingji sneered, as if he had long since seen through everything and said, "I don't know how he managed to achieve a person who can have two different identities at the same time, but if I guess correctly, that Dawn should be the Underworld, right?" Just as Li Wanning was in a state of 10,000 astonishment, Qingji then said to her with a heart full of unwillingness, "Li Wanning, for his sake, do you really want to confront me to the end? As I said, I can give you another chance as long as you return to my side and hand over the Underworld. I can use your identity as my girlfriend to go and intercede with Big Brother for you, so that he will let the Pill Palace go, and also let your Li family go." Li Wanning completely understood. It turns out that your purpose from the very beginning was not for the Pill Palace, but rather for Brother Underworld. Learning that Qingji's real target was Lu Ming, Li Wanning was even more unobtrusive, standing outside the pill hall, her longbow held tightly in her delicate hands. The eyes revealed a look of determination. "It really was the smartest decision to break up with you in the first place. Traitor of the human race, scum. I can never be with scum like you again. I will never give you the specter." Li Wanning's words and attitude completely enraged Qingji. "Good. Very good. You're so protective of Underworld, aren't you? Then today, I will kill the Underworld in front of you. He who stands in my way, dies." In Qingji's eyes, a flash of intense killing intent erupted. "Kill me. Except for Li Wanning. The rest of you, shoot on sight." With Qingji's command, the players of the left and right Zanjins, in conjunction with the Blood Moon Martial Artist Gula, once again launched an offensive. Li Weig was snorted coldly, a blazing light emanating from his eyes. "I'll see who dares to touch my girl today, auntie. All generals of the Li clan, charge with me." At the sound of the call, players from both sides erupted into an even more intense battle in a burst of overwhelming shouts and killings. At the same time, the 10th floor of the Pill King Valley. Ding Kill Level 50 Monster Millennium Tree Demon. Experience value plus 10,900. Ding Kill Level 50 Monster Millennium Tree Demon. Experience value plus 10,900. Ding. Under the mass slaughter of the Necromantic Legion totaling 2,455th Order Immortal Demon Emperors. Finally, wow, a blazing beam of golden light spilled down from Lu Ming's head. Pleasing system prompts, one after the other. Ding, congratulations on reaching level 50. Ding, congratulations on upgrading your 3 talents of Chopping Spirit, Total Increase, and Rebirth by Fire to LV6. Unsurprisingly, the number of dead spirits summoned by the Chopper talent has been increased from level 50 to level 60. Total Increase has increased the enhancement of all skills from 50x to 60x. Bathed in Fire, on the other hand, extends the invulnerability time after resurrection from 4 seconds to 5 seconds. At this moment, Lu Ming also couldn't wait to take out from his backpack the crushing artifact that had long been prepared for this moment. Magic Kingdom, the King's Ring of Power. Level 50. Quality: Guiltware. Physical attack power plus 2,800. Additional attribute: Strength plus 200. Additional attribute: Spirit plus 200. Additional attribute. Agility plus 200. Additional attribute. Agility plus 200. Additional skills. King's Authority passive. All enemy troops within a 50-yard radius of the keep will be subjected to intimidation, and the strength, intelligence, agility, endurance, and stamina attributes will be reduced by 100 points. Durability. 200. Occupation. Physical occupation general. Description. Demon King Zeno has worn it personally, accompanying it in battle for many years, symbolizing the sacred ring of the highest authority of the demon race, carrying the supreme honor, as well as the majesty of the. It's worthy of being a level 50 guiltware worth at least 250W starting on the market. This ring was enough to make Lu Ming's blood boil. Sighing, Lu Ming immediately replaced the level 20 bronze quality soul set system soul ring worn on his hand with this level 50 guilt artifact quality ring. Opening the status bar, he could only see his attack power attribute, which instantly increased from 1,253 points to 4,780 points, nearly triple the increase in base attack power if combined with a full increase of 60 times the skill increase, and 24 times the attack power of the sword drawing skill with 24 times the skill increase. A total of 24x attack increase, as well as 84x skill increase. It was hard to imagine that a war trample bloomed at this moment, and it would bring a perverted attack power bonus effect to all the friendly troops within the range. Lu Ming didn't bother to calculate this value. It was because he knew the people of the Li family outside the Pill Palace could not support themselves for long under the devastation of the second-ranked ghost General Blood Moon martial artist Gula, and were on the verge of being completely crushed. At this moment, a strong killing intent erupted from Lu Ming's eyes. "Qingji, I'm coming." After saying that, Lu Ming opened the map teleportation function and exited the Medicine King Valley. Meanwhile, outside the Pill Palace, with the arrival of Blood Moon martial artist Gula, the situation was instantly reversed. The players of the Brilliant Battle team could deal with the Divine Beheading and could barely deal with the First Order Ghost Beasts. However, in front of the Second Order Ghost Generals, there was no power to fight against them. With a handful of attacks as high as 50W+, Blood Moon martial artist Gula held 2 moon blades in his hands and ran through the crowd, killing gods and Buddhas. Splendor's players were completely unable to withstand the Blood Moon martial artist's attacks, and were directly seconded when they were touched, not even having a chance to react. They were dying out at an extremely fast pace amidst a chorus of screams that rose and fell, watching the Li family get brutalized in a frenzy. Li Weigua, who was the head of the Li family, was furious. Asshole! Lifting his staff, he was about to launch a counterattack against the man who had decimated the gods. Wo rub! Suddenly, the Blood Moon martial artist Gula instantly attacked in front of Li Weigua with a speed as fast as the wind. Even a battle-hardened ninth mage of the nation like Li Weigua was completely unable to match the second-order ghost generals of the same level after his level had been suppressed from over 200 to 50. The S-rank magic shield on his body was cut through with a single blow. Li Weigua was also chopped to the ground by Blood Moon martial artist Gula. Under Qingji's orders, the Blood Moon martial artists did not kill Li Weigua. Instead, they maimed him severely. Dad! Seeing that her father Li Weigua's life was at stake, Li Wanning on the other side was overwhelmed with grief and anger, carrying a bow and arrow and ready to rush over to rescue Li Weigua. But in the twinkling of an eye, he was surrounded by 4 Sphinx spiders at the same time, and was unable to protect himself. At this time, the other Splendor players around them were also dead and crippled. They had completely lost their resistance. Seeing that the situation was completely under his control, Qingji leisurely walked over to Li Weigua and deliberately stepped on her father Li Weigua's body in front of Li Wanning. Looking at Li Wanning with an expression full of teasing, he provoked. Where was the person you wanted to guard so badly when your life was on the line? How could a person who truly loves you let you go and ignore you in the midst of fire and water? Make a choice, Li Wanning. Want your dad, or the specter? Li Wanning stared at Qingji with a gaze filled with hatred and tears. Seeing that Li Wanning was unwilling to voluntarily hand over the underworld even in this situation, Qingji was completely disappointed. I know that the underworld is within the Pill Palace, and I can go in and kill him at any time, but I'm giving you the opportunity before you take the initiative to hand him over. Since you won't accept this opportunity, I'll slaughter this old thing before I go in and kill the specter myself. With that, Qingji raised his bow and arrow and aimed it at Li Weigua, who was at his feet. No! With a cry of alarm from Li Wanning. Just as Qingji was about to draw his bow, suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. You were looking for me? The words just fell. Shinji looked up, only to see that at the entrance of the pill hall in front, a great figure emanating a powerful divine aura, like a god, attacked with a powerful murderous aura that destroyed the sky and earth, and stepped out. Chapter 154 Strength Surge, killing Blood Moon martial artists in seconds. You were looking for me? Looking in the direction of the source of the sound, the gazes of everyone on the field were all focused on Lu Ming, who was walking out from within the pill hall. Despite knowing that this formation specter in front of him had extraordinary and powerful strength. However, when the players of the Divine Beheading Battle Team saw Lu Ming once again, there was not a trace of awe, but instead, the eyes that looked at Lu Ming were filled with contempt and mockery. Yo, check out who this is. Isn't this the loser who fled from the side of Jiang Province to Anyang after being hunted down by us, hiding and not daring to come out, and having to rely on a woman for protection? Disgraceful as a man. What an unmitigated waste. Ha ha ha. Apparently it was Lu Ming's stoicism during this period of time that had caused the players of the God Beheading to forget the sharpness that should have been present in the divine agent in front of them. They had all but dismissed Lu Ming as an ordinary sewer auxiliary professional formation trickster. With the presence of the Blood Moon martial artist Gula, Qin also didn't put Lu Ming in his eyes in the slightest. Looking at Lu Ming with contempt, he said lightly, "Why did you come out? Not continuing to hide. Getting better and forgetting the pain? Forget what it's like to be dominated by our decapitated gods? Just by you guys." Lu Ming swept his gaze over the surrounding Divine Beheading players and said indifferently, "Can you also dominate me?" Qin smiled bashfully and said, "It's okay to be a little more tough-mouthed. After all, this is your last chance to be tough-mouthed. You think I don't know that you're hiding in the Hall of Pills? In fact, I've long known that you've been hiding in here, and I purposely didn't startle the snakes, only because I wanted to borrow your hand to get the remnants of the map that's sealed within the Pill King Valley." Hearing this, Li Wanning was instantly astonished. She had never expected that her every move with Lu Ming had been under the control of the god of decimation. However, Lu Ming was unimpressed. Instead, he said to Qin with a grateful face, "I do have to thank you. You gave me this opportunity." Looking at Lu Ming, he was so calm, as if his own layout didn't make him feel a trace of surprise, but instead was under his control. It was only then that Qin noticed. Lu Ming's level had already reached level 50. However, Qin was unimpressed. "You think you can turn things around just because you've risen to level 50? How could Wanning look at a pathetic and ridiculous fool like you?" At this time, Li Wanning, who knew nothing about Lu Ming's current strength, also turned around and shouted at Lu Ming, "Brother Yui, hurry up. This matter started because of the Pill Palace, and it was originally a matter for our Li family, and it has nothing to do with you. Quickly go away. Leave us alone." The sympathy between Li Wanning and Lu Ming, all of a sudden, it angered Qin even more, making his desire to kill the underworld with his own hands in front of Li Wanning even stronger. "Go." Qin stared ferociously at Lu Ming, his fists clenched as he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think you can still walk?" As he spoke, Qin ordered the Blood Moon martial artist Gula, "Go and capture that formation trickster in front of me. I want to personally chop him up." Gobble gobble. The Blood Moon martial artist's eyes glowed with a cold light, and with a moon blade in his hand, he approached towards Lu Ming. "No!" Li Wanning knew that this ghostly creature was so powerful that even her father and all of the Li family's elder-level powerhouses had joined forces and were unable to match it. Not to mention Lu Ming. She hurriedly shouted at Lu Ming, "Go away! You go!" Facing the Blood Moon martial artist Gula, who pressed forward step by step, Lu Ming stood in place without a single intention of retreating. "I said, your hope. I'll guard it for you." As he spoke, Lu Ming slowly reached out and placed his hand on top of the hilt of the sword at his back. Seeing this, Qin couldn't help but shake his head. "This trick again. Does it work every time it's the same trick?" Jumping the shark. As Qin's words fell, the surrounding players of the Divine Beheading couldn't help but scoff as well. "Yeah, I'm tired of seeing this move every time. Can't do anything else but draw my sword. Can you kill a second-order ghost general? Didn't we already try that last time over at Starlight City? Even if you harden against one of his sword draws, you can only knock out a quarter of Gula's blood, and Gula abusing him is just like a grandfather beating his grandson. Oh, really a clown just like this? How dare he steal a woman from our second brother? How dare he?" just as everyone was unabashedly mocking Lu Ming to their heart's content. Lu Ming's attention was always focused on the Blood Moon martial artist Gula. Brush. Just at the moment when the Blood Moon martial artist Gula dashed to Lu Ming's body with his extreme speed, his hand rising up and dropping his sword. A rank 1 necromantic warrior was summoned and appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking the attack from the Blood Moon martial artist for him. 1613652. Without a doubt, the necrotic warrior was directly killed on the spot by this burst of high 7-digit damage. Seeing this scene, Qingji in the rear formation let out a faint smile. It's really still that unbearable. Next, Lu Ming, who had utilized the cheapest necromantic warrior to defend himself against deadly attacks and had intentionally used this opportunity to lock down the Blood Moon martial artist's brokenness. Taking the opportunity of the moment when the necromantic warrior was crushed, exposing the vision of the Blood Moon martial artists. Wao wiped and drew his sword. The sharp sword shadow ran straight through the Blood Moon martial artist's body. The next moment, a blood-red damage jumped up from the top of the Blood Moon martial artist's head. 275758880. 8-digit damage, instantly clearing the Blood Moon martial artist's head of a full 1000 W plus blood bar. Dingslang level 52nd Order Ghost General Blood Moon Wielder Gula. Experience value plus 1600 W including Shaping Pill double bonus. Congratulations on your lucky harvest of 50 points of divine power in the process of slaying. Poof! As Blood Moon martial artist Gula fell heavily to his knees in front of Lu Ming, the cold light in his eyes receded and he lost his breath. At the back, the originally smug smile on Qingji's face came to an abrupt end. All of the surrounding Zhanshan players who were waiting to see Lu Ming get torn apart were also all wide-eyed and dumbfounded at this instant. SH. What? He actually killed a second-rank ghost in one hit. In just a few days, his level has only risen by a few levels. So why is the increase in strength so terrifying? The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Not only that, with the B-class drawing his sword to complete the kill, triggers a splash attack effect. Wow! The dozen or so first-order ghost beast sphinx spiders that were within Lu Ming's attack range did not have the slightest resistance, and were annihilated by a wave of 757 W of equal true splash damage. Dingslang a level 51st Order ghost beast spider with human face. Experience value plus 110 W. Congratulations on harvesting 1 point of divine power. Dingslang a level 51st Order ghost beast spider with human face. Experience value plus 110 W. Congratulations on harvesting 1 point of divine power. Ding! In an instant, dozens of kill prompts kept popping up. Through the corpses of the ghost beasts all over the place, Lu Ming's icy gaze locked onto the front, Qingji's body. Next. Your turn. Chapter 155. Li Weigua looks at his aunt. The more he looks at her, the better he looks at her. With his own eyes, he watched Lu Ming kill the Blood Moon martial artist Gula, as well as a dozen or so first-order ghost beasts with a single sword draw. The moment he raised his head and met Lu Ming's gaze, Qingji violently shook his tiger's body and his back went cold. The strength of a second-order ghost general reaches 10 times that of a guild-level boss of the same level. He actually killed the Blood Moon martial artist in seconds. How is it possible? How is this possible? Obviously, last time over at Starlight City, his sword-drawing skill still couldn't cut a Blood Moon martial artist. At this instant, the shock and fear within Qingji reached the extreme. Meanwhile, Li Wanning was shocked and delighted when she saw this scene. Heavens! Brother Spectre has obviously just risen to level 50. Why has his strength increased so much all of a sudden? Wait, could it be that he has long been certain that he can kill a second-ranked ghost general at level 50? So for so many days he's been secretly developing all for the sake of leveling up to 50? Is this the potential of a divine agent? Looking at Lu Ming, the adoration in Li Wanning's eyes became even deeper. And in fact, it's not just the potential for divine agents. Rather, it's codename 008, the potential of the first sequence of Supreme Gods. As Lu Ming kicked over the kneeling Blood Moon martial artist Gula, he stepped over its corpse and took a step forward. In the front line, all of the players of the Divine Beheading Battle Team couldn't help but fall back several steps. Endless trepidation filled their eyes, like they had seen a ghost. Lu Ming, on the other hand, looked at Qingji and lightly said, "The map remnant scrolls? Will you hand them over? Or should I come and get them myself?" Qingji's heart snapped. How did you know that the remnants of the Seal of Passage were on me? When he thought of Lu Ming's words just now, I really have to thank you for giving me this opportunity, Qinji wondered. Could it be that you already knew that I was waiting for you to seize the Pill King Valley's map scrolls? It was at this moment that Qin Zifang came to his senses. It turns out that he thought he had everything under his control, but in fact, he was always the one who was against being under Lu Ming's control. At the same time, he was a million times more remorseful. Had I known that he could have such a huge boost just by rising to level 50, I never should have given him this chance. It's just that it's too late for regrets. Right now, the only second-ranked ghost General Blood Moon martial artist Gula, who was able to rival him, had already been decapitated. Qin Ji, who had completely lost the power to fight against Lu Ming, the only thing that came to his mind was to make sure that he safely escaped with his life. So, he hurriedly ordered to the Zhanshan players around him, "Go on! All of you, get on! Stop the specter! Don't let him come!" As he spoke, Qinji hurriedly took out a city return scroll from his bag and crushed it. But the one who decapitates the gods is not a cutie, either. They had clearly seen how destructive Lu Ming's strength was. Even the second-ranked ghost general, whose strength had reached 10 times that of a guild-ranked boss, could only be killed in a second by a single sword in front of Lu Ming. Aren't they like pure cannon fodder? Seeing that no one around him dared to move while he was facing a 10-second long countdown to return to the city. In his panic, Qinji shouted, $5 million in death benefits for each person. Think of your families, your children. They're going to need this money for the rest of their lives. The god of beheading will not forget your sacrifices. As long as I can survive, I will definitely avenge your deaths one day, faced with a $5 million pension. After all, Zhanshan's players couldn't resist such a great temptation, and they gritted their teeth, copied and charged towards Lu Ming. Looking at the hundreds of Zhanshan players swarming in front of him, in Lu Ming's eyes, a strong killing intent erupted, looking for death. As Lu Ming's gaze turned cold, wow, in all directions, thousands of dark golden boundaries flowing with blood light manifested. Immediately afterward, more than 2,000 rank 5 immortal demon emperors streaked in, instantly spreading throughout the entire domain. Lu Ming's hatred and anger never disappeared, but remained buried in his heart. All these days of holding back, all for this moment. At this moment, the killing intent within Lu Ming had reached its peak. Kill! With a movement of his mind. In all directions, all the immortal demon emperors sensed their master's monstrous killing intent, and against the 6-fold not formation from their master's 84-fold strengthened, they killed the god of decimation. Brush up. Countless shattered souls exploded in a concentrated manner. Like fireworks, it blossomed amongst the crowd of god beheaders. 592-3642, 591-6543, 593-2586. Facing the huge amount of damage that exceeded the blood limit of a level 56 turn player by hundreds of times at this stage, the elite players of the God of Decimation were like blocks of tofu, being sliced up with ease. At the same time, the 4 Sphinx spiders that surrounded Li Wanning's perimeter also didn't even have the chance to touch Li Wanning for a moment, and were instantly killed by the number of 4 immortal demon emperors. Previously, several of Lu Ming's dead spirits had joined forces to kill a ghost beast. And at the moment, a single skill from a necromancer was enough to kill the ghost beast in seconds. Seeing the strength of Lu Ming's necromantic legion, it had already reached the heights of completely crushing first-order ghosts of the same level. Li Wanning was completely stunned. OMG, this is too strong. Even Li Weigua, Li Yan, and Li Tian, the old men of the Li clan, who were on the side, were deeply shocked by the formidable strength that Lu Ming's necromantic spirit legion had displayed. This specter, so powerful. I can't imagine that a level 50 formation artificer could possess such destructive strength. It's truly a fearful future generation. Old Li too, your girl really knows a hero when she sees one. She's gotten you such a great aunt. Li Weigua looked at Lu Ming, and the more he looked at him, the better he looked. With a smile on his face, he nodded repeatedly. Not bad indeed. My girl being with him is all aggravating. Li Wanning on the side. And for Qinji, good news. The minions are all on, buying themselves time to get back to town. Bad news. Hundreds of minions and only 1 second to buy time. Wow. Watching the several hundred chopping god players in front of them all fall to their deaths. And with a full 8.7 seconds left in the countdown to return to the city in front of him, Qinji was stunned. At this point, all of the immortal demon emperors in the room turned around, and countless pairs of stern eyes glowing with cold light stared at Qin in unison. At this moment, Qin felt like the sky had collapsed. The 8 seconds remaining in the countdown to return to the city was as long as 8 years. Just then, buzz. Qin looked down and saw a blood mark blossom on his chest. Next, Wo Rub, an immortal demon emperor flashed and killed in front of Qin, chopping him to the ground with his hand and interrupting his city return. As soon as Qin rolled over, he realized that hundreds of immortal demon emperors were waiting in tight formation behind him. At this moment, it was like he was in hell, looking back at Lu Ming who was slowly approaching. Qin looked flustered as he had the good sense to take out the map remnants from his backpack. "The scroll is here. Don't you want the scroll? I'll give you the scroll." An immortal demon emperor snatched the remnants of the scroll from Qin's hands and respectfully handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming looked at it and realized that it was indeed a map remnant just like the one he had obtained from the Pilking Valley. It was then put away in a backpack. Next, Wo Rub. Lu Ming violently drew his sword, and with the sharp edge of his sword, he pressed it against Qin's neck. Qin swallowed deeply, not daring to make any rash moves, because he firmly believed. At this moment, Lu Ming, even without the need to use sword draw, a single general attack would be enough to kill him in seconds. And indeed it is. With the addition of 24x attack power from drawing the sword, 40% of drawing the sword x 60x increase across the board, Lu Ming's panel attack power had reached a staggering 114,720 points. He could kill Qin with just a single movement. However, Lu Ming didn't rush into action. Instead, he ordered Qin to say, "To Qin phone call."